At the family recognition banquet, the fake young master deliberately led everyone to misunderstand that I was the adopted foster son. Sure enough, his lackey looked at me with disdain and said, "He really has a sinister face. Who knows what underhanded methods he used to successfully climb up and become the Ming family's foster son." I paused mid-step, changed direction, and walked straight toward that person, saying, "Say that again." My cool, composed voice fell lightly, yet it sent a sudden chill down people's spines. The surrounding crowd turned to look at me in astonishment, a newly recognized foster son who hadn't even settled in yet, daring to openly challenge someone at such an occasion. The banquet guests, already gossiping freely out of curiosity about the rumors, hadn't expected me to be so unyielding, refusing to back down. The boy I publicly confronted froze on the spot, and silence rippled outward from me as the center. My father and mother belatedly noticed the tense atmosphere. My father immediately frowned and was about to step forward to pull me back. Just then, the Ming family's butler hurried over and whispered something in his ear. My father's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed with mixed shock and joy, "I'll go right away." He then hastily turned to the fake young master, Ming Haoren, and instructed, "Keep an eye on Jiang Yining. Don't let him cause trouble." Without waiting for Ming Haoren's response, my father took my mother's hand and quickly left the banquet hall. Ming Haoren rushed over, positioning himself in front of me, and said to the boy with a bright smile, "I'm sorry, my brother didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it to heart." My gaze remained calm as water, briefly sweeping over Ming Haoren's profile before returning to the boy. Under my stare, the boy felt a flicker of fear, silently berating himself for being intimidated by a country bumpkin if word got out. How could he ever show his face again? His eyes flickered, only to notice fewer people around him. The older ones had followed my father and left, likely because some big shot had arrived. The boy instantly grew bolder, raising his eyebrows defiantly as he challenged me. "Fine, I'll say it. You think I'm scared of you? I said you used dirty tricks to climb your way up." "What? Did I get it wrong? Then explain it to us. We're all dying to know, how did a country bumpkin like you manage to latch onto the Ming family's coattails?" I narrowed my eyes, fingers twitching as I was about to raise my hand, but Ming Haoren suddenly grabbed my wrist, shielding me tightly behind him as he spoke first. "Xu Yang, please don't say things like that. My parents have adopted Yining as their foster son. Starting today, he's my younger brother." After a pause, Ming Haoren slowly scanned the crowd and added, "From now on, anyone who speaks like this won't remain my friend." The solemn tone instantly hushed the surroundings, leaving everyone exchanging uneasy glances. The boy named Xu Yang looked at Ming Haoren, then at me, before finally backing down with reluctant resignation. "Well, if you put it that way, Haoren, of course I'll give you face." Ming Haoren smiled. "Xu Yang, thank you for understanding." Then, Ming Haoren turned to me and said, "His name is Zhao Xuyang. He's 2 months older than us, our cousin. Once you get to know him better, you'll realize he means no harm. He's just blunt and speaks his mind. Don't take it to heart." In such situations, most people would choose to avoid conflict and take the offered way out. Yet, I stared at Zhao Xuyang for a long moment before saying, "But I mind very much." Zhao Xuyang froze, thinking he must have misheard. "What did you say?" My eyes glinted coldly as I repeated, "I said I mind very much. You owe me an apology." This left even the bystanders stunned. How dare a mere adopted child, who had just entered the household, speak like this? Zhao Xuyang laughed in anger, shoving my shoulder roughly and saying, "Who do you think you are, daring to talk to me like this? You're just some country bumpkin, yet you act like you're the Ming family's young master? Do you believe I can have my uncle throw you out?" Caught off guard, I staggered back a couple of steps, nearly colliding with the decorative shelf behind me. Just then, a strong arm reached out to steady my back, but that same arm, carried by momentum, knocked into the shelf. With a loud crash, the blue-on-white porcelain vase on the shelf slid off and shattered into countless pieces. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant, leaving only the soft strains of music lingering in the air. All eyes turned toward the shattered vase. No one had expected such an accident. I glanced sideways at the person who had helped me, and when our gazes met, I quickly averted my eyes, murmuring a barely audible thank you. The woman's thin lips curved slightly, her cold phoenix-like eyes glinting with an unreadable light. Zhao Xuyan was also startled, looking guiltily at the fragments on the ground and thinking to himself, "This vase is just an ordinary decoration, right? Valuable items definitely wouldn't be casually placed in such a spot." The next second, Ming Haoren shattered his hope. "This is my father's favorite blue and white porcelain vase, worth over 1,000,000 yuan. What do we do now?" Ming Haoren's voice was full of anxiety and worry. Zhao Xuyan's heart raced. A blue and white vase worth over 1,000,000 yuan. He couldn't afford to compensate for that. Immediately, he glanced at me standing in front of him out of the corner of his eye. Before his brain could even process anything, his mouth blurted out, "Jiang Yining, you broke my uncle's favorite blue and white vase." This blatant distortion of the truth made my eyebrows shoot up, and my gaze suddenly locked onto Zhao Xuyan. icy and calm beyond my years, sending a wave of panic through him. But faced with the shattered pieces on the ground, he didn't want to take responsibility, he just wanted to pin it on me, hoping his uncle might send me back to the countryside because of it. So Zhao Shuyang straightened his back and said, "You smashed my uncle's antique vase and still dare to glare at me? You're really something, hurry up and pay for it." At the banquet, most people, upon hearing Zhao Shuyang's self-righteous words, assumed I was the one who shattered the vase and began pointing fingers at me. As for those who witnessed the entire incident, they naturally wouldn't clarify matters for an unknown adopted child like me, even delighting in the drama while successfully distancing themselves. Zhao Shuyang smugly raised his eyebrows at me in provocation, demanding, "Pay up." Just then, a gentle yet cool voice slowly spoke up. "If the Ming family's furniture brushes against my arm, should they pay?" Everyone turned to look and saw the woman who had helped me earlier leaning lazily against a decorative shelf, smiling faintly at Zhao Shuyang. Zhao Shuyang, still basking in his triumph, grew displeased at her words. What kind of person comes to someone's home just to scam them? He glared at her and snapped, "Who do you think you are, made of gold or something? Think you can extort money just by touching things?" The woman arched an eyebrow and replied, "Maybe I am." Zhao Shuyang then turned to the woman and said, "Do you really think helping him will get you any benefits? Wake up. Jiang Yining is just adopted by the Ming family." To casually humiliate an adopted child, the Ming family's actions are truly astonishing. The woman sneered. Zhao Shuyang's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this, breaking out in a cold sweat. There were so many people at the banquet. If these words spread, could the Ming family still maintain their standing in Xinjiang? If his uncle heard, he would surely beat him to death. Panicking, only two questions remained in Zhao Shuyang's mind. Who is this woman? What should he do now? I was somewhat surprised and glanced at the woman again. Was she standing up for me? But we were complete strangers. Why would she help me? At that moment, my father walked in from outside and said, "Why has everyone stopped dancing and having fun?" His face was full of smiles, clearly in a very good mood, and beside him was a beautiful young woman. The banquet guests immediately gasped in shock. It was Li Shirhan, the second daughter of one of Xinjiang's top 3 wealthy families, the Li family. At just 26 years old, she had already taken over 2/3 of the Li family's businesses and was the de facto head of the household. My father and mother ushered Li Shirhan inside, and the first thing my father noticed was the shattered porcelain on the floor. His expression darkened. Zhao Shuyang's eyes flickered as his mind raced, and in an instant, he came up with a plan. Before my father could say anything, he jumped forward, pointing at me and the woman, and shouted, "Uncle, they broke your blue and white vase." He thought to himself that as long as this incident was pinned on me and that woman, he wouldn't have to worry about rumors of the Ming family's hypocrisy spreading. Everyone would just assume the woman had slandered the Ming family to avoid paying compensation. My father's eyebrow twitched. He first glanced quickly at the woman, then looked at me, feeling irritated. Why did Jiang Yining have to cause such an embarrassing scene at this critical moment, in front of Li Shirhan and the guests? No matter how heartbroken he was over the shattered blue and white vase, he couldn't possibly scold me publicly over it. Even if he did, it would be pointless. I was just a country bumpkin they brought back. Killing me wouldn't cover the cost. Given that, he might as well use this opportunity to portray himself as a good father in front of Li Shirhan. As he was still thinking, Zhao Shuyang couldn't wait and urged, "Uncle, this blue and white vase is worth over $1 million. Today, we must make this." "Shuyang, watch your language," my father barked sharply. Zhao Shuyang's shoulders jerked, and he immediately fell silent. My father forced a stiff smile as he beckoned a waiter to clean up the mess on the floor, saying, "It's just a decorative vase. Broken is broken, let someone tidy it up. Everyone, please continue enjoying yourselves. Don't let such a trivial matter spoil the mood. Miss Lier, my apologies for the scene. This way, please." With the host speaking this way, the guests naturally wouldn't defy his wishes. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, my icy and unyielding voice slowly rang out, "Apologize." The banquet hall fell into dead silence once more. The guests exchanged uneasy glances before collectively turning their gazes toward me. My father's face paled and flushed alternately, his eyelid twitching violently as he demanded, "Yining, what are you doing?" I tilted my chin slightly and said coldly, "Shouldn't you apologize for insulting and pushing someone?" My father was taken aback, just catching a glimpse of guilt flashing across Zhao Shuyang's face, probably realizing what had happened here. Though annoyed by his nephew's troublemaking, he was even more displeased with my stubbornness. This child brought back from the countryside truly lacked manners. With so many people watching, couldn't I show some generosity? He had endured the shattering of his $1 million blue-on-white porcelain vase, so why couldn't I tolerate a few insults? Taking a deep breath, my father forced a patient smile and said, "Yining, your cousin was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart." Jiang Yining sniffed and slightly inclined her head, glancing at him. "Just now." Ming Qingcheng also said similar words. "The heart is slightly concerned." Fathers and daughters, by and large. I didn't know her when she made her first joke. Jiang Yining paused. Isn't it true, I can be like this in the future? Say you're a vixen, you're a dog to a random stranger, then hit him with my hands, then explain to him that this is our Ming family's tutelage, and if you don't like it, look for my father? Ming Qingkong's eyelids fluttered as he listened. The crowd also stared in amazement at this adopted daughter's hardness, and those who had spoken ill of Jiang Yining couldn't help but shrink down slightly. But Re-biting, who was silent on the side, didn't hold back his laughter. After laughing like no one else for a while and seeing everyone looking at him, he explained, Mr. Ming, listening to your daughter's words is better than reading sage books. Ming Qingkong's face turned blue, and the muscles on his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. After a long time, he took a deep breath and turned his head to Zhao Shuexian angrily. Shuexian! Come here and apologize. Zhao Shuexian stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Uncle. What kind of Ming family does this little count as? She herself has no family education. Moreover, she flirted with outsiders to break your more than $1 million vase. You didn't even ask them to pay for it. Why do you want me to apologize? I'm not at fault. Blackmail me, you're the first that could. The man who had been leaning against the shelf watching the show spoke again. With everyone watching, he slowly fished out his checkbook and pen from the inside pocket of his suit, made a big swipe, then tore off the check and stuffed it into Ming Qingkong's collar. Ming Qingkong's thoughts were still stuck on the person who wrote Mir Shen, and he didn't come back to his senses for a while. Re-biting laughed again, rather gloatingly. Shen, I was wondering where you ran off to, so you came in first to deliberately wrestle with other little girls to play with the vase? As the words fell, the entire banquet hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The only one who could be addressed like this by Li Biting was the one from the Mu family. Twilight sinking. The Mir family, the first of the 4 great families in the city of 49, the power of the family is not simply the word big family can be described. Various wealth rankings that change every year, only the top of the list of the Twilight family for more than 10 years, stable as a mountain, towering. The Kure family can be found at the top of the pyramid in all walks of life. And this third master Twilight was even more prestigious. Cold-faced and ruthless, with thunderous tactics. Even in the Kure family, no one dared to disrespect him. Such a character had come to Deep City and appeared in the Ming family. Ming Qingkong reacted to who the young man in front of him really was, and his face slowly turned from green to black. The heart hated to throw that stupid niece out the door. Is Master Kure-san a person who would be subjected to flings? Dare to wrongfully accuse to the head of the Twilight Third Master, why doesn't she go to heaven? Chapter 6, Thank you isn't enough. All the people around them unanimously revealed a look of awe towards this Third Master Twilight. At this moment, Zhao Shuexian also finally realized that she had made a huge mess, and with a miserable white face, she looked at Ming Qingkong pleadingly. Uncle! Why would such a man that everyone fears appear in the Ming family? And helping that little guy out? Ming Qingkong didn't even give her a look, and hastily took out the check that was clipped to his collar, cupped his hands, and bowed in the most humble manner. Third Master Mirror, please take the check back, I'm really sorry, the whole thing is my niece's fault for acting out, and I'm to blame for not educating her well. I'm so sorry. Zhao Shuexian. Still not apologize. Zhao Shuexian twisted the hem of her skirt tightly and stood there helplessly for a long time before she stammered out her words to that Third Master Mirror. Yeah, sorry. The man lifted his eyelids to look at her. And then? Zhao Shuexian froze, then realized that this was meant to make her apologize to Jiang Yining. Even though his heart is not willing to do so, he knows that he can't escape this. Holding back a red face, he rushed Jiang Yining and whispered, Right, sorry, I shouldn't have cursed and pushed people. Jiang Yining hung his eyes without indicating. The voice is too low. The man spoke in a faint voice, with an air of irrefragability. Zhao Shuexian was a little unable to hold back her tears, which were like broken pearls. But not a single person spoke up for her. The entire ballroom was quiet, as if they were all waiting for her to apologize. I'm sorry. Roaring out an apology with all her strength, Zhao Shuexian could no longer hold it in and covered her face as she ran out of the banquet hall. Ming Qingkong looked at Nirshin and then at Jiang Yining, an inexplicable sense of strangeness welling up in his heart. Master Kure-san, this check. Hesitant to say something to ease the atmosphere, the nearby Li Biting suddenly opened his mouth. Mr. Ming, I didn't know that your house was hosting a banquet, so I suddenly came over to disturb you. I'll just deliver the invitation and leave. As soon as he heard that he was going to leave, where did Ming Chenkong care about anything else? He hurriedly pasted over with a smile on his face. Not to disturb, but rather our Ming family, let you see that kind of thing, really sorry. Lai Ershao, first to the study to sit down to drink a glass of water wine, rest a little? Ri Biting didn't refuse and looked at his best friend with a wry smile. Ming Chenkong again asked his wife and daughter to take good care of the guests, and only then happily led Li Biting up to the second floor. Originally, he wanted to take Twilight Sync with him, however, the other party didn't even give him a look, so he had to let him be. The party then continued, only with a much lighter atmosphere. No one spoke ill of Jiang Yining anymore, and of course, no one dared to come halfway near her. The girl became a transparent presence. Jiang Yining glanced in the direction of the man who was impossible to ignore. He was looking at her too. It was only logical that she should say thank you to the people who had helped her. After thinking about it, she walked towards the man who was the one. Twilight's eyes dropped as she watched the girl slowly approach and eventually stand in front of him. The girl, who was 5'7", stood in front of him and only came up to his shoulders, making her look a bit petite and delicate. Her skin was delicate and white, and her peach blossom eyes were intimidating. It's as colorful as a peach, and it's as beautiful as a country. It's that. Are young and have to raise them for another 2 years before they can get married. Jiang Yining tilted her head, her expression serious. Just now, thank you. The man was silent for a moment, staring into the depths of her phoenix eyes dense with a dark current, his voice low and mellow with charm. Just to thank you? Jiang Yining blinked, looking a little misplaced. Thank you isn't enough? Chapter 7, liking it like this. Opened his mouth, but it was mute for a moment. She didn't know what to call him. The man suddenly spoke, Twilight Sync. Jiang Yining looked at him. My name, Twilight Sync. Jiang Yining was silent for a moment and politely gave his name. My name is Jiang Yining. I don't know how else to repay Mr. Twilight besides saying thank you? Twilight's dark eyes swept over the girl. I haven't thought of that for a while, so you'll owe it. Jiang Yining once again stared at him wrongly. Owed? This revered third master Twilight was actually such a person? However, Jiang Yining wasn't used to owing others favors either, and slightly curbed his emotions. Good. Twilight Sync probably didn't expect her to be so forthcoming, and raised her eyebrows in some surprise, then smiled. Let's exchange contact information first, then. The smile seemed to reflect the clear light of the moon, and it was beautifully regal. Jiang Yining's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and for a moment she was actually a little disoriented. This man. Like a demon. It's no wonder that Master Mursan's fierce reputation is still attracting the famous women of 49 City. Wearing a gown is not convenient to bring a cell phone. Jiang Yining thought about it and opened her mouth. Mr. Twilight, give me your phone number, I'll contact you later, is that okay? Okay. Murshan reported his cell phone number once, and Jiang Yining repeated it. Even though Jiang Yining had become an existence that everyone avoided, it didn't stop bystanders from noticing her every move. At this moment, when they saw her standing in a piece with the third master of Twilight, they were all shocked for a moment and were a little bit unable to come back to. Twilight didn't answer his words, her fingertips squeezing the phone tightly. Re-biting tisk twice. You ferociously forced me to come over and deliver the invitation in person just to meet that little girl, right? Well, let me guess. She's the kid you've been looking for 2 years? Are you sure it's her? It feels like people don't recognize you yet? Only after saying that, Re-biting felt an icy knife shot over from the side, and the corner of his mouth jerked fiercely. Still not allowed to spit. Hey! I said something wrong, it's not okay to apologize to you. However, it's normal to not recognize you. When I found you back then, you looked like that, I couldn't recognize you either. At that moment, Twilight's cell phone rang. Twilight reprimanded him with a low shut up and picked up her cell phone, no longer paying attention to him. Re-biting. Is he a tool man? Useless, won't even let him talk. Mr. Twilight, this is Jiang Yining, this is my cell phone number. Formulaic piece of information. In that instant, he collected all his hostility and revealed a rare and gentle look. Re-biting glanced at it and couldn't help but tisk a few more times in his heart. What could he say when he liked it so much? Chapter 8, the $1,000. Before I came here, I received a message from the Yi family side in Guangqing, saying that little girl is the Ming family's proper golden girl, who was messed up at the hospital when she was born, and was only recently found to be led home. Twilight Shen put away her cell phone and looked out the car window without replying. Biting glanced at him again and said to himself, treating their own daughter as an adopted daughter, and hosting some kind of ghost adoption family banquet, there's no one left in the Ming family for this practice. However, I can guess the reason. Didn't the Ming family get engaged with the Luo family 2 years ago? Riding on the Luo family's east wind, ate a lot of dividends, and recently was held up as the fourth most powerful family in Deep City, probably not wanting to give up the Luo family's big tree for the sake of this small profit. TSK. People officer. Did you hear those rumors at the banquet? I don't even believe it when I say that the Ming family didn't intentionally spread it. If her own parents don't protect her, and there are still those who are restless in the dark, that little girl's life will not be easy in the future. Twilight Shen pursed his thin lips, the light of the street lamp outside the car window flashing across his handsome face. The light reflected, his handsome face half bright and half dark, sharp phoenix eyes stained with a few imperceptible coldness. Biting saw it through the rearview mirror and secretly smacked his lips. How? About you go and snatch the people and raise them yourself? Whoever adopts isn't adopting anyway? It's popular now to raise your own daughter-in-law. Twilight nodded, that's a good idea. Biting himself chattered half a day, a serious sentence did not return, play a joke, he came on. Momentarily speechless for a moment. Shen, I was just kidding. Twilight glanced at him. I'm serious. Biting. You are the grandpa, you have the final say. The Ming family. The lively crowd dispersed and dead silence enveloped the villa. The atmosphere was both awkward and dreary. Ming Chenkang and his wife, Yi Tang, exchanged a few wordless glances, and finally, their gazes landed on Jiang Yining. After hesitating for a moment, Ming Chenkang asked tentatively. Enin, you and Twilight Third Master. You used to know each other? Jiang Yining said blandly, I saw it for the first time today. Ming Chenkang saw that her expression was flat and unperturbed, not like she was lying. The mind was even more puzzled. Rumor has it that Third Master Twilight is cold-faced, ruthless, and decisive, so how could he be in charge of such a trivial matter? Pinched his brow in annoyance, Ming Chenkang took another look at Jiang Yining again. With delicate features, fair skin, and a pair of peach blossom eyes unique to the Yi family, she was as pretty as a doll. Jiang Yining's appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a beautiful woman. An idea sprouted in the back of his mind. 2. Ming Chenkang opened his mouth, and before he could say anything, at this time, Ming Qingqing came in from outside with a surplus of steps, a sweet smile on her face, and walked quickly towards Ming Chenkang. Dad! The guests have been sent away. Seeing her, Ming Chenkang's eyes flashed with a touch of relief. There was finally one in the family that could save people some heartache. He reached up and rubbed her hair, and the look on his face softened. It's been a hard day. Ming Qingqing smiled even sweeter. Dad, this is just what I should do. Sure enough, the ones that aren't kept around are just not nearly as good. The child, Qingcheng, grew to adulthood according to their wishes, unlike that. Ming Chenkang glanced at Jiang Yining and gathered his troubled thoughts. After a busy day, they are all tired, go back to your room and rest first. Qingcheng, send your sister upstairs. Good. Ming Qingqing nodded obediently, then turned to Jiang Yining, sister, let me take you back to your room. Chapter 9, Can't Play the Piano. Ming Qingqing led Jiang Yining up to the second floor. Sister, I'm sorry, it was all my fault just now, I should have properly advised Xu Weixin not to be too impulsive. She looked sideways at Jiang Yining, her soft little face filled with guilt. Jiang Yining glanced at her slowly, his expression scanty, those good-looking peach blossom eyes cold and frigid. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. After saying that, he took a step and continued walking. Ming Qingqing's eyes flickered as she quickly stepped after them, wanting to say something to Jiang Yining. However, the girl exuded a cold aura around her, making it impossible to approach. Ming Qingqing frowned slightly, trying to find a point of entry. As he passed by an unclosed room on the second floor, Jiang Yining's eyes glanced inward. The light from the hallway reflected in and fell on a grand piano. Seeing this, Ming Qingqing quickly walked to her side. Sister, this is my piano room, if you want to play the piano. Without waiting for her to finish, Jiang Yining shook his head, I won't. Ming Qingqing smiled softly, I can teach you. No, thanks. You're welcome, sister, there are still a few days before school starts, I have time to teach you. Jiang Yining glanced at her and stopped talking. Suddenly, she paused slightly in her footsteps and raised her head to see Zhao Shuoxian with her hands clasped over her chest and a sarcastic look on her face. Don't think you're complacent just because someone helped to say something. Inferior goods are always inferior goods. Even if you change the packaging of a famous family, it's impossible to get rid of the essence of inferior goods. Don't laugh at other people's mouths if you think you're a country bumpkin. Mockery is in full effect. Zhao Xuexian's expression was all disgust. Although she was the one who apologized tonight, the one who made Ming Chenkong hate her the most was undoubtedly Jiang Yining. She would like to see, without her aunt and uncle's backing, how long this can last in the Ming family. No matter how powerful Master Twilight III was, he had no right to meddle in other people's family affairs. Besides, it was unlikely that a divine figure like Master Twilight III would have the time to look at inferior goods all the time. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl's expression showed no trace of anger, and she even nodded lightly. I agree. Xincheng, you're just too kind. Look at that dead village girl, she's only been here for a day and she's already stomping on your nose. If this continues, sooner or later she'll climb on your head and spread her wildness. I just want my family to be in harmony, you need to stop. Ming Xincheng shook her head and let out a bitter smile, then took a step to chase after Jiang Yining. Oops. You fool. Zhao Xuexian was so angry that she stomped her feet, and her heart's desire to get rid of Jiang Yining became even stronger. Jiang Yining's room, at the end of the corridor. When you open the door, your eyes are greeted by the cold decoration of simple European style. Black and white tones dominate, with a strong model home flavor. Ming Xincheng smiled and said, the family was busy preparing for the banquet, and didn't properly introduce it to you. This room was specially prepared by Mom for you, she put a lot of thought into it. Jiang Yining let out an "oh" and walked in. As Ming Xincheng was about to take a step to follow her in, she turned back into a gear. You got something else? Chapter 10 The Ming family's first miss, there can only be one. Ming Xincheng was stunned. It's fine, sister, you rest early, I won't fight. Before she could finish her sentence, the door slammed shut in front of her. There was a buzzing in front of his head. Look! This doesn't deserve your kindness to her at all. There's no upbringing at all, I really don't know what my uncle and aunt really think. Zhao Xuexian yelled straight behind her. Ming Xincheng turned around, still holding a sweet smile on her face. My sister isn't used to our family yet, she'll be fine later. Zhao Xuexian was furious and helpless, and snapped, forget it, I just like the kind-hearted Xincheng. Anyway, she had already made a liang with Jiang Yining, so let her be the villain. Next time, she won't be as careless as she was tonight. Jiang Yining, wait for it. Well, we're all tired today, so why don't you go back to your room and get some rest too? I'll go find Mom and Dad and tell them that my sister is settled. A touch of treachery flowed from Ming Xincheng's slightly converged eyes. Pushing Zhao Xuexian back to her room, Ming Xincheng turned towards the third floor, her parents' room. He was about to knock on the door when he realized that it was not closed tightly, and there were voices talking from inside. Ming Xincheng subconsciously retracted her hand, held her breath, and listened intently. It's Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang talking. Yi Tang said, could it be that you're thinking too much? Ming Chenkong said, whether or not I'm overthinking, try it and you'll know. It just so happens that Li Erxiao has sent an invitation to our family to attend Elder Li's birthday in a month or so, and given the relationship between Master Musan and Li Erxiao, he will definitely attend, so when the time comes to send Yining over, if he likes it, he will naturally accept it, and if he doesn't like it, there is nothing to lose for us, is there? Yi Tang was a bit surprised. You're sending her to be a love mistress? No matter what, she has our blood flowing in her body. Ming Chenkong said, don't say it so harshly. You have a great opportunity in front of you, are you willing to give it up? Besides, it's not that easy to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Since we picked her up and gave her the status of a young lady, she has to do something for the family. Yi Tong was silent for a long time, his voice a little tangled. But, she is only 17? Would that be? Ming Chenkong, however, was unimpressed, just be 18 years old. In ancient times, children would have run away. This time Yi Tong was silent for a longer period of time. Opening his mouth again, the tone was as if he was trying to convince Ming Chenkong, and as if he was trying to convince himself in general. That girl won't be obedient, right? Like just now, if she had behaved herself, we wouldn't have lost so much face, and you still dared to bring her to Elder Li's birthday? You even gave her to Mr. Muir? Aren't you afraid she'll make a scene? Ming Chenkong coaxed, isn't there still more than a month left? You just teach it well. Yi Tong didn't say anything. Ming Chenkong continued, anyway, you don't need to tell her the truth, Just explain to her that marriages in powerful families are common. Let her look around with the third master of the twilight. Look at our Qingcheng, aren't we also engaged to the eldest grandson of the Luo family? If Yining can coax the third master of Mirror to marry her, so that she can officially recognize her ancestor, it is not impossible. The next words, Ning Qingcheng could no longer hear them. She was not even sure how she got back to her room. At the moment, there was only one thing on her mind. No can do. Definitely can't let Jiang Yining climb up to third master Muir. Never let Jiang Yining recognize his ancestor. There can only be one Miss Ming. And it can only be Ning Qingcheng. Chapter 11, Every Mother for Himself. Jiang Yining walked over to his desk and picked up his cell phone to take a look at it. No new news. Putting her phone down, she walked over to the closet and opened the door, ready to change out of the gown that didn't fit her very well. An assortment of neatly tagged dresses and skirts hung inside the cabinet. It is said that all this was carefully prepared for her by her own mother. But the whole closet, all the clothes, none of them were suitable for her to wear. That's for sure, right? How could clothes that fit her appear in the closet without asking her about her size and preferences? Jiang Yining's face was bland, and from the corner of the closet, he took out the suitcase he had brought over. Fingers had just touched the zipper of the case when the phone on the desk suddenly beeped with a series of messages. Ding, 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 ding. I could hear how anxious the person who sent the message was. Jiang Yining paused and turned to pick up his cell phone to take a look. A number with the note Sydney sent several messages in quick succession. Ah, Ning. Where are you? I'm back with your violin. Why didn't anyone open the door for me? Why isn't Grandma home too? The signal here is so bad. The phone won't go out. Did you get my message or not? I'm scared. It's dark around us, I can't see anything, and I seem to hear the sound of ghosts crying. Ning, come and open the door. Are you asleep? 5555 I'm going to die of fright. Jiang Yining's forehead swelled a little as he watched the messages that were brushed quickly. Rubbing his temples, he then lifted his hand to write a reply to the other. The spare key is under the carpet at the door. Grandma's gone back to her own house, so go in yourself, and just leave the piano in the living room. Message sent. The village's internet was bad, and I didn't know if the other person had gotten the message. After waiting for a few seconds, Jiang Yining was about to put down his phone when a stranger's message suddenly slid in at the top of the screen. She remembered the number. Twilight sinking. Aha! Is this a reply to her earlier message? There was only one word of indifference, not even a superfluous symbol. Asking her for a thank you gift. Was probably just a spur-of-the-moment thing, right? Jiang Yining thought about it, but still saved the number into his phone, with the memo name Mr. Twilight. Just as I finished typing, my cell phone suddenly rang loudly. She answered the phone. A female voice with a sobbing tone came from the cell phone. Ning, did you go back to Benjamin's house with Grandma? When are you coming back? Jiang Yining's fingertips gently traced on the desktop, his body leaning on the desk as he looked up at the darkened window. I'm at Ming's house in Deep City. The woman's voice could not hide her surprise at the unexpected reply. Huh? The Ming family of Deep City? What is that place? Under the other party's several questions, Jiang Yining had to briefly tell the matter of carrying the wrong child. The other man was quiet for a long time, and roared out in a 10,000% shocked tone of voice. No, I just went out to help you attend an auction, shoot a piano, and take a trip, and I came back to a different world? Why would something so bloody happen to you? Jiang Yining laughed out softly without a question or answer. Don't you laugh. I'm serious. Jiang Yining softly said, I want to know the answer more. Perhaps hearing the bewilderment in the girl's voice, there was a long silence there before she spoke cautiously. So? Grandma took the girl who was in the wrong arms with you back to her home? No, Grandma went back on her own. Sydney was unusually shocked. Why? So you're living with her now? It's too awkward, isn't it? No, they just let Grandma go home alone? Either you go your own way or you stay as you are. Robbers. Chapter 12 The Greatest Hidden Dr. Poor? Jiang Yining let out a soft hmm. Sydney pressed, what's going on? This doesn't make sense in. When Jiang Yining was first born, his body was very weak and his five senses were unusually sensitive, so he couldn't suffer from even the slightest stimulation. Even several brushes with death. In order to let Jiang Yining live, Jiang's grandmother tried to bring Jiang Yining to find many places suitable for recuperation, and finally lived in a small mountain village in the south for 17 years. As a result, it's been taken at face value and finalized. Can such a family be good to Jiang Yining? Jiang Yining was non-committal about Sydney's words. Sydney couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "So? Does Grandma know? Those people dislike the poor and love the rich." "Don't know." "Hey! Why don't you say something?" Sydney was indignant. "I'll talk. Get Grandma to pick you up and take you home." Jiang Yining's voice abruptly snapped up, "Sydney." Sydney snapped her mouth shut. "Don't tell Grandma." Jiang Yining softened his voice. The almost lamenting voice was inexplicably heartbreaking to hear. Sydney knew that Jiang Yining had willingly accepted the arrangement because she didn't want her grandmother to worry, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It was a long time before she naively asked, "So, you didn't tell those people who you were either?" If they knew Ning's identity, they would definitely be holding her in the palm of their hands. "Why would I say that?" Jiang Yining asked rhetorically with a smile. "She's human too. Those people came and disregarded her wishes and forced her grandmother to give her up by saying children need their parents. So what are your plans?" Jiang Yining was silent for a long time. "Wait until you're 18. Her guardianship has been transferred to Mr. and Mrs. Ming Qingkong's name, and minors always have more restrictions. Can I visit you sometime?" "Yes." Jiang Yining didn't refuse. "Thank you for helping me bring the piano back to my country. I'll treat you to dinner the next time we meet." "Okay." Sydney was about to hang up the phone. When she heard her mention the zither, she suddenly remembered that there were still things that she hadn't said. Wait, I almost forgot. I saw your teacher at the auction. Originally he also saw that zither. Knowing that it was the one that you wanted, he gave it up, but with one condition, that at the end of the year for the state banquet to play, you and the zither both have to take part in it." "I know." Jiang Yining rubbed the corner of his forehead. "By the way, check something for me." "Okay. Leave it all to me." Chapter 13, The Name Must Be Ming. The next day at noon, the Ming family's dining room. The only sound on the large dining table was the slight clinking of cutlery. Zhao Shuexian didn't leave with her parents. "The reason is that there are still a few days to go before school starts, and I want to use this time to learn from Ming Qingqing to make up for my homework." She sat timidly at the table and hung her head, looking much better behaved. Only, the eyes that occasionally peeked at Jiang Yining still carried a strong sense of resentment. Jiang Yining sat there blandly and frankly, eating his meal slowly and methodically, as if he was oblivious to her gaze. When the meal was over, Ming Qingkong put down his dishes, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and slowly looked at Jiang Yining. "Yining, in a few days senior high school will start. Dad has already made connections. In a few days you'll be going to Jiada International School with Qingqing Shuexian. When that time comes there will be a placement test. In these few days prepare well. I don't ask for you to get good grades, but both of your older sisters are in the key classes, so at least don't get into the end class, okay?" "Uncle, you're asking too much. The average score of Jiada's worst class is also above the passing line. This country bumpkin. Sister hasn't even been to school, how can they all pass?" Zhao Shuexian maliciously said. When Ming Qingkong and Yi Tang heard this, they both frowned, their faces a bit ugly. Ming Qingcheng reached out and squeezed her hand, shaking her head at her, then, turning to Ming Qingkong, she smiled softly. "Dad, I'll take care of my sister, and I'll help her with her revision these days, so don't worry." "Well, Qingcheng is the best behaved." Ming Qingkong's face finally revealed a touch of pleased smile. "However, your sister's study, you don't need to worry about it. Your study is also intense. Don't you still have to prepare for the piano competition in early September?" Yi Tang smiled and said, "Yes, Qingqing, you have to prepare well. Your piano teacher told me that you have the most hope to win the championship." "Qingcheng, you are awesome." Zhao Shuexian looked at Ming Qingqing enviously. "I heard that the masters in the State Banquet Music Orchestra will take the first place as their disciple, and then they will have the opportunity to follow along and participate in the state banquet performance." Ming Qingcheng was a bit shy. "The competition hasn't started yet, the result can't be said. This teacher of yours now has brought out a few firsts. If he's optimistic about you, then it must be you." Zhao Shuexian said, giving Jiang Yining a smug look. "Village girl, have you seen it yet? Don't think that if you enter the door of the Ming family, you're a man of the world. Hands in the mud are not destined to play with the noble things of the rich." Jiang Yining lowered his eyes and took small bites of his bowl of rice. as if they hadn't seen them talking. Zhao Shuexian bristled. Load. Pretend hard. Hearing Zhao Shuexian's words, Ming Chengkang was very happy and instructed a few words for Ming Qingqing to practice the piano. Turning to Yi Tang, he instructed her, prepare things for Inen to use in school, and familiarize her with the surroundings of our home, and when you have time, take her to the household registration office to change her surname back. Yi Tang nodded, good. Jiang Yining suddenly said, there's no need to change it, this is fine. The people at the table made a move, and the air froze into slush. Ming Qingkang's face sunk slightly, since you are a child of my Ming family, then naturally your surname must be Ming. It must be changed. Jiang Yining slowly raised her head and met Ming Qingkang's line of sight, repeating flatly, I won't change, thank you. Pa! Ming Qingkang slapped the table fiercely, his eyes instantly tinted with a few points of sharpness, and his tone also became harsh. Jiang Yining! What kind of attitude is that? Jiang Yining blinked and said slowly, what's wrong with what identity matches what surname? Adoption isn't biological after all, I don't think it needs to be changed. Chapter 14, Ever learn English in the country? This answer made Ming Chengkang and Yi Tang's bodies stiffen at the same time, and they were actually unable to say anything else. Giving Jiang Yining an adopted daughter status was a decision they made without authorization and asked her to keep it a secret from the outside world. She was good enough to agree then. They thought she could understand the Lord's plight. Who knew that now? It was a reason they couldn't say no. One of Ming Qingqing's hands under the table was squeezed dead tight, her right hand covered the back of Yi Tang's hand, and she softly advised, Dad, Mom, don't be in a hurry, my sister has suddenly changed her living environment, she hasn't gotten used to it yet. Isn't it better for us to change over when she gets used to it? When she said that, Ming Qingkang's face eased slightly. Afterward, he glared at Jiang Yining and gave a cold Things are kind of over for now. Because Jiang Yining's refusal to change her last name made Ming Qingkang's face hang in the air, he returned to the company after dinner. Yi Tang was also gagging. The fact that she let her own daughter become an adopted daughter is a point that the Ming family is justified in. There was no way she could accuse Jiang Yining of anything. In the following days, Yi Tang deliberately hung Jiang Yining out to dry, waiting for her to soften first. Hopefully she'll figure it out on her own. In Deep City, in this home, without her parents to back her up, Jiang Yining is nothing. However, Yi Tang's thoughts fell flat. A whole week passed, she was cold, and Jiang Yining was colder than her. He only shows his face at mealtimes every day, and the rest of the time he doesn't see anyone at all. Yi Tang was so angry that he simply didn't care about anything. In the blink of an eye, it's the last week of August. The senior year at Guardian International School starts 1 week earlier than the freshman and sophomore years. Monday morning. Jiang Yining also reported to work on this day, so Yi Tang accompanied a few children and traveled to Jiada together. In the car, Zhao Shuexian glanced sideways at Jiang Yining from time to time. Hey, Jiang Yining, our school is taught in English except for the language, did you learn English in the countryside? Can you memorize 26 letters? Zhao Shuexian asked meanly. These days, she hadn't been idle, inquiring into the details of this adopted daughter. Didn't go to school, and even didn't leave the village once a year. Her cheap grandmother, it is said, taught her to read and count at home. What can a country hag teach? The most you can do is to teach some common words, addition and subtraction within 100. It's enough in the countryside. Jiang Yining propped up the side of his face and looked out of the car window, his expression indifferent, as if he hadn't heard. Being ignored, Zhao Shuexian gritted her teeth and turned to Yi Tang in the front seat. Auntie, this time it's not that I look down on her, I'll be honest, our school in the second year of high school will be the entire content of high school are finished, the beginning of the school year back to enter the review stage, are picking the key points to speak, the teacher will not teach the basics, change into the deep city of the other schools, is also very difficult to keep up with the speed of ours, not to mention those small towns of the school, you let her with us to read the... You're not making a fool of yourself by letting her study with us in her third year of high school. Heck, she's not going to be in the same grade as this little guy. Better yet, let the little go to the middle school department. No, go to elementary school. Let's see if she has the face to read on. Yi Tang's eyebrows jumped and he glanced sideways at Jiang Yining. The young girl sat quietly to the side as if she were asleep. Yi Tang looked at Ming Qingqing and inquired in a low voice, have you finished your high school classes? Ming Qingqing nodded lightly. Seeing this, the sadness on Yi Tang's face intensified. Zhao Shuexian knew that Yi Tang was listening, and immediately looked forward to what Jiang Yining would be arranged when he arrived at Jiada in a while. Chapter 15, Arrangements for Senior Year. When they arrived at the school, Yi Tang took Jiang Yining to the principal's office. Ming Qingcheng and Zhao Shuaxian went back to the classroom first. Along the way, people kept greeting Ming Qingcheng. She had a good temperament, good looks, good grades. She was usually polite and multi-talented. She had been Jiada's school beauty since junior high school, and was popular among everyone. Just as she entered the classroom, she was greeted by a couple of girls. "Qingcheng, you're here. We just saw you. With a girl by your side outside the window, is that your family's newly adopted foster daughter?" Ming Qingcheng smiled. "Yeah, that's my sister." He. "Qingcheng, you are so kind. We all heard about what happened the day your family adopted her. How can your mom and dad put up with that kind of coarse country bumpkin?" "That's right. No self-awareness at all, causing trouble everywhere. People who don't know would think she's the young lady of your family. It's simply turtle dove. Shameless." The smile on Ming Qingcheng's face stiffened, followed by a soft sigh. "Don't say that, you guys. Nen is my sister. That fact won't change." How could the crowd not see her helplessness, and all of a sudden they felt even more sorry for the girl who had to hold back. "We'll stand by you no matter what." Everyone would not let that vixen foster daughter have the opportunity to bully the kind and beautiful Ming Qingcheng. Preferably, she could consciously take the initiative to roll out of Ming Qingcheng's line of sight. Ming Qingcheng arched her eyebrows. "Thank you." On the other hand, Yi Tang brought Jiang Yining to the principal's office. Having already greeted him in advance, as soon as he entered, Yi Tang pushed Jiang Yining in front of the principal. "Principal Fong, this is Jiang Yining." Principal Fong shot a glance at the girl. "I've already had a general overview of student Zhang's situation, so let's go do the placement test here, shall we?" Jiang Yining hung his eyes and didn't say anything. Principal Fong smiled gently. "There's no need to be nervous, just do the questions you know how to do like you normally do your homework, and if you don't know how to do them, you can learn them slowly later." Yi Tang frowned and glared at the wooden-like Jiang Yining, and hurriedly returned, "Okay." With that, Principal Fong's eyes looked towards the corner and said in a warm voice, "Teacher Han, you'll be in charge of the placement test for student Jiang." It was only then that Yi Tang realized that there was a second person in the principal's office besides Principal Fong. The man looked very young, with clear eyebrows, and was nestled on the couch, cradling his cell phone and playing with it. If it wasn't for Principal Fong's teacher Han, just by looking at him, there would be people who would believe that he was a student of Jiada. It was only a few seconds later that the man stood up from the couch, tucked his phone into his pants pocket, and stood there with a touch of playfulness. "This is the homeroom teacher of our senior year focus class, Han Frostbite." Yi Tang pushed Jiang Yining. "Don't act like a log, quickly say hello." Han Frostbite lazily said, "No, follow me to the next office to do the paper." With that, he didn't care if anyone would follow, so he headed straight out the door. Jiang Yining paused for a second and took a step to follow him out of the principal's office. Eyeing the two leaving, Yi Tang hesitated for a long time, then looked at Principal Fong. Principal Fong smiled gently and asked cooperatively, "Mrs. Ming, is there something you want to ask?" Yi Tang hesitated for a long time, but finally asked. "My kid isn't very basic, and I was wondering if I could place her in her senior year?" Principal Fong froze. Mrs. Ming, I don't think you've communicated with your child about this decision, have you?" At first the parents communicated with the school that they were going to be reading for their senior year. Chapter 16, Listening to Principals and Teachers. "Yes, I was on my way over here before I realized that kid had taken the entire high school curriculum in her sophomore year, and I was going to let her take classes at school while hiring a tutor to make up a year, so how could she get into? But rightfully so, what can she learn in the countryside?" Yi Tang strengthened his resolve to switch Jiang Yining to senior year. Walking slowly to Jiang Yining's side, he grabbed her hand and said in a consultative tone, "Yining, I've just discussed with the principal, you're not good at foundation, so let's let you go to the first year of senior high school to start from scratch. We're not in a hurry, we'll learn it slowly and build a good foundation first, so that we won't be overwhelmed by the third year of senior high school. What do you think?" Jiang Yining gave a start and raised his eyes, a pair of peach blossom eyes, as colorful as peaches and plums, containing clearness and indifference, looking straight at. Yi Tang blew up confused for half a day before coming back to his senses. What? What do you mean? The race team? Principal Fong had already skimmed over Jiang Yining's test paper, and surprise flashed across his face. Did Zhang make this? Yi Tang also saw the paper in Principal Fong's hand. It was an AO matter paper. There was no marking on it, only checking off all the right places with a red pen. On the side she saw, the volume was neat, the handwriting flowing and fresh. What's more, what she saw was all ticked off. Jiang Yining did the paper. All right. Inexplicable embarrassment swept over me. Chapter 17, throwing her out of the focus class. Yeah, she's pretty fast at the questions. When I was marking, I gave her a random paper to pass the time, and she ended up getting a perfect score. No one on last year's competition team got a perfect score. No, she has to be on my competition team. Old Fong, you speak. She has to listen. Frostbite, watch what you say. Principal Fong looked at him with a headache. The parents and seniors are still here. How can you talk like that? Okay. You move her to my class first and we'll talk about the rest. It's always okay if he convinces people on his own. Subsequently, Jiang Yining's class was finalized, collected into Han Shuangshi's class, and directly followed him over to report. Yi Tong's face had long been hanging on. Thinking about the introduction of Principal Fong at the beginning, Han Shuangdiao taught a key class. Now she just wants to rush away from this embarrassing place. After casually explaining a few sentences that Jiang Yining should listen to the teachers at school, he hurriedly left Jiao with his bag. You're coming with me to the classroom. Han Frostbite cast a sidelong glance at the young girl. Jiang Yining gave a beat, let out an O, and silently followed him. Senior focus class. A booming voice roared in from outside the classroom. Han's bringing someone over. Eyesight is an interloper. Interceptor. In the morning, many people in the class saw that Ming Qingqing's mom led that adopted daughter of the Ming family over to do the placement test. At that moment, everyone in the classroom looked at Ming Qingqing. Zhao Shuexian walked over to Ming Qingqing's side and spoke without fear. Qingqing, do you think it could be that hillbilly, spilling her guts and asking her aunt to program her into the focus class? Ming Qingqing flipped through the books on the table, sniffing and pausing for a moment. She laughed. It could be that her test scores were good. Zhao Shuexian snorted. Qingqing, don't joke with me. She didn't even go to school in the countryside, how could she get good grades? I think it must be because Auntie was confused and couldn't stand up to her pussyfooting around, so she begged the principal to let her into the key class. Hey, I don't know how much money we'll have to spend on her. The matter of the Ming family's adopted daughter had spread as early as after the adoption family banquet, and Jiang Yining's origins carried all sorts of rumors with them. Everyone was feeling bad for Ming Qingqing. Discontent was immediately voiced. What's wrong with Han? He's bringing everyone into the class. Our class average will be lowered. The people next to him laughed at him. It's actually quite good. You finally don't have to be the penultimate. Many people laughed along. Well, don't laugh. This is about the average grade of our class. If the grade of the key class is pulled down by the ordinary class, do you still have the face to laugh? Class President Zhou Minghai said in a deep voice. Everyone collected their jokes and looked at each other. It's humiliating, but there's nothing we can do about it? The Ming family is so rich and powerful that they can stuff people wherever they want. They are just students, how can they decide? We stick together, there's always a way to get her out of the focus class. Someone asked, Hi, are you leading? I claim. Just as Zhou Minghai's words fell, the class bell rang. Everyone has returned to their seats. Han Frostbite stepped into the classroom with the bell ringing. He was followed by a tall, slender figure. A pair of peach blossom eyes on a delicate and colorful face deterred people. The entire classroom was instantly quiet. The rumors of the Ming family's adopted daughter had been heard so much that many people disdained her, but after seeing her true face with their own eyes, most people are left with only one thought. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Han Frostbite placed the lesson plan on the podium and swept his eyes around. This is student Jiang Yining, from today onwards, is the new student of our class. Come student Jiang, say hello to everyone. Chapter 18. That's it. The classroom was silent. Many people looked over toward Ming Qingqing. Inexplicably, there was a feeling of this girl is more suitable for the name Qingqing. The girl's voice was indifferent. I'm Jiang Yining. Han Shuangji waited for a few seconds, not seeing Jiang Yining continue, and shrugged his shoulders. Well, that's it, we should all get along and learn from each other, then, Jiang student, you can sit in. His eyes swept around the classroom and he was trying to find a place for the girl. But then I saw someone raise their hand. Han Frostbite paused for a moment. What's your problem, squad leader? Zhou Minghai, who was named, stood up. Brother Han, on behalf of the entirety of our focus class, I refuse this new student to join our class. Han Frostbite curled his index finger and tapped it on the podium. Reason. Zhou Minghai flew a glance at Zhang Yining, then puffed out his chest and shouted, "Our class is a key class. We can't just be dragged down by someone who bought a degree to get in." That's it? Zhou Minghai was stunned by Han Shuangji's reaction and nodded dully. That's it. Well, I agree with you. Han Frostbite tapped the desktop and lifted his chin at him. Sit down. Not only Zhou Minghai, but the entire class was baffled by Han Shuangji's reaction. What's that supposed to mean? Agreeing to kick Zhang Yining out of the focus class? Han Shuangji smiled and said, "I was the one who proctored and corrected Zhang's placement test, and I was also the one who requested that Zhang be placed in a key class, so don't worry." When these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire classroom suddenly permeated with an eerie atmosphere. Didn't you say that this adopted daughter of the Ming family is a bumpkin who never went to school? Can you get good grades? The point is that the questions on the class test won't be hard, and anyone in the focus class who goes for it can just get a perfect score. So that's how you got Han Shuangjiao's approval? All of them stared at Zhang Yining's small face that was so beautiful that it could be called perfect, bubbling up with all sorts of reveries. Does this adopted daughter really have the strength, or is it relying on that face to take down Han Frostfall? Mr. Jiang, you take that seat in the 5th row. Han Frostbite pointed to an empty seat. Zhang Yining nodded and walked towards that seat. At that moment, another person in the class raised his hand. Han Shuangjiao had some urge to hold his forehead. "What's your problem again, Mr. Lai?" A petite girl stood up. "Can you let student Jiang sit next to me? She doesn't have her textbook yet, and there are boys to the left and right of that seat. It's inconvenient." Ming Qingqing's hand that was flipping through the book squeezed the pages. Immediately the boys were up in arms. "Why is it inconvenient? We can take care of the new students too." "That's it. Also good." Han Frostbite didn't consider this. "Student Jiang, sit next to student Li." Zhang Yining changed directions and sat in the empty seat next to that girl. Classes then began. Ming Qingqing quietly glanced over there, a wave of anxiety inexplicably surging through her body. Zhang Yining actually came to the focus class. What exactly did Han Shuangjiao's words mean? Did she really get in on her own? What was even more frightening was that Li Beiqing took the initiative to let her sit to his side. Li Beiqing is the real sister of Li Beiting. Li Beiting and Third Master Mu had backed up Zhang Yining not long ago, and there was no way for Ming Qingqing not to think about it. Could it be that, just as Ming Chungkong had predicted, Third Master Muir had taken a fancy to that country village girl? Zhang Yining came over to focus on the class. Is there any handiwork of the Third Master of Twilight in this? Are all the boys in the class blind? How dare they think that country bumpkin is good looking? Zhao Shuaxian, who was sitting behind Ming Qingqing, was fed up and spat in a low voice, "And that Li Beiqing? What's wrong with her?" Ming Qingqing slightly sidled her head and smiled. "There will be quizzes at the official start of the school year, so you'd better listen to the lessons well. If your grades drop, you will be scolded by your little aunt." Zhao Shuaxian was even more annoyed. That Zhang Yining doesn't know what's going on either. If she can't pass a village girl. That picture was so horrible that Zhao Shuaxian didn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 19. Not on what grounds? The bell rang and Han Frostbite announced the dismissal of the class. As if calculated, Zhang Yining's cell phone vibrated a few times in the drawer. Sydney sent a message. "The matter you asked me to look into has a little brow. You expected correctly. The Ming family was supposed to take you back, but the Yi family's attitude is very strong. As for why the Yi family must recognize you back to the Ming family, still investigating. By the way, did you get into Guardian?" Zhang Yining stared at the words Yi family for a while before starting to reply. "Thanks, let me know if you hear anything." "Yes, what is it?" That side quickly replied, Hey, it's nothing, you go ahead and take the class." Zhang Yining twitched the corners of his mouth, not agreeing with the nothing. Someone approached, and Zhang Yining pressed out his cell phone and put it back in the drawer before raising his head. Ming Qingqing was full of sweet smiles as she stood in the aisle. "Sis, it's great that we get to be in the same class. Dad would be happy to know that too." The eyes of the class were focused this way. Ming Qingqing was just fine with her family's adopted daughter. If it were anyone else, where would they be able to laugh? Zhang Yining gave a faint hum. Ming Qingqing was not discouraged in the face of her coldness, and smiled again. "Sister, why don't you sit with me? So that it's convenient for me to take care of you?" Jiang Yining raised his head and looked at her with raised eyebrows. You want to take care of me? Of course. It's a sister's responsibility to take care of her younger sister. Ming Qingcheng nodded her head. Jiang Yining slightly hooked her diamond lips, revealing her first smile as she entered this classroom. Thank you in advance then, go get my textbooks for me. The smile on Ming Qingcheng's face almost collapsed on the spot. Jiang Yining actually asked her to get the textbook? This kind of thing. What? Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you wanted to take care of me? Just saying that? The classroom was awfully quiet. After a long time, someone finally reacted and spoke out to accuse Jiang Yining. Hey, there has to be a limit to your shamelessness. Why do you want Qingqing to go get your textbook for you? Jiang Yining slightly raised his peach blossom eyes and looked at the girl who spoke for Ming Qingcheng. Not on what grounds, love to go. Everyone heard the implication of that statement. No one had forced Ming Qingcheng to do anything, it was she herself who had rushed up and made a fool of herself. The girl was severely choked, a stomach of fire has no place to vent, low curse to shameless. Lin Fei, taking care of your sister is what older sisters should do. Ming Qingcheng pulled the girl, then smiled at Jiang Yining. I'll go get you the book. Even though it was recess, the whole classroom was awfully quiet. Those who usually had a good feeling about Ming Qingcheng, looking at that sweet smile on her small face, how could they look at it, how could they feel heartbroken? And the more he hated Jiang Yining as a woman. Good looking, but his heart is full of bad blood. Zhou Minghai shot up, leave this kind of thing to the squad leader. With that, the person flew out of the classroom, not leaving anyone else a time to react. For a moment, someone came back to his senses. Right, in the future, it's better for us men to do this kind of rough labor. Qingqing's hands are meant to play the piano, how can they carry books? The corners of Ming Qingqing's eyes were slightly red, thank you. Ha, we're all classmates, no need to be polite. After watching a touching and heartfelt classmate love, Jiang Yining lazily retracted his eyes. Ming Qingcheng was still standing in the same place. Sister. Jiang Yining propped up the side of his face, his expression revealing a few moments of impatience. Anything else? Ming Qingcheng bit her lip and looked at Jiang Yining with a little more aggression in her helpless eyes. Sister, why don't you sit with me? We sisters take care of each other, and mom and dad will be happy. Chapter 20, The Family Stirrer. Jiang Yining looked at her for a moment, the corners of his lips slightly hooked up in a smile. Are you sure you want me to put it more bluntly? Ming Qingqing's face went white. After looking at Jiang Yining, and then at Li Beiqing, who had been scowling and snapping away at his pen from beginning to end, without paying any attention to the outside world, he finally returned to his own position. In time for class, Class President Zhou Minghai returned with Jiang Yining's book and rudely threw it onto her desk. Your book. Jiang Yining thanked him in a salty manner. After Zhou Minghai returned to his seat, Ming Qingcheng made it a point to walk over and thank him again. It drew a wave of appreciation from the surrounding students. When Ming Qingcheng returned to her seat, Jia Shuaxian, who was sitting behind her, was a bit unable to look at her. I really don't understand why you're taking care of that adopted daughter. Look at the way she tugs. If you don't know, you'd think she's the daughter of the Ming family. It's the first time I've seen a foster child so arrogant. Zhao Shuaxian didn't suppress her voice, and everyone around her could hear it clearly. The words are not nice, but they are true. However, the person in question, Jiang Yining, didn't listen to her words at all, and did what he had to do. Ming Qingcheng reluctantly smiled. I just want family harmony. Many people looked at Jiang Yining with a bit of disgust in their eyes. Stirring up the family. Li Beiqing suddenly threw away his pen and commented in a low voice. Suddenly it feels like this Ming Qingcheng is kinda tea. Jiang Yining looked over with a sideways glance. Li Beiqing smiled at her and extended his right hand. Hello, I was just too busy catching up on my summer homework to properly greet you, my name is Li Beiqing. Jiang Yining paused for a moment, holding her hand. I'm Jiang Yining. He, my brother speaks highly of you. Oh. He said you have sharp teeth. I just listened to my ears and thought it was so cool how you dislike people. It didn't seem like a good comment, but it reminded Jiang Yining of that day. The way the man had stood in front of her, that slender, upright back. It's been a week, and it's safe to assume the thank you is just a joke. Li Beiqing's brisk voice pulled her thoughts back. Enin, I can call you Enin, right? You're so pretty. I love your face. Can I take a selfie with you? The girl blinked at her with starry eyes. Jiang Yining. Lai Beiqing didn't end up getting what she wanted because the classroom teacher came over. In the blink of an eye, the day passed. During recess time throughout the day, many people from other classes heard rumors and came over to pass by the focus class to see what the school beauty's adopted sister looked like. By the time school ended in the afternoon, Cade's 5-year streak of sitting on the school's top spot was vaguely changing places. It's really pretty. The end of the school day was ushered in amidst the calm on the surface of the focus class, but a tidal wave underneath. Guardian seniors are required to attend evening study hall. However, Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining were both picked up early by Yi Tang. Ming Qingcheng had to prepare for the piano competition in a week's time, and lately she had been going to her piano teacher's side every night to receive instruction and practice. As for Jiang Yining, Yi Tang enrolled her in an etiquette class. Previously, Yi Tang unilaterally Cold War for a week. Right now there is not much time left before Elder Lai's birthday banquet is held, and it can't be wasted anymore. Elder Lai's birthday banquet was a very formal banquet, and by the time it was over, all the celebrities of Deep City would have gathered at the Lai family. In order not to be embarrassed in front of so many people, at least Jiang Yining should be able to do some social dancing. Chapter 21, It's a Gift of Destiny. After sending Ming Qingcheng to the piano teacher's side, the car slowly drove towards the etiquette classroom. There was a silence in the carriage. The mother and daughter were alone in a space for the first time, and the awkwardness rose a little. The face he lost in the morning at the principal and teachers of Guardian, Yi Tong had not yet gotten over it in his heart. After a long silence, Yi Tong couldn't help but open his mouth. Why didn't you tell me that your grades were okay? You didn't ask. Yi Tang's face was red, and she couldn't say a word as Jiang Yining choked on her. Was this meant to be an accusation that she didn't care enough? It wasn't what she had hoped for when the child was first switched. The daughter she had loved for 17 years suddenly told her that it was not her real daughter, and it was harder for her to accept than anyone else. If her mother's family hadn't insisted on getting the child back, she would have wanted to simply pretend she didn't know. Jiang Yining's arrival had messed up her happy and fulfilling home, and in the end, she was to blame? On top of food and drink, she didn't miss Jiang Yining's either. She asked herself if she had been even-handed. Words like too greedy, unappealing, and unapproachable filled her mind. It also made Yi Tang feel more and more dissatisfied with Jiang Yining in the bottom of his heart. I didn't ask, so you can't come forward and tell me? You're 17 years old. Don't need a kick in the pants from someone before you take a step. Right. That's it. Jiang Yining lifted his eyes to look at her, and his clear voice rang out slowly and clearly. Would you believe me if I said that? Yi Tang choked, her face instantly flushed red, and an even more raging embarrassment than in the morning surged to her heart, her cheeks burning. If Jiang Yining ran up to her and told her that she had good grades, her first thought would be disbelief. No one knew better than her, and she personally went to pick up Jiang Yining. That village, that environment, it's just poor. What kind of good people can you raise? Jiang Yining hooked her lips in a smirk and turned her gaze out the car window. The cold aura of rejecting people in 1,000 weights made Yi Tang, who originally wanted to ask her how she learned all this knowledge, clog up his heart and lungs with a throbbing pain. Between silences, she quickly found a reason. The Ming family did not treat Jiang Yining poorly. What Ming Qingcheng had, Jiang Yining also had. She had also equipped Jiang Yining's room with a computer TV. The genes of the Mingyi family were not bad, and with Ming Qingcheng's specialized tutoring, it was not impossible for her to make Jiada's roles. The silence lasted until Jiang Yining got off the bus, and Yi Tang threw down a sentence, "I'll pick you up when it's over," and left. Meanwhile, Han Frostbite receives a call from her best friend. The phone had just been connected, and a question suddenly slammed over on the other side. As I recall, your students are all 17 or 18 years old, aren't they? What do they like? Han Frostbite was confused for a while. No, Shin, why do you have time to care about my students? Don't care. How smart Han Shuangdo was, instantly associating something, he smiled wryly. Brush up. My students love brushing up. It's only the first day of classes for seniors at our school, which started today. The whole class is begging me to give them more papers. I'm so touched. I'm touched. Good kids like to brush up. Didn't we used to? In the middle of the day, the man on the other side of the cell phone's deep, cold, and noble voice came back. Any recommendations for test material? Han Frostbite froze, a little disbelieving that the incredibly smart Twilight Sinker had believed his bull. What should we do? Keep on lying. What else can we do? Anyway, when the lies come out, he'll just bite the bullet and say that his students just love to brush up. As for what the Twilight Sinker's little friend had a preference for, he didn't know. After making up his mind, Han Frostbite reported all the test materials he favored. Some of them are hard to buy. I'll send you a couple URLs later to make sure you get them all. You're welcome. Han Frostbite was already on the verge of dying of laughter in his heart, and stiffened his voice to sound serious. Aha! After the joke, Han Shuangdi said bluntly, looks like you found that child? What kind of fairy character is he? Well, I just dug up a treasure that should be able to make it to the finals, so how about letting me meet it on my way to the capital? I'm in Deep City. Han Frostbite froze, surprised. Wait. You're in Deep City, so that child is also in Deep City? Hang on. Wait. Ignoring his retention, Twilight Sink hung up the phone and narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, gazing out the car window. Stop the car. Ha! Re-biting froze for a moment, but still obediently parked the car. Then he followed Twilight's line of sight. Across the street. The girl, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, with long, straight legs, held her cell phone and listened with good-natured quietness. Occasionally headlight rays swept past her, as if fine stars were twinkling and spilling out. Whoa! Shin, what kind of eyesight is that? Re-biting was shocked. The streets of Deep City come and go at night. The girl stood where the street met the alley, almost blending into the darkness. Also, the guy just mentioned the little girl on the phone and met her in the twinkling of an eye. Is karmic providence now? Nirshin leaned back in the seat, his posture lazy, his glistening white knuckles gently tapping on the window glass, his eyes focused on the figure. Get out of the car and go say hello? Re-biting suggested. The man gave a distracted him but made no move. Li-biting followed and scrutinized the girl, suddenly eeped, the little girl went to Jada. Sack-like school uniforms can also wear such a good look, this temperament, not to mention the Deep City, 49 City those famous family Chenjin cannot compare to her. Twilight raised her eyebrows slightly, finally responding, keyed? Deep City, a quite famous noble high school, the rate of advancement can be, is the back of the winsome. Well, love to compare it. Re-biting gave him the science. I don't know what heart the Ming family is resting on to send people there. There will not be any family protection, but I am afraid that the Ming family does not protect. The little girl is equal to the tiger's mouth. Twilight Shin didn't say anything, his cold eyes were deep, he didn't know what he was thinking. Re-biting was still trying to recall the campus gossip that blared out from his sister's mouth when he was suddenly startled. Hey, the little girl seems to be in trouble. There was a figure rushing out of the alley and crashing straight into the little girl's arms. Immediately after that, a few more run-of-the-mill gangsters appeared, and in just a few moments, those gangsters surrounded the little girl and the figure together. The pedestrians around them saw it, but they looked at it indifferently and went around, continuing to hurry on their way. Shun! Here's your chance to be a hero. Hurry up! The little girl will definitely fall in love with you at first sight. Li-biting vigorously patted Nirshin's shoulder and excitedly urged. But no sooner had the two pushed their way out of the car than the accident happened. Chapter 22 Speed of Drawing the Sword. Only to see the girl with an indifferent face push the person in her arms behind her, and then reach out and buckle, feed a tease, a beautiful over-the-shoulder fall made out. The movement is beautiful and valiant, but also eye-pleasing. Shocked a few other punks and stunned the passers-by around them. In the ensuing seconds, the girl threw punches and kicks, with a dexterous stance, quickly taking down the few remaining punks. So fast that everyone couldn't react in time, the otherwise apathetic passers-by applauded her. Li-biting, whose hand was still clasping the door handle of the car and was about to get out of the car to save people, looked dumbfounded. Twilight Shin's eyes slightly converged, slowly pushed the door to get out of the car and walked over towards the slender figure. Li-biting returned to his senses and hurriedly followed after him. Shin, I think that night, you affected the little girl's sword drawing speed. Twilight paused slightly in her footsteps and glanced at. Since it was likely that the little girl would stay by Twilight Sink's side a lot in the future, it was necessary to find out. No need. Twilight Sink's expression was light, no emotions could be seen. Re-biting froze and didn't say anything else. When the two crossed the road, Jiang Yining over there had already fallen in line to call the police, waiting for the police at the same time, distracted to comfort the girl who rushed out of the alley to ask for help. Right, wrong, up. Almost even got you into trouble. Really, sorry. The girl choked on her tears, wiping them vigorously as she apologized. I was scared, terrified, I didn't mean to rush towards you. Jiang Yining patiently said, "I'm fine, don't cry." The police arrived quickly. The incident was simple and clear-cut, and there were a number of watching passers-by to testify. After looking at the ID cards of the two girls, the police quickly took the evidence and made a statement, and were holding the few punks back at the station for review. At this time, one of the punks in the hands of the police suddenly screamed at Jiang Yining. "I know you! I just saw you coming out of the IFA etiquette classroom. Ha! Don't think that makes it okay. You wait for me." The cop slapped him on the head. "Settle down." The punk put on a dead pig's face. His eyes scanned the girl's body recklessly. Jiang Yining's expression was bland, and he didn't give him a single godly glance. The girl beside her was so scared that her eyes were tearing up, and she tightly grabbed Jiang Yining's arm. "What to do? I'm sorry. It's my fault that you were targeted. I'm sorry. Don't be afraid." Jiang Yining's voice was shallow. The other punks followed with impish grins, unafraid to make threatening remarks in front of the police. "This little girl is much better looking than the one next to her. We're in luck. Crashing into it on your own, no food for nothing. We'll be out in 7 days at most, little beauty, and I'll be sure to prepare a big gift for you. Just give me something to look forward to in these few days." Before the words were finished, a slightly lazy and cold voice rang out. "Mr. Policeman, these people are too much of a nuisance to the city. Deal with them and take them away." Jiang Yining was stunned and turned her head to look at the owner of the voice, and what came into her eyes was a slender and upright figure. Karinai stood not far away with her hands in her pants pockets. A clear and peerless face attracted countless passers-by to stop and linger. Peachy eyes flashed with surprise. "Mr. Kure?" Karinai approached and swept the little girl with downcast eyes, then looked at the police officer who was doing. TSK, listening to this, those who don't know, would think that all the three Twilight Masters are going to be under his hand. After all this pretending, he didn't feel good at all. Aha! Jiang Yining pondered for a split second. "No trouble, the Ming family will send a car over to pick me up in a little while. What I owe from last time, I haven't paid off. It's better to try not to bother him again." Re-biting was silently mourning for his friend's rejection in his heart, and the next moment he heard that guy answering back from the goodness of his heart. "Well, then let Biting take the boy back, and I'll wait with you for the car." Jiang Yining blinked. Without waiting for her to speak, Twilight added, "You can't leave underage children on the side of the road." It left the girl completely speechless. Re-biting. "Or you, Twilight Third Master, are great." The girl had just narrowly escaped being poisoned, and was still very wary of the opposite sex, clinging to Jiang Yining's hand and not letting go, but that didn't make it difficult for Lai Biting. 10 minutes later, he recruited a female driver and drove the person home. The light on the busy street brushed through the man's fine black hair, softening his cold, sunken brow. That warm, dignified look, really didn't match the rumors at all. Jiang Yining was somewhat unable to understand this man. Nirshin suddenly inclined his head, his phoenix eyes contained a light smile, dissolving the sharpness and making his face, which was almost demonic, even more difficult to resist. "Little girl, keep staring at me. Because you think I look good?" Jiang Yining nearly choked, coughed lightly in embarrassment, and averted his eyes. "Sorry." A low, mellow, soft laugh came into the air. "I don't mind, just watch." Jiang Yining was in a million pieces of embarrassment and didn't know how to respond, using the action of looking at the time to divert his attention away. Chapter 23 Brother will take you home. 30 minutes passed and the Ming family's car still hadn't come. Karinai took out her car keys and pressed them towards the parked car on the side of the road. The headlights flashed twice. "Come on, I'll take you back." This time, Jiang Yining didn't try to refuse. She knew that the man was worth a lot of money and every minute was money to him. And now, 30 minutes had been wasted on her. "Thank you, Mr. Kure." The hand that was pulling the car door open for the girl gave a start, and Karinai narrowed her eyes and turned slightly sideways. "Just to thank you?" The words of déjà vu made Jiang Yining's eyebrows jump. Rumors really can't be trusted. This third master mirror, I'm afraid he's just a scoundrel. She pursed her lips and gave him a complicated look without speaking. The look on the face can easily tell what the girl is thinking, so what do you want? "Well." Twilight Sync slowed his tone, "I've helped you so many times, and you still call me Mr. Twilight, isn't that a bit too rusty?" Jiang Yining paused and obediently changed his mouth, "Third Master Twilight." Nirshin lowered his eyebrows to look at her, his thin lips hooked up and he pressed his voice, "Little girl, I'm only 5 years older than you." Jiang Yining didn't speak anymore, roundly opening a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. "Oh, what do you want? Look." The appearance of some savage, compared to the previous in the Ming family to see, refused to people in 1,000 miles of cold look, more angry, more dynamic. "It looks extra cute. That's what she really is." Twilight Chen's eyes slightly converged, a faint smile still hanging on his face. "Calling me a brother is not too much, right?" Jiang Yining repeated after him blankly, his voice soft and with some incredulity. "Brother? Calling Master Kurei-san brother?" Probably she was hallucinating. "Good girl, get in the car, brother will take you home." Twilight Chen pulled open the car door and gestured for her to get in. Jiang Yining. Never mind, since this was his request, and since she had to return the favor. Decisively giving up the struggle, he sat in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car was parked in the villa area where the Ming family was located. "Kids need to rest early," Twilight admonished as she watched the girl open the door and get out of the car. Jiang Yining didn't want to care about him anymore. Before she closed the car door, the man added faintly, "Bought you something you can use, it will be delivered to Guardian tomorrow, watch out for it." A big question mark popped up on Jiang Yining's head. The car had started and was gone. Forget it. The mind of the third master of Twilight was not something that mortals could understand. Watching the car disappear into the night, she turned toward the Ming family's villa. Walking up to the villa, he looked at the large, intricately patterned wooden door and rang the bell. Soon the door was opened. The one who opened the door for her was the Ming family's maid, and instead of getting out of the way, she swept Jiang Yining up and down, her voice thick with contempt. "Second young miss has finally come back willingly?" The girl stood in the night, peaceful and quiet, and there wasn't much of a fluctuation of emotions on her face when she heard her words. It was as if a lonely coldness had enveloped his body. The maid frowned as she watched. "I'm sure it's a wild child picked up from the countryside. You don't know how to feel guilty when you do something wrong, and you don't have any discipline at all. Second miss, if you love to play so much, why don't you just play until dawn? Only coming to the Ming family for a few days, and you can't stand the loneliness of running around, a girl. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will only bring shame to the lintel of the Ming family. Don't you have any shame at all? Madam is going crazy over you. You, on the contrary, are taking it easy. Please learn from Missy." The maid thought that by stating it plainly, even the stupidest person should know what attitude to put up. Who knows, after she said so much, the girl didn't give her any reaction at all, her pretty face still didn't have any expression. "Second miss, if you are not deaf, then please stop being capricious and hurry inside to apologize to Mr., Mrs., and Missy." At that moment, Yi Tong's somewhat shrill voice came out from the house. "Precious, who rang the doorbell?" The maid glanced at Jiang Yining. "Mistress, it's the second young lady who's back." There was a clutter of footsteps, and a few seconds later, Yi Tang's iron-colored face appeared at the entrance of the entrance hall. "Where have you been running around? Didn't I tell you not to run around? Are your ears decorated? Can't understand human language?" Jiang Yining looked calm in the face of Yi Tang's anger. "I waited over an hour." When she finished, she walked straight into the house and headed for the second floor. Yi Tong was weak for a moment. In fact, she was the one who forgot about it. As usual, he habitually picked up Ming Qingqing and went straight home. When she arrived home, it occurred to her that she now had 2 daughters, the other of whom she had sent to an etiquette classroom. As soon as she thought about it, she sent her driver over to pick them up. Who knows, 10 minutes ago the driver replied and said that the person was not there. She instantly went cold inside. A country girl with a couple of good looks, if she was cheated and made a mess, it would be the Ming family that would lose face. The hidden bit of emptiness in his chest abruptly dissipated after seeing Jiang Yining's attitude. In its place, a raging fury. Yi Tang fiercely blocked in front of the girl, running around. "You still have a point, don't you?" Jiang Yining's beautiful peach blossom eyes chilled down one by one until they were frozen. Yi Tong was so steeped in anger that he didn't notice that the voice grew sharper and sharper. "You said you. How long have you only been in Deep City? And you have the guts to run around alone? Don't think that just because you're given the identity of a Ming family's daughter, you can be wild and lose someone. I'll send you back to the mountains just the same." At that moment, there was another sound of footsteps coming from outside the foyer. Ming Qingqing walked over in her clean white home dress, and when she saw Jiang Yining standing in the doorway, she let out a breath as if she was putting down a big stone in her heart. "Sister is back. We were all worried about you." Saying that, she slowly walked towards Yi Tang, reached out to hold her arm, and gently shook it. Mom, don't say anything angry. The most important thing is that my sister comes? Jiang Yining slightly converged her peach blossom eyes. I said I've been waiting for more than an hour. Her words were undoubtedly a repeated reminder of Yi Tang's dereliction of duty as a mother. Yi Tong clenched his fists and trembled with anger. If you've waited over an hour, why not wait 10 more minutes? Besides, no one saw what happened in that hour. Yi Tang's face turned blue, his voice sharp and piercing. It's a fact that I can't pick up the talent. Snort. A sudden laugh came from outside the open door of the villa. With a touch of coolness, but full of sarcasm when savored. Well, does the little girl need a witness that she waited over an hour? Jiang Ningyi sniffed and turned around. The man leaned on the door, the cold starlight shone on his posture, with the natural superior's graceful reserve, handsome and extraordinary. Didn't you leave already? Twilight raised her hand and shook the book bag in her hand. It was the school bag she had received just today, the uniform style sent down by Guardian. Do you need it? Jiang Yining blinked, reacting to the fact that the man was asking her if she needed a witness. After thinking about it for only a second, she declined. No need. Twilight Shen raised her eyebrows, her phoenix eyes containing a smile. All right, here. Hand the book bag to the girl. Jiang Yining paused and reached out to take it. Thanks. You're welcome. Nirshin rubbed the top of her hair. Ningning, just look for me if you need anything. Brother isn't afraid of trouble. This time, instead of saying that again, he called her by her nickname. Jiang Yining couldn't help but be mesmerized. Only family and friends call her that. The breeze blew in through the open door, bringing with it some of the sandalwood scent that characterized the man. Gentle, calm. Jiang Yining pursed her lips, half a moment. Thank you, brother. Good boy. From the moment the man appeared, Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng froze in place as if they had been pointed out, not knowing what to do. Twilight sank. Master Kure-san. He was the one who sent Jiang Yining back? How is that possible? What shocked the two even more was that Jiang Yining and Nirshin looked familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. Ming Qingqing's hand, which was hanging down at her side, tightly pinched the hem of her skirt and did not speak. At night, Yi Tang came to the piano classroom to pick her up and go home, but she forgot Jiang Yining. Actually, she remembered. She purposely didn't mention it, wanting to see when Yetang herself would think of it. When she arrived home, it wasn't until she was changing shoes that Yi Tang saw on the shoe cabinet Jiang Yining's house slippers, and thought that she had forgotten her own daughter. Ming Qingqing admitted that she was happy at the time. It proved that in Yi Tang's heart, Jiang Yining was nothing. Not even worthy of being remembered by Yetang. Who knew that Jiang Yining would run into the third master of the Twilight, and was even sent back by him personally? Is it a chance encounter? Or? Nirshin turned his head and looked at Yi Tang. Good evening, Mrs. Ming. The tone was polite and detached, vaguely carrying a terrifying coldness, completely different from when he had just conversed with Jiang Yining, containing a warm smile. Yi Tang stiffened his body, his forehead sweating a little. Facing a young man who was obviously nearly 2 rounds younger than her, Yi Tang felt that she was about to be unable to resist the strong sense of oppression on him. Twilight, Third Master Twilight, what brings you here? Nirshin slightly converged his phoenix eyes, his expression was light. Seeing that the little girl stood alone by the roadside for most of the day, he did a good deed. Yi Tang was like being slapped hard, not painfully but hotly. Master Kure-san, this. It's good for the Ming family to have a big business, however, reputation is also important. If outsiders know that the Ming family leaves their underage children out in the middle of the night, I don't think it's a good thing to think about, right, Mrs. Ming? Yi Tang's face flushed red and white for a while, choking so much that he couldn't say a word. Only a few minutes ago she told Jiang Yining not to lose the face of the Ming family. But in a few minutes of work, those words were all thrown back at her. There was no way she could argue with that. And, Nirshin glanced faintly at the servant cowering beside him, the Ming family's ability to use people needs to be improved. The servant named Precious body shook, her face ashen. Yi Tang tightened his face and didn't say anything. Nirshin withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl with a smile. Ning Ning, rest early, give brother a call if anything happens, let's go. With a bang, the door to the villa was closed. There was a dead silence in the foyer. Jiang Yining pursed his lips. Even after rejecting him, he still spoke up for her. Ignoring the dead silence, she slowly changed into her shoes and prepared to go back to her room. What are you guys doing blocking the doorway? Ming Chenkong came down from the second floor with a thermos cup in his hand, and his gaze landed on Jiang Yining. Only coming back now? Well, I'm going back to my room. Jiang Yining gave him a faint look and stepped away. Ming Chenkong frowned and was about to say something when Ming Qingqing opened her mouth even faster. Dad, my sister must be tired after a long day of classes and studying in the etiquette classroom today, so let's not make her rest, he said, taking his arm in a pampered manner and showing a sweet smile. Ming Qingkong's attention fell on her, and he no longer pursued the issue of Jiang Yining's attitude. Reaching out and nodding Ming Qingqing's forehead, he doted on her. You child, you're all about being sweet, don't forget that you yourself are too, get some rest and don't practice the zither too late. Ah. Ming Qingqing nodded her head vigorously. Ah. By the way, Dad, Brother Jingyao said that on the day of my competition, he would come back to cheer me on. The Jingyao brother in Ming Qingqing's mouth was the person that the Ming family had engaged her in a marriage contract, the eldest grandson young master of the Luo family, one of the three major families in Deep City. He specially came back from M to watch you compete? Ming Qingkong froze for a moment and was a bit happy. Then you'll have to perform well. Over the past 2 years, the Ming family has benefited a lot from this marriage contract. The fact that the young master of the Luo family was studying in M country and was still distracted to pay attention to Ming Qingqing meant that he genuinely liked Ming Qingqing, and that was the best thing. Ming Qingqing smiled and said, well, I will. At this time, Yi Tang also gathered her emotions and urged the father and daughter, alright, don't focus on chatting, you guys also hurry up and go rest, it's getting late. Ming Qingqing looked at Yi Tang, said goodnight to her parents, and went back to her room. Before opening the door, he subconsciously looked to the closed door at the end of the hallway, his mind reeling. Ming Chenkong won't know about tonight. But later. Chapter 25. Pointing and shooting. Jiang Yining returned to his room, took out his cell phone, and dialed a call out. It rang once and was picked up, and an anxious voice immediately came through. Ning, what happened over there? Why did you hang up on me all of a sudden? Jiang Yining smiled, her voice soft. Something happened, but it's been resolved, you don't have to worry. Phew. Scared the hell out of me. I was almost about to book a ticket to kill my way to Deep City. Putting down her heart, the woman began to nag Jiang Yining and urged him to say what he must say when he was bullied, and never to endure it. Jiang Yining listened quietly, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but curl up in an arc. When the other party finished, she asked, Cousin Lan, what did you want to say when you called me just now? Cousin Lan, it was only then that Heiress remembered the purpose of calling Jiang Yining. Ah, right. This weekend I'm going to Deep City to participate in a competition, let's meet then, and by the way, you tell me how you're doing in that Ning family, how are you doing? Jiang Yining gave a start. Participate in a competition? Just before the piano competition that I reported for fun, I got the competition committee to help me transfer the competition area. I'm now a participant in the Deep City competition. Helan Zay's voice was a bit smug. Grandma doesn't let us bother you, but how can I rest assured if I don't see for myself? Hey, now that I have an excuse to go to Deep City for once, what else can Grandma say about me? Jiang Yining poured himself a glass of water as he listened to Helan Zay talk about his scheme. Taking a drink of water, he leaned over the desk and licked his lips. Just because there are some things she is too lazy to count, it doesn't mean that others can get an inch. The girl spoke slowly. Cousin Lan, have you finalized your entry tune? Heiress was silent for a long time. Ning Ning, you use this tone every time you make bad, you don't scare cousin, cousin's heart is not good. Jiang Yining stood up slightly straighter and smiled. I'll write you a tune. Heiress gulped, and an image emerged in his mind, a full-leveled large holding a super extreme artifact and slaughtering the novice village. Brutal. But, it seems interesting. The next morning, Jiang Yining and Ming Qingqing entered the classroom one after the other. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, was instantly hit with the mute button, and everyone's eyes were glued to the two. Jiang Yining came to his seat, and his gaze fell on a large paper box on the desktop. She gave a start, remembering Twilight's words last night. I've bought you something you can use. I'll send it to Guardian tomorrow, so look out for it. Is this it? Taking a deep breath, his heart had a vague bad feeling. After confirming that the recipient on the box was her, keeping her demeanor calm, she took out her hobby knife and slashed the sealing tape on the box. Hey! That's Mr. Ree's stuff, why are you tearing down other people's stuff? A girl sitting 2 rows in front of Jiang Yining saw her movements and jumped up, screaming at her. The classroom was immediately in an uproar. That's right, don't think that just because it's put in your place that it's yours. Don't have such a big face. 666 even dares to touch Li Beiqing's things. The Lai family crest is so big on the box, even a blind man can see it. Country people, everyone knows that. Why are you guys worrying about this? Why don't you just watch the show? Jiang Yining lightly swept them away and continued the movements of his men, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This adopted daughter of the Ming family, I'm afraid she's an iron bean. Ming Qingqing pursed her lips and turned to ask the recreation member in the next seat to borrow the circle's ceiling glue. Just about to take it over to Jiang Yining, someone gloatingly called out from the direction of the leaning doorway, "Mr. Lai, your courier has been demolished." Everyone turned their heads to look over, and they saw Li Beiqing walking in with his school bag. What my delivery? A puzzled face. Under the bright hints of her classmates, she saw her table-mate Jiang Yining unpacking the box. The case was stamped with the Lai family crest. Li Beiqing instantly reacted to what was going on. The urge to hold his forehead came over him. Jiang Yining had only been here for 2 days, and she realized that these classmates of hers were kinda easy to bring up to speed. Just like a little cutie, point and shoot. How did you know it was my delivery? Did you write my name on it? The class was stunned by the question. Someone pointed to the box. Doesn't that box have your family crest on it? The average person couldn't use a box like that, let alone an adopted daughter just picked up from the country. Li Beiqing asked back, then in the future, if you buy products under Li's banner, and I see them, and I say that they are printed with my family's company's logo and they are mine, and I want to take them back, you won't beat me up? The classroom went silent. Li Beiqing shrugged and returned to his seat, and when he passed by Ming Qingqing, the tail of his eyes swept to the ceiling glue in her hand. Put! Ming Qingqing's face went white and she squeezed the ceiling glue in her hand. Li Beiqing ignored it. She put down her book bag, sat down, and greeted Jiang Yining. Good morning, Yining. Jiang Yining raised her head. Good morning, Mr. Lai. What did you buy? Li Beiqing was curious, but still held back from sticking his head over to peek. Jiang Yining lifted the box expressionlessly, signaling that she could look. At this moment, she had the urge to slap this box into the face of that rumored cold-faced and ruthless third master Twilight. Golden examination papers, 5-3 simulations, secret papers. A big box full of high school support materials. Yining, you're so studious, you just transferred to school and bought so many papers. Li Beiqing draws the corners of his mouth. There are so many of them, I'm afraid I can't finish even if I break my hand writing them. How could her new classmate be so desperate? Jiang Yining pressed her temples. Someone else gave it to her. Li Beiqing was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Who did you offend? Speak out, I might be able to help. Jiang Yining picked up the card at the top and wrote 4 words, study hard. The strokes are clear and powerful, and the gestures are horizontal. Halfway through the day, she slowly took the textbooks out and laid them out on the table in order of school classes. Accepted the goodwill of Master Kurei-san. You're not throwing? Jiang Yining shook his head. Studying well is also quite good. As one of those who only made up for summer homework at the beginning of the school year, Li Beiqing said she wanted to kneel. The others also saw the additional auxiliary teaching materials on the Ming family's adopted daughter's desktop, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Zhao Shuexian came back a little late, but soon heard the whole story from the others' comments. TSK. Who are you pretending to be? Cursing darkly, she turned to Ming Qingqing behind her and asked in a suppressed voice, Qingqing, what happened last night when Auntie called over to ask me if I had seen Jiang Yining? She didn't come home? Yi Tang's tone of voice on the phone was urgent, and as soon as he heard her say no, he hung up, too late to ask more questions. Rednecks running off to nowhere at night, uncle's house calling all over the place to beat people up. Thinking about it makes me think there's something big in there. Zhao Shuexian had been holding it in all night, so she wanted to go back to school and ask Ming Qingqing properly. Chapter 26, Hiring a Tutor. Ming Qingqing was silent for a moment. Shuexian, don't bring this up again, I don't think my sister should want to be too much in the spotlight, and besides, nothing really happened last night, my mom came back not long after she called you, so don't ask her about this, it wouldn't be good if you upset her again. Ming Qingqing spoke genuinely, only when this fell into Zhao Shuexian's ears, she heard several big messages. It was true that Jiang Yining slipped out to play and didn't come home, and he probably had a big fight with Yi Tang when he got home. This redneck really can't get on the bandwagon. Qingqing, don't always give that a talking to, look at her, how long has she been at your house? Only a week. And then she made such a big deal about running out in the middle of the night to play so hard that she couldn't find anyone. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Ming family's reputation is all lost to her. Zhao Shuexian said contemptuously. Was going to find a way to get her. Now it seems that there is no need for her to make a move at all, that little manages to make himself dead. No, sister did not. Ming Qingqing bit her lower lip, a look of unspeakable, hesitated for a while, before lowering her voice, close to Zhao Shuexian's ear. Shuexian, you'd better not say more about this matter. Last night is the Twilight 3 Masters to send sister back, she. In short, is not the kind you think. You also do not get involved again, we study it? There are still quizzes at the official start of school next week. When Zhao Shuexian heard the words third mastermure, it was as if she had been struck by lightning, and she froze on the spot, completely unable to regain her senses. Almost thought I was back in that nightmare from a week ago. Only after a long time did she wake up as if in a dream. Pouring City, are you and Auntie being cheated? Must be. That redneck must have known he'd get yelled at for just running out to play, so he found himself a backer. Did she really think that Master Kurei-san was something she could just move out? And don't think about what you are. Not to mention her kind of country bumpkin, even the famous ladies of the 49 cities wouldn't dare to easily touch the name of the third master of Twilight. She had the audacity to say that Master Kurei-san had sent her home? Think Master Kurei-san helped her once and will remember a country bumpkin? I'm not afraid to laugh at other people's mouths. No, my sister didn't lie to us, Ming Qingqing pursed her lips. Mom and I both saw it with our own eyes. Zhao Shuexian couldn't believe what she was hearing, her lips trembled. Saw it with your own eyes? Well, so? Anyway, don't ask her about it or upset her, let's get ready for class. Ming Qingqing lowered her eyebrows and took out her books and flipped them open, ready to start studying. Zhao Shuexian, however, couldn't get over the news. It wasn't until the bell rang that she gritted her teeth and came back to reality. Definitely can't let that country bumpkin hug Master Kurei-san's thighs. Glaring viciously backward at Jiang Yining, Zhao Shuexian began to think hard about how to stomp her back into the mud, the kind where she could never turn over. The first period in the morning is English class. The teacher of the class was a serious woman in her 30s, named Ku. Guardian has caught up with the textbook and most of the lessons are based on the difficult and wrong questions from the test papers. English class was no exception, talking about the summer homework paper. The paper was in the textbook that class president Zhou Minghai had brought back for Jiang Yining, but she hadn't done it. Under Lai Beiqing's instructions, she took out the set of papers and began to write slowly and methodically. The paper is not difficult, the first side is full of multiple choice questions. Jiang Yining did it very quickly, looking focused. Miss Cole is not a fast lecturer, she will go over the key points very carefully. The only thing she doesn't like about her students, she likes to name people to answer questions. In particular, students with weaker English are the ones she names. In her class, even the focus group had to be pumped up. The third reading comprehension, this question is more difficult, and there are quite a few people in our class who got it wrong. I'll get a student to read the passage where the answer to the first sub-question is located. Mr. Cole put down his paper and swept his eyes across the classroom. The heartbeat of those who don't speak English very well and happen to be doing it wrong speeds up uncharacteristically. At that moment, a hand went up. Teacher Ko was a bit surprised. Student Zhao Shuexian. Teacher, I think it's better for this question to be answered back by Jiang Yining. According to Mr. Han, she was very good at the placement test, but to what extent, we don't even know. Zhao Shuexian's words were echoed by many people in the class. Yes, Mr. Ko, we all want to know, where is Jiang's degree to? Mr. Ko frowned slightly, his gaze subconsciously looking towards the girl. She had also heard a little about the rumors flying around the Ming family these days. Children are young and don't get to choose their home environment. Not that she wanted to embarrass the pretty and quiet child. Just as the cries in the class grew louder, Jiang Yining slowly stood up. Sorry, I was just mending my paper and didn't listen. Which question was it? This paper is summer vacation homework. Jiang Yining just transferred to the second day, did not do as normal. Mr. Ko did not care. For the third reading comprehension, try reading the second passage? Jiang Yining nodded and picked up the paper, finding the third reading comprehension. Zhao Shuexian, who was about to watch Jiang Yining make a fool of herself, heard the girl speak clear and fluent English in the next second. It's a fluidity she can't even do. This redneck. Ming Qingqing didn't look up, her fingers tightly squeezing the corner of the test paper. Mr. Cole asked in surprise, your speaking is very good, have you been specially trained? My family hired me an English teacher. The Ming family was a wealthy family, it wasn't surprising that they would hire a tutor for their children, and no one was skeptical about it. But everyone's feelings about Jiang Yining flying up the branch to become a phoenix deepened. Look, so what if you're from the country, as long as you have the resources? The same can be developed into an elite. Many people sympathized with Ming Qingqing more and more. After all, resources are limited. A 45-minute class is over quickly. After class, Zhao Shuashan turned around incredulously. Xingcheng, uncle even hired a tutor for that country bumpkin? No wonder she got into the key class. The week she stayed at Ming's house, she was surprised she didn't notice. Missed the boat, thought I could make that hillbilly lose her face so she could recognize her status. I didn't expect to show her face instead. Just now, she had noticed that many of the boys in her class had changed the way they looked at Jiang Yining. Well, Ming Qingqing answered vaguely. At the moment, the level of shock in her heart was greater than anyone else's. Ming Chengkong did say that he would hire a tutor for Jiang Yining, but the matter had long since been settled. Could it be that the home Jiang Yining was talking about was the Jiang family in her deep forest? How is that possible? Ming Qingcheng immediately denied the idea. When Yi Tang went to pick up Jiang Yining, she had followed along. The environment of that village. She never wanted to step into a second time in her life. It was also one of the reasons why she clung on to the identity of the Ming family's eldest daughter. Chapter 27 Competition Teams. Zhao Shuashan pondered alone for 2 sessions, and asked Ming Qingcheng for a lot of details, and went out of the classroom in the big classroom at the end of the 3rd session, and came back before the class started, and the gloom on her face had already been swept away. Ming Qingcheng didn't move to look at it and didn't say anything. The 4th class was Han Shuangji's physics class. He walked to the podium and first swept everyone over, half a long time before he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Before class starts, let me tell you something. A boy sitting in the front row immediately raised his hand. Han, I know. You have to say something about the competition team. Tisk, you're the one who knows more. Han Shuangji gave him a blank look without a good reason. The boy lifted his chin in triumph. That's right. Don't be poor, listen to me. Han Shuangji curled up his index finger and knocked on the desktop. The full name of the competition is the National High School Students 5 Subjects Competition. As the name suggests, there are 5 disciplines in the competition, namely mathematics, physics, chemistry, informatics, and biology, and each person can enroll in a maximum of 2 items, and the competition has a very long time span, starting from the end of September for the preliminary rounds, and then the rematch in November. And then during the winter break there will be an intensive winter camp, and then the final rounds will be held next year in March. The final round will be held in March next year. This competition, for sure, will have an impact on the college entrance exams. However, after reaching the finals, the participants will have guaranteed admission to the university, so if you want to go the competition route, or if you want to try the difficulty of the preliminary rounds, you can come and ask me for the registration form, and the deadline for the registration is September 15th. Don't make a mistake. There was a sparse "oh" from below. Han Frostbite spent another 5 minutes answering the questions posed by the students, and then took out the prepared enrollment forms and put them on several people's desks. The others didn't find it strange. Those students grew up with professional training, went the competition route, and were well known in student competition circles. One of them, Meng Jingcheng, is Guardian's most promising seed for the final. As soon as Han Frostbite took over the focus class, he made contact with them. However, it wasn't until Han Shuangshi placed the last enrollment form on Jiang Yining's desktop that the class burst into an uproar. Han, are you crazy? Han, wake up. Class isn't over yet. Oh my god, someone call 120 and save my Han, he's very sick. The class was in an uproar. Some people even felt that this adopted daughter of the Ming family was terrifying, and had the urge to ask her what kind of drug she had fed Han Shuangshi to mesmerize people to this extent. Competitions in science and learning English are 2 completely different things, okay? Learning English, with a language environment and teachers, and some talent, can be a great improvement in a short period of time. And science knowledge should not only be accumulated, but also explored. Otherwise, it would not be possible for so many of the world's unsolved science puzzles to exist. Ming Qingqing sat in her seat, her fingers so stiff that she could barely hold her pen. At this time, Zhao Shuashan turned to her again, looking for her to speak. Do you think Han is stupid? Doesn't he know that Jiang Yining came out from a deep village in the mountains? How dare he find her to participate in the competition? I don't know. Ming Qingcheng said indifferently, Teacher Han naturally has his intentions when he does this, we just need to study hard. Where did Zhao Shuashan listen to this kind of falsehood, and continued talking to herself? Could it be that Auntie made that redneck's academic file too pretty to fool Han in order to save face? Let her enter the competition, can she get 10 points? Ming Qingcheng lowered her head to read, ignoring Zhao Xuexian's self-talk. However, the tips of her fingers pinching the corners of the book were glazed over, giving away her mood at the moment. Zhang Yining came to the 2 days of the key class, the excellent performance even if only a little, but also all in her background should have the degree, there is not a little match. As if. She's the one who is the Ming family's golden young lady with both intelligence and beauty. Thoughts just popped up, Ming Qingcheng immediately suppressed them in panic. It won't. Zhang Yining didn't have that condition, she was just a little bit smart. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips, and after a long time, she loosened the pinched and crumpled corner of the book and raised her head to smile at Zhao Xuexian. I'm going to enter the contest too. Zhao Xuexian's sputtering subsided and froze for a moment before looking at Ming Qingcheng in surprise. Leaning, your grades are great, especially in math. I think it can be had. You go and crush her. Let her see clearly the world out of the big mountain. Otherwise that country bumpkin really thinks she can do anything. Ming Qingcheng whacked his eyebrows low and said blandly, Xuexian, what are you babbling about? I'm doing it to try my strength. On the other side, the two people in the center of the noisy discussion were in the middle of confronting each other with their eyes. Enoch Jiang, I'm not participating. Han Frostbite, you have to listen to your teacher. Jiang Yining, I refuse. Han Frostbite, students have to obey the school. Lines of sight met and the teacher and student engaged in an unseen exchange across the air. In a moment, Han Shuangji withdrew his gaze and said as if nothing had happened, after filling out the form, you must hand it over to me before class in the afternoon. Turning around and preparing to leave, her gaze swept across her desktop, thick with supporting textbooks, and Han Shuangji frowned. Which contraption bought her that crap? The last OU paper she was given was a summary of real problems and puzzles over the years, and being able to make all the right answers was proof enough of her strength. Doing too many basic questions, instead, dulls the brain. Then he remembered, that day, Zhang Yining's mother's behavior, and could not say anything more, but only admonished. This kind of basic question is no longer effective in improving your strength, so you don't need to do too much. Zhang Yining ignored him. Jiang, if you don't turn it in, I'll come back to talk to you. After letting out his harsh words, Han Shuangdiao then turned around and went back to the podium. Zhang Yining kind of wanted to slap the enrollment form into his face, but was eventually persuaded down by the 4 words of honoring the teacher. Lai Beiqing, who was sitting on the side and had listened to the entire conversation between the two, looked at Zhang Yining with adoring eyes. So you're a bigot. No wonder someone sent you roles to do. Enan, you're awesome. Zhang Yining pressed her temples, feeling her heart a little tired. The various voices in the class were forcibly suppressed by Han Frostbite, and class began. After class, Zhang Yining resigned herself to filling out the enrollment, ready to hand it over to Han Shuangshi. The talent had just stood up when the aisle was suddenly blocked front and back. Zhang Yining, you're not really going to participate, are you? The girl who spoke, Zhang Yining recognized, the one who helped Ming Qingcheng yesterday, the girl called Lin Fei. Move over, please. Lin Fei rolled her eyes breathlessly, please can you have some face? You're just an adopted daughter. Can't you be a little more peaceful? Do you know that you will bring a lot of trouble to Qingcheng if you are like this? Did I do something? Zhang Yining asked faintly. You. Lai Beiqing lifted his head, Lin Fei, too idle to spread out, please change the place, it's noisy. Lin Fei choked and didn't look too good. Lai Beiqing's identity, she didn't dare to offend, to ask her to just back down, but also very unwilling. Chapter 28, The Quartet's Rescue. Lin Fei, my sister didn't do anything wrong, participating in a competition is every student's right. Ming Qingcheng walked over at an unknown time, gently pulled Lin Fei's hand and laughed, moreover, I also plan to participate in the competition. Ming Qingcheng's words relieved Lin Fei and also diverted the attention of the others in the class. Mr. Ming, you want to participate? Then I'll participate too. What subject are you taking, Ming? I'm planning to attend too, so we'll go to class together then? Many people crowded over to ask after them, and Ming Qingcheng smiled and answered their questions one by one. I'm going to wait until the piano competition is over before I submit my registration. No surprises, we'll report math. Of course we can get together. It's so noisy. Zhang Yining swept his eyes at Ming Qingcheng, who was surrounded by the crowd, and turned around, ready to leave in a different direction. Seeing this, the girl who came with Lin Fei quickly stepped forward and blocked her path. Jiang Yining lifted his peach blossom eyes, his eyebrows shallow. The girl smiled. Mr. Jiang, I have something to find you. Talk? Don't know you, don't talk about it, step aside please. In that instant, the confident expression on the girl's face instantly cracked. Put. Lai Beiqing laughed out loud. Classmate Luo, my family and only came to school for the second day, how could she possibly know you? The girl grimaced and didn't say anything. Jiang Yining reached out to cover her mouth and yawned. Move over? Jiang Yining. Don't you regret it? The girl, proud of herself, snorted coldly and turned back to her seat. Jiang Yining took the enrollment form and made a trip to the faculty room. Han Frostbite's face was already happy the second he saw her come in. Mr. Jiang, work hard. You'll be a great man in the future. I'm proud of you. Jiang Yining turned away expressionlessly. Just as he returned to his seat, Ri Beiqing came over. Yining, I think you need to be more careful. Whoever that was just now, her name is Luo Xingting, she is your green tea sister's future sister-in-law. The two of them have a very strong relationship, and it is rumored that the marriage between the two Luo and Ming families has her handiwork. To them, you're probably not a very good presence. Jiang Yining sniffed and narrowed her eyes, her expression unchanged. Aha. Ri Beiqing sighed chipperly. I think you are really unlucky. How did you get into this kind of family? Then those extreme relatives in my family. If the Ming family truly treated Jiang Yining as their daughter, how could they let rumors run around the school? Their inaction is the real reason why Jiang Yining is ridiculed. There's also a green tea sister who fans the flames a bit every now and then. Oh yeah, and a dumbass. At 5:30 p.m., the school bell rang. Ming Qingcheng gathered her things and prepared to get up, when Zhao Shuoxian in front of her suddenly turned her head and shot her a wink. Tilting, I don't quite know one of the questions, can you explain it to me? Ming Qingcheng paused for a moment, remembering that Zhao Shuoxian had gone out in the morning between large classes, her eyes slightly narrowed and she smiled. Okay, wait for me, I need to talk to my sister. Good. Zhao Shuoxian wanted this answer and nodded her head very cooperatively. If she had Ming Qingcheng protecting her, she really wouldn't have been able to take a shot at Jiang Yining. Ming Qingcheng put down the things in her hands, got up and walked over to Jiang Yining. Sister, Shuoxian doesn't know a topic, I need to teach her, can you wait? Or you can get on the bus first? Oh. Jiang Yining responded indifferently, picked up his book bag, and headed out of the classroom. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and watched her back disappear in the doorway before returning to her seat. Shuoxian, which question don't you understand? At this moment, Zhao Shuoxian suddenly let out an ah. My thoughts have suddenly come through. No need to talk, I know what to do, let's hurry back. You still have to practice the piano. Ming Qingcheng did not move and looked at her quietly for a moment. Shuoxian, what are you doing? Zhao Shuoxian didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at the time, calculating Jiang Yining's speed, making sure that she was already out of the school building, and that it would be too late for Ming Qingcheng to try to save her, before giving a full account. The more Ming Qingcheng listened, the tighter his brows frowned, his voice colored with 2 points of severity. Shuoxian. Zhao Shuoxian shrugged in disbelief. I'm just trying to teach her a lesson. Won't really do anything. The person I'm looking for also has a sense of propriety, nothing will happen, don't worry. It won't be life-threatening, at most it will make her lose her reputation, Zhao Shuoxian added in her heart. Originally, she hadn't wanted to go that far with a redneck. But Jiang Yining had actually hit on Master Kure-san. If she really let Jiang Yining succeed, wouldn't she be riding on her head in the future? Besides, she hadn't even gotten her revenge for the day she was held down and apologized. Shuoxian, and she. Hey, stop saying that, you'll thank me later. Zhao Shuoxian interrupted her, let's hurry and go watch the good show. Saying that, he pulled Ming Qingcheng's hand and quickly ran out of the classroom. The Ming family's shuttle bus was parked on the street next to the school. From the entrance of the school, you have to turn the corner and walk for about 5 minutes, and there are a lot of students walking towards this part of the road. Jiang Yining had just turned the corner when there was a sudden commotion of sound in front of him, mixed with exclamations from the boys and exclamations from the girls. She raised her eyes. A cool-as-hell navy blue Harley motorcycle was parked on the side of the road just outside the corner, with a powerfully lean young man straddling it. Handsome and deep face, teased with a head of fire-red short hair, all the body permeated with a flavor of the wind and uninhibited. It was particularly eye-catching in a crowd of students. The youth was holding his helmet in one hand and looking at his cell phone in the other. The next second, the cell phone in her book bag rang. Jiang Yining paused and didn't go for his cell phone, but instead accelerated his steps. "Stop fighting, I'm here." The youth lifted his head with a look of surprise. "Ning Ning." The surrounding Jada students looked over in unison in Jiang Yining's direction. The girl's face was very recognizable, and with all the rumors of the Ming family raising a daughter, many people had made a point of seeing her in the focus class. "I didn't expect this fiery handsome man to come to find Jiang Yining." The corner of Jiang Yining's mouth twitched. "Aren't you in a competition? Why are you free to come over? The split happens to be in Deep City." Saying this, the youth suddenly raised his hands and made a pleased gesture that was very uncharacteristic of his image. At the end, there was a self-professed cute wink. "Ning, Jianghu rescue." My teammate's old injury is flaring up, can you help out and get him through the shamrock split?" "It's okay," but Jiang Yining paused and scanned him up and down. "Just give me a call next time, don't just come straight over." The youth blinked and gave a good-natured "oh" before handing her the helmet hanging from the front of the car. "Get in the car and I'll take you." Jiang Yining took the helmet. "By the way, I'm afraid I'll forget, this is for you first." Saying this, the youth fished out another roll from his leather jacket pocket and shoved it into the girl's hand. Chapter 29 The Little Doctor's Sister. Jiang Yining glanced at it and casually threw it into his book bag. "I'm not going." The youth raised the corners of his mouth handsomely, his smile as dazzling as the sun. "It's okay, just take the ticket, rounding up equals you being there to cheer me on. Let's go." Jiang Yining said no more, putting the helmet back on and straddling behind the youth, his arms naturally circling his narrow waist. The motorcycle engine roared to life, and to the shrieks of the guardian students, it went on its merry way. Not far away, Zhao Shuexian watched the scene dumbfounded, the cell phone held in her hand still recording the screen. Until the motorcycle disappeared into the busy road, the expression on her face slowly changed from surprise to astonishment. That hillbilly actually got in the car and ran off with someone. It seems to have collected something from the man. A roll of it. Is it hard to believe it's money? If it wasn't for the fact that Ming Qingcheng was still present, she would have wanted to hold her stomach and have a good laugh. It's amazing how stupid rednecks can be. Just, how come the punk she let people find? Seems to look a bit handsome? And the script is a little different than what she asked for. That little doubt, however, was quickly put behind her, and the effect came out anyway. Tomorrow, will Jiang Yining still have the face to go back to school? Ming Qingcheng looked like she had just come back to her senses, and with a panicked face, she pursued, "Shuexian. Didn't you say it would be fine? Where did you have someone take my sister?" "I don't know." Zhao Shuexian put on an innocent look. "I just asked someone to scare her, who knew that she would be so proactive, asking for money and getting into someone else's car. As you can see, that punk really didn't force her, it was Jiang Yining who took the initiative herself. This is not something I can control." "You really?" Ming Qingcheng stomped her foot in a knot of anger. "You still don't quickly have someone send my sister back. If anything happens, you will definitely be scolded." Zhao Shuexian bristled in disbelief. What's she got to do with it? It's not like she told the redneck to get in the car, and besides, she has the video in her hand to prove what she said. Still, it's a good idea to do the whole thing. "Qingcheng, can you not tell aunt and uncle? I really didn't know things would turn out like this. My initial intention was just to scare her. When she got scared, I went out to save her. Don't you know who I am? Besides, this kind of behavior is already against the law. I'm not stupid, right?" Ming Qingcheng took a deep breath. "You first have that person send my sister back." At her urging, Zhao Shuexian took out her cell phone and pretended to make a call. She can't really fight. How could she waste such a good opportunity? After 10 seconds or so, she put the phone down, probably still driving. No answer, so what now? Ming Qingcheng's eyebrows drooped, her eyes slightly converged, and after a moment, she took out her cell phone from her school bag. "I'll call mom and you keep calling." "Oh." Zhao Shuexian answered, but whether to fight or not was another matter. After thinking about it, she quietly turned her cell phone into flight mode to save her from a sudden call from the punk's side to ruin her business. Yi Tang arrived at Jada half an hour later, and as soon as he got out of the car, he rushed over with fire, pulling Ming Qingcheng and asking, "What did you say about Nen being missing?" Just now on the phone, Ming Qingcheng didn't say in detail. Yi Tang was also acute. As soon as she heard that Jiang Yining had disappeared, she hung up the phone and rushed to the school. Ming Qingcheng was about to explain, when Zhao Shuexian gently tugged on the corner of her coat and blinked at her. eyes with a hint of supplication. The meaning was obvious. She hoped that Ming Qingcheng would not give her up. Ming Qingcheng pursed his lips and withdrew his gaze, his voice low. Mom, it's like this, just now Xue Xian didn't quite know a question, I explained it to her, told my sister to get in the car first and wait for me, and when I came out a few minutes late, I saw my sister get on someone else's motorcycle. When Zhao Xue Xian saw that Ming Qingcheng was willing to help her cover up, she was delighted and quickly agreed. That's it. Auntie, there are many other people who saw it. Not only did Jiang Yining get into the punk's car, she also took money from them. Yi Tang was so angry that she was trembling, her face was iron blue, shaking her fingers and taking out her cell phone to call Jiang Yining. Mom! I also called my sister, she didn't answer. Ming Qingcheng whispered. While waiting for Yi Tong to come over, she also tried calling Jiang Yining. Yi Tong did not say anything, listening to the cell phone side of the beeping sound until the automatic hang up, but no one answered. Sent Jiang Yining to school only 2 days, the first day could not pick up the person, the second day simply got into the strange man's car. Still in front of the school, that image is not known to be watched by more or less people. Can the face of the Ming family still be there? Several consecutive calls were unanswered. Ming Qingcheng's face turned slightly white, and her voice timidly asked, Mom. What to do? Yi Tang's entire body was ablaze with rage, and his eyes were filled with blood, looking somewhat terrifying. How would I know what to do? She just came back specifically to collect debts. This sinner, if I had known she was raised like this, I would never have picked her up. Yi Tang cursed a few times, then realized that there were still scattered students on the side of the road, looking over with strange gazes. Those stares were like a tub of ice water falling down on her head, chilling her to the bone. No. These people don't know that Jiang Yining is her biological. Jiang Yining wasn't her own, how could she have such an unashamed daughter? It's not her fault, it's not her problem that she was just hoodwinked into adopting a daughter with no character and no morals. Let's go home first. Against those needle-like gazes, Yi Tang fled like he was getting into the car. Jiang Yining followed the youth to Deep City Central Hospital and went up to the VIP ward area on the top floor through a special channel. The two just stepped out of the elevator, was hula outside the elevator of the people surging up, surrounded. Little Xuanzi has brought people here. So this is little Xuanzi's little divine doctor sister? So beautiful. Little Dr. Divine Sister Kankanmi. Jiang Yixuan's face darkened as he flew in front of Jiang Yining, his long arms blocking and pushing back the few people who had rushed forward the most. Roll, roll, roll. You ugly bastards don't scare my Ning. Someone argued in dissatisfaction, Sister, don't listen to little Xuanzi's nonsense. We're cool. In the last leg of the High City stage race, our team swept the top 2. Me. I have points too. You guys are more or less fine. Don't get in the way of Dr. John's visit. A voice suddenly cut in, carrying strength and majesty, and immediately afterward, a middle-aged man was seen striding over. The moment the words fell, a group of people quickly raised their heads and chests, hands behind their backs, and assumed an upright position. Coach. The middle-aged man glared at them, then replaced it with a smiling face and extended his hand towards Jiang Yining. Dr. Jiang, thank you for making this trip. Chapter 30 Old Mother's Parent-Teacher Conferences. Jiang Yining shook it up. It's the right thing to do, Coach Shang. Thank you for taking care of my 5th brother all these years. You're welcome, you're welcome. Your 5th brother is very talented in motorcycling. As long as you keep up your current form, it won't be a problem to be re-elected as this year's world champion. The two men exchanged polite pleasantries, and Jiang Yixuan listened on the side, so embarrassed that he almost used his toes to dig out a 300-square-foot villa. His sister's going. Every time I meet with this old man, I act like an old mother having a parent-teacher conference. Can a 17-year-old girl not be so old-fashioned? And I don't know who I learned it from. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yining followed Coach Shang into the hospital room, while the others were kept out. Little Xuanzi, how nice little divine doctor's sister is to you. I want a sister like that too, well-behaved and sweet. It's other people's sisters who are so perfect, so don't even think about it. In the hospital room, the beds were drawn up with curtains, and the doctors and nurses were busy inside. At the sound of the door opening, the doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and lifted the bed curtain and stepped out. Coach Shang glanced in through the crack. Dr. Li, how's it going? Did it stop the pain? Now is the time to temporarily let the injured person ease the pain. Dr. Li was a bit speechless. Mr. Shang, we tried our best, with the injured person's current condition, our hospital still recommends that he withdraws from the race to recuperate for a year and wait until next year to make his comeback. Even if he barely stops the pain and goes on the track now, there is a high possibility that it will cut short his racing career in the future. Dr. Lee explained the specifics of the injury and was about to discuss the treatment recommendations with Coach Shang. At that moment, the girl following Coach Shang suddenly took a step forward. "Medical records, please." Dr. Lee froze before noticing that Coach Shang didn't come in alone. The girl was around 17 or 18 years old, wearing the uniform of a pretty famous school in the city, with a small face that was so beautiful that it was a bit too much, almost making people unable to move their eyes. Frozen for a long time, Dr. Lee came back to her senses, thinking that she was a relative of the injured patient. "Little friend, you probably can't read the medical records yet. Your brother's condition is actually not serious. As long as he recuperates for a period of time, it is completely recoverable, you don't have to worry." Coach Shang knew that he had misunderstood and opened his mouth to explain at the right time. "This is our team's personal doctor, she's always the one adjusting the players' bodies, so just give her the medical records and she'll treat our players' injuries next." "Huh?" Dr. Lee froze once more, and his gaze toward Jiang Yining became unspeakable. This little girl is only 17 or 18 years old, she hasn't even graduated from high school yet, a private doctor? Dr. Lee returned to his senses and frowned. "Mr. Shang, this is a hospital, not a place to play crack jokes." Coach Shang patiently said, "Our team doesn't joke around with players' injuries." He also understood the doctor's feelings at this time. When he first met the little girl, she was much younger, and he didn't believe that such a young child would know anything about medicine. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he had to overturn those previous stereotypes. Then later, and know that this little girl is the Jiang family god doctor's personal disciple, the age of a small, in fact, has followed her grandmother to learn medicine for more than 10 years, it is not surprising that she this all medical skills. When Dr. Lee saw Coach Shang's serious face, looking like he was insisting on letting a child treat an injured patient, he was furious and laughed on the spot. "You need a medical license to practice medicine. Patients are free to find a doctor on their own, however. If you don't have a physician's license, our hospital won't allow you to perform treatment here. This is an offense." "Well, I have." Jiang Yining took out his cell phone and pulled up his electronic documents to show him. It does have a physician's license on it. Dr. Lee saw the certificate and frowned even more. "It's a good likeness, but kid, do you know that forging documents is illegal? Even if you are not yet 18 years old, you are still subject to the sanctions of the law. This time, I can pretend I didn't see it, but if you use fake documents to cheat people again, I won't be polite." Jiang Yining gave Coach Shang an expressionless look. The look in his eyes was clearly asking, "How did you get me over here without making any connections in the hospital?" "I've already communicated with the dean, and the dean has agreed." Coach Shang hurriedly explained, "I'm going to contact the dean right now." Where did he think that this Dr. Lee, who had helped with the pain, hadn't been notified? Hearing ridiculous comments over and over again, Dr. Lee was getting a little impatient. Their dean was a famous national physician extraordinaire, usually very busy, often running between 49 City and Deep City, the hospital's trivial matters, most of which were handled by the vice president. Doctors in the hospital can see the dean a few times a year has been a real honor. Ordinary people simply do not even have the opportunity to see. "If you're going to keep messing around in the hospital, I'll have security ask you to leave." Jiang Yining paused, glanced at him, didn't say anything, and walked straight to the sofa by the wall and sat down. Coach Shang, on the other hand, took his cell phone, walked to the balcony, and called the dean. Dr. Lee glanced at the wristwatch and said to the nurse who was still busy applying hot compresses to the injured patient, "I have to go see the next patient in the bed, so keep an eye on them, don't let them mess around, and notify me immediately if there's anything wrong." His voice wasn't low, just to make Jiang Yining hear it so that she could dispel the idea of messing around. A couple of nurses were working, but also heard the conversation outside the bed curtain. "Okay." Dr. Lee glanced towards the little girl who sat down quietly and shook his head as he exited the VIP room. The fact is that it is normal for teenagers to love to be cool, to be in the limelight, and to want to act like heroes, but these must be kept within reasonably permissible limits. Medical cures are no joke. He also really didn't understand how old that team coach was and how he didn't have any sense of proportion. It's so messed up that you can just indulge your kids. After exiting the VIP ward and taking care of some work, he returned to his office. Co-workers gathered around, curious to inquire. "Dr. Lee, didn't I hear that you've taken on a new patient from the World Championship team? How's it going? If he cures the world champion, Dr. Lee can follow suit and become famous, right?" Hey, how come such a good thing doesn't fall on my head? I'm so envious. With such a nice addition to the year-end summary, Dr. Lee, you'll definitely be promoted to director next year. Originally he thought the same thing. But, thinking of Jiang Yining, that child who is too beautiful to be said, is no more beautiful, in the end, it is just a bare child. Don't mention it. Dr. Lee waved his hand obtrusively. When the others saw his look, their curiosity increased. What's wrong? Dr. Lee then told what had just happened. That kid was wearing a Kotak uniform, probably one of those posh family kids coming to the hospital to play house. Ugh. The crowd listened with a sigh of relief. This kind of bare child is the most headache. Just then, the intercom on Dr. Lee's desktop rang. Chapter 31. Like a little old man. Dr. Lee blushed, hung up the phone and headed out the door. The other doctors in the office hadn't reacted and looked at him blankly. Dr. Lee? Rushing to the VIP ward area as fast as he could, he saw the nurses who had just been working in there standing to in the hallway. Dr. Lee scanned the area. Coach Shang and his team members were either standing or leaning, and everyone else was out there, except for not seeing the pretty as a button little girl and the injured man. The little girl and the wounded man are afraid to start treatment inside. The nurse saw Dr. Lee and greeted him, ready to explain the situation to him, but the situation, does it even need to be explained? Dr. Lee reached out and strutted over to Coach Shang, who was blocking the doorway. Hurry up and let her out. I'll give her one more minute, and after that, if she doesn't stop her nonsense behavior, I'll immediately call the police to deal with it. Coach Shang was confused for a moment, then calmed down and tried to explain. Dr. Lee, you're mistaken, Dean He. I'm not misunderstanding. And you don't need to move someone who won't show up as a shield. My patience is limited. Calm down, I'll give you instructions. Dr. Lee raised his hand to interrupt him. No need to clarify, I know the situation better than you. The injured person is not a toy that a high school student just takes and plays with, and I have to be very clear in my words, but it seems that none of you are listening right now. In that case. Saying that, he suddenly pushed Coach Sheng away with force and pinched the door handle, about to push the door in. It was just about that time that the people inside were about to pull the door out as well. Inside and outside the door, the two sides fought coldly. Dr. Lee froze, and the person who came out was not the pretty little girl, but an old man in his 60s, who looked. Under Dr. Lee's horrified gaze, Jiang Yining walked out of the hospital room and answered the old man's words without being condescending. Elder Mu, I have a class to teach. The old man waved his hand dismissively, then come over on the weekends. You've managed to learn all of your grandmother's kung fu, there's no way you can't handle high school studies, right? Jiang Yining. Is this what elders should say? Well, then it's a deal. The old man didn't wait for Jiang Yining to agree before he directly clapped his hands. Afraid that she would back out, she immediately ordered someone to go and get Jiang Yining a doctor's pass card. It didn't take 10 minutes for an identity card that could casually use all the medical resources within the hospital to be handed over to Jiang Yining. The document was shoved so hard into her hand that she couldn't refuse it even if she wanted to. Xiaojiang, don't worry, Grandpa Mu, I'm a good elder, I won't oppress my juniors, it's enough for you to come over and pick up 3 or 4 patients a month, Grandpa Mu doesn't ask for much. Jiang Yining. Grandma had a good relationship with these medical leaders, and they had all corresponded over the years, and were indeed her elders when she counted. She had no plans to stay in Deep City for long. She'll be gone next year after her senior year and she's an adult, free of the shackles of custody and wardship. It's not a busy time, so help is help. Jiang Yining agreed. Dean Mu pulled Jiang Yining to talk for a while longer, and finally it was Jiang Yishuan who saw that the time was late and was worried that Jiang Yining's new home would make a mess, forcing him to interrupt. Let's go, I'll send you back. Jiang Yishuan escorted Jiang Yining outside. The whole time, no one paid any attention to Dr. Lee, who was standing like a log, mortared against the wall. Entering the elevator, Jiang Yishuan pressed the B1 button. Jiang Yining got a break and began to account for his teammates' injuries. Your teammate's old injury is fine for now, but you'll have to bring him in once more after the season is over, and I'm going to re-prescribe him some medication for the recuperation period, and he won't be allowed to. For most of the year after that. Ning Ning, these aren't urgent. Jiang Yishuan interrupted her with a look of desire. You're in the Ming family, how are you doing? He'd wanted to ask when they met. However, he hadn't been able to find a suitable opportunity to open his mouth, and Jiang Yining didn't have the intention of talking about this with him. Seeing that it was almost time to part, he. Pretty good, don't worry. Jiang Yining smiled. Fifth brother, cheer up, take this year's world championship title again, you'll be the fourth consecutive champion, winning glory for the country 4 times, and in the future, uncle won't be able to scold you anymore. Jiang Yishuan stared at her breathlessly for a few seconds before reaching out to roughly rub her hair. I was going to say something about you just now, why are you acting more and more like a little old man lately, who taught you that? I'm your brother, just pamper yourself with me, don't worry about things that don't matter. Jiang Yining slapped his hand away, don't touch my hair. If anyone in the Ming family dares to bully you, be sure to tell me at the first opportunity, do you hear me? I'm going to crack their bones. I hate violence. Then I'll warn them. The siblings chatted as the elevator reached the negative floor in the blink of an eye. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Yining was viciously startled by the person standing outside. The man stood in the shadows where the light couldn't reach, and I don't know if it was the light or what, but his complexion looked a little gloomy, giving people an inexplicable feeling of a bone-crushing chill. Jiang Yishuan subconsciously protected Jiang Yining behind himself. Jiang Yining returned to his senses, third master Kure. Nirshin's gaze lingered on the girl for a few seconds before slowly shifting to Jiang Yishuan. Recognized? Jiang Yishuan wrinkled his eyebrows. What's wrong with this man? Inexplicably so hostile to him the first time we met? Well, he is the 4-9 city Mir family Mir third master, helped me a few times. Jiang Yining walked out from behind Jiang Yishuan and introduced, third master Mir, he is my brother. Of the original family, Jiang Yishuan. Twilight Shen's phoenix eyes slightly converged and suddenly smiled, what did you call me? Chapter 32 She's still a child. Jiang Yining's demeanor stiffened slightly, a momentary embarrassment crossing her pretty little face. Biting her lip, she glanced sideways at Jiang Yishuan. In front of your own brother, calling Twilight Third Master's brother? Jiang Yishuan didn't notice the abnormal atmosphere, and when he heard Jiang Yining's introduction, he dragged out a long O in his tone. So it's Third Master Twilight. I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for helping our family, Ning, if there's anything you need in the future, just ask. Saying that, he extended his right hand towards Twilight. As a family of the same 49 city, although the Jiang family had little interaction with the Mir family, a man of the moment like Nirshin could often be heard about his exploits. Twilight dropped her eyes and glanced at the hand for 2 seconds before she slowly shook his hand. Just giving a hand, besides. The little girl is well behaved and cute. Jiang Yishuan very much agreed with this, and his gaze towards Nirshin was suddenly filled with appreciation. That's that. My Ning Ning is just delightful. Ever since she was little, she's been loved by everyone and blossomed in every flower, and everyone in our family hates to hold the world in front of her. She's just the cutest. Fifth brother. Jiang Yining's eyelids jumped up, afraid of Jiang Yishuan's straight mind talking nonsense in front of Nirshin, so he had to snatch the words, is Third Master Mir uncomfortable somewhere? Fifth brother, let's not disturb. It's okay now. Twilight Shen's phoenix eyes picked up, his voice was low and contained a hidden smile, Ning Ning, what did you? Just call me? Jiang Yining looked up at him speechlessly, looking somewhat incredulous. Why did you circle back? Jiang Yishuan scanned the two of them uncertainly, what's wrong? What do you mean what? Jiang Yining pursed her lips, and after a moment of silence, she chose to go out on a limb. Brother Twilight, it's very late, fifth brother and I will go back first, so I won't bother you. Brother crowned with last name in front. Twilight sank his eyes down to look at her, and after a long time, the corner of his lips hooked up and didn't give her another hard time. Aha! Jiang Yining tugged on Jiang Yishuan's clothes and flew out of the elevator. Ning, what are you doing running so fast? Slow down, be careful. Since Ning Ning called me a brother, she's naturally considered my sister, and it's only right to transport her sister. Nirshin looked at her sideways, his phoenix eyes converging with deep meaning. Jiang Yining was about to refuse, but her good fifth brother had already answered with a quick mouth. Then I really thank you. Jiang Yishuan didn't think too much about it and directly agreed. Although everyone said that Third Master Kurei's methods were thunderous, his character had never been tainted with a blemish, and he was a person who could be trusted. Jiang Yining looked at his own stupidly sweet fifth brother. Half-heartedly, nodding her head slightly helplessly, she said. Thank you, brother Kurei then. Remember to send me a message when you get home. Jiang Yishuan waved at the two. Jiang Yining didn't want to ignore him. The car was parked not far away, and under Jiang Yishuan's gaze, Jiang Yining opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Twilight started the car. Jiang Yining clutched his book bag in his arms and straightened his back. Have you had dinner? Kurenai fished out a box of delicately wrapped cakes from somewhere and handed it over. I'm not hungry. With that on her lips, but Jiang Yining still reached out and took it. A pink cake in the shape of a cherry blossom, only the size of her palm, looked appetizing. At the bottom of his heart, he was a little surprised that he would buy such pink and tender little snacks that girls like. Stunned, he suddenly reacted that the morsel was supposed to be for his girlfriend. Taken advantage of by her. Twilight sank her hands on the steering wheel and rambled, "Pad your stomach first. We'll soil your car." Fool. Twilight sidled her head, her voice warm and nice. "At a young age, you don't need to worry so much." Jiang Yining was silent for a moment. In the past few days since she came to Deep City, the words she heard the most were "don't do this and don't do that," and those blood relatives were even afraid that if she took one more step, she would dirty the place in the house. Little did she know that the first person to be nice to her in this strange city would be a stranger she just met. It's kinda ironic. Jiang Yining tore open the box, picked up the matching small fork, and took a bite. Very sweet with a refreshing cherry blossom scent. The cake wasn't large, and it wasn't long before it was finished, and she carefully put the box back in the bag. Then, turning his head to look at Twilight, he was very serious. "Brother Muir, I learned medicine from my grandmother and have already graduated. No matter what the disease is, I..." Jiang Yining paused before continuing, "I will cure you and also protect your privacy." The car shifted imperceptibly. Twilight's phoenix eyes converged, lips still with a smile, voice warm and moist still, but how to listen to how dangerous. "Ning, brother is not sick." The girl looked serious and nodded. "Well, I know, it's just to talk to you first, and you can come over to me whenever you want." Twilight. Never mind, she's still a little kid. 20 minutes later. Nurshan parked the car in the Ming family villa area. Jiang Yining unbuckled her seatbelt, hugged her school bag tightly, and took the cakes bag in her hand again to make sure she hadn't missed anything, and pushed the door to get out of the car. On the other side of the car, Twilight got out as well. "I'll walk you in." Jiang Yining froze for a moment, then understood his intentions. She didn't go to the etiquette class that Yitong had arranged and went out for 2 hours without any instructions. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of storm she would be kicking up when she returned to the Ming family. Of course, she had expected this. Whether she said it or not, the result would be the same, and she was too lazy to waste time doing anything extra. Did Master Kurei-san think of this before sending her back? The heart drummed inexplicably. No need. Twilight paused in closing the door and looked at her across the car. Jiang Yining smiled lightly. It won't change anything. It could even cause trouble for Twilight Sink. Twilight Shin closed the car door, put one hand in his pocket, and laughed lightly. Brother said that he's not afraid of trouble, let's go. Chapter 33, What Will Happen? Twilight Sink walked ahead and reached out to ring the doorbell. 10 seconds later, there were jarring footsteps in the house, followed by the door being opened. You still know how to come back. Why don't you just follow the punks for the rest of your life? What's the point of coming back? Shame on you. There's no place for you in the Ming family, so get the hell out. Yi Tang rushed out and chopped his head off. However, the person at the door was not the one she wanted to scold, but a slender and upright man. A man she couldn't afford to curse. His face was cold, his phoenix eyes slightly downcast, and he exuded a detached nobility and intimidating oppressive power. Yi Tang choked, being looked at by those cold eyes. He actually had a suffocating feeling of his neck being tightly strangled. The silence was only for a moment, but Yi Tang felt as if a century had passed. The man in front of her flicked his thin lips, and unexpectedly, the words that came out of his mouth were not as sharp as last night's, and his voice was faintly apologetic. Mrs. Ming, I'm sorry for letting someone take Ning out without asking for your permission. Yet Ang froze. Jiang Yining also froze, not expecting him to take the fault all on himself. Mouth slightly open, too shocked to speak. Why would he help her to this point? Obviously only met a few times. Last night, I promised the little girl that I would take her around, and today I happened to be free, so I had someone pick her up from school, and next time, I will let Mrs. Ming know in advance beforehand. There were hints in the words. Yi Tang had lived to this age, how could he not hear them? He's telling the truth. It had been almost half a month since he had picked up Jiang Yining and returned, and apart from giving her a family dinner, he hadn't done anything for her. Not even once, did he take her out of the door? The people who had better relations with the Ming family were all prominent figures in Deep City, and it was even more unlikely that she would take Jiang Yining out. One is that Jiang Yining doesn't know anything, and the other is that she is afraid of losing face. Yi Tang's chest was a bit stuffy, and while her heart was weak, she also complained that Jiang Yining had said such things to outsiders. So Enin was with Master Twilight-san, it's me who's concerned. She reluctantly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Enin, you're really too, you have to answer the phone even when you go out to play. We're all worried to death, next time don't be like that, okay? Jiang Yining had looked at her cell phone, and there was only one call from Yi Tang in it, which was made when she first arrived at the hospital. After that, no one has approached her. She lightly glanced at Yi Tang and let out an "oh." It's amazing how a storm can just dissipate. Seeing Mürshin leave, Jiang Yining followed Yi Tang into the house without speaking and walked straight upstairs. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, there was a clutter of footsteps from above. Zhao Shuashan rushed down from the second floor and was so surprised to see Jiang Yining walking upwards unharmed that she blurted out directly. How come nothing happened to you? She had clearly explained to those punks how they could make Jiang Yining lose his reputation. How dare they let someone back in without even letting her lose a hair? Thanks to her, she had purposely stayed in the Ming household, ready to see her miserable. Jiang Yining's footsteps lurched and he looked up, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Zhao Shuashan thoughtfully. What would happen to me? Zhao Shuashan panicked in her heart for a split second, but quickly calmed down. She looked contemptuous, and her eyes swept Jiang Yining up and down unkindly. Che, a woman, getting into a punk's car and going for hours at a time, how was I supposed to know what was going to happen to you? Jiang Yining slightly inclined his head, and only a chill remained in his peach blossom eyes. How do you know he's a punk? Ha! Zhao Shuashan laughed out loud, I'm not blind. Seeing it with my own eyes, of course I know. Yi Tang heard the sound of the two conversing, wrinkled his eyebrows and walked over, scolding Zhao Shuashan. Shuashan, no nonsense. It wasn't that she was helping Jiang Yining, but she remembered that Mürshin had just said that it was someone he had sent over. Is the person who rumored about Master Kurei-san too long to live? Zhao Shuashan was stunned beyond words. Auntie, you. When he came back from Jiada, Yi Tang had been in a state of emotional rage, and his appearance was horribly frightening. She didn't even dare to stay in the same room with Yi Tang before hiding upstairs. With Yi Tang in that state, she had thought that Jiang Yining would definitely not be without a beating when he returned. How did? Get offended? She came down as soon as she heard the noise. It's only been a few minutes, how could she have gotten over it? What went wrong? Anyway, no more talk about what happened before. Go up and review your homework and just go to bed. Yi Tang was not in the mood to care about the bickering among the small children and waved his hand, dismissing the two with a casual remark. She needed to calm down and talk it over with Ming Chungkan when he returned. Jiang Yining didn't say anything else, looked deeply at Zhao Shuashan, and went up the stairs around her. Zhao Shuashan clenched her fingers, a little overwhelmed by this unexpected situation. After standing for a moment at the empty stairway, she turned quickly and headed up the stairs. Ming Qingchang is still practicing in the piano room. She went to her room and pulled out her cell phone, her fingers flying. The family gave the redneck a run for his money on this one, but don't think that makes it okay. With Yi Tang's deadpan character, Jiang Yining had no face in front of the whole school, and the Ming family could not tolerate her as well. Zhao Shuashan quickly edited the video, made up another powerful title, and then clicked send. Originally, she had planned to wait for Jiang Yining to come back, and then make up some pictures of how she looked after she had just been toyed with, and send them out as soon as they were released, so that there was absolutely no possibility of her turning over again. Inside it occurred to me that those people had taken her money and were so unhelpful. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuashan exited the school forum app and dialed the punks. The call had just connected, and without waiting for her to question it, the gangly voice on the other side threw her the question first. Hello? Miss, why do you keep turning off your cell phone? I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't get the girl you mentioned today, can I continue tomorrow? Zhao Shuashan froze, didn't block it? Then who was the person who took her away? Ha? I don't know. Anyway, give me an idea and I'll go back tomorrow, okay? If not, then forget it, the deposit is non-refundable. Zhao Shuashan can no longer listen to his words, his brain boom. Is that why? Yi Tang's reaction just now was different from what she thought. Also, Jiang Yining asked her how she knew he was a punk. What did she know? How is that possible? Hey, Missy, if you don't say something, I'm going to assume you're following my lead? The punk on the other side of the phone yelled lazily a few times, finally pulling Zhao Shuashan back to reality. You don't have to come over for a while. Oh, that's fine. We'll play next time, bye. Zhao Shuoxian stagnant for half a day. At this time, the cell phone came ding-ding a few beeps. She subconsciously went to see. Chapter 34 Airborne. Guardian International Forum message alert. Hello, the content you posted contains illegal information, has been deleted by the system. The user ID will be banned for 730 days. Please pay attention to your next time. Then look at the time it was deleted, almost around the time her point was posted. Zhao Shuoxian was confused on the spot. It's just a video, how is it against the rules? Besides, she knew very well that the forum was run by the school teachers, and there was no way any of them would be around at this hour. Sealed for 730 days, 2 years. Surely she couldn't be so stupid as to post something like that on her own account. It's a borrowed number from a junior boy in high school. This one was sealed right up to the day the boy graduated. Zhao Shuoxian was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone, and with a low curse, the sanity that still existed made her shake her hand to restore the ID. It was hard to fill out all the information, but when she submitted it, the system prompted to reject her application. Just let it go and leave the hillbilly alone? This possibility just bubbled up and was immediately rejected by Zhao Shuoxian. No way. The redneck had caused her such a great deal of embarrassment that it was impossible to forget it for the rest of her life. Gritting her teeth, half-heartedly, she switched to her account. It was already out in the open that she hated Jiang Yining, and posting that hillbilly disgraceful video would be normal to others. As a result, only just after logging in, a ban message popped up on her account as well. The system reason is, your login IP is detected to be the same as the prohibited account, and the user ID will be blocked for 365 days. Unheard of operation. Zhao Shuoxian's hand shook and her phone fell on the bed as her face turned pale. The other side of Deep City. Centurion House. Twilight pushed the door open. A man with a head of curly hair and thick black framed glasses sniffed and stuck his head out of the living room. Twilight 3, you're finally back. The curly-haired man walked out clutching his laptop, narrowing his eyes at Twilight Shin, who seemed to be in quite a good mood. You've been quite out of sorts lately. After knowing Twilight for so many years, this was the first time he had seen Twilight Shin in a good mood. He kind of suspected that the man in front of him had had his core replaced. Well, it's like a novel he read yesterday, being soul-worn. Twilight raised her phoenix eyes and swept them over him. Get lost if you're okay. Ruthless is still the same. Let me come all the way over here to work for you in exchange for these 4 words? Twilight 3, please be a man. The curly-haired man howled twice in dissatisfaction before switching to a curious face. Then again, what were you doing suddenly running out just now? And asking me to keep an eye on a little Thai forum. What's the point of keeping an eye on that kind of forum that doesn't have any semblance of technical content? Might as well just blow it up. Twilight remained the same, get lost if you're fine. Hiss. Line, I go out okay? The curly-haired man raised his hands in surrender. Don't say I didn't remind you, those restless ones from the Twilight family are plotting to take you out. Don't think you can be leisurely just because you ran away to the Deep City. And also, before I came over here, the old man asked me to ask you, how long do you intend to stay in the Deep City? With a calm face, Twilight Shin threw down the car keys and turned straight into the kitchen, pouring herself a glass of water. Next year. The curly-haired man huffed backward. Then tell the old man yourself, I won't carry your message. It's a sandwich, 2 sides, and he doesn't want to be one. Twilight's voice was lazy. Okay. I'm leaving then. The curly-haired man closed the laptop in his hand. Oh yeah, just now, according to your intention to block the small broken forum 2 IDs, ID owner information and action all packaged and sent to your mailbox. Aha! After hearing Zhao Shuoxian's suspicious words that night, Jiang Yining thought she would do something out of it. However, the wind and waves passed for 2 days, during which she received the good news that Jiang Yixuan had won the Deep City split. Without a chance to congratulate him in person, Jiang Yixuan's team set off to the next stage. Thursday. Yi Tang went to Jiada to pick up Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining. After 2 days of turmoil in a row, Yi Tang did not dare to treat the issue of children's transportation sloppily anymore, and came over to keep an eye on it personally every day on time and on the dot. There are still 2 days to go for the piano competition. It can be seen that Ming Qingcheng is obviously a bit nervous. After getting on the car, Yi Tang gave her some words of relief and cheer. But Ming Qingcheng had been distracted, and he didn't know if he had listened. Tilting city? Leaning city? To the classroom. After the car stopped, Yi Tang shouted twice before Ming Qingcheng came back to her senses. She smiled reluctantly. I'll go then. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your teacher has said that with your strength, as long as you maintain your condition, there is absolutely no problem in taking the championship. Yi Tang advised in a low voice. Ming Qingcheng looked at Jiang Yining next to her and silenced. Mom, accompany me to buy a water, okay? Good. Yi Tang agreed without saying a word, and looked at Jiang Yining, who didn't move when he got off the car. Yining, wait in the car for a while, don't just run around. Mother and daughter went to a convenience store not far away. Ming Qingcheng took a bottle of water. After checking out, unscrewed and drank a mouthful. 2 seconds of silence, the emotion suddenly collapsed in general, flung into Yi Tang's arms, choking. What's going on here? Yi Tang was taken aback and hastily stroked her back. Ming Qingcheng was raised by her, and from a young age, she wanted to be strong and demanded the best in everything, showing her brightest side to everyone. Where have I ever tried this kind of aggravation? Yesterday, the piano teacher told me that a very powerful person was parachuted into the Deep City competition, and there's no surprise that the champion will be her. Ming Qingcheng's voice was tinged with tears. She's not happy about it. She has been preparing for this competition for almost 6 months. The winner, who was a sure thing, was told to her in the last 2 days that it would be taken by someone else. How could she be willing? Yi Tang frowned. How did this happen? I know it's my strength that's not as good as others, but this kind of result. Ming Qingcheng cried for a while, then wiped her eyes off with force, barely revealing a smile. So I changed the first competition song, and I didn't practice very well in the past 2 days. I'm fine, Mom, it's much more comfortable after saying it out loud. I'll definitely do my best. Moreover, Luo family brother will come to see me. I won't admit defeat. Listening to Ming Qingcheng cry, Yi Tang's heart ached. Until the last words fell into her ears, causing her to blush. Changing the tune now, it will be too late. Qingcheng, you go according to the original plan, right? Don't worry, the boat will naturally straighten out. My Qingcheng is very good, you may not lose to that person. Yi Tang spoke in a low voice while reaching out to pluck Ming Qingcheng's hair, which was hanging down on her cheeks, behind her ear. Ming Qingcheng hung her head for a long time and shook her head. Mom, my teacher showed me the video of that person's previous matches. She is very strong. There is some gap between me and her. If I were given another month, I would be confident in defeating her, but now I don't have the time. I want to try. Yi Tang cupped Ming Qingcheng's cheeks with both hands and comforted her. Mom knows how good Qingcheng is, but Qingcheng, you have to remember that you're not fighting alone, and Mom will help you clear the enemies on your way. Ming Qingcheng buried herself into Yi Tang's arms. Mom. Chapter 35. Doing your best. Yi Tang sent Ming Qingcheng into the piano classroom before returning to the car. Closing the car door and instructing the driver to drive, without avoiding Jiang Yining, he directly took out his cell phone and made a call. The other party quickly picked up. Mrs. Zhou, it's been a long time. Why haven't I seen you come to the Queen for afternoon tea lately? Jiang Yining half propped his head up and looked out the window at the speeding scenery. Until, Yi Tang said. I heard that Mrs. Zhou, you are familiar with the president of the Shenzhen City Piano Association. Oh, yes, my daughter participated in the piano competition. When the mother, naturally have to worry about it. Hey! Or Mrs. Zhou understands me. Really sorry, trouble you, time is so urgent, then we will see you later? Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Tang hung up the phone just as the car stopped at that moment, arriving at the Qingfu classroom where Jiang Yining was learning etiquette and social dance. Be more serious in class, there isn't much time left, study hard and don't embarrass me. Jiang Yining's hand pushing the door paused for a moment, turning his head to look at her with a smirk. How about you help me make connections, too? The words fell, the entire carriage, a dead silence. The air froze for a moment. Yi Tang's face turned from white to green, and her charming peach blossom eyes danced fiercely. Her heart nearly exploded when she heard Jiang Yining's sarcastic, flavorful words. Ears buzzing. Jiang Yining. Do you think you're qualified to be compared to Qingcheng? Almost a sentence roared out in anger. After Yi Tang finished speaking, she regretted it. Though these were all things that were on her mind. Ming Qingcheng had been raised by her single-handedly, and no matter whether it was her academic performance or her zither skills, she had always been the envy of other people's families since she was a child. What could Jiang Yining compare to Ming Qingcheng? Even if she had the blood of the Mingyi family in her, she was not stupid, but in the end, she had started late. She was 17 years old, how could she possibly catch up with Ming Qingcheng? But thinking about it, after such words were said, it would ultimately create an irreparable gap between her and Jiang Yining. You can't be an enemy when you've recognized your child. She snapped and looked over at Jiang Yining, but didn't see any emotion on her overly pretty little face. Mumbling half-heartedly, she tried to explain. Mom doesn't mean that, Anan. What Mom means is that you and your sister are not the same. Your sister has studied for a long time and has paid a lot. She's just one step away from success. It's the right thing for a parent to do to give her a push at this point. But you've just started studying. How can you think of shortcuts? Mom can help you now, but what about later? In the future, when you come out into society, what can you come up with to face everyone? Jiang Yining let out a shallow "oh," his face calm. Yi Tong was slightly relieved when she listened. On Saturday you will also go together to watch your sister's competition, and after that, if you are also interested in piano, Mom will hire a teacher for you. She said, paused and added, when you have your sister's level. Mom will also be on your side. Jiang Yining smiled gently, pushed open the door, and got out of the car. No need, I want what I want and I'll get it on my own. Then he slammed the car door. This last sentence, when heard in Yi Tang's ears, was almost as if she was bluntly saying that the daughter she had raised was incapable and could only go through the back door. Yi Tong was embarrassed to the core. Only after the embarrassment had passed did she react to the fact that the person who had said something like that to her was Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining. Her daughter who was picked up from a village deep in the mountains. Yi Tang directly laughed in anger. Getting what you want on your own? What can Jiang Yining be capable of? I don't know what I'm talking about. Throwing Jiang Yining's words to the back of her mind, Yi Tang ordered the driver to drive and go to Mrs. Zhou's appointment. At 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, the Ming household was abuzz with activity. Even Ming Chenkong, who was usually too busy to be seen, had gotten up early on purpose for Ming Qingqing's piano competition. In order for Ming Qingqing to sit on the competition stage with the most beautiful side, Yi Tang invited a famous stylist from the deep city to design a look for Ming Qingqing. And the dress, but also in advance of the booking of the famous high-luxury brand J family, the season's latest models of high-fashion dresses. Gorgeous and grand. Jiang Yining was woken up before 8 o'clock, saying that he was waiting for Ming Qingqing to finish styling and also put on a light makeup for her. No one took her refusal at face value. Just like that, he was forced to watch the whole process of Ming Qingqing's dressing up from the side. Boring. Stiffly bracing her spirit to sit on the couch, she took out her cell phone and looked at the time for I don't know how many times before she saw a message from her aunts to her. Heilin Zhe, Ning Ning, this new piece you composed is so difficult. I practiced it all night, and I almost wasted it. However, my mom said that my dad almost ascended to heaven after listening to my practice recording, and he still hasn't slowed down to this day. You just wait and see how I slaughter the newbie village. Harans, by the way, I've sent a few e-tickets for the audience to your phone. If any of your friends want to come, you can send them, and this ticket will also get you into the final awards banquet, so let's meet up when it's over. Jiang Yining saw a QR code attached to the message, a port for e-tickets. Glancing up across the room at the sight of a group of people huddled together in a busy dress-up group, she slowly yawned and replied to Haran's message. Jiang Yining, cousin Lan, you probably need to do your best. Harans quickly replied, There's a dark secret? Jiang Yining, maybe. She didn't know how far Yetong's connections could interfere with the match. However, she knew that as long as she showed a strong enough strength so that the people who were making small moves wouldn't dare to ask for that first place, all of these problems would not be a problem. Harans, I see. Heilin Zhe, what I hate most in my life is going through the back door. Let's see me crush them to death with my strength. Jiang Yining, go for it. Jiang Yining narrowed her eyes, put her cell phone back in her pocket, and prepared to take a nap. At this moment, the Ming family's butler came in to inform with an excited face. Master. Madam. Young Master Luo is here. Ming Qingkong's spirit lifted and he hurriedly greeted him. Jingyao is here? Uncle Ming, Auntie Ming, long time no see. A slender young man in an iron-gray leisure suit walked in from outside. Handsome in appearance, gentle in temperament, with a gentle and elegant demeanor all over his body. It's been a long time, the last time we met was at your engagement banquet with Qingcheng. Ming Qingkong burst with emotion. Qingcheng was happy for a long time when she knew that you would come back to watch her compete. Looks like you've lost a lot of weight, are you busy with school? Yi Tang smiled and sized him up. Luo Jingyao opened his mouth, his tone gentle but not too atmospheric. I'm sorry, it's that I'm busy with school, but there's still a year to go before I graduate, so I'll have more time in the future. After that, the three chatted for a while longer before they remembered they were still standing in the doorway. Hurriedly, he welcomed the man inside. Ming Qingqing sat in front of the makeup mirror, her body unable to move, rolling her eyes and seeing Luo Jingyao, she was instantly delighted. "Brother Jingyao, you're here." Chapter 36, It's Just Candy. Jiang Yining looked along with the clamor, and after only one glance, he withdrew his gaze and leaned back on the sofa to close his eyes. The cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone and casually scanning it, he was startled out of his sleep by the name displayed on it. Mr. Twilight. A message from Twilight Sync. Mr. Twilight, just now, on the road, I saw something suitable for you and bought you some, so pay attention to checking it. The corner of Jiang Yining's eye twitched, and the hand holding the cell phone trembled. The pile of supplementary textbook papers sitting in her classroom, which she had been working on for a week, was not even a tenth of the way through. Still coming? Would it be too late for her to slap those test papers in Twilight's face again? 3 times in her mind, this man helped her, he's a good man, before moving her fingers to reply to him. Jiang Yining, thank you for your kind words, but I can't accept it without merit. Mr. Twilight, didn't Ning say that she was going to treat her brother in the future? Brother will pay for some consultations first. Jiang Yining put down her cell phone and raised her hand to press her temples. If those papers were the cost of a visit to the clinic, well, she'd choose to slap it all in his face. Taking a breath, Jiang Yining stared at his message, pondering how to politely reject his gift. Ming Chenkang, who was chatting with Happy on the other side, suddenly remembered that he had a daughter. When he turned his head, he saw her playing with her cell phone by herself, with no intention of coming over to say hello, and his anger flared up. He shouted angrily at Jiang Yining. "Enin, don't just play with your cell phone all day. Why don't you come over and say hello to someone? After teaching you for so long, you don't even know how to be polite." Luo Jingyao followed Ming Chenkang's gaze and his eyes gave a slight lurch. With just one glance, it's like seeing the world's greatest colors. It's beautiful and colorful. Shoulder-length hair, porcelain-white skin, a pair of peach blossom eyes with love and a smile, making it hard to resist. Ming Qingqing noticed that Luo Jingyao beside her was actually lost in thought for a moment as he looked at Jiang Yining, and her body shifted uncontrollably. However, she quickly gathered her emotions together and still had a sweet and lovely smile on her face. "Dad, don't talk about your sister like that, it's our fault for leaving her out in the cold." Ming Qingqing surreptitiously held Luo Jingyao's arm. "Brother Jingyao, that's my sister Jiang Yining." A flash of realization flashed in Luo Jingyao's eyes. The Ming family had adopted a girl, and this was a big deal all over the city, although he was far away from home, but as the family of the marriage partner, he would still pay more or less attention to it, and naturally, he had heard about it 1 or 2 times. Pretty as it was, in the end it was just an adopted daughter, so he didn't really care. Nodding towards Ming Qingcheng, he didn't pay any more attention to Jiang Yining and continued to talk to Mr. and Mrs. Ming Chenkang. Seeing that Luo Jingyao didn't care, Ming Chenkang glared at the impassive Jiang Yining and stopped distracting himself from her. At 10 o'clock sharp, Ming Qingqing finally finished modeling. The piano competition begins at 11 a.m. and continues in numbered order until 3 p.m., when all competitors perform, and then the top 3 are announced by the tournament jury by 5 p.m. The entire process is streamed live on the internet to ensure the competition is open and transparent. The awards ceremony cum banquet is scheduled for 7 p.m. and is the highlight of the entire tournament. The race party invited over the guest of honor, who is a master of the State Banquet Orchestra. Many people waited for this moment, to be recognized by the master, to be taken as a disciple, and from then on, in the music industry, to be on the level. Over the years, several first places have been taken by the master. Of course, there are those who are not first, but very gifted who are seen by a master and instructed. Ming Qingqing's number was very far back, and she could have gone over in the afternoon, but the airborne contestant who could potentially steal her first place was the first one in the morning, and she wanted to go to the site to see the real strength of the other party. The family was about to get in the car to leave when they realized a problem. The luxurious 4-passenger Bentley that the Ming family was prepared to sit in was not enough to sit in when Luo Jingyao arrived. Luo Jingyao took the initiative and said, "I'll drive there myself." "How can this be? It's rare for you to return to China once, can we still not let you spend more time with Qingchun?" Ming Chenkang only hesitated for a split second before making his decision. "I'll just have the driver send in and over, let's get going." Ming Qingcheng looked apologetically. "Sister, I'm sorry." "What's there to apologize for? Isn't it normal that the car can't sit and split into 2 cars? Alright, let's get going." Ming Chenkang urged the 3 to get into the car, while then turning to Jiang Yining. "Yining, wait here for a moment, I've already asked the driver to come over, it's only a matter of 5 minutes. Jiang Yining gave a casual "oh" and didn't pay attention to it. To her surprise, the one who came in front of her before the Ming family's driver was Twilight Sink. Kurenai was also a little surprised that the girl would be waiting at the door. So good, you know to come out and wait for your brother? You think too much. Jiang Yining didn't really want to pay attention to him, and after a pause, she asked rhetorically, why are you here? She remembered that on the message just now, he was saying to keep an eye out for it. Doesn't seem like a personal delivery. Not caring about the girl's not-so-friendly tone, Twilight Shin raised an eyebrow, her expression idly containing a smile. It's on the way, so I'll just send the stuff over. Jiang Yining's temples twitched vaguely. Brother Twilight, I appreciate your kindness, really. She didn't want to write papers every day. Not to mention, it's the weekend. Twilight Shin turned his head sideways, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. The little girl looks like she has a big problem with him. After thinking for a few seconds, the man still hadn't figured it out. Did brother upset Ning somewhere? Jiang Yining was silent for a split second, and his heart instantly softened. No. Kurenai didn't say anything, as if she was waiting for her to continue. Jiang Yining deliberated for a moment and implicitly explained, in general, students don't really like to write homework and brush up on test papers. Well, I am also that general situation. Twilight sank for a second. Those rolls he sent are casting a shadow over the little girl. Not a roll. Nirshin's face didn't move, but in his heart, he put a heavy mark on Han Frostbite. He opened the back seat of the car and pulled a delicate bag out of it. Just candy. Jiang Yining took it in a daze, looking down at the logo of the bag, and 2 days ago, he invited her to eat the cake, which was produced by the same store. This time it's pink and cherry blossom-shaped candy. In the future, there will be no more test papers. Nirshin's voice contained a smile. However, accordingly, Ning must also promise her brother that even if she doesn't like homework and test papers, she will still study well. Jiang Yining stared blankly at the candy and subconsciously responded, good. At this time, the Ming family's driver parked his car behind Nirshin's car, wiped his sweat and got out of the car, rushing to greet Jiang Yining. Second miss, it's time to go. Chapter 37. It's yours. You can't get away with it. Nirakumo raised her eyebrows slightly and swept a glance at the little girl. Where is this going? The driver did not recognize Nirshin, see his posture long and straight, looked diffuse and lazy, just to that station, the body of the austere momentum, so that people cannot be ignored. Just as if he was a guest who had dealings with the Ming family, he didn't dare to say anything while standing aside. Jiang Yining paused. Going to a piano competition. Twilight Shin's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. The little girl's personality, these days he did feel a thing or two. If she was going to a piano competition on her own, she most likely wouldn't have used the Ming family's chauffeur. In an instant, he guessed the truth by 7 or 8 points. Brother hasn't seen it, can you take brother to see it? Jiang Yining looked at him suspiciously, disbelief written all over her small face. Even if the third master of the Kure family really hadn't seen the piano competition, the reason would only be because he wasn't interested. Where's her turn to lead? However, she still had the candy from the other party in her hand and she had extra tickets. Since the other guy wanted to go along for the ride, it was only natural to give him one. Can. Twilight pulled open the passenger door of her car. Take my car. Jiang Yining nodded. Good. The driver waiting on the side sniffed and became anxious. Second miss. Master is asking me to send you there. I have to get you to the place. Twilight Shin swept over with a single glance, and his tough attitude instantly softened. Seeing that Jiang Yining was about to get into the man's car, he just had to make things clear. This. Second miss, I will report to the master and madam. Jiang Yining let out a got into Nirshin's car, and left. On the other hand, Ming Qingcheng, who was the favorite to win the championship, had just arrived at the venue of the competition, the city concert hall, and was surrounded by numerous reporters. The reporter was surprised to find that Ming Qingcheng was accompanied by her father, Ming Chengkang, a famous industrialist in Shenzhen. Also, engaged to Ming Qingcheng 2 years ago, the dream man of half the women in Deep City, Luo Jingyao, the heir to the Luo family. From this, it could be seen how highly regarded Ming Qingcheng was in the Ming and Luo families. Miss Ming, a few master figures from the Piano Association have previously commented that you are the most hopeful to win the Deep City competition. May I ask if you yourself have this confidence? Miss Ming, it's said that young Master Luo went abroad to study for his doctorate and hasn't returned for 2 years. This time he came back, is it for you? Miss Ming, is this battle suit you're wearing the new season's high fashion from the J family? Ms. Ming. In the face of the enthusiastic and fiery reporters, Ming Qingqing's small face always carried a faint sweet smile, patiently answering questions from reporters. Beside her, on the left and right, Ming Chengkang and Luo Jingyao carefully protected her in case someone pushed and bumped and hurt her. Yi Tang followed behind with a look of honor. This is the daughter she raised with her own hands. Stand amidst the envy of the masses and blossom yourself. The cell phone in her bag rang at this time, not her cell phone, it was the cell phone that Ming Chengkang put in her bag. But the number above the caller ID, she remembered. It's the home driver's number. The same driver that Ming Chengkang sent to pick up Jiang Yining. Yi Tong's face sank slightly. This wonderful moment. She didn't want Jiang Yining to get involved and spoil it. More than anything, she didn't want Jiang Yining to be exposed to the public eye and then be compared to Ming Qingcheng. It would remind her that her own daughter was no good and embarrass her. Just don't compare them. She picked up her cell phone, exited the crowd, walked to a quieter area, and answered the call. Old Xian, you send second miss in through the side door, then tell her to go sit in the audience and wait for us first, and don't ever come this way toward the main entrance. This. The driver froze. No, ma'am, I didn't send the second young lady there. Yi Tang's face changed drastically when she heard this. What's going on? Is it that the second young miss is having a tantrum and won't come over? No, a man came by and he said he was taking Miss Tu to the competition venue. Men? Yi Tang exclaimed, what men? The driver didn't dare to ask the identity of that man at all, and when asked by Yi Tang, he squeaked for half a day and only squeezed out a sentence. He called himself a brother. In an instant, Yi Tang was dumbfounded, and Murenshin's handsome and cold face appeared in his mind. The only time she had met him, she had heard Murenshin call himself brother to Jiang Yining. The one who sent Jiang Yining over was Murenshin? Yi Tang couldn't help but reach up and rub his stinging temples. How come it's him again? Regarding the matter of the twilight sinking, she has not yet had the time to say to Ming Chengkang no, correctly speaking, it is that she has not yet thought of how to open her mouth to Ming Chengkang. Thinking back to the only few times she had met, she was already inclined to agree with Ming Chengkang's idea. That twilight third master should have moved to Jiang Yining. Having been married to Ming Chengkang for more than 20 years, she knew very well what actions he would take when he found out about all this. He would pay attention to Jiang Yining, and even, perhaps, spend more thought on Jiang Yining than Ming Qingcheng. Ming Qingcheng had a delicate mind, and originally picking up Jiang Yining back had made her become cautious as a scared bird. The way she had curbed her arrogance and lowered herself in front of Jiang Yining had already made Yi Tang's heart feel like a knife. If Ming Chengkang was like this again, then it would definitely chill Ming Qingqing's heart. And Yi Tang converged the obscurity in the bottom of his eyes. Okay, I know, go back and rest, you're not needed over here for now. Yes, ma'am. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tang put the cell phone back into her bag and returned to her pride as if nothing had happened. After receiving an interview and satisfying the reporter's curiosity, and following the reporter's request for a family photo, the group of 4 entered the venue. Ming Qingqing's piano classroom teacher was already waiting inside, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s, precisely the chairman of the piano association that Yi Tang knew through Mrs. Zhou's relationship, Yan Yiwen. The tournament organizer arranges a separate lounge for the participants in the tournament. 6 people entered the room with the name Ming Qingcheng. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement by the tournament organizer, but the room opposite Ming Qingcheng was the room of these airborne dark horses He Lin Zhe. Yan Yiwen followed Ming Qingqing's gaze and glanced at the doorplate. Our association has invited several national piano masters this time. As long as your voice can impress them, you will definitely have a great future in the future. He didn't say get first place. Ming Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled, I'll try my best. Yan Yiwen thought she was nervous, so he comforted her, I've heard your piano, it's highly skillful and emotional, don't be nervous, play steadily, there's absolutely no problem. His compliments made Yi Tang feel comfortable. After both sides exchanged a few more pleasantries, Yan Yiwen left Ming Qingqing's lounge. Yi Tang came to Ming Qingqing's side and comforted in a low voice, Qingcheng, you sit down and relax first, don't worry, I've made all the arrangements, it's yours, absolutely can't run away. Chapter 38, Revealing the Fox's Tail. 11 o'clock. City Concert Hall Performance Hall. The spotlight on the top of the stage snapped on and the light shone on the only black grand piano. After the hosts raised an opening stage, they began to read the names of the contestants to the stage. The audience was packed. Ming's family drove into the degree after the host's speech, when the auditorium was dimly lit. Ming Tranquility leaned her body and swept a glance over the seats in their row. There was no sign of Jiang Yining. She gently tugged on the corner of Yi Tang's coat. "Mom, hasn't my sister come yet? What's going on?" When Ming Chengkong heard her words, he also glanced left and right. Is Enin lost? Yi Tang knew that Jiang Yining had come with Nirshin and would probably sit somewhere else together. It's more economical not to come over. The game is about to start, so let's go out and call for someone after the morning game. That's as good as it gets. Ming Chengkong grunted in displeasure. The first contestant walks onto the stage. Ming Qingqing subconsciously straightened her back and gazed at the woman. Haranzig. Host, the first contestant, she will present an original composition, Winged Moon Diddy Dot. Game on. A low, lilting string of piano sounds slowly and slowly. Like a stream babbling in the moonlight, like a breeze blowing through a valley on a moonlit night. Quiet and peaceful. The only sound in the entire hall was the sound of the zither jumping out continuously, and everyone was drowning in the tranquility of the moonlight. Until, after a long, long period of silence after the song, there was a soft clap. The applause awakened the audience in the venue, and in the next instant, thunderous applause resounded throughout the performance hall. Not only was the audience in the arena shocked, but those who watched the live broadcast on the internet couldn't control their hands and the comments brushed the screen. Absolute. The opening is high. High tide. The level this year, is it even that high? It feels like the players in the back, they can wash up and get ready for bed. This level, which God has nothing better to do than to come to the novice village to brush small monsters. And it's still the kind that clears the map with a single slash. The blind guess is that a certain master's disciple is on the verge of his debut and needs to brush up on his battle record. The outsiders see what's going on, the insiders see what's going on. For those who don't know, they just think that the girl named Haranz plays beautifully. For those who know, it's almost certain that she'll take first place. Ming Qingchun was among those who understood. She could no longer control her expression, her face was horribly white. Can't compare. Compared to the video that her teacher had shown her, this performance, Haran's performance was 100 times better. As if the other was telling her that the two were not even on the now. Also do not know how many people are waiting to see her joke. It took Ming Qingqing more than 10 minutes to walk to the floor where the lounge was located, and just as she turned the corner, her footsteps jerked back. Then, Jiang Yining's voice came over. Just an early congratulations, sister champion. He, thanks. Why don't you wait for me, I'll change and we'll go eat together. Jiang Yining paused for a moment. No, I'm not coming alone. Ha! Not waiting for Helanze to complain, Jiang Yining added, I'm going back, next time there's time for a date. Ning. Hearing the footsteps, Ming Qingqing subconsciously dodged and hid in a nearby empty room with a half-open door. It wasn't until Calm returned outside that she walked out in a daze and stood in the empty hallway. Why is Jiang Yining here? She knows Haranzig? No. It's not possible. Jiang Yining lived in the countryside all year round, how could he possibly know someone like that? So, an unusually humiliating thought surged into his mind, almost torturing Ming Qingqing to death. Jiang Yining did it on purpose. After hearing others praise Haranz, she ran over to talk to her knowing that she would take the title. Jiang Yining just can't see her Ming Qingqing winning the championship, can't see her Ming Qingqing being too good. As soon as the idea came out, it sprouted irrepressibly and then grew into a huge tree. Muddled back to the lounge. Ming Qingqing smashed everything inside. From the first second Jiang Yining stepped into the Ming household, she knew that it was impossible for Jiang Yining to coexist with her. How is it possible to be sisters in peace? Even if he acted like he didn't care, Jiang Yining's heart was definitely trying to snatch everything back from her every moment. Hiding for so long, see, finally showing his fox tail. Take it all back? Dreaming. Ming Qingqing let out a cold smile, and after a long period of silence, she took out her cell phone and dialed a call. The phone was connected and Zhao Xuexian's surprised voice came out. Hello? Qingqing, aren't you at the competition? Why are you calling me at this time? Xuexian, have you ever seen my zither score? Ming Qingqing said anxiously. No. Zhao Xuexian replied blankly, then her voice changed. Wait, your zither score is missing? Well, Ming Qingqing sighed softly. It's fine, I'll look for it again. Zhao Xuexian also became anxious. Slow down, Qingqing, the sheet music you lost, it can't be the one you're going to use for the competition later, right? Ming Qingqing didn't answer her question directly, but said, I should have accidentally put it somewhere. Xue Xian, you don't have to worry, I've memorized the score and practiced the tune countless times, so even if I don't have the sheet music, there's no problem. Really? Zhao Xuexian asked skeptically. Ming Qingqing laughed, her tone was relaxed, of course it's true. You don't have to worry about it. That's fine. Zhao Xuexian finally chose to believe Ming Qingqing. I happen to be outside, I'll pass by the school in a while, I'll go and help you see if the zither score is in the classroom? Well, thank you. Zhao Xuexian snapped, I don't need to say thank you because of my relationship with you. Really? You have to cheer for the competition. However, whether you cheer or not, the champion won't be able to escape. Let me congratulate you on your championship. Well, by your honor. After hanging up the phone, the sweet smile on Ming Qingqing's face instantly disappeared, and her face was horribly gloomy. Wait for it. Jiang Yining. Chapter 39 What You Like. The rest of the game seemed a bit muted. The first few entries on stage were fine, the audience listened patiently, and in the back, every now and then, you could see people getting up and leaving the stage. Jiang Yining didn't move as he switched his body's center of gravity from the left to the right. As she was about to transform again, a voice containing a smile came to her ears. Can't sit still? Jiang Yining's body stiffened, and then, reached out to touch his nose to hide the embarrassment of being discovered. Is she that obvious? Obviously she was so restrained that she held back a yawn. No. Twilight raised her hand and looked at her wristwatch, it was 12 o'clock. With half an hour to go, the morning session ends, with a half-hour break in between, and then, at one point, the afternoon session continues. Let's go eat first. Jiang Yining was not a judge, and the contestants he wanted to watch had already watched, so it was fine even if he left. However, she did not forget that she had brought Nirshin here to learn more, where is the good sense to say to leave? At this point, when he said he was going to dinner, he was too busy to say yes. Yes. The man looked sideways, his thin lips curving up slightly as he lost some of his smile. The little girl is kind of cute. The city's concert hall is located in the middle of the deep city's cultural district, and the area around it is full of art galleries and museums, with few places to eat. The two picked an elegantly decorated restaurant with a serene environment out of the few choices available. Into the box. Twilight Shen handed Jiang Yining the menu. Let's see what we want to eat. Jiang Yining took the menu and flipped through 2 pages, suddenly reacting to the fact that she was actually sitting down to dinner with the legendary third master mirror. And, there are only 2 of them. When she looked up she could see Twilight leaning back in her chair, her posture a little scattered. The man converged the usual sharp icy coldness in his phoenix eyes, and his cold white slender fingers knotted the desktop with one click. His appearance was so remarkable that even such a careless movement was very pleasing to the eye. Thinking back to the only times they had met, the man had shown patience and gentleness. She was somewhat unable to recall what the rumored third master Kure was really like. Is there anything on my brother's face? Jiang Yining coughed lightly and snapped back his eyes. Can we say she's trying to see through the facts? Acting as if nothing had happened, he ordered 2 dishes and handed the menu back. I've chosen, Brother Kure, see what you want to eat. Twilight Sinker raised her eyebrows slightly as she listened to the names of the 2 dishes she reported. Like sweet? Jiang Yining nodded, right. Twilight replenished a few Cantonese dishes with sweet flavors and handed the menu back to the waiter. After the waiter retreated, the box went quiet. What else do you like besides sweet? Twilight asked suddenly. Jiang Yining was stunned, suddenly asking this, she couldn't recall what she liked or disliked. Twilight mused for a second and changed the question, what kind of fruit do you like? Crunchy apples. What do you like to do in your free time? Read books and learn new things. What color do you like? Light colors all the way. What kind of men do you like? After answering a few questions in a row, Jiang Yining suddenly reacted that this last question was a bit out of place and hastily interrupted him. Brother Kure, are you checking the account? Twilight laughed softly, you could have asked me too. Jiang Yining directly shook his head no. I'm not asking. Twilight Shen propped up his head, his phoenix eyes dense with a few smiles, his attitude was not slow, the little girl's words really hurt. Seeing Jiang Yining's somewhat puffed up appearance, he knew deep down that if he asked any further, the little girl was going to get upset. He waved his hand, okay, don't be angry, brother is joking with you, however, brother has a request, at this stage, study hard, no early love, do you hear me? Jiang Yining looked at him and mentally advised herself 3 times to forget it for the sake of him having helped her. Oh. Good boy. After dinner, Nirshin still had some things to take care of, and Jiang Yining wasn't really interested in the later matches, so the two of them didn't go back to the city concert hall. Nirakumo sent her back to the Ming household. Ignoring the strange gazes of the Ming family's servants, Jiang Yining returned to her room. After staying up for 2 nights to write a song for He Linzai, and being woken up early this morning, after tossing and turning for most of the day, she was already sleepy. Over here, Jiang Yining slept in a quiet and comfortable environment. On the other side of the city's concert hall, Ming family members also finally waited for the moment when Ming Qingqing went on stage. The stage lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight that enveloped a man and a piano. Gorgeous and dazzling. Yi Tang, however, frowned. What's going on? What's wrong? Ming Chungkong turned his head and asked curiously. Dumpy didn't bring her sheet music to the stage. Yi Tang's hand was propped up on the armrest of the chair, her eyes tightly looking at Ming Qingqing on the stage, wanting to go to her side, but reason told her that she couldn't, she could only desperately restrain herself. Ming Chungkong froze for a moment and looked over from afar. The spot where the previous contestants would have placed their zither scores was empty at the moment. Ming Qingqing sat down and put her hands on the keys. Now not only the Ming family, but even the other spectators noticed, and low murmurs rippled through the audience. Is that girl going to play blind? Although blind playing will add points, it's too risky. If something goes wrong, then the match will be considered null and void. Isn't that Ming Qingqing the favorite to win this time? So she's so powerful? Why do I smell a conspiracy? Couldn't it be that someone took away her sheet music and made her naked? Run on the stage, right? Can't be. I think the first place must have fallen to the girl in the morning, and taking away Ming Qingqing's piano score would be a bit redundant. What nonsense, the Ming family's eldest miss is also very powerful. When the first note spilled out, everyone's mouths closed and their eyes locked on the girl on stage. Finale. The Bentley pulled out of the parking lot of the city music hall. Ming Chengkong drove the car with a gloomy face. Luo Jingyao sat in the passenger seat, his hand propped up on his cheek as he looked out the car window at the scenery whizzing by. In the back seat, Ming Qingchun kept her head down from beginning to end, not saying a word. Yi Tang, who was sitting next to her, didn't look good either. The atmosphere was horribly oppressive. The car returned to the city before Ming Chengkong squeezed out. I'll send Jingyao back to Luo's house first. Luo Jingyao gave a start. His car was still parked at the Ming family villa, but the afterglow at the end of his eyes swept over the few people in the car, and he eventually answered without saying anything. Okay, thanks Uncle Ming. Ming family villa. An hour later, the Bentley stopped at the inn gate. The car door slammed heavily shut and Ming Chengkong stepped out of the car with a furious stride. Yi Tang looked at Ming Chengkong's background, sighed, and turned his head to look at Ming Qingcheng. Leaning, what's going on with you? Mom, I'm sorry I let you down. Chapter 40, Someone's doing it on purpose. Yi Tang didn't understand. She had paved the way. As long as there were no mistakes, the first place would be Ming Qingcheng. However, Ming Qingcheng still went off the sword and chose to play blindly. The end result was that 2 small mistakes in the middle of the show prevented even a second-place finish, only a third. How much of a halo it came out with and how much of a mockery it ended up in. The Ming family didn't even have the face to attend the final awards banquet and came straight back. In the meantime, no matter how much she pressed, Ming Qingcheng had this look of self-blame and sadness, apologizing non-stop. Yi Tang's disappointment was there, but it was even more heartbreaking for her, and he couldn't say anything to blame her. For the rest of the weekend, the Ming family said absolutely nothing about the piano competition. Luo Jingyao stopped by on Sunday to take the car away and say hello in passing. He's going back to continue his studies. Ming Qingcheng could clearly feel that his attitude was much lighter. The depressing atmosphere lasted until Monday. Guardian. Everyone in the focus class knew about Ming Qingcheng's participation in the piano competition. And it's also known that she's the favorite to win the title, and with her advocates promoting her, there's a perception that she's definitely going to get it. However, knowing that, the students in the focus class are usually very busy with their studies, and not everyone is interested in piano. Most of the class didn't follow the results of the piano competition directly. Therefore, when Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining returned to the focus class one after the other, the crowd looked over in unison. Class President Zhou Minghai stood up with an excited face and rushed Ming Qingcheng to congratulate him. Ming-san, your piano competition was on the weekend, right? Together with this piano competition, Ming Qingcheng started to prepare for it last semester. These days, many piano-related masters in Deep City had openly said so, and everyone thought that she was bound to take the first place. Ming Qingcheng smiled with a light and idle face. Isn't the competition like this? In addition to ability, but also depends on luck and clinical play, before the results come out cannot say who the flowers fall, and this time the first place, very powerful, it is my skill is not as good as others. With these words, the awkward atmosphere around them finally eased. Zhou Minghai looked at Ming Qingcheng with a face of admiration. Right. Akira-san is right. It makes too much sense. And broad-minded. Others have also praised yes. Third is fine too. I've heard that for that piano competition, there are hundreds of people in one region. They're all the best from the tens of thousands of people who auditioned. It's not easy to get third place. Ming prepared for the competition while not falling behind on his homework, and stayed in the top 5 on both sides. Who could do that? When Ming has more time after the entrance exam, all the firsts will be yours from now on. These words didn't make Ming Qingcheng's mood better, on the contrary, it made her become more and more irritated. She was reminded again and again that she didn't get first place, and she didn't join a famous teacher. Propping up a smile and making a few perfunctory comments, she returned to her seat. Zhao Shuaxian walked into the classroom from outside at this time and couldn't help but smile when she saw everyone laughing and praising Ming Qingcheng. Leaning, you really are the best. You called me Saturday morning and said the sheet music was missing, it scared the hell out of me, and in the end the winner. Shuaxian. Ming Qingcheng bitterly shook his head at her. The others reacted and looked at Ming Qingcheng with surprised faces. So, this happened before the game? Zhou Minghai was shocked. Student Ming, the sheet music you were going to use for the competition is missing? Then how did you compete? The competition and the missing piano score are two different things, and it's all in the past, I don't want to bring it up. Ming Qingcheng took out the teaching materials to be used in class and smiled. Alright, getting ready for class, it's better for everyone to return to their seats. We are a key class, we can't let other classes see us scattered. The crowd looked at each other for a long time, choosing to listen to Ming Qingcheng's words and dispersed back to their positions. Zhao Shuaxian froze for a moment, a little unsure, as she followed the crowd's footsteps and returned to her seat to sit down. She could see something in this moment, too. Ming Qingcheng definitely didn't look like she was happy to have taken first place. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone, opened the search, and looked up the Deep City piano competition. It was better if she didn't look at it, but when she did, her whole body felt bad. Ming Qingcheng surprisingly didn't get first place, but third. Clicking on one of the news links, it did explain why Ming Qingcheng took third. 2 minor errors during blind play resulted in a point reduction. No wonder he hadn't heard from Ming Qingcheng all weekend. After enduring a class, when the bell rang, Zhao Shuaxian immediately turned around. Qingcheng, have you found your zither score yet? Ming Qingcheng was a bit helpless. Shuaxian, I said I don't want to. No. Zhao Shuaxian paused, her gaze sweeping in Jiang Yining's direction, then she lowered her voice. Have you ever wondered why your zither score is missing? Ming Qingcheng froze. Zhao Shuaxian couldn't help but let out a long sigh when she looked at her like this. Qingcheng, you're just too kind and stupid. It's obvious that someone did this on purpose. Otherwise, how could the piano score not be lost earlier or later, just waiting for you to lose it during the competition? There really aren't that many coincidences in this world. There is, and that's a contrived coincidence. Especially now that there's such a disgusting thing in Ming's house. It was also her fault that she flaunted it in front of Jiang Yining when she caught the chance. It made that hillbilly jealous. Ming Qingcheng, however, shook her head. It should be that I accidentally put the sheet music somewhere else. I'll let the maid at home help look for it when I get home from school. You really? Hey! Zhao Shuaxian glared at her with hatred. Your housemaid surely can't find it. Wait for me to go and find it for you on the weekend. If she didn't have to prepare for the quiz, she would want to rush to Jiang Yining's room right now and find the zither score. Ming Qingcheng was silent for a while. Shuaxian, I know how you think, but my sister is not that kind of person. Besides, it's all in the past. I won't take first place even if I dwell on it again. Let's end this matter here. Zhao Shuaxian gritted her teeth. Jiang Yining dreamed. Chapter 41. Are there any other students who would like to join us? On the first Monday of September, Guardian officially welcomed the new semester. And seniors are about to embark on their first quiz of the new semester, and academics are compacted. In the third physics class, Han Frostbite took 2 minutes before class to give the students a lecture on the unified arrangement of the senior primary examination. At the end of the day, we also reminded that the registration for the 5-subject competition will be closed soon, so that students who have not yet thought about it, hurry up and make a decision. Okay, we're officially starting class. Jiang Yining also took out one of the test papers from the pile stacked high and lowered his head to start writing it up. Someone else's kind words, hopefully she'll get it all done before the end of her senior year. At that moment, the cell phone thrown in the belly of the table quivered slightly. She lifted her head, looked at Han Shuangshi, who had already begun her lecture, and took her cell phone out. The message's number docket name is Mei Shanglin. Her teacher. Jiang Yining sighed softly and clicked on the message, ready to accept being scolded. Shang Meilin, this is nonsense, why are you and Shouty getting involved in that kind of small competition? Also, didn't I tell you before that you have to register your compositions before you can publish them? It's only been a while since I've supervised you, and you've been acting up. Jiang Yining pressed his temples helplessly and sighed softly once more. Jiang Yining, I'm sorry, teacher, I'm greedy, I promise there won't be a next time. Jiang Yining, I'm still in class, I'll call you after class, do you think it's okay? In the middle of the day, Shang Merlin replied, okay. Jiang Yining smiled slightly, her teacher's dispirited tone could be felt even through the screen. Sort of over the top. Placing the cell phone back into the stomach of the table, Jiang Yining's attention fell back to the test papers spread out on the desktop. 45 minutes passed in the blink of an eye and the bell rang. Just as she put down her pen and picked up her cell phone, she saw a figure blocking her path. Jiang Yining raised her eyes, and they went cold. Move over. Jiang Enin. Both spoke at the same time. The air froze. The girl rolled her eyes a little too much. Jiang Yining, who do you think you are? Every time you are approached to speak, you put on a face like someone owes you millions. Who do you give face to? Jiang Yining glanced at her, you're blocking my way. The flat, cold tone of his voice choked the other man. You. Lin Fei swallowed that breath and expressed her generosity by raising her hand and giving it a gentle shake. Forget it, I don't care to bother with the likes of you, listen, I have something to say to you. Jiang Yining looked at her speechlessly. I have things to do, can you move over? Being ignored by her again and again, Lin Fei felt like she was about to explode with anger. Jiang Yining. Don't forget your identity and give your face away. Jiang Yining paused. Aren't all the people here students from the Keed Senior High Focus class? What? Do you still want me to kneel down and ask for peace? Lai Beiqing, who was still lying on the desktop furiously mending his homework, came in at the right time. 12:02 La, perished early in the morning. In the quiet classroom, I don't know who let out a pft of laughter. Lin Fei's face was hard to see, and in her heart, she despised Jiang Yining, the adopted daughter who came from the countryside and also took over the magpie's nest. But there were some things that couldn't be said too bluntly, or else, in the end, it would become her not. Lin Fei adjusted her breathing and tried her best to suppress the churning emotions as she said in a cold voice. I'm not going to bully you, let's get right to it. From your first day in the focus class, I've felt that you're a liability to our class. Don't talk to people who say that my teacher believes in you, that kind of thing. I only believe in what I see with my own eyes. Jiang Yining raised his eyes, his peach blossom eyes smiling. So? Lin Fei swept a glance at her, then turned her gaze to meet someone behind Jiang Yining. So, as a member of the focus class, I feel it's my duty to remove the trash. Right, class president? Ha? Suddenly being named, Zhou Minghai, who was not far away, was filled with confusion. I remember you also said, class president, that you didn't want our class average to be pulled down, right? Zhou Minghai looked at Lin Fei and then at Jiang Yining. After a few seconds, he finally remembered. On Jiang Yining's first day in the focus class, he had said that he would lead the charge to drive her out of the focus class. This. Zhou Minghai scratched his hair, although he had said such things, there was nothing he could actually do. He can't bully a girl, can he? There's no need for you to do anything as class president, being a witness is enough. Lin Fei looked at Jiang Yining with a face of contempt. It just so happens that tomorrow the senior year will start with the quiz. How about this, if your grades don't reach the average, get out of our class, how's that? That's a reasonable request, right? Jiang Yining fell silent. Lin Fei looked at her like this and was secretly happy. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. When you get something, you're afraid to lose it. people are greedy enough. Something that doesn't make it to the top. It was only Ming Qingcheng who was generous enough to put up with her. What? Don't dare? The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more pleased she became. Since you know you're afraid, then I advise you to be more restrained in the future. Don't think that you'd become a phoenix because you become the Ming family's adopted daughter, you. Jiang Yining suddenly spoke up and interrupted her. It is very reasonable. Now you're begging me, Linfield snapped. What did you say? I can promise you this request, just. Jiang Yining paused and added, Lin's student questioned me, probably because he decided that my grades can't pass the average, right? How about this, if I can't pass the average, then I'll leave the focus class, and if Lin's grades are worse than mine, he'll leave the focus class as well. That's a reasonable request, right? After all. Jiang Yining slowly trailed off, his beautiful peach blossom eyes sweeping Lin Fei up and down. If it were me, I'd be better off dead if I did worse than an adopted daughter from the countryside, so how can I be ashamed to be in the same class as her, right, Lin? The whole classroom was silent. Everyone's cheeks, inexplicably, burned and ignited. There were quite a few people present who often discussed Jiang Yining in this way behind her back, but it was all done in private, and now that it was suddenly flipped onto the stage in public, it was as if she was being stripped of her ugliest side and displayed in public. Lin Fei's face was red and green, and she was about to agree flatly at Jiang Yining's words. But her eyes swept over the blandness of her face with its confidence, and for a moment she hesitated. Does this adopted daughter really have the power? She also revealed earlier that the Ming family had hired a tutor for her. But, with so many subjects and so much knowledge, there's no way she's going to make it in time to learn it all. Guardian's promotion rate for key classes is almost 100%. She couldn't have learned more. What? Don't dare? The clear and cold voice made Lin Fei's ears heat up, the blood rushed towards her head, and she didn't bother to think about it so much anymore. Am I afraid of you? Just come. If I do worse than you, I'll leave the key class. Jiang Yining nodded, his gaze sweeping. Any other students want to join us? Chapter 42, You'll regret it later. Jiang Yining walked out of the classroom through the back door. It was a long time before anyone in the classroom let out a long breath. I don't know how Jiang Yining's performance is, but I think that her aura is so powerful that it feels like her opponent lost before she even started. Maybe there really is a reversal. After all, there's no rule that just because you're from the countryside, your grades have to be bad. Han isn't stupid. He said that he'll let us rest assured about the grades of the interlopers, so there must be some reasoning behind it. I think 9 times out of 10 it's Lin Fei who's going this time. The crowd was talking. Lin Fei's face was red and white as she listened to the sounds from all directions. Just now, she had been overpowered by an adopted daughter from the countryside. It was so humiliating. None of the people who had been on the same side as her before had come forward. They wouldn't think that Jiang Yining would be able to pass her test. How can that be? Her grades have been consistently in the top 20 for a long time. Gritting her teeth, Lin Fei glanced in a certain direction towards the back of the classroom and then walked out of the classroom as well. Balcony at the end of the hallway. Zhang Yanin stood there on the phone. Sheng Meilin, sometime before accepting the invitation to speak at a foreign music academy, are not in the country, which Noah returned to the country to find the most pleased disciple in the nonsense, has not had time to reprimand her, and listen to the storm of her life. At this moment, it's too late for heartache, so how can you still reprimand? Jiang Yining pressed his temples, somewhat helpless. Teacher, I'm really fine, it's all good, you don't have to worry. Sheng Meilin sighed softly, alright, don't I know you? Let's not talk about that. Did you try out the piano that your friend helped bring back the other day? Jiang Yining gave a beat. Not yet. Sydney brought the zither back to the village before she had a chance to look at it. That's how busy you are? Isn't exactly busy. It's just not convenient. Jiang Yining recalled that the first day she arrived at the Ming household, Yi Tang had come up to throw her things. She was afraid that if she brought the zither to the Ming family, those people would burn it as firewood. To the Ming family, being a country bumpkin, she wouldn't be carrying anything good. She didn't say much, and Sheng Meilin didn't ask too much. Well, in a few days the Sound Association is going to absorb new members, and when that happens I'll ask them to make Deep City their first stop, and I'll stop by to see you. Jiang Yining responded. Don't put the zither down even if you're busy, you can't just not practice because you're talented. Sheng Meilin admonished a few more times. Naturally, she was good enough to respond one by one. After hanging up the phone, only to turn around, he saw Ming Qingqing standing a few steps away with a look of desire to speak. Jiang Yining put his cell phone back into the pocket of his school uniform and walked in the direction of the classroom with his slender legs, ignoring her. Sister! Ming Qingcheng hurriedly stopped her. Jiang Yining was forced to stop. What's the matter? The girl's attitude was so cold and piercing that Ming Qingcheng shrank a little hurt. The small mouth opened and reopened, half a day before mumbling, Sister. I don't mean to lecture you, but Mom and Dad had a hard time sending you to Jiada's key class. You shouldn't have made a bet with someone, just in case. Mom will be unhappy. Jiang Yining raised his head, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. If I remember correctly, that student Lin is a big fan of yours, right? Ming Qingcheng's pupils instantly shrunk. Of course not. Sister, I definitely didn't ask her to do such a thing. You're mistaken. Jiang Yining raised his hand and made a stop sign. I don't care if you did or didn't do it, and you don't care if I misunderstood or not, since you didn't say anything just now. Will you please shut up now too? Ming Qingcheng's face went white, her mouth moved, unable to say a single word. Ring. As the bell rang, Jiang Yining crossed over Ming Qingcheng and walked towards the classroom. Afternoon dismissal. After the competition, Ming Qingcheng didn't have to report to the piano and steel classroom every day, and even Jiang Yining didn't have to run to the ritual classroom every day, turning it into a weekend trip for 2 days. The reason for the change, of course, couldn't be because Ming Qingcheng didn't have to report to work every day, and Yi Tang didn't want to personally transport her every day. School is officially in session at Guardian, and classes are much more intense than they were the week before. When Yi Tang explained in this way, Jiang Yining believed in this way. It made no difference to her. So, starting this week, she needs to attend evening study sessions at Guardian. After being dragged by Lai Beiqing to the small restaurant outside the school for dinner, on her way back to the classroom, she received a call from Yi Tang. Just one word, come out, I'll meet you in front of the school. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining said to Lai Beiqing, Classmate Lai, you go back first, I have something to do. Ri Beiqing didn't say anything and made a phone call gesture at her. Okay, call me if you need anything. Jiang Yining turned around and folded back to the school entrance, where Yi Tang's car was parked on the side of the road. A black Bentley, luxurious and ostentatious. Just as she approached, Yi Tang pushed open the car door and stepped out. The hard color was ugly as hell, as if she had done something hurtful. What's up? Jiang Yining stood a few steps away. Tell me yourself, it's only the first day of the second week of school and how much trouble you've gotten me into. Can't you settle down a bit and let me save my mind? Yi Tang angrily walked forward, reaching out to catch Jiang Yining's hand. Go apologize to that classmate you made a bet with and cancel the bet. I'll accompany you this time, just this once. I hope you won't make this kind of shameful thing again. Jiang Yining ducked away and looked at her sideways. Ming Qingcheng told you? I can't even wait to go back. Trouble. Is this the time to care who tells me? Enin, you're 17, you'll be an adult in a few months. Why can't you think properly before you do something and what the consequences will be? Don't be capricious, come with me. Yi Tang was a little anxious, reaching out his hand towards Jiang Yining. The girl took 2 steps back, keeping her distance. She couldn't even touch the corner of the girl's coat. Yi Tang pursed her lips, suppressed the feeling of annoyance in her heart, and tried to soften her tone of voice to persuade. Enin, you're acting on impulse right now and betting with someone. It looks cool, but you'll definitely regret it later. Trust mommy won't harm you. Let's go apologize, okay? Jiang Yining looked at her sideways and suddenly smiled. The corners of his lips were raised, and his peach blossom eyes were curved, as if a breeze was blowing through the spring water. Was smiling, but his voice was detached and cold, with an unapproachable distance. Regret what? What you guys asked of me in the beginning was not to enter the final class, right? Even if I lose, I won't touch the bottom line of your demands, so what is there to regret? The big deal is, I'll go to senior year and read it all over again. The implication was simple, everything she had now was her own, and even if it was exported, it was still her own. Since at the very beginning, the Ming family didn't expect that much from her, they shouldn't demand that much. Jiang Yining's words were like a big slap in the face, slapping her with a buzz in both ears. Yi Tang was embarrassed to the core. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my evening study. Jiang Yining said faintly, turning around and walking in the direction of the school building. Chapter 43, You're not falling for me, are you? Yi Tang stood alone outside the school entrance for half a day, and when she returned to her senses, there was no trace of Jiang Yining. The one time Jiang Yining refused to change her surname, she knew that the child was blaming her, blaming the Ming family for taking her home, but only letting her be an adopted daughter. However, she had already explained it to Jiang Yining more than once. This was all something that had to be done in order for the Ming family to stand taller and see farther. As long as the Ming family's status went up, even if it was only the status of an adopted daughter to the outside world, it was still much more honorable than many others. What Jiang Yining is doing now is capricious. Selfish. No sense of the big picture. In the end, it was picked up from the countryside and the pattern is just small. It's so hard to get into the key class, how can we give her such a toss? One can only go forward, never backward. Yi Tang blew the cool breeze for a while, and the person calmed down. After thinking for a moment, she took out her cell phone and made a call to Han Frostbite. Hello? The phone was quickly answered, and came Han Frostbite's scattered voice. The murmur on his side was a bit loud, he should not be in the school. Yi Tang frowned, his impression of the young homeroom teacher worsening some more. Mr. Han, I'm Jiang Yining's mother and I want to talk to you about something. Oh, wait. A few seconds later, the murmur on Han Shuangdo's side disappeared. Mrs. Jiang, if there's anything, please speak. Yi Tang took a deep breath and suppressed her displeasure. My husband's family name is Ming. Oh, Mrs. Ming, if there's anything, go ahead. Han Shuangchong changed her tone from good to bad, her tone not carrying any semblance of embarrassment. Yi Tong didn't have time to bother with him about this small matter, and at that moment, he told Jiang Yining about the bet he had made with someone in the class. I'd like to ask Mr. Han to help stop this. Whether the other party wants to apologize or make amends, I can accept it. I know that time is a bit tight, but I'm near the school right now, and I'm ready to cooperate at any time. Ah, I see. Han Frostbite had a bit of a headache. I'll have that classmate go over and apologize to Jiang as soon as possible so she can cancel the bet. Yi Tang froze, and his first reaction was that he thought he had heard wrong. Then she realized that the other party had misunderstood. She was the head mother of the Ming family and personally called the teacher, who naturally assumed that she was going to back up her child. But it was Jiang Yining's fault from start to finish. How could Jiang Yining use the Ming family's power to set her straight for the trouble she had caused? Isn't it embarrassing enough? If word got out, others would only scold the Ming family for bullying others. Teacher, you've misunderstood. Yi Tang patiently explained, I am hoping that the other party can forgive Enin's arrogance. Enin just came to our home. Before this, her living environment is not so good, many things do not understand, learn a little and think they are invincible. I know that Jiada's key class is very difficult to enter. It's hard to get in. I don't want her to be kicked out of the key class. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Yi Tang waited for a while and didn't hear Han Shuangdiao's echo, confirming once again that the cell phone was still in a normal talking state. Mr. Han, are you listening? I know this is a bit of a difficult matter, but for the sake of the child's future, I hope you. At that moment, a very soft cold snort suddenly came from over there. There was no hiding the mockery within. Yi Tang's face stiffened. Teacher Han, what do you mean by this? Mrs. Ming, right? The businesslike accent in Han Shuangdo's tone disappeared, replaced by seriousness. Normally, I never ask about a student's family situation. However, from a teacher's point of view, I still very much hope that my students can have a good learning environment. Yi Tang wrinkled her eyebrows. Teacher Han, of course our family has a good learning environment for Enin. And that's not what we're talking about here. No, Mrs. Ming, what I mean is that I would like you to understand your child's abilities first, and then give her enough room to develop, instead of dismissing her without knowing. Yi Tang was directly angry and laughed. Of course I know what my daughter is capable of. Han Frostbite on the other side of the cell phone had been somewhat speechless. If you really knew, you wouldn't say something like you're afraid your kid will be kicked out of the focus class if he loses a bet. And flamingly asked him to come out and calm things down. Doesn't this mother know that her child will win? The point is, this bet wasn't made by Jiang Yining, others rushed to give away their heads, so this dare to be her fault? I've seen a lot of people desperately trying to pass the buck, but I've never seen people desperately trying to pin the fault on their own kids. There's something really wrong with this mother's brain. Mrs. Ming, then you should know that Jiang got into the key on his own merit, right? Teacher Han, I know you're talking about Enin's placement test scores. That's because before the placement test, my oldest daughter Qingcheng gave her targeted remedial lessons. That's why she scored so well. I admit that she's a smart kid, but that doesn't change the fact that she's poorly grounded. Hearing this, Han Shuangji was completely speechless. Ming Qingcheng, he has a little impression, is also considered a good student with top grades. But to say that with Ming Qingcheng's own strength, teaching a student who scored a perfect score on an AO matter problem would really be a bit of a stretch. He was also completely out of patience. Mrs. Ming, I know, I'll go back now and mediate between the two students who made the private bet. Han Shuangji hung up the phone perfunctorily and turned around to return to the box. Reaching for his jacket, which was resting on the back of the couch, he greeted a few friends. I have something to do, so I'll go first. A disgruntled friend yelled, Hey, Han, we're just getting started and you're leaving? The little buggers are restless, I have to go back and calm down. Gee, being a teacher is different. In the corner, a tall, slender figure stood up. I'll walk you. The lively box was silent for a second. Han Shuangchong's eyelids fluttered violently, and he couldn't help but reach out and rub his temples. I'm so old that I'm drunk without a sip of wine, just a little sniff. The crowd nodded in agreement. Me too. +1. Twilight Sink stepped out of the shadows, her phoenix eyes sweeping the entire group into silence. Cut the crap and go. Han Frostbite huffed, Are you for real? With Twilight Shin as a university classmate for those 2 years, the same skipping students, the same age, the relationship is also the best among the classmates, but also never enjoyed such a service. It made him a little flattered and a little emboldened at the same time. Nurshin was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly walked out of the box. Han Frostbite hesitated for a moment, but still chased after him. Are you really going to send me back to school? It's not like you're trying to sell me, is it? I'm not worth much. Shut up. Han Frostbite shut up for 3 seconds and added, Shin, you're not right. As soon as I called for a party, you came out, and when I wanted to leave, you even managed to send me off. You don't think you're in love with me, do you? Chapter 44 The Little Ancestor. After Twilight Sink proved with his actions that he didn't have a crush on Han Frostbite, the two of them exited the bar and got in the car to drive towards Guard. Nearly there, Han Shuangdia finally realized a very serious problem as an afterthought. Shin, you're a person from 49 City, how would you know where our deep city guard is? All the way over here. Twilight hadn't asked for directions or turned on the navigation. Twilight Sink gave him a sidelong glance with the ends of her eyes. I've been living in Deep City for a month. Han Frostbite. He reads a lot, don't try to fool him. He, a native of Deep City, didn't even dare to say that he knew all the roads in Deep City. Then, Han Frostbite used his super high IQ of 180 to quickly come up with a possibility. Shin, the kid you've been looking for a long time, is a student in our school? Twilight didn't reply and focused on driving. Han Frostbite took his silence directly as a default. Hiss. There are at least 100 high schools in our deep city, and it's such a coincidence that it's in our school? What's that kid's name? I'll help you take care of him? At that moment, Twilight suddenly stopped the car, unbuckled her seatbelt, and pushed the door to get out. Han Frostbite was confused for a moment. Hey, we're not there yet. Twilight sank straight towards a chain cake store on the side of the road, and 10 minutes later, walked out carrying a wrapped bag. As if nothing had happened, he put the bags in the back seat, restarted the car, and got back on the road. The entire process was a sight to behold as Han Shuangji's eyelids fluttered. This guy, he's feeding that kid like he's a little ancestor, right? On the other side, after getting the promise that Han Frostbite would settle the bet, Yi Tang was still uneasy. After thinking about it for a while, I finally decided to wait in the teacher's office. No matter what, she must make Jiang Yining apologize with someone today and voluntarily cancel the bet. She couldn't afford to lose that face. When I got to the office, Han Shuangshi hadn't come back yet, and there were only 2 teachers on duty in the office, one of whom was explaining a topic to a student, while the other was reading with a copy of the original English text. Yi Tang stood in the doorway and looked in anxiously. Ms. Ko quickly spotted her, put down her book, smiled and said, Is something wrong, this parent? Please come in and speak? Yi Tang took a deep breath and walked in, briefly explaining the reason for his visit. Sorry, the child naughty and classmates joke bet, made a bit of a big deal. I asked the child's homeroom teacher, Mr. Han, to help mediate, and by the way to apologize to the other classmates, to see if we can not trivialize the situation. Small incidents of students bickering occurred from time to time, and Mr. Cole nodded in understanding as soon as he heard them. In that case, Mr. Han hasn't come back yet, why don't you sit over there on the sofa and wait? Okay, thanks. Teacher Ko greeted Yi Tang as she sat down and made her another cup of tea, after which she took a seat next to her and accompanied her to talk. On the other side of the office, the student finished asking the questions and left the teacher's office with his own test paper, purposely glancing in Yi Tang's direction before leaving. As soon as he was out the door, he drew his legs and ran furiously in the direction of his class. He screamed before he even entered the classroom. Update. Ming's mom came to school herself. The person is already in the office. Said she got Han to come over as a peacemaker to apologize to Lin Fei. Han is about to join the fray. The classroom, where there was originally only the sound of rustling brushstrokes, was in an uproar. Tisk, so someone was just bluffing. I thought it was the real deal. What if I suddenly feel so embarrassed? Even the parents made an appearance. Hey. The students in the front had already exploded, talking while looking backward at Zhang Yining. Zhao Shuaxian snorted coldly and raised her voice. Some people just can't figure out their own identity. An adopted daughter has the nerve to ask her master to waste his time coming over to apologize for her. What can she do? As soon as the words fell, many people echoed in agreement and sympathized with Ming Qingcheng. Ming Qingcheng whispered. Shuaxian, cut the crap. With that, she turned her head and glanced in Zhang Yining's direction. The girl sat upright, but not rigidly, giving the impression of elegance and reserve. The looks were already beautifully eye-catching, and the temperament was all natural arrogance and uniqueness. So beautiful that you want to destroy it yourself. Pursing her lips, Ming Qingcheng turned back and returned her eyes to the books on the desktop, refusing to participate in the discussion. Lai Beiqing was so noisy that he couldn't concentrate on his homework. Throwing down the pen casually, he squinted at Zhang Yining, who was brushing the questions as fast as he could. Completely unaffected by the noisy chatter in front of her, the girl wrote on a multiple-choice answer in seconds. You can write half a page of the paper in the blink of an eye, and you don't even need a drill. At first glance, it looks as if it was just randomly scribbled. A week at the same table, Lai Beiqing could see more intuitively that her tablemate was the real deal, and the answers to these questions were correct. Except for the subjective questions in the language, Zhang Yining brushes the error rate, 0. Its speed and correctness go hand in hand for the big boys. Lin Fei still really has no place to compare with Zhang Yining. Ming's family, they have eyes. Li Beiqing secretly finished his appraisal, even holding the mindset of watching a good show, waiting for those people to be hit in the face. At the front, someone suddenly asked loudly at Lin Fei in an uproar. Hey, Lin Fei, if people apologize to you, will you be kind enough to cancel the bet? Lin Fei leaned against the back of the chair and slowly raised her head, hooking her lips in a cold smile. No, I wouldn't cancel it even if someone got down on their knees and begged me. Originally she was a little apprehensive. Zhang Yining acted too confidently, making people think that she had really hidden her hand. Who knows, it's only been a while. The parents came right over and apologized and begged for forgiveness. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He has no insight, and he really thinks he is invincible just because he knows a few words of English. It's just poor Dumpy's mom who was stuck with this kind of adopted daughter. At that, many in the class laughed. Wow! That's so cruel you. Ha, but I like to see cruelty. How can you cancel halfway through the day when you've got a wet head? Tough is tough to the end. Lin Fei twisted her head somewhat triumphantly to look at Zhang Yining and raised her voice. Some people, well, they just have to plant a big one before they know it hurts. I'm trying to help her. Otherwise, she'll die even worse when she's out in society. The words drew a round of laughter. Regardless of what the people in the class said, Zhang Yining continued to follow her own pace and spent half an hour finishing a math paper. Stretching, I prepared to move on to the next one, mentally calculating how much more time it would take to finish these papers. At that moment, the cell phone thrown in the belly of the table vibrated slightly. Zhang Yining paused and fumbled for his cell phone. Mr. Twilight, what time does class end? No matter how you look at it, the message reeks of I've got something for you. Zhang Yining couldn't figure out what Niren meant, and after thinking about it, he replied to him with a question mark. Chapter 45 Making an example of someone. Over there, Twilight Singh saw the little girl's question mark and her thin lips rose slightly. Pretty defensive for his age. But it's a good thing. Han Shuangshang, who was undoing his seatbelt and preparing to get out of the car, unintentionally turned his head and saw that in the darkness, Twilight Singh's handsome face that was illuminated by the light of the cell phone, half bright, half dark, revealed a weird and incomparable smile, and the thrill of it was 100 times more frightening than that of a horror movie. Shin, are you not feeling well somewhere? Should I take you to the hospital first? Twilight ignored him and raised her hand to reply to the little girl's message. Mr. Twilight, something came through Cade, and I stopped by to see if the little girl was studying properly. The next second Jiang Yining replied. This time, it was 3 question marks. Twilight laughed lowly. Talk to me after school. He put away his cell phone, then picked up the cake and pushed his way out of the car. Han Frostbite could finally see that he was just a tool person for Twilight Sink, and what he said about sending him was all a lie. Coming to deliver a cake to his little ancestor is the real deal. He also became more and more curious as to what kind of person was the one who made Twilight Sinker look like this. Unable to help himself, he quickened his pace a bit and led Twilight Sink towards his office. I have to take care of something over here, so sit in the office and when I'm done with it, I'll accompany you to deliver the cake. Twilight Sinker swept a glance at him with a very pale expression. Han Frostfall lifted her chin slightly. I'm a teacher anyways, since I brought you in, I'm obligated to supervise you, and I won't budge on that point. He just wanted to see what kind of person Twilight Sinker put on the tip of his heart, and he wouldn't budge even if he died. Kurenai was too lazy to pay attention to him. In the middle of the night, the pair arrived at the seniors teacher's office and pushed their way in. Mr. Ko, who was facing the doorway, saw it and stood up first. Mr. Han is back. Mr. Han. Yi Tang stood up, and the moment he turned to look at the door, his body stiffened. The first person she saw was not Han Shuangshi, but Twilight Shen behind Han Shuangshi. The moment she met the man's eyes, her eyelids fluttered in shock and a cold sweat broke right out. Why is Master Kurei-san here? Han Frostbite walked straight up and looked at Yi Tang with a bit of a headache. Mrs. Ming, I promised to take care of this, and I think you should give the school and the teachers some credit. Originally, he did not intend to be reasonable, and directly used the classroom teacher's identity to bet on the 2 children to voluntarily cancel the bet. The quiz is tomorrow, and when the results come out, no one else will have anything to say. This kind of small fight, in the compact senior high school learning rhythm, is nothing at all. The past is over. Yi Ton, the parent, had to get involved, but it would make things more complicated. What kind of parents are these? It's okay to be confused about children, after all, they're not your own, but even the way you handle things is so confusing. Han Shuang noticed Yi Tang's line of sight. The Ming family was a powerful family in the deep city, and it wasn't surprising that they knew Mirshin. The Twilight family was very famous in whichever mansion circle they were in. Shen, you go ahead and sit in that seat for a while. He raised his chin sideways at Twilight Shen. When I'm done with it, I'll give you a tour of our school. He bites the word visit hard. Mirshin gave a beat, withdrew his eyes from Yi Tang, gave a and walked over towards his designated position. Mrs. Ming, you go back for now and I'll report back to you when I'm done with it, is that okay? Yi Tang reluctantly came back to her senses and clenched her palms to calm herself down. This is her Ming family's family business and has nothing to do with that master. She straightened her back and pulled her lips. It's okay, I'll just watch. Han Frostbite. He didn't mean that. Forget it, make a scene, don't bother. Han Frostbite walked to the office door just as a student passed by and he grabbed it. Help me go to the focus class and call 2 people over, Jiang Yining, Lin Fei. Oh good. The student responded. During the waiting time, Han Shuangji made a cup of tea for herself and Mirshin, and added more tea to Yi Tang in passing. Shortly afterward, 2 reports came from the door. Come in. Han Frostbite waved at the 2 men. Lin Fei had thought of what to say on the way over. She didn't want to let Jiang Yining off the hook, but she also didn't want to make things difficult for Qingqing's mom. So, just as she stood, she jumped ahead and made her attitude clear. Brother Han, Auntie Ming, I know what you've asked me to come here for, and I definitely won't cancel this bet. Win or lose, I don't want to be in the same class as this person. Yi Tang's face was a bit ugly. She couldn't figure out what Jiang Yining had done to make her classmates hate her so much after only a week of enrollment. Ming Qingqiang had never tried anything like this since she was a child. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tang spoke anxiously, Enin, why don't you rush to apologize to your classmates? Han Frostbite, who couldn't speak in time, was stunned by her maneuver. You want your own kid to apologize? Jiang Yining gave her a faint look. What have I done that I need to apologize for? What didn't you do that others would hate you so much that they wouldn't want to be in the same class as you? Yi Tang chided, then looked at Lin Fei, looking careful. Lin students, really sorry, my family this child does not know what to do, can you not with the discussion? Auntie Ming, it's not your fault, it's a problem between Jiang Yining and I. Lin Fei lifted her chin and looked at Jiang Yining contemptuously. At this point, it's amazing that you're still such a drag, with no self-awareness of being an adopted daughter. By doing this, she's kind of showing the Ming family what a piece of work they've adopted. Jiang Yining suddenly laughed out loud. Yi Tang's nerves tensed. At a time like this you still. The reason I'm hated is probably because of being the Ming family's adopted daughter. Jiang Yining interrupted her. Mrs. Ming, if you're happy to give me a hand, I'd love to solve this problem as well. The office was instantly dead silent. Yi Tang froze for a long time, still unable to believe what he had heard. You said, what? Jiang Yining looked pale and didn't speak again. Han Frostbite let out a tisk. Classmate Lin, come on, what did classmate Jiang do to you to make you propose such a bet? Lin Fei froze, then reacted. She wasn't stupid, of course she knew what to say and what not to say. I don't want our class average to get pulled down. Han Frostbite laughed in exasperation. It's only tomorrow that Mr. Jiang will be taking our school's group exam for the first time, and you're telling me this reason? How do you know what people's grades are like? On the first day Jiang Yining came to his class, he explained to the class that there was no problem with Jiang Yining's grades. Apparently, it all fell on deaf ears. After all, it was still because of those rumors about the Ming family's adopted daughter. Lin Fei was instantly mute, her lips wriggling, unable to squeeze out a word in half a day. The others in the office also realized what was going on, and their eyes became very strange as they looked at Yi Tang. Yi Tang's face stiffened, embarrassed for a moment. Alright, Lin student, you immediately cancel this nonsensical hit for me. Teacher Han, I want you to come and be the enforcer of the outcome of this bet because Jiang Yining glanced at Lin Fei faintly. I need to make an example out of a chicken. Chapter 46 Parental Contact Numbers. The girl's voice was not loud, but it was thrown with a sloppy flavor that somehow made people wince. Lin Fei couldn't stop panicking inside. How cocky is she when she uses the term make an example of me? However, how calm Jiang Yining was, how panicked she was in her heart. Can this adopted daughter really test her? Han Shuangsheng glanced at Jiang Yining, the admiration in his eyes a few points thicker. The kid wasn't one to be bullied and not fight back. Then he turned to Lin Fei. What do you say, Mr. Lin? If you apologize to Jiang Tong now, I can try to intercede for you. When Han Shuangdo gave this step, Lin Fei's heart was relieved, so of course she wanted to go along with it. However, she had only opened her mouth when Jiang Yining's voice with a smirk sounded even faster. Lin made her attitude clear as soon as she came in, and I don't think she should want to apologize and plead for an adopted daughter, and I, for one, don't need to apologize beyond words. Han Frostbite nodded. Also, fine then, since both of you are asking for it, I'll be the enforcer, and whoever loses gets the hell out of the focus class. Lin Fei's face instantly went white. Han Frostbite looked at her, what? When she met Han Shuangsher's bland eyes, she saw a meaning in them. Wasn't it you yourself who proposed the bet? Lin Fei's throat stuttered and suddenly she couldn't speak. Okay, problem solved, you guys go back to your self-study. Jiang Yining turned around and left. Yi Tang subconsciously called out to her, Enin. Jiang Yining paused and didn't turn around. Anything else? After keeping the person in place, Yi Tang didn't know what to say. What had happened a minute ago was like a loud slap in her face. It was as embarrassing as it had ever been. He wanted to stop everything and save the Ming family and his own face before the results of the bet arrived, but he ended up losing even more face. Yi Tang could clearly feel Jiang Yining's resistance, which made it even harder for her to speak. Enin, why don't you tell Mom? Say what? That I'm being gossiped about because of my status as an adopted daughter? Jiang Yining sidestepped her face, rambling, you don't know? All those who knew the Ming family knew. Yi Tang was completely dumbfounded, his face suffocating, his chest rising and falling violently. Jiang Yining took a step away, his hand touching the door handle of the office. Ning. A voice with coolness rang out, and Jiang Yining was startled, looking toward the direction of the voice. Her mind went blank for a brief moment as her eyes met the man's clear, peerless face. Twilight sinking. I can't believe he's here. Thinking about her somewhat middle-of-the-road speech just now, Jiang Yining couldn't help but blush through her face. So humiliating. Twilight raised her eyebrows and smiled lowly. So happy to see your brother, huh? Jiang Yining. Never mind, it wasn't the first time this man had seen her humiliated, so get used to it. Brother Kure. Jiang Yining ignored his teasing and pretended to greet him nicely. Good boy. Han Frostbite was dumbfounded, a question mark written all over his face. Before his super high IQ could help him solve this human confusing puzzle, he heard the man who had given him the question say to him. It just so happens that Mrs. Ming is here, and Mr. Han, I have a favor to ask of you. Han Frostbite looked confused. What? Change Jiang Yining's parent contact number to my number. In the future, if Jiang Yining needs to contact her parents for everything at school, just contact me directly. Nirshan paused. Mrs. Ming shouldn't have an opinion, right? How can you not have an opinion? Yi Tang's face instantly changed, and he laughed in exasperation. Third Master Twilight, Yi Ning is my daughter. I am her legal guardian. By what right did you change the parent contact number to you? You're an outsider. Aren't in too much control. Twilight sunk her hands into her pants pockets, looking lazy and diffident. The first time I saw Jiang Yining, she was being bullied while her guardian watched. The second time, she was still being bullied, and her guardian not only didn't know, but also left her by the side of the road unattended. The third time, Jiang Yining was picked up by a stranger, and her guardian didn't go looking for her, and was only worried about whether or not she'd disgrace her family. And this time, Jiang Yining was being pressed on the head by her guardian to given people to apologize, and her guardian didn't know what her fault was. Since Mrs. Ming doesn't like to be in charge, let me take care of it. As the words fell, the other two teachers in the teacher's office looked at Yi Tang with some disbelief. I can't believe there are parents like that. They also know that Jiang Yining is just a child adopted by the Ming family, but adoption is a virtue, and with adoption comes the obligation to nurture. There is rather more of a sense of moral turpitude in adopting and then leaving it behind like this. Yi Tang's body stiffened, and his face was as if he had been viciously incited with 4 slaps. Every word the man said accused her of being unqualified to be a guardian. Endless embarrassment flooded over her from all sides, making her want to find a crack in the ground. Twilight Shen's phoenix eyes converged with coldness, not giving Yi Tang a chance to escape. Mrs. Ming, guess what? When all this gets out, will it be more humiliating than the kids' poor test scores? Yi Tang's body swayed, his face pale. No one was there to help her or sympathize with her. Jiang Yining pursed her lips and was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Brother Twilight, you don't have to. She didn't really want to bother him. The Ming family's attitude, in fact, she didn't care at all. Even, she hoped that the Ming family would hold on to this attitude until the day she turned 18. She would be able to set aside all relations with the Ming family without any psychological burden and with a straight face. Ning went to class first. Nirshan sidestepped, leave this to brother. Jiang Yining looked at him, and for a moment she had mixed feelings. Without giving her a chance to say anything more, Twilight Sink handed her the bag with the cake in it, into her hand. Ning, be good and study hard. Jiang Yining with the cake. Han Frostbite is blind. Finally, I know who the little ancestor of the Kure-san family is. At this moment, it was as if he was watching a daughter-stealing drama. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he really didn't realize that the words of the original Twilight Third Master could be so many. Jiang Yining didn't know why Nirshan was so nice to her, but she could feel that his concern was genuine. Thanks. Eventually, Jiang Yining walked out of the teacher's office carrying the cake bag, returning to the classroom one after the other with Lin Fei. Upon entering, the class looked up in unison. With just a glance, all of them suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Jiang Yining still had a bland face, carrying an extra bag in his hand, and the biggest change was Lin Fei, who was not as high and mighty as she was before she left the house. Lin Fei, did Han force you to cancel the bet? A girl who was on good terms with Lin Fei voiced out, saying that she glared viciously at Jiang Yining and added, don't be afraid, we'll back you up. Jiang Yining's footsteps lurched as he raised his eyes to look over. The bet is still on. Chapter 47, Number 1 in Math Single Subject. The classroom was silent for a split second at these words. The atmosphere quickly became subtle. The crowd looked at the two with a bit more curiosity, inquiry, and gossip in their eyes. Lin Fei's state was obviously not right, looking like she was on the verge of crying, not daring to ask her at this time. As for Jiang Yining, no one dared to ask her even more. This out and back into the classroom ferried a layer of mystery to her. No one dared to pick the flowers of the snowy mountains, and now no one dared to take half a step forward. So much for the evening study the night before the quiz. After school, it was Twilight Shen who drove her back. The man told her nothing about what happened after she left the teacher's office, except to say, in the future, brother give you support, despite the wild, do not have to worry about other things, well, except for early love, understand? If you are found by your brother will beat you. Oh. Jiang Yining. This person must be crazy. However, from what he said, it sounded like Twilight Sink had really become her parental contact. That's a bit of magic. Yi Tong, who was so facetious, even gave in. It would be even more humiliating to spread the word, wouldn't it? Within a month and a half of coming to the Ming family, she realized that Yi Tang was very good at saving face. Half the reason why Yi Tong didn't like her was because she lived in the village all the time and wasn't decent enough to grow a face. Before getting out of the car, Jiang Yining glanced at him hesitantly. Twilight Shen sidled her head, her voice warm. "What's wrong?" "Thank you for the cake, it's delicious, but..." Jiang Yining paused. "You buy a cake for your girlfriend, you don't have to specially buy my share, it's too much trouble." Twilight raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled. "Brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet." Jiang Yining blinked. "It's very late, go back and rest early, cheer up tomorrow and get good grades, brother will treat you to a good meal again." Nirshan reached out and rubbed her hair. "Oh." Jiang Yining said goodbye to him and got out of the car to go back to the Ming family. The Ming family. Yi Tang picked up Ming Qingchang and also happened to arrive home, meeting Jiang Yining at the door. The air was suffocatingly awkward and somber. Yi Tang looked at Jiang Yining with complicated eyes, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. The heart was guilty, annoyed, and a hint of resentment that couldn't be voiced. Jiang Yining entered the door without a glance and went straight upstairs. Ming Qingcheng bit her lower lip. "Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being nosy and upsetting my sister." When she came back, she realized that Jiang Yining hadn't even come back with them. Tried probing Yadong for a few moments, and for the first time Yadong gave her a scowl. Even if it was just a dark, sullen face that didn't say anything, it was hard enough for her. What the hell happened in the teacher's office? Who took her home? A voice in her head kept trying to tell her the answer, but she subconsciously rejected that answer. That's not what she wants. It's nothing to do with you, it's all your fault. Yi Tong paused. Turning her head to look at her daughter with a look of caution, her heart softened. She reached out and wrapped Ming Qingcheng into her arms, warmly comforting her. You concentrate on your studies, and don't put down the piano, although you lost the competition, but in the future there will be more chances to be under a famous teacher. As for other things, you don't have to worry about them, understand? The implication was that she should leave Jiang Yining's affairs alone in the future. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips. Guardian. The exam rooms for the quiz are organized according to the results of the previous exam. Jiang Yining didn't have a previous exam result, so he was directly placed in the last position in the last exam room. It was naturally impossible to see people from the key classes in this exam room. The time flew by exceptionally fast, and the 2 learning sessions in one day were over in a flash. During the exam period, evening study will be conducted as usual. Although there are 2 more sessions tomorrow, many students can't wait to give their answers to today's 2 exams. What was the answer to the second big question in math that you guys figured out? I always feel like I'm using the wrong formula. I counted A equals 1. Hiss. To die. I'm A equals 3 for 12 points on this question. I'm not sure about the answer either. Hey, big brother Jingchang, what's the answer to your second big question? The boy in the center of the front row looked up slightly. A equals 7. Finished. The classroom erupted in wails. Go ask Lao Yu if his grades are out yet before school later. Who's coming with me? The Guardian quiz is not considered a very formal exam, and the teacher usually corrects the paper on the same day. As for whether a student who goes to ask for marks privately will answer, it depends on whether the teacher is willing to talk about it in advance or not. I'm not going. I don't think you should go either, there are 2 more tomorrow. You'll be even less in the mood to take the test after that. But I can't sleep without asking. It's only your first senior year, don't worry about it. It'll be better next time. Aha! Lin Fei sat in her seat and assessed the score, which was quite satisfactory, but her mood could not be relaxed. She didn't care what the score was, she just wanted to do better than Jiang Yining. Near the end of class, she went to the classroom office, just in time to meet Mr. Yu, the teacher who taught math to the key class, walking in from outside holding a large stack of papers. Mr. Yu. Miss Yu glanced at her. Wait, let me take a look first. I don't even know how many students have come over tonight to ask for their grades, but Mr. Yu didn't even have to ask, taking the papers and returning to his desk. Lin Fei. Well, good job on the test, 133 points, top 10 in the single subject of math is secure. It's nearly 10 points higher than your own estimated score. Lin Fei was instantly delighted, then calmed down and looked at Mr. Yu hesitantly. Mr. Yu was puzzled. What's wrong? Any more questions? The wrong questions won't be taught together until the day after tomorrow's class. Not. Mr. Yu, can I ask the other students about their grades? Mr. Yu didn't suspect anything and asked rhetorically, whose are you going to ask? Jiang Enin. Lin Fei spat out the name and her heart nearly jumped out of her mouth. Mr. Yu paused and suddenly laughed. This interloper Poor no need to check, I remember her results, the whole grade on 150 points, and Meng Jingqing tied for first in the single subject of mathematics. Hey! I have to find a time to persuade Xiaohan, let young students enroll in the math competition, he is the competition lead teacher, cannot just favor physics Lin Fei's brain instantly exploded. 150. Full marks. How is that possible? Zhao Shuashan had clearly told her that Zhang Yining had come out from the deep mountains and the village where he lived didn't even have electric lights. How did she get that grade? Kill the chicken to make an example of it. The voice of Zhang Yining speaking last night suddenly rang in his head. Lin Fei didn't know how she got back to the classroom. The school bell had rung a few minutes ago, the classroom had been emptied, and there was silence all around. She sat down in her seat, her eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but whimper. Done. Chapter 48, sure enough, she's my daughter. The 2 days of exams were soon over. Grades will be corrected and ranked on Thursday and officially announced on Friday. However, many people ask for their grades on Thursday day and wait for grade rankings. Thursday night, Ming's house. Zhang Yining and Ming Qingcheng were released from their evening study, and when they returned to the Ming household, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang were sitting on the living room sofa, not knowing what they were chatting about, with some joy on their faces. This was the rare good face that Ming Chenkong saw following Ming Qingcheng's loss in the piano competition. Seeing his two daughters return, Ming Chenkong looked up and waved at them. Qingcheng, Enin, back from school? Are you hungry? I'll have the maid make you some snacks. Ming Qingcheng smiled and walked over, sitting down next to Ming Chenkong. Yeah. I want to eat cinnamon honey cake. Good. I'll make it for you. Ming Chenkong let the maids go and open up, then remembered that Zhang Yining hadn't ordered any food. Where's Yining? What do you want to eat? Zhang Yining stood in the corridor outside the living room with a faint expression. No need, I'll go back to my room. Ming Chenkong frowned imperceptibly. Don't go up there yet, let's talk father-daughter, come and sit down. Zhang Yining paused and walked over, taking a seat on the sofa opposite the three. Ming Chenkong's face looked better when he saw that she obeyed. It's been 2 weeks since you started school, right? How are you settling in? Could be. I just heard from your mom, how did you do on the Guardian quiz in the past 2 days? Not bad. Ming Chenkong asked a few more questions that were more or less the same, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned his head to look at Yi Tang. By the way, how come I didn't hear you mention which class Enin was assigned to? Which class is it? The atmosphere froze slightly. On the day of the placement test, Yi Tang had lost his face in front of the principal and teachers, so where else would he want to bring this up? It was even more unlikely that Ming Qingcheng would take the initiative to mention it to Ming Chenkong. So much so that it was almost 2 weeks into the school year before Ming Chenkong remembered that there was such a thing. Zhang Yining smiled. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips, then revealed a surprised expression and hugged Ming Chenkong's arm. Dad, sister got into the key class O. With that, she turned to Zhang Yining. Sister, haven't you told Dad yet? Mom and I both feel that it's best to say such an important thing ourselves. Surprise overshadowed the weirdness, and Ming Chenkong's eyes widened slightly. Got into the focus class? After the surprise had passed, his face changed to a look of surprise and he laughed out loud. Obviously pleased with the news. Only, he didn't notice that neither of the two women around him looked too good. Indeed, my daughter, how excellent. It's a bit late, but, Enin, what do you want as a reward? Daddy can buy you anything. Zhang Yining blandly refused, thanks, but no need. Ming Chenkong was so immersed in joy that he didn't hear the detachment in the girl's tone. That's not going to work. Last time I let your mom buy you clothes, so let her take you to buy some jewelry this weekend, right? It just so happens that you and your sister will be brought to Elder Li's birthday banquet in a few more days. Well, it doesn't matter if you buy more. Saying that, he also turned his head to instruct Yi Tang, make sure to prepare more clothes and jewelry for the child. When the child gets older, the opportunities to go out and see the world will definitely be more in the future, so don't be frugal in terms of dressing up. The moment the words fell, Yi Tang's expression stiffened unnaturally, and she subconsciously looked at Zhang Yining, her gaze tinged with apprehension. Last time, she didn't take Zhang Yining to add clothes at all. Only the girl sat quietly, with no intention of speaking. She breathed a sigh of relief at that. Okay, I'll take her to pick some out this weekend. Ming Chenkong nodded. Right, you and Xingcheng also have to prepare the dresses to wear at Elder Li's birthday banquet. I've already booked you an appointment with Jay's designer. It seems to be this weekend, so the three of you mother and son should go together. Good. Yi Tang answered. Ming Xingcheng's voice carried a petulant accent. Thank you, Dad. I like Jay family's high fashion the most, it's just so expensive. It's not expensive, just as you like it. The conversation was nearing its end here, just as the maid came over to say that the cinnamon and honey cake was ready. Ming Chenkong rubbed Ming Xingcheng's hair and urged her not to eat too much, then he took the lead and got up to go back to the study. As soon as the male master of the house left, Yi Tang and Ming Xingcheng's taut bodies obviously loosened up. Yi Tang said softly, I'll eat a little with you. Yeah. Ming Xingcheng got up, ready to go over to the restaurant, and suddenly stopped as she passed by Jiang Yining. Sister. Jiang Yining raised his eyes. Ming Xingcheng pursed her lips and spoke with difficulty. Tomorrow is the day to come out of the ranking. It doesn't matter if you lose, I will help you. Jiang Yining raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his lips curving up into an extremely shallow arc, seemingly smiling. Oh. Then I thank you in advance. Ming Xingcheng's heart loosened and the smile on his face deepened. There's no need to be polite, you're my sister. Yi Tang raised his hand to hold Ming Xingcheng's hand, his expression somewhat moved. When she got home, that bet wasn't mentioned again, but it had been weighing on her mind, and the last 2 days had been torture for her. Mom, let's go eat cinnamon sugar cake. Ming Xingcheng smiled and held her hand back, then turned her head to look at Jiang Yining. Why don't your sister come along and eat some too? Sister-in-law Wu made the pastries, they're delicious. No need. Jiang Yining didn't have the heart to watch the scene of motherly love and filial piety and got up to go upstairs. How can anyone like this look? Yi Tang suppressed the displeasure in his heart and held on to Ming Xingcheng. Let's go over to the restaurant. Over there, Jiang Yining had just returned to his room when his cell phone vibrated. She glanced at it and it was an unfamiliar number. XX, little Dr. Jiang, hello, I'm the Vice President of Renha Chinese Hospital, my name is Chun. President Mu has explained to me that in the future, I will screen a batch of patients for you every month, and you will draw 4 patients from them. Can you give me an email address? I'll send you the information to pick. Renha Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine was the hospital where her 5th brother Jiang Yishuan's teammates stayed last time. It was only earlier this month, like I was afraid she'd run away. Jiang Yining. Good. With that, I sent my work email address. In less than 10 seconds, a new email alert slid in on her phone. It was clear that the email had already been written and was just waiting for her email address. Jiang Yining. Vice President Chen, the information has been sent to you. Please rest assured that these patients have been screened and communicated with in advance, and will not be questioned casually. Doctors, be they Western or Chinese, young doctors are always susceptible to suspicion by their patients. Normally, this wouldn't be considered a mistake. Except for those who are supreme geniuses, doctors need to go through accumulated experience before they can achieve high medical skills. Jiang Yining belonged to the very rare category of people who were young, talented, had a famous teacher behind them, and had been studying medicine for more than 10 years. Vice President Chen, little divine Dr. Jiang, if you need anything, you can also give me a call and I'll do my best to get it ready for you. Jiang Yining, okay. Chapter 49, The Reunion Volume. Friday. The announcement of the rankings of the first quiz of the senior year of CADE is just around the corner, and everyone is talking about it when they return to the classroom in the morning. Among other things, the focus class was a lot more chatty with the crowd because of a bet in it. Zhou Minghai, the class president, returned to the classroom in a disoriented manner, clutching the science and engineering test paper. He couldn't digest what he had just heard from the teacher's office. First place. Someone greeted him and was surprised not to hear him say anything back. Hey, Joe, what's wrong with you? You look like you've been ganged up on when you go to pick up a test paper. Did you fail the science exam? The others gathered around. The test papers are here? It's so humiliating. And he's talking about kicking people out of focus classes. People were 30 points ahead of him in one science subject alone. Cheeks are swollen. If you won't tell us, we'll see for ourselves. The crowd couldn't stand his chirping and swooped in to snatch the paper out of his hand. And then, cold breaths were heard. There was dead silence all around. Most of the girls hadn't come over, but now that they saw the boys all looking stunned and quiet as chickens, they were all a little curious. Who the hell got a perfect score in science? The boy holding the test paper slowly raised his head, slowly opened his mouth, and then slowly spat out 3 words. Jiang Enan. Zhao Xuexian's face instantly twisted, her hands violently braced on the desktop and stood up, subconsciously denying it. She got a perfect score in science? No way. The boy held up a test paper. The facts are right in front of you, less than you don't believe them, although I don't quite dare to believe them either. Zhao Xuexian saw at a glance that there were 3 numbers written in bright red handwriting on that test paper. 300. After a long time, someone spoke quietly. Actually, Han had already written a guarantee for student Zhang's grades, it's just that we're listening to the rumors and deceiving ourselves. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but turn to Jiang Yining. However, the other man was propping his cheek on one hand and writing something with a snappy pen, not paying any attention to their commotion. Big brother Jiang, this is your test paper. I'm sorry for before, rumors killed me, please accept my knee. The boy who had snatched the test paper from the class president's hands placed Jiang Yining's test paper on her desktop with both hands. Jiang Yining put down his pen, raised his head, and took the test paper. Thanks. Holy. Not only was Big Brother Joan not angry about what happened before, he even thanked him. Big Brother Jiang, my name is Shi Yuan, I've enrolled in the 5-subject competition for math, so we'll have a chance to cut through the puzzles together in the future. Good. Just as Shi Yuan finished speaking, a chorus of curses rang out behind him. Dead rock, you've grabbed the lap again. Lick spittle. Let go of the big man's leg and let me hold it. Shi Yuan was scolded but not angry, but also straightened his chest. I call that Mu Chang, what do you know? A perfect score in science has reversed most people's prejudice against Jiang Yining. Because Jiang Yining wasn't what the rumors had said, that she couldn't do anything, that she had climbed up to power and wealth by relying on her face, and that she had taken advantage of someone else's parentage and inheritance. At that moment, a male student by the window suddenly yelled, "Hey! The grade rankings are posted on the bulletin board down there. I'll check it out. I'm going too." With a hoot, nearly half of the classroom instantly ran away. Finally quiet. Ming Qingqing slightly relaxed her tightly clenched fists, and a few bloody nail prints appeared on her palms. She couldn't feel the pain. It was like something was blocking his chest, and the whole thing was suffocating. Full marks in science. She hadn't even taken one like that. Jiang Enan, however, got it. It had only been half a month since she had returned to the Ming family, and Jiang Yining had suppressed her. The science paper was handed out to her and the same bright red numbers caught her eye. 249. There was a 51-point difference with the other team. This grade doesn't fluctuate much compared to her usual grades, but compared to Enan Jiang. Without waiting for those students who were looking at the grade ranking to come back, a middle-aged teacher who looked like he had a thick disposition appeared at the door of the key classroom and looked towards the classroom. Someone recognized him as the homeroom teacher of Class 10, the last class of CADE. Mr. Zhang, who are you looking for? Teacher Zhang swept a few eyes and his sight landed on Jiang Yining. Student Jiang Yining, come with me to the office. The crowd fell silent, then looked at Jiang Yining in unison. What's the homeroom teacher in the final class doing coming over to their perfect science score? Jiang Yining got up and followed Teacher Zhang. Leaving a group of students in the focus class looking at each other in disbelief, the quiet classroom was still very quiet for a while. At that moment, Zhao Xuexian snorted out a laugh. In my opinion, 9 times out of 10 it's cheating. Just think about it. How could there be a perfect score in science synthesis? Except for copying, of course. No one answered. Teachers' offices. In addition to the teachers in the key classes, there were several teachers that Jiang Yining had never seen before. There was also a male student who looked quite familiar. When Han Shuangji saw her, she immediately waved at her, "Student Jiang, come over here." Jiang Yining walked over. "Do you recognize this person?" Han Frostbite pointed at the male student. "I think I've seen them at school, but I don't recognize them." Jiang Yining shook his head. "Fine." Han Shuangji turned to the other teachers. "As I said, Jiang in our class doesn't know Qian Qifeng, so I conclude that she won't help Qian Qifeng cheat, and I don't agree with canceling the 2 people's sciences grades. Qian Qifeng alone is treated as cheating. Teacher, it was really her who copied me." The boys were still yelling. Jiang Yining lifted her eyelids and finally remembered that this person sat next to her during the exam. The first 3 sections of the examination, he wrote his name, sat for half an hour to hand in a blank paper and left. The last section a change in the previous practice, and she left the examination room before and after the feat, so she has the impression. Thunderdome rolls? Teacher Zhang from the N class was a bit embarrassed. Yes, your test papers, except for the last question, the answers and solution steps in front of them are all exactly the same, and Mr. Chin insisted that it was you who copied it for him. In accordance with the rules of Guardian School, it is judged to be the same paper, and will be given the treatment of invalidating the results of the examination on the spot, and if the violation of discipline is serious, all the results of the examination will be cancelled for that time. Chapter 50, As Long as You're Happy. In fact, the teacher in the office had seen the surveillance of the exam room the first time. On the surveillance video, Jiang Yining had been sitting in his seat and answering questions in a regular manner, without a single superfluous movement. On the contrary, Chen Shifeng's eyes were glued to Jiang Yining's test paper almost from beginning to end. Originally the whole thing is very good judgment, bad is bad. Chen Shifeng insisted that before the examination said, Jiang Yining show him the answer. Therefore, the teachers had to call Jiang Yining to come over to confirm whether they recognized Chen Shifeng or not. Jiang Yining narrowed his peach blossom eyes. I don't know him. Hey, Jiang Yining, you want to kick me out after something happens? You think I'm a vegetarian? Chen Shifeng wanted to rush over, but with several teachers staring at him from the side, he could only scream in place to scare her. Han Frostbite slapped the tabletop and stood up. I see, you think I'm a vegetarian. He stood up, his height immediately pressed the boy's half ahead, coupled with a few years as a teacher, the body with an inexplicable aura that makes the students in awe. Chen Shifeng shrunk, and his aura weakened. Anyway, it was Jiang Yining who copied it for me. She's helping me cheat. That's what I say to anyone who comes. Han Frostbite narrowed his eyes and laughed outright in exasperation. Old Zhang, you've called my students over, and the questions have been asked. I trust my students, don't you think? Before Mr. Zhang could say anything, a teacher next to him opened his mouth. Chen Shifeng, I've taught you for 2 years, and you haven't done a lot of stealing. 9 times out of 10 this is your fault. If you insist on your own claim, then show me the evidence that you know fellow student Zhang, or else you'll have to suffer the punishment later. Not only do you cheat, but you slander your classmates. The teachers in the room weren't stupid. The whole paper has a different answer for just the last question. Why is it different? Because at that time, Jiang Yining was going to hand in the paper when he was done and didn't even want to wait for him to finish copying. The facts are in front of us. Chen Shifeng did not think so deeply, heard that teacher's question, swallowed half a day, squeezed out a sentence. Knowing is knowing, how do I get proof? Mr. Zhang asked, since you know each other, are friends, and are willing to help you cheat, such a relationship, then the cell phone number you should always have, right? If you don't have a cell phone number, at least have a contact information, right? Anyone, you take it out. Chen Shifeng closed his mouth and didn't speak. Apparently not. Snort, there's no need to say more. Chen Shifeng is treated as a cheater, cancelling his grade on the quiz and giving him one warning. Han Shuangji snorted coldly and turned her head to look at Jiang Yining, her expression instantly gentle by 2 points. You go back, it's fine, it won't affect your grades. Seeing this, Chen Shifeng yelled in dissatisfaction. It's not fair. You guys don't believe me when I say so much, and you believe her when she just says she doesn't know her. Teacher Zhang gave him a look without any goodwill. There are even more unfair ones. You call your parents, I'm going to have a serious talk with your parents. Chen Shifeng's hangdog expression disappeared and was replaced by panic. And call the parents? I don't want to. It's not your turn not to. When you wrongfully accuse someone, you should think of the consequences. Han Shuangshang also didn't let Jiang Yining continue to stay and listen to Chen Shifeng's nonsense, comforting her with a few words and then urging her to go back to the classroom. Jiang Yining was at the door of the classroom and happened to bump into a student who had just gone to the bulletin board to see the grades. As soon as Shi Siyuan saw her, his eyes squeezed out like a light bulb had been turned on, shining with adoration. Big brother Jiang, you're awesome. Math and English full score of 150, language 141. Total score of 741, first in the grade. I want to faint when I look at this grade. Are you that good at math? Oh my god. In the past, only Big Brother Jingcheng was able to suppress me in math, but now you and Big Brother Jingcheng are suppressing me together. I'm so high. A boy in the back with glasses couldn't take it and tugged at his collar, pulling the man back. Get your ass back here, pervert. People are girls. Zhou Minghai rubbed his face, walked over to Jiang Yining, and bowed his head. Classmate Jiang, I'm sorry for saying things like you'll be a drag on the class in the past, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken like that without seeing your grades. Next time, I'll see the truth before I become a leader. The noisy boys quieted down, holding their breath and carefully watching Jiang Yining's reaction. Oh. Jiang Yining responded breathlessly. Looking at her, she sort of accepted the apology, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief as the atmosphere buzzed once again. Squad leader, you iron bean. You're poisonous. How to talk? What about next time? Jiang students, although it is a little late, but afterward together to study, together to improve. If you have something to say directly, let's help each other. At that moment, a sharp and ear-piercing voice suddenly interjected. You guys really think she got a perfect score on her own, don't you? The boys quieted down and looked back over their shoulders. Zhao Shuoxian stood in the classroom with her arms wrapped around her, looking at Jiang Yining with a face full of sarcasm. You guys probably don't know that this woman was just called to the office by the teacher. Hey, Jiang Yining, tell me, what did the teacher call you to the office for at a time like this? Jiang Yining looked at her without saying anything. Zhao Shuoxian snorted. What? You don't dare to say? Jiang Yining, you're new here, you don't know yet, do you? Jada is very strict about cheating, so you're just waiting to be expelled. Don't think my uncle and aunt will bail you out. Jiang Yining's expression was faint. It's good that you're happy. When she finished, she took a step into the classroom. This reaction fell in Zhao Shuoxian's eyes, and it was undoubtedly a sign of weakness and evasion. I'll see how long you last. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It didn't take long for the senior ranking to come out, and the news that a black horse had come to the focus class spread like wildfire throughout the school. This dark horse crushed Meng Jingcheng, the perennial #1 student, by 5 points. You know, Meng Jingcheng Junior High School enrollment, in the 6th year of Jada, or the first time someone was robbed of the first place. It attracted countless people from other classes to pass by the focus class. After the morning reading session was over, the outside of the focus class was still crowded. This scenario is so familiar, it seems like I've seen it somewhere. I remember. Wasn't that the first day Jiang came to our class? But at that time, only the senior class was in session, there weren't that many people. Outside it seems that even the senior class ran over to see it. Speaking of which, the school flower must be replaced this time, right? Before people are vase, not qualified to be the school flower, now. Hey, I think Jiang is more suitable for the title of all-round school flower than Ming, yeah? Shu. Please have a higher IQ and don't say such things in class, okay? I always thought that big brother Jing Chang was already perverted enough, but I didn't realize that there were even more perverted ones. However, I still stand with big brother Jing Chang, and I'm sure I'll be able to flip the script on the next exam. Nuts, do you think Jing Chang big brother's score of 736 is low? Might as well mind your own business. Chapter 51. Take Jiang Yining away. Zhao Shuoxian had waited and endured 2 classes, but all she had waited for was every classroom teacher's praise for Jiang Yining. Praise her for the clean and neat handwriting on the paper and the simplicity of her solutions. Just not a word about her cheating. Could Jiang Yining still not whitewash himself? After the second period, Zhao Shuoxian couldn't sit still and ran to the teacher's office to inquire about Jiang Yining's cheating. It just so happened that when she went to the office door, she heard a teacher inside discussing things. She stopped instantly and stood still, gazing and listening. I don't know what he was thinking, but he wanted to put all the fault on the students at the test table next to him, thinking that the teacher is so easy to fool. But if we didn't know the boy's character, it would be hard for us to judge when he bites off more than he can chew. It's going to have to be a good thing for parents to communicate with their children. He's been messing around for a long time, but he just won't call his parents, so he probably has a hard time at home, so he'll just have to let old Chang bother him. Zhao Shuoxian listened to a burst of mental exuberance outside the door. Sure enough, that dead hick is cheating. And blamed it all on someone else. No wonder the teacher never exposed her in public. Hearing the words she wanted to hear, Zhao Shuoxian of course didn't need to go in and ask again, turning around and rushing back to the classroom, directly pulling Ming Qingcheng out. Walking to an unoccupied corner, he excitedly told Ming Qingcheng what he had just heard. Ming Qingcheng slightly lowered her eyes and gripped the pen in her hand. Only she herself knew that her heart, which had been pressed for half a day, inexplicably relaxed after hearing Zhao Shuoxian's words. In the middle of the day, raising her head, she looked at Zhao Shuoxian with a calm face. Shuoxian, you heard wrong, right? Sister, she shouldn't be able to cheat, she's in the last exam room, where no one can help her cheat. And, with 741 points, she's even compared to Meng Jingcheng. How could I have misheard? The way I heard the teacher's tone, he's already decided that she cheated. As long as we find the evidence, it's only a matter of time before the truth is published. I also heard the teacher say that she's not willing to ask her parents. If she didn't cheat, she'd definitely have to get her aunt and uncle to come over and back her up. This just shows that she's weak-minded. Meng Qingqing finally had no way to speak to Jiang Yining either, and was silent for half a day. Zhao Shuexian glanced at her and added, "Qingqing, I'm telling you, we absolutely can't let her go on any longer. She's now the adopted daughter of the Ming family, and with the reputation of the Ming family, if word gets out, people will only say that the adopted daughter of the Ming family cheated, not that Jiang Yining cheated. I think we must hurry before the teacher announces the truth. Let aunt and uncle hurry to do her withdrawal and lead her home to be locked up, so as not to cause trouble for your family again." Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips. For a moment, she wanted to follow Zhao Shuexian's words and call Yi Tang. Led Jiang Yining away from her circle of life. This quiz, because of Jiang Yining's sudden appearance, pushed her out of the top 5 that she had been so proud of. Again and again. Jiang Yining has only been here for less than a month. And already doesn't know how many times to mess up her life. But, no. Yi Tong said not to meddle in Jiang Yining's affairs. At the very least, she couldn't afford to stick her nose in after Yi Tong had spoken. Zhao Shuexian. Don't ever let her down. Ming Qingcheng gave her a silent look. I still want to choose to believe my sister before the teacher announces it. Zhao Shuexian almost fainted from anger when she heard this. Why are you so stupid? That hillbilly doesn't deserve your kindness to her at all. Have you forgotten that she stole your sheet music last weekend? There's no proof of anything. Zhao Shuexian were willing to continue listening to Ming Qingcheng's words and raised her hand to interrupt her. Alright, Qingcheng. I know how you are, and since you can't say it, I'll say it. Pushing Ming Qingcheng away, Zhao Shuexian turned her back to her, took out her cell phone, and made a call. Hello? Auntie. It's me. I have something to tell you. Large classroom. The teacher of the 10th class, Mr. Zhang, once again came to the door of the key class. He scanned the classroom and didn't see Jiang Yining. Is Mr. Jiang here? The crowd in the classroom swished and turned their heads in unison. Again? Now, everyone was all curious as to what the teacher was looking for Jiang Yining for. Zhao Shuexian instantly bounced up, her expression unable to hide her excitement as she asked loudly. Teacher, are you looking for her about cheating? The classroom went quiet. Teacher Zhang gave a vague ah, you don't have to worry about these things, the teacher will find out. The class was in an uproar at this statement. Although Mr. Zhang didn't directly admit it and spoke vaguely, the meaning was that I didn't realize was really because of cheating. So, Jiang Yining's perfect score in science was not something she got on her own. If it wasn't for the wrong place, Zhao Shuexian really wanted to just laugh out loud. After waiting for a few hours, he finally waited for Jiang Yining's death. Before the crowd could finish digesting the news, they heard Mr. Zhang ask again, also, is student Lin Fei Lin here? Which one is student Lin Fei? Come out a bit too? The crowd froze again. Looking for Lin Fei at this time? To say that Lin Fei and Jiang Yining would cross paths was naturally that bet that everyone knew about. The teacher approached both of them at the same time, and it couldn't have been anything other than their bet. Ever since Jiang Yining's perfect science results came out, Lin Fei had been shrinking in her place all morning, not moving or speaking, actively minimizing her presence. It looks miserable. Jiang Yining didn't say anything, and everyone had the good sense not to cue her. Lin Fei stiffly raised her head, Teacher, I'm in. You come with me to the office. Teacher Zhang waved at her and explained to the students near the door, when student Jiang comes back, tell her to make a trip towards the office as well. As he was talking, Jiang Yining came back. Mr. Zhang took the two girls away directly. The classroom was silent for a long time. Ah, I didn't understand a question in last class, I'll go ask the teacher. What a coincidence, I didn't get a question either. Ha? Brother Chang? Are you going too? Of course it is not possible for the whole class to go together to listen to the gossip, and in the end, Zhou Minghai and Shi Siyuan, as the representatives of the gossip group, followed behind Meng Jingcheng, who really needed to find a teacher, and went to the teacher's office. Teacher's offices. Mr. Qian, I've got the person here. If there's no reason, this parent, you're called. Lin Fei's body shook violently and she raised her head in disbelief. Not only was the office full of teachers from all classes, but there was someone she definitely didn't want to see at the moment. Without waiting for her to respond, Shen Qifeng pointed at her face and yelled. I confess. It's her. Yesterday before the science exam, she suddenly came over to me and said that she wanted to make a deal with me. As long as I get Zhang Yining's grades cancelled, she'll give me the model that I want to be out of print. Old Zhang, I really don't care about the grades. It's okay to cancel them, but don't get my dad to come over. Chapter 52. I'm watching you joke. Lin Fei was confused on the spot. She thought about it all night after she found out Zhang Yining's math score. The whole plan was rushed and didn't give her much time to prepare. She only had time to inquire about the person who sat next to Zhang Yining for the exams, and then rushed to make a deal with the other party. But how could it be exposed so quickly? The other party even patted her on the back at the time and told her that she would get the job done and to get her stuff ready. As a result, he just sold her without consulting her. Han Frostbite held his forehead with a headache. Lin Fei. You're the one who suggested the bet in the first place, and this is the tactic you use to bet with people? He had vaguely guessed the reason when Shen Qifeng said he wanted to find Lin Fei, so he didn't feel much surprise when he heard Shen Qifeng's words. However, the three views remained shaken. Lin Fei came back to her senses and shook her head repeatedly to deny it. No, I didn't. I don't know what happened. Shen Qifeng learned smartly this time and immediately said, don't try to deny it, I have evidence. We added WeChat yesterday, and after the exam you even asked me if I was sure I could get rid of Zhang Yining. Lin Fei sniffed and her body shook uncontrollably. Shen Qifeng does not care about her. This time he knows that just say it is fine. Facing the key class, the teacher must believe those good students. Do not believe him. On the spot, took out his cell phone, flipped out the chat window between him and Lin Fei, handing it to Han Frostbite. Han. Lin Fei reddened her eyes and looked at Han Shuangshang, who was expressionlessly checking the contents of her cell phone, and knew that she was really screwed. After a long time, Han Shuangji raised his head and nodded to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang sighed softly and gestured for Shen Qifeng to follow him. Don't think that if you don't call your parents, it's the same as nothing. Warning penalty, 5,000-word review, public apology, you can't have any of them. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. Old Zhang, I know. No parents, I'll call you dad. Get out. The two walked out of the office talking. The other focus classroom teachers returned to their positions. Only Zhang Yining and Lin Fei remained in front of Han Shuangdo. His gaze swept over Zhang Yining and finally landed on Lin Fei, his voice cold. Lin Fei, what else do you have to say? Lin Fei stood still, head hung low, body trembling, not daring to say a word. If not, then. There was a loud bang as someone barged into the teacher's office, interrupting Han Frostbite's words. Yi Tang stood panting at the door, and with a sweep of his gaze, he easily saw Zhang Yining standing in front of Han Shuangshi. Then he saw the girl beside Zhang Yining, who was on the verge of crying with red eyes. As Zhao Xuexian said, not only do you cheat, but you try to dump on others. Yi Tang took a deep breath, walked over to Han Shuangshang, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the school. I'll do the withdrawal procedures for Zhang Yining within today and take the person home. These 2 weeks have caused a lot of trouble for the school and teacher Han. The Ming family will find a way to compensate. I hope that the teacher will see that it hasn't caused a big impact yet, and won't go public with the matter. She should have expected that, other than cheating, Zhang Yining could have any way to win the bet. Shouldn't have given in then. He, Third Master Muir, couldn't really meddle in her Ming family's domestic affairs. After saying that, he walked straight to Zhang Yining, raised his hand and slapped towards Zhang Yining's face. The teachers present in the office were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Tang to hit someone right away. It's my fault that I didn't educate you well enough to let you out in the open. Now come home with me immediately. Zhang Yining turned his face sideways, maintaining the position of being hit, and after a long time, slowly raised his hand and touched his cheek. It doesn't hurt. A moment ago, she sidestepped in the direction of the force, dislodging most of it. But the surprise is there. She didn't expect Yi Tang to hit someone. This is also the first time in her 17 years that she has been hit in the face. There is no next time. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes were currently coated with a layer of frost, glowing with a slight hostility. Cold and regal. The anger churned up, causing Yi Tang to ignore the aura that emanated from Zhang Yining, which was not equal to her own age. She laughed in exasperation. You still want a second time? Jiang Yining, is it because you think that after entering my Ming family's door, our Ming family will condone your licentiousness? Let me tell you, absolutely not. I won't give you a second chance to stain the Ming family's lintel. Jiang Yining looked at her askance, with no intention of explaining. Come with me now. Don't want those things in the classroom. Please ask Mr. Han to help get rid of them. I really don't have the face to let you go to the classroom again. Yi Tang said, reaching out to catch Jiang Yining's arm. Jiang Yining took a step back, avoiding her hand. Mrs. Ming, please look at it clearly, it's you who is disgraced, not me. Don't you think everyone is looking at you funny? Yi Tang's face sank as he subconsciously turned his head to look around. A face with disdain entered his eyes. Beside the Yi family's eldest young lady and the Ming family's head mother, when had she ever been looked at like this? There was a bashful blush on his face. It's not because of you. Cough. Han Frostfall suddenly coughed lightly. Mrs. Ming, the matter is like this, this Lin student who made a bet with Jiang student, found someone to copy Jiang Tong's test paper in the examination hall, and tried to get Jiang student's grade cancelled for helping to cheat, and now our teacher has already investigated it clearly, and returned Jiang student's innocence. So, we are looking at your joke, has nothing to do with Jiang students. Han Shuangdiao's words were like a loud thunder, boom, splitting in Yi Tang's brain, instantly exploding and turning into a mass of paste. It shook her for a long time. Han Frostbite's last sentence made the other teachers in the office hang a black line. Ms. Han, how can you talk to parents like that? No matter how scummy you are, you're still a parent, and you still have to do the superficial stuff. Truth be told, or she sent herself to the door. Han Frostbite shrugged his shoulders, don't you guys look at her funny? The other teachers were speechless. Han Frostbite is young, but the backstage is hard, and no one dares to say anything about him. And he's right. Yi Tong sends jokes up to the door himself. It's just that the joke, they just couldn't laugh at it, they just had the feeling that they were watching a play that destroyed their 3 views. Shocking and explosive. But, look past that. The female teacher just couldn't look away, shaking her head, picking up her textbook. Hey, it's not pro-life after all. Let's just go to class. Teacher Ke reached out and gently patted the girl's shoulder as he walked past Jiang Yining. Don't be afraid, as long as you miss going on, the teachers will help you. Right, a good seed can't be ruined like that. If you can't, get the Women's Federation side to come over and help mediate. Han Frostbite waited for the other teachers to leave, not caring what Ji Tong was thinking, and turned to Lin Fei. You go back and pack your stuff, go to any one of the classes 210, I'll have already said hello in the morning meeting, just go straight there. Chapter 53, Tea in the Tea Breath. Lin Fei gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Yining, then at Yi Tang. It's okay. The class doesn't know what's happening in the office, and she explains that her family is harboring Jiang Yining on the line. It's not like anyone would tear her down anyway. The mistake was made by Jiang Yining. After letting Lin Fei go back to the classroom to pack up her things, Han Shuangdo swept his eyes at the half-hanging head and trembling Yi Tang. Jiang's total score in this primary exam is 741, the first in the whole grade. Mrs. Ming, such an excellent daughter. Do you still want to give her a withdrawal? Yi Tong was dumbfounded. At this moment, she finally realized how far her perception was from reality. However, Jiang Yining's excellence couldn't keep her from being happy. She had already pushed Jiang Yining away with her own hands. Her throat felt like it was being choked, leaving her near suffocated. Go back to class. Han Shuangji raised her head at Jiang Yining, leave this to the teacher. Jiang Yining turned away with a calm expression. The last class in the morning of the key class was physics. Han Shuangji was still dealing with things in the office, and the people were self-consciously self-study. When she returned to the classroom, Lin Fei had already begun to pack her things, and someone next to her happened to be asking Lin Fei about it. Lin Fei, do you really want to leave the focus class? Well, Lin Fei reddened, I'm willing to bet. Didn't you say that Jiang Yining cheated? Those scores of hers are all fake, right? Lin Fei's hands speeding up their movements as she packed her things, stuffing all the books and textbooks into her book bag in 3 or 2 tries. It's clarified. Tilting's mom came to school. Without further ado, I'm going to class 2 and we'll have a chance to study together later. With that, she slung her backpack up, wiped her fingers from the corners of her eyes, and headed out the door. Her pitiful look drew a wave of sympathy from the female student next to her. At the same time, there have been expressions of disdain for Jiang Yining, who has a backer. Slow down. In the front row, a tall, thin, cool boy stood up. Lin Fei's footsteps lurched. Student Meng? The crowd looked toward the boys in surprise. Make your words clear before you leave. Meng Jingcheng's expression was light. Since you were the one who had someone copy Zhang's test paper at the exam center and got her involved in the cheating fiasco, then please don't speak so innocently. The crowd was in an uproar as the words fell. Having someone copy a test? What else is there to do? The girls who had been sympathizing with her just a moment ago, their eyes became suspicious, and they backed away, not daring to stay by her side any longer. Lin Fei's pupils were violently jaw-dropped and her head was viciously confused. The teacher didn't even announce it to the public, so how could anyone in the class know? Meng Jingqing's credibility in the class is very strong, once he said, almost no one will doubt. She's really finished. Sure, Si Yuan slapped his forehead in sudden realization. I told you, why is her speech weird? I can't pick a fault, but it doesn't feel quite right. Isn't this what the internet calls? That word again? Tea in tea breath. Right. It's the tea breath in the tea. Sure, Si Yuan said nonchalantly. Lin Fei's cheeks instantly turned white, and unable to stay any longer, she ran out of the classroom as if fleeing. Just like her, she has the nerve to say she's willing to gamble? If we hadn't been there to eavesdrop, we'd really think she was so great. Did you guys catch that she tried to mislead us a little bit at the end? Having been her classmate for 3 years, I really didn't see that Lin Fei was this kind of person. I didn't even realize that Big Brother Jing Chang is also an expert in identifying bimbos. No, am I the only one who thinks that Big Brother Jing Chang was so handsome just now when he stood out? +1. After a small test, the atmosphere of the focus class seemed to have a subtle change, less hostile and more harmonious. The people who had previously been mildly hostile to Jiang Yining tried to want to make contact with her. The heartless ones like Sher Si Yuan went straight over and apologized, then shyly asked for the big brother's contact information. Then, these people realized that Jiang Yining's personality was different from her aggressive appearance. Thought she was a rose with thorns, she was actually a gentle hibiscus. Just be friendly and talk to her, and she'll be just as friendly back. Zhou Minghai, who originally had a clear favorable impression of Ming Qingcheng, and those who are more perceptive have found that he no longer takes the initiative to find Ming Qingcheng to talk to after class, but this is already an afterthought. Thrilling Friday went by in the blink of an eye. The school bell rang. Sort of a little perk the school gives seniors, no late-night study hall on Friday nights. As soon as the bell rang, everyone was excited to pack up their things and discuss where they were going to go for the weekend. Enan, do you want to hit up a Netflix store together on the weekend? I found a very pretty milk tea store 2 days ago. It's good for selfies. Lai Beiqing's packing was a little different from the others. While others were filling their book bags, she was dumping them out, apparently planning to come back on Monday to catch up on her homework. Jiang Yining made a move. I have something going on this weekend. Li Beiqing was a bit disappointed. Huh? Well then, we'll make another appointment next time. Aha! Jiang Yining lifted her book bag when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She took it out and looked at it. Mr. Twilight, school's over? Have the test results come out yet? Although what he sent over was a question, Jiang Yining inexplicably had the immediate feeling of being blocked at the door by her parents, waiting for her to take out her report card. Grandma hadn't even pushed her this hard on her studies before. With a small mental gag, she dutifully reported her grades. The next second, the cell phone rang. Twilight's call. Jiang Yining looked at the cell phone screen and paused for a moment before picking it up. Hey, Kuei brother? The man's low, clear voice rang in his ears. Good job on the test, now it's my brother's turn to fulfill his promise. Jiang Yining inexplicably sped up a bit, and those unpleasantness in the morning were suddenly swept away. The corners of her lips lifted slightly. What does brother Kuei want to give me? Come out and take you to dinner first. You came to Jiada? Jiang Yining was a bit surprised. In case I have to go to night study? The man let out a low chuckle. Ning, brother is now your contact at school. Meaning, does he know her class schedule by heart? Jiang Yining was silent for a moment. Wouldn't you like to go to dinner with your brother? No. I'm coming out. Instead of going back to eat with Ming's family, she preferred to stay with Twilight Sink. Hanging up the phone, she picked up her backpack, greeted Lai Beiqing and walked out of the classroom quickly. Zhao Shuexian looked up at her back. Where is she going with this? Ming Qingchen gripped the strap of her book bag tightly and pursed her lips and forced a smile. I don't know. This hick. How do you think it's possible for her to get a perfect score in science? No matter how I think about it, I don't think it's possible. Xincheng, do you think it's possible that she cheated and bumped into this Lin Fei thing, which just happened to be covered up? Zhao Xuexian gritted her teeth. Ming Xincheng packed her things in silence and did not reply. Zhao Xuexian secretly cursed a few times. The matter of cheating was hidden by the teacher. No one knew what the process was all about. She couldn't believe that next time, the hillbilly would be that lucky. Chapter 54, Feeling Like an Extra Dad. Ming Xincheng quickly packed her things and lifted her book bag to leave. Zhao Xuexian came back to her senses and hurriedly swept her homework into her book bag and chased after her. Xincheng, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? By the way, I'll meet you at your house tomorrow. Ming Xincheng's feet lurched, her gaze retracted from Jiang Yining's back in the distance ahead and turned to Zhao Xuexian. Tomorrow? Anything? Zhao Xuexian looked like she took it for granted. Have you forgotten? I promised you that I would help you find the piano score. Do you really want to lose your first place for nothing? Ming Xincheng narrowed her eyes and hid her emotions. Tomorrow, my mom and I will take my sister for a walk. Zhao Xuexian's eyes lit up as she sniffed. That's just right. Remember to send me a message before you go out. Don't worry, I definitely won't mess around. The best time to find something is when no one is around. She couldn't believe that she couldn't find anything incriminating about that redneck. Xuexian. Ming Xincheng was about to say something when Zhao Xuexian suddenly let out a surprised huh. Whose car is that hillbilly in? Rolls-Royce Phantom. Xincheng, did Uncle buy a new car? Ming Xincheng raised her eyes to look over, only having time to see the moment Jiang Yining closed the car door. That car should be the car of the Twilight Three Masters. Xincheng, let's go. I've wanted to ride in a Rolls-Royce Phantom for a long time, and it's rumored that the low-end version costs nearly $10 million. We can't let the dead hick take advantage of the Ming family. Zhao Xuexian grabbed Ming Xincheng's wrist and jogged over in the direction of the car. However, before he could run a few steps, the car started and slowly pulled away from the school grounds. Zhao Xuexian's eyes widened as she watched the car disappear from sight. When they got to the road, where was the Phantom? What's going on? Xincheng, is your driver crazy? The Ming family's eldest miss hasn't gotten on the bus yet. Hurry up and call. As he was talking, a familiar Bentley leaned over. Yi Tang pushed the door and got off the car. His complexion was a bit shallow, less gentle than before. School's out? Then go home. Ming Xincheng acutely sensed the difference and gripped the strap of her school bag. Zhao Xuexian was not the least bit aware of this and pursued the question. Auntie? What are you doing out of this car? Then whose car did Jiang Yining get into just now? What are you talking about? If I don't get out of this car, which car do I get out of? Yi Tong was unsure. I just saw Jiang Yining get into a car. Before Zhao Xuexian finished her words, Yi Tang's face changed and hurriedly interrupted her. Don't care about those irrelevant things. You guys got your results in the primary exam today, right? How did you do? Several times Zhao Xuexian wanted to mention Jiang Yining, but Yi Tang kept putting the topic on the results of the primary exam. Have to work harder. You have no problem going to SCU with this score, but you are aiming for a university in the city of 49. It's a little bit of a stretch this time. How come the math test is so much worse than before? When Zhao Xuexian heard Yi Tang mention her grades, she became depressed and was not in the mood to continue to ask about Jiang Yining. I don't know how many times I've been told to regress today, so I guess when I get home, I'll have to do it again in a big way. If her mom knew that Jiang Yining had taken the first place test and she had ranked in the 30s of the class, falling out of the top 50 of the grade, that picture. It made her so depressed she could hardly breathe. No matter how you think about it, you can't understand why a mudblood who can't even eat enough food can get the first place in the exam. Is it true that the children of poor families are born early? Zhao Xuexian didn't want to talk about this topic with Yi Tang anymore, casually perfunctory a few sentences, fled as if she turned around and got into her own car. Afterward, Yi Tang and Ming Xincheng arrived home in rare silence all the way. No one mentioned a word about Jiang Yining and the mysterious Rolls-Royce Phantom that picked her up. Jiang Yining got into the car and after fastening her seatbelt, she realized that the man was looking at her sideways. Brother Kure? Twilight withdrew her gaze and started the car as if nothing had happened. Well, lost some weight, didn't eat properly? How could this man tell if she was thin or not when he had only seen her a few days before? Jiang Yining was silent for a second. Yes. Twilight reached over and rubbed the top of the girl's hair. Eat more then, it's too thin. You focus on driving. Jiang Yining slapped his hand away and smoothed her messed up hair. I weigh over 100, I'm a standard figure. Twilight Sink gently nodded her head, a smile on her lips. Our Ning Ning is of standard stature, however, she still needs to eat more in order to grow taller. The man's voice was low and lazy, with a touch of unimaginable tenderness. Like a rattling piano piece that tantalizes the heart. Jiang Yining reached out and touched her earlobe, and for a moment, she didn't know what she was talking about. I don't have to grow anymore. Twilight sank into a low chuckle. Then our Ning might be the only high school student who doesn't want to grow taller, right? Jiang Yining's ears heated up with embarrassment, and in order to relieve herself, she hastily changed the topic. Brother Kure, didn't you say you were going to give me a reward? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted them. It sounds like it can't wait to get something out of someone's hand. Shame on you. She hastened to add, it doesn't matter if I don't give it, I'm just saying. You opened the locker in front of you. Jiang Yining blinked, so there really was. Reaching down, he pulled open the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat, which held a slender, delicately wrapped box. Can I unwrap it? Sure, it's for you. Jiang Yining carefully unwrapped the outside of the box and opened the lid. A champagne-colored, gold-plated ink fountain pen lay across the box. With no frills and a simple yet airy design, it's a great fountain pen for her at this stage of her life. Gifts that are practical and don't feel like a burden. Thank you, Brother Kore, I love it. Twilight tapped her fingertips on the steering wheel. It's good that you like it. Originally my brother was supposed to give you some trinkets that girls like, but... He paused and swept a sideways glance at the girl. Slowly uttering the second half of the sentence, however, Ning is now focused on her studies, so the fountain pen will be used first, and the other gifts will be made up when Ning grows up. Jiang Yining. Feels like an extra dad. Nirshin took Jiang Yining to a Cantonese restaurant located in a busy part of Deep City, which was crowded with people, but the environment inside the restaurant was quiet, so he didn't feel noisy. After ordering, Twilight handed the menu back to the waiter. Jiang Yining paused and asked, Brother Twilight, what kind of dishes do you like to eat? It wasn't hard to see that Twilight Sink picked this restaurant to match her tastes. She'd only said she had a sweet tooth once, and he'd remembered. What? Twilight's thin lips rose slightly. Now you finally want to ask your brother about his preferences? Chapter 55, quite a brainstormer. Jiang Yining. Almost forgot how I got checked out last time. She coughed lightly. No, Brother Twilight invited me to dinner twice. As a courtesy, I'll have to invite Brother Twilight to dinner when I have the chance in the future. That's why I wanted to ask him about his tastes first. Well, my brother is not a picky eater, and lighter would be better. Saying that, Twilight Sink poured her a cup of fruit tea. Jiang Yining thanked him and took a shallow sip. Fruity with a hint of sweetness. It's her favorite flavor. Nirshin raised his eyes and glanced at her. Did Ning Ning forget to tell brother something? Jiang Yining froze for a moment and subconsciously shook his head. No? No? Twilight curled the tip of her index finger and tapped it on the tabletop with a single click, as if it was pounding on her eardrums. You don't know how to tell your brother when you're being bullied, huh? Jiang Yining drifted off. It turned out to be about Yi Tong coming to school in the morning. It seems that Han Frostbite told him everything. It wasn't anything important, I didn't take it to heart, and besides, there won't be a next time. Nirakumo thoughtfully nodded slightly without interfering too much with her. That's fine, as long as you don't suffer. Remember to call your brother if you can't beat him. It's not popular to fight alone anymore, you know? Jiang Yining held back, couldn't hold back, and laughed out. It was just some small family problems, and it was being talked about by Korinai as if they were going to go to a group fight together. Those people from the Ming family, it wasn't even Twilight Sink's turn to make a move. After laughing for a while, seeing that Nirshin was looking at her with his eyes downcast and serious, Jiang Yining corrected her attitude. I don't suffer and I don't lose. As for the matter of Yi Tang's hands, she regarded it as returning the birth grace and wouldn't count on it again. Twilight sank into a low chuckle. There's something cute about little girls. After dinner, Nirshin directly sent Jiang Yining back to the Ming family. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Tang was sitting in the living room, and when she saw Jiang Yining walk in, she stood up with some urgency. Inin, you're back. She seemed to want to say something, her lips opening and closing several times, but in the end she didn't know where to start. Jiang Yining's footsteps lurched. Is there something wrong? Attitude as bland as usual, as if nothing had happened in the morning. Yi Tong took a deep breath. Mommy wants to talk to you, is that okay? Jiang Yining was silent for a moment, stepped away and walked into the living room, taking a seat opposite Yi Tang. Submissive and well-behaved. But after all this time together, Yi Tang vaguely knew that she was just too lazy to argue about something she didn't care about. Asked to hide the truth and just be the adopted daughter of the Ming family, she obediently agrees. She was told to go to high school at Guardian, and even arranged for her to go to her senior year, and she still didn't have any rebuttals. Yining, Mom today. Not intentionally hit you, just. I thought you cheated, too angry, only impulse to hit you. Next time, no matter what happens, we calm and talk properly, okay? Jiang Yining looked at her. A pair of peach blossom eyes similar to hers, slightly converged, with a mesmerizing, deep and moving gaze, yet so cold and detached. Good. The girl's expression was calm and her tone rippled. Before Yi Tang's tightened heart could relax, he heard the girl continue. If you can do it. Nin. Can't you use a normal tone of voice and talk to me properly? Do you have to be so stiff with me? I'm your mom, not your enemy. Yi Tang's brows furrowed tightly, and his mood, which had been adjusted with great difficulty, became a mess again. Jiang Yining smiled. Where did I go wrong? It wasn't me who lost his cool from start to finish. Yi Tong choked for a while. Nin, you can't blame Mom for misunderstanding. That grade of yours, you didn't even pass the tilting city, that's why I. Jiang Yining asked bluntly in return. Is that why you think that if Ming Qingqing can't do it, I definitely can't either? Yi Tong simply didn't know how to answer. Ming Qingqing was the one she had taken great pains to cultivate, so what was wrong with her that she would think this way? However, Jiang Yining ruthlessly slapped her face with the facts. It was obviously her own daughter, and she couldn't get over how happy she was. The atmosphere in the living room chilled. In the middle of the day, Jiang Yining stood up. If it's okay, I'll go to my room. Wait. Yi Tang pulled her hand. I haven't finished my words. Jiang Yining paused. Yi Tong had a stomach full of words for Jiang Yining to hear. She hoped that Jiang Yining would do what she meant, follow the rules within the box she had set, and not make any more bets with people or go a little out of the ordinary. However, not a word of those words could be said when they met the girl's peach eyes. The last words that came to his lips became, "Get ready for tomorrow, I'll take you out to shop around and get you some more applicable things." I have something tomorrow. Yi Tang froze, then remembered something and furrowed his brows furiously. You're going out with Master Twilight San again? Nin, I know you just came to Deep City and haven't made any friends yet, but you're not even an adult yet, and you keep hanging out with men. What kind of thing is that? If word gets out, do you know what people will say about you? Jiang Yining smiled. What others would say, I don't know, all I know is that you're quite the brainiac. You. Exactly which sentence made you think that I'm going out with Master Twilight 3 again? But it doesn't matter, think what you like, as long as you remember you said, calm down and talk properly. Being slapped for no reason and not getting a single word of apology so far, that's an experience I don't want to have to go through again. Jiang Yining's tone was light, as if he was talking about something insignificant. The living room was dead silent. Yi Tang almost couldn't catch his breath, and after a long time, he deliberately ignored the word apologize in Jiang Yining's words and barely managed to spit out a sentence. So what can you be up to? Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at her thoughtfully for a moment. Would you believe me if I told you? Yi Tang intentionally wanted to ease the relationship with her, and immediately nodded and said, You say. I'm going to see someone at Runha Chinese Hospital. As the words fell, the air froze and the living room fell into an eerie silence. Yi Tong froze for a while before coming back to his senses. What did you say? Her look was tinged with incredulity, thinking she'd heard wrong. Runha Chinese Hospital, she knew. The director is a very famous domestic Chinese medicine Mu Shui, medical skills. It is not too much to say that the Chinese medicine sector of the Taishan Beidou, the status is only second to the medical sector, has been missing for many years. Sage Wen Jiqing. Yanhe Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine was established by him and has grown to its present size, with a number of famous doctors sitting in the hospital. In Deep City, there is almost no one who does not know Runha Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. But what did Jiang Yining just say? To give medical attention? Jiang Yining giving medical treatment? Playing some kind of international joke. Chapter 56, You're All Mommy's Got. Jiang Yining looked at her calmly and repeated it word for word. Yitong slowed down for a while, still unable to digest her words. Who can believe such a pie-in-the-sky scenario? Jiang Yining was born to restrain her. Saying you believe doesn't mean you accept any nonsense unconditionally. It has to come at a serious time like this to make jokes that aren't funny. I'm not hungry. Ming Qingcheng frowned lightly, wanting to speak for several moments before she said, Mom, are my sister and Master Kure-san a couple? Yi Tang's face sank, and he reprimanded lowly, don't talk nonsense. Such words must not be said outside, understand? What is Twilight Sinker? The person Ming Chengkon was trying to hook up with left and right. Even if Jiang Yining really climbed up to Murshin, without the other party's personal admission, if this nonsense reached his ears and upset him, the Ming family won't be able to take a step into 49 City. Not to mention, Jiang Yining was only 17 years old now, and there was no way that Murshin would openly admit that he was looking at an underage person by stirring up his own fishy mess. In the eyes of the third master Muir, Jiang Yining was probably just a plaything. It's impossible to just let a woman get caught up in rumors when you really like her. Just look at Luo Jingyao, that's the gentleman's style. A wave of disgust welled up in Yitong's heart as he thought about this. She was a little confused as to whether she resented Jiang Yining's self-serving fall, or whether she resented the fact that she had to let Jiang Yining's lowly climb up to Murshin. No. It's not her fault. Ming Chengkong is right. How can it be so easy to be the daughter of a rich family? Even if Jiang Yining was given the status of a legitimate Ming family's daughter, with a family like the Mir family, it would be impossible for her to be engaged to her, she could only be a plaything. Then it would be better to keep it the way it is now and let her go as an adopted daughter to be someone else's plaything. It's better than others saying that her Yi Tang's own daughter is a plaything, isn't it? Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips. Mom, don't be mad, I know, I won't say anything. Yitong also seemed to realize that he was a bit out of sorts, slowed down his voice and gave a soft hum. Gently holding Ming Qingcheng's hand, he wrapped the girl into his arms. Qingcheng, Mom only has you have to fight for it, okay? Ming Qingcheng's eyes flashed as he reached back to hug Yi Tang. Mom, I won't let you down. After a long time, Yi Tang let go of Ming Qingcheng, and his face had returned to its usual gentleness. Well, go and rest early, you have to meet with Jay's designer tomorrow. If you don't have the spirit, maybe the other designer won't come to be inspired. Ming Qingcheng smiled sweetly, good. It should be the first time for my sister to meet the designer, so I'll go talk to her about the key points of communicating with the designer. I hope the first high-definition gown of her life is perfect in her heart. Yi Tang sniffed and remembered the nonsense Jiang Yining had just said. It was hard to suppress the irritation, but it was showing signs of bubbling up again. She pulled Ming Qingcheng back, her voice a bit uncontrollably shrill. No need. Your sister isn't coming with us tomorrow. Remember what I said and worry less about her in the future. Ming Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head obediently. Good. Go back and rest. Yi Tang paused, those things about your sister, don't say anything to your father yet. Ming Qingcheng answered and turned around to go back to her room on the second floor. Yi Tang sat alone in the living room for a few moments when the antique clock in the corner struck a bell. At the same time, her cell phone, which was resting on the coffee table, suddenly rang. Scanning the caller ID on the screen, Yi Tang closed her eyes and looked wan. Still, she answered the phone at the last second it stopped ringing. Mom! The current head of the Yi family, her mother, old Mrs. Yi. The same person who insisted on picking up Jiang Yining and plunging her into disaster. Ah Tong, it's been almost a month since the child was taken home, right? Has she gotten used to it? Have you found a good school for her? Is she sleeping? Let her talk to me? When the call came through, it was a chorus of questions. Yi Tang listened, growing more and more bored. Mom, I've picked up the people like you wanted, and after that, just stay out of it, okay? The person on the other side of the cell phone obviously didn't expect Yi Tang to have this attitude, froze for a while, and roared back in the same grumpy voice. How do you say that? I can't greet my granddaughter? And on my terms? Then are you trying to say that if it's your wish, you won't bring back your own daughter? Yi Tang, do you dare to make it clear to me? Yi Tang was suffocating in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute a single word. It involves the issue of virtue. She dared to say a word, ye old lady not scolded her to death, the people outside will also poke her spine. What? Didn't you yell at me just now? Go ahead and say it. I'm listening. Yi Tang's face was a little hard to see, and after taking a deep breath, he tried to soften the tone of his voice. Mom, I don't mean it like that. Anan is the Ming family's child, so can you just stop meddling, please? You're making it hard for me. Old Mrs. Yi laughed in anger. What did I meddle in? I'm just asking about my granddaughter. What do you think I've interfered? At first, you said that the family and the Luo family had a marriage contract, which involves the issue of integrity, and also said that the old woman was too old to be stimulated, and could not openly recognize the person back. Okay, I have endured you. Tell me, what have I interfered? Yi Tong, let me tell you, if I interfered, there would be nothing for you here. Yi Tang tensed his face and didn't say anything. Over there, old Mrs. Yi unceremoniously lectured her. Yi Tang was so annoyed in her heart that she held her breath and hid Jiang Yining's excellence, and selectively told Mrs. Yi something about Jiang Yining's recent situation. Old Mrs. Yi listened before finally admonishing, You've already shortchanged that child, remember to make up for it, don't be a jerk again. I know. Chapter 57 Guard Ceiling. On Saturday morning, Jiang Yining had breakfast and was about to go out to Renha Chinese Hospital. Yi Tang had thought that she was just joking, not realizing that she really wanted to go. Her face was vaguely green. Going to be embarrassed. Anan, where are you not feeling well? Why don't you tell Mom first? The Ming family also has a family doctor, so if it's not serious, we'll just rest at home, okay? Jiang Yining gave her a faint look. I'm not uncomfortable. Yi Tang choked and panicked, and couldn't do anything about her, hesitating from side to side, not knowing how to stop her without being held by her. Jiang Yining could see that she was fidgeting and somewhat helpless. If you don't believe me, Yi Tang interrupted her sharply, Mom believes you. Go! I'll have old Zhao send you there, be safe. Jiang Yining swallowed back that I can explain that was about to come out of his mouth, nodded, and took a step outside. Yi Tang took out his cell phone and made a call to old Zhao, the Ming family's old driver. Notify him to come over to pick up and drop off Jiang Yining at the same time, but also instructed him to make sure to keep an eye on Jiang Yining, and forbid Jiang Yining to make his identity public in the hospital. Renha Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine was very famous in Deep City, and many people from the luxury circle would ask Renha's doctors to treat their illnesses. It could be said that whatever jokes were made in Renha could be spread throughout the entire Deep City on the same day. She couldn't afford to lose face. Old Zhao responded and set off to Renha with Jiang Yining. Yi Tang's heart was unsettled, and his person was somewhat haggard and unsettled. Ming Qingcheng wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say, so he could only sit beside her and accompany her. After a while, Yi Tong stood up. Leaning, Jay's appointment time is almost up, let's get going. Good. Ming Qingcheng took Yi Tang's arm and went out the door. After waiting for 2 minutes in front of the house, the shuttle bus stopped steadily in front of Yi Tang. She pulled open the car door and sat in, then realized that Ming Qingcheng was still standing in the same place, not following her. Leaning? She called out. Coming. Ming Qingcheng quickly stuffed her cell phone into her bag and got into the car. What are you doing? Ming Qingcheng smiled, a classmate messaged me to ask me the title, so I replied. Yi Tang's gloomy mood was swept away when he heard this. We're so good at tilting. Your mom's pride. Ming Qingcheng shyly snapped, Mom. How can you boast and praise yourself like this? How embarrassing would it be for people to hear? How come? Everyone knows you're good. The first person who thought of Ming Qingcheng when they encountered a problem in their classmates was Ming Qingcheng, which was enough to show how dependable she was as a daughter. Ming Qingcheng slightly hung her head and smiled shyly and warmly, then as if she remembered something, her smile faded a bit. My sister is even better than me, she took first place in this quiz, and her total score is 5 points higher than that of her classmate Meng Jingcheng. There is no parent at Guardian who doesn't recognize Meng Jingcheng. Especially if it's the same student, all you hear at every parent-teacher conference is high praise from the teacher. He's the ceiling of Guardian. And the appearance of Jiang Yining broke the ceiling. It allows one to visualize more how good Jiang Yining's grades really are. However, Yi Tang's expression was faint and did not show any joy. 1 or 2 grades don't mean anything, Qingchan, don't be presumptuous, you've been in the top 5 in your grade for almost 6 years, from Jiada Junior High School to high school, that's what's remarkable. The topic involved Jiang Yining, and the two of them spoke with a lack of interest before going quiet. The original itinerary was to take Jiang Yining around a bit, and then add some usual clothes and accessories, and now that Jiang Yining is not there, naturally, there is no such itinerary. The two arrived at Jay's studio and started talking directly to the designer about their requirements for the dress. Yi Tang had been worried that Jiang Yining would make a joke when she went to Rena, and she was even more afraid that she wouldn't be able to take control of the situation immediately after the accident. While at Jay's studio, she kept hold of her cell phone, checking it every few minutes for fear of missing a message. Therefore, she also did not notice that Ming Qingcheng, who was sitting beside her, was making similar movements as her. It took 2 hours of chatting with the designer to talk down the general requirements of the dress. "Mom, should we order one for my sister too?" Yi Tong pursed her lips and was silent for a moment. "No, it would be a waste to order it for her. I'll just go pick out a ready-to-wear dress for her later." Ming Qingcheng lowered her eyes, hiding the light that crossed the bottom of her eyes, and her voice was shy and timid. "Is this going to be bad?" Dad said he'd give her. Yi Tang interrupted her. When her father was talking, she was listening on the side. She said she would come together on the weekend. She didn't come herself. Who is to blame? "All right, Qingcheng, you don't need to say anymore." Ming Qingcheng gently bit her lip, her expression somewhat helpless. "Mom knows you're looking out for your sister, don't worry about it, huh?" Yi Tang gently patted her hand, then stood up. "I'm going to the restroom for a bit, wait for me here for a bit." "Good." Ming Qingcheng watched her walk out, and during the free time she waited, she took out her cell phone and looked at her friend's circle for a while. A message suddenly slid in at the top of the screen. "Zhao Shuexian, Qingcheng, look, I found it. Is this your piano score? Picture." Ming Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat and she clicked in without being able to think about it too much. The picture is a current photo of a sheet of pentatonic music. This is Jiang Yan and stuff? How could she possibly have a quintet? Ming Qingcheng was very clear that she hadn't lost the sheet music, and that the music recorded in this 5-line score was something she had never seen before. She subconsciously gazed at it, and her thoughts flowed with the notes on the pentatonic score. Until her eyes stopped on the last symbol and the music in her head crunched to a halt, she jerked back to her senses, her fingers clenching the phone. This tune. It's a million times better than the original piece that Heiress used in the previous piano competition. Why would Jiang Yining have this? Ming Qingcheng's heart tensed up, her eyes deadpan on the pentatonic score. Is there a complete sheet of 5 lines for this piece? Or is this the only page she has? Perhaps because she hadn't replied for too long, Zhao Shuexian was a bit impatient and called directly. The vibration of the cell phone woke up Ming Qingcheng. She took a deep breath to calm herself down before pressing the answer button. "Hello? Leaning City. Did you see the message I sent you?" "Well, I'm looking at the zither sheet music. Where did you find it?" Ming Qingcheng tried to make her voice sound as calm as possible. Zhao Shuexian was very excited and her voice was a bit uncontrollably shrill. "It's hidden in a suitcase in her closet. That can really hide. I went through her whole room to find it. That redneck's trunk is a trash can. It's even got rocks in it. Isn't she stupid? By the way, there's a bottle of perfume with no label. I'll shoot it to you to see if it's yours." "Shuexian." Ming Qingcheng interrupted her. Chapter 58, setting off a huge wave. Zhao Shuexian's cannonball-like voice finally stopped. Is this the only page of the zither score?" Ming Qingcheng's heart was beating wildly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "I mean, is the zither score still complete?" "Ah. I also do not know whether there is no lost page, a book, but also quite thick. I just casually shoot a page for you." Zhao Shuexian heard her anxious, so he said, "You wait, I'll shoot down to check for you." "Good. Thanks." Hanging up the phone, Ming Qingcheng pressed down her wildly beating heart. A pretty thick book. Could it be that this is the original songbook that Jiang Yining got from Heilun Zhe? Are these tunes registered? If not. The blood in Ming Qingcheng's entire body felt like it was about to boil, making her hot. Thinking of that page of pentatonic scores just now, with that piece of work, did she still need to worry about not being able to worship a famous teacher? "Leaning? What's wrong with you? Cheeks so red?" Ming Qingcheng was so immersed in her own thoughts that she didn't even realize that Yi Tang had returned. She woke up when she heard Yi Tang's concerned question. "Mom, I'm fine." Yi Tang still reached out and probed Ming Qingcheng's forehead, confirming that she didn't have a fever before he let out a sigh of relief. "Is the weather too hot and you're on fire? Go back and have someone make you some chrysanthemum tea?" Ming Qingcheng was also a bit impatient at this time, wanting to hurry back and confirm with her own eyes what kind of zither sheet music Zhao Shuexian had found. Aha! Mom, let's hurry back, I'm suddenly inspired to make up a song. Yi Tong was surprised. You're arranging a song? Ming Qingcheng had been studying piano for several years and had talent, but Yi Tang also knew that she was still a bit far from being a genius and had to put in the effort to get better grades than others. Luckily, Ming Qingcheng was willing to give it a go, so he was at the level he was at today. She participated in large and small competitions, accumulating fame and making many senior experts and masters take the initiative to give her extremely high praise. But before accumulating fame, Ming Qingcheng had also tried arranging music and wrote a piece for the masters of the music industry in Deep City to critique. The master's comments at that time, Yi Tang still remembered. The master did not directly say that it was bad, but explained that Qingcheng is young, shallow experience, the pattern has not yet been liberalized, too early exposure to arranging may not be a good thing, it would be better to go through the experience first, after a certain degree of musical sensitivity, and then start arranging, perhaps there will be a broader future. It was only since then that Ming Qingcheng focused single-mindedly on the piano piece and did not attempt to arrange it again. Today, all of a sudden, he said he wanted to arrange a song, and Yi Tong said how could he not be surprised? Well, I just want to give it a try. Ming Qingcheng lowered her head a little shyly. But it doesn't work the same way. The notes of that page of pentatonic music crossed her mind. Even if she hadn't seen the full version, just that one short little section of the page was enough to get her blood pumping faster. My pouring city. Yi Tang looked at her like this, some heartache, cannot help but open his arms to embrace her into his arms. Believe in yourself, you are the best. We'll go home this time. You will definitely be able to do it. Aha! The details of the J family's high-definition dresses had been finalized pretty much. Yi Tang paid the deposit and left the J family's studio with Ming Qingcheng. Just after sitting in the car, the cell phone that Ming Qingcheng had been saving in her hand suddenly vibrated one after another. Here we go. Zhao Xuexian gave her a shot of the piano sheet music. More than 10 minutes had passed since she had just hung up the phone, which meant that she had spent more than 10 minutes just taking pictures. Ming Qingcheng was inwardly thrilled, but on the surface she maintained her immobility, meticulously sitting upright and buckling her seatbelt. Yi Tong seemed to be tired, and not long after the car started, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. After waiting for a while longer, Ming Qingcheng then scratched open her phone and tapped into WeChat. Zhao Xuexian's avatar had a red dot hanging in the upper right corner, 99 plus messages. Take a deep breath and click in. All photos. Scratching to the first message and clicking the picture open, Ming Qingcheng looked at it intently. More than 100 sheets of pentameter, 3 tunes in all of which she had never heard before. This is a piece of music that has never been publicly released. Until she flipped to the last final message, Ming Qingcheng couldn't come back to her senses from the mind-blowing music for a long time. His palms were sweaty and he couldn't hold the phone somewhat. Where on earth did Zhang Yining get this piano book? Did Haranz really give it to her? How could Haranzai give her something so important? In the score, any tune that gets out there can make huge waves in the music world. Jiang Yining stole it? Once the idea hit her, she was almost convinced. Stolen. This stolen thing that fell into her hands. What's to be done? Ming Qingcheng cupped her cell phone and let her thoughts roll over. Half an hour later, Yi Tong and Ming Qingcheng returned to the Ming family villa. Zhao Xuexian trotted out of the villa and greeted the two with a smile. Auntie. Qingcheng. You guys are back? Yi Tong frowned imperceptibly, his attitude somewhat detached. What brings you over? Zhao Xuexian didn't notice the difference and grinned at Yi Tang before taking Ming Qingcheng's hand. I've come to play with Leaning City. Yi Tang rushed to Jiada because of that call from Zhao Xuexian and lost his face in front of so many teachers. He was also told I'm laughing at you by Han Frostbite in public. Now when I see Zhao Xuexian's face and hear her voice, I will remember that day. A terrible sense of shame would surround it to death. Although she knew that it wasn't Zhao Xuexian's fault, there was still some resentment in her heart, so much so that it prevented her from treating Na Xuexian the way she did before. Xuexian, it's senior year, it's no longer the time to play. Do you remember how much you regressed on this quiz? Zhao Xuexian choked and nearly choked on her own saliva. She'd already gotten a round of scolding from her parents at home last night, and had been let off the hook only after she'd made a promise that she'd do well on the next test. I thought that the disaster of Xiao Kao was finally over, who knew that her aunt and uncle would have to bring it up again and again. Mom, Xuexian came over to study with me. Ming Qingcheng gently tugged on the corner of Yi Tang's coat, her eyes tinged with supplication. She had sensed the change in Yi Tang's attitude yesterday. If that call was made by her. Yi Tang pursed her lips and finally didn't say anything else. Then you guys study hard. Okay, Mom. Getting Ming Qingqing's promise, Yi Tang waved his hand and went back to the bedroom. Is Auntie in a bad mood? Zhao Shuaxian realized afterward, right, why don't we see that country bumpkin? Didn't you go out shopping together? Did she upset Auntie? Aha! Ming Qingqing responded perfunctorily, then asked, Shuaxian, where is that zither book? She couldn't hide the look of impatience on her face anymore. Zhao Shuaxian laughed, see how anxious you are. Your sheet music, of course I put it back in your room. Right, did you count the photos? There are no pages missing, right? Chapter 59, This is Mine. Obviously so anxious about his piano score, but for the sake of family harmony, he has been holding back. What a big fool. Zhao Shuaxian had some heartache for Ming Qingqing. Jiang Yining, that country bumpkin, had wickedly hidden the zither sheet music just to stir up Ming Qingqing's competition. Now that the evidence has been found, she must have a good talk with her aunt and uncle. Tell them to get that hillbilly out of the Ming household. If this kind of person stays around, there's no telling what she'll steal next time. Ming Qingqing couldn't answer her in time, turned around and flew up the stairs to her room. Once inside, she saw a light blue cover book sitting on her dresser table. With her eyes fixed on the book, she slowed her pace and walked over to the dresser table. Take a deep breath and flip open the light blue cover. It was only when she actually held it in her hands that she felt that the meaning in the pentameter was deeper than if she had looked at it through a screen. The sheet music is handwritten, and every note and every line on it is beautifully drawn, so you can tell that the person who wrote the sheet music practiced it for years and years. Here's the original. If it is determined that the tunes are not registered, then it could be all hers. Zhao Shuaxian also entered the room, seeing her holding the zither score and not moving. She was a bit worried. Qingqing, what's wrong with you? It can't be that she broke your zither sheet music, right? Her voice pulled back Ming Qingqing's thoughts. Is not broken. How I feared that redneck would tear up your sheet music out of jealousy. Fortunately. Zhao Shuaxian let out an exaggerated breath, then caught Ming Qingqing's wrist with one hand. Let's go. Let's go find Auntie. Ming Qingqing froze for a moment, looking for my mom? Right. Must tell Auntie about the hillbilly stealing your sheet music. She caused you to lose first place, how can you let her off so easily? Zhao Shuaxian gritted her teeth. Definitely get rid of that redneck. Last time, Jiang Yining smashed the lapis vase, Ming Qingqing didn't pursue the matter for the sake of face and the protection of the third master of Mu. But not this time. Perhaps the sheet music is not as valuable as the lapidary vase, but stealing it is an action that will not be tolerated. She just couldn't believe that her aunt and uncle could put up with a thief staying in their house. Shuaxian. Ming Qingqing didn't have time to think about it and backhandedly clasped her wrist, pulling her to a halt. Don't. Zhao Shuaxian stumbled as she was pulled. Tilting City. This is a good opportunity. Get rid of her, and your family can be restored to the way it was. Ming Qingqing tightly pinched the zither score, biting her lower lip, and was silent for a moment. Shuaxian, will you let me think about it? My mind is still a bit confused right now, so you let calm down a bit. Her thoughts were confused at the moment. On the one hand, the perfect score on top of the sheet music gave her a huge shock, and she knew how much of a tidal wave these three pieces would bring to the music world. Would anyone believe it if 3 tunes became her thing? More importantly, can they, in fact, be hers to own? Ming Qingqing wasn't stupid and wasn't easily swept away by the jewel. She couldn't allow herself to be tainted. Although she had several layers of added protection on her, so that she wouldn't lose her identity as the eldest miss of the Ming family, she still had to take things in her stride. Not a single step can be wrong. On the other hand, Jiang Yining can't just say he wants to get rid of it. Zhao Shuaxian didn't know, but she was very clear that Jiang Yining was the real daughter of Ming Qingqing and Yi Tang. There's a layer of blood that cuts through. Yi Tang didn't treat her well, hated her, and even disliked her in all kinds of ways, but still kept the person? Maybe sending someone away would make Yi Tang feel guilty instead. Instead of distracting Yi Tang's heart, it would be better to keep her in the Ming family so that she could continue to please Yi Tang. Moreover, it was possible to grasp her movements so that she could respond to changes at any time. The first miss of the Ming family could only be her. This site contains a library of copyrighted music scores, including all registered music scores from various countries. As long as you can't find these 3 tunes inside this copyright library, then. Unable to suppress trembling fingers flew over the keyboard. The first one, no. The second song, no. The third song, neither. Ming Qingchun clutched the light blue zither score tightly and let out a scream. This is mine. It's mine. For the first time in her life, except for the time when she knew that she had been carried in the wrong arms and was not the real Miss Ming, she was still so excited. A heart was thrilled, and the blood in his body felt like it was boiling. In the soundproof piano room, she didn't need to restrain herself and cheered to her heart's content. With this book of music, not to mention the piano masters in the state banquet group, all the music masters in the world are at her disposal. Whoever she wants to be her teacher is an honor. It took a few minutes before she managed to restrain herself and calm down, lovingly caressing the cover of the sheet music. Next, there was another problem that had to be solved in order for the score to truly belong to her. She remembers Jiang Yenin saying she can't play the piano. Although she didn't know how and why Jiang Yining had stolen this zither score from Helan Zhe's hands, she was sure that Jiang Yining didn't know the value of this zither score, or else she wouldn't have been able to keep it hidden in the cabinet. What to do? If she played these 3 pieces in the open, there was a chance that her Rans would find out and thus come to her door. Is she going to jump the gun and register it under her name and then balk at the idea that it's her sheet music? Ming Qingcheng thought bitterly, then a flash of light suddenly crossed his mind. Nope. It had been a week since the piano competition. How could her Rans not be anxious and searching if he had lost such an important sheet music? In her place, she would have had to find it even if she had to go through everyone who entered that day. So, it's something unowned? As long as Jiang Yining kept her mouth shut, this was her stuff. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Ming Qingchang returned to her senses, locked the sheet music into a drawer, got up and went to the bathroom attached to the piano room to wash her face. After confirming from the mirror that there was nothing out of the ordinary on his face, he exited the bathroom and opened the door. Chapter 60: Stealing Other People's Stuff. To Ming Qingcheng's surprise, it was not Zhao Shuaxian or Yi Tang outside the door. Instead, it is Jiang Yining. After the accident, what follows is the heartbreak of stealing from someone and being caught with a bag. But the weakness was only momentary. Ming Qingcheng gathered up the complex emotions in her eyes, put away her surprise, and smiled sweetly at Jiang Yining. Sister? What did you want to see me about? Jiang Yining's face was expressionless as he stretched out his hand. Give me my things, back to me. Ming Qingcheng was very shocked in her heart. Jiang Yining was so sure that the piano score was in her hands? Obviously outside, Zhao Shuaxian hadn't made a scene yet, and even Yi Tang didn't know about it yet. She looked at Jiang Yining in slight contemplation and spoke slowly. Sister, I don't quite understand? What are you missing? I'll send someone over to help you find it, okay? Jiang Yining looked at her, his peach blossom eye waves brightly extinguished with enough coldness and sarcasm. The eldest miss of the Ming family, stealing from others, but stealing with a peace of mind, without the slightest psychological burden. Ming Qingcheng sniffed and immediately bit her lip. Sister, I really don't know what you're talking about. If you've lost something, I can help you find it, but please be sensible and don't be too paranoid in your thinking. Impatience and coldness flashed in Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes. So you've made up your mind to play dumb and not give it back, have you? Sister! Hey! At this time, hearing the quarrel, Zhao Shuaxian came out from Ming Qingcheng's room, and as soon as she came out, she saw Jiang Yining's aggressive appearance, and immediately bellowed. Immediately after, the person rushed over, blocking in front of Ming Qingcheng, reaching out and pushing. Get the hell away! What are you? You're worthy of running in front of Qingcheng and making noise. Jiang Yining grasped away her hand and coldly swept her a glance, his gaze like metaphysical ice. Zhao Shuaxian huffed backwards and covered her wrist that was slapped painfully. Hiss! How dare you fight back? There should be a limit to shamelessness. Zhao Shuaxian was furious, pointing at Jiang Yining and cursing, itching to rush up and give her a few slaps. Shuaxian! Ming Qingcheng pulled Zhao Shuaxian to her side and shook her head at her. Don't be impulsive. You saw it. She hit me. She had the nerve to hit me after what she did. How in heaven's name can there be such a person? Sure enough. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, with no education at all. That old woman in the countryside is the one who taught her how to be shameless, right? The old taught a little. The sound of a slap resounded throughout the second-floor corridor of the Ming family villa. Zhao Shuexian was confused for half a day and only felt a fiery pain on her left cheek. She reacted, reaching out to cover her sore and hot cheeks, her jaw wide open as she stared at Jiang Yining. The anger almost broke through his head and burned out. "And you hit me? How dare you hit me in the face?" Jiang Yining gently shook himself off, slowly raising his peach blossom eyes and staring coldly at her. "You keep talking nonsense and see if I'll keep hitting you." "You!" Zhao Shuexian exploded with anger and wanted to shake off Ming Qingcheng and rush over to tear Jiang Yining apart. "Xinchang, let go of me. She stole from you and had the audacity to run up to you and flaunt her honor. Forget it all, she even made a move. Good Let's see if I beat this disgusting little to death today." Jiang Yining swept his cold eyes over Zhao Shuexian, who had gone crazy and screamed, and the coldness in his peach blossom eyes intensified. I came to the Ming family for almost a month, thinking that the Ming family is just profit-oriented and dead-faced, but I didn't expect that they are still in the habit of being evil." Ming Qingqing's heart tightened, pulling Zhao Shuexian's hand harder. "You the Shuexian, this matter is what we did wrong." Ming Qingcheng whispered in Zhao Shuexian's ear, "I'm not sure where my zither score disappeared from, but it's a fact that you went into her room and rummaged through her things, and, when someone else did something wrong, it wouldn't be tenable for us to treat someone else in the same wrong way. No matter how justified, your behavior, that is." Ming Qingcheng did not say the word steal out loud, but Zhao Shuexian had already understood what she meant. Zhao Shuexian froze at the moment. She hadn't even thought of this point when she was rummaging through things in Jiang Yining's room. How could she steal? It was only after she was sure that the zither score was in Jiang Yining's hands that she went in to look for it. And she found it. However, Ming Qingqing's words were not without reason. If the hillbilly said the sheet music was picked up somewhere in the house, she had no proof that the hillbilly had stolen it, whereas it was true that she had gone through the hillbilly's room. She didn't avoid the servants of the Ming household, and many of them saw her go in and rummage through things and mess up places that she didn't even bother to restore. Whether or not she'd be able to get in front of her aunt and uncle if the redneck bit on that was still one thing. It might be like the last party, where she was pressed on the head and apologized for something that clearly wasn't her fault. No. This time the Twilight Three Masters are not there, only no one is willing to help that country bumpkin. Between hesitations, Zhao Shuexian's aura weakened a bit. It's only because Qingcheng is kind that she's always speaking up for trash like you. But I don't care, first you took Qingcheng's zither score and then you hit me, this matter is not that simple to end. Zhao Shuexian pointed at the ground and viciously said, "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me and Qingcheng, and I'll consider that I can leave you alone for what you've done." Shuexian. Ming Qingcheng pulled her gently on the side, wrinkling her eyebrows disapprovingly. "This is my greatest concession. Qingcheng. Don't spoil her all the time, she really thinks she's the eldest miss of the Ming family." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yining suddenly snorted coldly. "Miss Ming?" The young girl's icy voice carried obvious contempt and disdain, suddenly causing Ming Qingqing's heart to tighten. She took a quick step forward and stepped between the two men. "The sister. Shuexian. Don't you guys fight over a little thing, okay?" Jiang Yining sneered. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the Ming family's eldest miss at all, return my zither score, I'm too lazy to bother with you guys." Yitong sniffed and frowned. "Enin, you've been out all day, how come you're just back in causing trouble?" Chapter 61 Making Peace. Ming Qingcheng pulled back Zhao Shuexian, who was about to yell, and softly explained to Yitang. "Mom, my sister lost something and was a little nervous before she came over to me to ask if I'd seen it, she wasn't causing any trouble." Yitang froze, "Lost what?" Jiang Yining didn't look at her, her eyes fell on Ming Qingcheng, seeing the hypocritical look of her face with aggravation and a forced gentle smile, Jiang Yining didn't hold back a cold laugh. "Ming Qingcheng, there's no need to be hypocritical, the item is in your hand, give it back to me and I can pretend that nothing has happened." Ming Qingqing's heart trembled, and she cringed a little with some weakness. "Sister, I really don't have anything of yours here. I also know that you're very anxious about losing something, we'll all help you find it together, just don't be like this, okay?" In a few words, Yitang had already roughly clarified the beginning and end of the matter. Jiang Yining's aggressive, arrogant, and rude appearance made her heart sick. "Yining, what kind of attitude is this? Qingcheng is your sister, why are you taking it out on her when you lost something?" Jiang Yining closed his eyes and restrained himself from suppressing the impatience in his heart. The heart knew that this real mother of hers favored Ming Qingcheng. To be angry with Yitong is to be angry with your own patience and upbringing. Still, she had some restraint. I repeat, the item is in Ming Qingqing's hands, give it back to me and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Jiang Yining's icy voice was imposing, and his gaze was fixed on Ming Qingqing. Yi Tang froze, a little shaken for a moment by her unquestioning attitude. With that, she reacted, her gaze directed towards the small, gray and dirty-looking cloth backpack hanging over Jiang Yining's shoulder. Obviously just got upstairs and hadn't even gotten around to putting his stuff down yet. You've been in the house for less than 10 minutes and you're sure that Qingqing has the stuff? Enin, there has to be a limit to being unreasonable. Jiang Yining narrowed his peach blossom eyes. My suitcase was dragged out of the closet, open and not yet closed, and 3 things were taken out of it: a dark green stone, thrown on the bed, a bottle of perfume, open and placed on the desk, and a light blue covered book, missing, but which was stained with the scent of the perfume. It was obvious that she meant to follow the scent to the piano room. The 3 people present subconsciously inhaled their noses when they heard her words, and they didn't smell the so-called perfume at all. No one noticed that Ming Qingqing's face changed imperceptibly. When she got the sheet music just now, she did smell a nice odor emanating from the sheet music. The scent was so faint and light that she assumed it came with the book. Yi Tang listened with some impatience. For the sake of a book, you made a big fuss at home and argued with your 2 sisters, can it be heard outside? When the hell is this real daughter going to get on board and do something appropriate to her status? Come on, it's just a book, how big a deal is it? Why make such a big deal out of it? Mom will buy you a new one. Are 10 books enough? Stop arguing and get ready to go down for dinner. However, Jiang Yining completely ignored Yi Tang, his expression still calm and cold. Not the slightest intention of giving in. The corners of Yi Tang's eyes twitched viciously, and anger flared up in his peach blossom eyes. Enin. Zhao Shuoxian saw that Jiang Yining was staring at Ming Qingqing and not letting go, clearly eating up Ming Qingqing's kindness and lack of concern. This is now completely intolerable. She pushed Ming Qingqing away, stepped forward, and blurted out, I took that book. Yi Tang froze and looked at her in disbelief. Shuoxian? What are you doing with Enin's things? Zhao Shuoxian shook off Ming Qingqing's hand and raised her hand to point her index finger at the tip of Jiang Yining's nose. Auntie, this little stole Qingqing's piano score, causing Qingqing to lose first place. I'm just taking Qingqing's stuff back from her. That light blue book is Qingqing's piano score. Yi Tang's eyes widened in shock at the words. What did you say? Zhao Shuoxian no longer had any qualms about anything, and brainlessly told everything she knew. Including the call she received a couple hours before the Ming dump game. This matter has come to this point now, Yi Tang also knows about it, and it is definitely impossible to hide it. Moreover, when she searched Jiang Yining's room, she hadn't thought of hiding anything. Anyway, Jiang Yining herself stole first and was aggressive afterward, she didn't even try to leave herself any room for maneuver. Why should anyone else have to look out for her? Even if she died, it would be Jiang Yining padding underneath her. Zhao Shuoxian wasn't afraid, she was the actual cousin of the Ming family, could Yi Tang drive her away? On the contrary, Jiang Yining was nothing more than an adopted daughter, with no blood relationship at all, and she still dared to make a big deal out of it. Spoiled this redneck to heaven yet. Unexpectedly, when she finished, instead of panicking, Jiang Yining laughed out shallowly. Ming Qingqing, is this the excuse you used to cover up losing? Zhao Shuoxian exploded with anger, how can you still have the face to say this when you did such a thing? If it wasn't for you, how could Qingqing lose? Enin. Do you realize what you're saying to yourself? She's your sister. Yi Tang's anger was even greater than Zhao Shuoxian's. Tell me, did you do this? The only person listening to these words, Ming Qingqing, understood Jiang Yining's meaning, and her head was full of buzzing sounds that stabbed her brain raw. Jiang Yining knew she couldn't win against Heiress? A redneck, a man who has never touched music. How dare Jiang Yining talk about her like that? How dare Jiang Yining be so sarcastic to her? She didn't lose. Ming Qingqing's body was covered in blood as if it had stopped flowing, her face was pale and her lips trembled slightly. Jiang Yining looked at her with cold eyes. Ming Qingqing, tell me, who actually stole whose piano score? Ming Qingqing raised his head and bumped into her cool and calm peach blossom eyes, only to feel that all concealment became invisible under her gaze. A strong sense of shame lined up towards her. Almost suffocated. Settling her nerves, Ming Qingqing pinched her bones to the point of whiteness, her face forcing her composure. Sister, no one stole the sheet music, my sheet music is my own, accidentally put down elsewhere before I lost. Mom and Dad know, your sheet music. Just now Shuoxian is there have taken a book to me. Me. I'll take it over and return it to you." Saying that, she turned around and went into the piano room, and in no time at all, she walked out with a book with a light blue cover and handed it over to Jiang Yining. "Xing Cheng!" Zhao Shuexian screamed, "That's your stuff." Ming Qingqing paled and gently shook her head. "It doesn't matter, if sister says it's hers, then it's hers, right? I don't have anything to do with it." How could Ji Tang and Zhao Shuexian not see the reluctance and forbearance on her face? This is clearly a resting place. Jiang Yining, return the piano score to Qingcheng. Yi Tang's face turned blue and his voice rose a few steps higher. Chapter 62, Consequences. The girl patted the book slowly, as if it had been stained with something dirty, and when she was done, she carried it in her arms and turned around, ready to go back to her room at the end of the corridor. Not even a single glance was given to Yi Tong. This attitude of ignoring people made Ji Tang's fire go straight to his head and rushed forward, tugging at the girl's clothes and raising his palms. Jiang Yining. Mom! Ming Qingcheng hooked her arm and shallowly sobbed, "Don't. Give it to your younger sister. These things are what the younger sister should have. These days it's our fault for neglecting my sister, it's our fault. If my sister wants it, I'll give it to her, Mom, it's of my own free will." Yet Ang froze. Yeah. If there was no mistake in the hold, all of this that Ming Qingqing possessed was originally Jiang Yining's stuff. After picking the person up, she didn't give Jiang Yining a share of what Ming Qingcheng had, too. Is that why Jiang Yining is jealous? Jiang Yining was tugged by her clothes and stood aside, forced to watch a touching scene of mother-daughter love. Weirdly disgusting. Bitchy as hell. The things she brought over to the Ming family were not much, and she did not expect them to be contaminated anyway. TSK. Don't want to live here anymore. Originally, I wanted to hold out until after I turned 18 and became an adult. As he was thinking about it, suddenly his arms were empty. Raising her eyes, she saw Zhao Shuexian snatch her zither sheet and tear it with force. There was a sizzle and the book was torn in half. Zhao Shuexian shouted angrily, "Qingqing's things, why should I give them to you?" With that, he rushed for the stairs, carrying half the score in one hand. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared down the stairway. Seeing this, Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng hurriedly chased after them. "Shuexian, what do you want?" Jiang Yining. "There are so many psychopaths here, it's a headache." After thinking about it, she took a step and followed the voice all the way to the kitchen. The book with the light blue cover had burst into flames, and the flames fluttered about with Zhao Shuexian's flailing, drawing screams from the maids working in the kitchen. Almost burning to her fingertips, Zhao Shuexian hurriedly threw it to the ground, then, looking up, she raised her eyebrows provocatively at Jiang Yining, who was standing in the kitchen doorway. "Burn it and you won't get it." Jiang Yining. "Forget it, you guys are happy." The servant took a container of water and poured it over the still burning remains of the score on the floor. After the commotion ended, Zhao Shuexian was inevitably scolded by Yi Tang. Jiang Yining wasn't interested in these farces and carried her small cloth backpack, ready to go back to her room. "Sister." Ming Qingqing stopped her in front of the stairway. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that things would turn out like this. I know that it's useless to apologize now. I still have a few of my treasured zither scores there. If you don't mind, take them. It's considered my compensation to you on behalf of Shuexian, okay?" Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. A few seconds later, the girl's voice was slow. "Ming Qingcheng, I have no interest in the Ming family, nor do I have any intention of grabbing things from you, even if you intentionally call me sister to disgust me. I don't care, but..." She paused, her peach blossom eyes sweeping over Ming Qingqing's face. Half-heartedly, he continued. "Don't come to mess with me, and don't try to finger something that doesn't belong to you, or else, suffer the consequences." After saying that, he bypassed Ming Qingcheng and went straight up the stairs. Ming Qingqing pinched the hem of her skirt at her side, swallowed the violent anger that surged to her heart, gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Yining's back, her eyes full of monstrous hatred. "Big talk. No intention of grabbing something from her? Ha! That's only if you can grab it." In the evening, the Ming family's dining room. After being scolded by Yi Tang, Zhao Shuexian was sent back to the Zhao family and ordered not to take another step into the Ming family until she finished reflecting. Because of her, she made a mess in the kitchen of Ming's house, and dinner was ordered from an outside restaurant. Ming Chenkong knew nothing about this, and at dinner, he even praised the good work done on today's dishes. After dinner, the family ate the dessert that came with the dinner package. Yining, did you buy anything to your liking today? Ming Chungkong asked cheerfully. Jiang Yining raised his head, and before he could speak, Yi Tang snatched it up. Today Anan wasn't feeling too well and went to Renha Hospital, so she didn't go shopping. Uncomfortable? Ming Chengkong froze. So is she better now? Renha Hospital is quite good, but, Aton, you'd better take her to a Western doctor next time. Western medicine works faster and the child suffers less. Yi Tang pursed her lips and answered. She knew that Ming Chungkong was merely worried that Jiang Yining's illness would affect the upcoming Lai family banquet. Then we'll wait until we're better before we go shopping. The mall isn't going to run away anyway. Well, if there's something you want that you desperately need, just ask your mom for it. No need to be polite as a family. Jiang Yining put down his fork. Desperately needed, kinda. Ming Chungkong sniffed and came to his senses. This daughter had been picked up and brought home, nearly a month ago, and had said so little that he had nearly forgotten she existed if he hadn't seen her every day at dinner. For her to want to make demands, Ming Chungkong was happy to see it. She reaches out to the family for things, so it's only more logical for him to make her behave and do things. You name it, and whatever daddy can do, he'll fulfill it. I'm moving into Guardian's dorm on Monday. The whole restaurant fell silent at the words. Ming Chengkong's face sank, displeasure written all over his face. It took a long time to spit out 2 words through his teeth. Reason? Yi Tang and Ming Qingqing's faces weren't very pretty either. They certainly knew the reason. Nothing more than a farce for before dinner. At that time, Ming Qingqing was generous and did not blame her for stealing the zither sheet music, but even generously sent it to her. Who knows that this white-eyed wolf, who has no heart at all, can't be raised and covered? But, more than Jiang Yining's lack of knowledge, Yi Tang didn't want Ming Chengkong to know that the family was under her care and that such a ridiculous thing had happened. Chengkong, don't have a dark face, it's scaring the child. Yi Tang gently pushed Ming Chengkong a bit and added, Yining is a girl, I think it's better for me to communicate with her first. Don't you have a job? You go to work first. I'll handle this side. Ming Chengkong sank his face and looked at Jiang Yining. I will not allow the Ming family to move out without a proper reason. Ming Chengkong went to the study, and Ming Qingqing also went back to the Qin room to practice the Qin under Yi Tang's gesture. The entire living room was left with Yi Tang and Jiang Yining all of a sudden. Quiet. The atmosphere seemed extraordinarily depressing. The two of them were silent for a good while before Yi Tong looked up at Jiang Yining. You're not allowed to move, I don't agree with it, and I'm not going to pay you for it. This matter was originally your fault. If you hadn't stolen Qingqing's piano score, Xue Xian wouldn't have gone through your things. Don't think that if Qingqing gives in and doesn't pursue the matter, you're not at fault. The world is not so cheap. The girl propped her head up to look at her, and after a few seconds, spoke thoughtfully, What the hell did you guys pick me up for? Chapter 63 It's too hard to be caught in the middle. Yi Tang's heart jumped, and he looked at Jiang Yining with some incredulity. Obviously, she had never thought that Jiang Yining would ask this kind of question. In her heart, it was only right that Jiang Yining was thankful for the matter of being taken back to the Ming family as a young lady. How is it possible to ask such a question? In a trance, I heard the girl continue, You have been resisting me from the beginning to the end, right? You think I'm a disgrace, I can't get on stage, and you're worried that I'll embarrass you, so aren't you looking for trouble by bringing me back? Do I have anything worthwhile for you to do so? Not avoiding the bluntness in the slightest, Yi Tong's face reddened and he sat there at a loss for words. Face on fire. More shock than embarrassment. She had never said these words out loud, yet the girl saw them so clearly. At this moment, she had a feeling that the girl sitting across from her was not an unseasoned country bumpkin who could be coaxed into a frenzy with a little sweetness. The girl was wise, shrewd, and knew more than she realized. She couldn't answer any of the questions that were asked, and even, an urge to run away was born in her body. It was as if by continuing to sit in front of this girl, all the secrets hidden in her heart would be seen through. Yi Tang took a deep breath and adjusted his demeanor and thoughts as fast as he could, flooring his face in rawness. You're my own, so naturally I have to get you back. Jiang Yining let out a low laugh. Even after losing your favorite face? What nonsense! Yi Tang slapped the dining table hard and propped up her body. In short, you're not allowed to move out. It's not negotiable. Also, be more peaceful. If you cause any more thefts, I will definitely not forgive you. After saying that, he left the restaurant as if he had fled. Jiang Yining didn't move and sat at the dining table, not knowing what he was thinking about. Back in the room, Ming Qingqing's cell phone was ringing ding ding ding. Pressing her head, which was vaguely aching from the violent swings of her emotions, she took a long reprieve before walking over and picking up her cell phone. It was a message from Zhao Shuexian. Shuexian, Xingcheng, I'm sorry for burning your sheet music. I had no choice but to do that. Shuexian, actually, I did it on purpose. It's too hard for you to be caught in the middle. Shuexian, hey, it's a good thing I took pictures this morning. I'm going to get someone to make you a copy exactly like it. Shuexian, that damn hillbilly, stealing and daring to hit me, just wait. I'm definitely not going to let her off that easily. Shuexian, I haven't even exposed the car she got into before I filmed her getting into a gangster's car. If I can't post it on the school forum, I'll go to Weibo and find a big V to post it. I'm going to make a big news for her. I don't believe I can't kill her. Shuexian, Xingcheng, don't talk to her anymore, nothing you say will work. I swear to be at loggerheads with her. Ming Xingcheng squinted her eyes and read through the message Zhao Shuexian sent over, and couldn't help but curl her lips. Someone will always help her clean up Jiang Yining. What she had embarrassed her today, she would return all of it tomorrow. Ming Xingcheng, Shuexian, why bother? It's better to do more than less, we're going to take the college entrance exam soon. Shuexian, I won't listen. Shuexian, you're tired too, take an early rest, tomorrow your beloved sheet music will be back in your hands. Ming Xingcheng, no need, I'm already familiar with those tunes, I don't have any problem not using the sheet music, besides. I don't want my beloved things to be destroyed once more. Shuexian, this. Shuexian, that's right too. Then let's not do it. There's a backup anyway, so we can do it after that hillbilly us off. Shuexian, then I won't bother you, you rest early. Ming Xingcheng, good night. Shuexian, good night. Ming Xingcheng put down her cell phone and stood quietly for a long time. Zhang Yanan's warning flashed through his mind. It was then put behind her. Consequences? Jiang Yining thought that a bluff would scare her? She had long ago found out that those 3 songs were not registered at all. Much less ever publicly released. Otherwise the music industry couldn't be this calm. Those 3 songs, they're her stuff. Ming Xingcheng's eyes flashed, her hand gripped the cell phone tightly, and she smiled lightly. The next day, Jiang Yining went to Renha Hospital again. This time Yi Tong didn't say anything else. Yesterday she asked old Zhao. Jiang Yining went to Renha Hospital and sat alone for most of the day in an unoccupied lounge inside. There was no running around, no talking nonsense to people. Probably teenagers like to fantasize and hope that they become the hero savior in some story. Or perhaps, Jiang Yining had boasted in front of her and couldn't bring himself to admit that he didn't know how to practice medicine at all, so he had to spend most of the day in the hospital, pretending that he was hanging on to the world. As long as Jiang Yining didn't do anything humiliating, whether she loved to fantasize or die to save face, Yi Tang let her be. Moreover, Jiang Yining didn't mention the matter of moving into the Jada dormitory again in front of Ming Chengkang. Yi Tong would care even less about her. The weekend passed with a bang and Monday is here once again. Ming Xingcheng and Jiang Yining walked into the classroom one after the other. Good morning, big brother Jiang. Good morning, Jiang San. Greetings came and went. Jiang Yining smiled lightly and gave responses one by one. Good morning. Ah, why died? Showing me such a beautiful smile first thing in the morning. Big brother loves me. Sure. Si Yuan covered his chest as if he had fallen to the ground. Immediately afterward, the class cursed. Don't flatter yourself, Mr. Jiang didn't smile at you at all, brain overload is a disease, I can call 120 for you. Dead pervert, get lost. Can't Crazy Stone come out early in the morning to scare people? It's scary. Sure. Si Yuan lightly grunted, completely ignoring the curses and still acting as I was. Ming Xingcheng followed behind Jiang Yining, looking at the warm atmosphere in the class, her heart grew more and more uncomfortable. Originally these were hers. But it was just one test that surprisingly reversed the class's opinion of Jiang Yining. Yi Tong is right, what's the use of getting first place in a test? Holding her breath and ignoring the greetings in her ears, she quickened her pace back. Surely something is going on? And picking recess time is the idea that you can't say it all in 10 minutes, you have to say it in half an hour. Kind of scary and kind of expected. Ming Xingcheng lowered his head, looking intently at the paper spread out in front of him, his fingers pinching the corner of the test paper, his bones whitening. After third period, it's recess. There is a half-hour break between classes, and many of the boys in the class choose to go play basketball for a while most of the girls gather together to talk about favorite stars, cosmetics, and other girly topics. Jiang Yining and Meng Jingcheng both left the classroom together. Teachers' offices. When the two reported in, Han Shuangdo was already waiting. But he wasn't alone. Mr. Yu, who taught math, was standing beside him with a smile on his face. As soon as he saw the two approaching, the smile on Mr. Yu's face deepened. "Hey, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Meng are here." Han Frostbite blankly glanced at him and raised her hand to point at the two chairs next to his desk. "Come here, sit." Jiang Yining walked over and sat down, and Meng Jingcheng also sat down next to her. Han Frostbite pretended to clear his throat. "Calling you guys over, I want to discuss something with you, about the 5-subject competition. This is something that Mr. Yu also discussed with Meng once before the end of last semester, and at that time, Meng didn't give an answer. This time, Mr. Yu resented Han Shuangshi for dawdling too much in his speech and took a step forward, pushing him away and pulling the chair to sit in front of the two outstanding students by himself. "It's like this, I want you to participate in the physics competition along with the math competition. Meng, I told you about this before the end of last semester, and you said you'd have to think about it, so look, it's almost the deadline now, so isn't it time to give me an answer? This way, you used to juggle both the physics and mathematics competitions in middle school, and I've observed your strength over the past 2 years, so there's absolutely no problem. This year's 5-subject competition is also your last high school competition. Let's not let high school leave you with regrets, okay?" The cool teenager's expression was faint. "Teacher Yu, I want to." As soon as Mr. Yu took a look at his appearance, he felt that he was going to refuse and quickly raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you haven't thought it over yet, then you can think about it for a few more minutes now. I'll talk to Mr. Jiang for a while first." Jiang Yining, who was suddenly cued. Then, Mr. Yu looked over with a smile. "Jiang, I looked at the paper for your quiz, the additional question at the end. You used the formula for calculus to make it. Calculus hasn't been learned in high school yet. Did you learn it on your own? Had a teacher at home to teach it?" Jiang Yining hadn't formally gone to school and wasn't very clear about the division of knowledge between high school and college. When she was a child, her body was so weak that she could be sick for days when a gust of wind blew outside, and she stayed in the house almost all of her childhood, seldom going out. Grandma had hired a number of home tutors for her in case she was bored. Except for not being able to go out and play, she deserved and learned nothing less from her grandmother. Mr. Yu froze for a moment, obviously not expecting this answer. He was also in the office last Friday, witnessed Yitang's words and actions towards the child, and knew that she had a special family situation, and nodded without asking more questions. "That question is a variation from last year's OU competition question, and the fact that you did it perfectly shows that you have a solid foundation in OU, and you're used to competition questions, so how about it? Are you interested in taking part in a math competition? Math is much more interesting than physics." Mr. Yu was in the middle of his speech when Han Shuangshi curled his index finger and interrupted him by tapping it heavily twice on the desktop. "Old Yu, have you forgotten that I'm still here?" He gave in when he wanted to borrow students from him, and he even resorted to dirty tactics like pulling a stump. Teacher Yu looked at him in surprise as if he had just realized he was still there, then played dumb and laughed. "Hana, I was just analyzing the difference between the two academic classes with Jiang, nothing else." Han Frostbite believed him. "Analyzing the difference, is the difference that math is more interesting than physics? Alright, let me do the talking." Han Shuangdo pushed Mr. Yu out and turned to the two students. "That's the way it is. If any of you are interested in the math competition, then ask Mr. Yu for a sign-up sheet, and if you're not interested, then go back and rest to prepare for the next class. By the way, the students who sign up for the physics competition will be uniformly assigned to an improvement class next week. The time will probably be set for the evening study hall, so you guys be prepared." "Hey!" Ms. Yu panicked. "Han, how do you talk?" Han Frostbite grunted very facelessly. Teacher used various bitter words. A posture of spending all the time of the large classroom on persuasion finally made Jiang Yining, who was afraid of trouble, give in and agreed to enroll in the math competition as well. Joyfully handing Jiang Yining an enrollment form and a pen, Teacher Yu turned her attention to Meng Jingcheng. "Student Meng, look at Meng Jingcheng." In the end, Mr. Yu was delighted to receive 2 golden and precious registration forms. Getting the enrollment form, Mr. Yu was afraid that something might happen in the middle, and hurriedly took the 2 enrollment forms to the administration department. This kind of large-scale competition, Guardian has a special administrative teacher to help enroll the process. Students just fill out the registration form, and focus on learning on the line, do not have to worry about anything else. Han Frostbite chatted with the two about juggling the two subject competitions, bluntly giving them something to focus on when they felt overwhelmed, rather than forcing the two to pick his physics. Instead, let them make their own choices and focus on whichever lesson will go further. However, Han Shuangdio had touched the duo's bases and knew that Meng Jingcheng and Jiang Yining could handle it before he promised the math teacher to let the two enroll in the two competitions. Knock knock. As they were chatting, a student report came in, and it was Ming Qingqing's voice. Mr. Han. Han Frostbite raised his head. What's the problem, Mr. Ming? Ming Qingqing pursed her lips as she swept her gaze over the two people sitting in front of Han Shuangdo. Retracting his gaze, he put an A4 sheet of paper on Han Frostbite's desktop and pushed it in front of him in the most normal manner. Teacher, here's my registration form for the physics competition. Han Frostbite scanned the enrollment form. Thinking it over? This may affect your preparation for the exam. It's only Monday, you have 4 days to think it over. Chapter 65, Becoming a Joke. This is because the scope of the test to be taken in the competition is completely different from that of the entrance exam, and it spans over a large period of time. By the time the competition is over and the entrance exams are ready to begin, it will be impossible to turn back at that point. Of course, it's not impossible if you just want to give it a try. It's just not necessary. Most of the students who usually participate in competitions are headed for nationals. This is why Han Frostbite asks his students to consider it again and again. When people turned in their names, he would ask all but a select few students to think it over again. Ming Qingchang was a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Last week, a few of her talkative friends were also asked to go back and think about it when they turned in their enrollment forms. She knew that Han Frostbite wasn't targeting her alone when she said this. But he wasn't like that with Jiang Yining. This kind of differentiation, put on Meng Jingcheng, she could still keep her normal heart, put on Jiang Yining, it would only make her feel humiliated. I've thought about it. Han Frostbite glanced at her and picked up the enrollment form. Since you've already thought it over, give it a try. Try. Another word that was hard for her to accept. Ming Qingcheng clenched her palm. Why did Jiang Yining get into Han Shuangdiao's eyes without even trying? What made Han Shuangsheng think that Jiang Yining was better than her? Just one quiz? With that, she vetoed the idea. Before the primary exam, Han Shuangdio was confident in Jiang Yining's performance. There was no way to grasp Jiang Yining's true details, making her feel uneasy. Okay. Ming Qingcheng answered, intentionally or unintentionally swept a glance at Jiang Yining, pursed her lips, and turned to leave. Behind them, Han Shuangshe continued to talk to Jiang Yining and Meng Jingcheng. Where were we? Oh yes, if you participate in both physics and math, you'll just get an extra honor if you can win the prize, and it's enough for you to be guaranteed admission to the university as long as one of the subjects is up to standard, so the first thing you have to do is to keep a normal mindset and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Ming Qingqing's foot that stepped out of the teacher's office lurched, and the person was already dumbfounded on the spot. Jiang Yining has enrolled in 2 courses? So, Han Shuangdo had asked Jiang Yining to come to the office to ask her to enroll in another math course? Ming Qingcheng took a deep breath and continued walking out at a pace. Her hand squeezed tighter, her nails sinking deep into the flesh of her palm. Only she could feel it, an intense sense of humiliation hitting her right in the heart. The move to sign up for a physics competition seemed like a joke. No one knew that her real purpose in signing up for the physics competition was to overwhelm Jiang Yining at all times. She wanted to show everyone that she was superior to Jiang Yining in all aspects. Even if one day, Jiang Yining's real $1,000 daughter, her fake $1,000 daughter's identity was exposed, she wasn't bad. But what to do now? Followed by enrollment in math competitions as well? Can't. With one course of physics, she didn't know how much effort she would have to put in to keep up. Besides, she didn't just want to follow it, she wanted to be in that position at the top of the spire. One more math. This point of self-knowledge, Ming Qingcheng still had. In a trance, he returned to the classroom, and just as he sat down, Zhao Shuaxian in front of him immediately turned around. Leaning, did you turn in your enrollment form? Ming Qingcheng was distracted. Aha. Han took your enrollment form? Zhao Shuaxian's eyes lit up and her voice tone drew up quite a bit. At once, the people around them looked towards them. Ming Qingcheng looked back and smiled. Collected. The words drew a sigh of relief. Ugh, tilting is really something. I went to turn it in last class and was ordered by Han to think about it for 2 more days. I probably know where my level is. Look how smart I am, I don't even have to try. The college entrance exam is enough to annoy me. Of course you don't need to try that. I remember you only got 210 on your science exam, right? If you hadn't pulled a bit in math, you'd probably have fallen out of our class. Hey, don't expose the shortcomings, okay? Ha ha ha. The class was buzzing when suddenly someone called out a high note. Brother Chang is back. Sure, Si Yuan was the first to jump up and rushed over. Big brother Jing Chang, what did brother Han ask you to do? Is it the one I said? Is it? Aha! Meng Jingcheng nodded faintly. Sure, Si Yuan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Whoa! It's really for you to enroll in math. I knew it, I've seen old you peeking at you out the window so many times, with the look of a female goblin staring at the Tang monk. See, it's finally come down on you. Zhou Minghai raised his head just in time to see Jiang Yining, who followed in behind him. Huh, Jiang San was there with you, so, talking about the same thing? The classroom went silent, turning their heads in unison to look at Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining paused, but still responded. Yes. Sure, Si Yuan immediately changed directions and sent starry eyes at Jiang Yining. Wow. Big brother Jiang, so you're that good at math too. We can take an improvement class together next week. Could be. Someone cursed acidly, this stinking stone is really crazy, shameless to the core. Mr. Jiang, you don't even need to pay attention to him. The classroom was buzzing again, only the buzz had changed. Zhao Shuexian rolled her eyes in anger. A hillbilly, take the first place in a primary exam once, and really think she can go to heaven. Enroll in 2 competitions. I'm just waiting to see her choke to death if she can't swallow it. Shuexian. Before Ming Qingcheng could finish her words, Zhao Shuexian reached out to cover her ears and shook her head repeatedly. If I say I won't listen, I won't listen. Don't give her a voice. The person I hate the most right now is her. Qingcheng, I'm in a bad enough mood already. There is no revenge for the slap. Her mom hasn't even hit her yet. Besides, she hadn't had any peace this weekend because of this dead hick. Being carried around by my own mother, by my aunt and uncle with her grades, and rubbing them back and forth several times. A little adopted daughter, does she really think that just because she was adopted by the Ming family, she can do anything? Ugh. You. Ming Qingcheng laughed helplessly and could only shut her mouth. Zhao Shuexian lowered her hand, her gaze sweeping towards Jiang Yining, who was surrounded by topics, and coldly snorted. However, she won't be in the limelight for much longer. When I post her black information on the internet, I don't believe there's still anyone willing to surround her. Ming Qingcheng hung her eyes and didn't say anything, staring at the test papers on the desktop, her mind reeling. After Zhao Shuexian scolded a few more times, the topic changed. By the way, Qingcheng, when Auntie subsides, will you let me sit in that new car of yours? A new car? Ming Qingcheng froze for a moment. Just the Rolls-Royce Phantom that came over last weekend to pick up the redneck. Zhao Shuexian reminded. Ming Qingcheng's breath caught. That's not my family's car. Zhao Shuexian was startled, then thought of something and her body trembled in fear. Could it be Master Kurei-san's car? This was almost a definite answer, yet it was also the answer that Ming Qingcheng resisted the most. Pursing her lips, she shook her head. I don't know, but it's not the same as the car that Master Twilight 3 sent his sister back in twice before. Zhao Shuexian's eyes flashed with a flash of light when she heard this. Looks like it's time to get someone to check it out. Chapter 66, The Lack of Address. Student life is uneventful and serene. Perhaps because of her warning, Ming Qingcheng has settled down quite a bit, and even the number of times she calls her sister has also decreased. Only in front of Ming Chengkong and Yi Tang and at school as a gesture, she will call her that. In private, he hardly ever initiated contact with her anymore. Zhao Shuexian, who could no longer set foot in the Ming family, was also forced to tighten up in the classroom because of her rising popularity, not daring to casually say unpleasant words. Words like redneck and village girl would be raised against her as soon as she said them. Jiang Yining was always barely satisfied with this kind of life, and didn't bother to bring up moving into the dorms. However, it's only temporary. After many encounters, she didn't think these people could really settle down and let her have some peace and quiet. Before you know it, it's Friday again. Before school let out, she got 2 calls in a row from 2 people. One is Vice President Chen of Renha Hospital. Called specifically to give her a report on the 2 patients she saw last weekend and to remind her that she had a follow-up appointment scheduled with the patient for a week from now at Renval, which is this Saturday. Then, in passing, she was asked to pick 2 more patients so that she could finish her workload for the month. Vice President Chen's voice sounded too respectful to be picked apart, but it was invariably revealing a message. Get to work. Jiang Yining. Forget it, who made her promise Mu Lao? By the way, little divine Dr. Jiang, the recovery of those 2 patients is very good, because you cured their years of persistent illnesses, so they recommended their friends around them as well. Those people's medical history information, I have already sent it to your mailbox one by one, you can consider it at your discretion. Okay. Vice President Chen sighed, I think it won't be long before your fame will be greater than a few veteran physicians in our hospital. The patients he screened for Jiang Yining were those who were already desperate. Otherwise, there was a glimmer of hope, and even if it was introduced by Elder Mu, they wouldn't dare to gullibly trust a 17-year-old girl. Jiang Yining gave a start at the words, and the faces of Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang flashed through her mind. The last thing she needed right now was fame. No, I should say that fame would be a liability for her. She exhaled softly, collecting the deep color under her eyes, and spoke slowly. Vice President Chen, there's something I'd like to ask you to help me with. You say. I will definitely do it for you. Vice President Chen's tone was whole, becoming serious. Jiang Yining thought for a moment, please go and communicate with those 2 patients, don't give out my name, and for the patients who are coming to see me afterward, you don't have to disclose my real information to them either. Vice President Chen froze, this. The profession of being a doctor, especially a Chinese medicine practitioner, needs fame very much as a support. Then, Vice President Chen thought about it, and then felt that Jiang Yining has a hard backstage backing, and fame is just something that comes with the territory. She wants it when she wants it. Like right now, that's the case. Okay. However, little divine Dr. Jiang, you can't be too mysterious, there has to be a name or title for the patients, otherwise, their hearts won't have a bottom, right? Jiang Yining let out a then call me Dr. 1. Vice President Chen responded cheerfully, okay. I'll do it for you right away. Then I'll be waiting for you at Runha tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining held the phone and was about to go back to the classroom when the second call came. She glanced at the screen and froze. It was Twilight's call. Hesitating for a second, she answered the phone. Hello? Brother Kure? Twilight took his cell phone and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The traffic of the deep city swept across the bottom of his eyes, deep as a zephyr. Through the phone, the girl's voice sounded soft and well-behaved. Like a little rabbit gently arching over his. Ning. He slightly hooked his thin lips, have you been studying hard lately? Jiang Yining was speechless for an instant. The tone, like her elders. Pretty good. After a moment's pause, she didn't know what came over her, but with a sudden twitch of her brain, she added, I'm in the math and physics competitions, preliminary rounds at the end of the month. Twilight laughed softly, that low, nice voice tickling her ears a little. Then he spoke in what sounded like helplessness, but was actually full of favor. Okay, brother knows, get good grades and I'll get you a present. Jiang Yining was slightly stunned. I'm not. She just wanted to tell him about it. Nirshin seemed to understand what she meant and laughed softly, brother knows that it's brother who wants to give our Ning Ning a gift, it's not easy to have an excuse, Ning Ning won't take back brother's excuse, right? Jiang Yining opened his mouth. Brother Kure, are you? A persona crumbling? Where's the cold face, the hard heart, the thunderous tactics? The question came to her lips, however, and she swallowed. Just because someone from the outside labels Twilight Sync doesn't mean it's the real him. It's a little too rude to talk like that. What did Ning want to ask? It's nothing. Jiang Yining shook her head and changed the topic, maybe I'll fail to get good grades and disappoint brother Twilight when the time comes. In that case Twilight pondered for a moment, then brother will give Ning a gift of comfort, and then comfort Ning not to be discouraged and try harder next time. In short, it's all about gifts. Jiang Yining. Okay, as long as you're happy. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Jiang Yining remembered to ask Nirshin the reason why he had called her. Twilight paused. Brother wants some advice from Ning. Jiang Yining was both surprised and a bit bewildered. What advice could she give to Nirshin? At the beginning of next month brother is invited by a good friend to attend a birthday banquet, but right now there's a set of dresses missing, so I'd like to ask Ning to accompany brother to go dress shopping and then give some advice, is that okay? Nirshin spoke frankly and sincerely, and Jiang Yining nearly believed it. Kure brother will be missing dresses too? Will do. The decisive tone left no room for rebuttal. Jiang Yining. You've spoken like this, can I still refuse? After waiting for a few seconds, he didn't hear Jiang Yining's reply. Ning doesn't want to? Would like to, but I'm not available on Saturday, is Sunday okay? The follow-up appointment scheduled with the patient last week was this Saturday, and she had promised Vice President Chen that she would make a trip over to Renha tomorrow. Twilight laughed softly, sure. Pick you up on Sunday then? Jiang Yining thought about it and refused. No, I'll just get there myself. Asked the place and time of the rendezvous, and listened to Twilight Chen's elder-style exhortation to study well and eat well. Before hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining held the cell phone and let out a long breath. The man was clearly only 5 years older than her, trying to be her brother and doing his dad's job. Strange, but not annoying. Chapter 67, all with the character Ning. Saturday. Learning that Jiang Yining was going to continue to Renha Hospital, Yi Tang didn't even give an expression and directly waved her hand, indicating that she knew. Last week made a lot of noise, but this week gave her time to catch her breath. If she could keep it up, she wouldn't even bother to care where Jiang Yining wanted to go. Qingchang, I heard that Calm's latest fashion has hit the shelves. Should we go take a look? Didn't you say before that you liked 2 or 3 of them? While practicing those 3 pieces in the piano room, Ming Qingchang received a call from Zhao Shuoxian. It's been practicing for a whole week now, and I can't even get a whole song out of it. The piece she was practicing at the moment was beautiful as notes swirled around in her head. Easily felt, the whole piece uses an easygoing tone to interpret the grandeur of the brocade. Paradoxical but without any sense of contradiction. In the final bars of the piece, there is a flashy section that requires the player to improvise. This flamboyant section demands a great deal of playing technique and emotional expression, but it is also the most striking aspect of the piece. She could only barely play the front part, but couldn't get the wah-wah section to blend coherently and smoothly. That would mean that, in her hands, the piece would have to be played by taking the contradictions apart. What kind of person writes a piece that is so full of contradictions, and yet combines them so perfectly? Ming Qingchang was a bit annoyed. So, when she received Zhao Shuoxian's call and heard the last thing she wanted to hear, her temper surged up at once. I don't like Calm. Can you not mention that brand to me? Having never heard such a hard tone from Ming Qingchang, Zhao Shuoxian was confused for a moment. Dump. Dump? What's wrong with you? Ming Qingchang pursed her lips, and after a long time, she softened her tone. I'm sorry, Shuoxian, I've encountered a bottleneck in practicing the piano. But, I really don't like Calm, you don't mention it to me in the future, can you? But? Zhao Shuoxian Nana wanted to say, you obviously used to like his Calm the most, more than the J family. However, she quickly responded. No matter which line of clothing is under Calm, the name of the line carries the word Ning. Including the newest collection on the shelves, which is called Return to Tranquility. This name was undoubtedly, directly taking a knife and poking it into Ming Qingchang's heart. Returning to peace, doesn't that mean going home? Jiang Yining went home and almost made the Ming family a mess, so bad. Isn't Ming Qingchang wearing Calm's clothes a constant reminder that a disgusting ghost that can't be driven away has entered the house? I know, I won't even mention it from now on, just don't bother. Sorry, Shuoxian, I want to continue practicing the piano for a while. Ming Qingchang was in a bad mood. I'll accompany you shopping next time. Good. Zhao Shuoxian hung up the phone and sighed softly. See, it's so obvious that you hate that redneck, you have to force yourself to smile. I really don't know what my aunt and uncle were thinking. He had to bring back a home stirrer, making the whole family unhappy, and he didn't know what cousin Qinghan would think when he got home. Jiang Yining hated it as much as she hated it, but the clothes that Calm looked good, she still had to buy. Calm has the word Ning in the series name, but it has nothing to do with Jiang Yining. That redneck, he doesn't even know what Calm is yet. She didn't have to hate everything with the word Ning in it for that reason. Unable to ask out Ming Qingchang, Zhao Shuoxian asked out other friends. Unexpectedly, a few of her close friends that she talked to already had programs, so she had to make the appointment for tomorrow. Early Sunday morning, Jiang Yining went out again. She arrived at the mall where she had agreed with Twilight Sync. There was still some time before the scheduled time of the appointment, so she casually strolled around the first floor of the mall alone. Even on my first visit, I could tell that this mall has a huge amount of foot traffic. It wasn't even 11 o'clock and there were already people everywhere. The mall contains a wide range of domestic and international mid-range and high-end brands, and specializes in luxury goods, all of which are available in the mall. It wasn't hard to see that this was a place where the upper-class gentry of Deep City loved to come and spend their money. On the first floor are mostly mid-range brands popular with white-collar women, and more than half of the stores are dominated by professional suits, which are out of place with young people like Jiang Yining. Still, she picked a store and walked in. Kate needs to wear her school uniform, so she can't take it, but she started running to Renhwa on weekends this month and always needs some replacement clothes, so she stopped by to buy some for herself. After picking out 2 sets and letting the guide get the right size, she wasn't going to try them on and just let the guide wrap them up and check out. The shopper took her card and scratched the bill, then asked with a smile. "Little sister, you're giving this dress away, aren't you? For your sister, or for your mom? I'll help you make the proper packaging. I wear them myself, I don't need to wrap them, just pack them up." The guide moved, pulling up the corner of her mouth in some embarrassment. Well, right. The shopping guide was always one who had seen a big scene, and the customer had settled the bill, so she quickly packed the bag in the most cordial manner and handed the shopping bag to Jiang Yining. Before Jiang Yining went out, the shopper couldn't help but say, "Sister, the clothes on the second floor will be more suitable for you." "Thanks." She's just trying to dress up maturely so that she's less frazzled by the patients she sees. After exiting the clothing store and wandering around for a while longer, her cell phone vibrated. She took it out and looked at it. It was Twilight calling. "Ning? Brother Kure, you're here? I'll be right over." "Well, you come up to the 5th floor first." Twilight Shen's voice was low and lazy, showing a bit of sexiness through the cell phone. "5th floor?" Jiang Yining froze for a moment. She had just seen the mall's navigation map, and the 4th and 5th floors were the floors of the top luxury clothing brand stores. Only, the 5th floor is a women-only floor, while the 4th floor is the men-only floor. She and Twilight had agreed to wait on the 4th floor. Without delving into much thought, she responded and headed over to the elevator. There were quite a few people entering the elevator on the 1st floor to go to the 2nd floor, and she waited 2 elevator trips for her turn. Once the 2nd floor was passed, the elevator emptied, leaving her alone to continue up. However, on the 3rd floor the elevator doors opened again and 2 people walked in outside. The eyes of both sides locked. Jiang Yining averted his gaze and continued to look at the elevator's floor display. Zhao Shuexian stared in disbelief. "Hillbilly! What are you doing here?" The girl beside Zhao Shuexian looked at her and then at Jiang Yining and asked curiously, "Shuexian, your friend?" "Fart. Who is friends with this hick?" Zhao Shuexian paused, snorted, and introduced, "She's that hillbilly from the Qingqing family." The girl let out a long "oh" and stared at Jiang Yining with interest. Chapter 68, Absolutely Nothing Less. "Hey! Jiang Yining, are you deaf or dumb? Why did you come to a place like this? Don't you know that you're not qualified to come to this kind of high-class shopping mall?" Zhao Shuexian walked up to Jiang Yining and forced her to look at herself. "You're in my way." The girl looked at her coldly, her voice not rising or falling as if she were talking to a stranger. "Hey, Shuexian, take a look." Zhao Shuexian's friend suddenly pointed to the control panel of the elevator. "The only button lit up on it is the 5th floor. You're going to the 5th floor?" Zhao Shuexian swept into the shopping bag in her hand and immediately let out a strange cry. "Jiang Yining, there has to be a limit to how shameless people can be. Those luxury stores on the 5th floor have silk scarves that cost over $10,000, which one can you buy? How many days have you been in the Ming family? You're going to buy luxury goods with the Ming family's money? Where's your face? Have you been eaten by a dog?" Jiang Yining looked at her speechlessly. Not in the school and the Ming family, this person reveals his nature to run around, and can grow to be this big. It is really blessed with a big life. I'm going to call my aunt and uncle. Just you wait. Cut your card and see how you buy it. Zhao Shuexian couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and dialed Yi Tang's number. At the same time as the phone call, the elevator reached the 5th floor. Ding sound slowly opened the door. "Hello? Auntie. I saw Jiang Yining at the Century Mall in Deep City. She took your card and bought a bunch of luxury goods. If you don't stop her, she's going to max out your card." "Right." She was already holding several shopping bags in her hands. "Simply shameless." Jiang Yining raised her peach blossom eyes, crossing over Zhao Shuexian to look out the elevator door, a flash of surprise crossing her pretty little face. Twilight was already waiting outside the elevator. Zhao Shuexian's friends were watching the fun, and all of a sudden, their attention was stolen by the man outside the elevator. His eyebrows are stern, his nose is high, and his temperament is cool and reserved. Standing upright in the elevator doorway, with a self-contained aura that came out of his bones, one look told him that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Only, the man's expression at this time was cold and icy to the extreme, causing people to look at him with chills all over his body. The girl then realized that his gaze fell on Zhao Shuexian. At this moment, she only had a feeling that Zhao Shuexian was going to be finished. She was about to warn Zhao Shuexian when she saw the man make a move. He raised his chin slightly with a sideways glance towards the person waiting next to him, and the person who received the instruction immediately walked in towards the elevator. Zhao Shuexian froze, her gaze met Nirshin's icy cold to the core phoenix eyes, her mouth still talking, "Auntie, hurry up and stop her. Otherwise the Ming family will all be lost by her." In the next second, Zhao Shuexian's cell phone was taken away by the man and pressed the raise button. Then, Yi Tang's somewhat hysterical voice resounded throughout the small space. "You tell Jiang Yining to come over and listen to the call. Stealing, lying, swiping my card without my consent, I'd like to see how many bad habits she has in her." The air was inexplicably tight. Everyone present held their breath as they looked at Twilight Sink. No one dared to talk and move freely in front of him, or it was just a matter of moving a finger. Yi Tong was still talking. "Shuexian? Did you hear what I said? Put Jiang Yining on the phone." Zhao Shuexian stiffened and hated trying to shrink her body. Jiang Yining held his forehead, more or less annoyed. She stepped forward, ready to take the phone. Kurenai, however, stopped her hand. Jiang Yining lifted his eyes, doubt written in his peach blossom eyes. "I'll do it." Twilight's voice was a bit warm and salty, less of the coaxing flavor she was used to hearing. Jiang Yining was also inexplicably somewhat shaken. "Mrs. Ming, speak and I'll listen." The hysterical voice from the cell phone speaker screeched to a halt. In the middle of the day, Yi Tang's shocked voice rang out with a strong uncertainty. "Kure, Master Kure-san? It's me." Twilight Shen smiled, but there was no smile. "I'm interested in what Mrs. Ming said just now, can you make it clearer?" How could Yi Tong say? This is the kind of thing that's hard enough to be embarrassed about in front of your own family. At the moment, her head was in a mess, and she couldn't figure out why Twilight Sink's voice suddenly came out of her cell phone. "How did you get together with Shuexian, Third Master Kure?" Twilight Sinker snorted lightly. "Mrs. Ming is mistaken, I don't know any Shuexian line." Zhao Shuexian was very embarrassed. Twilight Shen glanced at Jiang Yining. "Speaking of which, I would also like to thank your Qian Jin for doing me a great favor, and I will definitely come to my door to thank you in person some other day." Yi Tang was even more confused. Could it be that Qincheng and Shuexian ran into Nirshin when they went out to play? Where is this coming from? My family Qincheng being able to help you is her honor. Twilight Shen's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and the air around him suddenly chilled a few degrees. He gave a sudden laugh, very, very soft, the sound warm and dangerous. "It seems that in Mrs. Ming's eyes, there has only been one daughter since the beginning, I see." Yi Tong was shocked. Instantly reacted, the 1,000 gold in the mouth of the Twilight Sinking is referring to Jiang Yining. "No. Me." Nirshin sneered, "I'll personally find out about the matter from Ning Ning, so I won't bother Mrs. Ming with it, that's all." No longer talking nonsense to her, he raised his head to signal the man holding Zhao Shuexian's cell phone to hang up, and then extended his hand towards Jiang Yining. "Ning, come here." Jiang Yining hesitated for a second, and finally chose to obey, lifting her foot towards Mukin. Kurenai stretched her arms out and shielded them around her vainly, not touching her or letting anything else touch her. "Move naturally. Let's go see your dress first." Jiang Yining froze. "I didn't want to buy a dress? Wasn't he the one who lacked a tuxedo? Ning did brother a favor, and as a thank you gift, brother would like to pick out a dress for Ning as well, No?" The man's voice returned to its usual, supremely doting flavor. It was the same accent that Jiang Yining was familiar with. "But I can't use." Twilight replied in kind, "That's okay, I know that a girl's clothes don't always have to be worn, but they definitely shouldn't be missing." "Jiang Yining. You are happy." Zhao Shuexian and her friend on the side had been confused. What just happened was like a nightmare. Even though she had long heard Ming Qincheng say that Jiang Yining and Third Master Mu had had a little encounter, she was still shocked by the image in front of her. This powerful man, even her uncle, had to bow and bend his head when he. Twilight sank to her feet. It seemed to be captivated by her words. Zhao Shuexian was delighted and hurriedly continued. She was only adopted by the Ming family for less than a month, and because of jealousy, she stole eldest Miss Ming's zither sheet music, and after she was uncovered, she even made a big fuss in the house, and finally burned eldest Miss Ming's zither sheet music. She is an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. She doesn't deserve your kind treatment. Jiang Yining. Isn't this just opening your eyes and talking nonsense? Other than that, the piano score was clearly burned by Zhao Shuexian herself. Enough really. Nirshan slowly turned sideways, his gaze landing on Zhao Shuexian. He was extremely good-looking, with cold white skin against light scarlet thin lips. A pair of phoenix eyes were deep and dark, like a bottomless abyss, making it difficult to resist his gaze. Although Zhao Shuexian was afraid of him in her heart, she was also captivated by his features and unconsciously blushed. The man gazed at her for a long time, and his thin lips parted. What's your name? Boom. Zhao Shuexian's face instantly turned red. The whole heart almost exploded, his breathing became rapid, and his mind went blank. Twilight Three Masters. Asked her name? She hadn't misheard. Master Kurei-san asked her name now. Zhao Shuexian's voice was tinged with trembling, trying desperately to keep her composure. My name is Zhao Shuexian. However, in the next second, Nirshan's gaze shifted to look at the general manager of Century Mall. Hear me? The general manager immediately yawned respectfully. Yes, third master, I've heard you clearly. I'll put this Miss Zhao Shuexian on the mall's blacklist and ban her forever. Nirshan nodded his head and turned back to signal Jiang Yining to continue walking forward. Zhao Shuexian's head buzzed for a moment, and her body swayed slightly without her control. What? What did Master Kurei-san say? Banning her from the mall? On what grounds? Obviously it was that kind of unorthodox petty thievery. Why was she the one who was kicked out, not Jiang Yining? Because she exposed Jiang Yanin's true colors? She pinched the hem of her skirt with a deadly grip and watched the backs of the two men walking away, her whole body falling into more than a trance as if she had fallen into a whirlpool. Miss Zhao Shuexian, please leave Century Mall. The general manager of the mall spoke out to remind her. Zhao Shuexian stood still, her face filled with pale embarrassment. She's not happy about it. Why? She's just a white wolf. I'm just being nice and telling you the truth. But, this time, her voice didn't stop the man in his tracks. Shuexian, let's hurry. Zhao Shuexian's friend pulled on her clothes. There's no one else here, though, and it's really awkward. She didn't want to stay with Zhao Shuexian for another second. Zhao Shuexian woke up with a start and realized that her friend was still watching. With his face burning hot, he took a deep breath and tried to save face. Calling her a vixen is really not wrong about her. At such a young age, she's learned to cling to men. The girl didn't answer, skimming darkly. Master Kurei-san, is it possible to get hold of him just because you want to? But no one would miss this opportunity, right? She also hadn't forgotten how Zhao Shuexian had been charmed by Third Master Mirror just now. In the end, no matter how unwilling and humiliated Zhao Shuexian was, she was still invited out of Century Mall. Nirshan led Jiang Yining into a well-known luxury brand store. Third Master Twilight, Miss Jiang, welcome. The shopping guide lady immediately greeted them with a friendly smile, leading the two to look at the seasonal new models. Jiang Yining lacked interest, but still swept a few glances along with the guide's introduction. The shopping guide lady was very perceptive and could tell that the girl was not very attentive, and then she stole a glance at Twilight Shen. Smiling unabated, he said to Jiang Yining, Third Master Mu, Miss Jiang, why don't you go to the lounge and take a look at the catalog of the super seasonal model colors? The store doesn't have the over-seasonal model colors in stock, but the transfer will be quick, just wait 2 more days. Korine nodded. Then let's see. As soon as the two of them sat down, the guide lady brought the atlas, and in addition to the atlas, drinks and desserts were also thoughtfully served. Please enjoy yourselves. The shopping guide lady had the good sense not to sit down and make introductions. I'll be right next to you. If you see something to your liking, ring the bell and I'll be at your service. With that, he retreated. Jiang Yining absent-mindedly flipped through a few pages of the atlas, and the man beside her remained motionless. Brother Korei, aren't you going to ask me a question? Stealing is always pretty disgraceful, and probably no one wants to be friends with a thief. Twilight Shen raised her eyebrows slightly. I do have questions for Ning. Jiang Yining sat up straight. You asked. Nirshan lowered his eyes and swept the shopping bag at the girl's feet. Why didn't Ning wait for her brother to join her? Does Ning Ning think that brother would be unwilling to accompany Ning Ning to go shopping? A question mark slowly popped up on Jiang Yining's head. What? She had the illusion of not being on the channel. Twilight raised her chin, gesturing for her to see for herself the shopping bag at her feet. Jiang Yining was confused for half a day before she reacted that Nirshin was complaining that the two had agreed to go shopping together, but Jiang Yining had gone off on her own. Sorry I'm early, I just went ahead and walked a little by myself. No. Why would she apologize for something like that? Well, forgive you, but don't do it next time. Jiang Yining. She was still somewhat unable to keep up with the direction of Third Master Mirror's thinking. She pulled the topic back. No, Brother Twilight, what Zhao Shuaxian said just now, aren't you going to ask me? Twilight finally went along with her and asked the question. And did Ning take anyone else's piano sheet? Jiang Yining immediately shook her head. No, that's my zither score. Aha! Twilight Shen converged her eyes, raised her hand, and touched the top of the girl's hair. Next time, remember to talk to your brother when you're bullied. The warmth of his palm brought a faint scent of sunken water with his movements. Steady and warm. He trusted her unconditionally. Jiang Yining was silent for a while and suddenly whispered, "Why?" Twilight sank her eyes down, looking at the girl's pretty little face, gradually getting lost in thought. Brother Kure? Twilight sank back, the corners of her lips curving as she rubbed a handful of her hair, her tone a little scattered. The Jiang Yan and I know is a good boy. Jiang Yining didn't know what she looked like in the other party's eyes, but he had seen several times the way she was bullied by the Ming family. So, he was treating her like a little pathetic? Chapter 70. Even a bull knife can rust. Jiang Yining was speechless for a long time before deciding to confess, actually, I'm not being bullied by them, I'm just too lazy to bother with them. If someone steps over my bottom line, I'll still step in. Just like these days back in the Ming family, Ming Qingcheng had disgusted her several times, so she deliberately added fire to the piano competition as a small punishment. No one else knew any of this, but she knew exactly how she felt. I know. Nirshin laughed. Also, Ning got me wrong. Being bullied and not fighting back doesn't make you a good boy, that's being a fool, get it? Jiang Yining was stunned, then muttered with some dissatisfaction. I'm not the fool. What those people said may have been hard to hear, but to her ears, most of it was just a joke. Like Zhao Shuaxian. She rarely paid attention to what Zhao Shuaxian said because it really wasn't necessary. As long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she almost always treated it as a whisper. Well, Ning isn't a fool, and in the future, when Ning doesn't want to make a move, let brother do it. He also liked the way the girl said, make an example of me, it was pretty and vivid. Jiang Yining paused, imagining the image of Nirshin striking out, then shook his head. Better not, it's a waste to kill a chicken. Twilight Shen's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, looking deeply at her for a long time, and a low voice with pleasure slowly sounded. So? Brother is bullseye? Jiang Yining. Is just a metaphor, okay? He was racking his brain for a more graceful way to say it to him, when he heard Twilight Sink continue in his nice voice. Then Ning must use it more often, or the ox knife will rust. Jiang Yining, ? This topic was uncovered with Jiang Yining looking confused. After going through both the store's 2 books of over-seasonal collections of dresses and regular clothes, Jiang Yining didn't see anything she particularly liked. She wanted to leave it at that, but Kurenai took her to the second brand store, where she was looking through the seasonal super-seasonal clothes again. At the end, the man looked at her with an idle smile. It doesn't matter, there's the next one, Ning will always find one to her liking. That look was going to buy her a fix. Brother Kure. Jiang Yining tried to negotiate with him, why don't we go see your dress first, how about it? There's no rush for my brother's gown. Then, move on to the next house. Jiang Yining realized that this man was even more difficult to deal with than several of her brothers. The two of them went to one of the largest clothing stores on the 5th floor. Come. Jiang Yining scanned over the store's name, sighed, and followed it in. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile. Third Master Twilight, Miss Jiang, our brand's newest collection returning to Nien is just in time to hit the shelves. The shopkeeper looked at Jiang Yining, his eyes crossing a flash of surprise. I think Miss John's temperament is very suitable with our calm, so why don't? Ah, sorry. Miss Jiang might as well try the main dress of the Return to Ning series? The first time the shopkeeper saw Jiang Yining, her heart was awestruck, and she subconsciously wanted to invite Jiang Yining to become Calm's model, but she quickly came back to her senses. This was a valued guest that the third master of Muir had brought over. Jiang Yining couldn't say that kind of thing even if it was appropriate. He quickly changed his tone and led them to the main dress of the return to Ning. It was a long champagne-colored silk dress, embellished with fluffy feathers on the shoulders, with a lightweight skirt and a simple, elegant design. Jiang Yining is beautiful and young, she doesn't need too many embellishments, the simple and atmospheric dress is like it was customized for her. Kurenai looked at it for a few moments and agreed with the shopkeeper's words. This dress fits Jiang Yining perfectly. Well, try. Good. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Miss Jiang, please follow me. Jiang Yining followed the shopkeeper to the fitting room. With the help of the shopkeeper, Jiang Yining quickly changed his clothes and walked out. Twilight looked up. The girl walks between the skirt like water waves echo, set off shallow ripples, there is a kind of poetic rosy, overflowing with youthful vivacity. This dress, which amplifies the beauty of Jiang Yining, easily makes people lose their minds in amazement. Twilight breathed in slightly. Jiang Yining was a little apprehensive when she saw that he didn't say anything. It's not pretty? Twilight withdrew her gaze and let out It's very pretty, pack up all the clothes from the same collection. That last comment was not to her, but to the shopkeeper. Yes. The shopkeeper answered with a smile, there are also some seasonal ready-to-wear regular clothes over here, Third Master Twilight, would you like to take a look as well? Twilight, obviously enjoying Calm's wardrobe, sniffed and nodded. Look. Jiang Yining tried to stop him, Brother Twilight, I don't have time to wear these clothes to school, just this set on me is enough. Guardian school rules stipulate that you can only wear school uniforms at school, and even your school bag and shoes are of the school's uniform color. Senior year of high school is busy and compact, according to the teachers, next semester the weekend break will be reduced, even the winter vacation will be shorter, she has really not much chance to wear these regular clothes. Kurenai was unfazed, even discussing with the store manager the pairings that most of the little girl would like. The store was almost emptied of clothes by Twilight Sync. Send them all to the Ming family. Nurshin commanded. The shopkeeper smiled and answered. Jiang Yining couldn't even stop him. The first time they met, Kurenai helped her out and forced her to owe her a thank you gift. As a result, the thanks she was supposed to return hadn't even been sent to the other party by now, and instead she received help and gifts over and over again. The more you owe, the more you owe. Walking out of Calm, Twilight Shen looked at the time, it was already after 12. I'll take you back after dinner. Jiang Yining raised his head and gave him a furtive look, not speaking. Kurenai noticed the look in her eyes. What's wrong? Brother Twilight, you might have forgotten. Jiang Yining reminded him, we came to the mall because you were missing a dress. Even though I know he's full of. At least don't tear yourself apart. Twilight Shen sniffed, and his handsome face did not show any embarrassment at all. Yeah, thanks for the reminder Ning, nearly had to make another trip. Jiang Yining. Forget it, you're happy. Regardless of why he gave her the clothes, whether he pitied her situation in the Ming household or simply did what his father would have done, she owed that much anyway. In the future. Return it all together. Let's go eat first, and after dinner Ning will help me pick out a dress. After thinking it through, Jiang Yining no longer stuck to the water and nodded his head. Okay. The meal was at a restaurant near the mall, picking a 3-star Michelin restaurant that is very famous for its desserts. Without a reservation, Twilight Sync directly led her into the VIP box. Just as he sat down, Twilight's cell phone rang. Ning can order whatever she wants, it's not on the menu or they can have their chef make it. Then he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Chapter 71 Ceiling Fees. It's a message from Lai Beiting. Li Beiting, have you finished buying your dress? Let's have lunch together at noon, bring little sister Jiang, I haven't seen her for a long time. Nurshin lifted his eyes and glanced at Jiang Yining, who was discussing the dishes with the waiter, and the corners of his lips rose slightly. It was only after a long time that he gave Li Beiting a sentence back. Twilight, no, you don't have to come over, there's no time. Li Beiting, who was already ready to go to the rendezvous with Nurshin, saw the message. Li Beiting, no, it's already too much for you to trick little sister Jiang into shopping for clothes with you, and you still don't give people dinner when it's time? Are you still a human being? Kurenai didn't bother replying and put down her cell phone. On the opposite side, Jiang Yining saw that he was busy and reported the few light dishes she ordered. I ordered these, Brother Twilight, see if you want to add more? Twilight raised her eyebrows slightly, all my favorite foods, thanks Ning. Jiang Yining blinked. I like it too. She has a somewhat sensitive palate, unable to eat bitter or spicy, favoring sweet, but light dishes are also enjoyable. On the other side, Lai Biting waited for a long time and didn't see Nurshin reply, and then glanced at Nurshin's reply. No, it meant that no gowns had been purchased, which meant that he and Jiang Xiaomei would continue to shop. According to Nurshin's eye-protecting Jiang Yining's stance, it was impossible not to go to dinner at this point. Analyzing it, Twilight's reply was purely because she didn't want to eat with him. Lai Biting was furious and raised his hand to crackle and send another message over. Twilight's cell phone rang a little more. Lai Beiting, Ashun, you sent your resume to Jiada to apply for a certain teaching position, but you didn't even get an interview. Will Jiang Xiaomei laugh at you when she knows? Twilight, a project on the border between Shenzhen and Guangzhou, so you can have 2 points and go to dinner by yourself. Lai Biting. A few $100 million is so let, cow or you Twilight 3 master cow. This hush money. He ate. Jiang Yining saw that Nurshin was frequently looking at his cell phone and thought that he had a job. Brother Kure, if you're busy. Twilight pressed out the phone and snapped the screen back on the desktop with a pale expression. It's not busy, it's just spam. Jiang Yining had no doubts. After dinner, the two finally made their way to the 4th floor of Century Mall, the men's only floor, to fulfill the purpose of today's trip. Men's gowns, she had thought it wouldn't be hard to pick them out. After all, styles are just that, and designers can only work on details and colors. Listening to the introduction of the shopper, Jiang Yining realized that men's dresses had many precautions and were in no way simpler than women's dresses. First contact, where could she give any advice? In the end, it was Twilight Sink who picked out the one she liked on her own, and she only gave a little bit of advice on the colors. When he left, Jiang Yining felt ashamed. I'm sorry, Kure brother, I should have worked harder, I'll be able to give you advice next time. Twilight Shin's phoenix eyes slightly raised, her voice contained a smile, good. The word next time alone pleases him. Come on, let's get you home. After being kicked out of Century Mall, my best friend said a perfunctory hello and left without looking back. Zhao Shuaxian knew what the other party was thinking, and it was nothing more than feeling ashamed of following her around. She wanted to make a scene, but she couldn't. That one is Master Kure-san. Even though this was not 49 City, no one dared to disobey the orders he gave. It didn't really matter if she came to Century Mall or not, as long as she had the money, she had ways to buy things. But Century Mall is a place where those $1,000 gentlemen from the luxury circle in Deep City like to come and hang out when they have something to do. If those in her circle knew that she was blacklisted, all that would be waiting for her was to be alienated by those in that circle. Of course, a storm of ridicule inevitably preceded the estrangement. Whether it was being alienated or ridiculed, she didn't want it. When she got home, she refreshed her circle of friends once a minute, and when half a day passed and no one talked about her being blackballed by Century Mall, she put her hanging heart back into her stomach. Relax, and with it came a flood of resentment. Blame it on the redneck. Other than having a vixen face and mesmerizing men to death, what's so great about her? When Master Kure-san comes to his senses, she's trash. Zhao Shuaxian bit her lip tightly and continued to brush her friend's circle. Luckily that friend of hers didn't dare to spread the matter around. I don't think she'd dare say anything. She was the only one present at the time, and if any information trickled out, it would inevitably be from her. She didn't dare offend the Ming family behind the Zhao family. Just then, a text message from an unfamiliar number suddenly slipped into her phone. There's only one URL in there. She recognized the URL as being from a well-known video site, and in her spare time, she would often brush up on videos from that site. It's probably a mass spam message to save traffic for the video. Without much thought, Zhao Shuaxian clicked delete. At the time of final confirmation, there was another text message from the same number. Only 3 words this time. Jiang Yining. Zhao Shuaxian violently retracted the finger she was about to delete and backed out in a hurry. This time she didn't hesitate to click into that link. Then confirmed the jump into the video site's app. The wait of less than 10 seconds made Zhao Shuaxian feel like she had waited for as long as a century. Had a feeling that the content of this video would never disappoint her. The video loads and starts playing. The camera was a little shaky at first, it was hard to see the image, and after 2 seconds it finally settled and focused in one direction. In front of the camera, a girl clasps the man's arm with a look of indifference, teases him with her foot, and heaves him to the ground. The girl then quickly took down a few men dressed as punks with quick and accurate movements. The face painting then stops. Zhao Shuaxian looked dumbfounded. What shocked her was that girl was actually Jiang Yining. With that, she clicked play again, this time paying attention to the setting of the video, which seemed to be at the junction of a dark alley and a street. Yi Tong went to school every day to pick up Ming Qingcheng from school. Naturally, he also picked up Jiang Yining together. How could Jiang Yining have time to fight with punks? Except for that time. She got on the punk's motorcycle. Dare I say it's still a set with the video she's holding. Zhao Shuaxian couldn't help it and threw her head back and laughed. These days she had been looking for Jiang Yining's black material, and even moved to have someone go to Jiang Yining's village to check it out, but she just couldn't ask for the exact address from Yi Tang's mouth before she took action. After all, with only the image of her getting into the punk's car, and no follow-up, it's hard to tell what's going on. What if the redneck forced the issue that the punk was her brother just to clear his name? With this video, even if it doesn't show that Jiang Yining is a rotten woman, the hat of a female gangster, she can't take it off. I wondered if Master Twilight 3 would still like her after seeing her feisty and fierce appearance. Zhao Shuaxian was a bit impatient and boarded Weibo to find the right blogger to post these 2 videos she had on hand. Chapter 72, I'll Have No One to Love. In the evening, the Ming family. Several servants came in from outside carrying several boxes. Ming Qingkong happened to walk down from the 2nd floor and looked at those boxes with some surprise and asked, "What is it?" One of the servants paused. "It's the clothes second miss bought at Century Mall, the store sent them over. Last week Ming Qingkong had instructed Yi Tang to take Jiang Yining to buy some clothes, and to prepare the dress. Then I called it quits because Jiang Yi wasn't feeling well, so I'm making up for it this week, as I should." He nodded. "You guys keep moving." As the maid passed him, she inadvertently saw the logo of a luxury brand emblazoned on the suitcase. He waited for the servants to carry the boxes up to the 2nd floor before he turned and went to the side room. Ya Tong is practicing calligraphy. Instead of practicing calligraphy, it's more like geeking out. She held the quill and stared blankly at the rice paper on the desk, oblivious even to the ink dripping from the tip of the quill onto the snow-white paper. Ming Qingkong frowned and uttered, "Ah Tong." Yi Tang woke up with a start, his hand shook afterward, and a large drop of ink stained the rice paper black. "You're scaring me. Look. It's all inked up." Ming Qingkong frowned even tighter. "I've been in here for quite a while, what are you fuming about?" Yi Tang pursed her lips, did not answer, put down the brush, kneaded the rice paper dripping with ink into a ball, and threw it into the trash can next to the desk. It was already filled with most of a bucket of paper balls. "Are you done with work?" Ming Qingkong looked at her and gave a casual hum. "Then I'll go and have the kitchen prepare dinner." Yi Tang simply cleared the tabletop. "You go to the living room first and have a cup of tea to rest. Don't drink it here." As soon as Yi Tang heard it, he knew that he had something he wanted to say and didn't want anyone else to hear it. After thinking about it, she didn't object. "Then wait here for a moment while I go to the kitchen." "Aha!" Yi Tang went out and came back a few minutes later with 2 cups of the big red robe that Ming Qingkong often drank. She placed a cup of tea on the coffee table in front of Ming Qingkong and sat down. Ming Qingkong took a sip of hot tea. "You're tired today, aren't you? I just saw that you bought quite a few clothes for Enin." Yi Tong stiffened slightly, then lowered her head and gave a vague. The entire Ming family was dead silent, with only Yi Tang's reprimand echoing. Yi Tang thought that hearing this, Jiang Yining would be at least a little bit ashamed. Yet, she laughed. "And you're laughing." Jiang Yining interrupted her. "Mrs. Ming, may I ask, which of your cards did I swipe?" Ai Yetong was stuck for a split second. She doesn't know. After receiving Zhao Shuexian's call, she was so fired up that she didn't even bother to check. "Also, when I went out, I don't seem to have said that I was going to the hospital today, right? Besides, it's not the first time I've gone out with Third Master Twilight, and you've never stopped it, so could it be that you're intentionally talking about a piece of it in order to make my crime sound heavier?" Yi Tong was disliked to the point of being speechless. Jiang Yining looked at her, his tone scattered. "Just say a word, so that I'm not even allowed to interact with Third Master Twilight in the future, I'll listen to you." She's not allowed to associate with Master Kurei-san? Ming Qingkong would only be the first to jump up. For a moment, Yi Tang felt that Jiang Yining knew something. The idea was quickly dismissed by her. Up until now, she and Ming Qingkong had only discussed it once, and after that, they had a tacit understanding to point it out. How could Jiang Yining possibly know? Yi Tong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Okay, Mommy was wrong about you, and you can continue to be friends with Master Twilight-san, but today Mommy has to tell you a few things, so come sit down in the living room and listen to me." Jiang Yining didn't move. Just say it, I'll listen. The anger that took all his strength to suppress nearly erupted again. Yi Tang simply didn't know what to do with this daughter. After giving himself another half a dozen mental notes, Yi Tang slowly opened his mouth. Enin, you're still young, you don't understand a lot of things yet. You must remember that a girl can't just reach out to a man for money. This will make people think that you're a female that can be measured in terms of money. Jiang Yining raised his hand and made a stop sign. So? Mrs. Ming is following up her suspicion that I'm stealing and swiping your card with the idea that I'm spending men's money. Is that what you're saying? Yi Tang was really exasperated by Jiang Yining's attitude. Enin. It's not stealing and swiping my card, it's not spending a man's money. Where did you get the money to buy luxury goods? Jiang Yining looked at Yi Tang's face with a faint expression. What you think is written on your face? That's what she had in mind. Yi Tang's face turned blue. Then tell me, where did you get your money from? Jiang Yining leaned toward the wall, his expression sparse. Mrs. Ming, do you think that if you don't love me, I have no one to love? Yi Tang had been holding back, and when she heard Jiang Yining's words, her entire body nearly collapsed. What did Jiang Yining mean by that? Do you think the Ming family treats her badly? Give her good food and clothes and send her to the best schools. Aside from not giving her his true identity, Yi Tang asked himself, he had done well enough. Could that big mountain deep village home give her a single point of all this? Can. The girl looked to the ceiling in boredom. She didn't really want to see Yi Tang, who had everything written on her face. The money I spent today was given to me by my grandma. The card can be given to you to take in check. Do you want it? Of course, some of the money in there she earned herself. It's all on one card anyway, so there's no need to split up whose it is. Chapter 73. Not interested. Yi Tang's body trembled fiercely, frozen for a long time. Her peach blossom eyes flashed, and she raised her head, looking at Jiang Yining with a pale and shocked face. Lips trembled, but not a word could be said. Jiang Yining couldn't appreciate exactly what she was feeling right now, just that seeing her like this, he suddenly sympathized with her somewhat again. But only sympathy, nothing more. To go from being a self-righteous giver of favors to suddenly becoming a cruel victimizer is a feeling that really no one can relate to. If you don't want to look into it, then I'll go to my room first. When Jiang Yining left, Yi Tang didn't know, she only felt that her worldview had collapsed. Collapsed beyond repair. Tong? Tong? What are you staring at? Ming Chenkong frowned and called several times in a row, but did not see Yi Tang return to her senses. His tone became a little unhappy and raised his hand over the coffee table to push her directly. Yi Tang woke up with a start, jawing his double peach blossom eyes with a panicked look on his face. Ming Chenkong's tone was a bit impatient. What the hell were you thinking? Did you hear what I told you? Why do you always look so distracted lately? It's not just once or twice, it's almost every day. It was better this week and then today it started up again. It's annoying to watch. I hear you. Yi Tang held up the teacup and looked at the tea inside, but his mind kept echoing Jiang Yining's words. The girl's voice, like a magic sound, looped indefinitely and couldn't be gotten rid of. It was as if she was accusing her own mother of not only failing to take as much as she could, but of depriving her of her happiness. Yi Tang didn't want to believe it. What kind of happiness can she get from that kind of environment? If you were really good to her, how could you not even pay for her to go to school? It's not possible. She doesn't believe it. That must have just been Jiang Yining's excuse to claim more from the Ming family. Okay, it's good that you heard me. Remember to pay more attention next time. You are now the mother of 2 children, and I also know that you have always been soft-hearted, and it's not wrong that you would be heartbroken that Enin has been suffering outside for more than a decade, but Xingcheng is in the end the fiancé of the future head of the Luo family, and she should definitely not be treated poorly in terms of her usage. What Ming Chenkong wanted to say was, by this point, finished. He picked up his cup and drank the already slightly cooled tea in one gulp, then set it down, propped himself up on his knees, and stood up. By the way, I have a good news here. Xingcheng will be happy to hear it, and it's almost time to eat, so go tell the children to come down. I'll talk about it then. Yi Tang, like a walking corpse, answered and staggered out of the side hall. Ming Chenkong looked at her like this and became more and more displeased in his heart. However, explicitly he didn't say anything. The Ming family was able to develop without the support of the Yi family in Guangqing, and then because of Ming Qingqing's engagement with the Luo family, the Ming family finally ranked among the 4 great families of Deep City. Still somewhat inferior to the original 3 great families of Deep City, the Ming family still needs the support of the Yi family. 20 minutes later, the 4 members of the Ming family gathered at the dining table. Dad, Mom said you have good news. What kind of good news is it? Ming Qingcheng asked with a pouty smile at Ming Chengkong. Ming Chengkong looked at his daughter's well-behaved and sweet smile and couldn't help but smile as well. There's news from Mr. Luo's side that the Sound Association's headquarters is going to take in new members and will come to Deep City in a few days. When Ming Qingcheng heard this, her heart was a little disappointed. That kind of news was not good news for her. The society is good, though, with lots of resources and fair recommendations, and from time to time there are internationally acclaimed masters who come out to instruct newcomers. But with her current strength, she could get into the Music Association anytime she wanted to. Moreover, what she wanted was not to be instructed by a master from time to time, but to have a famous teacher who could instruct her at any time, lift her up, and save her time in becoming famous. Ming Qingcheng was disappointed in her heart, but a happy smile appeared on her face. Really? Then I'm going to try it. Silly child. Ming Chengkong laughed and shook his head, his face full of helplessness. You haven't heard me out yet. Ming Qingcheng froze. Your Uncle Luo has asked around for you. There are 2 masters in the selection group of the Music Association this time. One is Shang Meilin and the other is Shin Songyin, and according to the others in the selection group, these 2 masters came over with the group in order to select a disciple who will be a catching port. Shang Meilin. Ming Qingcheng was so shocked that she stood up from her chair. Dad, Uncle Luo didn't inquire wrongly, right? Shang Merlin is a legend in the music industry. Coming from a family of ancient music, any person in the Shang family carries a string of endless achievements, and Shang Meilin is the odd one out in the Shang family. Since childhood, a hand of Guqin is unrivaled, less than 16 years old, topped the peak of China's ancient music, and then, he did not hesitate to give up everything, only to travel to the world's capital of music, from zero to further study Western music. Although both Chinese ancient music and Western music are music, they are extremely different music. Shang Merlin's behavior, in the eyes of others, was self-defeating. Everyone thinks he's crazy and is waiting to see him roll back home in tears. A few years later, a Chinese musician suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the Western music scene. The successive release of several stunning piano pieces established his musical stature and international fame. Shang Merlin was not yet 25 years old at the time. In the last decade, Shang Merlin has taken a bit of a backseat and doesn't show his musical talents in front of people much. No one thinks he's a journeyman. He appears sparingly, but every performance brings something new to the listener. What makes the music crowd even more curious is the fact that Shang Merlin took on a protege a few years ago. Never showing his face in public, but never losing out to his teacher, Shang Meilin, in terms of published works. Everyone thought that Shang Merlin was appearing less in front of people in order to concentrate on training his disciples. None of that matters, though. Important, yes, Shang Merlin is coming to Deep City. Shin Songyin, who came with Shang Meilin, wasn't bad either, and his musical accomplishments were such that he could talk about being a master musician all day long. It's just that it's a bit bland by comparison. How could your Uncle Luo inquire wrongly? Ming Chengkong waved his hand, signaling her not to get excited. You must work hard this time, don't make a mistake in front of the master, or else your Uncle Luo will really be disappointed in you. Dad. I will definitely work hard. Ming Qingcheng squeezed his chopsticks, his mood surging with excitement. What's a state banquet recital when you're Shang Merlin's disciple? More and better recitals are her call. Ming Chengkong said a few more words of encouragement, and with a glance of his remaining light, he saw Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes as she looked at him. He paused and met her gaze with a smile. What? Is Enin also interested? But it's only now that I'm starting to learn, so I won't be able to catch up on the Tone Association side, but it can wait until next year. Jiang Yining withdrew his gaze. No, I'm not interested, he said, looking down at his food. Chapter 74 Social Sister Vest. Ming Qingcheng glanced at Jiang Yining, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Turning to Ming Chengkong, he said, if you use hard memorization and focus on practicing only one song, it's not impossible to get into the Music Association. I can help my sister. Ming Chengkong's eyes lit up. Since his daughter has been learning the piano for several years, he knows a little bit about the rules. Isn't that what piano exams are all about? As long as you complete the required repertoire and meet the skill standards, the grade is passed. The Music Association selects its members, and there are so many of them that it is impossible for the selection panel to scrutinize one by one to see if they are really proficient on the piano. Right. It can still be like this. When you get into the Tone Association, then you can slowly learn it systematically is all. However, Qingcheng, you still need to prepare well. Shang Meilin's requirements are not low, so don't get distracted. I'll find a piano teacher for Renan, and just make up for it at night. Good. Ming Qingqing smiled. This way, I can enter the sound association with my sister. What I have, I want my sister to have as well. Qingchang is really a good boy. Ming Chengkong looked relieved. Jiang Yining didn't say anything and lowered his head to eat. After dinner, she went to her room. As for Ming Qingcheng, she was so full of herself that she was caught up in the news that Shang Meilin was going to take on an apprentice, and after Jiang Yining left, she even dragged Ming Chengkong to ask for quite a few details. Yi Tang was beside her as a companion, and the cozy atmosphere of the room made her mood a lot more comfortable. Second floor, bedroom. The room was still a bit cluttered, with 2 boxes containing Calm's regular clothing line unpacked, and clothes already hung in the closet. And on the bed, there was the long champagne-colored dress. Even the matching shoes and garment bag are organized and placed next to the dress. Jiang Yining looked at the long skirt, and after a long time, picked it up and changed into it. After putting on her dress and shoes, she took her cell phone and walked to the full-length mirror and took a random click picture. Among the many numbers, he found out the number with the memo named Zhang Yihuan and sent the photo over. Within 10 seconds, there was a reply there. Zhang Yihuan, picture.jpg. Pictured here is the same champagne-colored gown-length dress from Calm, but with multiple different details than the one on Jiang Yining. Just after looking at the pictures, her cell phone rang. It was Zhang Yihuan who called. Jiang Yining picked up. Hello? Third brother. On the other side of the cell phone, a steady baritone voice rang out. Ning, I'm still keeping the first version for you, so I'll give it to you when you come back, but the altered version looks beautiful on you too. The world doesn't realize that there have always been 2 versions of the Calm line of clothing, a first version that was kept out of the designer's collection, and a revamped version that was introduced to the market as merchandise. Jiang Yining smiled and took the compliment. Thank you. Don't buy it next time. Out of the new series, brother, let the headquarters side send it directly to you, no refusal. Well, thanks Sango. There was a silence. Jiang Yihuan spoke in a somewhat dark voice. How are you doing in the Ming household? So many days also do not contact us a bit, you want to throw? Us are very worried about you. No one in the Jiang family dared to take the initiative to contact Jiang Yining. Grandma Jiang was worried that they would interfere with Jiang Yining's integration into her new home, and also worried that the Ming family would not like them looking for Jiang Yining too often, so she ordered them not to bother Jiang Yining when they were not doing anything. After all, it is still because of the bad attitude of the Ming family when they came to pick up the people. Grandma Jiang didn't want Jiang Yining to have a hard time and chose to retreat again and again. It's pretty good, they let me go to senior year. Jiang Yining narrowed her brows and smiled. It's fun, the school is fun, and so are the students. Jiang Yihuan was relieved to hear his sister's laughter, which was no different from usual. Senior year? Then you'll be taking the college entrance exam next year, right? Come back to 49 City for the test, your brothers are there. Jiang Yining was in poor health as a child and didn't go to school. Once her body got better, and she had gotten all the schooling she needed to do, and all the degrees she needed to have, her family didn't think to send her to school again. Rather forgot to ask their petulant sister if she wanted to go to school and meet friends. The Ming family had finally done something good that didn't make them regret sending their sister back. Yes. Jiang Yining agreed. The 2 siblings chatted for a while longer before Jiang Yihuan reluctantly hung up the phone. Monday. Just stepping into the classroom, Jiang Yining was sensitive enough to realize that the atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat subtle. A second ago there was some noise, people coming together to discuss something, and as soon as she came in the noise stopped, curious to see her, but restrained from looking at her for fear of something. Jiang Yining returned to her seat with her face as normal, but her tablemate was not doing her homework, but was sticking her head out to look at the cell phone of the girl in front of her, shouting awesome in a low voice from time to time. After a pause, she asked, "What are you guys looking at?" With Lai Beiqing to get together to look at the cell phone, girl startled, hands and feet to put the phone back. No, nothing. Good morning, Jiang-san. The girl stammered and turned back around, lying on her desktop and pretending to be dead. Jiang Yining blinked and slowly looked at Li Beiqing. Oh yeah, a pretty famous V in Deep City posted a video early in the morning. Lai Beiqing said while touching his own cell phone, boarded Weibo, then greeted Jiang Yining to watch it together. Deep City interesting V, the world is going down, nowadays the little girl is really. Said that the heroine is a senior student of JADA. Isn't JADA an aristocratic school that claims to have a super high promotion rate? This kind of people also accept? At JADA International High School, video. The body of the tweet contains just this one sentence, and the video is just over a minute long. Seeing as how it's made up of 2 videos cut together. The first half of the day was still dark, just after school had let out, and a few students could be seen occasionally as the girl first collected her fiery red hair and face punched the codeman's whatever it was before straddling the back of the motorcycle and heading off in a blaze of glory. And the second half of the day, the sky is dark, the lights are on, the girl's posture is flexible, smooth movements, fast and accurate down a few punks, without taking a breath. The blogger's words brought the rhythm. The comments section has been a scolding. Many people commented on it and then ate the official blog of Jada, demanding that the school hurry up and expel the person. Don't bring the good morale to the bad. After Jiang Yining finished watching the video, there wasn't much of a shocked expression on her small face, and with a no sound, she withdrew her eyes. The rest of the class kept sneaking glances at her. All wanted to know how Jiang Yining would react when she knew that her social sister's vest had fallen off. After all, after spending most of the month together, especially after the quiz, we all know that Jiang Yining, who looks a bit of a high ridge flower, is actually quite mild-tempered, with a little bit of contrasting mo. But whether it's the flower of the high ridge, or the little hothouse flower, it's 2 concepts with the social sister. The first 2 are not cannibalistic, the latter is cannibalistic. Can't you see the punks are too beat up to stand up? Who would have thought that she would just give a no response? The crowd was stunned. Moreover, Jiang Yining looked as if he didn't intend to explain the cover-up. Is this an acknowledgement of the social sister's vest? Chapter 75. She can't escape this time. Jiang Yining, I know that you're shameless, I just didn't expect that you could refresh my 3 views every time. Zhao Shuaxian stood up and pointed at her. It's only been a month since you came to the Ming family. You first stole Qing Qing's piano score, causing her to lose the competition. Then you stole my aunt's bank card and bought a bunch of luxury goods. The Ming family didn't bother with you, and now you're telling me that you've been hanging out with social thugs? If I'm not mistaken, in the video, you even took money from the punks, right? You're really something. Pretending to be a good student and a good girl at school, but you have another face outside. The classroom, which was originally quite quiet, was in an uproar. No. No way? Stealing bank cards? Isn't that what stealing money means? Other than that, stealing money is already a crime, right? Is that true? Inside the video, it seems like Jiang students really took that person's stuff. Can't really tell ya. Is this the live version of Two-Face? She can beat 5. Being up stealing, and if she resists, she'll be killed, right? I don't want to be in the same class with someone like that. It had only been a moment, and the class was already making a lot of noise. Jiang Yining looked at Zhao Shuaxian coldly, and Zhao Shuaxian hooked her lips and raised her eyebrows very proudly. She would see how Jiang Yining would roll over this time. As long as there was a breakthrough and another gentle tear, Jiang Yining would be pulverized. Seeing that the classroom was getting more and more chaotic, all those favorable feelings that he originally had for Jiang Yining were scared back. At that moment, 2 voices suddenly rang out from the front row, one clear and cold, one angry. It's noisy. Hey, don't make up your mind about something that hasn't been finalized yet, okay? Sure. Si Yuan slapped the table and stood up, rushing to the noisiest corner and roaring. What quieted the crowd was Meng Jingqing's icy voice. Zhao Shuaxian was confused for a moment. Sure, Si Yuan was, even if this guy was usually crazy, she didn't expect that Meng Jingchang would even speak out at this time as well. However, he just said it's noisy, and when the crowd quieted down, he continued to look down at his book with no intention of getting involved. Zhao Shuaxian waited 2 seconds to make sure that Meng Jingchang wasn't helping Jiang Yining before her gaze glared viciously at Sure Si Yuan. What inconclusive? What people are saying? Sure Si Yuan, besides Qingcheng here, who else knows the Ming family better than me? The one whose bank card was stolen was my aunt. As soon as Yi Tang was mentioned, Sure Si Yuan remembered the scene he had spied on in the teacher's office that day. Sure Si Yuan was more willing to believe Jiang Yining than someone who indiscriminately hit people. He sneered. Zhao Shuaxian, no matter how well you know the Ming family, you don't live in someone else's house, do you? Who in the class doesn't know that you've been giving people nicknames and bad words behind their backs every day? Why don't you just jump out when you have the chance? People who are more familiar than you haven't even opened their mouths. Zhao Shuaxian pooh-poohed, you're blinded by the fact that Jiang Yining is pretty. Protecting her at every turn, do you think that makes her fall for you? Sure Si Yuan was about to retort when a cool voice faintly sounded from the back row of the classroom. Zhao Shuaxian, take what you just said and say it again. Jiang Yining stood up at an unknown time, his expression indifferent and cold. She held her cell phone in her nari, and everyone saw that it was the recording interface. Zhao Shuashan looked at her in surprise, unable to guess what she was trying to do, and was speechless for a while. Ri Beiqing sat next to the girl, her hand propped up on her head, watching the show with an amused expression. I guess Zhao Shuashan wants to ask what you want. Why don't I ask on her behalf? Enin, can you answer it? Zhang Yining nodded slightly. Zhao Shuashan said I said she slandered, the best way is to call the police, steal or not, the police can find out once they check, and I need evidence of slander, fair enough. The crowd froze. Sure Si Yuan immediately raised his hand in favor, that's good. Good Zhao Shuashan couldn't bear it and scolded him, my aunt felt that the family's shame should not be publicized, and let you off the hook for not pursuing the matter of you stealing money, but you took advantage of it. I said you shameless or said lightly. Even if my aunt and uncle in the relationship of adoption with you private, you do not forget, the video will be able to evidence that you receive Punk's money. Dare to make a deal with those people, do you really think you can be more clean? Zhang Yining's eyes were slightly cold. My brother is not a punk, and this is the second person you've slandered. Zhao Shuashan froze, and then laughed out loud. Is this redneck stupid? She had thought that the country bumpkin would whitewash the punk by claiming that he was her brother, so apart from the initial impulse to borrow a number to try to announce Zhang Yining that didn't work, she calmed down. I didn't expect that, at this point, Zhang Yining would still want to use that excuse to clear his name. Do rednecks think everyone is stupid? It's really going to kill her with laughter. I knew you would say that. Zhang Yining, why don't you say that those punks in the back are also your brother, and that you were just playing, not fighting? Let me tell you, you can't wash your hands of this. First you do some dirty deal with the punks, then you steal money from your foster parents. It's not possible that the punks asked you to steal it, is it? The more Zhao Shuashan thought about it, the more she felt that this was the truth. Zhang Yining gathered his displeasure. Whether it is or not, we'll know when the police check it out. I'll disclose the flow of my own bank card to the police, and the police will probably have Mrs. Ming over to confirm it by then, too, so you'll have plenty of opportunity to ask. Shuashan. Ming Qingqing suddenly stood up, my sister didn't steal the money. Zhao Shuashan froze for a moment, not expecting Ming Qingqing to suddenly stand up for Zhang Yining. Qingchang, don't help her. She just stole it. She can't get away with it this time. Ming Qingcheng was annoyed with this Zhao Shuashan who was dragging her feet and wouldn't look at a single glance. Would she have come forward if she could have actually hammered Zhang Enin? I'm not helping her, I'm just telling the truth, she didn't steal it, you're the one who misunderstood. Enough. Zhang Yining clicked to stop the recording, I've already recorded it, you guys can stop talking about it, I'll call the police and wait for them to handle it. Ming Qingcheng was shocked before she reacted to the conversation just now, it was Zhang Yining who lured Zhao Shuashan to explicitly say stealing money. If all the students present testify, it is possible to establish defamation. Ming Qingcheng was anxious, sister. Shuashan just misunderstood, I'll explain it to her clearly. Don't you call the police. She heard all of Yi Tang and Zhang Yining's argument yesterday. She even knew that Yi Tang had checked all the cards in the house including the ones in her hand for running bills in order to prove that Zhang Yining was telling lies. Calling Yi Tang over because of this matter was undoubtedly holding Yi Tang's most valued face down on the ground and rubbing it hard in public. If she doesn't stop Zhao Shuashan, maybe Yi Tang will still be angry with her. Chapter 76 John called the police. No, I don't want to finish my senior year with the reputation of being a thief. Zhang Yining's tone was cold, and he didn't even look at her, lowering his head to operate his cell phone. Ming Qingcheng was about to be infuriated by this pig Zhao Shuashan in her heart. Sister. I'll explain with you to your classmates. Is that okay? Zhang Yining paused and raised his head to look at her, then turned his eyes and looked around the classroom. What could be more convincing than the results of a police investigation? Fellow students, right? At this point, everyone could see something was coming. Many people looked at each other without answering. But there are also those who watch the fun, such as Si Yuan and Ri Beiqing. Upon hearing Zhang Yining's question, the two of them spoke in unison, dragging out their tones with a long right sound. At the end, there was a thumbs up for the tacit understanding between the two. And it upsets me to be slandered, so why should I have to run my legs off to explain myself at the word of a rumor monger? Zhang Yining said, lowering his head again to look at his cell phone. Ming Qingcheng was so anxious that she blurted out, Sister, I beg you. Don't call the police. At this moment, Zhao Shuexian finally realized that something was wrong. Before can also say that Jiang Yining has Yi Tang backing, emboldened, but Ming Qingcheng said the word begging. How proud a person Ming Qingcheng was, never just humbling herself to beg. Beg me? Jiang Yining became interested. How do you beg? Kneel down? Sister. Ming Qingcheng's face went white. This Jiang Yining is trying to insult her. Zhao Shuexian was so angry that she cursed, "I'll be damned. You are dreaming." Qingcheng ignored her. She is just making a fuss. Thinking that our big and respectable family wouldn't dare to go to the police station. Aren't people who touch the porcelain all harboring this kind of mindset? Do you really think you can get away with it? There were also people who played well with Ming Qingcheng who couldn't stand to watch and spoke up. Mr. Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Ming, right? Yeah, how could you let her get down on her knees? It's Zhao Shuexian who's talking about you. Who are you to drag unrelated people down? Jiang Yining swept a glance at those people and slightly shrugged his shoulders. Not on what grounds, love to kneel. The person who helped Ming Qingcheng speak was choked. This is almost the same words Jiang Yining seems to have said on the first day when he first came to the class. As a matter of fact, she did not force Ming Qingcheng to do anything. It was Ming Qingcheng herself who rushed to say she wanted to beg. Last time there was class president Zhou Minghai who stepped forward and helped Ming Qingcheng out. And this time, Zhou Minghai sat in his seat and didn't even say a word to Ming Qingcheng. It was only a few seconds of hesitation before Jiang Yining had acted. She was too lazy to drag her feet and could see that Ming Qingcheng could not possibly kneel for Zhao Shuexian. Ignoring Zhao Shuexian's shouting and cursing, directly in full view of the public, he really called the police. Everyone in the class didn't know what kind of expression to use to face her properly. Both shocked and impressed. And because of this action on her part, everyone was thoroughly convinced that she had not stolen the money. On the contrary, Zhao Shuexian, apart from screaming and cursing, didn't produce any substantial evidence to show people, and people became more and more displeased with her unreasonable behavior. It's so ugly it's embarrassing to look at. At that moment, Han Shuangdo appeared at the door of the classroom with a furious look on his face. What are you brats arguing about if you don't read early? The boy near the door was somewhat unable to regain his senses from the series of events that had just taken place, and when he heard Han Shanshui's question, he subconsciously replied. Jiang student called the police. Han Frostbite was confused. What? Yi Tang was called to the school by a phone call from Ming Qingcheng. In order not to misunderstand Jiang Yining again, this time she made it a point to ask what was going on. The matter was of great importance. Ming Qingcheng did not dare to hide it, nor did she exaggerate it, and repeated it to Yi Tang one by one. Yi Tang was on fire from what he heard. Why is Jiang Yining so ignorant? Dinky thing to go before the police. No amount of face is enough. Having only picked her up for less than a month, the number of times he had worried about her was more than Ming Qingcheng's 17 years. But, even more angry and humiliated, she still must manage. You can't just watch Zhao Shuexian get sent in. When she thought of yesterday's incident, she simply didn't know what face to take to communicate with Jiang Yining. In order not to disturb the other students in class, the parties involved, Zhao Shuexian and Jiang Yining, followed the police to the classroom office, while the others were ordered by Han Shuangshi to study on their own. At this time, it was already class time, and the only people in the office were the homeroom teacher, Han Frostbite, and another teacher who didn't have a class. Yi Tong entered the teacher's office and quickly scanned around, and these were the people inside. She had long lost count of the faces she had lost in front of Han Shuangdio over the course of this month, and there was nothing to care about. She walked right up to the police officer, took a deep breath, and forced an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Policeman, the kids don't know any better and called the police to make a scene. There was no slander, they are cousins, they usually love to quarrel, this time they made a big fuss, I will teach them a lesson. There was no theft of money either, I know in my heart what the child spent, I'm really sorry for making you guys come all the way here for nothing. The policeman looked at her with a straight face. This madam, before you came over, I had finished taking evidence, that student Zhao is indeed suspected of defamation, and the police will file a case to deal with the matter. Yi Tong's face was ugly. It's no joke. I told you, they're cousins. What's slander about kids arguing a few times? The policeman didn't say anything, but looked at Jiang Yining. She is the one who reported the case and also provided enough evidence to be entitled to file a case. It's up to her to drop the case, and according to these people, it's up to her to figure it out. Yi Tong could see it too. Enin, don't make a scene, it's such a small matter, how can we be relatives in the future if we go to the police station? Do you want your aunt to hate our family? Hurry up and apologize to the police uncle and say you're not filing a case. Jiang Yining glanced at her, deal with it as you should, I believe the law will give me a just result. Jiang Enin. Yi Tong let out a sharp cry, then realizing that he was about to lose his cool, he restrained himself with all his might, softening his expression and softening his voice. Enin, don't fool around. Listen to the words. Your cousin is joking with you. Also, we agreed before that we'd talk things out properly and be calm, do you remember that? By calling the police like that, you're not giving anyone a chance to talk properly, are you? Jiang Yining was briefly silent, then suddenly burst out in a low laugh. Listening to Mrs. Ming, this is still my fault? That I didn't speak properly? That I didn't give her a chance? Oh yes, Mrs. Ming came late, it's not surprising that she didn't know, I gave her a chance, she insisted on slandering me in front of her classmates, I can't do anything about it, or say. Chapter 77 Mom will make up your mind. Jiang Yining paused and looked at Yi Tang in a bland and unperturbed manner. Those peach blossom eyes were clear and flawless, a serenity within them, unafraid and unappealing. Yi Tang almost didn't dare to meet those eyes. And then she went on. Mrs. Ming expects me to let people slander me, not to resist, and preferably to take it all in stride? Shouldn't it be? This answer floated in Yi Tang's mind in a flash. But reason told her that this answer would not work, and would only provoke the girl to recoil. Her face was taut and she forced herself to speak against her will. Why would I think that, Enin, calm down, I just want you guys to make up. Your cousins, you can't do this to your cousin. What will people think of you if they find out? Jiang Yining's face was pale and unconvinced. The first time we met, she called me a vixen in public and you didn't say she was wrong. How many times has she said country bumpkin in front of you over the past month and you didn't seem to stop it? And lastly, Mrs. Ming, why do you think Zhao Shuaxian insisted that I stole your bank card? Have you thought about it? But whenever Yi Tang showed a bit of concern and preference for Jiang Yining, Zhao Shuaxian wouldn't dare to be so bold and reckless. All of this was the result of Yi Tang's own indulgence. Yi Tang's brain had a momentary blank, and his body trembled violently. Having been bluntly stated by Jiang Yining, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have never cared about Zhao Shuaxian's hostility towards Jiang Yining. She thought that it was just Zhao Shuaxian is still small, not accustomed to suddenly more estranged cousin, after some time will be good. That's why it's been left alone. Is it really because of this that the situation has evolved to what it is today? The policeman off to the side gave her an odd look. The eyes read, I can't believe there's a mom like that. Yi Tang was made uncomfortable by the look and sidestepped her body to avoid the police officer's sight, reaching out to try to pull Jiang Yining's hand. Enin, I. Jiang Yining dodged and slightly moved a step, pulling away from the two of them. Since you've always chosen to ignore and stay out of the way, this time you'd better stay out of it too. Don't make me despair of the word mother. Yi Tong was dumbfounded. At this moment, Zhao Shuaxian rushed out from the corner and tightly grabbed Yi Tang's hand. Auntie! Jiang Yining has stolen your card, right? You tell the police that Jiang Yining stole your money. Then they won't catch me. Auntie! Say it! I don't want to go to jail. Why did things not turn back even when Yi Tong came? She can't believe it. After the teachers and the police watched the video sent out by that Deep City Funky V, they even turned toward Jiang Yining, both believing that she had slandered that hillbilly. Jiang Yining mixes with the society, fights and steals money as well, the discerning should know that she is the righteous party. Suddenly all blindly stand Jiang Yining, but also said to threaten her that defamation of serious cases, if you want to sit in jail for 3 years. Mom! You save me! That redneck is going to get me in jail. Lady Zhao followed the direction Zhao Shuaxian was pointing in and her eyes steeply sank. Even standing in the crowd, the girl's appearance was absolutely eye-catching, beautiful as a picture, and heart-stopping. A quick glance recognized it as the newly adopted foster daughter of the Ming family. Mrs. Zhao withdrew her eyes and hugged her own daughter, patting her back with a heartfelt expression. Don't cry, don't be afraid, mommy will do it for you. Aha! Zhao Shuaxian had her own bones, so she calmed down, and her confident expression returned to her face once again. Tightening her arms around Mrs. Zhao, she raised her eyebrows provocatively at Jiang Yining. Mrs. Zhao rushed from the company when she received the news, and on the way, she had already learned about the whole thing from Ming Qingcheng. It sounded like a small thing to her. I didn't realize that by the time she arrived, it hadn't been resolved either. It wasn't a difficult thing to solve at all. What the hell was Yi Tang dilly-dallying about here that made her daughter scared for so long? She was genuinely angry and spoke to Yi Tang in a harsh tone. Yi Tang, why don't you hurry up and get the police to withdraw the case? Send true. Yi Tang didn't know how to speak, saying that she couldn't do anything about Zhang Yining. It was the kind of thing she couldn't say and didn't want to admit. Mrs. Zhao Mingyian looked askance and said nonchalantly, "What? Do you really want my daughter to be involved in a lawsuit? That's a straight-up put-down." Yi Tang's complexion changed drastically, a little flustered. "Senjin, of course it's not like that. I'm already advising Inen. What's there to persuade?" Ming Yizhen's eyes turned, her sharp-to-the-core vision shooting straight at Zhang Yining. "You're her guardian, she's not yet an adult, so of course you're the one to make the call on this kind of thing." Slowly retracting his gaze, he turned to Yi Tang and continued, "It's hard to believe that at a time like this, you still want to talk about democratic freedom with a ridiculous adopted daughter?" The crowd froze at the words, including the teacher who was watching from the sidelines and was not in a good position to intervene in other people's domestic affairs. From the moment he entered the office, Han Shuangshi saw that Zhang Yining had always had the upper hand, so he didn't say anything and just watched from the side. Now when I heard it, I thought, no good. Sneakily, he took out his cell phone, turned his body sideways, covered up and tapped a line on the fly, then tapped send. "Han Frostbite, why haven't you come yet? Your little ancestor is going to be bullied." 3 seconds later the phone shook. "Twilight, downstairs." Han Frostbite secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Over there, Yi Tang couldn't help but look at the police officer after hearing Ming Yizhen's words. Seeing the other party's face was odd, but he didn't say anything to refute it. "Mr. Policeman, may I?" The police officer sighed darkly and answered her question anyway. In order for a minor to press charges, they need a guardian to represent them. Getting a definite answer, Yi Tang's entire body relaxed. She didn't immediately exercise her guardianship, but walked over to Zhang Yining and took her hand, her voice soft and gentle. "Enen, Mom knows you've suffered a great deal, but if you treat your cousin like this, you'll be poked and prodded by people outside. You're still young and don't understand that people's words can be feared, so let's just give in for today, and Mommy will go back and make up for tasting you, okay?" Chapter 78, My Child Has Caused You Trouble. Ming Yizhen sneered. "I advise you to stop spoiling her. Do you really think she's a good-for-nothing? And condescending? This time it's just a trap for Xian Xian on the basis that my Xian Xian doesn't know that you've credited her card. You haven't seen the video yet, have you? She's famous now, who doesn't know that the Ming family has a socialite sister?" Yet Ang froze. "What social sister? Heh, you really don't know anything, see for yourself." Ming Yuzhen scratched open his cell phone. The page is the homepage of the Deep City Interesting V. No need to flip, directly to read. On the way over, she took the time to watch that video, and had to say something about how barbaric rednecks were, just knowing how to fight. The strikes were tougher than the men, stranding 4 or 5 punks at once. I haven't seen a trace of ladylike temperament cultivated even after arriving at the Ming family for so long. She said at the time that her brother had taken the wrong medicine and found a mud-footed child to be his adopted daughter, and that he would probably lose face in the future. See, it's famous in less than a month. Yi Tang shook his hands and breathed heavily, but still insisted on finishing the 1-minute-plus video. Until the video playback ended and the screen stopped on Zhang Yining's back. She just stared at that back for a long time. Ming Yizhen looked at her like this and finally felt better. Yi Tang raised her head. She didn't look at Zhang Yining again, but turned directly in the direction of the police. "We're not filing a case. I'm really sorry for making you make this trip for nothing. Tough. I didn't say I'm dropping the case, I'm suing Zhao Shuexian for slander." Zhang Yining spoke coldly. "Mr. Policeman, I know that in general, minors are people with restricted capacity and need a guardian to represent them, however, there are exceptions." The policeman nodded. "Yes, according to the regulations, a minor over the age of 16 who has independent financial capacity is a fully capable person, in which case a guardian is not required and you can file a lawsuit yourself." Ming Yizhen froze for a moment, then laughed. "Where did you get the financial means? If you keep fooling around, you'll only make your mom lose even more face. Zhang Yining, stop when you're right." Zhang Yining narrowed his peach blossom eyes and ignored her mockery as he continued to speak to the police. "That, Mrs. Ming can attest to." Ming Yizhen subconsciously looked at Yi Tang and saw that she pursed her lips. Her face was just short of having the word strange Shein written on it. Just don't see her. Denying it. This time, Akatsuki really couldn't laugh a bit. She gave you proof of nothing. I'm warning you, you'd better stop talking nonsense. A high school student has the nerve to say across the sea that she has the financial means? Who would believe you if you said that? Your mom can prove that everything you eat, drink, and use is all from the Ming family. Jiang Yining lowered his eyes and frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. The logic of these people, what a contradiction. So, Mrs. Zhou doesn't think I need to earn a living until I get to the Ming family? Just waiting for the Ming family to adopt? Ming Yizhen was speechless now. Zhao Xuexian's face turned pale as she tugged at Ming Yuzhen's clothes. Mom! Ming Yuzhen pursed his lips. That intellectual and dignified face became a little twisted with anger. Have independent means? So what? Jiang Yining, I told you to stop in moderation. You'd better think clearly about the consequences of doing so. The angry voice was sharp and harsh with a cold threat. What are the consequences? Can you tell me about them? A low, crisp voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Immediately afterward, the slender figure that slowly walked in from outside the doorway was seen. If it wasn't for the fact that the scene didn't allow it, Han Shuangji would have wanted to yell at him for pretending to be something he wasn't. Just show up and get it over with. Hold up his class. Twilight Chen walked slowly into the teacher's office, his cold phoenix eyes looking around the room. The room froze. Surprisingly, it was Twilight Sinker. Ming Yuzhen was first startled, then his entire body froze, his mind buzzing. Kure, Master Kure-san? Twilight Singh's face was a face that was impossible to forget if you had seen it once. What's more, a month ago, she had watched this man press down on her daughter's head and apologize to Jiang Yining. But why is he here? Excuse me, Mr. Han. Twilight Chen ignored it and walked straight to the girl. Sorry for being late, my child has caused you trouble. Jiang Yining, ? Confused. Han Frostbite. Is pretty much pretending. Tisk. Rebiting, who followed behind Mirshin and had no presence, smacked his lips, and in his heart, he really admired Mirshin's shamelessness. It's all my kids. Han Frostbite was forced to cooperate with him. Mr. Twilight, you're just in time, we're working on the problem. Zhao Xuexian shrank dead behind Ming Yuzhen, shivering uncontrollably. Only yesterday she was kicked out of Century Mall by Twilight Sink and put on a permanent blacklist, and when she saw this man now, she was as scared to death as a rat seeing a mouse. Hated to shrink into a ball and not be seen by him. Twilight Chen's eyes were cold and sunken, her voice could not be heard. I need to understand the specifics. Han Shuang descended into the air, knowing that Jiang Yining had given him the facts after he had reported to the police. Still loaded. Finally, he held his breath and told the whole story again. I don't understand. Twilight spoke warmly, this matter is clear, why don't we settle it according to the rules? That's a good question. Han Shuangji gave him a nod in his heart, and his gaze turned to Ming Yuzhen, using his eyes to tell Twilight Sink that she was the reason why she couldn't solve it. Ming Yizhen swallowed his saliva and asked in a trembling voice, is the child of the third master of the Twilight family? She hadn't heard that the Kure family had a child studying at Keed. Furthermore, Zhao Xuexian was a bit more pampered, but she still had a sense of proportion and would never mess with anyone she couldn't afford to mess with. There was no way she was going to get the Kure children involved. Still ignoring her, Twilight reached out and rubbed the hair of the girl beside her, aggrieved. Ha! No! Jiang Yining hurriedly denied it. She's driven these people to shamelessly threaten minors. Really didn't feel aggrieved. Ming Yizhen looked at Jiang Yining as if he had been struck by lightning. The children of the three Kure masters. Is she? How is that possible? Could it be that a month ago at the Ming family's family banquet, this adopted daughter had flattered Mirshin? What luck is that? Twilight raised her eyes, don't delay the child's studies, things should be handled how they should be handled. Ming Yizhen winced, his previous aura completely gone, stuttering, Twilight, Third Master Twilight. This is a misunderstanding. These two children are cousins. The children are just fooling around. Misunderstanding? Didn't you just say there would be consequences? How loud did you yell? I heard you threatening people at the stairway. Since it's a child's fight, what are you, an adult, getting involved in? Li Biting stretched his neck from behind Mushin to look at Ming Yizhen. You're serious? Then we can't have our children being wronged, right? Chapter 79. A friend born out of nothing. Ming Yizhen's scalp tingled as he opened his mouth, but nothing could be said. One Twilight Third Master wasn't enough, but he had to add a second young Ri. The cop looked around. So this thing. Go straight to the program and deal with it how it should be dealt with. Twilight Shin's expression was light, permeated with a flat cruelty. Zhao Shuaxian screamed, "Mom, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want it." Ming Yizhen was also in a hurry and desperately winked at Yi Tang. To really get involved in this kind of lawsuit at a time like this, no matter what the outcome would be, Zhao Shuaxian's life would basically be over. The good colleges won't take her either. Yi Tong was annoyed by the prodding. For a moment, it was tempting to yell, regardless, that she cared. However, she knew that after yelling, there would only be more trouble waiting for her. Enin. Hey! Stop! Li Biting reached out his hand, blocking Yi Tang to look at Jiang Yining's line of sight. "I've taken over this whole thing. Don't bother our little sister Jiang to study. She's going to participate in the competition at the end of the month. She must concentrate on preparing for the exam. You guys have any opinions about this, you can directly find me to talk about it. I'm always ready to accompany you. Moreover, you guys look for the little sister Jiang is also useless. I also want my friend is the redhead in the video. This classmate not only slandered little sister Jiang, but also slandered my friend as a punk. This justice must be recovered," he said while mentally rolling his eyes. It's exciting to have a friend for the first time out of nothing. Ming Yizhen's last glimmer of hope was shattered, and his face turned white with anxiety. Zhao Shuaxian broke the can and cried out. "What the hell is so good about a rotten woman like Jiang Yining? She's fine with money. She doesn't even turn down punks. All of Deep City is full of people like her now. Why are you still protecting her?" Li Biting snorted coldly. "You still can't learn how to speak out of trouble? I know better than you what kind of person little sister Jiang is. If you continue to blindly BB, you don't want your tongue." That video was a joke in his eyes. Isn't what he saw with his own eyes better than a half and half, deliberately misleading video? Twilight Sink didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. Zhao Shuaxian really didn't expect that even after seeing Jiang Yining's true colors, these people still didn't think there was a problem. What went wrong? In the end, the police took Zhao Shuaxian back to the investigation, and Ming Yizhen could only follow along in disgrace. Leaving together, there was Yi Tong. Since she couldn't manage it, she didn't want to stay and continue to lose face. And Jiang Yining had just been driven back to class. The slander was finally over, but the rights and wrongs around Jiang Yining had yet to be resolved. Just as they were dealing with Zhao Shuaxian's matter, the video's retweets suddenly increased dramatically, and several complaint calls came in, all from parents asking the school not to take in a girl like Jiang Yining who was a social mixer. Parents send their children to Guardian because they want their children to have a safe and good learning environment. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the international noble school that they spend so much money on in a year? Han Frostbite was so worried that his hair was going bald. Never mind. Twilight sank into a lazy tone of voice, unable to care about the appearance. Hearing those three words, Han Shuangji was a bit surprised, which didn't fit with the way Mirshan had just acted to protect her calf. Really don't care? Korinai raised an eyebrow. Well, when the heat is about right, someone will come forward and do right by my little friend. As soon as Han Frostbite heard that he didn't have to care, he spread his hands. Fine, if you say so. The next complaint calls, was he with a unified reply. Please parents do not be anxious, the school will seriously deal with, give everyone an account perfunctory passed. Jiang Yining returned to the classroom, while the other person who had gone out with her did not return. The class, basically, knew what kind of result it was going to be. Sure, Si Yuan was happy that he hadn't misjudged anyone. I knew it, Big Brother Jiang isn't that kind of person. Some people felt that Jiang Yining was right, and naturally, others felt that she was too ruthless in her actions. Less than a year from the college entrance examination, it is the most stressful time of high school study, so by the police to take away, waiting for people to come back still do not know how much time it will take to adjust to the state. It's not even known if people can come back yet. Didn't they spend more than a decade studying for this 1 year? Just a few words are going to ruin someone's life. It's just too hard. And, Zhao Shuaxian isn't wrong about half of it. Who knows what kind of PY deal she's making with the punks? Right. Xingcheng has said that she will accompany her to explain clearly to everyone, and she's still so cruel, it's really horrible. Do you guys remember, when she confronted Zhao Shuaxian, she said that the punk was her brother? Anyway, I wouldn't dare go half as close to her again. Hey! Xingcheng is so miserable. To live with this kind of person, who knows if you'll be harassed by punks one day? Such murmurs reached Jiang Yining's ears from time to time, and she continued to follow her own pace, slowly working on the stack scrolls on her desk. Recess time. Li Beiqing furtively poked Jiang Yining's arm, his eyes vigilantly sweeping the surroundings, with an air of fear of others eavesdropping. Jiang Yining, who looked up from his test paper, ? Enin, can I ask you a question? Li Beiqing asked in an airy voice. Perhaps it was because she looked so mysterious, Jiang Yining unconsciously followed along and lowered his voice. You asked. Jiang Xian. Is your brother? Jiang Xian is the name that Jiang Yishuan uses externally when he participates in competitions. Several uncles in the Jiang family have been very opposed to Jiang Yishuan playing with motorcycles since before, because it is too dangerous. Later, Jiang Yishuan announced that he had joined the current fleet on the day of his 18th bar mitzvah, directly igniting the conflict with his family. After a big fight, Jiang Yishuan directly left home and entered the fleet. Later, Jiang Yishuan became famous and won the world championships, and just when the relationship between Jiang Yishuan and his family had eased quite a bit, he suddenly had an accident and was extremely injured. If Grandma Jiang and Jiang Yining hadn't teamed up to bring him back, I'm afraid he would have been lost. Rarely, Jiang Yishuan still do not give up the motorcycle. His father, Jiang Yining's eldest uncle, in a fit of rage, he put a harsh word with him, not allowed Jiang Yishuan to say to the outside world that he is his son. Jiang Yishuan had to use the name Jiang Xian externally. Jiang Xian's name, when it came out of Li Beiqing's mouth, Jiang Yining was surprised. Even as a world champion, hardly anyone who doesn't follow the motorcycle scene would know the name. Jiang Yining looked at her hesitantly. You don't have to deny it. I've been studying it all morning. Let's not talk about his trademark red hair. I know you're going to say that there are a lot of people in the circle who take after him and dye it. It can't be taken as evidence. I'll just say that he rides a sportsman, and Xianzhang's sportsman has a unique logo that Harley made especially for him. I had someone analyze the video, and that sportsman has Jiang Xian's special logo on it. Chapter 80 Social Sister is ruthless. If someone dared to bring a video to her again and say that the red-haired coder in it was a punk, she would not let that person go. Anyone who dares to denigrate her boyhood god will take his life. Li Beiqing's eyes were ablaze with fire. Jiang Yining. Actually, she didn't want to deny it. She was just a little too surprised. Li Beiqing actually liked motorcycle racing. This little girl was always unexpected. Well, Xian Jiang is my brother. Sister of the boy god. Hello, I'm Li Beiqing. Please teach me more. Li Beiqing tightly grasped Jiang Yining's hand, his face was unprecedentedly serious. Hello? What a coincidence, I was able to sit and study with my male god sister. Hey, Enin, tell me I'm not dreaming, okay? You're not dreaming. Let's give solidarity to the male god together from now on, okay? By the way, there are also 2 motorcycle fans in our class. We have a small group, do you want to add it? In fact, she didn't pink Jiang Yishuan and didn't have much interest in motorcycles. Looking at Li Beiqing's bright eyes, these words, she couldn't say out loud. What's going on with that daughter of yours? Biting at Xianxian and not letting go, does she really want to destroy Xianxian? Leading the bailed-out Zhao Shuaxian out of the police station, Ming Yizhen spreads fire at Yi Tang. After paying a large sum of money, the person was released on bail, but there was a series of trials afterward, and once she was convicted, Zhao Shuaxian still had to go to jail. She didn't believe Li Beiqing's bull about helping her friend. Dyed red hair and riding a motorcycle through the streets is not a punk. She didn't know that there was this kind of cockney in the deep city's mansions. It was clearly an excuse to get the Zhao family to leave Jiang Yining alone. She knows all about it. Both know it but do nothing about it. Yi Tang pursed his lips and didn't say anything. At this moment, the intellectual aura on Ming Yuzhen was completely replaced by an ugly appearance. Biting his fingertips, he cursed nervously for a while before finally pointing his spear at Yi Tang. I don't care what methods you use, you must get Jiang Yining to drop the case. An adopted daughter, how dare she come over my head in a brutal manner? She simply doesn't know how to live. I will talk to her, but... Sen true, I may not be able to talk to her. Yi Tang's heart is more annoyed than her, you also see, she climbed up to the circle of the 3rd master of the twilight, the 2nd youngest of the Lai, and now she doesn't even put me in her eyes. At those words, Ming Yizhen wrinkled his brows, but he didn't curse anymore. Jiang Yining had just arrived at the Ming family and was not much closer to her adoptive parents, and now that she had found someone more powerful than the Ming family to back her up, she could also see that the adoptive daughter was in love with Yi Tang. If it weren't for the Ming family, she wouldn't know what ravine she was picking her food from. It's almost like using the Ming family as a springboard to find something better and then trying to leave the Ming family behind. Is there such a cheap thing in the world? Yi Tang glanced at her and sighed softly. I won't hide it from you. I'm still trying to find a way to hide it from your brother. I'm afraid that if he knows that Yi Ning has climbed up to the third master of Twilight, he'll listen to her in everything. Ming Yizhen wasn't stupid and understood Yi Tang's implication that she hoped she wouldn't stir this up to Ming Chungkang. However, Yi Tong's words were not false. Even if he was told, he wouldn't help Zhao Shuashan get justice, and he might help Jiang Yining to fight back. Ming Chengkang, that profit-oriented character, really did it. Ming Yizhen calmed down a bit. So what do we do now? Just watch your adopted daughter get my daughter killed? She thought about it for a while, but she couldn't swallow it. She couldn't swallow or spit. It was so hard for her that she wished she could rush to Jiang Yining and tear her to pieces. Yi Tong was silent for a moment and raised his head. I have some friendship with Mrs. Lai, let's see if we can ask her to step in and help. Mrs. Li was the mother of Li Biting and the head mother of the Li family, and she had a certain status in the Li family and could say a few words. At the moment, it seemed that she was the only one who could convince Li Biting the most. As for the Twilight Trio, he and Li Biting were close friends, and looking at the entire Deep City, only Li Biting could speak in front of him. From morning to noon, a few hours have passed. The online social sister incident has not subsided, but more and more intense. Near the end of the school year, there are two more popular long blogs on the internet, one of which is the identity of Jiang Yining's adopted daughter of the Ming family was raked out, and the other one is the slander incident caused by the fall of Jiatali's social sister. Two long blogs that added fuel to the fire inside the event. The blogger who posted these two long blogs appeared to be very neutral, and apart from singing the praises of the Ming family's good deeds, the main content was just a light recapitulation of Jiang Yining's life and the slander incident. Just reading one, it really didn't cause anyone to think deeply enough to take it as a ho-hum secret to read and have fun. But it didn't take long for the long blog to go out before someone broke the news in the comments, pointing out that the main figure in the defamation incident was the cousin of Sister Society's new family. Combined with the two long blogs, it's instantly evocative. Adopting and getting her out of a poor mountain village on one foot, and then putting the cousin of a benefactor's family in jail on the next? That's kind of interesting. The social sister is ruthless. Such an arrogant adopted daughter is really rare. What's the big deal? A few words and you send someone to jail? Besides, I don't think that cousin lady said anything wrong. She's just a country bumpkin. Oh, probably because country bumpkin doesn't sound good. She just became $1,000 lady, so of course she needs to establish her authority, doesn't she? Pity that cousin lady. Jada is a century old school anyhow, deal with it properly, don't let a mouse ruin the pot of porridge. However, the voices didn't even reach the person in question. Jiang Yining went through the whole day, following the routine of attending classes and writing papers, no different from the usual. Except for some people in the class who felt that Jiang Yining was too ruthless, the voices on the internet were kept out of the school. At noon, Ming Qingcheng and a few of her classmates, who usually faded away, had lunch together. Originally there should have been another Zhao Shuaxian among these people. Her absence made the atmosphere between the several people a little dull. The girl wearing glasses poked her chopsticks for half a day, but finally couldn't hold back and opened her mouth. Jiang Yining understood what she meant. Yi Tong is afraid that when he picks her up and drops her off at school, he will meet other parents who know her well and be asked about her social sister. Although she wanted to tell Yi Tong that she could go back on her own, Yi Tong was in a hurry and hung up the phone after saying that. The other person didn't want to hear it, so she didn't force herself. With 10 minutes or so before school, she hung up the phone and returned to her classroom, where she continued to work on a set of competition papers. Improvement classes for the 5-subject competition begin today and will take up the evening study time. In the afternoon self-study class, Han Shuangji gave a set of basic papers to the students who participated in physics, so that students who are not yet used to doing the type of competition questions will try to do it first, and then explain it in the evening self-study. If you can't take an improvement class, at least turn in your homework. Suddenly, the gentleman who always called himself his brother said, "Study hard." Jiang Yining lost some of his laughter and shook his head slightly, throwing the image out. Having just solved a big problem, the silence of the classroom was suddenly broken by a voice. "Mr. Jiang, come out for a moment." Everyone looked up at the door in unison. Han Frostbite was standing outside the classroom, and there were two other people standing beside him, who looked like they should be mother and daughter. Jiang Yining put down his pen somewhat blankly and walked out. As the hot topic of the day, the crowd followed her with great curiosity. "Sister!" The young girl waited for her to approach and immediately bent at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you for helping me the other day." But I'm also sorry for causing you so much trouble today. Obviously I was being chased by hooligans, you stepped in to save me, but instead you were innocently carried that kind of bad name. It's all my fault for dragging you down. The girl's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the classroom to hear it as well. The crowd was silent, eyes exchanged between close friends. Is there even a story, a reversal? Jiang Yining was stunned for a moment, remembering that the girl in front of her was the girl who had crashed into her arms that night. Somewhat surprised, he glanced at Han Frostbite, probably understanding what he meant by bringing the mother and daughter over. Returning to her senses, she reached out to help the girl up. Oh, it's fine, you're welcome. Son, we've been looking for you for a long time, and we've been wanting to thank you in person for helping Xiang that day. Thanks to that video this morning, but it also caused you a lot of trouble. I'm so sorry, we'll help you clarify. We'll definitely clear your name. The girl's mother was both grateful and guilty. You're really welcome. The two kept saying thank you, and Jiang Yining didn't even know how to persuade them, so he had to look at Han Shuangshi. It was then that Han Frostbite stepped in and opened his mouth. Ms. Lin, no need to be polite, seeing justice is a traditional virtue of our school, let's go back to the office and continue talking about the good person banner. I think it would be better to add Jada in front of the name of student Jiang. Jiang Yining. Classroom with ears open for gossip. Yes, yes. The girl's mother didn't feel anything wrong and responded repeatedly. The girl followed her mother away while twisting her body and turning to give Jiang Yining a wave. Sister, I'll play with you next time. Good. Seeing the trio off, Jiang Yining turned around and returned to the classroom. The crowd looked in her direction with expressions of wanting to ask but not daring to do so. Jiang Yining is not nearly. As she passed through the aisle to her seat, a foot suddenly came up in front of her. A second before stepping on it, Jiang Yining stopped, his gaze first glancing at the foot before slowly turning to the owner of the foot. Sun Xiaoya, who could often be seen following Ming Qingcheng and Jia Shuoxian around. The other man, as if realizing at that moment that he had nearly tripped over his foot, apologized in a not-so-sincere, sarcastic tone. I'm so sorry, I didn't notice you passing by, TSK. Didn't bump into you, I don't think you're going to sue me, are you? Jiang Yining ignored her, withdrew his gaze, and continued to walk forward. Jiang Yining, have you ever felt that the Ming family has treated you well? Sun Xiaoya raised her voice at her back, you caused so much trouble, and the Ming family helped you clear your name, are you really not touched at all? Jiang Yining paused. The others in the class turned their heads to Sun Xiaoya in uncertainty. Sun Xiaoya made an exaggerated expression of surprise, hey, no way, don't you all see it? That mother and daughter just now knew at a glance that Han deliberately brought them to the door of our class, and those words were deliberately said to us. Jiang Yining looked sideways at Sun Xiaoya with some surprise. Guess right. Sun Xiaoya took in Jiang Yining's surprised expression and snorted. Am I right? That mother and daughter are actors that the Ming family found to help you clear your name, right? Isn't worrying about you in class at a time like this enough for an adopted daughter? You still want to treat Xue Xian. At that moment, someone in the class suddenly shouted, hey! Deep City Peace posted a tweet. Extraordinary news. Everyone, look. The crowd couldn't care less about listening to Sun Xiaoya, they took out their cell phones and boarded Weibo. Deep City Peace posted a picture of a notice with white letters on a blue background. There's a lot of text. To a large extent, it informs of a vicious nuisance that occurred on a certain road in Deep City on a certain day at the end of August, in which several unemployed men chased a woman surnamed Lin, who was finally saved by a passerby who had seen fit to save her. At the end of the day, he also made it a point to point out that the person who passed by was the socialite who has been making a lot of noise today. After the main article, Deep City Peace praised the courageous action, and again emphasized the importance of living within one's means and focusing on one's own safety. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. People in the righteousness encourage you, a mouth of social sister, to give people nicknames, really? Difficult to say. Is to look at the picture and talk about the example too. I think the people who screamed the loudest were the parents of Guardian, right? Well, may your children always be safe from such things. The reversal came so fast that it hit Sun Xiaoya in the face. After a long silence, someone in the class snorted. Those two actors just now, they seem to be the one surnamed Lin, and they acted really well. Don't say it, in a moment Sun Xiaoya should say that it was the Ming family that gave money to have Deep City Ping and help send out advertisements. Ha 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 ha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? This result was taken for granted. Jiang Yining didn't have much to think about and turned around to go back to his seat. Just as she sat down, the girl in front of her suddenly turned around. Jung-san, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you like those people did. Chapter 82 Full of Lies. Jung Ening didn't feel anything and nodded. It's okay. Immediately afterward, those who hadn't dared to speak to Jung Ening today due to fear and suspicion came forward and apologized to her. Sun Xiaoya was so embarrassed that she slumped down on the desktop. Thankfully she hadn't finished her sentence just now, and she hadn't gotten into a fight with Jung Ening. Otherwise, she could be the second Zhao Shuexian. In her opinion, even if Jung Ening had cleared his name, he still couldn't hide his ruthless nature. It's amazing how a few bad words spoken about someone can ruin their life. There were still a few minutes to go before class ended, and the people in the class were not interested in continuing to study. Everyone was discussing Jung Ening's bravery. Sure, Si Yuan was still particularly curious. Big brother Jiang, have you practiced? I also watched that video, and your over-the-shoulder drop was especially standard. It was beautiful. Jung Ening nodded. Well, my family has hired a teacher for me. They had also heard this from Jung Ening several times, and at the time, they had all thought that the family in Jung Ening's words referred to the Ming family, but many of them had vaguely realized that this did not seem to be the case. The one who hired a teacher for Jung Ening should be her original family? With a language environment and a good teacher, it is possible to improve your spoken English in a short time. But things like physics and fighting skills can't be pulled out all at once. Jung Ening has only been in Deep City for a month. Sun Xiaoya bristled, not believing a word Jung Ening said. Hiring a teacher again, so who was the teacher who taught you to fight? Someone was dissatisfied with Sun Xiaoya's tone. Sham Shuipo have come out to dispel the rumors, and using the word fight for the heroes of bravery sounds impolite. Hey, how do you talk? Is that a fight? If you can't talk, don't talk, no one thinks you're dumb. Sun Xiaoya was furious and glared fiercely at the person who spoke, but didn't dare to retort. What breed of vixen is Jung Ening? To do something so desperate and still have the guts to take her side, is it too long to live? But I also want to know who Jung's teacher is it possible to teach Jung too handsome? A boy leaning against the corridor window asked. Jung Ening glanced at him. Connor Lee. Most people in the class had never heard of the name. Who is it? Feeling famous? Someone directly yelled, Lao Dong, come and give everyone a spectrum of science. Everyone in the class knew that Dong Su, the biology class representative, had been indulging in various fighting competitions and was very familiar with the world's more famous fighters. Being named, Dong Su stood up and pushed up his glasses. It's famous, Connor Lee is a world-class fighter with a record of 49 wins and 0 losses, 21 KOs and 8 submissions before she retired, the only female fighter to win all of her fights in her fighting career, and has the title of Goddess of Fighters. Just listening to Dong Su so much, there was actually no way to tell just how famous Kangana Lee was. But everyone got the only and the win. In other words, this guy is awesome. Dong Su pushed up his glasses again. Incidentally, my teacher is the demon god Tony Gasky, and I know his fighting videos by heart. You shut up. Who wants to know that? Lao Dong, you can go back to doing the questions. We're not interested in your teacher. The boys rose up and laughed. Apparently because of Dong Su's gag, everyone thought Jung Ening was also playing a joke. Regardless of whether Jung Ening's teacher is a world-class celebrity or not, anyway, they know that Jung Ening himself is a good person and also very capable of fighting on. Ming Qingcheng lowered her eyes and smiled. She's just joking, don't take it seriously. Funny, that's what's called a joke. I can't laugh at what she says. Where's the funny in that? She's full of lies. I'm sick of hearing it. Okay. Let's not talk about her, so don't sulk. Let's go to the dance studio and find Ristine. Sun Xiaoya grunted softly, sort of being smoothed out of her fur. Let's go, don't make Ristine wait. At 6 o'clock sharp, Yi Tang arrived at the west side door of the collection school according to the time he had agreed with Jung Ening. The west side door faces an old neighborhood. As far as the eye could see, the buildings were shabby and there were no stores that students liked, and most of the Guardian students didn't come this way much unless they took a shortcut. Half an hour after school let out, there was no one around to be seen. Yi Tong pushed open the car door and got out to catch his breath. Looking at the school building with some European style in the distance, she hardly knew how she was going to make it through such a long day. Afraid to turn on their cell phones, afraid to meet up with their best friends in the celebrity world. Even when she met people's eyes outside, she felt like they were laughing at her for having a daughter who didn't know any better. Capricious, disobedient, self-handicapping. Whose personality is inherited, anyway? Mrs. Ming. A voice came from behind her, calling her. Yi Tang's first reaction was to try to hide back in the car, but it was already too late. A middle-aged woman dressed in a flashy outfit greeted her with a look of surprise. What a coincidence to meet you here. Yi Tang stiffened his body and slowly turned around, revealing an ugly smile. The other person is someone who occasionally meets and greets at cocktail parties, but isn't considered a familiar face. Yeah, what a coincidence. She's hiding out here, and she's surprised to run into it. It's not a coincidence. Is Mrs. Ming here to pick up her daughter from school? The middle-aged woman didn't see Yi Tang's strange look and continued, Mrs. Ming is really great, both of her daughters are taught so brilliantly, we all need to learn from you before we can do that. What? Yet Ang froze. Before Jiang Yining came to the Ming family, she was also often praised in this way, saying that she had taught her daughter well. Ming Qingqing is really impeccable, with top grades and a handful of pianos that even music masters have thumbs up to praise. But both daughters? Yi Tang couldn't tell for a moment if this woman was really complimenting her or secretly mocking her. Yeah, that adopted daughter of yours, she's on the hot seat, so many people are talking about her. She took those punks. Excuse me, I have things to do, so I'll go first. Where could Yi Tang still listen? Interrupting her stiffly, he turned and got into the car, slapping the door shut hard. Chapter 83. She'll be crying in the future. The middle-aged woman ate a faceful of car-ass exhaust in her days. What kind of people are these, saying nice things and giving people faces? You really think you're so great? Who doesn't know that adopted daughter has only been in the Ming family for a month, how could you have taught her? Yi Tang let the driver go around the neighborhood, and then when he returned to the west side door of the school, Jiang Yining was already waiting there. The girl got into the car and was speechless the whole way. Almost to the Ming family, Yi Tang suddenly opened his mouth, Mom has thought about it, recently there just happened to be a student tour group, the length is not long, about half a month or so, at the end of September we'll be able to come back, it will not affect your exams, I'll sign you up, you go to a long time to see the world. The girl raised her eyes coldly, with little emotion. Yi Tang was made to feel weak by the look, and then she laughed wholeheartedly at the feeling she had. She was helping Jiang Yining. Being surrounded and pointed at school every day, she felt bad for Jiang Yining when she thought about it. After Jiang Yining had done something so cruel, when a mother was still willing to think for her, the one who should be weak should be Jiang Yining. You're not having a good time at school, so why don't you go out for a few days, and when you come back, your classmates won't pay attention to this anymore, and Mom is doing this for your own good. Jiang Yining inclined his head, is 2 weeks enough? At those words, Yi Tang was too angry to speak. Who can stand that kind of attitude? It wasn't that she hadn't tried to be close to her own daughter, but this one exuded an unappealing aura all over her body. Good. Good. I don't care about you anymore. It's your own fault if you're humiliated. If your classmates give you anger, you take it. I won't help you even if you can't stand it. Yi Tang blushed and turned his face out of the car window, looking at the speeding backward scenery. Back at the Ming home, Ming Chenkong had already returned from work and was sitting on the living room sofa, using a tablet computer to watch today's financial news. Seeing Yi Tang and Jiang Yining come in from outside together, he was a bit surprised. Why are you back at this hour? Don't you have evening study on Monday? Yi Tang had already thought of an excuse, didn't you ask Enin to participate in the new member assessment of the Music Association as well? I'll have her memorize the keys first in the next few days. Ming Chenkong nodded in understanding, go and practice. Yi Tang brought Jiang Yining to the second floor, making sure that Ming Chenkong downstairs wouldn't hear their conversation before turning to face the girl. Your father doesn't pay attention to all that messy gossip about society, so if you have any self-awareness at all, don't bring it up in front of him, I don't want him to know how mean his daughter is. She paused and added, unless you're willing to reconcile with your cousin. When he said the last sentence, Yi Tong carried some hope in his heart. Although she could have gone to ask Mrs. Lai for help, her friendship with Mrs. Lai had always been worse. This favor debt is not so easy to pay once it is owed. Jiang Yining was willing to give in, that was of course the best. However, the girl gave a cold oh and nothing more. Yi Tang could only go downstairs with a belly full of evil fire. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ming Qingcheng came home from school. After asking the maid for Yi Tang's location, he turned around and went to the side hall, looking for Yi Tang who was practicing calligraphy. Mom! Yi Tang returned to his senses, looked up to see that it was Ming Qingcheng, put down his brush and smiled softly. Back, are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen make you a snack. Ming Qingcheng shook his head and looked at her lustfully. How could Ji Tong not know what she wanted to ask? Normally, Ming Qingchang and Zhao Shuaxian would often play together, and hadn't blushed in over a decade, like a pair of close sisters. Sister. Really want Shuaxian to go to jail? Yi Tong sighed and didn't answer her question directly, but said, I have an appointment with Mrs. Lai tomorrow, so I'll ask for her help then. Mrs. Lai. Ming Qingcheng was surprised. This answer was completely different from what she expected. Even, it was not clear why Mrs. Lai had been brought into it. In the morning, she called Yi Tang to tell her the situation, and it wasn't long before her aunt, Ming Yizhen, also called. With Yi Tong and Ming Yizhen striking out together, Zhao Shuaxian's matter should logically be resolved quickly. Many students in the class were privately scolding Jiang Yining for being ruthless, and she didn't even say anything. Jiang Yining would be forced to give in and have to endure scoldings, which made me happy just thinking about it. But now, listening to Yi Tang, Jiang Yining not only didn't give in, but also involved Mrs. Li. Well, don't worry, Shuaxian will be fine. Yi Tang comforted. How can? You ask Mrs. Lai for help? Wasn't it my sister who called the police? As long as she backs off a little. It was fine if he didn't talk about it, but when he did, Yi Tong got angry. The original thing was not so simple. The biased girl just couldn't stop biting. Zhao Shuaxian just said a few confusing words, and then recorded and slandered the whole thing as if she had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. Yi Tang swept the doorway of the side hall to make sure no one was over there before he lowered his voice to give her a rundown of what had happened in the teacher's office that morning. Her eyes are like growing on the top of her head now, no one can look down on her, no one owes her, heh. Still really think those gentlemen have to take her seriously, wait for it, later have her cry. Ming Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect the third master of the Twilight and the second youngest of the Lai to come to the school for the sake of Jiang Yining's matter. Before that it was just giving her a ride home. Yesterday carried home a full season's worth of com for her, and today she's at school to back her up. Saying that third master Twilight had no interest in Jiang Yining was a lie that she couldn't even lie to herself anymore. Keep this up. Ming Chungkong would definitely recognize Jiang Yining's identity in order to climb up to the Muir family. By then everyone would know that she was the true daughter of the Ming family. At this moment, Ming Qingchun was truly flustered. However, after seeing the video of Jiang Yining's fight, Third Master Muir was still willing to rush to the school in the first place and back her up. What else could she do to stop her worst fears from happening? Zhao Shuaxian made herself in, who else can help her against Jiang Yining? City? Qingcheng? Yi Tang even called a few times, but did not see Ming Qingcheng respond, and hastily reached out to probe her forehead. Where are you uncomfortable? Ming Qingcheng retrieved her troubled thoughts and shook her head. I'm fine, I'm just a little worried about Shuaxian. Yi Tang also had a headache. If Zhao Shuaxian really went in, Ming Qingkong's side would not be able to hide it. Ming Qingcheng reluctantly smiled, but fortunately my sister is not following hooligans to learn from the bad, but rather to see the righteousness. The teacher praised her. Just fighting this kind of thing, it's very dangerous, Mom, you advise. What did you say? Yi Tong jerked his head up. Ming Qingcheng froze for a moment. Mom? Yi Tang caught her hand. What did you say about seeing justice? Don't you know that yet? Chapter 84, I can help you. Turning on the computer and reading through the relevant tweets on the internet, Yi Tang only felt his cheeks burning hotly. Dare she be treated as a joke by Jiang Yining from the beginning to the end? So the celebrity circle noblewoman she met in front of the school in the evening wasn't being sarcastic, but actually praising. Thinking about that kind of attitude of yours, it was probably arrogant in the eyes of others. Yi Tong felt his face being rubbed over and over again. Ming Qingcheng gave her a silent look and opened his mouth in desire to speak. Mom, sister, she. When Yi Tang saw her appearance, his temples were throbbing. And what happened to her? When my sister was arguing with Shuaxian in the classroom today, she said that the redhead in the video was her brother. Yi Tang got up violently. What did you say? Those people from the Jiang family came looking for her? Those damn rednecks, they finally found it. When she first went to that village to pick up Jiang Yining, she gave that old man $100,000 as Jiang Yining's upbringing fee for the past 17 years, and demanded that no one in the Jiang family be allowed to harass Jiang Yining or Ming Qingcheng. The old man agreed. Jiang Yining had only been back for a month or so, and Jiang's family had actually come to the door. I don't know if it's just a random comment from my sister or... Jiang Yining argued with Zhao Shuaxian and uttered these words. She thought the same as everyone else. Thinking that Jiang Yining was just trying to clear her name, she casually fabricated an identity for that punk that she could get away with. But then the mother and daughter, surnamed Lin, showed up, Deep City Peace tweeted, and things violently reversed. She was just starting to get a little restless. If Jiang Yining is serious, then the red-headed punk is her blood brother. This was also the reason why she looked for Yi Tang in the first place as soon as she got out of school. Unexpectedly, before these Jiang family members' problems were solved, Yi Tang first slammed the news of the third master of the twilight on her head. At this moment, the threat she felt was 100 times stronger than the threat Jiang Yining had brought her when she had just learned of her birth. She couldn't have those clay feet hanging around her. She doesn't want to be held back. She doesn't recognize that kind of relative. Yi Tang instead calmed down a bit after hearing Ming Qingqing's words. Calm down, the brain is thinking more. It won't be the Jiang family. Ming Qingqing looked up. Mom? The people in that village are so poor that they can't eat 2 meals of meat a year, not to mention whether those Jiang family members have the money to buy a motorcycle, it's very difficult for them to get out of the mountains. Ming Qingqing pursed her lips. But, Mom, didn't you give them money? Yi Tong waved his hand with a disbelieving face. What can you do with that little money? There were some things that Yi Tang didn't want to say to Ming Qingqing. Most of the money she gave that old man went into Jiang Yining's pocket. That was why Jiang Yining had the courage to tell her that she had someone to love. Ha! When that money is spent, let's see who she still has to hurt. Ming Qingqing pinched her fingers tightly and lowered her eyes, her face looking a little stiff. Originally I wanted Yi Tang to handle this. But she had somehow decided that the red-haired man was not a member of Jiang's family. Yi Tang's confidence was not infecting her at all. She is on her own. After chatting with Yi Tang a few more times, Ming Qingqing found an excuse to go back to her room. Throwing himself on the bed, he stared fixedly at the ceiling. In the middle of the day, her lax eyes coalesced as she sat up from the bed, opened her book bag that was sitting on her desk, took a test paper out of it, and turned to leave the room. It's okay. There's always a way out of a problem. Ming Qingqing came to Jiang Yining's room door and gently knocked. After waiting for 10 or so seconds, the door pulled open, revealing Jiang Yining's beautiful, jealous little face inside. Ming Qingqing squeezed the test paper tightly and smiled sweetly. Sister. What's up? Ming Qingqing handed out the test paper in her hand. This is the test paper that was handed out from the physics improvement class tonight. I brought it back for you. Jiang Yining lowered his eyes to look at the test paper and took it. Thanks. After thanking him, Jiang Yining prepared to close the door behind him. Ming Qingqing hastily reached out and topped it off. Sister. What else? Jiang Yining's indifferent attitude made Ming Qingqing not know where to start. Ming Qingqing hesitated until Jiang Yining visibly flashed a look of impatience, and only then did she open her mouth stiffly. Sister, you said at school this morning that the redhead in the video was your brother. Is the Jiang family's brother? Hearing this, Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes narrowed. What do you want to ask? Ming Qingqing pinched the palm of his hand, which already had a handful of sweat on it. Sister. I'm just worried about you. The corners of Jiang Yining's lips curved slightly, and a touch of light mockery surfaced at the bottom of her eyes. Then you can rest assured that he is indeed the brother of the Jiang family, not some punk. Ming Qingqing pursed her lips. There was little difference to her between a mudfoot and a punk. Sister, there's something I don't know if I should say. Jiang Yining glanced at her and faintly said. Since you don't know whether to say it or not, you might as well not say it. Ming Qingqing choked. Knew I couldn't be polite with this kind of person. Sister, you are a member of the Ming family, your mother's own daughter, and you have a cutting blood relationship with her. I beg you, don't make her sad. Ming Qingqing sighed somewhat sadly. Sometimes, I really envy you, so please don't trample on this relationship. Jiang Yining looked at her faintly, seemingly smiling. Unconscious double standards are always a bad mood. It was as if she, Ming Qingqing, was the only one who could be grateful to her adoptive family, and everyone else would have to sever ties with their adoptive parents and stay with their biological parents in order to be filial. It's times like these that it's best for everyone to feel bad together. Jiang Yining used the most bland tone to reveal the place where Ming Qingqing was in the most pain. If we're not holding you wrong. Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, Ming Qingqing pointedly interrupted, Sister. With that, she realized she was having too big of an emotional wave and hastily adjusted her tone. Things are already established facts. I'm a member of the Ming family, and no matter what the final outcome is, I can't let my mom down for the effort she put in. This way. Jiang Yining nodded faintly. Jiang's brother has already left Deep City, so you can rest assured. Under Jiang Yining's gaze, Ming Qingcheng had a sense of embarrassment that her mind had been pierced. Sister, I'm just worried about you. The test paper is given to you. Mr. Han said that he will talk about it in tomorrow's evening self-study, so I won't disturb your rest. Ming Qingcheng turned around and fled. At the end of the corridor, as she touched the doorknob of her room, Jiang Yining stood still and spoke shallowly. If ever you want to find your blood relatives, I can help you. Bang. Ming Qingcheng closed the door fiercely, blocking out Jiang Yining's voice. Chapter 85: Bullying the Good and Fearing the Evil. With the internet fiasco behind us, Jiang Yining has not only become the new ceiling of achievement for Guardian, but also a hero in the eyes of Guardian students. Popularity has gone up too much. Usually when she walks around campus, she is greeted by underclassmen who come forward to say hello. Though no one ever said it out loud, everyone defaulted to one thing. Guardian schoolgirl has changed. It was even crowned as the most beautiful schoolgirl. There have been a lot of schoolgirls with the school bully persona in previous years, but Jiang Yining is still the first schoolgirl who has seen the righteousness of the school bully. A well-deserved favorite. Not everyone agrees either. Zhao Shuexian has not returned since she was taken away by the police on Monday morning on charges of defamation. Through the mouth of Ming Qingcheng's friends, it seems that the evidence is already conclusive, and Zhao Shuexian is certain to eat this crime. However, it is said that because they are not yet 18 years old and it is their first offense, they do not need to go to jail. But there's no way to erase an entry on the academic file. A 985 or 211 school would never admit her. In the eyes of a small percentage of the population, it seems that a person's life is going to be ruined over a few verbal altercations. Jiang Yining didn't deserve the word hero at all. To these voices, Jiang Yining did not listen to them. Time passes slowly, and in the blink of an eye comes Thursday. Multimedia ladder room. Han Shuangji stood on the podium and organized the teaching materials. Everyone has received the notification text message for the preliminary round of the competition, right? Starting next Wednesday, I've already helped you guys apply for a leave of absence on the day of the test, so when the time comes, you'll go directly to the test center and go straight home after the test, and you'll be fine. No one answered I know, but there was a wail. Why so fast? I haven't quite gotten the quantum piece yet. I can't believe the exams are less than a week away. Has my time been dog-eaten? I haven't even learned anything. Han Frostbite waited for the people below to cry out for a while before knocking on the desktop to quiet them down. Don't worry, the preliminary rounds aren't too hard. Just eat up all those papers I put out this week and you'll basically pass. Some students don't believe it. Brother Han, really? The preliminary round of the object competition will be so simple? I'm not well read, don't lie to me. Han Frostbite gave him a sidelong glance. How many years do you think I've been leading the team? The look was very arrogant and won a round of applause. Okay, no chit-chat. Take out that paper you were handed out yesterday and start the class. Ming Qingcheng lowered her eyes and took out a bound volume. The top sheet is densely filled with answers to the problem-solving process. Only she knew that these answers were made up when Han Shuangdo explained them. The real score on the paper made her feel frustrated like never before. No wonder Han Frostbite repeatedly asked those who wanted to participate to think it over during the registration stage. She had spent all her energy just doing these papers over the past few days. Even the piano hasn't been practiced in 2 days. Score obtained. She stays in the top 5 of her grade year-round and comes to the improvement class and is surprised that she would fail. For a moment, Ming Qingcheng wanted to give up. However, from a position across the aisle beside it came the low sound of talking. Mr. Jiang, can you match the answers? The one that was posted today? Right. Wait. Ming Qingcheng watched as Jiang Yining pulled out his own paper and handed it to Ming Jingcheng behind him. Raising the class such a scene almost every day, the surrounding people also from the first day uproar screaming, to now no fluctuation, as if that is just an ordinary classmates between the most common a small action. If that person wasn't Ming Jingcheng. Ming Qingcheng could not quell the shocking waves of sound in her heart no matter how many times she looked at it. Ming Jingcheng recognized Jiang Yining's strength. Han Shuangdo had already begun lecturing on the topic, so there was no time for her to think wildly. Ming Qingcheng put away her chaotic thoughts and tried to keep up with the progress of the improvement class. The evening dismissal bell rings and long cries of relaxation rise. Ming Qingcheng pinched the test paper and called out to Jiang Yining. Sister. Jiang Yining paused in his packing movements, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he looked over. Yes? Ming Qingqing bit her lip and spoke with some embarrassment. Can I borrow your notes for me to see? In the middle of the class, she wandered off for a few seconds, and the back of the room was so disorganized that she didn't keep up with much of the content. Jiang Yining casually folded up the test papers and stuffed them into his book bag. No. A girl sitting next to Ming Qingqing sniffed and raised her head in some surprise, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yining a few times. You're that sister of Akira-san, right? The notes cover that tightly against your sister too? The girl wasn't a student in the key class, but she had heard about the Ming family's adopted daughter, and thought she was a hothead when she realized that she had seen the right thing to do. In the past few days, it felt that this Ming family's adopted daughter looked very high and cold and was not easy to get close to. I didn't realize that I wouldn't even lend my notes. Many people heard the commotion and looked this way. Jiang Yining glanced at the girl, reopened her book bag, took out the test paper, and handed it to Ming Qingqing. The girl bristled and mentally cursed the bully. Instead, her eyes fell on the test paper in Ming Qingqing's hand. Jiang Yining's character was not good, she still wanted to see how the school bully's notes were like. In the next second, both were confused. The two A4-sized papers were very clean on the surface, and all the questions, including the two big ones, were filled in with only one answer, not even the solution process, let alone any notes. The girl reacted at once. If you don't want to give it, just forget it, why bring an empty paper over to perfume people? At that moment, a boy wearing thick glasses and sitting next to Jiang Yining weakly raised his hand. That, Li, I think you've misunderstood. I've been sitting next to Jiang for 2 days, and I haven't seen her take any notes. The girl's cheeks turned red and she moved her face away in embarrassment. Where do I know? If you don't know, don't say it. The boy muttered in a small voice, small-minded. The girl's face was a little hard to bear and she couldn't help but dislike it. Normal students take notes, okay. I'm thinking normally. The boy, with no intention of arguing, let out a ch and didn't reply. However, someone hilariously interjected with a smile. Human Meng student didn't memorize it either, but he did write the solution process. Meng Jingchang was DG's recognized school bully, and there was no sense of dissonance among the group when he didn't take notes. But Jiang Yining. Just one quiz wasn't enough to make people think that she was better than Meng Jingcheng, who had dominated Jiada Jr. in senior high school for 5 years. There are quite a few people waiting for the monthly exam to witness Meng Jingcheng return to first place. So, hearing the others yelling, the girls were chagrined. Don't drag Meng to compare everything. Ming Qingqing pulled her back and shook her head at her. Li, don't argue, it's my fault, I was distracted in class, I didn't take notes on 2 questions, I'm sorry, but thank you sister, the test paper is back to you. Jiang Yining didn't say anything, retrieving the rolls and continuing to pack up his things. Chapter 86. The girl duly followed the ladder given by Ming Qingcheng down, her favor towards Ming Qingcheng rising again. She glared at Jiang Yining, then walked over to Meng Jingcheng's seat and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Meng, can I borrow your test paper to show Mr. Ming? Meng Jingcheng moved and raised his head, his voice clear and cold. No. The girl didn't expect Meng Jingcheng to reject so directly, and took 2 steps back in some embarrassment, her face red and white as she subconsciously asked. Wouldn't you have lent it to someone before? Meng Jingcheng lifted her book bag, stood up, and carried it over one shoulder. The test papers are mine, it's my freedom to borrow them or not, and you could say I'm selfish for not wanting to share my knowledge. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room reacted. Meng Jingcheng was taking her words and slapping her in the face. Wow! Brother Chang is awesome. I think Chang is too reasonable, not to borrow and then blindly owed you? The examination room is like a battlefield, there's only one first place, and no one is allowed to hide it? I can be generous at the expense of others, and I can be generous when I spend other people's money. Meng Jingcheng's expression was clear and cold as he walked out of the stairwell amidst the clamor. The girl didn't have the face to stay and didn't even greet Ming Qingcheng, she hugged her things and ran. Ming Qingcheng pinched the test paper, his chest was suffocating as if he had pressed a boulder. Lowering his head, he gathered his things and went out of the step room with Jiang Yining one after the other. Dumping? Are you not feeling well? Yi Tong's voice rang in his ears. Ming Qingcheng snapped back to her senses and saw Yi Tang's eyes full of concern. The Bentley had pulled up in front of the house at some point. We're home. Why did you look so distracted the whole way? Why don't I take you to the hospital? I see you look pale too. Ming Qingcheng looked at Jiang Yining, who pushed the door to get out of the car. Her heart was extremely annoyed. Coming out of the enhancement class, she kept thinking about one thing. Why, all the brilliant people are focusing on Zhang Yining. Third Master Twilight was, Han Shuangdiu was, and even Meng Jingcheng was. After thinking about it all the way through, I couldn't figure out exactly why. Mom, I'm fine, just tired of studying. Yi Tang heartbreakingly rubbed her hair, then rest early tonight, don't think so much, take a bath and sleep. Meng Qingcheng paused and shook her head. No, I have papers to finish before I can sleep. Yi Tang frowned, why so much homework? Mom, have you forgotten? I told you that I participated in the physics competition, and the preliminary round is next Wednesday. Meng Qingcheng smiled, hold on a little longer, I can do it. Physics competition. Hearing those 4 words, Yi Tang froze. She remembered that on the first day she sent Zhang Yining to Jiada, Han Shuangshi seemed to have said something about Zhang Yining joining the competition team. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, is your sister attending too? Meng Qingcheng pursed her lips and softened her voice, well, she also participated. Yi Tong raised her eyes and looked at Zhang Yining, who had already walked to the villa's door, all relaxed, and her school bag didn't look like it was loaded with books. Where's the student in that? I'm only afraid that the first place in the quiz was only achieved by luck. Retracting his gaze, he then looked at the dark blue underneath Meng Qingcheng's eyes, remembering that she also wrote her homework last night until after 2 o'clock, and his heart suddenly throbbed. Then Mom will stew some bird's nest for you later to make up for it. When it came to studying, there was no way for Yi Tang to help, so she could only do a little bit of what she could do on the side to help her. Thanks, Mom. Meng Qingcheng hugged Yi Tang's arm and rubbed it petulantly. Well, let's go home. The next day, the news that Meng Jingcheng of the improvement class was furious for the red face spread throughout the whole Jiada. But everyone just made a few private jokes and didn't go too far. Early love is forbidden on high school campuses, and Guardian is no exception. No one wants to get the schoolteacher in trouble. Xincheng, didn't you go to the improvement class last night? Did Meng Shueba really give that adopted daughter of yours a head start? When Sun Xiaoya heard the rumors, she directly ran over to ask Meng Qingcheng. Instead, he saw her lying on the tabletop, motionless. It was a big shock. Shoo! Meng Qingcheng's deskmate Zhou Shuran made a silencing gesture, don't you disturb her, let her sleep for 10 minutes. Sun Xiaoya couldn't help but stare at the words. After many years of being classmates, it was the first time Meng Qingcheng had slept so directly on his back in the classroom. How tiring must this be? Sun Xiaoya pulled Zhou Shuran aside and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Too tired to study. There's a physics preliminary next week, and supposedly there's some kind of piano competition right after the preliminary, and everything's been rushed into one piece, and I think she's been relying on coffee for the past 2 days. She's trying too hard. Sun Xiaoya looked at Meng Qingcheng with an admiring face, and with a glance at her afterglow, she saw Zhang Yining holding her cell phone, playing with it. TCH, this proper $1,000 lady is different from her adopted daughter. However, the two are also not on the same level, and putting them on a piece to compare them would instead taint Meng Qingcheng. This adopted daughter was also not qualified to be compared to Meng Qingcheng. Zhou Shuran followed her gaze and nodded in agreement, who says otherwise? If she can still do better than Qingcheng in this way, then it's really God's fault. Sun Xiaoya cursed. Zhou Shuran paused, hesitantly holding back a sentence that Sun Xiaoya shouldn't like to hear. Xiao Chao is even more fierce than Meng Jingcheng. She should be one of those genius-type schoolmasters, right? There's just a certain kind of person who can get a perfect score on a test without studying or reading. No amount of anger or upset will change that. Sun Xiaoya snorted with a somewhat exaggerated expression. You believe all this? Zhou Shuran looked at her and didn't say anything. After all, the facts are right in front of us. Sun Xiaoya shrugged, I don't believe it anyway, the primary exams are our school's own papers, if the Ming family wants to get the exam papers, isn't it simple? Zhou Shuran didn't share her opinion, but she didn't refute it either. With Lin Fei's lesson in front of her, she wasn't in a hurry to take sides, and when the results of several city mock exams came out, she would know who was right and who was wrong. Sun Xiaoya came over to find Meng Qingcheng because she wanted to ask about the matter of last night's enhancement class, and now that she couldn't ask, she was uncomfortable holding it in. After thinking about it, he turned around and left the classroom, going to the dance studio to look for Luo Xinting. Luo Xinting is a dance art student, sophomore year of high school, has been specially recruited into the Beijing Dance Academy in the city of 49. Not required to take the entrance exams, and stayed in the dance studio practicing most of the time. In the key class, he also just hung around, supposedly to be in the same class as Meng Qingcheng. Xin Ting, have you heard? As soon as Sun Xiaoya entered the dance studio, she told Luo Xingting about Meng Jingqing's anger for the red face like pouring beans. Originally intending to find a person to confide in and spit out Jiang Yining's obsession, she saw Luo Xingting's face become a bit ugly. Chapter 87 Don't Want to Lose to Her. Sun Xiaoya closed her mouth. Luo Xinting walked to the side of the coat rack, took the towel hanging on it, and wiped her sweat while pondering something. After a long time, she turned her head to look at Sun Xiaoya. You tell Qingqing to come over to the dance studio during the next period's large class. Sun Xiaoya froze for a moment. No, Xinting, there is a half-hour break between large classes. Qingqing can just take a good rest. Luo Xinting swept a glance at her with a sullen face. Rest for what? What she needs is not rest. If she's right. Thinking about that possibility, Luo Xingting's mood became even more unpleasant. Sun Xiaoya didn't dare to disobey her. In their group, they had always listened to Ming Qingqing and Luo Yunting. One class period passed in the blink of an eye, and Ming Qingqing hardened her spirit and came to the dance studio. Xinting, you're looking for me? Luo Xinting looked over, and sure enough, she saw Ming Qingqing like Sun Xiaoya said. The whole person became haggard, looking pitiful, so not to provoke pity. What are you doing? Ming Qingqing paused. Xinting, I don't know what you are talking about. Then let me ask you, what did you go to the 5-subject competition for? Luo Xinting questioned. Without asking, she knew what it was for. It's not easy for people of the gentry family to be anxious after working so hard for so many years, and then a threat pops up out of nowhere. But, she didn't share the direction of Ming Qingqing's anxiety. Ming Qingqing bit her lower lip and did not speak. Because that adopted daughter also participated in the competition, you don't want to lose to her, right? Luo Xinting unflinchingly punctured Ming Qingqing's deeply hidden mind. Xinting. Is an adopted daughter worth all the trouble? Even if she gets good grades, she's not a threat to your position, is she? Why do you need to waste your time in such a place? Luo Xinting paused for a moment. Uncle Ming should have already told you that Shang Meilin will soon arrive in Deep City, right? She admitted that Ming Qingqing was very smart. As long as she kept it up, it would definitely not be a problem for her to get into the university in 49 City in the next year's college entrance exam. Entering a competition at a time like this is, for one thing, a late start and destined to go no farther. Maybe work on the preliminary rounds to get through. But what good will the preliminary rounds do? Secondly, it would also interfere with her usual studies, and now it seemed obvious that it was even taking up time for piano practice. Is it worth it to lose so much for a breath of unnecessary air? Ming Qingqing hung her head and didn't say anything. Of course, I also understand you don't want to lose to your adopted daughter. Luo Xinting sighed lightly, but... Qingqing, you obviously that smart, how always use the wrong place? Ming Qingqing raised her head, a flash of doubt crossing her eyes. Luo Xingting smiled cloudily. There are many ways to win over just one adopted daughter, can't we just use the easiest way? Ming Tranquility needs to win over her adopted daughter, not over the competition. In Luo Xingting's opinion, personally using strength to fight that adopted daughter was the dumbest method. As long as the adopted daughter contest scored 0 points, and Ming Qingqing got however many points she could get, that would be a win, wouldn't it? Ming Qingqing instantly understood and shook her head in a hurry. No, I can't. I can't do that. If Mom and Dad find out, Luo Xinting waved her hand. Okay, from now on, your focus is not the physics competition, but the piano. Don't worry about anything else. Remember, Shang Meilin's disciple is only qualified to be my brother's wife, understand? Xinting. Luo Xinting pushed her out. Go back to class. In the afternoon self-study class, come over and help me with the accompaniment. I quite miss your piano sound. When she finished, she closed the door to the dance studio behind her. Ming Qingqing stood outside the door for a long time, and the corner of her lips curved up in a small arc. Before the weekend, it was customary to receive a patient chart qualification from Associate Dean Chen. Jiang Yining clicked on the information and prepared to pick 2 from it. However, this time the profile opened extraordinarily slowly. After waiting for almost a minute, Jiang Yining looked at the densely packed folder of documents and fell into deep thought. At that moment, her cell phone vibrated. It was Vice President Chen who called. Just after picking up, Vice President Chen's voice with a thick smile came from the cell phone. Little Dr. Jiang, have you picked it out yet? Jiang Yining rubbed her brow. Did you send me the hospital's medical records library by mistake? Ha? Vice President Chen sniffed and hurriedly checked the email he had already sent. No. This is the one. You can pick from it. The first file that Vice President Chen sent over in early September contained just under 10 medical records. And inside this new file, there are at least nearly 1,000 medical records. Jiang Yining casually clicked in to browse through a few medical records, and her mood became even more tired. You try to let the hospital's physicians handle the patients that they can handle, Vice President Chen. My main job is a student for the time being. With some of the normal common illnesses stuffed in there, it's no wonder there are thousands of medical records. Vice President Chen froze for a moment, then reacted by slapping his forehead hard. AI. Little divine Dr. Jiang, it's me who's confused. Because one of the patients you cured before had some fame in Deep City and the surrounding areas, and had also been sick for some days, so once he got well, everyone knew about it, and it was rumored that a divine doctor had come to our hospital, and quite a number of people from the powerful families asked for you by name, so I put their medical records in as well. I'm sorry, it's because I put the cart before the horse. Although he is a doctor, but sitting in the position of vice president for a long time, he unconsciously died some bad habits of businessmen. The first thing that comes to mind when you receive a medical record from a celebrity circle is to build up a network for the physician, followed by a cure. Dean. Mu hadn't asked Dr. Zhang Xiaoxin to come to their hospital just to become famous. It's really for healing. What he wanted to do was to throw all the hardest, most unattainable diseases to Dr. Zhang Xiaoxin. Well, you sift through it again. Yes, please wait. Hanging up the phone, 10 minutes later Vice President Chen resent a document of organized medical records. Jiang Yining had just picked 2 lists to reply to Vice President Chen when someone came knocking on her room door outside. Second miss, Madam asks you to go down for dinner. Jiang Yining put down his cell phone, got up and walked out. Please go down quickly, the master and lady and Missy are waiting for you. The servant urged. Jiang Yining glanced at her, didn't say anything, and crossed straight over to her to go downstairs. Downstairs in the dining room, Ming Chengkong was asking about Ming Qingqing's studies, and when he saw Jiang Yining come in, he asked in passing. Enan, I heard from Qingqing that you also participated in the physics competition? Jiang Yining paused and let out a hum. How's the preparation going? You're competing next week, right? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best. Ming Chengkong said with a smile. Looking at him, there was no hope that Jiang Yining would get a good grade on the exam. Not bad. Chapter 88. She must be crazy. Yi Tang sniffed and raised his eyes to sweep her, his face a blank expression. It's okay? Jiang Yining never picked up a book when he was at home. The maid who cleaned also told her that she didn't even have a pen in her room, let alone a book. No reading, no homework. Where is Ming Qingqing, who brushed up on problems until late at night every day, and still didn't forget to take the time to practice the piano? Attitude determines one's future. What future is there to speak of with Jiang Yining's attitude? Ming Chengkong didn't notice her expression and gave his 2 daughters words of encouragement. At the end, in order to show how much importance his father attached to their competition, he added, "What day is the competition exactly? I'll send you guys to the examination center." No need, Dad. That day is a working day, you must be very busy, let the family driver send me and my sister to just go. Ming Ting smiled, and it's only the preliminary round, you. We'll be seen like this, people will think that my sister and I will definitely get good grades, my sister has good grades, so she doesn't have to worry about anything, but I will be under a lot of pressure. Ming Chengkong sniffed and looked at Jiang Yining. The girl was sitting quietly over there with no intention of participating in the chat. Ming Qingqing's words sounded to him like nothing more than polite words that he didn't want to embarrass his sister. However, Ming Qingqing's words were heard. Instead of making a big deal out of letting everyone know that both of his daughters were in the preliminary rounds, it would be kind of unattractive to have only the oldest daughter make it to the repechage and the youngest daughter get nothing. Might as well keep a low profile and just default to the fact that my youngest daughter didn't make it to the repechage when the time comes. All is well. He rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and nodded gently. You're right, so Daddy won't pressure you guys, he'll send you when it's time for the rematch. Thanks, Dad. I'll try my best. Yi Tang looked at the father and daughter with a smile. We'll work on it after dinner. Let's eat. After dinner, Ming Chengkong fumbled out 3 tickets for a concert in the outskirts of the city and handed them over to Yi Tang. Tomorrow is the weekend, take the kids to listen to some music and relax, Enan hasn't seen a concert like this yet, she should like it. Yi Tang took the tickets and smiled, good. I have something tomorrow. Jiang Yining said faintly, The air froze for a moment as the words fell. Ming Chungkong frowned slightly. What is your business? I'm going to Mercy Hospital. Ming Chungkong froze, remembering that it seemed like some days ago, Zhang Yining had said something about not feeling well and going to the hospital. He couldn't remember exactly when, but it should have been quite a while ago. You're still sick? Didn't you say you'd let your mom take you to see a Western doctor? Western medicine is faster and you'll suffer less. Elder Lai's birthday banquet was also coming up. How could he send her to Third Master Muir with a sickly aura like this? Yi Tang glanced at Zhang Yining, signaling her to keep her mouth shut before turning her head to pacify Ming Chungkong. Anan is already fine, going to the doctor now is just a follow-up conditioning, there's no shutdown. She originally did not have much of a problem, just some water and soil disorders, you do not think things too serious. Ming Chungkong then put his heart down, then you didn't tell me earlier, I thought something was wrong with her. Yes, it's my fault. I didn't want to bother you with such trivial matters. You're so busy every day, and Friday night is the only night our family can sit down and have a good meal together. Ming Chungkong was soothed by the smoothing of his hair that he stopped asking about Zhang Yining's trip to the hospital. Zhang Yining got up to go back to her room, and Ming Qingcheng also said something about going to practice the piano, so he followed her and went up to the second floor together. Ming Qingcheng stopped in front of the piano room. Sister. Zhang Yining stopped in his tracks. You haven't been practicing the piano, right? Ming Qingcheng paused. This piano room, you can use it too, no need to be mean. Zhang Yining interrupted her, I never said I was going to go for the sound association selection. But Dad also enrolled you, he'll be unhappy if you don't go. Ming Qingcheng sighed softly, actually, piano is not difficult, 2 days is enough to memorize a song. Give it a try, maybe you'll like the piano? If it's okay, I'll go to my room. Sister. Ugh, but it's good to practice after the preliminary rounds, so you'll be more mentally focused. Zhang Yining ignored her self-talk and went straight to her room. Ming Qingcheng looked at the empty corridor and smiled. People have too much, they will not know how to cherish, always have to lose something before they will pay attention to what is left in their hands. Zhang Yining finished washing up, changed into pajamas and got into bed and just lay down, when the cell phone placed on the desk vibrated. Twilight Sync, brother has to make a trip back to 49 City recently, and without supervision, Ning will have to study hard. When she saw the message, her first reaction was to try to retort. No one else needs to supervise her, she has a serious brush up every day. She was halfway through the pile of test material he'd sent her. Then, she reacted to the fact that Muirshin is a person from the 49 cities, and he is also the core of the Muir family. He will not stay in the deep city for a long time. Somehow, this cognizance made her a little uncomfortable. After staring at the message for half a day, she thought about it and finally replied with an O. Twilight sinks back in seconds. Twilight, brother will be back soon, be good, don't be upset. Zhang Yining froze, and then violently reddened his face. Who's not happy? This man is so. Why is it possible to read just text through a cell phone and still gauge a person's emotions with a modicum of accuracy? Perhaps guessing that Zhang Yining was shy, he quickly brought the topic back to the original point. Muirshin, if you run into trouble or need help in the next few days, look directly to Li Biting, brother has greeted him, so don't worry about it. Twilight, business card. At the same time, a friend request popped in. The name is I have a suite in the north, and the memo says, I'm your brother Biting, give me a pass, sister Xiaojiang. Zhang Yining. Breathlessly, he nodded through and greeted the other man out of politeness. Zhang Yining, brother Lai, hello. I have a suite in the north, Zhang little sister is so good. Remember to save my cell phone number. Zhang Yining had a hard time saying anything, so she gave him a yes and closed the chat window. Twilight's message slipped in. Twilight, usually ignore him, remember to study hard, come back and see that you've regressed and I'll penalize you. Zhang Yining, I'm not going backward. Twilight, well, as long as you don't regress, you'll get a gift. Is this treating her like a child? It wasn't like she had to have a gift. Hurry up and grow up. Suddenly realizing what she was thinking, Zhang Yining's cheeks burned uncontrollably. At that moment, Twilight Sink sent another message. Twilight Sinker, get some early rest, good night. Zhang Yining put down his cell phone with some despair and looked at the ceiling. She must be crazy. Chapter 89, First to the Racecourse. On Tuesday night, Ming Qingcheng checked the stationery and entry passes to be used for tomorrow's competition, and after confirming that they were correct, she carefully put the things into her school bag. She had just zipped up her book bag when her cell phone rang. Ming Qingcheng raised her eyes and swept the cell phone screen, the corner of her lips hooking up slightly. Hello? Xin Ting, this late, you give me a call, is there something wrong? It's old Chen who's sending you and that adopted daughter to the racecourse tomorrow, right? Luo Xinting asked as if she had no intention of doing so. Old Chen was one of the Ming family's old drivers, and he was usually the one who drove Yi Tang and sent him to school to pick up Ming Qingcheng. Luo Xinting and Ming Qingcheng have known each other since childhood. Over the years, because of the marriage contract between the two Ming Luo families, the two of them came and went more deeply, and after a while they recognized the driver who often transported Ming Qing. Yeah. Ming Qingcheng paused and added, my mom will send us there. Although he had convinced Ming Chengkang, Yi Tang would normally transport her and Jiang Yining to school, it was impossible that he would not go instead when it came to a time like the competition. If she brought it up with Yi Tong, it would definitely lead to questions and suspicions. Luo Xinting laughed. Well, why don't you set out tomorrow separately from that foster daughter? I think that would be better. I know. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and was silent for a while. Xin Ting, thank you. There's nothing to thank you for, you're just not cruel enough. Ming Qingcheng looked up at the dark night outside the window. It's not that it's not ruthless enough. Rather, it was her sudden shift in identity that placed limitations on her that she could not fight against. If Jiang Yining was really just an adopted daughter, she wouldn't have put it in her eyes, much less live her life without dignity as she did now. Jiang Yining is not. So she had to hold back. In order to cope with the possibility of her birth being revealed at any time in the future, she must work hard to add a gold-loaded identity to herself. When the time comes, you won't be passive and lose everything. The first identity that must be taken down by the paragraph is that of Shang Meilin's disciple. It was also because the physics competition had seriously affected her practicing time that she had to find a way to get Luo Yunting to step in and help her. Anyway, I'd like to thank you. The two of them talked about their hearts for a while, and then Luo Yunting took the initiative to end the topic. Get some early rest, and do well tomorrow. You don't have to beat anyone, but you can't do too badly either. After all, it was Ming Qingcheng herself who took the initiative to enroll, so if she couldn't get any results at all, it would only be reduced to a joke. Well, I will. Wednesday morning. Jiang Yining went downstairs with his school bag. In the restaurant, both Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng were already there. Yi Tang looked down at Ming Qingcheng's school bag, counting the exam supplies inside while admonishing. Just do your homework like you normally do, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Mom has also inquired about this in the past few days. You haven't gone through any systematic training, there will be some gap with those people, so you don't have to put yourself too high, just use your normal mind and do your best. Ming Qingcheng put down her spoon, her eyebrows arched and she smiled sweetly. Okay, Mom, don't worry, I'm not nervous. That's good. Yi Tang put his school bag to the side position and clipped a piece of bacon onto Ming Qingcheng's plate. Come on, eat more high-calorie food. Using your brain in a while is very energy-consuming. Thanks, Mom. Jiang Yining ignored the image of a loving mother and filial daughter in front of him and sat down blandly. Yi Tang looked toward Jiang Yining, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Don't you know how to say hello when you see someone in the morning? Jiang Yining looked up. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't be bothered to interrupt just now seeing you guys chatting away. One sentence choked Yi Tang to death, but he couldn't refute it. She had some sense after all, and didn't want to upset her two children by arguing before a test. Just can't help but still sound a little tough. Hurry up and sit down for breakfast. Eat and get going. Jiang Yining dined quietly. Halfway through the meal, Ming Qingcheng across from her suddenly pushed her chair away and stood up. Yi Tang raised his head. Qingcheng? I'm done eating, I'm going to go to my room and get a few things, I'll be down soon. Yi Tang was even more nervous than the person who personally went down to take the exam, fearing that whatever he casually ordered would irritate Ming Qingcheng. He hastened to comfort him. Okay, take your time, there's no rush, there's still time. Aha! 10 minutes later, Jiang Yining finished her breakfast and put down her chopsticks. Ming Qingcheng had not yet come down. Yi Tang frequently looked over in the direction of the stairs, already somewhat unable to sit still. After another 2 or 3 minutes of gritting her teeth and waiting, she jerked to her feet. Wait here for a minute, I'll go up and check it out. Without waiting for Jiang Yining to reply, Yi Tang took 3 steps and rushed up to the second floor. The door to Ming Qingcheng's room opened. Yi Tang's eyes glanced inside, not seeing Ming Qingcheng's figure, and reached out to knock on the door panel. Tilting? Mom? Wait, I'll be right out. Ming Qingqing's voice came out from the bathroom with an unnoticeable trill. Yi Tang walked to the bathroom door. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Mom, I'm fine. Really? Why don't you go downstairs? I'll be out in 2 more minutes. Yi Tang didn't believe it, but he couldn't break in to see how she was doing. His heart was spinning with anxiety. Tell me the truth, what's wrong? Don't be a hard ass. Mom, I'm really okay. Will you believe me? I just happen to be on my period and my stomach is a little upset. There's no big problem. You know that. Yi Tang was slightly relieved when he heard this. Really? As a mother, she was aware that Ming Qingqing had mild menstrual pains that were not serious and would not affect her daily life. Really? Ming Qingqing paused. Mom, I can't keep my sister waiting, so why don't you and your sister go to the arena first? I'll just go over by myself later. How's this? How could Yi Tang dare to feel relieved to let Ming Qingqing stay alone at this time? Even though menstrual cramps aren't serious, what if there's a what if? She's not around again, and the baby must be restless. How could she be relieved? Ming Qingqing's voice was full of guilt. Mom. It's okay, I'll have old Chen send in into the field first. Don't be in a hurry, take your time, we still have time. After giving an explanation, Yi Tang turned around and went downstairs. Jiang Yining was still sitting in his original position, his head lowered to play with his cell phone, looking like he didn't care in the slightest. The anger in Yi Tang's heart couldn't be strained again. Something could have happened to her own sister and she didn't even show any sign of it. Her own daughter, how is this cold-blooded and heartless? She stepped in front of Jiang Yining, trying her best to restrain her emotions. Your sister is a bit uncomfortable, you go to the racecourse first. I'll have old Chen send you there. Coldly and stiffly finishing this sentence, Yi Tang turned around and returned to the second floor. Jiang Yining sat in his original position, watching her figure thoughtfully until it was out of sight. The girl slightly narrowed her peach blossom eyes, and her long, white fingers gently rubbed the screen of her cell phone. Well. Didn't expect to use it so soon. Chapter 90 Late Disqualification. Half an hour later, Ming Qingqing got down from Yi Tang's car and arrived on time at the venue for the 5-subject competition. The preliminary examination center of SCC is located in SCU, and the schedule of the physics competition is divided into 2 parts, theoretical examination and experimental examination. A theory paper worth 100 marks will be completed in 4 hours starting at 8 a.m., while in the afternoon, a 3-hour lab exam, also worth 100 marks, will be held from 3 p.m. There were still more than 10 minutes before the exam, and a lot of people had already come outside the exam room. Yi Tang opened his school bag, took out the exam-specific file bag with pens and rulers and other stationery inside, and handed it to Ming Qingqing. Check again if there's anything missing inside. Ming Qingqing didn't mind the trouble and did the inventory as instructed. All together. That's good, do well on the test, don't be nervous, mommy's here for you when you come out. Yi Tang waved his hand at her, signaling her to hurry and enter. Ming Qingqing, however, stretched her neck and looked around. Mom, call Uncle Chen and ask if her sister has arrived yet? Yi Tang froze for a moment, remembering how Jiang Yining had just ignored Ming Qingqing and only focused on playing with his cell phone. The heart throbbed. If there was a situation on the road, Lao Chen would have called me first, and the fact that he didn't call me means that he has delivered the person safely. You don't need to worry about her, you just need to think about your exam now. But... Yi Tang glanced at her wristwatch and urged her, don't but it, there's still 10 minutes before it starts, hurry up and get in. Ming Qingqing hesitated, but still obeyed obediently and walked towards the examination room. Luo Xingting's plan is very simple, is to let the old Qin drive people around the city a few times, kill the time, and finally Jiang Yining's end is to catch up, be blocked outside the examination room. Without the scores from the theoretical part of the exam, even if Jiang Yining could complete the lab exam perfectly, the total score would be impossible to pass the preliminary round. Jiang Yining had just come to Deep City not long ago and was not familiar with the roads of Deep City, and by the time she realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Ming Qingqing and Jiang Yining were not in the same exam room, and before going to her own exam room, she purposely went around to Jiang Yining's exam room. Sweeping in through the window, he didn't see the eye-catching face. At this time, a staff member holding experimental equipment and passing by saw Ming Qingqing, stopped and asked. Young student, the test starts in 5 minutes, which test center are you from? Didn't you find it? Ming Qingqing retracted her gaze and smiled at him, already found it, it's right in front. The staff member urges, oh, then hurry up and get into the exam room. If you don't get in another 5 minutes, you'll be disqualified from the competition. Yes, thank you. Before Ming Qingcheng left, she swept another glance towards that examination room. Only 4 minutes left. Jiang Yining hasn't come yet. Ming Qingcheng walked to his exam room. Take the pen out and put it down. The bell rings. The physics I exam for the 5 objects competition begins. It's a done deal. Ming Qingcheng let out a soft exhale, dismissing distractions and focusing her meaningful power on the test paper. A brief scan of the questions in the entire volume brought a sudden sigh of relief and a few moments of joy at the same time. As Han Shuangdio said, the questions weren't difficult, and the question types could all be found in the shadows of the papers that Han Shuangdio had sent out. These days, she spent a lot of time on Han Shuangdiao's test papers. Certain that Luo Xianting would help her, she was even less inclined to waste any more time on the physical competition and only reviewed the knowledge points that Han Shuangshi had highlighted. I didn't realize that instead, I benefited from it. Getting through the preliminary rounds is not a problem. Ming Qingcheng picked up a pen and began to solve the problem. The entire paper didn't have many questions, but the amount of calculations was very large, and after 4 hours passed and the bell rang for the end of the exam, only then did Ming Qingcheng manage to finish the last big question. There wasn't even time to check. Sitting in their original seats, they waited for the invigilator to collect the papers before everyone left the examination room one after another. After 4 full hours of concentration, one relaxes the moment the paper is handed in. Ming Qingcheng sat in her original position in a bit of a daze for several seconds before she remembered to pack up and leave. Before entering the examination room, Luo Xinting did not contact her and confirm that Jiang Yining was not in the examination room. But she was still going to make final confirmation. How did you do on the test, Ming? As she was about to leave, a boy in the back row came up to her and struck up a conversation. It was a classmate from Cade's focus class, who happened to be in the same exam room as her. It's okay, the types of topics Mr. Han has talked about. The boy raked his hair in some chagrin. Ugh, I'm a little sorry I didn't listen to Han, I haven't finished that last big question. Ming Qingcheng softly consoled, it's good to try your best, the most important thing now is to adjust your mindset, there's still an experimental exam in the afternoon. You're right too. The boy gave a shy smile. To review it, to regret it, you must also wait until after the afternoon lab exam. Ming Qingcheng chatted with him for a few moments and then found an excuse to walk out of the examination room. Yi Tang was still waiting at the place where they parted ways in the morning, and as soon as he saw her walk out, he immediately greeted her, holding up a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Hard at work. How did you feel on the test? None of the topics are difficult, I've finished writing them all. Ming Qingcheng smiled and said, pausing, Mom, where's my sister? Hasn't she come out yet? Ming Qingcheng was always modest, and when she said so, it meant that the grades would definitely not be bad, and Yi Tang's heart, which had been hanging in the air for a morning, was put at ease. This child was also a good boy, and the first thing he did when he came out was to ask Jiang Yining. Not yet, let's wait for her. Ming Qingcheng was a bit surprised. Jiang Yining was led around in circles, late for disqualification, and wouldn't tattle to Yi Tang? Did she catch up? Mom, I'll give Xianting a call and tell her I finished the first exam. Yi Tang laughed, go on. Ming Qingcheng took 2 steps to the side with her cell phone, and after making sure that Yi Tang wouldn't pay attention to listen to what she said, she quickly made a call to Luo Xinting. Toodle oh. The phone was picked up after 3 rings. Luo Xianting's voice with concern came over, Qingcheng, how did you do on the exam? Fortunately, Xianting. Ming Qingcheng wanted to say. Luo Xinting heard her tone, already knew what she wanted to ask, to laugh out. Look at you nervous. You're still not assured that I'm doing my job? I contacted Old Chen right after your exam started, and he was still taking that adopted daughter for a silly spin at that moment. Ming Qingcheng was slightly stunned. Really? Hee, you think Old Chen dares to lie to me? Luo Xianting's voice was all pleasure. Not. She didn't tell my mom about Old Chen. When a normal person encounters such a situation, wouldn't the first thing they do be to seek justice for themselves? Jiang Yining had come back for more than a month, seemingly indifferent to everything, but she wasn't completely bottomless in letting others go wild on her head. Aren't Lin Fei and Zhao Xuexian a good example? Jiang Yining is not as good as it looks on the surface. Chapter 91, Bad Exam Results. Sue? Luo Xinting snorted lightly, Qingcheng, who do you think she can sue and sue? an adopted daughter who was subjected to gossip the day she entered the house. If she had any brains at all, she'd know that she wasn't popular, and at a time like this, instead of keeping her tail between her legs, she'd have to sue? Resistance doesn't make a person's situation better, it only gets worse. The more they resisted, the more the higher powers suppressed them. Her time in the Ming household will get harder and harder. If you're smart, take note of this warning and keep your head down from now on. Otherwise. Luo Xin paused and continued, you don't have to worry that she'll sue, the words she should listen to, I've let your family's driver speak to her on my behalf, if she still doesn't submit, she can also try to resist, I don't mind letting her try to be desperate again. Xin. Ming Qingcheng frowned her eyebrows, her heart was vaguely a little uneasy, you don't want to go too far, she has the third master of the twilight and the second youngest of Li behind her backing. Third master Kure? Luo Xinting was slightly stunned. How did this unfamiliar but awe-inspiring name get involved with an adopted daughter? She had also heard a little about what happened at the Ming family's adoption banquet. She had always thought that it was Zhao Xuexian's ungratefulness that got her into trouble when she crashed into the heels of the third master of twilight, so she had never thought of the two together. Well, Zhang Yining should have used a small trick after the banquet to get a ride on the third master of Muir. She's not as simple as you think, Xin, at least until the third master of Muir loses interest, you have to be more careful. After a moment of silence, Luo Xinting coldly grunted in defiance. Good. The name of the third master of twilight was too loud, and anyone who heard it would have to be afraid for a few moments. But that's just for now. This godly man could never have been interested in a little girl all the time. Over there, Yi Tang urged, and the two hurriedly hung up the phone. Anan said she went back by herself first, there's no need to wait for her. Yi Tang's face was all chagrined. Ming Qingcheng saw that she was holding a cell phone in her hand, so she should have waited impatiently to call to urge her. Zhang Yining surprisingly really didn't say anything to Yi Tang. Mom, don't be angry, maybe my sister forgot to greet you because her exams didn't go too well and she was in a bad mood. The world doesn't revolve around her. Just because you're in a bad mood, you can take it out on others. Yi Tang was furious, she didn't do well in the exams, isn't it because she didn't study properly herself? I haven't seen her pick up a book at home. What right does she have to be in a bad mood? Mom! Ming Qingcheng sighed softly, my sister is also quite diligent in school. Yi Tang was furious, she's a student, she goes to school and doesn't put in any effort, so what the hell else does she want to do? Ming Qingcheng was helpless. No matter what was said about Zhang Yining, it sounded wrong in Yi Tang's ears. She simply changed her words, Mom, I'm hungry, can we go eat? There's a 3-hour lab test in the afternoon. When Yi Tang heard this, he couldn't care less about being angry. I've booked a room and lunch at a nearby hotel, we're on our way there, and after lunch, you get a good night's sleep and get refreshed. Good. Go! The afternoon experiment wasn't too difficult, and it was still within the range of Han Frostbite's guesses. Ming Qingcheng stepped on the bell of the end of the exam and submitted the results of the experiment. When she came out, she saw Han Shuangshi and Meng Jingcheng talking. When Han Shuangcheng saw her, she greeted her, how are you feeling, Ms. Ming? Ming Qingcheng smiled. It's okay, a lot of the knowledge points Mr. Han has focused on, it's not very difficult. Han Frostbite nodded. It looks like it's pretty good to have the confidence to get into the rematch. Then, a few more students from Guardian came out, and one by one, they were caught by Han Frostbite and asked about them. Some people are happy and some people are sad. A few of the students who had been focused on by Han Shuangshi had relaxed looks on their faces, and they should all have done all right on the exam. Well, hurry home and don't forget you have class tomorrow. The boys hooked their shoulders to each other and left in pairs. Ming Qingcheng looked at Han Frostbite with a desire to speak, Teacher Han. What? Ming Ting softened her voice, that. My sister may not have done very well on the exam, but she did her best, so don't blame her. Han Frostbite froze, bad test? She said that? Ming Qingcheng shook his head. Not really, it just feels like, she doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. She certainly couldn't take the initiative to say that Zhang Yining hadn't even taken the morning theory test. When the results came out, Zhang Yining said that anything was an excuse for failure. Han Shuangdiao's and Meng Jingcheng's other eyes on her because of her grades would all be wiped out as well. The anxiety that had been building for days had finally vanished cleanly. Oh, that's okay, she's probably in a bad mood because she couldn't get a perfect score. Han Frostbite was still very lenient on Zhang Yining, and losing a point was still within the allowed range. His reaction caused Ming Qingcheng to hold a pang in her heart. What makes you think that Jiang Yining will be able to do it? This time, Jiang Yining, it must not work. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and smiled extremely shallowly. Mr. Han, I'll go back first. Han Frostbite gave a passing admonition, well, be careful on the road. Jiang Yining had just returned to Ming's house and hadn't even put his things down when his cell phone rang as if it had picked the right time. Shang Merlin's phone. She froze. With the national selection of new members for the Audio Society just around the corner, this should be the busiest time of year. Hello, teacher? Ning, I'll be in Deep City this weekend, see when you're free and come out to have dinner with me? Jiang Yining gave another beat, aren't you going to be a judge? The implication was to remind him that there was quite a bit of preparation before the jury departed, such as developing the criteria for judging the various programs. It's about how difficult it is for new members to get in, and it can even affect the level of the Sound Society in the future. There's a lot of capable talent in the Tone Association. Shang Merlin answered without any psychological burden. Jiang Yining held his forehead, unable to say anything else. Originally, with Shang Merlin's position, there was no need to do it personally, and it was already a great honor for the jury for him to travel with the group. I'm available all weekend. Shang Meilin's voice rose slightly with pleasure. Then it's a deal, I'll have someone book the restaurant and send you the name of the restaurant later. Good. After exhorting a few words for Jiang Yining not to forget to practice the piano, as it would get rusty after a long time, Shang Meilin hung up the phone with satisfaction. Putting down her cell phone and hanging her book bag on the hanger, Jiang Yining had just changed her clothes and was coming out of the bathroom when she heard someone knocking on the door outside. Looking at the time, it was just after 6:30. Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow and unhurriedly went over to open the door. Ming Qingcheng stood outside the door with her fingers twisted, still wearing the same clothes from the morning. Apparently it was straight to her as soon as she got home. Jiang Yining looked at her with a pale expression. Something? Chapter 92, Behave Yourself. Ming Qingcheng somewhat uncertainly surveyed Jiang Yining. Sister, are you all right? You can't see Sega at all from the girl's face. Being deliberately set up so that you can't even enter a competition, you wouldn't dare to sue, but you would at least be outraged, wouldn't you? For a moment, she was surprisingly unable to guess what exactly Jiang Yining was thinking. What would I have to do? Jiang Yining paused for a moment, a flash of realization appearing on her pretty little face. Oh, the driver who caused me to be late, were you the one who instructed him? Ming Qingchan was shocked in her heart and raised her head violently. Sister, I didn't. Jiang Yining, who was standing in front of her, just looked at her silently without any expression on his face. With just the two of them in the family competing in 5 subjects, it wasn't surprising that she would be the first to suspect her. It was precisely for this reason that she had meandered to let Luo Xinting make her move. Even if Jiang Yining wanted to make a scene, this matter couldn't end up being wrong on her head. Besides, she had expected Jiang Yining to question her like this. Ming Qingcheng quickly calmed down. I'm sorry, even though it wasn't me who made Uncle Chen do this, he was just... Anyway, the whole thing is still because of me. I was wrong, I apologize to you. I should have realized it earlier and then stopped this from happening. Jiang Yining lifted his eyes, locked eyes with her for a moment, and suddenly smiled. You're running up to me to play Versailles? Under the banner of apologizing, bragging about how many people she had willing her to pay, and how they even went so far as to do something unethical for her. Well, is kind of disgusting. Ming Qingcheng stiffened. I didn't mean that. I'm just upset that I felt like I hurt you with what happened today. I didn't mean anything else. And I wish I could make it up to you somehow, to minimize the hurt. Jiang Yining leaned against the doorframe and looked at her coldly with an expressionless face. Make up a taste of what? Give me back my physics grade? Sister. I know the mistake is already made and dwelling on it is just a waste of time, so why bother? The physics grade is gone, but you still have math, and you get the same glory in the end, don't you? Maybe there's something else you want, and I'll do my best to make up for savoring you as long as I do. Ming Qingcheng spoke slowly and clearly, and the look on his face was sincere and earnest, as if he was doing his best to try to make up for his faults. Jiang Yining pondered for a moment. As long as you can? Yes. Ming Qingcheng nodded seriously. Be peaceful, don't make any more small moves, it's really troublesome to deal with, you should be able to do it, right? Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes slightly converged, waves of light bright and clear, beautiful and moving. I won't steal the Ming family's things from you, you can be at ease and peaceful as your Ming family's big miss, I can treat this time as if nothing has happened. The short sentence caused Ming Qingqing to be struck by a thunderbolt, and her entire body froze in place. All the negativity rushed to her head, almost ready to explode. The blood flowed backwards in his body, and shame and embarrassment continued to rise up and, as if she was a jumping clown, she jumped up and down, being silently taunted by Jiang Yining. You won't take it from her? Jiang Yining has the right to talk to her like this. I'll take that as a yes. Jiang Yining waited for a moment, his patience running out, and dropped a sentence in a bland tone, turning around and closing the door to the room. The sound of bang brought Ming Qingqing back to her senses. She stared at the door panel, her clean features almost twisted together with anger. Jiang Yining. What right did an unrecognized piece of trash have to say such things in front of her? Ming Qingqing covered her chest, gasping for breath, and finally turned around and went back to her piano room, sitting down on the piano chair, biting her lips tightly and forcing herself to calm down. Looking at a single sheet of music sitting on the piano for a long time, the anger that had been hovering in his chest dissipated and was replaced by a hideous mockery. Even she could only endure such a big loss. Jiang Yining had no other ability but to play smart. She didn't have to get upset. Because it wasn't that Jiang Yining didn't want to earn with her, she simply wasn't qualified to earn with her. Wait for it. When the physics results come out, Han Shuangdiu and Meng Jingqiang will also be disappointed in her. If the Ming family can't stay, the guardian can't stay either. And she, Ming Qingqing, was about to shine in front of Shang Meilin, leaping to become the disciple of a famous music master. She didn't need to put a foster daughter in her sights at all. The next morning, at the Ming family's dining room table. Halfway through breakfast, Yi Tang remembered something and looked up at Jiang Yining. Enin, you have a competition today, right? Last night during dinner, she seemed to have heard Jiang Yining mention that she had to go to the examination center of Shenzhen University today. Jiang Yining ruffled her eyelids. Aha. Then you can take a taxi there yourself later. Old Chen called me yesterday and said he's going to take a few days off. There aren't enough drivers today. Oh. Ming Qingqing's heart suddenly jumped somehow. Mom, you said Uncle Chen took a vacation? Why did he suddenly take a vacation? Yadong shook his head. He didn't say anything specific, just that something was up. The Ming family had 3 chauffeurs. One was Ming Chengkong's regular chauffeur who would follow him around throughout the day, while the other 2 took turns being on call for the Ming family. She couldn't keep people from taking time off when she was too busy to do so. Ming Qingqing frowned and quickly dismissed the thoughts that suddenly came up in her heart. It can't be that Jiang Yining did something. For one thing, Lao Chen had only taken a leave of absence, not resigned, and something should really have come up suddenly. Secondly, Luo Xinting had always grasped the news. If something happened, Luo Xinting would definitely notify her. Nothing is said, that is, nothing is happening. Out of caution, Ming Qingqing still inquired, Mom, did that Uncle Chen say when he would be back? Just 2 or 3 days. Yi Tang didn't care much, seeing that Ming Qingqiang was absent-minded and even forgot to eat breakfast. He reminded, you don't need to worry, Old Chen will be back in 2 days, you hurry up and eat breakfast, if you dawdle any longer you'll be late. Ming Qingqiang smiled petulantly, I know, I won't be late. You. Yi Tang sighed helplessly, his voice overflowing with favor. Thunk was the sound of a crisp porcelain clash. Jiang Yining put down her dishes, picked up her school bag that was sitting on the chair next to her, and stood up. I'm done eating, enjoy your meal and go ahead. The girl had walked out of the restaurant as the words fell. Yi Tang was displeased, and in you. Mom. Ming Qingqing shook her head at her, my sister didn't do well in the exam yesterday and is in a bad mood, let's be more understanding. Being in a bad mood is no excuse for rudeness. Yi Tang lightly rebuked. But the person was already far away, so it was not good for her to continue to chase and curse. Turning her head, she glared at Ming Qingqing, you just spoil her. How can I teach her when her temper is already bad? Mom, my sister has only been back for a short time, some things can't be rushed. Yi Tang sighed and reached out to rub her hair, I can't say anything about you. Chapter 93. The math competition is over and the weekend is upon us once again. Vice President Chen's customary call came again, but this time Jiang Yining refused. Shang Merlin was coming to Deep City and she needed to set aside some time out. Alright then, little divine Dr. Jiang, if there's anything you need help with, just say it, I'll definitely do it for you. After all, the original Jiang Yining is to promise Mu Lao every weekend to take time out to treat patients, cannot take up all the time of the person. As much as he'd like to have it all. Jiang Yining refused, thank you, not for now. Just after hanging up Vice President Shen's phone, Shang Meilin's call came in. Teacher? Over there, Shang Merlin got into the car that picked him up at the airport inside when he heard the voice of his beloved disciple. Ning, I think, the air in Deep City isn't very good. You don't have any health problems, do you? Why don't you come back to Linchang with me? The water and soil in Linchang nourishes people, you'll definitely like it. The driver who drove the car couldn't help but look at Shang Meilin a few more times from the rearview mirror as he listened to his words. Don't all the rumors say that old Mr. Shang is a strict man? Just listen to it, how it sounds like an elder who was kind to his juniors. Jiang Yining was slightly stunned at his words, and then he somewhat understood why his teacher had come over to Deep City in advance. With a crash, she walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and pulled back the curtains. It was already evening, the sky was dyed with a thin layer of sunset afterglow, a warm-colored glow that warmed the heart. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. You've arrived in Deep City? Why don't you let me pick you up? Shang Merlin grunted lightly. Where do I need a kid like you to pick me up? Don't change the subject. Jiang Yining lost his smile. Teacher, my body has long since gotten better over the past 2 years, it's fine, and, have you forgotten? I'm a healer myself, I'll regulate my body. Shang Meilin was unimpressed. Don't think I don't know you, once you get addicted to something, you forget about the time, if you don't keep an eye on you, I'm afraid you can even forget to eat. I just don't understand how old lady one is relieved to let you stay alone in Deep City. Teacher, Jiang Yining propped up his forehead. Shang Meilin also just spit. Where would he give up to make it difficult for her, took the initiative to change the topic, asked about some trivial things in life, and before hanging up the phone urged her not to forget about having lunch with him at noon tomorrow. I remember, teacher. Shang Merlin hung up the phone, accompanied by the assistant sitting next to him to help him put away his cell phone. Elder Shang, I don't know who leaked your itinerary from the Beijing side. Just after getting off the plane, a few people from the Deep City side found their way to me, saying they wanted to see you. The assistant reported. Not seen. Shang Merlin frowned. Before the selection group came over, nothing was visible. The assistant immediately said, okay, next time, we'll just turn it down for you. Shang Meilin thought for a moment and added, warn those people, don't think you know my itinerary and come running to me to play smart. I will never take on a disciple without someone with Ning's kind of talent. The assistant gave him a breathless look. Ms. Ning's kind of talent? I'm afraid it's impossible to find another one in the world. Rather than setting the standard high, it was more likely that Shang Merlin himself had no idea of taking on any more disciples. I don't know who spread the news, making those people outside like chicken blood, squeezing their heads to get in front of Shang Meilin. Okay, I'll pass it on to the guys. Ming Chenkong came home from work, and he didn't even have time to greet Yi Tang, who was sitting in the living room drinking tea, and then walked straight to the second floor. Yi Tang froze for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. What's the matter with your haste? There's an important message for Dumpy. As Ming Chenkong spoke, he took a step without stopping to the front of the piano room and raised his hand to knock on the door. Looking at the excited look on his face, it didn't look like bad news, and Yi Tang couldn't help but follow with curiosity. Not long after, Ming Qingcheng came and opened the door and froze when she saw her parents both standing in the doorway. Dad, Mom, why are you all here together? Is something wrong? Normally, the two would rarely come over to the piano room to bother her, but this time they came together on a rare occasion. Ming Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat. However, seeing that the two did not look any different, she was secretly relieved. For a moment, she thought that Jiang Yining had said something in front of the two. Then he cursed himself. Jiang Yining really went and said something that would be good. In this way, Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang realized that Luo Xinting, who can represent the Luo family, dislikes this adopted daughter very much. When the time came, the only one who would be embarrassed would be Jiang Yining. What does she have to be ashamed of? Ming Chenkong nodded. Well, go in and talk. Ming Qingcheng sidestepped and let her parents enter the piano room. The piano room is large, with various computer equipment dedicated to recording music, as well as couches for lounging. In the center stood a shiny black grand piano. The three of them sat down on the sofa, and Ming Qingcheng poured a glass of water for the two of them. Ming Chenkong picked it up and took a sip. Qingcheng, how is your piano practice? If it's played in front of Shang Meilin, are you confident? Ming Qingcheng subconsciously looked at the sheet music placed on the score rack, and a faintly imperceptible frustration crossed her eyes. She had been practicing the 3 piano pieces for more than half a month, but, up to now, she hadn't been able to fully grasp even one of them. The pattern of the tune was too large, plus she had never tried this style of tune before, but, given some more time, she would be able to play it perfectly. But her father himself had asked, so of course she couldn't admit defeat. I have faith. Receiving a definite answer, Ming Chun-kang happily clapped his hands twice. Good. Good. Xingchang, your Uncle Luo just gave me good news. Shang Meilin has booked a place at that very famous music restaurant on Culture Road. He will dine there tomorrow at noon. This is a good opportunity. Dad has made arrangements for you. You can play a song in front of him then, it will definitely impress him. Ming Qingqing's mind tightened. Tomorrow? Yeah. Time is a bit tight. Your Uncle Luo only got the news today, and I didn't expect Shang Meilin to come over early. Ming Chengkong paused and lowered his voice. You shouldn't have a problem, right? Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She can't have problems. After being told that kind of thing by Jiang Yining, she could no longer leisurely wait for time to pass. The identity of Shang Meilin's disciple had to be gotten as soon as possible. In the middle of the day, Ming Qingcheng lifted his eyes and firmly looked at Ming Qingcheng. Dad, I have no problem with that. Ming Chengkong looked relieved. Good. Worthy of being my Ming Qingkong's daughter. Hearing this good news, Yi Tang was also happy, and then looking at Ming Qingqing's confident appearance, the infinite pride in her heart made her straighten her spine. Xincheng is also my daughter. My daughter is the best. Mom! Don't you praise me like that. I'm going to believe it. Yi Tang reached out and rubbed her daughter's hair, saying amiably, it's not a compliment, it's the truth. Alright, I won't bother Qingcheng practicing the qin. Ming Chengkong stood up, prepare well. Tomorrow we will go over together. Strive to take down Shang Meilin in one go. Ming Qingqing nodded, I will. Yi Tang also hurriedly followed suit and stood up, saying a few words of encouragement to Ming Qingqing before leaving the piano room. In the large piano room, Ming Qingcheng was the only one left. Tomorrow. She didn't expect it to be so sudden. However, this is really a good opportunity. There were too many people on the day of the sounders selection, and the sound of piano and steel can be fatiguing to hear too much. In particular, Shang Merlin is also a certain age, and no one is sure he will not participate in the whole process. There are too many uncertainties. There is more room for her to play tomorrow. She looked up at the sheet music, and halfway through, she made a resolute decision. Chapter 94 How Thin Have You Become? Saturday, 11 a.m., Cultural Road. Ming Chengkong slowly pulled into the parking lot of the music restaurant, and there were two other cars in front of him looking for a parking space. He stared at the car in front of him and sneered. It seems that there are quite a few people who have received the news today, even the Kung family has come to join in the fun. Yi Tang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, raised his head, his peach blossom eyes narrowed. The Gong family? The Gong family that took the land parcel in the West City and became rich overnight? Yes, the one in front is Kung Jicheng's car. Recently, the Ming family was preparing to bid for a piece of vacation land on the outskirts of the city, and the biggest competitor was the Gong family, and after spending more time against Gong Jicheng, he could recognize the other party when only a hair was exposed. Yi Tong looked at the car in front of him with a blank stare. Even that daughter of the Kung family wants to be Master Shang's disciple? Daydreaming isn't like that. When people are rich, they love to attach themselves to the world, and this Kung family is no exception. Not only did the Gong family attach themselves to the style, but they also specifically focused on Ming Qingqing's looks to set standards for the Gong family's young ladies. Ming Qingqing plays the piano, Miss Kung's family will also play the piano, Ming Qingqing participates in the piano competition, then Miss Kung's family will also participate in the competition. It's just that Miss Kung didn't even make it to the audition. Now, Ming Qingqing was going to worship Shang Meilin as her master, and the Kung family's young lady had rushed over in a hurry. Yi Tang was too embarrassed to sneer at her and only felt embarrassed. No self-awareness at all. Ming Chengkong snorted coldly, people, they always need to be hit before they can figure out reality. Xingcheng, you can't stay strong in a while, besides this Gong family, there must be others coming over. Yi Tang sidestepped and instructed Ming Qingqing in the back seat. Mom, I know. There are definitely quite a few people. Ming Chengkong tapped the steering wheel in annoyance. Normally on this cultural road, where do so many people come over? Look at this parking lot. It's so hard to find an empty spot. It was another 10 minutes or so before the car was parked and the family got out. Ah! Ming Qingqing suddenly shrieked. Yi Tang was startled and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Ming Qingcheng was a bit flustered. Mom, we forgot to call our sister to come alone. Hearing her words, both Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang were stunned. As if that was the moment to remember, they had a daughter. Yi Tang was the first to come back to his senses, his slightly sulky face hiding his heart. Call her for what? We came over for business, not for dinner. In case she doesn't know how to be courteous and bumps into Master Shang, it would be more trouble than it's worth. We can't take that risk. Ming Chenkong also accepted this statement from Yi Tang. Yes, call your sister at the next family gathering. We really aren't here for dinner today. Qingcheng, don't get distracted with your nonsense. Ming Qingcheng hung her eyes and answered softly. Let's go inside. The music restaurant is a semi-open box restaurant. Each box can see and hear the music performances on the lobby, and the owner of the music restaurant invites some bands to come in every once in a while for a residency. Anyone who frequents music restaurants knows that you can often see some of the biggest bands and musicians on the performance stage of a music hall meal. You can tell that the owner of the music restaurant has a huge amount of money and connections on his hands. Not only Deep City, but many music lovers from outside the city like to come over to dine. In addition to the resident orchestra that the restaurant invites, sometimes guests can go up for an impromptu performance. Because of Ming Qingcheng, the Ming family would occasionally come over for dinner. It was already lunchtime, when the restaurant should be at its most crowded, but the restaurant lobby had no orchestra scheduled to take the stage, and most of the instruments had been removed, leaving only the piano and guqin. Just two of the instruments on which Xing Merrill made his name and peaked. The restaurant manager leading the way noticed Ming Qingkong's line of sight and smiled. There were more guests booked for lunch today than ever before, and our owner felt that all of these guests wanted to show their musical sensibilities, so he didn't schedule the orchestra to come on. Ming Chenkong withdrew his gaze and did not respond. The manager led the group of three to the box they had reserved and retreated, allowing the waiter to take the order. Yi Tong sat down and skimmed his mouth somewhat spitefully. What are those people delusional about? Really not self-important. Only we, Qingcheng, are qualified for this in the entire Deep City. Alright, what's your hurry? Ming Chenkong had already calmed down. Red flowers also need green leaves to support them to be more beautiful. Yi Tong thought about it and thought it made sense. Alright, let's order first. Ming Chenkong took the menu. Shang Meilin's scheduled mealtime is 12 o'clock. There's still some time, we're not in a hurry. He had come early to have plenty of time. At that moment, the sound of strings being plucked came from the direction of the balcony of the box facing the lobby. Immediately afterward, an ancient tune lilted. Ming Chenkong froze for a moment and smiled. It seems that these people received the message without knowing the exact time. At this moment, Shang Merlin only hadn't entered the restaurant yet. Being well informed is really the most convenient. Jiang Yining went downstairs, and when he passed by the living room, he was about to report to Yi Tang about today's schedule, but he unexpectedly found that there was no one in the living room. Second miss, are you looking for madam? You don't need to look for it, Mrs. Mister has taken Missy out with her. A servant passed by and saw her looking around the parlor and asked. In her heart, she secretly snorted, really is the unappreciated adopted daughter, the whole family goes out without taking her with them. However, it's par for the course. Mister is also with us, that must be attending an important occasion. Bringing an adopted daughter, isn't that a joke to others? This is the only adopted daughter who is still oblivious and really thinks she has become a human being. In fact, the status was not much higher than that of them, the servants. Oh. Jiang Yining didn't have much expression on her face, and she was happy to be free without a report. Shang Merlin tried to send someone to pick her up, but she refused. She took a cab and went straight to the music restaurant on Culture Road. This restaurant, which she had heard of before she came to Deep City, was run in a unique way and was popular among music lovers. Shang Merlin's assistant was already waiting for her at the door and greeted her as soon as he saw her get out of the car. Ms. Ning, you're here. Well, Uncle Fong, long time no see. Jiang Yining greeted with a smile. Assistant Uncle Fong had a look of emotion on his face. Hey, it's been quite a long time, most of the year, right? After a few polite words, Uncle Fong hurriedly led Jiang Yining to the box where Shang Meilin was. Teacher. Shang Meilin's eyes lit up as she waved repeatedly. Ning is here. Come over and sit, I've ordered your favorite juice for you, it's very sweet, you should like it. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Yining walked over and sat down across from Shang Meilin, picking up the juice and taking a light sip. Shang Merlin scrutinized the girl for a few moments. You said you went to high school now? Tell me honestly, have you touched the piano since you came to Deep City? Jiang Yining straightened his back and put on an honest demeanor. Teacher, senior year of high school is pretty busy with studying, exams, and night study, and I have a competition. Shang Merlin grunted lightly. It means it hasn't been touched, right? Jiang Yining didn't dare to say anything. Shang Meilin glanced at her. You yourself know very well that if you don't touch the qin for a long time, you will soon get rusty. Are you planning to leave the qin behind? Didn't I give you that zither for nothing? You also promised me to participate in the state banquet recital. Teacher. I'll practice, I'm already busy. Having passed her quizzes and the preliminary rounds of the competition, she had been idle except for school and taking time to go to Renhwa. Humph, I'll listen first. Jiang Yining breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing the test. However, Shang Merlin slowly spoke again. Before that, Jiang Yining listened obediently. You must take care of yourself. Look at you, how thin you've gotten. Doesn't that new home of yours feed you? Jiang Yining was then a bit bewildered. Why do they say she's lost weight? Chapter 95, The Music Association definitely doesn't want this kind of person. Twilight had said more than once that she was thin. She'd been eating regularly since she'd arrived in Deep City and hadn't lost any weight, and it wasn't like she hadn't changed much without looking in the mirror. This is probably the elders think you're skinny series. I did eat properly. Shang Merlin grunted, not intending to dwell on this issue with her, and then remembered something else. By the way, your real parents know you take piano lessons, right? The old man asked, but his face almost said, they know your teacher is me. Jiang Yining was silent for a moment. They don't know. Shang Merlin wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at her. When he contacted Jiang Yining several times before and after to mention practicing the piano, she stammered that she didn't have it. Makes you wonder what kind of life she's living when she gets to her new home. Tell me honestly, how are you doing these days? Jiang Yining slightly raised the corners of his lips. It's okay, teacher, don't worry, I'm not someone who can suffer. Shang Merlin thought about it and agreed with her statement. He'd watched the child grow up, petulant from a young age, and if she'd suffered, she'd have been very ill and kept everyone on their toes for the rest of her life. Although the body is better in the past few years, but the temperament is also raised to change, that is by no means possible to change. It didn't get any deeper than that, and the two masters and disciples turned to talk about aspects of music. After chatting for a while, the waiter entered the box with the dishes. Well, let's eat first. Jiang Yining looked at the dishes served on the table, all of which she loved to eat. Thank you, teacher, but made Shang Merlin's face tense up. Ning, it's rare for a teacher to have dinner with you. Jiang Yining nodded, but the doctor advised that you can't eat foods high in sugar and calories, and since I'm your student, I should be the one to accommodate your tastes. Shang Merlin was just about to say that his tastes were what was on the table right now. I thought that after not seeing her love interest for so long, she would have eaten the meal with one eye open. Annan, just. Uncle Fong. Jiang Yining turned her head and looked at Uncle Fong who was guarding the side. Go ask the waiter to add 2 more dishes. Uncle Fong held back his laughter and stepped forward. Miss Ning, okay, I'll be right there. Shang Meilin tried to struggle. Ning, look, aren't these leftovers? The country doesn't promote waste. Jiang Yining glanced at him. No waste, Uncle Fong, and I can finish these. Shang Meilin was completely speechless and honestly allowed his assistant to put dishes he didn't like but were good for his health in front of him. As they were eating, the sound of the guqin, which they had been using as background music, suddenly changed to a piano. Shang Merlin let out an eep and straightened his back. That's not bad piano playing. Jiang Yining nodded in return. It's just lacking some control, it should have just been started not long ago. To have this level just after starting out, good talent. Shang Merlin paused and turned his head to his assistant. Go down in a moment and ask who the player is, and when the Tone Association selects its members, you can give him a direct pass. It wasn't that Shang Merlin didn't know that those playing below were all coming at him. When he got off the plane yesterday, he knew this would be the outcome. I've encountered this kind of thing so often that I don't even bother to lose my temper. Accepting an apprentice is impossible. After seeing Jiang Yining's musical talent, it was really hard for other people to impress him and regenerate his desire to take on a student. The love of talent is still there. Since those people were really talented, if he didn't mind, he could give them a few pointers if he had the time after entering the music association, but no more. Okay. Uncle Fong answered. After eating, the dessert would have to wait for a while before being served, so Jiang Yining went to the restroom. Uncle Fong greeted Shang Meilin and went down to inquire about the two bouncers he had just heard during dinner who were playing okay. Shang Merlin held his teacup and leaned over to the windowsill to look down. Just as the song was finished, the young boy who had played it got up to leave, and a girl in a long white dress with a dignified and noble demeanor walked up. Gorgeous and upbeat music spills out. Shang Meilin listened intently for a while, and the Chuan character on his brow grew deeper and deeper. The sight of looking down again deepened a few points. This song is very similar to what he had heard, an original song by Jiang Yining. To say it's similar is more like an adaptation. There are fewer transition sections that are difficult to articulate, and bits and pieces of the climax are retained, which makes the whole thing a lot more mediocre, but it still manages to catch the listener's eye. The 10-minute or so tune quickly ended, and that white-skirted girl slowly opened her eyes just in time to meet up with Shang Meilin in the second floor box. The girl froze for a moment, then smiled slightly and got up to leave the lobby, heading back to her compartment. Shang Merlin put the cup in his hand down, his fingers digging into the window frame, his face expressionless in contemplation. He didn't bother to wonder why a tune that hadn't been played in public had been taken and adapted. After all, Jiang Yining had little awareness of copyright, often generously sharing their work with those around them, as was the case with Haran's that time. Often, it was only when he was staring that the girl would remember to check in. Even if he had once played it publicly, he would not allow onlookers to recklessly adapt Jiang Yining's original song. It's also changed to the point where it's mediocre. Unbearable. Probably due to the lack of fire from the bouncer. Shang Merlin straightened his body and took a step towards the door of the box. They were about to push the door open when someone pulled on the handle just outside the door, and the two nearly collided. Uncle Fong was taken aback. Elder Shang? Where are you going? You're back just in time. That girl who just played a few minutes ago, go ask her for me. Uncle Fong smiled at his words. I've already asked in passing, just now I was listening to it and thought it was good. The style of music is somewhat similar to Ms. Ning's, so I guessed you'd like it, so I asked altogether. He had followed Shang for nearly 10 years and had practiced his sensitivity to music by ear. That's something he still has an ear for. Similar? Shang Meilin sneered, you memorized that girl's name, the music association definitely doesn't want this kind of person. Uncle Fong froze. Huh? People like that? What kind of people are they? Uncle Fong was confused, but Shang Meilin must have his reasons for saying so. Looking at how angry Shang Meilin was, he vaguely guessed some of the reasons. I'm just afraid that girl's style is not similar to Ms. Ning's, but plagiarized, right? Okay. Don't be angry, Elder Shang, I'll make a note of it, and I definitely won't let her enter the tone association. This time even, not any public performance, I don't bother with her, if let me find out that she dares to public. Shang Meilin did not say the word blocked out loud, but Uncle Fong also understood what he meant. Wiping his sweat, Uncle Fong advised. Why don't you just send a warning letter if you're not happy? Don't be angry, if Ms. Ning sees it, she'll have to talk about you again. Shang Merlin gave his assistant a blank look. I'm still mad at her. Always throwing her stuff around. Chapter 96 Shang Merlin becomes interested in her. Uncle Fong secretly bristled, thinking, do you dare to say this in front of Ms. Ning? Ms. Ning's current appearance is not spoiled by these elders led by Elder Shang? Yes, it's Ms. Ning's fault, you'll say more about her in a moment. Shang Meilin's eyes widened as he sniffed. Who dares to say she's bad? Uncle Fong. Left and right are not people. He can only bow down to the big man. It's my bad. Shang Merlin was barely satisfied. Uncle Fong felt that it was already a bit impossible to talk on this topic. Across the board it was his fault. What else was there to say? Elder Shang, do we need to send someone to keep an eye on that girl? If it was really a copy of Ms. Ning, there must be two of such things, and if it was not handled properly, it might affect Ms. Ning's interests and reputation. Shang Meilin pondered for a while. No need, but it's just a clown. You can't even perform a tenth of the original song, and you can't think of anyone who is talented when you make a low-end adaptation of a good song. Thinking about it, he let out a cold laugh and cursed himself for being stupid. Do people with talent need to take such evil ways? Uncle Fong responded, okay. As they were talking, Jiang Yining came back and stood behind Uncle Fong, looking at the two with a strange expression. Teacher, Uncle Fong, what are you doing standing at the door? Shang Meilin didn't want to bother her with something trivial and waved her hand. It's okay, I just ate, so I'm just walking around to kill some food. Oh, Jiang Yining responded suspiciously. Shang Merlin sidled up and pointed to the table. Your dessert has been served. Yes. Jiang Yining ate her dessert. Just now I heard someone outside say that there's a girl who's very good at the piano down there. Did the teacher hear that? Shang Merlin nodded, then shook his head. I hear you, it's not impressive at all, it's not as good as the first. The view from this performance stage is so good that the performer can be easily spotted by the second or third floor boxes if someone is standing by the window watching. The contenders before her didn't have any particular expression after they played, and she should be the first one who managed to draw Shang Merlin to her. In other words, Shang Merlin had taken an interest in her. She's a big step closer to success. Ming Qingcheng resisted the urge to scream and maintained her most elegant posture as she slowly walked back to the Ming family's box. Once inside, she shared the joy of the scene she had just witnessed with her parents. Really? You really saw Master Shang? Yi Tang was so happy that he tightly grabbed Ming Qingcheng's hand. Ming Qingcheng nodded vigorously. Really? He should have seen it from the beginning. She hadn't brought the sheet music with her, and had only memorized the adapted piano piece in her head, playing it out blind the entire time so as not to distract herself. But it was also fortunate that that song, which she had been practicing for more than half a month, had been adapted to be simple, so she managed to make it through the whole thing without any mistakes. That piece of music was like a lucky charm that finally made Shang Merlin notice her. Next, every step gets easier. A gentle yet proud smile surfaced on Yi Tang's extremely well-maintained face. That's really great. You're finally seeing the rewards of your efforts. Sure enough, you're my good daughter. Ming Chengkong was also very satisfied and unprecedentedly gave Ming Qingcheng a chopstick dish. Come on, tired too, eat something first. Ming Qingcheng smiled sweetly at him. Thanks Dad. She picked up her chopsticks and started to eat. Yi Tang ladled her a bowl of soup and gave her some favorites. The more I looked, the more I realized that this daughter was good in every way. Ming Qingcheng was well behaved and didn't forget to give Yi Tang chopsticks as well. Mom, you eat too. Fine. One way or another, the table was full of warmth and laughter. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The family of three glanced at each other, each able to see the unexpected realization in the other's eyes. Here we go. Ming Chengkong cleared his throat and raised his voice, please come. The restaurant manager smiled and pushed the door open. Mr. Ming, Mrs. Ming, Miss Ming, are you still satisfied with the food in this restaurant? Ming Chengkong nodded, quite good. The restaurant manager respectfully asked a few questions about the flavor and opinions on what needed to be improved, and Ming Chengkong answered cooperatively, though he was a bit impatient. Immediately, the restaurant manager's words changed. To be honest, I came over here to apologize to the three of you. Just now when your daughter finished her performance, someone came to ask me for your daughter's name. I didn't think too much at the time and revealed Miss Ming's name. Please forgive me for my carelessness, Mr. Ming and Miss Ming. As early as the time of reserving the box, the restaurant and the guests had already passed the word to each other, and it was just a scene to say this now. Ming Chengkong smiled and waved his hand. No harm, no foul, it's only right that someone likes my daughter's zither, it's her honor. Having finished what he had to say, the restaurant manager had the sense to prepare to leave. Oh, wishing Miss Ming a speedy climb to the top of the musical ladder, I won't disturb a few of you with your meal, he said, turning toward the door. Wait. Ming Qingcheng hurriedly called out to the restaurant manager. The restaurant manager stopped his steps and looked sideways at Ming Qingcheng with some confusion. Miss Ming, is there anything else? Ming Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, but still asked, well, that person who inquired about my name. Did he ask anyone else? The restaurant manager's complexion slightly paused and glanced towards Ming Chengkong. Ming Chengkong nodded imperceptibly. Yes, that person also asked the names of Miss Kong and young Master Yi. As soon as the voice dropped, a flash of unnaturalness crossed the faces of the three people in the box. Chapter 97 One's Own Selfish Desire. After answering Ming Qingcheng's question, the restaurant manager didn't stop, owed his body and walked out. The door to the box closed, and Yi Tang was the first to show his displeasure. Why did you even ask about the one from the Kung family? What qualifications does that straw lady have to be compared to our Qingcheng? Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and did not speak. The young master of the Yi family has some talent in Guqin. This is something known in the circle of celebrities, so there's no need to take it to heart, but Miss Gong Chusha of the Gong family. An explosive daughter who didn't even make it out of the piano competition auditions. What makes you think Shang Merlin will look at you differently? Ming Chenkong knocked on the dining table. Alright, don't complain about such trivial matters, Xingcheng just needs to do well enough. After leaving school, Yi Tang had little contact with music, and didn't really have too substantial a feeling for Shang Meilin's greatness. Just having read about him, everyone else said he was great, so she followed suit. But now Shang Merlin's provocative gaze made her doubt on this awesome. What little thing? The one from Gong's family is put on the same level as our Qingcheng. What if others think that our Qingcheng's level is the same as hers in the future? I'm doubting whether the Shang Meilin is any good or not. Don't talk nonsense. Ming Chenkong chided, and only after a pause did he say, since the Gong family could spend money on Shang Meilin's information, they naturally came prepared, and just now none of us saw with our own eyes that it was Gong Chuxia herself who was playing below. After he said that, both Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng reacted. A famous family like theirs certainly couldn't have done such a thing. After all, at the end of the day, in front of Shang Merlin, if you can't take the real thing and get brushed off, it's still yourself who will be humiliated. But these thugs are trying to move up the ladder with that what if mentality that a win is a win, and they have nothing to lose if they lose. Thinking this way, Ming Qingcheng's heart felt much better. If Master Shang came over and selected our Qingcheng right now, how much of a waste of time it would be? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to just have the assistant ask for the name? Yi Tang sighed lightly. Ming Chenkong shook his head. I heard that as soon as Master Shang got off the plane yesterday, he was very angry about his whereabouts being leaked, and said that he would never accept these people as disciples, so how can he shoot himself in the foot when the words have been put out? Yi Tang also knew that the temperament of that artistic person was eccentric, did not say anything more, pulled Ming Qingcheng's and patted it gently. It's just that it's hard for us to lean in, just bear with it a little longer and wait until the day we get to the day of the Sound Association selection. Ming Qingcheng smiled and shook his head. Mom, I'm not bitter. Piano was originally my hobby, even without Master Shang, I'm still going to practice piano. Having already been informed of the results of Shang Meilin's fancy for Ming Qingcheng, and with the meal almost finished, Ming Chenkong signaled the waiter to come in and settle the bill. I'll touch up my makeup. Ming Qingcheng picked up her small bag. Well, go ahead. A corner of the second-floor terrace of the music restaurant. Jiang Yining picked up the phone. Hello, Sydney? Ning. I found out something on the Yi family side of Guangqing. Don't be upset when you hear this. These news information has been to her hands some days earlier, but she listened to all the gas to half dead, as the party's Jiang Yining, only afraid. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to tell Jiang Yining. Say it. Jiang Yining's tone was light. Then I'll say it? Sydney cleared her throat. Over the years, the Yi family side has been suspecting that Ming Qingcheng is not Yi Tang's real daughter, the Yi family's main mother, is your current grandmother. She wanted to let Yi Tang to do a paternity test, but Ming Chenkong couple felt that the child has been around since birth and has not been away from their eyes, so to do a paternity test is superfluous, and in the future by the child knows, will also hurt the child's heart. Until 2 years ago, the Yi family side to take advantage of Ming Qingcheng to do a physical examination, let someone take her hair to do the identification, proved that the suspicion of many years is correct. In other words, Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang already knew that Ming Qingcheng was not their biological daughter as early as 2 years ago. Sydney paused, listening to the lack of a single sound on the other side of the phone, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Ning, are you still listening? Jiang Yining smiled. I'm listening, it's fine, go ahead. These days in the Ming household were enough for her to build herself a strong psyche. Even if the Ming family couple did something horrible, it probably wouldn't shake her heart. At that time, the Ming family and the Luo family happened to be talking about the marriage, probably for the sake of this marriage contract. They did not want to get their own daughter back. These 2 years has been the Yi family to track down your whereabouts, the things that happened behind, you also know. The Yi family looking for you too, the Ming family in order to suppress the truth, hard to pick you back. Sydney stopped, a little speechless. This kind of parents simply have no bottom line, don't want even if, anyway, Jiang Yining also have loved her relatives, but these people for their own selfish desires, hard to biological daughter's good life into a mess. But whenever they asked Jiang Yining's opinion and negotiated properly, it was better than directly robbing someone. Putting selfishness to good use. Jiang Yining was in the Ming family, it would be strange if that life could be better. After a long moment of silence, Sydney spoke carefully. Ning, why don't I go take you away? You don't have to worry. Jiang Yining's speech blossom eyes slightly converged. When I want to leave, no one can stop me. Sydney laughed out of nowhere. Yeah, too. Her Ning was no longer a porcelain doll, and it wasn't that simple to move her. Yi family sighed. You continue to help me investigate and transfer down. Sydney responded, don't worry, I will even if you don't tell me. I'll let you know when I have news. The Yi family seems to focus on the bloodline and does not give up looking for Jiang Yining, but even the biological parents do not see it, but they insist that Ming Qingcheng is not Yi Tang's biological daughter, and this matter is also strange in every way. What is it, exactly, that makes them so convinced they're right? It's always hard to rest easy until these things are clear. Thanks. Sydney feigned anger. What are you being polite to me for? You saved my life. It's my honor to work for you. Jiang Yining was a bit helpless, Sydney. Okay, don't tell me anything, that's what doctors do, I'm not listening, anyway, call me if you need anything, I love it when you get in trouble. Good. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining walked in the direction of the box. Ming Qingcheng walked out of the restroom, suddenly a figure flashed around the corner and disappeared from sight without her seeing it. She looked at the corner in disbelief, the person just now. Is Jiang Yining? No, it can't be. How could Jiang Yining be here? Hesitating for a second, she took a step to catch up. However, it was empty until the end of the corridor. It must have been the last piano competition that shadowed me. How can she come to a store like this when she doesn't even know what music is? Chapter 98. Still thinking about taking her exam. The family of 3 went out this time and gained a lot, and when they returned to the Ming family, all 3 of them had smiles on their faces. Yi Tang was even more delighted. On the way back, she received quite a few congratulatory messages, and Ming Qingcheng was considered to have ruthlessly given her a long face. Just now Mrs. Tang even sent me a special message to ask when Qingcheng became so powerful. I was wondering, hasn't my family's Qingcheng always been so powerful? Apparently, there were quite a few people from the celebrity circle in Deep City who had rushed to Shang Meilin to go to the music restaurant today, and they had all listened to the music played by Ming Qingcheng. Ming Qingcheng blushed in shame and shook Yi Tang's hand with some embarrassment. Mom, I'm just doing it like I usually practice, don't exaggerate. At that moment, Ming Qingkong's cell phone rang. He swept a glance and smiled. Your uncle Luo also called, surely praising you. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips, restraining her excessive elation. Yedong held her hand tightly. It's all your effort. You mother and daughter talk, then get some rest while I take care of work. Ming Qingkong took his cell phone and headed for the study. Praise would definitely come, but it was still basically because there was a serious matter that the Luo family's side made a special effort to call. Well, there you go. Ming Qingkong had just left when his cell phone rang again in the living room. This time it was Yi Tang's cell phone. When Yi Tang saw the note name on the screen, the pleased look on his face faded a bit. Ming Qingcheng also saw it. Mrs. Lai. It's about Zhao Shuexian. Leaning, why don't you go get some rest while Mom takes a call? With that, he took his cell phone and went to the side room. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and got up to go to the piano room. She didn't have any extra time to think about other people's business. Parlor. Yi Tang picked up the phone. Mrs. Lai? The woman's voice with apologies came from the other side of the phone. Mrs. Ming, I've talked to Beiting a few times about what happened last time. I'm really sorry, it looks like I won't be able to help. Yi Tang froze. This. Hey, the child has grown up, I can only mention my opinion, he is not willing to listen, I can't force him to. Mrs. Li paused. I consulted with a lawyer, your niece is young and a first-time offender, won't be sentenced too heavy, hire a good lawyer, should be able to reduce the sentence to community corrections, boil over, lawyer, if needed, I can help. Yi Tang nearly laughed in exasperation at these scenes. Doesn't she know all this? Just get over it? The biggest problem now is that it will leave a record. Zhao Shuexian's file is spent, not only want to get into a good university is hopeless, in the future when she marries, what choice will she have? The families of the celebrity circle surely wouldn't want such a daughter-in-law. So much for serving a sentence, and with it, a lifetime of shame. However, no matter how dissatisfied she was, she didn't dare to vent it out to Mrs. Lai. Holding back a few perfunctory words, he hung up. Even asking Mrs. Li to step in didn't convince Li biting. Is there really no way out? Mistress, second miss is back. At this time, the servant suddenly came to report, pulling Yi Tang's thoughts back. After reacting for a second, he remembered that the title of second miss referred to Jiang Yining. Tell her to come over to me in the side room, I have something to say to her. The servant answered and exited the side room to call for someone. A few minutes later, Jiang Yining appeared in the doorway of the side hall. Anything? The moment he opened his mouth, it was an unpleasant tone, making the already somewhat irritated Yi Tang even more irritated. With such a good role model as Ming Qingcheng in front of you, why can't you learn from her? Even if you can't learn to say nice things, at least get your attitude right. You sit down, I have something to tell you. Jiang Yining looked at her for 2 seconds, didn't say anything, and walked over to her designated seat and sat down. In the side room, the two men were silent for several moments. After a long time, Yi Tang suddenly reached out and pressed his hand against his brow, speaking in a deep voice. Anan, you're really leaving nothing to chance about Xue Xian? She's your own cousin. If she really goes to jail, it won't look good on your face either. And do you know what people will say about you in the future? They'll say you're ruthless and won't even spare your own family. Are you planning to carry these curses for the rest of your life? As she said that, she paused for a moment and lowered her hand, her eyes staring intently at Jiang Yining before she softened her tone again and continued. Xue Xian's crime is not serious, and at most, she will be punished with community corrections, she will not go to jail, and then you will still be classmates and relatives, and you can't erase this layer of relationship, and when it gets so stagnant, how do you think you are going to face her? How to get along with her? Jiang Yining's expression was light. She was wrong about this matter. If she still dares to face me, then why can't I face her? Yi Tang's hands instantly squeezed tightly, his chest suffocating uncomfortably. Knew that would be the answer. Jiang Yining was born to overcome her. Have you ever talked to her in a smooth manner? Yi Tang could sort of see that talking properly to Jiang Yining, she wouldn't listen. In that case, it's just a matter of being tough. Our Ming family can never produce such a ruthless person. If you still want to stay in the family, go to the police station immediately now and withdraw the case. Jiang Yining glanced at her, then stood up. Good. Dropping a word, she stepped outside. Yi Tang stared blankly at her back and subconsciously asked after her, where are you going? Go to your room and pack. Yi Tang simply didn't know what to say. So stubborn and half-hearted. It's true that the girl who came out from the deep mountains doesn't know the sky and the earth. Leaving the Ming family and taking the little money her Jiang family grandmother gave her, did she really think she could live in Deep City? That little money won't even pay for her next semester's tuition. Stop right there. Jiang Yining stopped and didn't turn around. Yi Tang held back her anger. I didn't mean for you to leave. Why did you child get into a bull's eye? Just go and withdraw the case. Jiang Yining interrupted her. Either way, I don't have withdrawing the case as an option. Yi Tang's expression was unsightly to the extreme, so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. Xingqiang had gained Master Sheng's admiration, and today should have been the happiest day, but now it was messed up by Jiang Yining. How did she end up with such a wonderful daughter? You go back to the house and think about whether what you did was wrong or not. Ask your own conscience whether you can live with it or not. Oh. Jiang Yining responded in a salty manner and left the side hall. Just as she got back to her room, her cell phone vibrated. Surprisingly, it was a message sent by Twilight Sync. Twilight, Ning, is the competition over? How did you do on the exam? It's been 2 days since the test. Obviously busy and thinking about minding her exams. This guy is really. Peach Blossom eyes curved up, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but bring a smile. Chapter 99, Ask Your Sister More. Jiang Yining raised his hand and returned. The questions are not difficult, and both of the subjects enrolled should pass the preliminary rounds. It took 2 minutes for Twilight to come back with a reply. Twilight Sync, brother will prepare a gift, however, it may be a bit later before I can give it to Ning. Jiang Yining helplessly held his forehead. Brother Twilight, you get busy, don't worry about me, I can take care of myself. The message was sent and it took a while for another reply to come back. Jiang Yining narrowed his peach blossom eyes and silently put away his cell phone. In the evening, at the table of the Ming family. Ming Chengkong opened a bottle of red wine and looked like he was in a good mood. Although Yi Tang was angered by Jiang Yining, Jia Xuexian was not her daughter in the end, and after a glass of red wine went down, she forgot almost everything, and in her heart, she only had Ming Qingqing being rewarded by Shang Meilin. The table ate and drank, already chatting about what needs to be prepared to worship the master above. Jiang Yining sat on the side, eating silently, unable to tell what he was thinking. Yi Tong suddenly let out a soft ah. Such an important thing, I almost forgot to tell Qinghan about it. Ming Qingcheng sniffed and raised her head, a little anxious. Mom! Don't tell your brother yet. It's not a done deal yet. In case Master Sheng just sent someone down to ask, nothing more, I. Anyway, you don't say anything yet. Yi Tong opened his mouth, somewhat hesitant. It was so good, she couldn't wait to want to inform the world about it right away. They were at the music restaurant for nearly 2 hours, and there were 40, if not 50, people squeezed into play, so many that they asked 3. That's almost ironclad. Master Shang didn't choose Ming Qingcheng. Is it possible that he wants to choose that Kung family strawman? At this time, Ming Chengkang also spoke up in support of Ming Qingcheng's statement. I remember Qinghan said that he's going to graduate early this year, so he should be very busy, so just leave him alone for now, and when it's time to pay your respects, just ask him if he's free to come back and attend. Jiang Yining listened to the 3 of them before remembering that the Ming family also had an eldest son who had studied abroad for several years. Ming Qingxin. She hung her head slightly, her eyes a little out of focus. Stray gray figures flashed through his mind, many fragmented images, and the soft child's voice. I don't want her. I want another one. After a while, Jiang Yining closed her eyes and reopened them, her small face serene. Holding up his chopsticks, he picked up a piece of tomato in front of him and took a gentle bite. The sour flavor cleared her vision quite a bit. No one at the table had even noticed anything different about her, and it was still lively. When Qinghan returns from her studies, the art and technology worlds will be wrapped up by our family in the future. Ming Chengkang nodded. It just so happens that that tech company under Ming's banner can be given to Qinghan for practice. As he was speaking, out of the corner of his eye, he swept Jiang Yining, who was eating quietly on the side. The movements were graceful, the look was beautiful, and just looking at it was pleasing enough to the eye. Suddenly reacting to the fact that this daughter of his, who had been picked up from the countryside, already had the air of a great lady. I believe she should be able to perform well on the day of the Lai family birthday banquet. He had always trusted Yi Tang on this point of raising children. Just look at Ming Qinghan and Ming Qingcheng and how good they were raised. Enan, how did you do on the test the other day? Ming Chengkang suddenly changed the topic, and there was silence on the restaurant for a split second. Ming Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat and looked at Jiang Yining somewhat nervously. Jiang Yining paused and raised his head. Not bad. When Ming Qingcheng heard this answer, she breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time, her heart felt a few moments of uneasiness. She didn't even go to the test center. How can she say okay? Could it be that she really thought she could advance by relying on her lab test scores? If the lab exam is full. Ming Qingcheng immediately felt that her entire body was a bit bad. If we let Jiang Yining enter the rematch, wouldn't everything be back to square one? No, she should just be talking about math? Ming Chengkang didn't notice the touch of weirdness in the atmosphere and continued. That's good, exams are all about relaxing your mind. If there's anything you don't know, don't worry, ask your sister more. Her grades have always been stable in the top 5 of the class. Jiang Yining let out a laugh and didn't answer. The laughter was shallow, but in Ming Qingcheng's ears, there was a feeling of being publicly humiliated. Her hand resting on the dining room table slowly squeezed tight. Seeing that Jiang Yining smiled, Ming Chengkang took it as her agreeing with his words and threw in a bit of sweetness appropriately. Your sister also said she did well this time as well, so if you both pass the competition then Dad will give you a reward. Oh, thanks. After dinner, the maid brought a platter of cut fruit. Ming Chengkang picked up a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and casually asked. Why don't you see Xu Xian coming over to play lately? Yi Tang's expression stiffened, and only after a long time did he squeeze out a minute smile. Where's the time to play when you're a senior in high school? That kid's grades are a little dangerous, and he's going to have to work a little harder to get into a college in the 49th city. Ming Chengkang nodded and said nothing more. Yi Tang was also afraid that if she continued to sit down, Ming Chengkang would find out something, and after eating a few pieces of fruit, she urged Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining to go back to practicing and learning the qin. And don't push too hard, there's still some time before the entrance exams. However, Ming Chengkang just casually said so and did not object to the 2 children going back to their rooms to study. Monday. Today was the day for the results of the 5-subject competition, and quite a few people in the focus class had signed up for it, so early in the morning, the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit boisterous. I heard that the people in the physics improvement class said that Han's guesses were spot on, so there should be quite a few people advancing in physics this time around, right? Old you is a slag. Only Stinky Stone might advance in our class, oh. Of course, the 2 school gods don't count in. Same with biology, hey, the others don't know, but I'm all out, so feel free to take the entrance exam. When the hell are the grades coming out? I'm in a hurry, just give me a word if I can pass or not. It says 10 o'clock, so teacher and the others should be able to make it a little earlier. The crowd gathered in a group to discuss the matter in a heated manner. Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining walked into the classroom one after the other. The discussion stopped for an instant. Because Jiang Yining's exams for the two competitions hadn't been grouped together with the class, everyone hadn't talked to her about the papers yet, so they were quite curious about her results. Big brother Jiang, how do you think you did on the exam? Good in physics, or good in math? Someone spoke up curiously and asked. Jiang Yining stood in front of his seat, putting down his book bag and thinking sideways. It's all pretty much the same. So that means there's not much of a difference between the grades in the two subjects? The school bully is really a school bully, even the answers are the same. Hey, it's hard enough for me to get through one subject, and you guys are still almost the same in two subjects, you really don't give a damn. Apparently someone also asked Meng Jingqing the same question and got the same answer. Chapter 100 Donation of Music Building. Ming Qingcheng raised her eyes and glanced at Jiang Yining. Again. When it came to physics competition scores, Jiang Yining never showed any other emotions. Being set up to not make it to the exam, you lose your grade and can't advance. Shouldn't a person be angry or sad? She. Tilting. Someone tapped her on the shoulder. Ming Qingcheng was startled. It was the female classmate who usually leaned over to talk to her on her own accord. The girl didn't expect Ming Qingcheng to react so strongly and was also taken aback. Sorry, did I scare you? Nothing, I was just thinking about things. Ming Qingcheng smiled, her face had already returned to its previous expression of always smiling sweetly. What are you looking for me for? The girl was relieved to see that she didn't mind. Ming Qingcheng, this person is clearly 1,000 gold miss, in the school, in addition to Li Beiqing, Luo Xinting, she is the most noble. However, compared to the eccentric Li Beiqing, the high and cold Luo Xinting, she is simply too good to be true, good-tempered, good to get along with, and... Didn't you also participate in the physics competition, Qingcheng? How did you do? The people around them looked over. Yeah, Ming-san, how does it feel? Ming Qingcheng smiled. Shouldn't be a problem. Sun Xiaoya sighed, Qingcheng, you are awesome. Studying well and playing the piano even better. I heard that you've been spotted by a very famous musician who wants to take you on as a student, right? This statement immediately caused the class to gasp and envy one after another. Ming Qingcheng's expression stiffened slightly. She very much disliked going around telling people things that weren't quite settled. That's what happened at the last piano competition. The so-called piano virtuosos, critics desperately trying to put a high hat on her, is what made her lose so much face in front of the whole class. This time, she'd wanted to wait until she was worshipping before she said it publicly. It's all getting out to the class. There is probably no lack of Yi Tong's credit. Pursing her lips, Ming Qingcheng smiled and shook her head in denial. Nothing's going on, it's just a rumor, I didn't even know it was happening myself. Sun Xiaoya froze for a moment. It's not a rumor, is it? I even heard that musician's name is Shang. Shang Merlins. The words were met with an uproar. I think I've heard that name too, yeah? That's a really big name. Wait, I remember there was a picture of him on the top of the music book in my freshman year of high school. I doodled it, so I remember it perfectly. Anyone who makes it into the textbooks. That's a national big shot, right? Awesome, awesome. Ming Qingcheng looked at Sun Xiaoya, a flash of disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes, but her face still wore a sweet and adorable smile. Xiaoya, it's really just a rumor. It's impossible that I, the person in question, didn't know that I was going to be Master Shang's disciple, right? The crowd had the good sense not to pick up on it when they heard her say that, and quickly returned to the topic of competing to make the grade. Li Beiqing tilted his body in Jiang Yining's direction while mending his homework. That cheap sister of yours is really pretending. I've heard her mom going around saying that she's going to be Shang Merlin's disciple. Jiang Yining slightly hooked the corners of his lips. I'd like to think it's pretty smart of her to do that. At least, in the future, you can save some face in the class. Ha! Li Beiqing didn't hear her words and stopped writing, looking over toward Jiang Yining. It's okay, just write. Amidst the clamor, the morning reading bell rang. The crowd eagerly waited for the announcement of the results of the 5-subject competition, but they didn't expect to wait for another piece of news first. Every Monday after morning reading, a flag-raising ceremony is held, and all are required to attend without special circumstances. After the ceremony, the vice principal routinely says some words of encouragement or announces some arrangements that are relevant to all students and teachers. This week was no exception. In order to encourage the development of music, Mr. Shang Merlin will donate a music building to our school. On behalf of all the students and teachers at Guardian, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to Mr. Shang Merlin. When these words came out, the people in the focus class, who were still in a state of delirium, winced and returned to their senses. The name Shang Merlin was just said before morning reading and people are donating buildings to our school? That coincidence. I wouldn't have believed it anyway. It's clearly aimed at Ming-san, isn't it? Giving a building in order to take in an apprentice? Simply trenchant. Everyone looked at Ming Qingchun. Ming Qingchun was more shocked than anyone else at this moment. Originally from Linchang, Shang Meilin was often invited to perform all over the world when she was young, and has been a longtime resident of 49 City for the past decade. Never heard of his connection to Deep City, and all of a sudden he decides to donate a music building to Guardian. The Kung family's first lady and the Yi family's young master, who were asked for their names together with her that day on Saturday, were not Ka-tak students. Only her. Could it be that Shang Merlin really liked her piano and really wanted to take her as a disciple before throwing out such a big olive branch? The idea sprouted in her mind and grew wildly out of control. Ming Qingcheng took a deep breath and tried to restrain her excitement, barely making herself look calmer, maintaining the usual smile on her face. Be quiet. The vice principal glared at the noisy focus class, and then said something about Shang Meilin's donation of the music building in words of thanks, before releasing these students on the playground who could barely stand to go back to their classrooms. As soon as she was dismissed, Sun Xiaoya rushed to Ming Qingcheng's side with a sigh of relief. Xingcheng, look, other masters have donated buildings for you. In my opinion, they'll be looking for you soon. Ming Qingcheng shook her head, not speaking yet not denying Sun Xiaoya's words. The rest of the focus class came over and said something envious. Being able to be taken as a disciple by a textbook big shot, they would only have to look up to them in the future. Before returning to the classroom, Ming Qingcheng's cell phone rang. It was Yi Tong who called. Xingcheng, Mrs. Zhou told me that Master Shang suddenly donated a music building to Jiada, is that true? Yi Tong's voice was very excited. Ming Qingcheng gestured sideways to a few of her friends and walked alone to the corner of the corridor. It's true, the vice principal announced it just now at the flag-raising ceremony. Yi Tang sucked in a huge breath, barely able to suppress the urge to scream, this Master Shang must really like you. Look, as soon as he came up, he donated such a large sum to your school. Mom, it doesn't have to be for me, calm down a bit first. Ming Qingcheng bit her lip, Master Shang loves music very much, and would donate the music building to the school perhaps just to develop our country's music. Hey! Xingcheng, you must not be presumptuous. You have talent, you deserve to be held in the palm of your hand. Mrs. Zhou also told me that this is the first time Master Shang donated a music building to a school. Chapter 101, Full Score. Over there, Ming Qingcheng had a hard time convincing Yi Tang to calm down, and the news on the internet began to spread like crazy. After a certain music-related official media V posted a related news item, Shang Merlin's donation of a music building to Jiada went straight to the top of the hot search. Immediately afterward, someone picked up on the fact that when Shang Merlin dined at Deep City Music Restaurant over the weekend, he had his assistant ask the restaurant for the names of 3 players, one of whom was a Guardian student. Shang Meilin is not from Shamshuipo and doesn't have much connection with Shamshuipo, but he suddenly donated the first music building to the school in a strange city. It's a move that's enough to get the attention of the entire music industry. One can't help but associate the two events together, and the internet is abuzz with speculation that Shang Merlin is taking on a second disciple in his life. And the kid whose talent Shang Merlin saw was a student of Guardians. Hashtag Shang Merlin, Guardian hashtag. Hashtag Shang Merlin, take an apprentice hashtag. The heat of the two related phrases kept climbing. A number of people have asked under the official music media vlogger who exactly is the apprentice that Shang Merlin is going to take on. This time Master Shang's move was much bigger than when he took on the first disciple who never showed up, and I have to wonder if the second disciple might be more talented. That's all there is to it, isn't it? Hopefully the second apprentice will show up and not take after his brother's sister, although his brother's sister's work is too good to be true. So curious to know just who it was that could make Master Shang do this. After the first period class ended, Jiang Yining finally got through to his own teacher. Teacher, you said you wouldn't do anything. Shang Merlin sighed softly. I didn't think it would be like this, I just thought, you can't practice at home, so I'll get you a piano room at school. Who knew they'd make such a fuss about it? Can't he even spoil his disciple if he wants to? Listen to what the news is saying about him. said he donated a building to a school for the first time. He's also done a lot for the music business, alright. Oops, thought wrong. Jiang Yining couldn't even say anything else as she listened to her own teacher's pitiful voice. Teacher, it is you who underestimates your fame. Shang Meilin, whether at home or abroad, is a top music everyone, has been famous for a long time. It is not an exaggeration to say that Tarzan Beidou, respectable. Every move is scrutinized. And, Deep City is not the same as 49er. Shang Merlin had lived in 49 City for a long time, and the people there had had the opportunity and the time to feel out his temperament and way of doing things. On the Deep City side, no one could know his temperament and not realize that this would make him angry. Shang Meilin assured, Ning, don't worry, I've already asked someone to take care of it, this matter will soon be put to rest, it won't affect you, just study at ease. Teacher, these things won't affect me, it's you who should be more careful. Whereabouts were compromised and moves were watched. Hearing the concern of his beloved disciple, Shang Meilin's mood after being annoyed for half a day finally cleared up. Okay, Xiao Feng has already changed my hotel, it'll be fine. Jiang Yining barked a few words before hanging up the phone and returning to the classroom. The conversation in the classroom almost always centered around Ming Qingcheng. Although she was still denying Shang Merlin, her attitude had become somewhat ambiguous. If she had been in denial before the morning reading, now, in the eyes of others, it was turning into humble politeness. Even she herself had accepted that Shang Merlin had donated the building to Guardian for her sake. It just feels kind of sad. Jiang Yining looked at her faintly and then withdrew his gaze. In the second class, physics, the first half of the class covered a few multi-error questions from the papers that were sent out last weekend, and in the second half, Han Shuangchong gave the crowd 2 questions, then pulled up a chair and sat down behind the podium, staring intently at his cell phone. Everyone knows what he's staring at. It's nearly 9:30 and the results of the 5-subject competition are almost out. With all the buzz on the internet about Shang Meilin, the students in the key class were really just watching the buzz and then envying Ming Qingcheng a little bit. After one session everyone's heat had dropped a bit. After all, it's senior year of high school, and even those who love music and don't plan to go the music route in their future life don't have much time to keep up with all that music news. Achievement is what they actually hold in their hands. While working on the questions, he pricked up his ears and listened to Han Shuangchu's movements. Buzz. There was a vibrating sound in the quiet classroom. Everyone looked up for the first time. Han. Is it the results of the 5-subject competition? Someone immediately asked. Shoo. Quiet, let me see. Han Frostbite made a silencing gesture, her eyes fixed on the cell phone screen, scratching with one hand and recording something with the other. Halfway through the day, he looked up with a big smile. 8 people from my class made it to the repechage in physics, and 2 of them got perfect scores. There were only 11 people in the focus class who participated in the physics competition, and surprisingly only 3 were eliminated, which is a frighteningly high advancement rate. And, the point is, there are 2 perfect scores. That means 2 people took first place in the preliminary round. Han, who scored full marks? You quickly say. No, you tell me if I made it to the repechage. Blind guessing Chang and Jiang students both scored full marks. Bet a pack of spicy noodles. Who are those 3 unlucky bastards? Definitely not me because I took the math competition and not physics, hahaha. Leave Han alone, give him the mic and let him talk. Han Frostbite cleared his throat, and with a sweep of his eyes, everyone under the podium immediately quieted down and waited for him to announce the results. Let me read out the list of those who have entered the rematch: Wei Jingde, Zhao. Ming Qingcheng. Meng Jingcheng, Jiang Yining, congratulations to the above 8 students who have successfully advanced. The rematch is scheduled for November, there are still 2 months to go, let's make a dash for it. If we get a place in the rematch, we'll get extra points in the college entrance exam. Ming Qingcheng squeezed the test paper in her hand tightly and slightly lowered her eyes, her face looking a little stiff. Jiang Yining surprisingly did make it into the rematch. Half the grades are gone, even. Then, let's give a round of applause to the 2 students with perfect scores, Meng Jingcheng and Jiang Yining. Ming Qingcheng jerked her head around, looking at Jiang Yining with disbelief. Full marks? Jiang Yining scored full marks? How is that possible? Jiang Yining noticed her gaze and smiled. Amidst the applause, that smile stung her eyes and dug hard into her heart. Settle down, no more tricks, it's a real pain in the ass to deal with, you should be able to do it, right? The warning, echoing in her mind. Jiang Yining was not only not late, but also fooled Luo Xinting. Ming Qingcheng's ears buzzed. With so many people around her, she felt an unknown horror that surged toward her. Jiang Yining was clearly just a country bumpkin from a deep village in a big mountain, but he made it impossible to see the depths. For the first time, she was so afraid of being alone. Chapter 102, letting him go just like that. Large classroom. Jiang Yining and Meng Jingcheng were called to the teacher's office. There was some buzz in the teacher's office. In addition to a few key class teachers, there were also a few teachers with fresh faces. Even Principal Fong was there. Mr. Yu was already waiting there with his fists clenched, and as soon as he saw the two walk in, he almost wanted to make a tiger pounce. But what was left of his sanity allowed him to barely restrain himself. Coming. Principal Fong went up with a kind smile and shook hands with the two. Students Meng and Jiang, first of all, congratulations to both of you for getting the first prize with perfect scores in both the physics and math competitions. A teacher Jiang Yining hadn't seen yet, half-bald and slightly chubby, stepped forward. This teacher was probably used to being serious in general, making the smile on his face look a bit grim and scary. Good job, you two, you've really done our Jiada proud. This time, even Deep City No. 1 middle school can't beat our school. The teenager's deliberately lowered voice rang in her ears. This is the director of instruction, Mr. Li Yanli. Jiang Yining slightly turned his face sideways and glanced at Meng Jingcheng. The teenager thanked Li Yan in a dignified manner. Jiang Yining retracted his gaze and returned the favor. Thank you, teacher. The smile on Li Yan's face widened. Do well in the rematch as well. Guardian's glory depends on you too. Okay, Mr. Li. With good grades and good behavior, Li Yan became more and more satisfied with these two students. There's no award ceremony for the preliminary round of the 5-subject competition, but there are still awards and prizes, and the school will give a copy of them, which will be sent to you together. Principal Fong and a few school leaders gave the two another round of encouragement before leaving the teacher's office. As soon as a few people left, Han Frostbite waved his hand. Don't have too much expectation for the prize money. The first prize of the preliminary round is only a few $1,000. Look at the restart and final round behind us. Our short-term small goal is the top 10 in the restart. Only the top 10 students will be able to participate in the final round of the competition in March. It's really not often that you get a double first in both subjects and 2 at a time. The key class was at the end of the corridor, and Ming Qingcheng was standing at the back doorway making a phone call, and when she saw Jiang Yining come back, her face instantly changed. Slightly flustered, she said something to the person on the other end of the cell phone, then hung up the phone and greeted her towards Jiang Yining. Sister. Jiang Yining and Meng Jingcheng's footsteps simultaneously lurched as they looked over towards Ming Qingcheng. The two men moved in inexplicable unison, inexplicably making her uncomfortable. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips, collected her thoughts, and hooked out a light smile. Sister, can I talk to you? These words were obviously said to Meng Jingcheng. There was little expression on the teenager's cool face as he lightly swept a glance at Ming Qingcheng. I'll go back to class first. Ming Qingcheng still had a smile on her face as she raised her hand and pointed below the balcony. Let's go for a walk on the greenway down there? There was a half hour between classes, and the hallways were crowded with people, not a place to talk. Jiang Yining looked at her blandly for 2 seconds. Could be. A wordless walk out of the school building and onto the campus greenway. Guardian's gardens are well done, with tree-lined paths that meander across and through, flowers and trees abound, like a small park, and there are some comfortable-looking benches with backrests along the roadside. At the beginning of the road, you can still meet 3 or 2 students, walking and laughing, and when you go deeper, there is almost no one around. If you have something to say, say it. Jiang Yining stopped in front of a large tree with thick branches and raised his head, looking at the nameplate hanging on the trunk. It says the species of the tree, when it was planted, and other information. Ming Qingcheng's hands hung down at her side, squeezing them so tightly that her nails sunk into the flesh of her palms. She had a lot of things she wanted to question Jiang Yining, but when the words reached her mouth, she didn't know how to speak. Jiang Yining didn't push her, and when he saw her face torn, he turned his eyes to the flowers and plants next to him. In the middle of the day, Ming Qingcheng asked through clenched teeth. Who the hell are you? Even more stupid people, to this moment, also dare not think that in front of this beautiful untrue girl, just an unseen countryside village girl. She is a fluent learner at Guardian and speaks English with a high standard of readiness. Thinking about it now, Ming Qingcheng realized that it seemed like she had never seen Jiang Yining flustered before. No matter what you're facing, it's always a nonchalant look. If Jiang Yining is not an ordinary village girl, does that mean that her blood family is not the mud blood she thought it was? What would it be if it wasn't mud blood? Ming Qingcheng couldn't tell what was going on in her heart. Panic, anxiety, urgency, and even a point of anticipation. Jiang Yining was slightly stunned, looking at her complicated and tangled face, slightly hooking his lips. The buzz of a vibrating cell phone came through the air. Jiang Yining paused and took out his cell phone to look at it. I'll take a call. Taking the cell phone, he took a few steps and turned his back to Ming Qingcheng before pressing the answer button. It just so happened that a leaf drifted down and landed on the cell phone screen, so Jiang Yining used his finger to slightly pick it. Touched the yodeling button. Hello? Little sister Jiang? Your test results are out, right? How did you do? Brother Biting has prepared a gift for you. By the way, that old driver in your house can also be dealt with, right? It's going to get moldy if you keep it locked up. Jiang Yining paused and changed the mode back to microphone mode. No need to deal with it, just let him go, thank you, Brother Lai. Biting was a little dissatisfied when he heard about this treatment. Just let him go? TCH. Little sister Jiang, you're young, you don't know that people's hearts are treacherous. If you're kind to him, he may not know how to be thankful. Don't be afraid, Brother Beiting is out of the way, you don't have to do anything, just leave it all to me. Jiang Yining somewhat wanted to hold his forehead, I have no mercy. It just didn't feel necessary. That driver was just following orders too. If anything, it is natural to deal with the person behind the whole thing. Now, however, it seemed as if she would slowly work herself to death. Biting confirmed to Jiang Yining once more, you're really just going to let him go? Aha! Okay, if you say put it then put it, brother listen to you. Chapter 103 Like a Time Bomb. Jiang Yining couldn't help but feel amused as she listened to Biting's disgruntled but compromised voice. Thank you, Brother Ri. There's no need for you to thank me, Ashin asked me to take care of you, I'll look for him to ask for thanks. Biting said with full concern, then changed the topic, right, little sister Jiang, you haven't said how well you did on the exam? Even without Twilight's explanation, he would have stepped in to help. The path this kid is on now is so much like the path he's been on before. Maybe it's the same thing. He wanted to at least make sure the boy didn't have such a rough time in that kind of family. Jiang Yining hesitated before saying, full marks. It's okay, little sister Jiang. Biting was a bit surprised, my sister seems to say she's at the same table as you, why don't you help me assist her? At least let her get into a university, 3rd grade is fine. Jiang Yining. Does this elder brother have any misunderstanding about his sister? Although Lai Beiqing didn't like to do homework and looked big-headed, she did quite well on her last primary exam, scoring full marks in English and being in the top 10 of her class. How can someone who stays in a key class on merit only get a 3rd grade? However, as long as Lai Beiqing was willing, she would of course help. Okay. I'll leave that slag sister of mine to you, thank you little sister Jiang. You're welcome. Gift for you next time I see you, go to class, hang up. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining turned around. Ming Qingcheng was staring at her with furrowed brows and slightly flashing eyes. The person who called you sister is the 2nd youngest member of the Lai family? This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yining returned indifferently, his expression cold. Ming Qingcheng stared at Jiang Yining for a long time and slowly spoke, you did find 2nd young Master Li to help you, didn't you? Part of her wanted to laugh at herself. When Yi Tang went to pick up Jiang Yining, she did follow along. Even if she hadn't gotten out of the car and walked into the village, into the Jiang family, the setting was just sitting there. It's unlikely that there would be any big shots that would want to live in a place like that for an extended period of time. 1 day or 2 days, 1 month or 2 months, can still be said to cultivate the temperament, close to nature, but those Jiang family members in the deep mountains and large villages to live for more than 10 years. What did she expect? This is not a TV show, not ancient times, how can there be such a person as a hermit, how can there be that kind of modern people who are willing to live in the wilderness and forested mountains? That's crazy. Jiang Yining didn't deny it, what are you trying to say? Ming Qingcheng looked at her and shook slowly. I didn't want to say anything, but, sister, you may not know too much about human feelings. You look for Lai Ershao to help you, and Lai Ershao also helped you, but it doesn't mean that the matter is over, it's a favor that you owe, it's a favor that you need to pay back, and you're a girl, in case the opposite side of the direction to you to put forward excessive requirements, then what can you do? Sister, hearts are all sinister. Jiang Yining couldn't hold back and let out a pfft laugh. In a few minutes, listening to 2 people say the same phrase people are dangerous, how can the difference in feeling be so big? Ming Qingqing's face became a bit ugly. Was her kind reminder a joke in Zhang Yining's ears? Sister. Zhang Yining restrained his smile and corrected his demeanor. If I remember correctly, the evils of the human heart that I experienced originated from you, Ming Qingqing. Don't you think that this sentence, coming from you, would be ironic? Ming Qingqing choked. Sister, I told you, I didn't instruct Uncle Chen to do anything to you. I know, it was Luo Xinting who asked Jian Chen to take me in circles. Zhang Yining looked at her. Just as you said, the whole thing is because of you, so whether or not it's your handiwork, I'm going to put the karma on you. Ming Qingqing's face instantly turned iron blue, and his chest continued to rise and fall. Zhang Yining said this, and there was no way for her to refute it at all. Taking a breath, she tried to calm herself down. Sister, I know that in this matter, you are the victim, and I am not qualified to say anything, but I hope that you will love yourself and not lose a lot of money for a small cause. Oh, you mean to tell me not to resist and to be good enough to accept the trips you give me? Zhang Yining's attitude caused Ming Qingqing's heart to hold a breath. It was as if everything she said was hitting cotton, never finding a point of focus, and how she couldn't let it out. Are the words finished? I'll leave if there's nothing. After saying that, Zhang Yining turned around, stepped on the same path, and walked in the direction of the school building. Ming Qingqing looked at her back and couldn't get that breath out of his heart. It was hard to be exasperated, but at least figure out that Zhang Yining wasn't as mysterious as she thought. But it is lucky to hold a gold thigh, also have to see her concede a hold to win. Think so, Ming Qingqing's heart cannot suppress that like grass like crazy jealousy. Zhang Yining, besides not having the position of the Ming family's daughter, had everything that made her jealous. Appearance, Twilight Three Masters, like two young people's other eyes, that all do not know how to come to the knowledge. These things that Zhang Yining possessed were like a time bomb, keeping her on her toes. I am worried that one day, Ming Qingqing knows that she even has to give up the only identity she has as a daughter of the Ming family. Settle down? Ha! In the afternoon, the school posted the advancement list for the 5-subject competition on the bulletin board. Zhang Yining's name stood out as a big thorn in the side with Ming Qingqing's name at the top. Before the end of the school day, the whole school knew that the senior high school had a new school god who was as powerful as Ming Qingqing. The results of the quiz were still only being circulated in a small area of the senior class, and many people felt that by the time the official monthly exams were held, Ming Qingqing would surely snatch the first place back. And now, in an exam that was more formal than the monthly exam, Zhang Yining even managed to come in first place. It just proved that her strength was real and there was no point in taking advantage of it. A group of boys clustered around Ming Qingqing. Chang, the monthly exams are coming up, so you should be able to hold on to first place, right? The hand that was flipping through the book paused, and Ming Qingqing was silent for 2 seconds. She's great. The surrounding area was instantly silent, and the crowd looked at each other in some disbelief. Ming Qingqing was directly recognizing Zhang Yining's strength. Although before, everyone felt this feeling, in the end, it didn't have a bigger impact than the person involved admitting it directly by opening his mouth. Someone couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Brother Chang, you think she is better than you? Aha! Ming Qingqing paused, she turned in her physics and math papers early. The man huffed backwards, hiss. So powerful? Competitions are different from general exams in that there are fewer questions but more calculations. A question also contains a lot of knowledge points. If one of them is stuck, it is likely that at the end of the day there will not be enough time to count the questions that follow. It's not normally impressive to turn in a paper early and get a perfect score in this situation. Instead, it's super awesome. Chapter 104, She Wouldn't Dare. There are only 10 places in the province to get into the finals. It feels like I'm hopeless already, hee hee. A boy sitting on the windowsill sighed as he hugged the curtains. Yet everyone around him agreed with him. Who says it isn't? There are more than 20 cities in the province, and although almost 90% of the competition places have been taken up by Guangzhou and Shenzhen in the last 10 years, it is unlikely that a single school would want to take up more than half of the places. Provincial Qi Shamshuipo First High School is not a vegetarian. Thinking about how both physics and math are going to lose a spot to these two, the others couldn't even cry if they wanted to. There's still 2 months to go, so cheer up. Can't really go running with the pack. Right. We're going against the grain. Attack the god of Mang and the god of Jiang. The girls sitting a little farther away looked at them like they were nuts. Not even out of school yet and you're daydreaming, crazy? At 5 o'clock or so, Ming Qingqing received a call from Yi Tang, asking her to take time off for her evening self-study. Is something the matter? Just now, I talked about you with Mrs. Tang and Mrs. Zhou, a few people, and it just so happened that the president of the Deep City Music Association branch and the principal of the Piano Association president were also there, and they all said that they wanted to meet you, and since all these people have instructed you before, it wasn't easy for me to turn them down. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips. Her current piano teacher was still recommended by Mrs. Zhou, who was little known in Deep City and did help her a lot. Mrs. Zhou said she wanted to see her, and it was a little hard to say no. She knew more than anything else that those people Yi Tang had just named were clearly aiming at Shang Meilin. The morning donation fiasco, which had died down at school, was blowing up outside. Everyone wanted to dabble in some friendship with Ming Qingcheng early on while they still had access to her. Indirectly, it's the same as getting involved with Shang Merlin. Expanding her network would be a good thing for her as well. Okay, Mom, I'll go ask for leave. Ming Qingcheng answered down. Yi Tang's voice carried a thick smile. Didn't you say in the morning that you passed the preliminary round? It's just right that before going to the party, I'll buy you some gifts and reward you properly. Ming Qingcheng sniffed a beat. Jiang Yining's preliminary results were better than hers. No one will say anything at school. After all, Jiang Yining's performance in the primary exam was outstanding once, and everyone can easily accept her first place in the preliminary competition. Even if you compare, you're still comparing Meng Jingqing to her. She was afraid, and she didn't hesitate to expose her own mind, but she also wanted to borrow Luo Xinting's help to stall Jiang Yining, just because she didn't want to let the people of that luxurious family talk about her not being able to compare to an adopted daughter. As a result, after doing so much, Jiang Yining's surprisingly 2 competitions are full marks, should face, but also is to face. Taking a deep breath, Ming Qingcheng tried to make her voice as soft as possible. Mom, I didn't have time to tell you this morning, my sister she passed the preliminary rounds too, should we call her too? Yedang stared in disbelief. She passed too? Well. Last weekend we went to a musical restaurant as a family and we didn't take her with us anymore, and I think that's bad, and maybe that's why my sister is estranged from us. Mom, take my sister with you later, too, okay? Yi Tang hesitated. She's a mother, at least on the surface. Since both daughters passed the preliminary rounds of the competition, it was natural that the gift could not be given to just one. But, to bring Jiang Yining to that kind of occasion, she was a million times reluctant in her heart. In the months since she picked her up, her own daughter, like a prick, has been going against her on everything. Having only just finished offending the Zhao family, and then bringing her to the party, who knows if she'll offend Mrs. Zhou's posh noble women as well? Although those powerful noble women's clans were not comparable to the Ming family, their deep connections in the art world were exactly what Ming Qingqing needed the most. After further hesitation, Yi Tong made his decision. You call her up. Ming Qingqing narrowed her eyes and answered. Good. The bell rang for the end of the school day, and before Ming Qingcheng went to take her leave, she first went to talk to Jiang Yining. Sister, are you going? Jiang Yining raised his head and glanced at her. Go. Good. Ming Qingqing nodded. Then I'll go ask Mr. Han for a leave of absence and help you out in the meantime? Thanks. As soon as Ming Qingcheng left, Li Beiqing immediately came over to Jiang Yining's side. It feels like this little green tea has prepared a big pit for you, so you might suffer a big loss if you follow, or you'd better not go? Jiang Yining lost his smile. It's okay, she wouldn't dare. Even the driver, who he saw every day, took a big detour before making his move, so it was evident that Ming Qingcheng was a cautious person. It shouldn't be messed up under Yi Tong's watch. It's really a big brother. Li Beiqing gave her a hug. Right, Enin? The final showdown of the World Championships is in 2 weeks, so our little group has decided to go and watch the male god reach the top again, and it just so happens to be a small vacation, so why don't you come along too? Cheer for your brother. The World Championships that Li Beiqing was talking about was the World Motorcycle Championships, which Jiang Yishuan was competing in. The entire event has 20 stops in different cities around the world, with the highest point earner taking the World Championship title at the end. The last divisional competition happened to be near Deep City, which was why Jiang Yishuan came over to look for her and check on her in the meantime. Each leg of the race was so tight that he couldn't even say goodbye in person before he left. None of that is the point, though. Jiang Yining reminded Li Beiqing. If I remember correctly, your grandfather's birthday is pretty close to game day. Elder Li's birthday, Ming Chengkan, an outsider, has to chatter about it every few days for fear of forgetting. As a granddaughter, it was even more unlikely that Li Beiqing would run off to watch a match around her birthday. It's a few days short. Ri Beiqing waved her hand and insisted, come along. You're also a member of our small group, how can you miss the moment to witness the god of men take the title? Jiang Yining. Jiang Yishuan is not her male god. In the end, she didn't say yes, she just said she'd think about it. It also made Li Beiqing happy for a while. After being forced to listen to how great Jiang Xian was for a while longer, Ming Qingqing took a good vacation and came back. Sister, let's go. Jiang Yining lifted his book bag. Li Beiqing whispered a reminder of be careful and waved his hand to see Jiang Yining leave the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Ming Qingqing pinched the back strap of her book bag and spoke with a light smile. Sister, it's so nice to be on good terms with Li's classmates. She had tried to befriend Li Beiqing before, but Li Beiqing's attitude had always been nonchalant, and she hadn't warmed up to anyone, so she didn't do anything more deliberately. When they met outside of class, she and Li Beiqing were at best nodding acquaintances. Just now, however, she saw that Li Beiqing had been pulling Jiang Yining to talk, and there were more smiles on her face than ever. Jiang Yining's expression was light, chatting, the relationship is naturally good. An ordinary sentence, hearing into Ming Qingqing's ears, was as harsh as showing off. Talking? It's a joke. Chapter 105 A man's self-knowledge is the key to self-knowledge. Ming Qingqing rather sighed and said, I really envy sister that you can be friends with both the Li family siblings. Jiang Yining glanced at her with a wry smile, probably guessing what was going on in her mind. Beiqing is pretty easy to get along with, you can try to be friends with her too. The clear and light sentence choked Ming Qingqing to death. Couldn't say the words, so I just didn't say them. The two walked out of the school wordlessly and got into the Ming family's Bentley. Let's go to Century Mall, if you see something you like, just say so, no need to be polite to mom. Yi Tong said, glancing towards Jiang Yining and asking seemingly casually, Yining, how's your piano practice going? In 2 days it will be the day when the music association selects its members, you should have no problem, right? Without waiting for Jiang Yining to reply, Ming Qingqing hugged Yi Tang's arm and shook it in a petulant manner. Mom, we just finished our exams and we're just relaxing. Yi Tang slowed down the tone of his voice, it's just these 2 days, tense up a bit, don't let outsiders underestimate our Ming family. Mom, don't worry, I'll help my sister. Ming Qingqing spoke for Jiang Yining at every turn, Yi Tang was both relieved and annoyed in her heart. All she helped to speak, Jiang Yining still looked indifferent, as if others owed her. How it looks, how it's annoying. Yi Tong raised his voice, Enin, do you hear me? Heard that. Ming Qingqing was a bit surprised that Jiang Yining had answered. It had been brought up a few times before, but she'd either listened unconcerned, looking completely out of the loop, or waited for the subject to pass in a vague manner. Somehow, she was vaguely uneasy. It was only then that Yi Tong's sense of displeasure subsided a bit. The car stopped in front of Century Mall, and the three of them got out and walked inside. Mom, Jay's recently came out with a few new necklaces, and there's one that would go just right with my dress, can I get it? Sure. Speaking of dresses, Yi Tang remembered that she also had to prepare Jiang Yining's dress for the Li family's birthday banquet. Because of the delays for various reasons, it is definitely too late to order a dress for her now, and she can only buy ready-made clothes. Others didn't know, but Yi Tang himself knew very well that being delayed was nothing more than an excuse. Her heart's truest thought was that it would be best for Jiang Yining not to attend the Li family's birthday banquet. Jiang Yining had never given her family a good look since she thought she had found Mirshin as a backer, and if she really let her climb up, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to make a single benefit for the Ming family. The truth was that Ming Chungkong would not believe it. Another pang of annoyance ran through her at the thought of all the possibilities that would arise in the future, almost none of which she would like to see happen. The three of them went to Jay's store, and while Ming Qingqing was trying on jewelry, Yi Tang mentioned to Jiang Yining about buying a dress. Yining, we're all here now, let's go over and find a designer to customize a dress for you to attend Elder Li's birthday banquet, okay? She paused and added, your father has pushed for it several times, too. Jiang Yining narrowed his eyes and sized up Yi Tang without a trace. A little uncomfortable with her perverse niceness. No, I bought a lot of clothes at Com last time and there are dresses in there too, I'll be fine in those. Yi Tang's color darkened for a few moments when he heard this, and he stopped mentioning the dress. Over there, Ming Qingqing also finished trying on the necklace and directly let the shopper pack it up, and then came over to let Yi Tang go over and swipe the card. Sis, have you seen anything you want to buy? Jay's clothing is all very suitable for young girls, you can pick one here too. No. Ming Qingqing spoke tentatively, why don't I help you pick one? Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow at her. Yeah. Ming Qingqing swept a glance to the side to the counter not far from the two of them, displaying all kinds of bracelets, and said, "How about we go look at bracelets?" Could be. Jiang Yining didn't have much interest in jewelry and picked a random piece as suggested by Ming Qingcheng. Yi Tong saw the bracelet she had picked out and for the first time felt satisfied with what Jiang Yining had done. People are precious in self-knowledge. Jiang Yining didn't overwhelm Ming Qingcheng in the preliminary gifts, so she hadn't fallen below her lowest expectations after all. It's about time to buy the gift for getting through the preliminary rounds. Yi Tang rushed to the location of the party with her 2 daughters, a membership private club that was very famous in the circle of celebrities in Deep City. After reporting the number of the private room to the consultant, he was ushered in. The private room that Mrs. Zhou and the others had booked was on the 3rd floor of the clubhouse, and after entering the elevator, Yi Tang whispered to Jiang Yining. "In a while, you follow Qingcheng and call out to people, whatever she calls you, you must be polite. When no one is talking to you, you must also keep a smile on your face, you must sit in a dignified manner, don't just touch anything in the room, and even if you're interested, you have to put up with it for me. If you really don't know what to do, just follow Qingcheng's example or ask her directly, got it?" Without waiting for Yi Tong to finish his sentence, the elevator door opened and the consultant made a gesture of invitation. Yi Tong also had to pretend that Jiang Yining had heard it. There were already quite a few people in the private room, and when they saw them come in, they stood up and greeted them warmly. "Here you go, Mrs. Ming." A nobly dressed noblewoman greeted her and reached out to hold Yi Tang's hand with a smile on her face. "Mrs. Chow." Yi Tang smiled and shook her hand back, the other hand gently pushed Ming Qingqing's back and made her walk to the front. Mrs. Zhou looked over obediently, and the smile on her face became more enthusiastic. "Hey, Qingcheng. I haven't seen you for a few days, you've gotten a lot prettier again, girls, you're really getting prettier every day." Ming Qingcheng smiled shyly, "Auntie Zhou, you are too flattering." "No. Mrs. Zhou let go of Yi Tang and took Ming Qingcheng's hand instead, introducing her to the others in the private room. Ming Qingcheng was also very good at obeying her words, calling out people one by one. Until finally, bringing Ming Qingcheng to a middle-aged man in his 40s. "This is Master Shin Soninshin, also one of the selection panel of the Music Association selectors. He was very interested in the piece you played at the music restaurant, so he followed over to see you." Hearing that Shin Sonin was coming for herself, Ming Qingcheng was somewhat flattered. In terms of Shin Sonin's personal achievements in music alone, it is absolutely unprecedented. The work created has won almost countless awards. It is also second only to Shang Merlin in terms of fame and status in the music industry. As a newcomer, it is naturally an immense honor to have such a superbly positioned musical everyone appreciate you. It also helps her to go farther. "Ms. Ming, hello." Shin Sonin extended her right hand. Ming Qingcheng restrained the elation in her heart, and with a sweet and decent smile on her face, she solemnly shook hands with the other party. "Master Shin, hello. Chapter 106 wants to take your daughter as her disciple." The people in the booth exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats. Ming Qingcheng was surrounded in the center, as if she was already the focus of the entire private room. The topic of conversation circled non-stop around Ming Qingcheng, playing piano music in the music restaurant. Jiang Yining listened to a few sentences and then became somewhat unable to listen anymore. Looking at Yi Tang, red-faced and enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by stars, he probably had no time to care about her. Then he reached for his cell phone and swiped through the web. However, most of the internet was still brushing up on Shang Merlin's news, which seemed to be pretty much the same as what was being chatted about in the booth. The difference is that people on the internet send out Shang Merlin's name directly, while no one in the booth mentions the name Shang Merlin directly. At that moment, a message popped up from the motorcycle fan group that Lai Beiqing had dragged her into by force, and with her there were only 4 of them. "I can still salvage, damn, I didn't snag a ticket for the exhibition game. Crying.jpg. Dry rice cat, weakness.jpg, +1. I can still salvage it, those assholes in the 3rd grade next door opened up and grabbed a dozen. Dry rice cats, copping a ride to them up. Northern Belle, I grabbed the feed, I won't be the only one going, will I? What about saying we'll watch the male gods together? I can still salvage, I can't get a ticket. Can't even get a ticket to the top of the mountain. I'm crying bird. Dry rice cat, not only can't I grab it, but I might have to be taunted by those disgusting ghosts in the 3rd grade showing off plus tomorrow, lol. Jiang Yining remembered the roll of tickets that Jiang Yixuan had thrown to her, which also contained a few tickets for the showdown, so she replied in passing. I have it, give it to you. The message was sent and the group was silent for a moment. Dry rice cat, thank you Daddy Yanin. You are my superhero. I love you forever. I can still salvage, I love it too. Jiang Yixuan had prepared a ticket for her in the past few years whether she would go to his matches or not. She hasn't used it once. In the past, the body is not good, cannot stand the noise of the game field, and then the body is better, but Jiang Yixuan had an accident, and the relationship with the family strained even tighter. She couldn't blatantly support Jiang Yixuan, so she never used the tickets he gave her. It's nice to have those tickets available. Jiang Yining had just sent out a "you're welcome" when Li Beiqing poked her with a private chat. Northern Belle, tickets for you from the man. I want it too. Give it to me. Dad. Jiang Yining. I'll go back tomorrow and give it to you, and don't call me Dad. Northern Belle, Mom. Just as she wanted to continue correcting Li Beiqing not to use this kind of address to her, her arm was suddenly hit hard, and the cell phone was unsteady, smashing into her thighs and then sliding and falling to the ground. Jiang Yining looked up and saw Yi Tang's peach blossom eyes that were similar to hers and written with displeasure. Sit up straight and no cell phones. She didn't have time to say anything when a sudden burst of applause erupted in the booth. Ming Qingcheng smiled amidst the applause and nodded to the crowd before getting up and walking out, heading towards the corner of the private room. It was only then that Jiang Yining noticed that there was a black grand piano placed over there. It looks like it's due to everyone's request to offer to play a song. Not much of a surprise, though. These people hadn't been wondering what kind of tune Shang Merlin had heard from Ming Qingcheng while proudly donating a music building. In recent years, Shang Merlin has hardly participated in appearances, except for playing at state banquets. The last time it was active in the public was 10 years ago. How can anyone sit still? Ming Qingcheng sat down on the piano chair, raised her head, looked around, and finally her eyes fell on Jiang Yining's face. There was a weird pause of 3 or 4 seconds before she withdrew her eyes. Jiang Yining was puzzled by the look. What kind of look was that? Soon she knew what it meant. The piano sounded, a continuous string of notes that flowed and jumped around the booth. Jiang Yining's face gradually sank coldly. So it is. Burned the sheet music in front of her, but kept the bottom for himself. What was the delusion that made her think that by doing this, the attribution of the quill would change? Jiang Yining sat quietly and listened. When the song was finished, all the seats were quiet. Ming Qingcheng retracted her arms and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the black and white steel keys in front of her with a slight gasp. Lone applause broke the silence and awakened the others. Everyone had followed Shin Sonin's sold-out applause. Ming Qingcheng stood up from her seat and slightly owed her body in the direction of the crowd. Li Yutong, the president of the Piano Association, who was sitting next to Mrs. Zhou, asked excitedly while applauding. Awesome! I've never heard that tune before, is it original? Ming Qingcheng subconsciously swept a glance at Jiang Yining, and seeing her face gloomy, she couldn't help but feel more than a little smug. It's already hers. Retracting her gaze, Ming Qingcheng looked at Li Yutong with a smile. Yes, it's a tune I composed myself. It's not quite mature yet, so I'll make you all laugh. Shin Sonin lowered her hand and took a few steps closer towards Ming Qingcheng. The tune is still a bit tender, but Miss Ming, a person who can compose such a piece of music at a young age, is incredibly gifted and will definitely be able to go farther than me on the road of music in the future. These words were undoubtedly Shin Sonin's acknowledgement and highest praise for Ming Qingcheng. There were whispers of exclamations all around for a while. Ming Qingcheng was ecstatic in her heart, but she still maintained the most dignified and decent smile on her face. Thank you, Master Shin. Shin Sonin laughed. I wonder if Miss Ming has found a mentor yet. The crowd froze, then looked at each other for a few moments with strange expressions. Although it was never said out loud, everyone here knew that Ming Qingcheng wanted to worship Shang Meilin as her teacher. Should have said that the people who would go to the music restaurant to play that day were all rushing towards Shang Meilin. It was impossible for Shin Sonin not to know. Ming Qingcheng did not know how to reply to him for a while, subconsciously looking at Yi Tang with a hesitant and confused expression. Although Shang Meilin had donated the music building, he had never openly and explicitly stated that he wanted to take Ming Qingcheng as his disciple. In the last 10 years, he has also only taken on one disciple who never shows his face in public. Whether or not it will be collected is an open question. And right now, there was a master whose strength and status was only slightly less than Shang Merlin's, who opened this mouth. It's so hard to say no to him. Trying to accept him is even harder. Yi Tong was also embarrassed by the situation. This. Shin Sonin raised her hand and stopped her answer. Miss Ming is a very talented person, I won't hide it and say it straight, I want to take your daughter as my disciple. Of course, I know it's very abrupt of me to bring this up. You guys don't need to reply right now. I can understand your difficulties. Maybe go back and think about it for a few days first, then it's not too late to reply to me." He paused and added with a smile. "The Deep City Music Association selections are about to begin as well, and I'm pretty busy these days, so maybe you guys can wait until the selections are over, and then it's not too late to get back to me." Chapter 107. Take care of yourself. Those present were stunned. As we all know, people engaged in artistic creation will be more or less some temper, the more famous the more even, want to make these artists bow down more difficult than heaven. Looking at the entire music industry, there was only one Shang Meilin who could suppress Shin So-min. This time, if not for Shang Meilin's arrival and his initiative to join, the Music Association really couldn't have invited him. At this moment, he had actually completely put down his stance in order to take Ming Qingcheng as his disciple. How could anyone not be surprised? Shin So-min did not pay attention to the reactions of the bystanders. Her eyes looked at Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng, quietly waiting for them to give an answer. Yi Tang's heart was even more excited when she felt the people in the private room casting admiring glances at her and Qingcheng. It's all like a dream. She took a deep breath, careful to confirm. "This Master Shin, you know. U.S. Don't you? Don't mind?" "I know, I don't mind." Shin So-min nodded lightly. Those with high talent should have this privilege, shouldn't they? Ms. Ming is worth waiting for. Once the words fell, the eyes of the people in the private room changed when they looked at Ming Qingcheng again. With Shin So-min's words, Ming Qingcheng's status in the music industry was raised by more than a star. "Then thank you, Master Shin, for valuing my family Qingcheng." Yi Tang smiled happily. The booth began to buzz again. Ming Qingcheng, who was already the center of attention, was all of a sudden star-studded, with everyone revolving around her. Jiang Yining withdrew his gaze and bent down to pick up the cell phone that had fallen to the ground. Uninteresting parties become even more uninteresting. After sitting for a while, she made her excuses and walked out of the booth. After washing her face in the restroom, when she came out again, Ming Qingcheng was standing in the corridor outside the restroom, obviously waiting for her. "Sister, I think you should have something you want to tell me." Ming Tran spoke first. "We can talk." As long as she wanted to move forward, there were some issues that had to be addressed. Although no one would believe Jiang Yining, she still wanted to solve these problems in the most peaceful way possible. Jiang Yining swept a glance at her. "What do I have to say?" Ming Qingcheng's brows flew into a frown, looking at her with some uncertainty. "After hearing me play the tune, did you really have nothing at all to ask me?" Jiang Yining let out an indistinct ah. "You said that one. That does have a word for you. You say." Ming Qingcheng prepared herself for the fact that she would clamor for the sheet music back, and then be well. When he finished speaking, the man crossed over after him. Ming Qingcheng stood frozen in place, her body surrounded by a bone-crushing coldness. "Behave yourself? What does that mean? Instead of crying, give her a good riddance?" After her two public performances and being heard by two of music's foremost musicians, the tune, which is not registered for copyright, is almost certain to go to her. How can Jiang Yining tell her to take care of yourself? Jiang Yining. The body reacted faster than the mind, and when it came back to its senses, Ming Qingcheng found himself rushing over and clasping her shoulders. The girl stopped. Peachy eyes first swept the hand on her shoulder, and her eyes slowly moved down her hand to her face. The indifference was frightening. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips. "What do you mean?" "Literally." Jiang Yining picked her hand away. "If you don't want to end up with a ruined reputation, don't just use other people's stuff. This is just advice. It's up to you if you listen to it or not." Ming Qingcheng was annoyed as hell in her heart. However, she could only secretly clench her teeth. "I've looked into it. The music is not registered. It doesn't belong to anyone." Jiang Yining bristled a bit helplessly. That's why she didn't bother talking. No matter what she says, people who are up in arms always have a way of convincing themselves and countering others. These people will not die until they see that final step. In that case, why should she waste her energy? And then what? Ming Qingcheng froze for a moment, then. And then. The piano score just logically became her stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. But Jiang Yining's reaction made her feel wrong, made her feel uneasy. It even deterred her from doing anything rash. Ming Qingcheng lowered her eyes and was silent for another half a moment, then raised her head and straightened her back. The look on his face was vaguely frantic. Sister, that's my piano score. Jiang Yining looked at her. Ming Qingcheng also looked straight at her, the corners of his lips slightly hooked up, bringing on a light smile. Since you're not taking back the position of the Ming family's rightful daughter, then the piano score, too, should be mine, right, sister? Jiang Yining indifferently retracted his gaze, not wanting to surround himself with her anymore. I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and it's up to you whether you listen or not. After saying that, he took a small step to the side and walked towards the booth. Ming Qingcheng narrowed his eyes and stared at her back. Halfway down the empty hallway, there was a sudden sneer. It's so stupid. She had gone so far as to get serious with Jiang Yining in a place like this. If Jiang Yining really had the means to prove that the 3 song scores belonged to her, how could she sit there without saying a word and watch her in all her splendor? It was because she couldn't do anything, so she could only watch in silence. With Shin So-min's words as her backing, even if there was no Sheng Meilin, she would be able to continue her musical path for a long time to come. And in Yi Tang's eyes, she was the only daughter. In other words, with Yi Tang around, the true daughter of the Ming family would only ever be her. She has a promising future ahead of her. The party in the private room held until after 8 o'clock in the evening before breaking up, and on the way back, the smile on Yi Tang's face never disappeared. Tonight, Ming Qingcheng was just too much for her. Which one of them in that private room is not a man of honor and status? Everyone envied her for giving birth to such a wonderful daughter. She was a little impatient to show off everything that had happened tonight to everyone. AI, this must start preparing for the master worship banquet before we can do so. Whether it ends up being Master Sheng or Master Shin, we can't afford to slack off. Ming Qingcheng smiled somewhat helplessly. Mom! Don't you get busy yet? There's a lot of things to be busy with these days. Have you forgotten? Next weekend is the Lai family's old man's birthday banquet, and our school is about to take the monthly exams. And, you have to pick a day to pay your respects, don't you? Right. Can't be in a hurry. Yi Tang nodded. I'll go back and talk to your master about this, then. Vice President Chen quickly agreed, hung up the phone and sent someone over to pick it up. What made him even happier was that the address Jiang Yining reported was very close to Rena, just 10 minutes round trip. Jiang Yining hung up the phone and looked up toward her, stop the car. The tone of the voice with the awe-inspiring aura made the driver inexplicably tremble, and he subconsciously reduced his speed and leaned over to the side of the road. But Jiang Yining was only an adopted daughter in the end, and he didn't stop for her without authorization. The driver looked at Yi Tang in the rearview mirror. As early as the second she answered the phone, Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng had already stopped talking. The joy on Yi Tang's face faded halfway when he heard her ask for a stop. Stop what car? Where do you want to go? Do you know what time it is? And you're letting someone pick you up? You're getting more and more out of hand now, aren't you? Jiang Yining lifted his eyes and swept a glance at her, his tone light. I'm in a hurry. Hearing this, Yi Tang was furious and laughed. What kind of emergency can you have? Every time you say something is wrong, it doesn't get me into a whole lot of trouble. You're not going. Ming Qingcheng tugged at the corner of Yi Tang's coat. Mom, don't be angry, have something to say? Tonight Yi Tang had grown a lot of face because of Ming Qingcheng, and when he heard her voice, his mood felt a little better. Curbing her anger, Yi Tang patiently ordered the driver, go straight home. There's an emergency patient at the hospital, I'm going over there. Jiang Yining's complexion was slightly cold, and his tone hardened by 2 points. Yi Tang froze, then wrinkled his brows. Emergency patients? It's been a month and you're still playing this game? You're not really delusional enough to think you're a doctor, are you? That's enough, from today onwards you're not allowed to go to the hospital anymore. Not in any hospital. It would have been better for her to go to the hospital for a few hours to fret and fantasize about being a doctor than to run around and get the Ming family in trouble. But now it seems that if we don't stop her, we're just going to be really paranoid later. No, and got someone to act it out with her. If this keeps up, someone might say tomorrow that there's a psychopath in the family. Yi Tang couldn't afford to lose this face. Jiang Yining's beautiful peach blossom eyes, little by little, cooled down, patience fading away. His eyes flicked around and landed on the front seat's rearview mirror, locking eyes with the driver. Stop the car. The driver winced and slammed his foot on the brake. Squeak, the body stalled slightly and came to a stop on the side of the road. Jiang Yining reached out and pushed the door, preparing to get out of the car. Yi Tang's face turned blue. Jiang Yining. How dare you? Jiang Yining didn't look at her and pushed open the door straight away, getting out of the car. With a slam of the car door, the girl cut herself off from the people in the car. Yi Tang wanted to chase after her. The door of the car had not yet been pushed open. A scrape the door whistled past, frightening her whole body to fall backward. Ming Qingcheng hurriedly supported her. Jiang Yining, don't come back if you leave. Yi Tang roared. However, the girl's silhouette disappeared into the sidewalk in no time, and the sound of her being separated from the car was not heard at all. Yi Tang was so angry that the blood in his body felt like it was on fire, and his head buzzed, almost ready to explode. What did I do wrong to deserve such a daughter? Sins. Sins. You're going back to the Ming family to die for me. Get out. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here, and don't come back for the rest of your life. You bastard. She was shaking and had never been so angry in most of her life. The car echoed with Yi Tang's angry curses, and the driver cowered in the driver's seat, not daring to breathe a single breath, hating the fact that he could have no presence at all. Ming Qingcheng waited for her to finish cursing before going forward to gently pat her back and help her smooth out her breath. Mom, don't be mad, maybe something is really wrong with your sister? Ha! Something's wrong? Yi Tang sneered, didn't you hear what she said? She wants her to have emergency patience. She's going to treat people. She's playing all of us for fools. Thinking that just because she took the first place test once and passed a competition with better grades, she can open her eyes and pull such ridiculous lies? Ming Qingcheng could only shut her mouth, her hand stroking Yi Tang's back with one stroke. The carriage was silent for a while before Yi Tang finally calmed down completely. Drive, we're going back. Ming Qingcheng froze for a moment. Mom? Sister hasn't come back yet. So what if she didn't come back? Didn't she have someone pick her up? Let her go and do what she likes. I don't care and I don't want to care. Drive. The last sentence was shouted angrily at the driver. Where did the driver dare to say anything? He immediately started the car and drove towards the villa area where the Ming family was located. Ming Qingcheng opened his mouth and finally sighed somewhat helplessly. Mom, the fact that my sister would tell such a lie is probably just a way to get our attention. We brought her to the party tonight but left her out all night, and it's not really all her fault that she's like this. It's all my fault that I'm the older sister and forgot to look after her mood. Listening to Ming Qingcheng take the fault all on herself, Yi Tang's heart throbbed. Ming Qingcheng had been this condescending ever since that sinner returned home. Everything is in Jiang Yining's favor, and he lets her go in every way. But what? That sinner was never thankful. It's been almost 2 months since she's been back, always acting like the whole family owes her. Blame you for what? Originally this party was thrown for you. If she had the ability to make a master beg to be discipled, I could have thrown her 10 or 8 parties of the same caliber. But can she do it? If you don't have the ability, don't even think about that height. Ming Qingcheng wanted to say something else, but Yi Tang raised his hand and waved it. Come on, I know you're good to your sister, now she's the one who doesn't appreciate it, leave her alone and really spoil her into thinking the whole world is going to surround her. Let her go and cure the patients. When she's made enough of a mess, she'll naturally come back. Yi Tang didn't want to hear anything about Jiang Yining at all right now, and she couldn't listen to it. Chapter 109 The Lai Family. Ranha Hospital, entrance. Vice President Chen kept looking at the clock and pacing back and forth. Finally, 10 minutes later, he saw the car he'd sent out, driving toward him. Not caring about the danger, he rushed up at the first opportunity. The car stopped and Jiang Yining got out. Little divine Dr. Jiang, you're here. Quickly, please follow me. Vice President Chen quickly led the way, while handing over the medical records and CTs that had already been prepared for the examination to Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining maintained his pace and flew through all the information, asking a few more relevant questions. Vice President Chen didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and said what he knew in detail. By the time he stepped into the elevator, Jiang Yining had already grasped the basic situation of the patient. Anything more specific would have to be seen by her own eyes. Little divine Dr. Jiang, in this case, can he still be saved? This patient has lived a life of military service and carries a great deal of merit on his back, and the higher-ups have requested that no matter what, he be saved. Jiang Yining shook the medical records and CT films in his hand. If there are no other hidden pitfalls, I'm 90% sure I can save it. Based on this information alone, she had not seen the patient with her own eyes and was not sure that these were the only symptoms in the patient, so she did not dare to give a definite answer. Vice President Chen let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's good, that's good. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and Vice President Chen led Jiang Yining to change into a sterile gown, then to the operating room where the patient was. Outside the operating room, a large group of people with different looks stood or sat. Those people saw Vice President Chen leading a tall female doctor in a light green sterile gown over and greeted them. Vice President Chen, is this the doctor one you were talking about? It looks like she's young and a woman, is she any good? I've contacted the top brain doctor in M, don't just get me some random guy and screw my dad over. I see you're the one who wants dad dead the most. Can we not argue at a time like this? Outside the operating room, beside the hospital bed, Jiang Yining has seen a lot of life in the past few years. But no matter how much she'd seen, she still wasn't comfortable with the spectacle. Shut up. A voice full of hostility and majesty overpowered all the noise. Everyone in the room was silenced, dutifully shrinking to the side to make way. Jiang Yining looked at the man with some surprise. Li Beiting. Behind him, Li Beiqing was tugging tightly at the corner of his coat with the same step, her eyes slightly red, pursing her lips and not uttering a word. 2 hours ago, this girl was excitedly dragging her around to talk about her man crush. In an instant, Jiang Yining guessed who the patient in the operating room was. Dr. Wen, please. Li Beiting's voice was a bit hoarse, seemingly due to not speaking for a long time. Jiang Yining nodded and entered the operating room. This is not the time to talk. The door to the operating room closed with a bang, like a switch, and the Li family members outside started arguing again. A man who looked slightly older than Li Beiting pulled Vice President Chen's clothes with one hand and pulled him to his side, asking in a vicious voice. Chen Hatai, is this person you found good or not? I don't need to explain to you how valuable my grandfather's life is, right? If anything happens, none of your hospitals will be able to escape. Vice President Chen rolled his eyes in his mind, resisting the urge to slap and huff him away, pulling the corners of his mouth in a leathery smile. Young Master Lai, you've heard the rumors about Dr. Wen's presence in our hospital before sending Elder Lai to our hospital, haven't you? Young Master Lai Zhenyu bristled, his face full of disbelief. Who knows if this is just a sales tactic your hospital has come up with? I want a definite answer from you, is she good or not? Are you trying to distract me with all your talk? Vice President Chun chuckled. Young Master Lai, what a joke, is old Mr. Chu something that can be invited by pin camp means? Besides, our hospital's doctor is only human, not a god, how can he give you an exact answer? However, don't worry, our Dr. Wen will try his best to save Elder Lai. He said so with his mouth, but in his heart he had already rolled his eyes to the sky. A dude who only talks a lot better than he sings when he's just talking about BB. Who in Deep City doesn't know that the one who wants Master Lai to have an accident is the Lai family's youngest son? How can doing your best be enough? If something happens to my grandfather, that Dr. Wen must be buried with my grandfather, understand? You. Big brother. The low, cool voice did not carry a trace of temperature, and Li Zhenyu's body shook, so he automatically closed his mouth. Then, realizing that he couldn't be afraid of Li Beiting in front of so many people, he added a cold snort. Vice President Chen stood by the side and silently despised Li Zhenyu in his heart. Luckily, Master Li had the foresight to hand over the Li family to Li Beiting. If it really fell into the hands of this Li family's youngest master, I'm afraid that within a few years, it will be able to lose cleanly. The lights on top of the operating room finally went out after an hour or so. Everyone stood up and looked at the door to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses came out. But no sign of the young female doctor who went in last. The Lai family couldn't care less about paying attention to this, they only wanted to know if Elder Lai was dead or not. Rushing up, he yelled at the doctor in charge. Doc, how's my dad grandpa doing? The doctor shook his hand and tried to calm these patients' families down first. You guys be quiet. The patience of Li Beiting's voice was already almost worn out, and was vaguely on the verge of exploding. No one in the Ri family dared to run into a gun at a time like this. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, the patient has been resuscitated and has not fallen into any after effects. As long as you follow the doctor's instructions and take the medication on time in the back, it is possible to return to the state before the onset of the disease. As soon as the words fell, all of them froze. Elder Lai's condition was already serious before he went into the operating room, and he was lucky to be saved. Especially since the old man is so old, a sudden stroke and paralysis are light. I can't believe that I can return to my pre-morbid state? How good is this doctor? That's when someone finally remembered the young female doctor who had gone in behind her. Where's the woman doctor? Was she the one who saved my dad? Where is she now? We want to see her. There's nothing wrong with getting to know a skilled doctor first, whether he uses them or not. The others responded and hurriedly followed, right. We want to see her. Dr. Wen sent the patient back to the intensive care unit. The doctor said, you can also go in to see the patient in another 10 minutes or so, but only 2 people can go in at a time, no more than 10 minutes. After a few words of explanation, the doctor left with the nurse. The Lai family didn't wait any longer, and the group of people walked towards the intensive care ward with great vigor. Chapter 110 The First Physician. Let's go over there too. Li Baiting took his own sister's hand and followed behind those Li family members. Brother, is Grandpa really okay? Li Beiqing rubbed her eyes, her small face still carrying an unreal expression. For half the night, her heart was hanging like a roller coaster, up and down. Even when the doctor himself said that Elder Lai hadn't if he was well taken care of, she couldn't settle down. Because, not too long ago, the doctor also said himself that they should be prepared for the fact that the old man might not last the night. It's okay. Ri Beiqing was convinced of his words and exhaled softly. However, just a few steps out, the two were shouted at. Second youngest Lai, Ms. Lai. The two of them immediately paused in their footsteps and turned around in surprise, just to see Vice President Chen smiling at them. Dr. Wen has something to say to the patient's family. Li Baiting was stunned, quickly returned to his senses, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and said, okay. The trio changed direction and walked down the other side of the hallway. Vice President Chen brought the Lai siblings to the dean's office and raised his hand to knock on the door. Come in. Although Jiang Yining had a Renha pass card, she was in the end young and didn't come over to the hospital often, so it wasn't appropriate for her to sit in the office with the other doctors. Elder Mu didn't stay in Deep City often, so he let Jiang Yining use the dean's room. Pushing open the door, a face that was plain but too pretty to be true was reflected in the eyes of the Lai siblings. The two men stood frozen in the doorway, for a moment unable to react to who they were seeing. Jiang Yining put down the pen in his hand, raised his head, and pointed to the seat in front of him. Sit. After a long time, Li Beiqing spoke blankly, brother, I might be sick, I actually saw my deskmate sitting on the dean's seat, how did she become the dean of Renha? Ri Baiting reached out and pinched her cheek. Does it hurt? It hurts like hell, I want to kill you. Then you shouldn't be sick. Cough. Vice President Chen coughed lightly and stepped forward to introduce, this is Dr. Wen. Dr. Wen is an honorary doctor of our hospital and is only temporarily working in the dean's office. Ri Baiting finally caught a discrepancy. One? Isn't little sister John's surname Jiang? Ha? Young Lai, you know our little divine Dr. Jiang? So, is your divine doctor's surname Jiang or Wen? Looking at each other speechlessly for a few seconds, Ri Baiting decided to sit down first, and then slowly chat clearly, what was going on? Vice President Chen glanced toward Jiang Yining, and after receiving a look of certainty from her, he helped bring the door closed. I guess that group of Lai's family members down there will be messing around for a while, so he has to go and keep an eye on them. The Lai siblings sat down across from Jiang Yining. No wonder when I saw her at the door of the operating room just now, I always felt as if something was familiar. Wasn't it her unforgettable, mesmerizing peach eyes? A few minutes were enough for Li Baiting to calm down and look at Jiang Yining again, who he had completely accepted. Even, there was a sense of the unexpected and the reasonable. How could someone who could bring Twilight Sync out of a place like that be a simple person? At that time, the little girl was 15, right? Ri Baiting laughed. If Twilight Sinker knew that his little ancestor still had such a powerful identity, he wondered how he would feel? Little sister Jiang, so Dr. Wen is your vest? Horse armor? Jiang Yining blinked, then nodded, you could say the same thing. How did you come up with the idea of putting a layer of vest on yourself? Ri Beiting thought back to the girl's bull parents. If they had known that Jiang Yining's medical skills were so powerful, they probably would have immediately set her straight, right? Why should I have to live as an adopted daughter and be looked down upon? Jiang Yining thought he was asking her why she used the surname Wen, so she simply explained. My grandmother's last name is Wen, and she's the one who taught me the art of healing, so I've taken the last name Wen. It's kind of a way of building up grandma. Jiang Yining mentally added. In that case, Ri Baiting nodded his head and responded, then violently realized something and raised his eyes to glare at her. You said your grandmother's surname is Wen? What is her relationship with Wen Jiqing? My grandmother is Wen Jiqing. Ri Baiting was instantly speechless. Li Beiqing looked at his brother, then at his tablemate, and only after a long time did he squeeze out a sentence. Brother, you know Enen's grandmother? Li Beiqing opened his mouth. He knew Wen Jiqing, it was just that Wen Jiqing didn't know him. After a while, he said, also counted to know it, the medical world saint Wen Jiqing, the recognized #1 physician in China, very famous 20 years ago. This divine Dr. Wen had been missing for nearly 20 years, and hardly many people in the youth knew about her. If Master Li hadn't told him that this character was real, he would have thought that Dr. Wen was just a character that had been passed down by word of mouth and portrayed excessively. Wow! Li Beiqing clapped her hands, no wonder you're so good at healing with Ning. Speechlessly looking at her sister who was simple and somewhat stupid, Li Beiqing was speechless. Not really wanting to admit that she had the same blood in her as he did. Well, let's get back to the point. Jiang Yining closed the lid of the pen, then pushed the freshly written medical record in front of Li Beiqing. This is the overall situation of Elder Li's condition. Li Beiqing picked it up and gazed at it, and after a few seconds, his eyes quickly sank coldly and became shady to the extreme. Chronic poison? Li Beiqing was startled. Someone poisoned Grandpa? Well, that's the main reason why Master Li's stroke came raging this time. The toxin has been building up for some time, at least 2 months by my estimation. You'd better investigate who was deliberately provoking Master Li before he fell ill. Jiang Yining glanced at him, and in the end, some words didn't come out. For example, Master Li's illness was too close to his birthday to be a coincidence. What she could think of, Li Beiqing could also think of. I'll account for the subsequent nursing treatment to Vice President Chen. As for security, you need to make the arrangements. Jiang Yining didn't think the hospital security guards could win against those devious tactics. Especially since the Li family's power in Deep City wasn't small, it was easy as pie to buy off a handful of people. In the middle of the day, Li Beiqing closed the medical record book and formally looked at Jiang Yining. I know what to do, thank you, little sister Jiang, a great favor. If there is anything in the future, just ask. Jiang Yining smiled, you've also helped me many times. That's not the same. Li Beiqing shook his head, didn't answer, looked at his wristwatch and said, it's late, I'll take you home. Jiang Yining didn't refuse. Chapter 111, a special trip to thank you. The Li family didn't see anyone they wanted to see in the intensive care unit, but the group wheeled in to make sure Elder Li was okay. Seeing the old man lying on the hospital bed, his face was a little pale, but his inhalation and exhalation were stable, and his face was peaceful, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. They still could not believe what was happening in front of them. How can you imagine that 3 or 4 hours ago, the old man was purple, distorted, vomiting and delirious? Among these people was someone who witnessed the whole thing. In this world, is there really a miracle doctor? The other day someone kept telling me what a great doctor had come to Rena, and I thought those people were exaggerating. This old geezer has a great life, he's all like that and he's still holding up. Hey, you're crazy to say such things with so many people present. Do you think Li Beiqing is a vegetarian? Didn't Chen Taiha say that the female doctor's surname is Wen? Could it be Wen Jiqing? Wen Jiqing is at least 70 alright. That woman just now I doubt she's even 30. After a round of bickering, a group of Li's family members killed the vice president's room, found Vice President Chen, and chased after the doctor who cured Elder Li to find out where exactly he was. Vice President Chen was able to patiently maneuver around all this at first, but after coming and going and asking a few of the same questions, he wasn't satisfied with any of the answers he gave and had to see her. Solely he let his assistant come and block the way, and made his own excuses to slip away. Other than the intensive care unit, the rest of the hospital was a few degrees more calm than usual. By the time tomorrow rolls around and the news spreads, Rena Hospital will be blown up on the hot. Jiang Yining said thanks and prepared to get out of the car, but he heard Li Beiqing also unbuckle his seatbelt. Li Beiqing noticed her gaze and smiled. It's too late, I'll walk you to the door and watch you go in. Jiang Yining. The parking place could look directly into the Ming family's villa, and moreover, this kind of high-class villa area was often patrolled by security guards. She understood what he meant, though. Thanks. Li Beiqing pressed his temples, if you say thank you again, I'll have to give you back your life. Jiang Yining. Late at night at 11 o'clock, the Ming family villa was still brightly lit. Jiang Yining reached out and rang the doorbell. Seeing her movements, Li Beiqing finally couldn't help but spit it out. Still ringing the doorbell at your own house? If he remembered correctly, it had been almost 2 months since Jiang Yining came to this home. Jiang Yining glanced at him, this is the Ming family. Without having a chance to say anything, the door was opened. The butler who opened the door first saw Jiang Yining, his face changed, and he was about to say what Ji Tang had ordered. Isn't the second young lady quite up to no? Re-biting listened to the maid's tone and could probably guess what she was going to say, and immediately interrupted her. Excuse me, is Mr. Ming there? It was only then that the housekeeper saw Re-biting, who was standing 2 steps away, and was instantly confused. Lie, Ershao. Li-biting repeated again, excuse me, is Mr. Ming there? In. Master, he's in. Mr. Lai, please come in. I'll go get the master to come down. The butler panicked and led the people inside, and pulled a servant who was working to go to the study to inform Ming Chenkang. On the first floor of the villa, in the living room, Yi Tang was sitting on the sofa with an elegant posture, flipping through a fashion magazine. Hearing some messy movement outside, he wrinkled his brow in annoyance. What's the noise? If it's the second young miss coming back, just kick her out, she likes it outside so much, so don't ever come back. By this time, the butler had guided the man into the house, right on the porch just outside the parlor, and had taken in her words, word for word. While the air-conditioned room was well cooled, the butler's forehead was dripping with bean-sized sweat. He carefully glanced at Lai Beiting, not daring to utter a single breath, and stood in place, hesitating whether he should speak out to Yi Tang or not. Yi Tang waited for a while without hearing any reply and frowned as he raised his head. Butler? The butler could only stiffen his heart, walk to the door of the living room, and whisper, Mrs. You. Yi Tang looked over, and the words that followed were all gagged back into his mouth when he saw Li-biting. Frozen for a few seconds before recoiling, somewhat shocked, he put down the magazine and stood up. What brings second young Mr. Lai here? Is there something wrong? The Lai family is the first of the 3 great mansions in Deep City, and the Ming family has only risen to prominence in the past 2 years, and although it has been hailed as one of the 4 new great mansions in Deep City, the Ming family still cannot afford to offend the Lai family. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Yining standing beside Li-biting. Just as her head went blank from shock, Ming Chenkang had already come down from the 2nd floor and greeted her with a smile on his face. Second young Master Lai, why are you free to visit my humble abode? Quickly, please sit down. Ming Chenkang made a gesture of invitation to him, and then he fiercely winked at Yi Tang, asking her to come over and entertain the honored guests together. Yi Tang, however, could not return to his senses for a long time. Ming Chenkang didn't have the time to care about her, and after bringing the person into the living room, he ordered the butler to make tea and prepare refreshments. No need to be busy. Li-biting stopped him. I came here specifically to say thank you. How can I trouble you to go through all the trouble of greeting me? Jiang Yining swept a slanted glance at him. The man had just said it was too late for her to come back on her own, and when she entered the house it became a special thank you. Ming Chenkang froze at his words. Thank you? Thank you for what? This. Lai Ershao, what is going on? Li-biting said bluntly, just now my grandfather had some accidents, thanks to the help of your 1,000 gold, saved my grandfather's life. In the future, if Miss Jiang has any need to use me, feel free to ask. Ming Chenkang was immediately stunned, his eyes wide, unable to hide the shock within. Anin. How do you? Re-biting's eyes swept over the mouths of the Ming couple. His purpose had been achieved and he didn't want to waste any more time here. With a light laugh, he spoke again, it's getting late, so I'll pay a formal visit to say thank you another day. Chapter 112 Unruly people come out of poor mountains in bad water. Until Li-biting left for a long time, the Ming family's living room still didn't have half a sound. Jiang Yining stood by the side for a while, pretending that neither Ming Chenkang nor Yi Tang had anything to say to her. I'll go to my room then. Hearing her speak, Ming Chenkang came back to his senses and hurriedly called out to her. Anin, what's going on? You met Elder Lai and saved him? Jiang Yining didn't bother to explain from the beginning, so he nodded his head and let out Ming Chenkang was overjoyed and couldn't restrain himself from laughing. Good. Good. It's really worthy of being my daughter. Today is truly a happy day. Qingcheng has Shen Somin as her backup teacher, her musical path is stable, and Yining has gained a favor from the Li family. It's wonderful. He didn't take Li-biting's comment about saving a life seriously, and guessed that Jiang Yining had seen Elder Li fall somewhere and helped him out. This favor, though small, is an excellent knockout punch. Enough for the Lai family to step in and help the Ming family in some subtle but important ways. Sometimes this subtle point can be the difference between success and failure. Jiang Yining converged his peach blossom eyes and didn't say anything. Ening, in the future, you can take the initiative and contact second young Mr. Lai more often. Don't waste such a good opportunity, okay? Ming Chung-kong exhorted. Oh. Lai's age is not too young. This year is also about 24-5, young people. There are many topics, in short, you have to grasp. Dad's company will rely on you in the future. Ming Chung-kong wasn't annoyed, and came back to say 1,000 times. If it wasn't for the only remaining semblance of moral bondage, he would still want Jiang Yining to hold on to the thigh of Li Biting, no matter what method he used. Even, an idea arose in his mind. At Elder Li's birthday banquet, if Nurshan refused and didn't want Jiang Yining, he could still send Jiang Yining to Li Biting's hands. In short, Jiang Yining was now like Ming Qingcheng, and had caught at least one. No matter which one it was, the biggest beneficiary was the Ming family. Jiang Yining listened with some impatience, reached out to cover her mouth, and yawned. I'm tired. Ming Chung-kong paused, but he was not unhappy, and the smile on his face did not diminish. Well, it's getting late, so go to your room and rest. Jiang Yining turned around and exited the living room, heading towards the second floor. Ming Chung-kong watched her leave, then pulled Yi Tang back to sit on the sofa with a look of emotion. This time Yining really made a great achievement. It just so happens that in a short while, Ming's has a project to talk to the Lai family. If we can fade the Lai family up, our Ming family will be able to stand firm as one of the four great gentry of the deep city, and can even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Luo family. He said a few more things but never got a response. Frowning, he looked at Yi Tang, only to realize that she was pursing her lips tightly, looking distracted, not listening to his words at all. Ming Chung-kong reached out and waved his hand in front of her now. What's the matter with you? What are you thinking about so intently? Yi Tang's lips pursed straight, looking at Ming Chung-kong like this, she probably guessed what was in his heart. Throughout the whole thing, she couldn't feel an ounce of elation. On the contrary, she felt terrible. Jiang Yining. Her own daughter is such a terrible person. When you are young and small, you know how to find a backer after you have done something wrong, so that you can avoid being punished. Poor mountains produce unruly people. It was true that Jiang Yining was her own, but even the best bloodline couldn't hold up to a long life in that kind of environment, and she had long since developed the bad habit of being eager and selfish. Continuing to let Jiang Yining go on like this, before long, it would all be crawling on top of her. Everything tonight reinforced her desire to stop Jiang Yining from contacting the celebrity circle. Elder Lai's birthday banquet should definitely not be attended by Jiang Yining. In the middle of the day, Yi Tang's complexion slightly converged, his voice was cold. It's nothing, probably too much socializing and tired, a rest should be fine. Ming Chung-kong nodded his head, not suspecting anything. Go on, get some rest. We're all going to be busy this coming week. Don't make any mistakes. Aha! Yi Tang walked out of the living room and went up to the second floor, but he saw Ming Qingcheng at the stairway of the second floor. She was on her feet, a gentle smile on her face. Qingcheng, have you practiced your piano? Ming Qingcheng twisted his fingers and looked at her with some hesitation. Mom, sister is back? I seem to have just heard the maid say that second young Mr. Li. Was second young Mr. Li who sent his sister back? Yi Tang's face sank and he didn't deny it. Then it's true. Ming Qingcheng was somewhat at a loss as to how to describe her feelings at this moment. Seeing this expression on Yi Tang's face, she was happy. But, the thought of Jiang Yining being protected by those who couldn't even get close to her, she couldn't be happy. Those people, is Jiang Yining in front of her arrogant capital? Ming Qingcheng secretly shot a glance at Yi Tang, his lips slightly raised. She wasn't happy that Jiang Yining was protected by those powerful people, and Yi Tang was equally unhappy. Just wait. She doesn't have to do anything. Because someone will sweep the upset away for her. After a second of silence, Ming Qingcheng revealed a sweet smile and went forward to catch Yi Tang's hand, shaking it in a petulant manner. Mom, it's good to have my sister back. We can't really lock her out. As the saying goes, two mothers and daughters don't have overnight grudges, so don't get angry again. Yet Ang sighed. I'm not angry, what's the point of me being angry? She doesn't give a damn about me. Just knows to hold outsiders over me. Mom, my sister has just come to the big city, she has seen many people and things she has never seen before, it is understandable that she is easily confused, we are her closest people, we should guide her to the good. I will accompany you and help my sister together. Ming Qingcheng sighed, so, Mom, don't get angry, okay? It will be hard for me if you get angry, I don't want you to get angry and break your body. Hey! Good boy. Ming Qingqing's words spoke to Yi Tang's heart, and for a moment, he couldn't help but reach out and hug Ming Qingqing. There was finally someone in the family who could smooth things over for her. "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Ming Qingqing's head rested on Yi Tang's shoulder, her voice was soft and sweet, so well behaved that it made Yi Tang's heart crumble. "Yeah, I'm not mad anymore. There's no use getting angry. Besides, this is no time to be angry." Yi Tang calmed down, and the thoughts in his heart went from hazy to clear. Letting go of Ming Qingqing, he urged her to go back to her room and sleep early, as she had to wake up early tomorrow for school. "I'll go to my room then, Mom, and you get an early night too." "Aha!" After eyeing Ming Qingqing into her room, Yi Tang also went back to her own room, confirming that Ming Qiangkang would not be coming back for a while. She picked up the intercom on her bedside table. "Hello? Mrs. Lin, you're in charge of cleaning the second floor of the villa this week, right? I need you to do something for me." Chapter 113, Putting on the Vests. Early the next morning, Jiang Yining returned to school. Most people are still discussing yesterday's donation of 2 numbered objects with perfect scores to the music building and Guardian to enter the rematch of the 5-subject competition. Apparently, the Li family and Renha Hospital had deliberately controlled the news, and the news that elderly was seriously ill and admitted to the hospital did not circulate on a wide scale. Entering the classroom one after the other with Ming Qingqing. Seeing Ming Qingqing, a few well-connected girls immediately surrounded her, deliberately blocking Jiang Yining's front. "Qingqing, we've all heard that Master Shen Soninshan has also thrown an olive branch at you, right? Master Shen is also someone who has taken music textbooks. Amazing, 2 of our country's top music maestros are clamoring for you. The winner of life is said to be Leaning City, right? I'm going to hurry up and hug our Qingqing's thighs while I can." Listening to her friend's compliments, Ming Qingqing smiled shyly and sweetly. "You guys are exaggerating, I just got lucky." Sun Xiaoya made an exaggerated expression. "Without that strength, can you have such luck?" "Yeah. Right. If it were me, even if Shang Meilin and Shen Somin were willing to stand in front of me, there's no way I could impress them. Me too, yay. The maestro sure doesn't give a damn about my trippy piano skills." Ming Qingqing smiled, subconsciously sweeping Jiang Yining out of the corner of her eye. Instead, she looked bland as she skirted around them and returned to her seat. Didn't seem to take those words to heart at all. Ming Qingqing pursed her lips and withdrew her eyes, returning her attention to the bragging of her friends in front of her. Jiang Yining sat down, put down his book bag, and glanced to the side. Lai Beiqing hasn't come back yet. Usually, she would always be back 20 minutes before morning reading in order to catch up on her homework. I'll probably take the day off today. Just as he was thinking, a figure arrived in front of Jiang Yining. "Ha! Strange. Why didn't Beiqing come back today to catch up on his homework?" Jiang Yining raised her eyes, and saw a thin-bodied teenager, somewhat dangling from his backpack, grinning at her. It's one of the guys in the little motorcycle group. Before she could react, she heard the teenager call out, "Dad!" The voice wasn't too loud, just enough to silence the talk around them. Many people twisted their heads around, their airy gazes scanning back and forth between Jiang Yining and the teenager. Jiang Yining. She held her forehead, feeling a slight headache. "Mr. Su, can you please call me by my name?" "That works too." Junior Sergi responded cheerfully, then blinked and looked at her with an expectant face. Jiang Yining sighed darkly, reached into her book bag, took out the roll of tickets that hadn't been touched since she threw them in, and handed them to him. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Before Su Ji could unfold the tickets, in a blink of an eye, the item in his hand was snatched up by the person next to him. "Let me see." Zhang Miaoxing. Su Ji's eyelids jumped. "Be careful, don't tear up the tickets, Dad. John's classmates gave us. I'm that kind of guy." Zhang Miaoxing blankly glanced at him, but the movements of her hands softened quite a bit, and she unfolded the roll of tickets with small wings. Suji craned his neck to watch from the sidelines. Somewhat losing her smile as she watched the 2 men's movements, Jiang Yining spoke, "Leave a copy for Beiqing, and you guys handle the rest." Suji sniffed. "Mr. Jiang, it's all given to us, what about you?" "I probably can't go." Before Jiang Yining had finished speaking, Zhang Miaoxing, who was looking through the tickets over there, suddenly let out a hiss. "Infield tickets. Dad. These tickets aren't on sale." "What?" Su Ji couldn't care less about still talking to Jiang Yining, and hurried over to take a look. The pile of tickets in Zhang Miaoxing's hand had a different pattern and color than the tickets he had seen on the internet. And the text is slightly different, with an extra line in small bold letters, infield tickets. They diehards were also aware that there was such a thing as infield tickets, but this was the first time they had seen them. Suji looked at those tickets in shock, wanting to touch not also dare to touch the outstretched hand. So, is this what the legendary infield ticket looks like? It said that with this ticket you can even go in and visit the fleet rest area? Zhang Miaoxing even looked like she was about to faint. Wei is dead. Jiang Yining looked at the two people's excited appearance in a good-looking way, and after thinking about it, he still said in a fanciful manner, "The competition will be after the monthly exam, so don't forget to study." When she finished speaking, she froze herself for a moment, her mind instantly going back to the way Twilight had urged her to study. So it turns out that letting people study is contagious? That person should come back for Elder Lai's birthday banquet. Don't worry. I will definitely work hard. If I don't do well, I won't even be able to leave my home, not to mention the country. +1. With this in-game ticket, I feel my motivation to study explode. The movements in that corner all fell into Ming Qingqing's eyes, causing her heart to be stifled. Why were all the people she hadn't been able to make friends with talking and laughing with Jiang Yining? Ming Qingqing only glanced at it and retracted her eyes, but the ingratiating voices around her were somewhat inaudible. In time for the first afternoon class bell, Li Beiqing went back to school. Senior year was intense, she couldn't afford to waste time, and after confirming that Elder Lai was really fine, she was driven back to school. Seeing Jiang Yining sitting in her seat with the appearance of a good, well-behaved student, she had a moment of dawning realization. Unreality flooded the mind. Just looking at it, how could she not see that her tablemate was actually a divine doctor? After finishing a class with a complicated mood, as soon as the bell rang, Li Beiqing came over to Jiang Yining's side. "Enan, my grandfather woke up early this morning." Jiang Yining nodded. "That's good." It was what she expected. "My grandfather, he wants to meet you, is that okay?" Li Beiqing asked, then added, "My brother said, you follow your own wishes, if you don't want to meet, just refuse, no need to force yourself." It wasn't only Elder Lai who wanted to see Jiang Yining. Those people from the Lai family, especially her nominal elder brother, had been looking for Jiang Yining since last night. If he hadn't dared to offend Elder Mu, he probably would have turned Runha upside down to find Dr. One. Aside from the Lai family, the entire circle of celebrities almost knew that there was a miracle doctor in Runha Li. Although the Runha and Lai families had suppressed the news, they could only hide it from the general public. Jiang Yining thought about it and nodded. Could be. Really? Then my grandfather will definitely be very happy. Li Beiqing was pleasantly surprised and immediately took out her cell phone. "I'll notify my brother and have him make the arrangements, and definitely won't expose it." While typing in a text message, she whispered about those relatives of her family and how much trouble they had brought to others in order to find Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining didn't feel compelled to hide his identity, and after listening to her words, he decided that it was better to put on his vest. Chapter 114: The Standard Delinquent Teenager. Between large classes, Jiang Yining went to the teacher's office to ask for a leave of absence. Han Frostbite was very upset. "You just invited an evening study last night. And again today. How can you, a student, take a vacation every day? You already have half of your time divided between math competitions, how can you take the other half of your time off for a leave of absence?" Jiang Yining thought for a moment and said, "I'm really not okay." Han Frostbite was only complaining with a mouth hug. There was no way she would actually not be allowed to invite her. This good seedling was still the one he had relied on to come back, and if the little girl was unhappy and ran away, he had no place to cry. "Fine, but this week has to be the last one." Han Frostbite paused and added, "If you want to take time off again, you'll have to have your guardian write me a consent form, okay?" Jiang Yining was silent. Getting Yadong to agree to what she was doing seemed a little harder than heaven. After last night's incident, whatever she proposed now, Yitang would subconsciously oppose it wholeheartedly, right? Han Shuangji keenly noticed that the girl's aura became a bit colder when she mentioned guardian. These days, he focused on Jiang Yining, and could see that, apart from being overly smart in his studies and somewhat overly pretty in his appearance, this child was actually an ordinary child. With parents like that, it's no wonder she's not happy. Ahem. He cleared his throat with a cough. "It was your guardian who solemnly requested me to focus on your care. Leave counts for that. If you have any grievances, tell him over yourself." Jiang Yining was stunned at his words. Immediately, reacted fiercely, Han Frostfall mouthed her guardian is. Twilight sinking. Rebiting, Han Frostbite. That person, even if he left the deep city, still did not forget to let his friends help look after her. Obviously she's nobody. He's busy. Han Frostbite waved his hand dismissively. Whatever he is busy or not. Well, you'd better be good and listen to him, study hard and concentrate on your exams, he beats people up pretty hard. Han Frostbite sneaks in a personal note into his words. Nirshin left in a hurry and only gave him an explanation: don't let anyone bully Jiang Yining. As for concentrating on exams and whatnot, well, he will worry about it on behalf of Nirshin. Jiang Yining whispered helpfully, he doesn't look like he will hit people. Han Frostbite laughed out loud. Then you must have been fooled by him, don't look at him as a human being now, he used to be a standard delinquent. Jiang Yining blinked and didn't say anything, a suspicious look hanging on her small face. Obviously not believing him. You don't believe it. Han Frost dropped a moment of energy, pointing to the chair to let her sit down. That guy jumped up, then I still small with 3 years old, with the surrounding students' age differences even farther. We see him a kid all day on a tugging to the sky look, arrogant and let people teeth itch, just want to give some color see, who knows, the plan has not been implemented yet. He went to the door to beat up the people at that time. He was 2 years younger than you. In Jiang Yining's impression, Nirshin was a noble son of a powerful family who was full of noble air, graceful and calm. Except for some obsessive desire to be her elder. There were rumors that he was cold-faced and ruthless, with thunderous methods, and the few times she spent time with Twilight Shin, she felt that these rumors didn't match up with him in person. Not to mention he'll initiate provocative fights. Han Frostbite's interest in gossiping came, and told her a few more things about their college days, when Nirshin was good and brave at school. Until the end of the large classroom, Jiang Yining still couldn't believe that what Han Xuanxer said was the same person as the Nirshin she knew. Okay, it's time for class, so let's not talk about it. Han Shuang descended for a moment, don't tell Shin about these things, I'm the one who told you, okay? Jiang Yining. Oh. That's a promise. However, Jiang Yining had just come out of the teacher's office when he bumped into Ming Qingcheng. She was also holding a stack of test papers in her hand, looking like she was going to deliver them to her teacher. Jiang Yining had no intention of greeting her and sidestepped out of the way, preparing to go back to the classroom. Sister! In a moment of passion, Ming Qingcheng reached out to pull her arm. Jiang Yining took a step back and deftly dodged her hand. Yes? The tone was light, and there was clearly no desire to speak to her. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips, a wave of irritation grew in her heart, and a touch of worry hung on her face. Sister, are you here to take a vacation? Jiang Yining swept a glance at her, it would be meaningless to ask even after hearing it. What's up? The subtext is that if something's wrong, say so, and if it's not, she'll go back to class. Ming Qingcheng took a deep breath. Sister, last night you let yourself run off the bus for hours on end, you know Mom was worried about you all night. Jiang Yining glanced at her. I don't know, all I know is that she doesn't want me to go back. Ming Qingcheng choked. Mom's just being mouthy. You're making her too angry. Why can't you be considerate of a girl who suddenly runs off for no reason and ends up being sent back by another boy, when she is thinking you don't love yourself? Jiang Yining suddenly laughed. For no reason? I thought I said reason, didn't I? What's the reason for that ridiculous statement? Ming Qingcheng moved her lips, and when the words reached her mouth, she finally swallowed them back. Jiang Yining watched her look of wanting to speak, and the curve of his lips hooked up a bit more. You don't believe me, so you take what I say as a pipe dream, how arrogant are you? It can be disbelieved or challenged. Jiang Yining never wanted to hide anything, she could explain it all. But these people, it seemed, had no intention of listening to her. After a few times, she didn't bother to say anything else. Believe it or not. Ming Qingcheng frowned, and for a moment, she actually didn't know what exactly Jiang Yining meant by this. Does she really think her lies make sense? Or Jiang Yining seemed to have been too lazy to continue dwelling on this matter, crossing over to her and walking away. Ming Qingcheng's lips moved, wanting to ask something more, but not knowing where to start. How can going to the hospital to treat someone be true? Ming Qingcheng delivered the test papers to the teacher, came out and glanced in the direction of the key classroom, then walked to the corner, took out her cell phone and dialed Yitang. Yitang quickly picked up the phone, his voice gentle. Leaning? Isn't it time for class at this hour? Why are you suddenly calling me? Ming Qingcheng's voice was a bit hesitant, Mom. What's wrong? Yitang gave a start, a little nervous. Are you being bullied at school? Ming Qingqing's lips moved. No, I just took the test papers to the teacher, and I just happened to hear my sister asking Mr. Han for a leave of absence from evening study, and I'm a little worried about her. Chapter 115. Having this kind of family. Enin, my brother is picking us up in front of the school. Shall we go? As soon as the school bell rang, Li Beiqing lifted her empty book bag and stood up. Aha! Jiang Yining quickly folded a few test papers and put them away in her book bag, pulled up the chain of her book bag, and got up to follow Li Beiqing out of the classroom. The silhouettes of the duo had just disappeared when Sun Xiaoya walked over to Ming Qingqing's seat. Qingqing, that adopted daughter of yours, where is she going? When did she get so close to Li Beiqing? Ming Qingqing lowered her eyes, and without pausing in her movements, she packed up the things on her desktop. I don't know. Sun Xiaoya was just asking casually, not really interested in Jiang Yining. Forget it, don't talk about that kind of spoiler, let's go eat? Ming Qingqing shook her head. You go first, I'll go to the dance studio to find Xin Ting. She hadn't had time to tell Luo Xinting about the driver. The last 2 days had been chaotic and her thoughts were all messed up. Luo Xinting probably already knew, after all, the results of the 5-subject competition were posted on the bulletin board. Huh? You still don't know that Xin Ting took a vacation and didn't come back to school? Ming Qingqing moved with a start. She took a vacation? She told you that? Sun Xiaoya shook her head. No, yesterday you were not leave to not come to the evening self-study. Well, I went to the dance studio to find Xin Ting to eat dinner. Mr. Lu told me, Xin Ting home to help her to ask for a week's leave, will not come over to the school this week. Ming Qingqing pinched her brows. She hadn't heard of anything happening in the Luo family that would require Luo Xinting to take a week's vacation to deal with it. Moreover, she and Luo Xinting have a good relationship. What really happened? Luo Xinting can't possibly not say anything to her. I'll give Xin Ting a call. Just as she took out her cell phone, she heard Sun Xiaoya say next to her, I called her once yesterday, and it was all turned off. Ming Qingqing's heart inexplicably thumped. No longer hesitate to dial the number. However, the cell phone rang once, and a familiar mechanical female voice came from the receiver. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is off. Ming Qingqing listened to the voice from the cell phone, and that bad premonition in her heart grew stronger and stronger. What a coincidence. Over there, Jiang Yining not only didn't fall for the trick of being taken for a spin, passing the preliminary round of the 5-subject competition with a perfect score, over here Luo Xinting was suddenly asked to take a week's vacation. But it can't be that Jiang Yining did something to Luo Xinting. Luo Xinting is the Luo family's first lady, what can Jiang Yining? Ming Qingqing realized with a jolt that Jiang Yining did not have the ability, but Li Beiting did. The whole thing is because of Li Beiting's meddling that it has become what it is now. I can't believe they would go this far for a little adopted daughter. She gritted her teeth. On what grounds? What makes Jiang Yining make those people look the other way and treat them differently? Ming Qingqing only felt that there was a flame in her chest, burning her all over, and for a moment, she hated to wish that Jiang Yining would die immediately. It wasn't supposed to be all like this. When Jiang Yining didn't come back, she was held in the palm of everyone's hand, collecting thousands of favorites, and was originally a princess in the clouds. As a result, everything changed when Jiang Yining returned to the Ming family. City? Leaning City? Did the call go through? Sun Xiaoya looked at her and asked cautiously. Ming Qingqing came back to her senses and pushed down her tumultuous thoughts. It didn't go through. I think she's got something at home. I'll go home tonight and ask my dad to ask Uncle Lo. Sun Xiaoya sighed in relief. Oh. Let's go eat first then. Aha. Jiang Yining and Li Beiqing went out of the school gate and just turned into the next street of the school. They saw a tall and upright man leaning in front of a black Maybach. A handsome man in a suit, with sword brows and starry eyes. He wore sunglasses that obscured some of his handsome looks, but still gave off a feeling of honor and dignity. On the sidewalk, many girls huddled together, holding up their cell phones to find an angle to photograph him. You can hear the clamor of handsome and dominant from afar. Holy, what if I don't want to walk over there? This guy is flirty and pretentious. So awkward I could pick out a third bedroom with my feet. What do you think he's wearing sunglasses for when it's almost dark? Li Beiqing saw from afar and couldn't help but spit out, let's drop a car and go to the hospital ourselves. Only after he had finished speaking, Li Beiting's line of sight met them squarely. Beiqing, little sister Jiang, this way. He said, and waved at the two men. Li Beiqing couldn't even pretend she didn't recognize him even if she wanted to. Her small face collapsed, 10,000 times more reluctant. Let's go over there. Jiang Yining felt funny. The two were about to walk towards Li Beiting when a slender figure suddenly flashed out beside them. Anin. Yi Tang's face was grim as he blocked in front of the two. Where are you going if you're not attending class properly? Jiang Yining looked at her and suddenly felt a little amused. Still can't sit still? Rather than go around in a big circle, he insisted on not doing it himself, and this time he stopped avoiding anything. Maybe it was last night at that party that was kind of half torn up and just wasn't going to pretend anymore? That's good. Yi Tang raised her voice in chagrin. Jiang Yining. What kind of attitude is this of yours? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Auntie, it's only right that I ask what your attitude is. What do you want? Rushing out all of a sudden and scaring me. Li Beiqing slapped his chest. She was genuinely intimidated, her attention having just been on her pretentious brother. Who'd have guessed that an older woman would come out of nowhere? Yi Tang glared at her, ignoring her, and proceeded to stare at Jiang Yining without letting go. You go back to your lessons. Do you hear me? Without my permission, you're not allowed to wander around anymore. Jiang Yining, my patience is limited, don't think you can do whatever you want without any bottom line. Li Beiqing was surprised. Wow, are you trying to restrict someone's personal freedom? This is my family business. It's none of your business, so please shut up. Yi Tang's face turned red, but his eyes were stern. You're Ming Qingqing's mom? Changing to such a hideous expression, I don't even recognize it. Auntie, when you treat Ming Qingqing, you're always gentle and soft. Why do you change your face when you change people? Enin, you're so pathetic to have this kind of family. Li Beiqing has been staying in the key class with Ming Qingqing since middle school, and has seen Yi Tang quite a few times in parent-teacher conferences and whatnot. She had never seen her speak to Ming Qingqing with this kind of expression. Sure enough, if you're not biological, you don't need to pay for the love. Li Beiqing was considered to have grown up for once. Being accused to her face of the way she treated her two daughters made Yi Tang a little irritated. I said it's none of your business. Jiang Yining suddenly spoke. If you won't allow it, then is it okay if I ask for Mr. Ming's permission? Yi Tang stiffened, his face flushed with anger and his lips trembled straight away. Is she this threatened? How dare Jiang Yining? Chapter 116, Coming for Twilight Sinking. Mrs. Ming. Before Yi Tang could recover from his shock, a clear voice came from behind him. She stiffened and turned around, and saw Li Beiting walking over with his hands in his pants pockets in a loose manner. Taking a deep breath and keeping his demeanor as normal as possible, he responded with a cold tone in his voice. Second youngest Li, what a coincidence. Li Beiting smiled. Not coincidentally, I specially came over to pick up Ling Qianjin to the hospital. Well, my grandfather wants to meet her. Yi Tong pursed his lips and deliberated for a moment before speaking. I'm afraid it's not a good idea for second young Mr. Li to do this, is it? My Yining is not yet an adult. If you take my child away like this without the guardian's consent, if word gets out, I'm afraid it will tarnish the reputation of the Li family. Hearing her words, Li Beiting nodded in agreement. Mrs. Ming has a point. Yi Tang didn't expect Li Beiting to give in so dryly, and froze for a moment. She thought that it would take some more effort to pull Jiang Yining back. But come to think of it, who would dare to joke about their family's reputation? Li Beiting didn't have the guts either. Secretly relieved, Yi Tang spoke. Since that's the case, then please ask second young Master Li to. So? Li Beiting interrupted her. Before I came over, I made a phone call to Mr. Ming to obtain his consent. I'm picking up the person now. It shouldn't be considered as taking the person away privately. Mrs. Ming, don't worry. After meeting my grandfather, I will return your daughter back to the mansion intact, ensuring that not a single hair will. Li Beiting suddenly let out a low rebuke. Beiqing. Others don't know, but he does. If it was really a foster mother and daughter, it was nothing for Li Beiqing to say this. After all, the adoption time was not long, and she did not give Jiang Yining any nurturing grace. The bad thing is that Yi Tong and Jiang Yining are biological mother and daughter. Li Beiqing's words became a knife to the heart. It's not like I'm wrong. Li Beiqing muttered in dissatisfaction. When you see Grandpa in a while, tell Grandpa to ask Enin to come to our house. That family is just blind. Yining's medical skills are so good, yet she still dares to treat her like this. In the future they won't be saved even if they die of illness. Li Beiqing, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out of the car. Li Beiting was so defeated by his own stupid sister that if he hadn't been in the middle of a drive, he would have had to hug his head and cry for a while. Li Beiqing sniffed and immediately hugged Zhang Yining. As long as she held on tight and didn't let go, there was absolutely no way her Thai brother would ever throw her away. Li Beiting blankly glanced at Li Beiqing without any good humor and glanced at Zhang Yining in the rearview mirror. I'm sorry, but this sister of mine is unreliable, so don't listen to her. Zhang Yining didn't feel anything. It's okay. Humph. Li Beiqing hummed in dissatisfaction. I'm 100 times better than that cup of green tea. What's wrong with being sisters with me? Yining, am I right? Zhang Yining laughed softly. Right. 20 minutes later, the Maybach parked in the hospital parking lot. Li Beiting got out of the car and opened the door for the two girls, and then heard the sound of high heels stomping from far and near. Immediately afterward, a sweet and intimate voice came. North Court? Li Beiting looked over sideways, then smiled. A bright young woman wearing a set of dark pink long-sleeved, belted dress with long, big wavy hair was slowly walking this way. The smile on her face was sweet and pleasant. Oh, what kind of wind blew Miss Fong here? Miss Phoenix. Hearing this title, Zhang Yining probably guessed the identity of this woman. The eldest miss of the Fong family, one of the 4 great mansions of 49 City, Fong Suyi. As the pearl of the Fong family, Fong Suyi was born to be favored. Good looks, good birth, a doctorate degree from a prestigious foreign university at the age of only 21, many boys amongst a powerful family can't compare to her. Fong Suyi smiled. When I heard that Grandpa Li was sick, I came over to take a look. If there's anything I can do to help, just ask. Then thank you in advance. Li Beiting was also polite. Shall we go up? Li Beiting nodded. By the way, Kure. Fong Suyi bit her lip and was about to open her mouth when she saw 2 young girls coming down from the car. Both of them were wearing the same school uniform, 17 or 8 years old, holding the same book bag, and it was obvious at a glance that they were high school students. She knew that Li Beiting had a sister. Of the 2 young ones, one had a heroic look between his brows and eyes, which was a bit similar to Li Beiting, only softer. And another pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes of the slightly curved, like looking at who all contain love, titillating, almost cannot resist her gaze. In addition to those peach blossom eyes, her fair skin, delicate features, and that tall, slender figure, a natural aura. It's so beautiful that it makes people jealous. Fong Suyi's eyes flashed as she smiled and asked, These 2 are? Li Beiting said simply, My sister. After a pause, he turned to the 2 young girls. This is the Phoenix family's daughter from the 49 City, Fong Suyi. Her grandfather and our grandfather are friends. Hello, Miss Fong. The 2 men opened their mouths to say hello. Fong Suyi glanced at Zhang Yining again, but her heart was relieved. Li Beiting didn't make a point of introducing her by name, which meant that the girl wasn't a special person. Then there's nothing to worry about. No need to care about her. The group followed Li Beiting and arrived at the floor where Elder Li's hospital room was located. Fong Suyi took half a step forward and walked side by side with Li Beiting. Beiting, I heard that Shin came to Deep City? Li Beiting gave her a sideways glance and smiled. Yes, some days ago came to the Deep City to do business, stayed for a month, last weekend went back, seems to also have urgent matters. However, Twilight 3 masters of the matter, by and large, are all urgent. Fong Suyi's footsteps paused for a moment, then she chased after him again. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. I was going to say that maybe I'd run into him when I came over to see Elder Li. Li Beiting didn't poke her. Anyone could see that the visit to the doctor was just incidental, and that Miss Fong was coming for Murshin. Chapter 117 Hand over the man. He should be coming to my grandfather's birthday banquet. Miss Fong should be able to meet him if she comes over at that time. Fong Suyi pursed her lips and changed the topic. It looks like Grandpa Li's illness was just a false alarm. Li Beiting agreed. It was indeed just a false alarm. All the way to Elder Li's hospital room, Li Beiting knocked on the door. The ward was quiet. It should be Li Beiting's arrangement. At this moment in the ward, Elder Li was resting. Next to him, there was only a caretaker watching. Coming? Elder Li sat up with the help of his caregiver. He first swept over his 2 grandchildren, and his eyes flickered in a trance when he saw Zhang Yining. I heard Li Beiting say that the doctor who saved him was very young, but I never thought that he would be so young. It was only at the end that he saw Fong Suyi. The words he wanted to say were instantly swallowed back into his mouth. He was a bit surprised. Why is the little girl from the Fong family here? Grandpa Li, I heard that you are sick. My grandpa was worried about you and let me come over to see you. Fong Suyi smiled and walked over to the bedside. Seeing you in such good spirits, I am relieved. Elder Lai didn't see anything unusual at this time except for his face being a bit pale. Speaking in an organized manner, too, not like being very ill. "Oh, it's just some common old man's disease, no need to make a big deal about it, and the doctor said I can go home and recuperate this weekend." "That would be great." Feng Sudi accompanied Elder Lai and said a few words, and didn't stay long before getting up and preparing to say goodbye. Neither Li Biting nor the two girls he brought with him spoke, standing to the side and waiting, obviously having words that were inconvenient for outsiders to hear to say to Elder Li. She still had a little eye for that. "Then I won't disturb Grandpa Lai's rest, I'll come over with my mom and dad to see you at the birthday banquet next week." Master Lai was cheerful. Good, good. Feng Sudi turned around and walked out of the ward, subconsciously glancing in Jiang Yining's direction before closing the door. Just looking pretty is of no use. Smiling, he closed the door to the hospital room. "Ah, finally gone!" Lai Beiqing exclaimed, "Nearly suffocated me." "Nonsense!" Elderly let out a low rebuke, but there was not a hint of blame in his voice, and with a turn of his gaze, his sight landed on Jiang Yining. "Is this the DR when you were talking about?" Saying that, with the help of the caretaker and Lai Beiting, she slowly put her feet down on the bed and tried to stand up. "Yes, Grandpa." Jiang Yining stopped him and had the caretaker help him lie back down on the bed. "You'd better stay still and recuperate for the next few days, I've explained, medical advice must be heeded." Elder Lai froze for a moment, clearly not expecting that even a little girl would dare to speak to him in such a strong tone. Then he laughed, and without any further reluctance, lay back obediently. "I'm feeling quite a bit better, and I'm not dizzy at the moment, so I just wanted to formally thank you, and you." The old master paused and asked Li Biting, "What is the name of the little divine doctor?" "My name is Jiang Yining." Jiang Yining held his hand and probed his pulse. "There's no need to say thank you, this is my job with a paycheck." Elder Mu had asked her to come over to the hospital to help, so of course it couldn't be unpaid. Each time she treats a patient, Renhwa credits her doctor's pass card with the consultation fee. Elder Lai lost his smile. "Okay, then I won't say thank you. Go back and tell your grandson to keep an eye on the little girl and give her a hand with anything. Saving a life is not something that can be expressed by a thank you in the first place." When Jiang Yining finished checking his pulse, he gave a few more emphatic explanations to the caregiver, and also specifically urged not to let the old man just get up and run around. By the way, Lai Beiting chided Lai Beiting twice as well. Because he had a part in helping Elder Lai up just now. Lai Biting does not dare to refute, nor can it refute. "Enan, you're awesome." Li Beiqing wanted to applaud. It was the first time she'd seen someone make both her grandfather and her brother look like they'd been taught with a false sense of humor. Elder Lai still needed more rest, so the three of them accompanied him for a while and then got up to leave. "Come to our house more often with Beiqing from now on." When Elder Li knew that Jiang Yining and Li Beiqing were in the same class or at the same table, the person couldn't help but be wooden for a moment. How coincidental is that? His own granddaughter's classmate was a miracle healer and had even come to his rescue. "No, it's not about coincidence anymore," Jiang Yining responded. The three walked out of the hospital room. The door to the hospital room had just closed when there was a sudden, piercing yelp from the side. Re-biting. On the other side of the hallway, a man came running angrily. Jiang Yining recognized him, the man who had bounced around the operating room the most last night. Just as he was thinking, the man had already rushed over, grabbed Re-biting's collar and shouted angrily, "Where did you hide that Dr. Irwin?" "I don't know what you're talking about, let go." Li Biting looked at him with cold eyes. "You. Zhenyu, calm down first. Have a talk." A young woman appeared out of nowhere and tugged on Li Zhenyu's arm, pulling him 2 steps away from Li Biting. "I have nothing to say to him." Li Zhenyu shook off the woman's arm with force. "Don't think I don't know, last night someone saw you follow Chen Taihut into the dean's office. You must have gone to see that Dr. Irwin, right? Hand over the person." "Zhenyu. This is Grandpa's hospital room, don't be so loud, if he hears you, he'll definitely scold you," the woman advised. Li Zhenyu's face stared slightly, and when he opened his mouth again, his voice was suppressed. "The old man will scold me whether I am loud or not, or say anything, so why should I restrain myself?" The woman sighed helplessly, then put up a smile and looked at Li Biting, her voice softening 2 points as she spoke. "Brother Biting, don't blame my cousin, he's just a hothead, he just wanted to thank the doctor more for Grandpa." Saying that, she moved a bit closer to Re-biting. Re-biting frowned and moved his body away, keeping his distance from the woman. The woman's face stiffened, but she didn't dare to step forward again. Don't make a scene in the hospital, and if you're fine, get the hell out of here and go home. Li Biting spoke blandly. Li Jianyu's anger surged, pointing at Li Biting's nose and cursing straight away. What's with the attitude? Li Biting coldly swept his eyes. Instantly, Li Jianyu shut his mouth. Cousin, stop it. The woman pulled Li Jianyu back a step. The two people in the Li family who held the real power in their hands were Elderly and Li Biting. If he offended Elderly, he could still muddle through, but if he offended Li Biting, there was absolutely no good fruit to eat. Li Biting retracted his gaze and said to the two girls beside him, I'll take you to dinner first, let's go. Li Beiqing had long gotten used to these people and had been standing expressionlessly beside Li Biting. Zhang Yining didn't say anything and nodded, following Li Biting away. Chapter 118 The Bitchy Bitch. Li Jianyu was so angry that he kicked the wall with a muffled thud. Cousin, don't make a scene here. What if your grandfather hears? The woman hurriedly pulled him away from the hospital room. After walking several steps, Li Jianyu shook her off. Why don't you hurry up and find out for me? Bring DR1 to me by tomorrow. The woman rolled her eyes darkly. Renha hid it so tightly that the mouths of the people above couldn't be pried open, and the people below hadn't seen Dr. Wen at all. Even people who have been treated by Dr. Wen and recovered are reluctant to talk about opening up. Obviously it was laid out early on to keep Dr. Wen's news from leaking out. How is she supposed to find out? Actually, the most urgent thing now is not to find out DR1, but the birthday banquet next week. Aren't they poisoning your grandfather because he's going to announce the heir at the birthday banquet? We have to pay attention to it too. Is it hard to believe that you want to see all of the Li family's things fall into the hands of Li Biting? Li Jianyu let out a bah. That's why I'm looking for DR1. Disliking Li Biting head-on, if I could dislike him, the Li family would have had nothing to do with him long ago. At noon today, I heard that old man's special assistant say that the old man wants to thank that doctor, no matter what condition she offers. So, his idea was simple. As long as the Dr. Wen is on his side, or if he marries the Dr. Wen. As for whether she was ugly or beautiful, it didn't matter. In short, with people on his side, he had the opportunity to slowly get the Li family into his hands. If you can't take a Li family by saving your life once, then come back a few more times. Anyway, you hurry up and turn people out. The three of them returned to the parking lot, but saw Feng Sudi, who had left earlier, waiting next to Li Biting's Maybach. Li Biting opened his mouth in surprise. Why is Miss Feng still here? Did you forget something? Feng Sudi raised a smile and walked over. It's rare for me to come over to Deep City, it's impossible for me to leave without seeing an old friend. Biting, do you have time to have dinner together? You should not call me Miss Feng, just like Shin, just call me Sudi. Li Biting laughed and didn't answer her remark. Thinking to himself, he'd never heard Twilight call her Sudi. In the end, she was the granddaughter of her grandfather's friend, and that face still had to be given. And he politely declined without poking and prodding. It's rare for Miss Feng to come to Deep City. I should have done my best as a landlord, but it's not very convenient today. I have to bring my two sisters. Feng Sui swept her eyes at the two young girls behind him, her brows lightly knitted, her heart vaguely unhappy. Two girls look 17 or 18 years old, what else do they carry? Why don't you just give them some money and let them have their fun? However, she hid all of this well and didn't show it. So Also right, Grandpa Li's health is not good, suddenly went into the hospital, the children should be scared, right? Then, next time we have an appointment? Li Biting answered, good. Feng Sui turned around and left. Zhang Yining thoughtfully glanced at the dark pink figure before following behind Li Beiqing and getting into the car. Brother, that woman is and wants to use you as a tool person. Li Beiqing grasped the back of the driver's seat and yelled at Li Biting, she's being gentle with you, but she's glaring at me and in and behind our backs. I saw it all. Right, Enin? Brother, don't help her. It was something she'd been holding back for a long time. If it wasn't for the fear of interfering with her grandfather's recuperation, she was going to just sue. What's so great about the first lady of the 49 cities' powerful family? Li Biting hummed softly, your brother, I'm not blind. It was also impossible for him to help Feng Sui. Meddling in Twilight Sync's relationship? Either you're crazy or you're tired of living. Unfortunately, he's neither. I'm worried you're blind. Roll. Jiang Yining watched with some amusement as the siblings disliked each other, in a trance-like state of being back 2 or 3 months ago when she hadn't yet been picked up and returned to the Ming family. The older siblings in the family often have this interaction whenever they get together. After dinner, Li Baiting sent Jiang Yining back to the Ming household. This time he didn't get out of the car to see him off. "Anan, see you tomorrow." Li Beiqing lowered the window and waved at her. "See you tomorrow." Jiang Yining turned in the direction of the villa. This time the door opened automatically without her waiting to ring the doorbell. The butler stood inside with a fawning face. "Second miss is finally back, come on in. Mr. and Mrs. are waiting for you to eat. Come on in." The deference was frightening. Jiang Yining entered with his face as normal. "I've already eaten, so I'll go to my room first." The butler hastened to block her way. "Second miss. Please don't do it. Eat or not, you go sit in the dining room too. Not only is Mr. and Mrs. waiting for you, there are guests at home." Jiang Yining paused, but finally followed the butler to the dining room. Seeing her walk in, Ming Chengkong, who was sitting on the main seat, revealed a kind smile and beckoned. "Anan is back? Come over and sit down." Jiang Yining walked over slowly, his peach blossom eyes sweeping up to the restaurant. In addition to Ming Chengkong's husband and wife, there was also a pair of men and women in their 40s sitting side by side on Ming Chengkong's left side. At the same time she was sizing up the pair, the man and woman were looking at her. "Come on, Anan, call out to Uncle Luo and Auntie Luo." Jiang Yining slightly lowered her peach blossom eyes, but she also complied with his wishes and shouted, "Uncle Luo, Auntie Luo." "Heh, kinda well behaved." Luo mother pulled her lips and barely gave a smile. Jiang Yining's face was sparse, only pretending not to see the dislike in her eyes. Ming Chengkong raised his voice and said, "Butler, have the kitchen serve the food." "Yes, sir." The butler answered and immediately went into the kitchen to order the food. The atmosphere of the meal was a bit weird, only Jiang Yining sat there quietly, not even moving her chopsticks, not meaning to eat at all. Looking at her, the disgust was practically written on Luo mother's face. Uneducated thing. Yi Tang forced down the embarrassment in his heart and rebuked Jiang Yining lowly. "Anan, move the chopsticks." Jiang Yining raised her eyes, "I've already eaten." "Oh, Tone, what's there to be angry about? Children, let her be." Luo's father smiled and rounded up the situation, "Yining. Uncle called you Yining, is it okay? I heard your father say that you helped the old man of the Li family last night, so, you met the old man of the Li family?" Jiang Yining glanced at him. "Uncle Luo is asking you? How can you not squeak?" Ming Chengkong prodded. "So, what are you guys asking?" Instantly, there was a silence at the table, and the two couples' expressions froze for a moment. Luo mother can't help it a bit, "You are really uneducated. If it's alright, I'll go to my room." Jiang Yining directly stood up, ready to leave this inexplicable restaurant. Yi Tang slapped the table in anger, "Sit down." Okay. Don't you just lose your temper and scare the child." Ming Chengkong pressed her down, then turned to Jiang Yining, "Yining, you sit down too. Uncle Luo is just chatting with you, don't react so strongly." Chapter 119 Attitude that changes at the drop of a hat. Jiang Yining stood without moving. When Luo's father and mother saw her like this, a flash of displeasure clearly crossed both of their faces. The Luo family had opposed the Ming family's adoption in the first place. The Ming family is going through the official way of adoption procedures. After the paperwork is done, in addition to the lack of blood, this adopted daughter is the same as a legitimate child, enjoying the same rights. The Ming family property, in the future, will likely be divided into 3. To share more with one person, the original 2 children would surely share less. It was a departure from what they had originally expected. Although the Ming family gave assurances and even transferred 5% of Ming's shares to Ming Qinghan and Ming Qingcheng in advance to show the protection of the interests of the original 2 children. But no one could guarantee that Jiang Yining wouldn't use any means to move up in the future and dig up more things from the Ming family's hands. There have been a number of other arguments between the 2 families over this. The Luo family didn't even attend Jiang Yining's adoption family banquet, just to make her realize how unpopular she was with the Luo family. And now, as they expected, this adopted daughter was doing whatever she could to move up the ladder. Being picked up into the Ming family in less than 2 months, he unexpectedly did not know what means he used to save Elder Lai and enter the green eyes of the Lai family. Thinking that they had found the Lai family as a backer, they didn't even put their Luo family in their eyes anymore. In normal times, they would never say a word of nonsense to this kind of adopted daughter with a belly full of flowers. But the old man of the Lai family was suddenly admitted to Renha last night, said to have suffered a sudden stroke, and in all likelihood could not be saved. Some people even said that they saw Master Lai's face was saucy purple when he was admitted to the hospital, and all kinds of stroke symptoms occurred so much that even if he was saved, he would still be an invalid. When everyone was ready to exchange the birthday gift for the Palea gold, Renha suddenly rumored again that Elder Lai was only suffering from an ordinary minor illness. The rumor mill has been in a flurry from midnight last night until now, splitting into several versions, and no one knows which one is right. Of course, there were people who thought of visiting the sick, but they were all rejected by the Lai family. So far, everyone can only guess. The Luo family was also confused, which led them to hit Jiang Yining's body. There is nothing more accurate than directly asking Jiang Yining, who saved Elderly last night and was invited over as a guest today. Thinking of this, Luo's father pushed his anger back into his heart and pulled his lips into a laugh. "Oh, it's okay, it's me being too abrupt and scaring the child. Your Auntie Luo didn't mean to say that kind of thing. Uncle says sorry to you. Don't use it. It's not necessary. It's Enin's attitude that's too stiff to be misunderstood. She's not used to life in the big city yet." Ming Chenkang immediately walked down the steps, winking at Yi Tang as he did so. "Enin, sit down. We were talking about Elder Lai before you came back. Your Uncle Luo heard that you went to see Elder Lai, that's why he asked about it like that. Don't huff and puff, if you know then say so, if you don't know then say you don't know. Everyone is just concerned about Elder Lai, after all, they are all business partners, it's not right for us to be unheard and uninvolved." Yi Tang received Ming Chenkang's gesture, and no matter how unwilling she was in her heart, she had to do something to save her face in the situation at hand. At least not too ugly. Mommy shouldn't be so loud. She pursed her lips and walked over to Jiang Yi's side, intimately pulling him to a seat beside her. Then, he personally scooped up a bowl of soup and put it in front of Jiang Yining, softening his voice. "Full then no more food, have some soup, this fish soup kitchen simmered for 3 hours, it's good for the body, more or less 2 sips. Jiang Yining's brows lightly drooped, suppressing a slight annoyance. Looking at the bowl of milky-colored fish soup in front of him, there was no desire to drink it at all. She didn't care about the attitudes of these people or what they wanted to do. But, she didn't want to deal with their unprincipled, change-on-a-dime attitude for the sake of profit at all. Trouble. Perhaps it was only right that she should lay down her rules with these people. Just as she was thinking, Ming Chenkang caught a piece of sliced abalone meat and put it into the empty bowl, then pushed the bowl in front of her. While speaking lovingly, "Yining you just went to Renha with second young Masterly, did you see Elderly?" Jiang Yining raised her eyes, "See." Upon hearing this, Ming Chenkang and Luo's father immediately looked at each other. Master Lai must be all right. Otherwise, there was no way the Lai family would let anyone in to disturb his recuperation. Ming Chenkang and Luo's father took turns asking a few more questions about Elderly's illness, all of which were dismissed by Jiang Yining with "I don't know." Although they asked, they didn't expect Jiang Yining to really know that deeply. A child, even if he sees the patient, is unlikely to be able to tell anything. Then I think Elder Lai's health shouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, the Lai family has no intention of canceling the birthday banquet. Ming Chenkang mused, the Lai family appears to be calm on the surface, but there are many restless people, they probably want something to really happen as well, that's why they are rumoring so much. Well, I'll continue to send someone to keep an eye on the Renhwa side. After a few brief exchanges, the two men left the table and went to the study to continue their conversation. There are some things that should not be said in front of too many people. Not only were there restless ones in the Lai household, but there were even more people outside who were looking forward to Elder Lai's downfall. The two Romine families are among them. Although most of the companies of several families in Deep City have some cooperation with each other, and their interests overlap, they are harmonious on the surface. But the mall cake is so big, and everyone wants more of it. With Elder Lai's sudden collapse, the Lai family was bound to be in chaos for a while, so they could take the opportunity to grab some more, so what's wrong with that? After the two men left, the restaurant fell silent. Jiang Yining had the sense to stand up, no longer disturbing the dislike Yi Tang and Luo mother were sending out at her. "I'm going to my room." Only when the person disappeared into the stairway did Luo mother turn her gaze to Yi Tang. "What did I say at first? See, if you don't listen to me, you're not asking for trouble." In just half a meal, she could tell that Jiang Yining didn't put Yi Tang in her eyes at all. Those who didn't know, thought that Jiang Yining was the master of the house. A mere adopted daughter dares to be so insolent. Yi Tang pressed her temples, barely calming her emotions. "Alas, it's really not that I don't listen, it's that I have no way." Didn't I tell you, that child is stuff from my mother's family, I have no way out. The Yi family in Guangqing was also a big and powerful family. As Yi Tang's mother's family, it was also the backing for Yi Tang to gain a foothold in the celebrity circle in Deep City. Alas, I think it's better to figure out how to send someone back. Keeping her in the Ming family is a big hidden danger to both of your biological children. Yi Tang could do nothing but laugh bitterly. There was really no way for her to talk to outsiders about the difficulties involved. The only consolation was that outsiders didn't know that Jiang Yining was her biological child, and she could at least keep the last bit of her face. Chapter 120. No need for the time being. When Ming Qingcheng came home from school, Yi Tang and Luo mother were still in the living room drinking tea and talking about their hearts. Yo, Qingcheng is back, come over and sit. Mother Luo smiled and waved at Ming Qingcheng. Auntie Ro. Ming Qingcheng walked over with a happy face. Luo mother took her hand and made her sit beside her, her eyes full of love. I haven't seen you in a few days, Qingcheng is really getting better looking. Ming Qingcheng smiled with a shy face. Auntie Luo, you're exaggerating, I'm still the same as before. How can it be the same? Obviously much prettier. The more Mother Luo looked at her, the more she liked this future daughter-in-law. I did hear that yesterday, Shin So-min sent you a request, hoping that you would become his disciple, right? First, there was Shang Meilin who donated a music building for her, and then there was Shin So-min who made a humble request. In all of Deep City, no, I should say, there was only one Ming Qingcheng in the whole world that could receive this kind of treatment. Doesn't that just show that she's so gifted that all the hallowed masters are rushing to have her? The thought of this wonderful girl, her future daughter-in-law, made her face light up. It had to be a girl like that to be worthy of her family, Jing Yao. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips. Well. Actually, I didn't expect to receive the favor of Master Shin. Look at that. That's what being educated looks like. When he is praised, he will not be proud of his talent, he will know how to be modest, and he will not be arrogant in front of his elders. It just wasn't the same as what that adopted daughter had given her. The kind of dirty woman who will do anything to move up the ladder. Mother Luo praised Ming Qingcheng a few more times. Ming Qingcheng listened obediently, and after a while, she found an opportunity to open her mouth and asked. What happened to Aunt Luo? Xin Ting? I went to the dance studio to look for her today and the teacher said she took a week's vacation? Mentioning Luo Xinting, the delighted look on Luo mother's face faded a bit. Don't mention it, I don't know which villain, poked Xiaoting's previous school nonsense to her grandfather, now being punished by her grandfather to think for a week, really, all past so long thing, it's not a big deal, that old knot. She said, suddenly realizing that there were some things she couldn't say, and swallowed back the rest of her words violently. Hey, forget it, let's not talk about it. And you don't have to worry about Xiaoting, she'll go back to school in a few days. Ming Qingcheng frowned slightly, her heart already clear as a mirror. So? Yi Tang didn't notice Ming Qingcheng's dissimilarity and interjected. What child doesn't fool around? Master Luo also punished them a little too heavily. She spoke to Luo's mother's heart. No? I've been trying to reason with him for the past 2 days and he won't listen, so what can I do? Ming Qingcheng listened absent-mindedly, her mind turning 1,000 times. There was no need for much speculation, this matter was definitely done by Li Biting, he had the ability to do this. Piecing together the truth, she couldn't tell herself what was going on inside. She'd been through so much these days that she'd become somewhat numb. But? Ming Qingcheng slightly hung her head, the corner of her lips hooked into an extremely faint and cold smile. Yi Tanghart cannot tolerate Jiang Yining, Luo Xinting suffered a boring loss, certainly will not stop. It wasn't too bad to end up with this result. Wait for it. She just had to be patient again. There would always be someone to help her get Jiang Yan'an out of her world. When Jiang Yining returned to his room, his cell phone suddenly vibrated as if he had calculated it. It was Shang Merlin's call. She tapped answer. Ah Ning, do you know? The urgent voice suddenly died down in the middle of the sentence, and Shang Meilin carefully pressed his patience. Forget it, it's late at night, you'd better rest first, I'll talk to you next time. Jiang Yining burst out laughing in anger. Teacher, I think you're deliberately trying to make me sleep badly, aren't you? Slamming it down in such an urgent tone of voice, whetting one's appetite, and then saying next time? Isn't that too much? Can you do whatever you want as a teacher? Okay. I said it is. Shang Meilin also realized what he had done, a little weak, then no, last weekend we did not dine in the music restaurant? At that time, someone played the tune you wrote. I thought it was you who littered the tune and was picked up by someone, so I didn't say anything to you. Just now Xiaofang told me that the person was the sister of your new family. I just want to ask you, do you know that your tune was taken away by her? Originally, he didn't put that person on his mind, but he didn't want to, but Shin Songyin suddenly intervened and made a high-profile offer to take that person as his disciple. Shin Songyin had a lot of resources in his hands, and if he took that person as a disciple, he was bound to take Zhang Yining's tune again. Then he can't just sit back and watch. What's even more annoying is that people out there misrepresented his donation of the music building so that he was somehow caught up in it. It's really worse than sinus. He was just trying to get a place for his protege to play the piano. Who would have known that the guy came from the same school as his protege? Zhang Yining was silent before he said. I know. Shang Meilin was upset when she heard it. You gave it to her? She has no talent, she can't play it, and she's ruining the tune. No, someone else stole it for her. What she saw. But he was still a bit uneasy. What if the kid Aining was soft-hearted and gave in again and again? What if she doesn't listen? Naturally, do what you need to do. The young girl's plaintive voice was characterized by a cruel coldness. Chances are, she gave it. Whether or not it was cherished, that was up to Ming Qingqing herself. If she came down now, she would still be able to return in one piece. Conversely, how high she climbed using those 3 zither scores, how hard she would fall later. Shang Meilin finally put her heart down. Oh, that can be had. Chapter 121, A Pretty Vase with Substance. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yining laid down on the bed and looked at the light orange-colored ceiling with some amusement in his heart. Come to think of it, one should still dislike Ming Qingqing very much. If she really didn't care, she would have left the whole piece to the teacher's team instead of putting it off. The longer it dragged on, the more it would give Ming Qingqing the illusion that she couldn't do anything about her. At the end of the day, will Ming Qingqing know that this is the opportunity she gave? The next morning, Ming Chengkong made a rare appearance at the table. Last night's chat with the Luo family was obviously very fruitful, and he looked in a very good mood. Eating his breakfast, he suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, didn't you guys take a test last week? You got the results, right? How did it go? As a father, he should also care about his children's studies. I've had so much going on the last couple days that I forgot to care, so I'll make up for it today as well. Ming Qingqing's hand with the spoon tightened and looked up with a shallow smile. My sister and I passed, and Mom already bought us presents. Ming Chengkong froze for a moment and looked at Zhang Yining in surprise. A few days ago, he also cared to ask the two after the test feeling. He remembered that the girl was saying, "Okay to come?" He thought that it was a coping sentence for a bad test. After all, he didn't expect Zhang Yining to get a good grade. I guess it's not a difficult exam. And in pass too, huh? Then the exam shouldn't be too hard, right? How many points did you all get? Ming Qingqing bit her lower lip, somewhat unable to answer this question. It's just a preliminary, just pass it, why ask for results? The distinction that Shang Meilin and Shin Sonin had given her had clearly brought these minor flaws with it. Yi Tang smiled. Qingqing's results are very good, a full 150 paper, took 117. I asked someone else, without long-term training, the Olympiad exams to get this score, is already very impressive. When the grades came out, Ming Din called her with the results. Compared to her usual grades, it was a bit low, so Yi Tang made a point of consulting someone who knew what they were doing. No surprises there, she was envied on the spot. That's very good. Ming Chengkong nodded with a smile. What about Enin? How many points did you get on the test? Zhang Yining swallowed the porridge in his mouth and raised his head. Full marks. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere at the table froze for a split second, and each person's expression became somewhat subtle. Yi Tang frowned. I know you're happy that you passed the competition, but you have to stop. This kind of talk is fine at home, and you're not afraid of being ridiculed by others. Zhang Yining's expression was faint. Why should a perfect score be afraid of ridicule? You. Yi Tang was about to say something when the corner of his coat was gently tugged. Ming Qingqing whispered, Mom, sister. Is indeed a perfect score. What? Yi Tang looked at Zhang Yining full of shock. Ming Qingqing's voice was suppressed very low, not knowing if he was speaking to Yi Tang or to himself. Both my sister and Meng Jingcheng passed the preliminary round with perfect scores. Yi Tang looked at Zhang Yining, his lips moving. I'm just a little surprised. Jiang Yining tilted his head sideways and locked eyes with her. What's so surprising? I was able to take first place in my grade on my quiz, so it's only natural that I might take first place in the competition as well. Now, even Ming Chenkong was surprised. He wasn't quite sure what kind of exams the competitions his two daughters were taking were, but he did know that Kate had a student who was very good and took first place in every exam. Ming Qingqing's 6th year at Jiada, nearly 100 exams, large and small, have always been that student taking first place. He almost took it for granted that first place should go to someone else. And now, Jiang Yining said that she was first in her grade in her primary exams. You came first in your quiz? Ming Chenkong looked back at Yi Tang reproachfully. Why didn't you tell me? Yi Tang's face turned a little green. Jiang Yining had caused so many problems recently that she hated to pretend she couldn't see this daughter. How could she still take the initiative to mention it? It's just a quiz, it's not an official exam, what's there to mention? It's not too late to see the real results after the monthly midterm exams, to save you from disappointment. Jiang Yining swept a glance at her and didn't say anything. Ming Chenkong laughed out loud. How come? Getting first place for once, I'm happy too. Truly worthy of being my daughter, smart. Yi Tang and Ming Qingqing's faces changed slightly. The two of them had already clearly felt the change in Ming Chenkong's attitude towards Jiang Yining. That's a given. Yesterday, when Li Baiting gave him a call and personally went to the school to pick up Jiang Yining, this change was already doomed. Jiang Yining had begun to become a valuable daughter in his eyes. I thought it was okay for this daughter to be lower in academic arts, but she had already gotten into the eyes of the Lai family anyway. If she was claimed by Karinai again, she would be worth hundreds of times more than he expected. I didn't realize that not only was she pretty, but she got good grades. A pretty vase can easily get boring, while a beautiful vase with substance can be loved. See what's missing and ask your mom to get it for you. You deserve it. Yi Tang was a bit out of breath, but he didn't dare to really object and muttered in a low voice. Didn't you just buy a bunch of clothes last time? What could she be missing? Ming Chenkong also wanted to get up. Good grades are rewarded as they should be. It's what she deserves. And that's in moderation. Jiang Yining quietly ate her breakfast, having little interest in the stormy situation at the table. Finish your breakfast and put down your spoon. I'm done eating. As she was about to get up and go back to her room to get her book bag for school, Ming Chenkong suddenly called out to her. In. Jiang Yining stopped and looked at him sideways. Ming Chenkong put down his spoon as if nothing had happened, picked up his napkin, and wiped his mouth before speaking slowly. Well. Like this, lately, if the second youngest of the Lai family or elder Lai asks you to visit the sick again, you, come and talk to me, and I'll accompany you there. Jiang Yining looked at him with a pale expression, not immediately answering. Ming Chenkong was a little uncomfortable by the look in her eyes and coughed lightly, barking out what sounded like an explanation. You've been taken care of by the Lai family, as your father, it's only logical that I should personally go over and say thank you to them, remember this. Jiang Yining suddenly laughed. Even if the other side didn't invite you? Ming Chenkong's face changed. How are you talking? I am being courteous. Moreover, you're still underage, so what's wrong with following a guardian around? Jiang Yining looked at him and let out an "Oh." I know. With that, he turned and walked out of the restaurant. Hearing her promise, Ming Chenkong's expression eased a bit. This child is smart, but she just can't speak, and she's sure to suffer in the future for speaking so straight in these posh circles of ours, so teach her when you have time, don't offend all the people in the future. Yi Tong nearly laughed in anger. Where is it that Jiang Yining can't talk, she just wants to offend people. I'll try. Chapter 122, Don't Participate. A flurry of a week came and went, and the weekend is upon us once again. Eventually, the news of Elder Lai's stroke still got out, and the one who said that it leaked out was still someone within the Lai family. The Lai family searched all over the hospital for Dr. 1. Even if they didn't say anything, onlookers could see the weirdness. After days of searching and making it known, it wasn't all for nothing. Lai Zhenyu and other Lai family members finally know that this Dr. 1 usually only come to the hospital on weekends. The entire celebrity circle was shocked when the news that Elder Lai had recovered from his stroke spread. Especially on Friday day, all the people poking around the hospital witnessed with their own eyes that Elder Lai was picked up and taken out of the hospital. He walked out on his own. Stroke is the mortal enemy of all elderly people, and the moment you suffer from it, it is almost like a death sentence. Trying to heal in a few days and get up and walk around on your own is a pipe dream. No one can believe that this is true, but Ri Jinyu is still crazy looking for Dr. Wen action, so people have to believe. For a while, Dr. Wen became the meat and potatoes of the celebrity circle, and everyone wanted to find him out and get to know him. Because it doesn't hurt to know a godly doctor. Maybe, in a pinch, it will save your life. It was in this situation that Zhang Yining received a phone call from Vice President Chen when school ended on Friday. Young Divine Dr. Jiang, that's it, how about you don't come over to the hospital for a while this week, after we've taken care of it, you can come over again? Vice President Chen's voice was slightly wheezy, as if he had just run at full speed. Zhang Yining didn't want to get into trouble either. Could be that. Vice President Chen said in a shy voice, Dr. Jiang, look, the hospital is in a mess lately, you probably won't be able to come over for a while, can I ask you to step in when there's an emergency that I can't do anything about? Anyway, it's just not a bad idea to put her to good use, right? Zhang Yining held his forehead and laughed. Okay, try to keep an eye on the clock, I'm still a student. And that's just saying. Where is it up to the doctor to decide when to come out in an emergency? Vice President Chen got a bargain and dared to agree to anything. Good. Little Divine Dr. Jiang, you are truly a bodhisattva. Our hospital's performance in September doubled by more than 10 times, and all the medical staff's bonuses followed suit by 2, all thanks to you, Little Divine Dr. Jiang. You're welcome. Vice President Chen blew another round of colorful farts, and Zhang Yining was too bashful to listen. After a few perfunctory words, he was ready to hang up. Ah. Little Divine Dr. Jiang. There's one thing I need to remind you of. Vice President Chen hurriedly called out to her. What? The Lai family's young master is looking for you. Vice President Chen added in his heart, although the whole world is looking for you. I know, you just said that. No. I want you to be more careful. The first young master of the Li family and the second young master of the Li family are the complete opposite of each other. He is a foppish and mediocre person, not much strength, but he is eager to achieve quick success. In order to achieve his goal, any means will be used by people. The old master of the Li family has already given the Li family a death order, and he doesn't have any intention of stopping. In short, if you encountered him, be careful of all of them. Zhang Yining listened in. Yes, thank you. Over the weekend, the Sounders Association's selection process began. After reading the entire selection arrangement announced by the Music Association, Ming Chenkong was very glad that he had brought Ming Qingqing to Shang Meilin in advance to make an appearance in front of him, and also brought out Shin Sonin as an alternative teacher in the process. The whole selection process lasts for a week, and participants arrive at the Music Association at the notified time to complete the examination questions given by the examiner on that day. Those who have passed the test will be issued with a grade certificate on the spot, and can apply to the Music Association for the appropriate grade of music resources according to their grade. Masters at the level of Shang Meilin and Shin Sonin would basically not stay at the examination office all the time to give questions to the participants. It won't even show up at the appraisal when it's not necessary. As for when the time is necessary. Naturally, it is when extremely gifted talents appear in the examination office. Ming Qingqing was extremely gifted, yet not all examiners might have this ear. In the event that any of the links went wrong, Ming Qingqing would most likely miss out with Shang Meilin. The first step is the most important, but you can't slack off at the back. Your uncle Luo has great bullish hopes for you, don't let him down. Ming Chenkong droned on. Their primary target remained Shang Merlin. What Ming Qingqing wanted to do was to use the highest caliber to draw Shang Meilin out and take the initiative to ask to accept her as her disciple. Dad, I know. Then get ready to go, I'll wait for your good news. Aha! Ming Qingkong's gaze flickered and landed on Zhang Yining, who was sitting on the sofa. The more I look at this daughter lately, the more delightful she seems. At least it's so much better than when I first came back. Go for it too, Enin, Dad looks up to you. Come back with a good score this time too. You can do it. Zhang Yining, who was forced to participate together, had no expression on his face, and only lazily when he heard his words. Ming Qingqing glanced at her and lowered her eyes without speaking. It was Yi Tang who took Ming Qingqing and Zhang Yining with him, and things like bringing up children were all left to Yi Tang by default, and Ming Chenkong rarely interfered. The three of them got into the car and it drove away from the villa area. There was silence all the way, and when they were almost there, Yi Tang suddenly opened his mouth. Enin, you can walk around the neighborhood by yourself later, don't join in. Zhang Yining raised his eyes. Yi Tang saw her cold and indifferent eyes and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Not waiting for her to speak, he continued. I'm doing this for your own good. Your father helped you enroll, I can't say anything, but after enrollment, you haven't touched the piano at all, and before that, you said you were going to prepare for the competition, but the competition was over for a whole week, and I didn't see you practicing, and you're a person who hasn't even touched the piano, and you don't need to go to know the result, so don't go in front of the teachers at the Tone Association to be ashamed of yourself, and just in case you really do get the piano right in the future, and want to join the Tone Association, you don't have too much of a black history either, don't you think so? Jiang Yining retracted his gaze and let out a faint "oh." Mom! Ming Qingqing gently tugged on Yi Tang's shirt. Maybe. No, maybe. Playing the piano isn't like doing a test. It's not just a matter of being a little smart and memorizing a few formulas. With no practice, she doesn't even know which keys sound which way. Yi Tang's voice was a bit harsh. Ming Qingqing didn't dare to say anything else and obediently shut her mouth. There was a lull in the carriage. Looking at the scenery outside the car, Yi Tang instructed the driver to let Jiang Yining off at an intersection in front of the Music Association. I'll be over to pick you up in 2 hours. As soon as the words left his mouth, the car drove off with a bang. Jiang Yining took out his cell phone, looked at the time, and then dialed the number. Sensei, I'm near the Music Association, can I come over and sit down for a while? Chapter 123, Going to Pick Up Someone. On the other end of the phone, Shang Meilin was overjoyed when he heard that his own disciple was coming over to visit him on purpose. What's wrong with that? After hanging up the phone and straightening his clothes and hair, he was ready to go out and pick up. The other members of the jury, who were in the same office making final preparations, looked at Shang Merlin with a shocked expression. A phone call to let Shang Meilin solemn personally to pick up, to come to the person in the end. What is the head? I don't think there is such a character in the music industry, is there? His own disciple came over, it is inevitable to visit the Sound Association to visit, then he must be accompanied. Shang Merlin thought about it. I'll skip the judging in the morning, I'll leave it all to you. Of course the others wouldn't say anything, having Shang Merlin do this job was all a big deal. Everyone was even more curious about the person Shang Merlin was going to pick up. Who exactly was it? Okay, Mr. Shang. Shang Merlin left the office and went out to pick up Jiang Yining. But he happened to run into Shin So-min at the location of the elevator. Master Shang. Shang Merlin nodded. Shin So-min shot a glance at Shang Meilin and asked with a smile. The judging is about to begin, where is Master Shang going? Shang Merlin looked politely light. Pick up someone at the door. The smile at the corner of Shin So-min's lips froze for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. That would be a coincidence, I'm going to pick up someone too. At that, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. The two walked in. Shang Merlin didn't answer again. Shin So-min, however, said. Maybe the person Master Shang and I are going to pick up is the same one? Shang Meilin paused slightly and glanced sideways at Shin So-min. The likelihood of that should be very low. He was the only music teacher in his family, Anan. Shin So-min raised her eyebrows slightly. Hee, I'm just making a small joke, Master Shang, don't take it to heart. Shang Merlin let out The conversation ended there. The elevator quickly came to the first floor, and the two walked out of the elevator one after the other. Both were the most famous people in the Music Association, and also the two appeared together, immediately attracting a lot of stares. Wow, Master Shang and Master Shin together, where are they going? Don't you know yet? Supposedly it's the girl who's coming over. The girl? Ah. The girl who was chased by Master Shang and Master Shin who wanted to take her as a disciple? Right. The janitors side sent word in as soon as they found out, so they should be getting close by now. I can't believe I can get two masters to come out together to pick up life winners. No. The two didn't care about the whispers around them as they made their way to the lobby on the first floor. Shang Meilin looked at the time. Just now Jiang Yining said on the phone that he would arrive in about 20 minutes, so he would have to wait at least 15 more minutes. Footsteps lapping, he turned toward the lounge area. Shin So-min glanced at his back, and in the next second, also turned to the rest area. Shang Meilin took the lead in taking his seat, and Shin So-min took the seat in front of him. Immediately, a staff member of the Music Association brought 2 cups of tea and put them in front of the two. Master Shang, Master Shin, please have some tea. The staff of the Sound Association didn't dare to disturb them, put down their tea and went back to their posts. Shin So-min took a sip of tea and opened her mouth as if she was making idle conversation. I've heard that there are quite a few talented and good seedlings in Deep City. I wonder if Master Shang has ever thought about taking on another disciple? Shang Merlin raised his eyebrows slightly. If there's a talent more gifted than my Anin, I'd consider it. Shang Meilin's disciple, Aning, Shin Sonin also has not seen, but the work is appreciated quite a lot, is indeed a unique musical genius. Holding notes with such precision, to the point of hair-raising, that many speculate that he possesses an absolute sense of sound. It's just that he himself hasn't taken a stand. Even Shin Sonin didn't dare to say she could beat him. One day when Shang Merlin is going to retire, he can definitely take over Shang Merlin's baton steadily. Originally, Shin Sonin thought so. But, since listening to the performance of the eldest lady of the Akira family in Fukaji, his heart has been vaguely determined to fight. As long as he took the Ming family's eldest young miss as his disciple, he was confident that he would cultivate her into an existence that surpassed Shang Meilin and his disciples. Of course, so far, the eldest Miss Ming family was far from being able to compare. She wins by being young. Only 17 years old, and she had written a magnificent tune like that, although the tune was still a bit young, but at her age, it was already unrivaled. Shang Meilin's disciple, who has been on the road for nearly 10 years now, is obviously not too young, and his pattern is basically fixed. So how can he compare with the young people? Hearing Shang Meilin's words, Shin Sonin smiled and said something polite. Master Shang really knows how to joke, nowadays among the younger generation, who doesn't know that the most popular one is Master Shang's disciple? Shang Meilin nodded his head, and when he mentioned his own disciple, his words couldn't help but increase. That's true, my family's Aning is the most powerful. In another year and a half, her achievements will properly surpass mine. I just don't know if she wants to stay in the music business and develop. Several of Zhang Yining's other teachers had also been eyeing her, and would snatch her away if they weren't careful. He's too hard. The corners of Shin Sonin's mouth twitched, and for a moment, she simply didn't know how to answer. Ha! Embarrassed as he was relieved. Listening to Shang Meilin's words, there was no intention of accepting the Ming family's eldest young miss as a disciple, so that would be best. After a few moments of casual conversation, there was a commotion from the direction of the doorway. Here it comes, the girl is here. Ming Qingcheng and Yi Tang's figures appeared at the gate. Shin Songyin saw it and was about to get up, but she saw that Shang Meilin was still sitting impassively in his original position, with no intention of getting up at all. After thinking about it, he cursed himself for being too eager. Having been pressed by Shang Meilin for so many years, he himself could not see any hope of turning over, and could only pin his hopes on the next generation. So much so, that he forgot that he shouldn't have put his stance so low as a famous artist of his generation. Moreover, Shang Merlin wouldn't grab it from him, and it was even less appropriate for him to degrade himself. His butt, which had just been raised halfway, sat back down, lifting his teacup in the process and taking a light sip. And Xian waited for the eldest Miss Ming family to come over and say hello. Over there, Ming Qingcheng had been in the spotlight all the way since she walked through the doors of the Music Association. She controlled the smugness in her heart and kept a light and elegant smile on her face, accepting everyone's envy and jealousy. Qingcheng. Yi Tang brought a leap of joy. Isn't that Master Shin over there? He came over to pick you up. Ming Qingcheng looked in the direction she pointed and saw Shin Songyin and Shang Meilin at a glance. Mom! Master Shang is here too. Yi Tang hadn't seen Shang Meilin in person, so he didn't realize at first that Shang Meilin was there. Barely suppressing his ecstasy, Yi Tang trembled as he took Ming Qingcheng's hand. They should be coming over to pick you up. Let's get over there and say hello. Ming Qingcheng really gave her too much face. Aha! Chapter 124, not planning to take her as a disciple. The mother and daughter walked towards that rest area, and when they were still several meters away, Shin Sonin raised her head and smiled at them. Shin Sonin's action further increased the bottom of Ming Qingcheng's heart by a few points. It's just that. The heartfelt Shang Meilin seems to be invisible to her, not even giving her a glance. Ming Qingcheng restrained her eyes, not letting those comforts surface. Until Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng walked to the lounge area and stood beside the sofa, Shang Meilin still did not make any movements. Ming Qingcheng took a deep breath and placed her eyes on Shin Songyin, revealing a decent smile. Master Shin, hello again. Shang Meilin's attitude equally confused and displeased Yi Tang. What's that supposed to mean? To the last moment, suddenly end up to. Her tilting city is not the only choice. When she heard Qing Mingqing open his mouth, she had to press on for the time being. Is Master Shin the judge today? Yes. Shin said cheerfully from the music, Ms. Ming, I'm looking forward to your playing today. After both sides exchanged a few pleasantries, Ming Qingcheng still couldn't hold back and turned her attention to Shang Meilin. Master Shang, it's good to see you here. Shang Meilin's tea-drinking movement paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head and let out a syllable vaguely. I don't know if it's a or a hum. Ming Qingcheng squeezed the. How dare she want him to critique a tune that's been magically altered into garbage? What's this with taking Aining's kindness for granted? Shang Merlin's face had clouded over as he thought, a review? Is that your original tune? Aining's creation of the song, he has long been all asked to appreciate the review. Ming Qingcheng didn't hear the wrongness of his tone, thinking that it was inquiring about her and having a review. Yes. She replied, in a generous and natural manner. Shang Meilin raised her head, so angry that she lost her temper. When did you create that? Ming Qingcheng confidently raised her eyes. It started last year and has been revised, and now this final version was just finalized in the last month. Hearing her words, Shang Meilin stopped talking, took out his cell phone and looked at the time, then stood up with his hand supporting the armrest of the sofa. I have things to do, so I'll go first. Everyone in the room froze for a moment, completely unable to figure out what Shang Merlin meant. The topic hasn't even been entered yet and you're saying you want to leave? Then, after all the fuss before, even the music building was donated, and it was close to being finalized, and you're leaving without taking a stand? What the hell for? Countless passers-by, including Shin Sonin, thought that he looked at Ming Qingcheng. Even if he didn't take on a disciple, it was with admiration and affection. Master Shang. Shin Sonin called out to him, glanced at Ming Qingcheng, and after returning to her senses, she was quite happy to see this situation in her heart. Now it was almost time to make Ming Qingcheng die to Shang Meilin and follow him single-mindedly in the future. So here he had to push a hand. Shang Meilin stopped in his tracks and looked at the time again before turning sideways and looking at Shin Sonin. Is there anything else, Master Shin? The person I'm picking up is also arriving. Shin Sonin was a little surprised in her heart. Just now he thought that the person Shang Merlin denied to pick up was the same person as him and was just messing around. At that moment, he smiled slightly and opened his mouth to ask. Ms. Ming's musical talent is very high. After cultivating it, she can definitely come out on a high level. Aren't you going to take her as a student? Ming Qingcheng couldn't help but hold her breath, her eyes staring at Shang Meilin for an instant. She'd been working so hard on her rewrites and practicing for the better part of a month, just waiting for this response. Shang Merlin said faintly. I've already told Master Shin just now that the talent must exceed my family's earnings before I'll consider taking on a disciple. By implication, he thought that Ming Qingcheng's talent was simply not comparable to his disciples. The second the word Aning entered her ears, Ming Qingcheng's scalp nearly exploded. For a moment, she thought that the Aning in Shang Meilin's mouth was Zhang Yining. She quickly came back to her senses, and also remembered that Shang Meilin's disciple who had never shown up before had been given the debut name of Aning. Ming Qingcheng looked up at Shang Meilin incredulously. From the moment she saw Shang Meilin at the music restaurant that day, she was very confident in becoming Shang Meilin's disciple. With the series of events that followed, whether it was Shin Sonin lavishing praise on her or Shang Meilin donating a music building for her, she thought it was already a win. But she didn't expect that at this time, Shang Merlin would reject her. Miss Ming's potential is still being explored. Without cultivating it, how do you know if she can surpass Aning? Shin Sonin suppressed the corners of her lips that were about to curl up and continued to persuade. In time, Miss Ming may surpass Aning. Master Shang, won't you consider taking a look? No consideration. If it's about this matter, Master Shin doesn't need to say anymore. I'm really in a hurry. I'll leave first. Shang Merlin flatly refused and directly turned his head in the direction of the door. Shin Sonin looked at Shang Meilin's back until he walked out, then she withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Ming Qingcheng. That disciple of Master Shang's became famous early and is a bully. I'm only afraid that if Master Shang wants to take on a disciple, he'll have to go through him before he can do so. It's definitely not a problem for Ms. Ming. These words were considered a comfort to Ming Qingcheng. Yi Tang's impression of Shang Meilin was poor to the extreme. From the time he entered the door of the music association, he had been belittling Ming Qingcheng, and in the end, when he was about to leave, he still had to make a sly remark that Ming Qingcheng's talent wasn't as strong as that of his protege. It's really rude in the extreme. This kind of person, I'm only afraid that after worshipping him, she can't get along with him. Master Shin, I wonder if what you said that day still counts now. Shin Sonin was waiting for these words and smiled at that moment. Of course, unlike Master Shang, I consider myself to be quite fond of talent, especially a talented one like Miss Ming. Yi Tang let out a sigh of relief. It is only right that we, Qingcheng, are blessed to be able to worship you as our master. Let's see, when would it be better for us to formally worship and recognize our master? Oh, there's no rush. I will be in Deep City until the end of the Sound Association selection. The smile on Shin So-min's face grew even more, at least, until Ms. Ming passes the Tone Association's examination. That's natural. Chapter 125, I'm a member of the Music Association. Not long after Shang Merlin walked out, he saw Jiang Yining slowly walking over. The young girl wore a plain light beige t-shirt with a pair of whitened jeans underneath, and a ducktail hat was fastened to her head. Slender and tall, she stood in a pavilion. The streets are full of people who dress like this, yet they can instantly catch someone's eye. Jiang Yining walked over and first greeted Shang Meilin before asking, "Teacher, who made you angry?" When Shang Meilin saw his disciple, he left behind the wild chickens that were jumping and squawking outside. Whoever made his Anon generous and said he would give it a chance, then he couldn't go against Anon. No. It's rare that you have the filial piety to come over to see me specially, I'm very happy. Let's go, I'll take you to visit the Music Association. There's a lot to see in this building of the Shenzhen City Music Association. Jiang Yining. There were some words that she didn't know whether to speak or not. She was kicked out of the car by Yitang and had no place to go and didn't want to hang around before she thought of going to ask her teacher for a place to sit and kill time. Well, she's a woman who reads the air and knows what to pick up here. Okay, thank you, teacher. Hey! Shang Meilin waved his hand, what are you being polite to me for? Let's go, first I'll show you the office they've arranged for me, there's a piano and a guqin in there, you go. Jiang Yining blinked. Teacher, Grandma said that before I turned 18, I can't just show my face, and I have to do things in a low-key manner and not make too much of a splash. It wasn't that Grandma Jiang was superstitious. Jiang Yining was born with a body disease, her body is weaker than an ordinary child. Jiang grandmother did not know how much effort to keep her life, the only requirement for her since childhood is to live well. There was also the fear that her too colorful intelligence and abilities would bring her nausea and harm. Later, superstition or not, as long as it was a way to keep Jiang Yining alive for a few more days, she would try it. If the rest of the Jiang family hadn't objected, Grandma Jiang would have wanted to follow tradition and give her a name for good breeding. Shang Meilin had also heard these words from Wen Jiqing and naturally knew why. But he was still a little undeterred. The end of the year isn't far from when you turn 18. Jiang Yining laughed lightly, teacher, I can go to the state banquet recital, but I don't have to insist on making a public appearance. Hey! Shang Meilin sighed lightly, alright. Anyway, you're almost 18, I've waited for so many years, it's nothing to wait a few more months. After the two masters and disciples had spoken for a while, Shang Meilin proposed to take Jiang Yining to visit other areas of the Music Association. Jiang Yining. She didn't really want to go. It's been almost half an hour since she came in, and it's amazing that her teacher remembers this. Just then, there was a knock on the office door from outside. Shang Merlin frowned and got up to open the door. It's a staff member of the Audio Society. Master Shang, these are the list of people who have been preliminarily approved by the judges, please make your final decision. In addition, the certificates of these people are ready, if you think it's okay, put your seal on it. Shang Merlin picked it up. Good. The staff then retreated. Shang Meilin put the information on his desk and turned around, his mouth only slightly open when Jiang Yining snatched his mouth open. Teacher, you work, don't mind me, I'm fine sitting here. There was all sincerity in his voice. Any way you look at it, you look like a good kid who won't interrupt the teacher's work. Shang Merlin. Something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Jiang Yining had opened his mouth like this, so it seemed a bit unreasonable for him to want to go out and hang out again. After a second of hesitation, he had to sit down and take care of his work. The work is very simple, according to the scores given by the selection panel, combined with the difficulty of the tune chosen by the examiner, just do a comprehensive evaluation. If it passes, it's stamped, if it doesn't, it's put aside. The assessment has only been going on for a short while and not many qualifications have been sent over. It's quick to process. Jiang Yining sat on the side and watched until Shang Meilin put the last seal on it, and she stroked up the topmost certificate and shook it. Give me one too, in my name and stamped, will you? Shang Meilin's movement to close the red clay lid was a bit puzzled. What do you need something like that for? Jiang Yining thought for a moment, play? Mostly, I wanted to show Mrs. Ming's house for fun. What's the fun in that? Shang Merlin disagreed, but his body was already on the move. He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a new, nothing written certificate and wrote down to her. At the end to end, the seal of the Tone Association is stamped on it. Is that okay? After a pause, he asked, why don't I give you a certificate for a position in the Music Association? No, this will do. Jiang Yining looked at the certificate twice, then, thinking of something else, she raised her head, is this certificate of mine considered formal? Shang Merlin reached out and nudged the corner of the certificate. My autograph, can it be anything but formal? Well, teacher, you're awesome. Jiang Yining clapped his hands 3 times in a very awesome venue, then I'm also considered a member of the Sound Association now, right? Almost all of Jiang Yining's musical chores were helped by Shang Meilin, while she wrote tunes whenever she needed inspiration and practiced without it. The writing is so good. So there is no need to join any organization. Into the Sound Association, there is no benefit to you, but the Sound Association, because you join, reputation can be louder, in the future want to recruit new blood, you can set a higher threshold, you like to hang on, do not want to stay is also a matter of words. Shang Meilin had never been incredibly tolerant towards his own disciples. Good. The 2 masters and disciples had been chatting for a while when there was another knock on the office door. The person who came to see him this time was Shang Merlin's assistant, Uncle Fong. He held his still vibrating cell phone in his hand. Shang Meilin glanced at the caller ID on the screen, then turned her head to Jiang Yining and said, I'm going to take a call. Oh. Jiang Yining nodded casually. Uncle Fong stuck his head in and greeted Jiang Yining, Miss Ning, you're here. Uncle Fong, hello. Ah. I just remembered, someone sent over some nice-looking cakes, would Ms. Ning like to eat them? Eat. Chapter 126 The Back Door. Then wait for a while, I'll go and just bring it over. Uncle Fong smiled and brought the door closed, turning around to get the cake. Jiang Yining was instantly left alone in the large office. She sat for a moment, glancing at the Sound Society certificates spread out on the tabletop, wondering what kind of bag to put them in and take them with her. Peachy eyes scanned the table and bookshelves before landing in a certain direction, then getting up and walking over. At this moment, outside the corridor of Shang Meilin's office, 2 young and youthful figures turned in. The slightly older girl frowned, impatience written all over her face. She looked left and right while questioning the other girl beside her in a whisper. Xiaoya, are you lost? The further we go this way, the less we see people? Do you know where it is or not? The girl's son Xiaoya screwed her brows similarly, her eyes sweeping over the name of each door's doorplate. It's my first time here as well, how could I possibly know the way? Cousin Lure, why don't we go back to the assessment room first? Xingqing should be in the assessment, that's why she didn't answer my call, when you're done with the assessment, I think she's almost done. Sun Xiaoya was annoyed in her heart. Being known by her cousin that the heroine, who has been out of fame these days due to Shang Meilin's donation of the music building, is her friend, she is dead set on wanting her to contact Ning Xingqing and help with the back door. Only playing an ode to joy and wanting to join the music association, Sun Xiaoya felt ashamed even thinking about it. I don't know how Su Lure convinced the people in her family to side with her. When the assessment is over, I can go straight home. Su Lure gave her a blank look, it's all because you're dragging your feet, there wouldn't have been so much to do if you had greeted Miss Ming before yesterday, but you still have to pretend to be some kind of chance encounter, what's your brain thinking? Sun Xiaoya mentally rolled her eyes. Directly call, she cannot afford to lose this face, pretend to meet by chance, can also be treated as if she was forced by her cousin to have no choice but to open the mouth, at least let Ming Qingqing see that she is not voluntary. Otherwise, she had to worry if she would be spurned by Ming Qingcheng. Let's find someone to ask Master Shang or Master Shen's office, Xingqing should be in. Su Lure gave her a hard tug and pointed her finger in one direction. That way. Not far ahead, a hidden door was labeled Shang Merlin's special office. Sun Xiaoya was relieved to have finally found it. She was about to say, we'll wait outside, when she was tugged toward the office. Move. Su Lure pulled Sun Xiaoya, took an arrow step forward, and directly reached out to push open the door of Shang Meilin's office. Master Shang, hello, I. Sun Xiaoya couldn't stop her cousin's vulgar and rude behavior at all, however, before she had time to feel ashamed, she was viciously shocked by the person in front of her. Jiang Yining. Someone she could never have imagined. She stood in front of the bookcase, on her tiptoes, looking like she wanted to reach for something. At the sound, she turned her head to look over. In just an instant, Sun Xiaoya cleared her head and knew what was going on. Previously, she had heard Ming Qingcheng say that the Ming family had also helped Jiang Yining enroll in the Music Association selection examination. At the time, I thought it was a joke and didn't take it to heart. And now, Jiang Yining appeared here. Isn't it the same idea as her cousin? Only Ming Qingcheng wouldn't help Jiang Yining speak in front of Shang Meilin. It's not even a good idea to hit on the idea of stealing certificates. And she caught her red-handed. Sun Xiaoya only felt the blood rushing through her body. Su Luo frowned and looked around. There was no one else in the office except for this girl who was so beautiful that people were jealous. Who are you? In Master Shang's office, are you trying to steal something? At those words, it was the first time Sun Xiaoya felt that her cousin was so giving. Jiang Yining slowly turned back and looked at them indifferently. Get out, this is a private office. Sun Xiaoya nearly laughed out loud. Jiang Yining, you also know that this is a private office, right? Then what do you think you're sneaking around here for? This man is shameless. And trying to be evil. Her gaze fell on the paper bag in Jiang Yining's hand. What did you steal? Su Luo glanced at Sun Xiaoya, recognized? Look, weren't you curious before? This is the adopted daughter that the Ming family picked up from the countryside. That's her. Su Luo's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she looked Jiang Yining up and down, a look of disdain emerging. Heh, trash is really trash. You're good at resorting to underhanded tactics. Xiaoya, quickly go find someone to catch her. Save Master Shang's office from losing something important, like an original piano score or something like that. Jiang Yining's complexion was slightly cold. I repeat, this is a private office, get out. Sun Xiaoya couldn't help but snort out a laugh when she saw that she still dared to put on an act at a time like this. You're pretending, and the rumors are well-founded. How can you fly up to become a phoenix without some skill? Su Luo elbowed her. Why are you talking nonsense with her? Hurry up and find someone to catch her. Maybe Shang Merlin would just give her a pass on the examination because she had done her a favor. Moreover, she wondered too much if the Ming family would just sweep her off her feet when Jiang Yining was caught stealing. Sun Xiaoya's thoughts at this moment were exactly the same as her cousin's. Well, I'm on my way. Just as he finished speaking, a confused voice suddenly came from behind. What's the matter with you guys? The two looked back to see a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a work card around his neck and a plate in his hand standing behind them. Sun Xiaoya reacted and immediately said, We saw that woman sneaking into Master Shang's office, we don't know what she wants to do, please call security over to deal with it immediately. Uncle Fong froze and subconsciously looked into the house. It was the same inside as it was before he left, only Jiang Yining was alone. He then caught the loophole in Sun Xiaoya's words. Sneaking in? Jiang Yining should have been in there the whole time. This was clearly bullying Jiang Yining. What nonsense are you guys talking about, Ning? Miss Jiang was personally invited here by Master Shang. Also, this is a private office, please leave quickly. Uncle Fong's tone was unkind. The Sun Xiaoya sisters were instantly confused. Master Shang personally invited Jiang Yining in? How is that possible? Isn't that a privilege only given to Ming Qingcheng? Jiang. Uncle Fong interrupted her, if you don't leave, I'll call security. With that, he pushed aside the two men blocking the doorway and stepped inside. Facing Jiang Yining, Uncle Fong's tone instantly changed with a thick smile. Miss Jiang, the cake is here, try it. Thank you, Uncle Fong. You're welcome. Uncle Fong closed the door with force, isolating Sun Xiaoya's sister's gaze. Chapter 127 Why are you suddenly crying? Sun Xiaoya and Su Luo looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Didn't you say she's just an annoying and statusless adopted daughter? Why does she seem like she's very vocal in front of Master Shang? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. It's more than a conversation. The man with the work permit even served dessert to Jiang Yining. Sun Xiaoya skimmed her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Probably for Qingqing's face? Inside, no matter what, on the surface she is Qingqing's sister, and the Ming family can't deny it in front of the master. Think about it. This adopted daughter has really taken advantage of everything the Ming family has to offer. How come she didn't have the luck to be adopted by such a powerful family? Su Luo narrowed her eyes. In my opinion, it must be that adopted daughter's shamelessness, taking advantage of the fact that the Ming family's eldest young lady is not available to attend the examination. She steals her light and strikes up a good relationship with the master, right? Sun Xiaoya reacted. This woman is really shameless. I have to hurry and tell Qingqing before I do. The two were not able to see Jiang Yining well at all, and after looking at the office door, Sun Xiaoya took out her cell phone to call Ming Qingcheng. The phone still didn't connect, and it was time for Su Luer to take her test. The two of them discussed it and decided to return to the examination first and split up, Sun Xiaoya looking for Ming Qingchang while Su Luer went to conduct the examination. Before entering, Su Luer exhorted. After you see eldest Miss Ming, remember to ask her to go and greet the judges for me. It's thanks to me this time that I realized how shameless that adopted daughter is in private. 2 hours passed quickly. Jiang Yining finished eating the cake. Not long Yi Tang called over, said it would be in the place where she just got off the busser, let hurry over. After hanging up the phone, she greeted her teacher, grabbed her prepared certificate, and headed over. In the car, Yi Tong was very busy and kept on calling. Right. Mr. White, I'm counting on you this time too. Try to choose a good day next month. Yes, to be appropriate to worship, my daughter. Right, the 8 characters are the one that. Where words were given to you before, and then we also have to ask Mr. White to come over to help preside over. Good. Then you count the day to give me a call. Thank you. Hello? Mrs. Zhou. Yeah, it's decided. After observing for a morning, our Qingchang still decided to worship Master Shen. Is it? Style in education is the most important thing. I just hope that Qingcheng can. Well. The day is still picked, then please be sure to be there. Where? If you can come, then my honor. Well, we'll be in touch then. Hello? Mrs. Tang. Phone call after phone call, Jiang Yining looked out the car window and watched the scenery fly backwards. Not long after, she saw through the car window glass that Ming Qingchen was frequently casting his eyes toward her, looking like he had something to say. She was rightly blind to it. 30 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Ming family villa. Yi Tong was the first to get out of the car. Qingcheng, your father said that he will come back early in the evening later to celebrate your upcoming admission to Shen Songin's door. Think about what you want to eat for dinner and order the kitchen to make it. Oh. Ming Qingcheng was a little distracted and got out of the car after Yi Tang. Yi Tang didn't see her abnormality, barked 2 sentences, and added, I still have a few more calls to make, you're also tired, room rest first. Good. Hearing Ming Qingcheng's response, Yi Tang took the cell phone and turned into the side hall, continuing to call people and share the good news. Jiang Yining was about to follow her and go back to the house together. Ming Qingcheng took an arrow step forward and clasped Jiang Yining's wrist. Sister. Jiang Yining stopped and faintly swept a glance at her. Yes? Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and tried to look as calm as possible. Sister, where did you go after you got out of the car just now? Jiang Yining raised his eyebrows lightly and laughed in understanding. Didn't Sun Xiaoya tell you everything? Why do you still need to ask? Ming Qingcheng's face stiffened, her fingertips digging dead into her hands, looking at Jiang Yining with eyes filled with hatred. Is that an admission? Jiang Yining looked at her exasperated expression, and the smile on his lips grew a bit larger. I admit what? The anger and hatred in Ming Qingcheng's eyes grew deeper and deeper. Behind my back and Mom's back, you ran to Master Sheng and talked nonsense to him, causing him to misunderstand me before confiscating me as his disciple. She originally didn't understand why Shang Meilin's attitude towards her had changed so much before and after. It was her carelessness. I didn't expect that Jiang Yining would be so despicable as to run in front of Shang Meilin to chew the cud. If Sun Xiaoya hadn't told her, at this moment, she would probably still be looking for reasons on herself. Jiang Yining blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her face was clearly smiling, but it caused a chilling sensation to arise at her back for no reason. Tell me, what did I babble in front of Master Shang? Ming Qingcheng's face grew colder and colder, clenching her teeth hard, the hatred in her eyes almost pouring out of her eyes. She couldn't answer Jiang Yining's question. In this case, she deserved it first. But, by what right could she not straighten her back in front of Jiang Yining? Is it because Jiang Yining picked up the sheet music first? It was clear that the zither book was originally unowned, but now it was hers. Being bitten by Jiang Yining on this point, she just had to let it go? She's not happy about it. There must be some other way. Hatred rolls over idiom, a feeling of deep resentment. Sister, you hate me that much? Ming Qingcheng hissed in a hoarse voice. Standing there with reddened eyes, she let the tears of aggravation well up in her eyes. At last the water flashed and the tears fell. Jiang Yining looked at her with cold eyes. Missy. What's the matter with you? Why are you suddenly crying? At this moment, a servant working outside the house walked over quickly and anxiously questioned Ming Qingcheng. Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and shook her head without saying anything, but her tears fell one after another. Here, only Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining were present, so of course the reason for that crying was on Jiang Yining. The servant glared hard at Jiang Yining and turned her head to coax Ming Qingcheng. "Missy, don't cry yet, I'll help you back, okay?" Finally, under the half-coaxing and half-pushing of the servants, Ming Qingcheng entered the house. As soon as she entered the house, the maid quickly asked someone to call Yi Tang to come over, while she helped Ming Qingcheng into the living room, just letting people sit down, and was busy pouring water to serve as best she could. Jiang Yining looked at him and raised his hand to press his temples. What a pain in the ass. It's almost possible to see what's going to happen next. Touching the hair on the side of her cheek, she pondered, should I leave first? As for where to go. Before she could think of a place she could go, the sound of Yi Tang's roar came from the Ming family villa. "Enin, get your ass in here." Chapter 128 Jumping Clowns. Forget it. There's no use running away, it builds up and sooner or later it's going to explode. Might as well just fix the problem. Jiang Yining walked in. Yi Tang was hugging Ming Qingcheng and comforting her delicately. When he saw her come in, his face instantly changed and he looked at her with a gloomy and angry face. What the hell is going on? Why are you bullying? Mom! It's not about my sister. Ming Qingcheng raised her head violently and pulled Yi Tang's arm, her voice choked with more than a sob. Mom, I'd better go. Yi Tang froze for a moment. Go? Where are you walking to? Ming Qingcheng kept wiping her tears, unable to even speak. However, the tears fell like broken pearls, and continued to fall no matter how they were wiped, in a pitiful manner. Yi Tang's heart unsurprisingly surged with a sharp heartache. I've watched her grow up since she was a child, where have I seen her suffer so much? Ming Qingcheng's tears fell on her heart, causing her heart to ache while at the same time a strong wave of guilt surged through her. If she hadn't been unable to resist the pressure from her mother's side of the family to bring Jiang Yining back, how would Ming Qingcheng have suffered such indignities? Reaching out to wipe away the tears on Ming Qingcheng's face, Yi Tang couldn't help but redden his eyes as well. Don't cry, if you cry again, you won't be pretty anymore. Be good, don't cry, Mom will protect you. Ming Qingcheng bit her lip. Mom, I don't want your protection. I'm going to leave the Ming family, I'll learn to protect myself, I'll learn to be independent, you don't have to worry about anymore. Yi Tang was shocked at what he heard. Nonsense, what leave or not leave? You are the child of the Ming family, where do you want to go if you leave? Ming Qingcheng shook her head and didn't say anything, with a look of determination to leave. Yi Tang persuaded her a few times and didn't see her nod, so she panicked. She jerked her head up, and her gaze toward Jiang Yining became resentful. Jiang Yining, now, apologized to Qingcheng immediately. Jiang Yining, who was watching the play, slightly raised his eyes and coldly met her gaze without any emotion. Reason. Yi Tang's face turned blue, snapped, raised his hand and fiercely slapped the sofa. If you hadn't said something nonsense, would Qingcheng have cried like this? Jiang Yining thought about it and laughed lightly. Couldn't it be due to her own groundlessness? Yi Tang was furious and chagrined, he stood up violently and slapped the girl in the face. But before he could fall, his arm was clasped. I said there's no next time. Jiang Yining's beautiful peach blossom eyes didn't have the slightest rise or fall without any emotion. My grandmother didn't even hit me, and slapping you once is the maximum forbearance for that bit of blood. Yi Tang's eyes widened slightly, and it was hard to hide the fear in his eyes. The girl's expression and voice were bland, but the shocking power emanating from her was truly frightening. It took a long time for her to recover from the shock. She masked her panic with shock. What did you say? Jiang Yi had little expression and casually let go of her arm. I said, there's a limit to my patience, so don't try to piss me off again and again. Yi Tang couldn't believe what he was hearing. Anger, fear, and overwhelm all came over her in an instant, and her eyes reddened. Jiang Yining. Now it's you who's doing something wrong. I disciplined you and told you what was wrong. How dare you treat me with such an attitude? If you really don't want to be disciplined, get the hell out of here. Before the words fell, Jiang Yining took over. Okay, let's go do the custody transfer here. The girl's voice was actually light with joy. It's as if you can't wait to get out of the house in a hurry. Yi Tang was choked to death, not knowing how to answer, so angry that his hands were shaking. Jiang Yining, do you really think I wouldn't dare? Without the Ming family, you can only go back to the mountains and forests and be a village girl. You can only go back to the mountains and the forests and be a village girl, and live a life where you have nothing to live for. Don't come back crying and begging me. Jiang Yining looked at her faintly, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Yi Tang gritted his teeth, a wave of embarrassment on his face. Little did she realize that it would be herself who would be caught in the dilemma. At this time, Ming Qingcheng walked to Yi Tang's side and said with a low sob, "Mom, don't scold your sister. It was my own decision that you. Originally you were the ones. I don't want to be the one in the way anymore. Qingcheng, you are not allowed to talk nonsense. You are my daughter, who dares to say you are in the way?" Yi Tang followed Ming Qingcheng's words and shifted her attention. "You talk to Mom, what's going on? Mom definitely won't let suffer half a bit of aggression." Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and quietly glanced at Jiang Yining again, and after a long time, she still shook her head. "Mom, don't ask." Jiang Yining was a little impatient and slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down. "Your daughter thinks that I ran to Master Shang and said bad things about her, causing Master Shang to become disgusted with her and not want to accept her as his disciple, causing her to be reduced to only being Master Shen's disciple. That's probably it, isn't it, Miss Ming? You did such a thing? How dare you?" Yi Tang was shocked and angry. No wonder Shang Merlin was surprisingly uncharacteristic today at the Music Association. Ming Qingcheng was also a bit incredulous that she had said it without hiding it. Jiang Yining hooked his lips in a smirk. "Mrs. Ming, your angle of dealing with things is quite interesting, asking me if I dare to do this kind of thing. Why don't you ask, what did I say to make Master Shang loathe her? Or do you think that Shang Meilin will accept whatever random nonsense and fabrications others make up wholeheartedly?" Ming Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly she had a bad premonition. Intuition told her it was something to do with the score. Did Jiang Yining tell Shang Meilin that she had stolen the piano score? No, it can't be. As Jiang Yining had said, it was impossible for Shang Merlin to just believe anything without evidence. But she had carefully begged to find out that the sheet music had not been registered or played in public, or at least, she hadn't checked the records. What the hell is it? She always felt like there was some blind spot she was missing. If she doesn't take care of it while she can, it might be her undoing later. Yi Tong looked at Jiang Yining in disbelief. "What did you say?" Jiang Yining faintly swept a glance at Ming Qingcheng. "Probably you guys won't believe anything I say, let Master Shang tell you himself." With that, she took out her cell phone and dialed the number, tapping the speakerphone in the process. Yi Tang watched her movements with suspicion, intuiting that there was no way Shang Meilin would give Jiang Yining her phone number. However, 2 seconds later, the call connected. Shang Merlin's voice came out clearly. "Hello?" Jiang Yining spoke more quickly. "Teacher Shang, I'm Jiang Yining, my adoptive mother, Mrs. Ming, and my adoptive sister, Miss Ming Qingcheng, would like to know why you didn't accept her as your disciple. Can you explain it to them?" There was a second's pause on the other side of the phone. "Sure, why don't you give her your cell phone?" Having spoken to him only a few hours ago, Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng naturally still recognized his voice. Now, the two froze and subconsciously looked at Jiang Yining. Chapter 129, He Has No Evidence. Jiang Yining let out a they're listening. The reason is very simple, there are two. One is, the Ming family miss will be a piece of music that does not belong to their own, call it their own original, such a character, of course I will not accept. The second is, the talent is too poor, will be a perfect piece of music modified to the point of being unbearable, when it really makes my heart ache. Do not have that kind of talent, why force to take that kind of road, harming people and themselves? Ming Qingcheng's mind was buzzing. Shang Merlin knows. He knows she changed the tune, he knows the original exists. No way. She checked it out. With that, she snapped to attention. When she investigated those 3 pieces of music, she realized that the style of the 3 pieces was somewhat similar to the compositional style of Master Shang's disciple, Ning. But it's only somewhat similar. She had also very carefully ranked all the music composed by Anan regarding stylistic similarities. Absolutely not. Yi Tang's expression was a bit stagnant, his sight stiffened as he looked at Ming Qingcheng. "Qingcheng? You really stole someone else's riff?" This kind of question, she couldn't ask, and she even more so didn't believe that Ming Qingcheng did this kind of thing. Ming Qingcheng was the one she had raised, how could she possibly do such things that were spurned by millions of people? "I didn't." Ming Qingcheng flatly denied it and sternly defended herself. "Master Shang, I know, you think the style of my tune is like your disciple, right? But I definitely did not copy him. Master Shen has also heard me play. How could I possibly do something as stupid as that which is obviously easy to see? However, Shang Merlin had no intention of arguing with her. The reason has been stated. Is there anything else it needs my help with? Jiang Yining smiled and thanked him. Thank you, teacher, I'm bothering you, we still have some things to take care of on our side. Well, feel free to call me anytime. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining glanced at the two faintly. I'm cleared, there shouldn't be anything for me here, I'll go to my room. Yi Tang had a breath stuck in his throat, unable to spit or swallow. Jiang Yining was about to walk out of the living room when he suddenly stumbled, didn't turn around, and opened his mouth blandly. Miss Ming, you heard what Master Shang said, I hope you're good, self, for. Ming Qingqing's face turned blue and he did not say anything, his mind reeling. Jiang Yining's words reminded her of the conversation she had that night in the private club. What it meant in her ears was that if you give a chance and don't cherish it, you're to blame for anything that happens in the future. Oh yeah, Mrs. Ming, I'll be waiting for you to return the custody anytime you want, so when you're done thinking about it, look for me. Jiang Yining paused and laughed meaningfully, but it doesn't matter if you don't give it back, there's only half a year left. Without waiting for a response from the two, she headed up the stairs. Yi Tang stared wide-eyed, shocked and angry. It took a while of chagrin alone to calm down. Ming Qingqing's joy of being accepted as Shin So-min's disciple was completely dispersed, and she had no interest in continuing to inform others. After a long time, Yi Tang raised his eyes to look at Ming Qingqing. Qingqing, tell me honestly what Master Shang said. Ming Qingqing jumped up violently. Mom. I didn't. That's what I composed myself. I didn't steal anyone else's music. Has spoken to Shin So-min about accepting an apprentice, the day is also counting, just now Yi Tang did not know how many people called. She's got no way back. Those 3 piano scores, they had to be hers. Shang Merlin is just biased to think she plagiarized, there's no evidence to prove anything at all. Yes. He has no proof. It's been 2 weeks since the music restaurant played, and Shang Merlin has done nothing and said nothing publicly. It's because he has no proof. That's certainly not the case. She had been quite sure that those 3 pieces of music were originally unowned. So, is now her thing. No one can take it away. Not even Shang Merlin. Yi Tang still had a few moments of hesitation on his face, not knowing whether to trust his own daughter or that world-famous musician. I really didn't. Mom, I played that piece of music in front of Master Shang and Master Shin, in the music restaurant, and in front of the Music Association adjudicator. Except for Master Shang, no one said anything at all. If I plagiarized anyone's piece, couldn't they all hear it? If I really did plagiarize, how would I dare to play it in front of all these? Ming Qingqing tried desperately to keep her head clear and keep herself calm as she explained everything. Hearing her words, Yi Tang's frown loosened. Shin So-min is a little bit worse than Shang Meilin, but that's just a little bit. Shang Meilin could hear it all at once, it didn't make sense that Shin So-min couldn't hear it. To take a step back again, Shin So-min can't hear it alone, but so many people in the Music Association added up, the inside is always better than Shang Meilin can be a little stronger. Thinking of this, Yi Tang's face eased quite a bit as she walked towards Ming Qingqing, her tone and soft. Mommy believes in you. Ming Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, thank you. Yi Tang heard some heartache, and thought that she was the one who suffered the most, but instead, she had to retreat on it. Now that I think back, the more I feel that Jiang Yining pointedly has a vicious, acerbic heart, and is horribly jealous. It was because Ming Qingqing had the talent to get into the eyes of the music master that she went so far as to do something behind her back, causing Ming Qingqing to lose the opportunity to worship her master. Turns out there's a reason why you get out of the car in the morning when you're told to. If it wasn't for Ming Qingqing's own ability to attract 2 masters, then Ming Qingqing's musical journey would likely have been ruined. How could she have such a disgusting biological daughter? It's all Mom's fault for not being able to give you the best environment to grow up in, but don't worry, Mom will find a way to manage things at home, just focus on studying and practicing the piano, I won't let those things bother you, and you're not allowed to say anything about leaving anymore, you'll always be my good daughter. Ming Qingqing pursed her lips, somewhat hesitant. But my sister doesn't like me. No buts. What does it matter if she likes it or not? Yi Tang interrupted Ming Qingqing's words and reached out to push her back. Alright, go back to your room and wash your face, look at you, you've become a small flower cat. You will soon be Master Shin's disciple, so don't be presumptuous anymore. Our Qingqing is the best. Ming Qingqing was coaxed by Yi Tang to break into tears. However, after returning to her room, the smile on Ming Qingqing's face instantly disappeared. The whole face was frozen and looked a little scary. Just now. She originally wanted Yi Tang to see clearly what Jiang Yining had quietly done, and thus loathe her even more. While the goal was achieved, she also nearly lost herself. Now that she had calmed down, she felt more and more that something wasn't right. Jiang Yining went to sue in front of Shang Meilin. Why did he get Shang Meilin's personal phone number? Lai family residence, a corner of the side hall. I told you to keep looking. What's the point of withdrawing and leaving when you haven't found out anything? Are you my person or the dead old man's person? Lai Zhenyu roared at the phone. The person on the other side of the phone was silent for a moment before speaking cautiously. Young master, the old master's side already knows, if we continue to look for it, we will only provoke him. At that time, it is not good to end. Lai Zhenyu grew more and more impatient, his tone full of dissatisfaction and disdain. What are you afraid of? You eat my paycheck and work for me, what do you care about the mood of that dead old man? Anyway, if I just stand there and do nothing, the old man will still be angry, so why should I look at his face? Find him. Find that Dr. When even if you have to turn the doctors upside down. The man choked. Young master, if this continues, Li Biting will make a move. And we'll be lifeless. Lai Zhenyu snorted. I don't care, just find it. No stopping. We have to find the person before the dead old man's birthday banquet. Duh. The voice on the other side of the cell phone came to an abrupt end, and after a jumble of sounds, Lai Zhenyu's henchman spoke up once more, bringing him tremendous news. Young master. There's a man who wants to see you, he says he knows the whereabouts of Dr. Wen. Lai Zhenyu was overjoyed. The good news had come so suddenly that he had been in Renha for a whole week and his patience was almost wearing thin. Not having time to think carefully, he immediately ordered, bring the people here, I'm at the bio. Hanging up the phone, Lai Zhenyu threw the phone onto the sofa and rubbed his hands together as he paced back and forth in the side hall. He just said, smashing out such a high bounty amount, how could those small doctors in the hospital who were receiving dead-end salaries not be moved? There are bound to be those who can't resist the temptation to tell the news about Dr. Wen on their own initiative. It lasted a week, but in the end it didn't last. Half an hour later, Lai Zhenyu's cell phone, leading a mediocre-looking, middle-aged man in a suit who made it difficult to have an impression. Young master, this is Dr. Li from Renha Hospital, he's the one who said he knows the whereabouts of Dr. Wen. Lai Zhenyu waved his hand, signaling him to cut the crap. Say. Dr. Li stood there somewhat rushed and hesitated before asking. Can the payment promised by Mr. Lai be honored first? 2. At least half of it first. Lai Zhenyu frowned, obvious impatience and contempt written on his face. And I'll have less of that money for you. Dr. Li was covered in embarrassment, but still insisted on this request. In the deep city, who doesn't know that this Lai family's eldest young man is a powerless playboy who can only rely on his father's patronage to go around playing the young master's racket, and in front of Master Lai, he can't say a word. Being in Renha, he was well aware of the severity of Master Li's stroke. If it wasn't for Dr. Wen, Master Li would either be dead or paralyzed at this moment. After this illness, he guessed that it was impossible for Elder Li to continue to hold the Li family, and even if he didn't step down immediately, he would slowly decentralize the Li family's power. There were no accidents, the Li family would be handed over to the hands of Li's second youngest, Li Biting, which was almost a known and established fact. How could he dare to casually sell the information to the Lai family's eldest son without first holding the real benefits in his hands? Lai Zhenyu then smiled contemptuously and shouted angrily, Chen Hai. The henchman sniffed and stepped forward, youngest. Go get the checkbook. The henchman immediately led the way down and soon brought back a thin checkbook. Lai Zhenyu made a big stroke, then tore off the check and threw it at Dr. Li's face. Say. Dr. Li caught the falling check and carefully counted the digits on it to make sure there was no mistake before looking up. Dr. Wen's first name, I don't know, but she doesn't have a last name. Her last name is John, she's the personal physician for the Sunrise Fleet, and her real age is definitely no more than 20. Lai Zhenyu frowned straight away as he listened. Dr. Wen's last name is John? And what the hell is the Sunrise Convoy? What's the mess? Dr. Li told Lai Zhenyu everything about Jiang Yining's first visit to Renha Hospital. After hearing this, Lai Zhenyu wrinkled his eyebrows and didn't say anything for half a day. Mr. Lai. Dr. Li spoke carefully. Lai Zhenyu raised his hand and waved, signaling him to keep quiet for now. He needed some time to clear his head. If what this person said is true, then the power behind Dr. Wen is definitely not small. Mu Shui alone was difficult to deal with, and with another world champion backing her up, it was only bad to take her down. The only good thing about Dr. Win is that he is not very old. Little girls are easy to coax. As long as he got the person first, and then made her follow him to her heart's content, those people behind her were not to be feared at all. Even those people will be part of his power. After a long time, Li Zhenyu raised his head. I still need to further investigate what you said. I'll give you the final payment when it's confirmed. Chen Hai sends Dr. Li out. Dr. Li was a little anxious. Young Mr. Li, we agreed it wasn't like this. Li Zhenyu didn't bother to deal with him anymore and waved his hand to signal his men to come over and deal with it. The henchman took a stride and blocked Dr. Li's path, pushing him a few steps away from Li Zhenyu. Then, pointing to the door, he said in a cold voice, Dr. Li, please. In the end, it was the Li family, so Dr. Li had no room to resist and was quickly invited out. With that, Li Zhenyu immediately ordered those who were still in Runha to inquire and investigate to come back. Now that he had a new direction, he would leave the hospital, and in the process, relieve the dead old man of his tight stare. In short, Dr. Win is a must-have for him. Check for me. A private doctor named Jiang from the Sunrise Fleet. Chapter 131, giving Jiang Yining a share of the pie. In the evening, at the table of the Ming family. Mr. Bai then sent me these 3 dates, saying that they all match Qingqing's 8 characters, and that after worshipping the master, he will definitely be able to hit the ground running. Ah Kong, you watch and pick one? Let me see. Ming Chenkong put down his chopsticks, picked up the yellow paper Yi Tang pushed out, and pondered for a moment. Let's make it October 22nd, it just so happens to be the weekend, and Elder Li's birthday banquet has been over for most of the month, so there's not much going on at that time. Yedon laughed. I'm looking at this day favorably, too. Ming Chenkong pushed the yellow paper back. However, we have to ask Master Shen about this first, we have to respect him. Yeah, I'll get over him sometime. Yi Tang carefully folded the yellow paper and put it away, and then talked to Ming Chenkong about the details of worshipping the master. Ming Qingqing suddenly spoke up, Dad, Mom, I think it would be better to set the master worship banquet to be held in 49 City. As soon as the words fell, Ming Chenkong and Yi Tang were both stunned, and then they looked at Ming Qingqing suspiciously. Yi Tang was a little less agreeable. Our Ming family's friends and relatives are all on this side of Deep City. Going to the 49 cities to organize it would be very troublesome. It's not primarily the hassle of traveling a long distance, either. In the end, 49 City is not the territory of the Ming family, and even, the Ming family can't even enter the eyes of the upper-class circle of 49 City, and hastily going over to 49 City to organize the master worship banquet will only provoke the displeasure of the powerful families of 49 City. Ming Qingqing converged her eyes and said softly, then it doesn't matter if it's in Deep City, I'm just thinking that all of Mr. Shen's friends are in 49 City, so it would be more convenient for Mr. Shen if he held his teacher worship banquet in 49 City. At those words, Ming Qingkong's expression stared and his mind was already active. This may be an opportunity to move closer to the noble power of the city of 49. Shen Sonin's musical status is superb, and his connections in the 49th city. Qingqing's proposal is good, I think it's feasible, however, it's also necessary to discuss with Master Shen before making a decision. Ming Chenkong said and paused, turning to Yi Tang, when you make an appointment to discuss with Master Shen, call me as well. Yedon looked at him in the eye and reacted instantly. After all, the couple had been married for years and could probably guess what he was thinking. Yeah. Speaking of 49 City, Ming Chenkong inevitably thought of the top of the 49 City's powerful families, the Mir family. Hitching up more connections is not as useful as hugging the Kure family. His gaze subconsciously swept over to the girl at the corner of the table, eating quietly. And in an instant, not only did the girl's movements lurch, Yi Tang and Ming Qingqing also violently tensed their nerves, their spines slightly straightening. Ming Chenkong didn't notice the difference between his wife and daughter and had a big smile on his face. How did the Sound Society test go today? Did you get your certificate? Yi Tang glanced at Jiang Yining and said before him, in the end, Yining hasn't formally learned the piano, rote memorization of a piece can only be a fluke, she's still young, there'll be plenty of time for that later. The girl interrupted her faintly, got it. Yeah, I know, rote memorization may not work, but it's okay, we're not discouraged. What? You got the evidence book? Ming Chenkong Heart is also determined, she cannot get the certificate of the Association of Music, is about to give her a few words of comfort, suddenly reacted to, Jiang Yining said got. Yi Tang violently put down the dishes and stood up, his face somewhat distorted from anger. You got the certificate? Ming Qingcheng, who was sitting beside Yi Tang, also stared with a similarly shocked face. Got it. Jiang Yining said slowly, any problems? Yi Tang choked and couldn't speak. If one insisted on pursuing the root of the matter here, one would inevitably reveal the reason why Shang Meilin had rejected Ming Qingcheng. Ming Qingcheng had already been hurt badly. As a mother, how could she reveal her scars again? What's wrong with you? Ming Chengkong also looked at Yi Tang with some surprise. As a couple for many years, Yi Tang had always been a gentle and soft little woman. Look, he rarely saw her so agitated. Yi Tang held his breath and sat back. No, just surprised. Ming Chengkong was puzzled. Didn't you guys go out together to the music association in the morning? What? You don't know about Enin's grades? How could she answer that question? Yi Tong took a deep breath and forced a smile. The test came out and I saw that the child didn't say anything and thought. I didn't ask. That's not exactly a lie. When she picked up Jiang Yining on the return trip, she had been sitting very quietly in the car, not saying a word. Jiang Yining inclined his head and looked over, seemingly smiling. A bashful blush ran across Yi Tang's face as she gritted her teeth and glared at her warningly. Oh, is Enin trying to surprise us? Well, Dad is really surprised. I didn't expect our Enin to be so talented on the piano as well. Ming Chengkong couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Why don't we ask Enin to come along when we meet with Master Shin and show him a hand, and it's not likely that he'll take Enin in as well. At that time, the Ming sisters will both be senior students of the famous master. Then our family will really have a place in the art world. Hearing his words, Ming Qingcheng almost choked. How can? She had worked hard to beg a famous teacher, so why should she give Jiang Yining a piece of the pie? Jiang Yining had already snatched away her parents, snatched away the honor that should have belonged to her alone, and now even the teacher wanted to steal it from her. Her body was flooded with raging hatred, itching to break Jiang Yining into pieces. Dam suddenly appeared and stole everything that belonged to her. However, she had no right to refuse at all. Her status would not allow her to refuse. Ming Qingcheng lowered her head and quietly reached out to wipe her tears, her other hand clenched her fist with such force that her knuckles turned white. All of this fell in Yi Tang's eyes, causing her heart to ache. Ah Kong! Do you really think Master Shin is a rag collector? Stuffing everything in front of him, what if you ruin his impression of our Ming family? This will drag Qingcheng down. Ming Chengkong frowned slightly, somewhat disliking her statement. It's not like we're asking Master Shin to take it, it's just a try, what if? There's no such thing as one day. Have you ever thought about the fact that Enin only memorized a piece of music by rote? She didn't even differentiate between the keys of the piano. Master Shin asked one question and knew she didn't know anything about the piano. That's not the same thing as mixing hundreds of people together for a test. Anyway, I object, I can't afford to lose face. Ming Chengkong was silent, as if considering her statement. It couldn't be denied that Ji Tong had some truth in what he said. For the Audio Society's test, the judges have to screen one person in 10 minutes or so, and with hundreds of people waiting behind them, there's no time to find out what's going on. And if he brought Jiang Yining to Shin Songyin, it would be one-on-one. Even if he really fooled around at that time and became Master Shin's disciple, there would be plenty of opportunities to discover the problem later. Okay. Ming Chengkong gave in. Don't be discouraged either, Yining. Study hard for 2 years and Dad will find you a good teacher. Chapter 132, A Dirty Deal. After dinner, Jiang Yining got up and was about to go back to his room. Yi Tong suddenly said, Enin, wait, I have something to tell you. Jiang Yining's footsteps lurched, and he sat back down again, looking like he was going to listen with all ears. What is it you want to tell me? Seeing Jiang Yining's fearless attitude, the anger in Yi Tang's heart instantly surged up. However, due to the presence of Ming Chengkong, she could only hold her tongue. Go ahead and wait for me in the piano room. Jiang Yining didn't move and laughed softly. What words can't be said here? Are you afraid of being overheard by anyone? Ming Chengkong also heard the commotion and looked up towards the two. Yi Tang's face was ironic, his heart pressed with anger, suffocating to the point of no return. I just wanted to see you play the piano in person once so I could find you a proper piano teacher. Over there, Ming Chengkong also heard Yi Tang's words and nodded in agreement. Well, it should be. Yining, the zither in steel is a status symbol, and a daughter of a worldly family must know it, even if she's not proficient in it. You have the talent, learn it well. Jiang Yining let out a but did not say anything. Because she also had something she needed to talk to this biological mother about, in order to make the next few months less troublesome. Jiang Yining took the lead and went to the piano room on the second floor. It was the first time she had entered Ming Qingqing's piano room, and the first time she had seen the room in its entirety. Just from looking at the arrangement and complete equipment of the piano room, one could tell that the Ming family attached great importance to Ming Qingqing. No matter what the cost, just give her the best piano and equipment, as well as give the best and most comfortable environment. Without waiting for her to finish admiring it, Yi Tang pushed the door and walked in. There was a slight click. Lock the door. Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a smirk. Yi Tang stood in the doorway, grimacing. You got a certificate from the Tone Association? No lies, tell me the truth. Jiang Yining's face was unchanged, not caring about her hostile questioning. Well, got it, and if you don't believe me, you can call over and check. These words, however, were as if they had suddenly hit Yi Tang's bursting point. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she was so angry that her features almost twisted together. Finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed violently. How could I have a dirty daughter like you? Looking at Yi Tang's almost maniacal face, Jiang Yining stood impassively in place. Yi Tang covered her chest, gasping for air, and in the middle of the day, tears just slipped down. Perhaps feeling a little ashamed of this appearance, she turned her back to Jiang Yining and cried silently. That's why they chose to come to the soundproof piano room and locked the door? Jiang Yining's gaze swept over the nearby resting sofa, searching for a place to sit and wait. But thinking about this place, Ming Qingqing would often touch it, and immediately intended the idea. After a few minutes, Yi Tang wiped her tears and turned back to face Jiang Yining once again. Her voice was still a little choked. How many people know? Jiang Yining didn't understand. Know what? Yi Tang was embarrassed and tears welled up again. Don't play dumb with me. What I'm talking about is the fact that you made a dirty deal with the assessment judges of the Music Association. Don't deny it to me, hurry up and tell me clearly. Just saying those words out loud made her feel dirty. How could her Yi Tang's own daughter be this kind of person who would do anything to achieve her goal? Jiang Yining didn't have much money on him, so what other way was there to get the certificate back except to take himself and make a deal with someone? She really regretted it. At that time, he should not have kicked Jiang Yining off the bus, letting her destroy Qingqing's road to prosperity and causing such a big mess of trouble. If it's known. When Yi Tang thought of that scenario, his entire body shivered uncontrollably. Gotta get this mess cleaned up before it goes south. How did she get a daughter like that? Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes converged, and his blandness was all but hidden, leaving only a piece of ice cold. She inclined her head, the corners of her lips hooked up in a smile, but her voice was so cold it sent shivers down her spine. Dirty deal, what kind of deal? Yi Tang only wanted to rush to solve this matter, his tone was very impatient. What it is, you know in your own heart. Jiang Yining looked at her for a second, turned around and walked straight to the piano, uncovered the lid, and absently stretched out his hand. What do you want to do? A familiar string of notes leaps out. It was a piece of classical music she used to play at home. Jiang Yining popped it with one hand. It only played for a short while before stopping, and then the girl looked at her with her lips hooked in a smirk. As if struck by lightning, Yi Tang could not believe his ears at all and stayed where he was. Her mind couldn't even comprehend what she was hearing? What did she see? Your problem is solved. Jiang Yining ignored her shock. So, is it okay to solve my problem now? These words finally brought Yi Tang back to reality. It was just that her head was buzzing like it was broken. She stared blankly at Jiang Yining, like she was looking at a stranger. I know that you found out about Ming Qingqing not being your real daughter in 2 years. I know that you don't want to recognize me back to the Ming family. I know that it's the Yi family that's applying pressure to make you have to bow down, and I also don't know that you despise me. From the bottom of your heart, although I don't quite understand where you're getting this sense of superiority from. When Yi Tang heard this, her eyes widened in panic and she looked at Jiang Yining in disbelief. There was a feeling of being viciously stripped naked, ashamed beyond measure. She knows all about it? How? Did the Yi family tell her everything? Is that why? She plays the piano? That's why she got such good grades? That's why she always looks like she's taking things in stride? So, the Yi family often annoyed her, concerned about Jiang Yining's life in the Ming family, concerned about her academic performance. Is it because they've been working on Jiang Yining for a long time? You have a difficult reason for not letting me leave the Ming family, and I have a need to stay in the Ming family for the time being, so for the next few months, we'll be river water, is that okay? Yi Tong's face didn't look too good, and his mind was still a mess. Jiang Yining was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Then please Mrs. Ming, mind my business less from now on. Even if I cheat or make dirty deals with others, please keep your mouth shut and pretend that nothing has happened. I won't let you lose too much face. Well, anyway, I'm just an adopted daughter. Who cares if an adopted daughter loses face or not? Yi Tang came back to her senses, the red of being humiliated surfacing on her face, gritting her teeth. Jiang Yining, you. Or shall we lay it all out in front of Mr. Ming and let him discuss the problems that exist in me together as well? Yi Tang was instantly speechless. In front of Ming Chungkong, she had too much about Jiang Yining. If it was really spread out, the Ming family didn't know what kind of mess it would be in. The lies were intertwined, and at this point, there was no way for her to escape, not even the strength to struggle. Then it's a deal. Chapter 133, Considering a Girlfriend. Jiang Yining left the piano room. Yi Tang was so angry that he wanted to smash everything he saw in front of him. The last little bit of sanity she retained restrained her. After a long gasp, she took out her cell phone and dialed. As soon as she waited for the connection, she simply hissed without waiting for the person on the other side of the line to make a sound. In the beginning, we clearly agreed that as long as the person is picked up according to your wishes, you will no longer interfere in my family affairs, and you also agreed to it, didn't you? Why do you still want to make so many small moves behind the scenes? Is it want to break up my good family, forcing me to die to be happy? If you still recognize me as your daughter, don't interfere in the affairs between the Ming family and Jiang Yining. I'm begging you. Mom! The cell phone side was yelled at and confused for a few moments before there was an echo. Tong? What's wrong with you? Yi Tang, however, didn't want to hear a word, and hung up the phone with a gasp after yelling, followed by blacking out the number. She leaned against the wall witheringly, her mind echoing with Jiang Yining's words threatening her. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yining was right in one sentence, but it was just an adopted daughter, and the disgrace couldn't come to her head. Instead, her mood lightened with that thought. 49 City, the Kure family mansion. Twilight Chen walked in from outside, and butler Twilight immediately greeted him and owed respectfully. Third Master, the Song family head is waiting for you in the parlor. He's been coming over every day this week. At those words, Twilight Sinker's footsteps lurched. Not seen. The Twilight butler didn't dare to say anything and nodded his head, then said in a more respectful tone, also, on the side of Old Master Twilight. Twilight raised her hand, interrupting him. If he asks again, tell him I'm not back yet, and also, book me a flight to Deep City, for tonight. A loud, booming voice from the center of the room interjected. Good you brat. The guts are getting bigger and bigger. You come back without checking on the old man first, and you dare to let someone lie to me? Twilight turned back. He saw an old man with silver white hair and beard, a steady and powerful pace, hale and hearty, and an aura that did not lose to the young, walk in with great fury. Grandpa. The old man's eyes with age flowed with a smear of shrewd light as he took a step towards Twilight Sink. The oldest member of the Kure family, Kure Young-san. You're thinking of booking a ticket to leave before you even get in this door? Didn't you patch up the basket that Son's family stirred up? Tell me, where are you going? Twilight Chen paused, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Elder Lai's birthday is approaching, so I'll make a trip over to deliver a birthday gift. Kiranayama grunted coldly. Do you really think that old man I'm really senile? Old man Lee's birthday is next Saturday. A whole week. Isn't that enough for you to go inside and sit down for a while? Don't give me a hard time, tell me the truth. Twilight was silent for a few seconds, not knowing what she remembered, and laughed softly. One of the kids got first place on her test and I had to go over and celebrate for her. Kiranayama was bewildered. Little friend? The family does have a few young children who are still in school. But Murshin has never been too fond of children, either too troublesome or too noisy, and never got close to these nieces and nephews. Of course, those kids were like rats seeing a cat when they saw Murshin. They couldn't even avoid him. How could they take the initiative to get close to him? Celebrate anything together, much less. Just when he was about to ask in detail, a messy footstep came from the house, and a middle-aged man wearing a suit but looking a bit disheveled walked out from inside. Third Master Muir. The middle-aged man had just finished shouting, and then saw the old man beside Murshin, and his expression was instantly delighted. Old Master Muir. Talking with Sun was interrupted. Kiranayama was a little upset in his heart and smiled on his face. Oh, isn't this Master Song? You're busy with the project over in Shijing and you're free to come to my house as a guest? Song Chang heard the sarcasm in Mianshan's words and choked, but did not dare to retort. Old Master Twilight, Third Master Twilight, I came over just to talk to the two of you about the project in Shijing. Twilight Shen looked indifferent. There's nothing to talk about, the butler sends the guests away. The butler on the side of Muir immediately came forward and answered, then commanded a few people to invite Song Chang out. Before Muirshan went up to the second floor, he instructed Muir butler about booking the tickets again. Kira Nayama. Brat, how dare you ignore him? Okay. I can't stop you, you have to tell me, when are you coming back? A few of your grandfather my comrades want to meet you. I can make an appointment with them. The old man asked angrily at Twilight. Twilight paused in her steps and turned to look at him silently. Kira Nayama's eyes fluttered a little heartily. Why don't you say something? It's weird to look at me like that. Grandpa, is it your comrade-in-arms who wants to see me, or is it your comrade-in-arms granddaughter or grandchildren who want to see me? Being poked and prodded on the spot, Kure Yongshan simply broke the pot, puffed out his chest, and put on the appearance that he was just going to play tricks on him. Look at you, you're 23 years old and haven't had a single girlfriend. What do people say about you? I'm not asking you to get married, but at least hold hands with a girl, don't be a nuisance all day long. Another year or two. Kira Nayama hated it. You know what people out there say about you? They say you either have a low emotional intelligence and are a loner. Or you like men. No. What? What did you say? What do you mean, another year or two? Cursing, he suddenly reacted to the fact that Twilight wasn't refusing, but had set a time. That's when I'll think about getting a girlfriend. By the time Kureishin went upstairs, Kure Yongshan still hadn't been able to come back to his senses. He rubbed his chin, his mind active. And it's not the first time I've talked to that brat about it. Before, he either listened and ignored it, rightly so, or he made a big flub and sidetracked the conversation. This time, however, an exact time was given, as if there was a goal in mind. And lately has been squatting in Deep City and not coming back. He will find a comrade-in-arms to give a match, that is, someone reported to him that Muirshan is close to one of his college friends in the Deep City, and ran to the school where he teaches several times, so there may be a situation. The man who tipped him off was well grounded in his analysis. Moreover, he knew best about his grandson's character, and he wouldn't even look at the ones he didn't care about, even if they lived across the street. Making a special trip to where people work is even less likely. Now it seems that Muir Yongshan was fantasizing about Muirshan getting married and having 1 or 2 children when he saw Muirshan changing his clothes and carrying a suitcase downstairs. Brat, when are you going to bring someone back for me, Grandpa? Twilight stopped and was silent for a moment. Grandpa, I said it was another year or two before I considered a girlfriend. He deliberately emphasized the word consider. Kira Nayama gave him a blank look. I know. I'm not deaf. I'm asking you if you'll bring her home for a sit-down on New Year's Eve? Twilight. Chapter 134 Brother will take you to play. Sunday, 11:30 a.m. Jiang Yining had just dismissed the maid who had come over to inform her to go downstairs for dinner when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Surprisingly, it was a message from the long-lost Twilight Sync. For some reason, 2 parts anticipation and 2 parts nervousness suddenly welled up in her heart. Twilight Sync, has Ning gotten up yet? Into the eye is this content. Jiang Yining silently glanced at the time in the upper left corner of her cell phone and slightly beamed with some dissatisfaction before raising her hand to reply. Of course I'm up. What time is it? Do you think she's a pig? The next second, her cell phone rang. It was Twilight's call. Jiang Yining hesitated for a second and pressed answer. Ning, are you free today? The man's low, pleasant voice, like the thick, rich timbre of a cello, fell into his ears, bringing up fine ripples. Jiang Yining was slightly stunned and didn't answer, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Brother Kure, you're back in Deep City? Well, I just came back, and I heard that our Ning Ning got a good first place, although it is a bit late. However, my brother wants to make up the gift. Is Ning Ning willing to give this opportunity? Jiang Yining pursed her lips and swallowed her throat without moving. So good. Twilight sank into a low chuckle. So come out now? Brother is waiting for you in front of your house. Jiang Yining. It's all at the door, this guy is really. Hanging up the phone, she exhaled softly and, pulling a going-out outfit out of the closet and changing into it, he found a small shoulder bag and put his cell phone in it. Passing in front of the full-length mirror, she looked into it and plucked the hair that hung over her shoulders. It's good. It's not ugly. You can meet people. Realizing her inexplicable thoughts, Jiang Yining was thunderstruck by her own pretentiousness. She walked quickly out of the room and down the stairs. Yi Tang, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, heard the commotion and raised her head to see Jiang Yining walking towards the door, her footsteps not stopping. It's time to eat, where are you going? Jiang Yining stopped and gave her a sideways glance. I have to go out for something, and as for the reason, Mrs. Ming can make up whatever she wants, I don't mind. Ming Chenkang is also at home today, and if he doesn't see Jiang Yining at dinner in a while, he is bound to ask. Yi Tang's face turned blue, but he didn't say anything and just watched her go out the door. The two had already made a deal last night, so she didn't dare say anything. Moreover, it was impossible for her to start a conflict with Jiang Yining in the living room. Ming Chenkang could come out of the study at any time. She was still furious at seeing Jiang Yining in such an unbridled manner. Although Jiang Yining had also annoyed her all day long before, this was the first time he had faced her with such arrogance and with a condescending air. Didn't think of her as a mother at all. Ming Qingcheng, who followed Jiang Yining and came down from the second floor, happened to see the scene. Jiang Yining had this attitude, and surprisingly, Yi Tang didn't explode. What did the two of them say last night in the piano room that made them like this? She pursed her lips and walked over to Yi Tang. Mom, it's almost dinner time, sister. Will she be a little out at this time of day? Yi Tang pressed her temples, barely calming her emotions as she pulled the corner of her mouth at Ming Qingcheng. Don't worry about her, I have an appointment with Master Shin this afternoon to talk about worshipping the master. This is not the time for you to be distracted. Let's go to the dining room first, the kitchen is cooking all your favorite dishes today. Ming Qingcheng lowered her eyes and answered in a low voice. Jiang Yining saw a light yellow Maserati when he exited the Ming family villa. Immediately, he was baffled. This color does not look like twilight sinking kind of steady will like. Before she could approach, the backseat window came down, and Ri Beiqing half leaned out his upper body, smiling and waving at her. In. Over here. Jiang Yining froze slightly. Following the driver's window down, Ri Beiqing grinned. Little sister Jiang. Jiang Yining saw Murashan in the passenger seat. He pushed the door under the car and pulled it open for Jiang Yining. Inside, Li Beiqing instantly behaved, the other side of the car door shrunk over, a face to give admiration to look at Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining sat in. Brother Li and Beiqing are here too. Yeah, I heard you came first in the city on 2 tests. That must be something for you to celebrate. Korinai returned to the passenger seat and gave him a chilling sweep. Ri Beiqing received his unhappy signal, tisk, and started the car. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a private dining room in the center of town. During the meal, Li Beiqing was still a little afraid of Murashan, but after finding out that he was really good to Jiang Yining and looked nothing like as scary as the rumors, she gradually let go and pulled Jiang Yining to whisper and laugh loudly. It was after 1 in the afternoon when the meal was finished. Jiang Yining had thought that this was the celebration, but after getting into the car, he walked for a while before realizing that the direction of the car was not back to Ming's house. Brother Ri, where is this going? Ri Beiqing raised his eyes to look at the girl in the rearview mirror. Shin didn't tell you? Jiang Yining looked at the passenger seat and shook his head. Twilight sidled her head and Murashan, who was walking in front, paused for a moment, then cast a sidelong glance at Li Beiqing. Mind your sister, don't bring down my Ning. Air. Li Beiqing's side ear listened to an ear, the corner of the mouth slightly pumped. Little girls are not all like this, how could I manage? Murashan snorted coldly and slowed down his pace, waiting for Jiang Yining to come over. Thinking of something to play? Jiang Yining shook his head. I'll play along with you guys. The first time I visited, everything felt new, I wanted to see and play with everything, and then I was even more out of ideas. The girl lifted her head, her peach blossom eyes watery, clean and clear with a touch of newness and bewilderment. Behave yourself. Okay, brother will take you to play. Murashan's thin lips were slightly hooked, and a few smiles colored his brows. Then, the group first strolled through 2 of the girls' favorite scenic spots and were about to head towards their third destination when a few young men came over and greeted Li Beiqing. Looked like he should be a friend of Li Beiqing's. After exchanging a few pleasantries, one of them suggested, second young Master Li hasn't come over for so long, so it's a good time to go and have a competition? Ri Beiqing leapt to his feet and turned his head. Going? said the man, making a waving motion of his arms. Chapter 135, Too Coincidental. Deep Bay Resort, Tennis Courts. The four were dressed on the laid-back side, but they hadn't wanted to play tennis before coming over in the end, so they had to buy clothes and rackets off the racket. Once inside the interior mall, the four of them began to spread out and pick out their own supplies. Nyurshin first took Jiang Yining to the women's clothing area to pick out her clothes, his phoenix eyes sweeping over the hangers. Jiang Yining squeaked for a long time, "That. Brother Twilight." Twilight stopped. I can't play tennis." Twilight Shen laughed lightly, "It's okay, brother will teach you." Women's clothing comes in so many colors and varieties that it's a sight to behold. What size to wear? Size S. Within a few minutes, Twilight Singh picked out clothes, shoes, wrist guards, and other equipment and handed them to Jiang Yining. "Go change and try it on." With that, the man took something out of his pocket and headed for his shirt. "It's better to tie your hair up, it's easier to move around." Jiang Yining subconsciously followed and looked down. A black rubber band for tying hair, very ordinary, without any decoration, the kind that you can buy two for $1 at the stall. It was also the kind she would know. "Your idol? Lee Biting." He kindly reminded, and he returned these 3 words. Not wanting to say another word to him, Lee Biting casually picked a racket and prepared to leave the area. A voice tinged with joy sounded behind the two at first. "Shun, Bei Ting, what a coincidence, dramatically meeting you here." Nyurshin turned his head and looked at the person who spoke, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. Lee Biting took one look and smiled. "Yo, isn't this Miss Fong? What a coincidence, you also came over to the resort to play. Isn't that just too much of a coincidence?" "A resort of that size says encounter." Feng Suyi blinked her eyes with a bit of shyness. "Did I have time to spare and wanted to relax and unwind, so a friend from Deep City brought me here?" Saying that, his eyes fell on Twilight Shen, pursed his lips and smiled, taking 2 steps closer. "Shen, it's been a long time." The entire circle of celebrities in 49 City knew that in order to catch up with Nyurshin's pace, the schools she chose from high school to college were all famous schools that Nyurshin had attended. She would have been steadily working her way through school, earning her reputation as a famous and talented woman with her strength. For one thing, Twilight had never had a peachy scandal, and for another, the two were still young, so she had plenty of time to show Twilight how good she was. However, she suddenly heard the news that Twilight Singh had stayed in Deep City for almost 2 months. It's said to be for someone. She just couldn't sit still any longer and rushed back to her home country after completing her studies ahead of schedule. At this moment, when she saw with her own eyes that the ones beside Nyurshin were still these old faces of lie biting, she felt a little more at ease. Twilight nodded, her eyebrows sparse. Feng Suyi bit her lip, and her eyes scratched a touch of hurt. She came to Deep City especially for him, and he didn't even say a word to her. "Shen." She was about to say something, but Twilight Singh suddenly walked straight forward. A young girl stood in front of the locker room at the end of the front. A young girl in a light glittery pink tennis outfit with a ponytail stood there, adjusting the position of her wrist guards. The eye-catching color of her dress still can't hide how pretty she is. Standing there casually was enough to catch everyone's attention. She remembered the young girl. I had seen her in the hospital not long ago, and although she was pretty, she was just someone who didn't deserve a nomination. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Twilight Singh with her head slightly hanging down, talking to her, and Feng Suyi held her breath as she looked at Nyurshin, watching the rare gentleness and patience he carried between his brows. In the next second, Twilight crouched down, half-kneeled in front of the young girl and adjusted her shoelaces. As if struck by lightning, how could Feng Suyi not believe the image her eyes saw? How dare he tie someone's shoes? A mountain of crisis came at her. Feng Suyi reluctantly pulled the corner of her lips. Bei Ting, that girl, isn't she your sister? 17 or 18 years old, why does she still need Shin to tie her shoes? Ri Biting was also looking that way, the corners of his mouth twitching. Hearing Feng Suyi's words, he returned to his senses and let out a meaningful "oh." That's my sister all right, and the same goes for Twilight Singh's sister. Li Biting said, and added in his heart that he might say that his daughter was more compromised. Feng Suyi froze, Nyurshin's sister? The two families of Twilight and Phoenix had been friends for many years, and she could be sure that the girl was not a member of the Twilight family. Moreover, she could hear that when Li Biting said sister, he was definitely treating that girl as his sister. An outsider, but at the same time get Twilight sinking, Li Biting favored. What's more, it wasn't like Twilight Sync was pampering that girl so simply. What she had her heart set on, Twilight Sync gave it all to that girl. That girl, who the hell is she? She was about to ask more about the girl when a cheerful voice interjected. Brother, I'll take these, you get me to the checkout. A girl trotted up to Lee Biting and shoved a bunch of things into his arms. You have your own allowance, buy it yourself. Ri Beiting resented it and was going to push the stuff back to the girl. No, no, no. If you don't buy me one, I'll tell Grandpa. I give you so much pocket money every month, and you still want to bite a piece of my flesh? Dream on. Go pay the bill yourself. You're the one who said you wanted to play tennis, and this is an extra expense that came up because of you. You're responsible for it. Lee Beiting couldn't help but be annoyed by the noise and huffed as he held up the pile. The bear child at home is making too much noise, I have to go check out for her first, Miss Foam, excuse me. Lee Beiting secretly gave a victory gesture to Lee Biting. When Lee Biting walked away, Lee Beiting didn't bother to greet Foam Sooty and took a step in the direction of Mukin and Jiang Yining. Chapter 136, All Acquaintances. Anan, you are awesome. Surprisingly, you wear this dress so well. Lee Beiting circled around Jiang Yining, looking her up and down, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's really not for everyone to be able to subdue the harshness of the Barbie of death powder and accentuate their glowing complexion. And the only one she knew was probably Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining accepted the compliment graciously, thank you. No, I'm going to get a glittery blue that's the same style as yours, and a couple's outfit with you. Let everyone know that we're the same table CP. You wait. Karinai's brain jolted as she listened to all this girl talk from the side. It feels like my own kids are about to learn the hard way. Fortunately, Lee Biting quickly returned, stuffed things into Lee Beiting's arms, and pushed the person into the dressing room. Hurry up, change and go. Nirshin randomly picked a set of clothes and before entering the dressing room, he again asked Lee Biting to accompany Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining took the initiative and said, Brother Twilight, I'll wait here and won't run around. Twilightchen lowered her eyes and watched the young girl blinking a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, waves of light, colorful but not demonic, seductive. With the girl's good behavior, it's really inviting. Well, good boy. Lee Biting swept his eyes at Feng Sui, who was still standing in place, and answered with a smile. A few minutes later, a group of 4 changed clothes and got ready to go out to the tennis court with their rackets. Little sister Jiang, remember to cheer for me later, okay? Good. Why don't you let me cheer you on, brother? Don't think I don't know that in your heart you can't wait for me to lose. That's what I am. You are. Seeing that Nirshin was about to leave, Feng Sui gritted her, and lowered herself to chase. Brother, what's wrong with you? Hearing him sigh, Lee Beiting couldn't help but give him a look at a psychopath. The 2 women who came up to her, she recognized. The Luo sisters, none of them are simple-minded, what's there to feel sorry for them? Her brother is afraid he's not crazy. What do little kids know? Ri Biting despised. He is not enough of a mess. Over there, Luo Xinting was holding a girl who was slightly older than her by 2 or 3 years, smiling as she walked towards Feng Sui. Seeing Jiang Yining's face, she was instantly stunned and subconsciously asked out loud. Why are you here? There was contempt and consternation in his voice that he forgot to hide. Lee Beiting rolled her eyes and took Jiang Yining's arm, mocking back. Mr. Luo, that's a strange question, why can't Anan be here? Is this your backyard? Oh no, the resort is run by my family. What's wrong with my friend coming to play? Deep Sea Bend Resort, the Lai family has a 60% stake. Feng Sui glanced at the 3 with some surprise. You know each other? It was just as well, she was worried about not being able to find out about the girl. Luo Xinting realized at this time, not only Jiang Yining and Lee Beiting were there, Lee Biting, and the 4 9 cities that the Twilight 3 Masters were also there. She didn't put Lee Beiting in her eyes, but she didn't dare to ignore Lee Biting, let alone be reckless in front of 3rd Master Mu. Putting away the contempt for Jiang Yining on her face, Luo Xinting said in a salty manner. The 3 of us were in the same class. Feng Sui gently clapped her hands and said in surprise, that's really too coincidental, I didn't expect all of them to be acquaintances. How about we play a game of tennis? It's only fun when there's a lot of people. If it wasn't for Elder Lai's face being placed there, Lee Beiting would have wanted to just laugh out loud. 6 years in the same school, she and Luo Xinting said words, one hand can count what kind of acquaintance? The 4 Twilight Sinkers did not object to her proposal. The tennis court was right there, and besides, the older generations of several families had some friendships, so they couldn't really be overbearing and not let Feng Sui enter the court. But there was only a lack of opposition. Playing together is not fun. As soon as they arrived at the stadium, Li Baiting was pulled over by his friends to gesticulate, and Li Beiqing followed him over to cheer him on. That cousin who came with Luo Xinting Feng Sui, her eyes were glued to Li Baiting from beginning to end. When he heard that he was going to compete with someone, he immediately followed with a shy face. Instead, Nirshin took up the job of a coach, carefully teaching Jiang Yining some of the basic moves and rules of playing tennis. Feng Sui was watching from the side and couldn't find a chance to talk to Nirshin at all. All she could do was stand by and watch as Kurenai taught the girl how to swing a racket by hand. The girl was wearing a glistening pink color, but it didn't look gaudy in the slightest, showing off her glistening delicate skin even more, and revealing a thin white leg underneath her short skirt. The man beside the girl was dressed in a black polo shirt, fading away the elegance and reserve that many past suits gave him, bringing out more wildness and dominance. It was a side that Feng Sui had never seen before. That handsome and peerless face had little expression, as if it was as cold as ever. But she knew it was different. Not at all. But what was different, she couldn't say. Every now and then he reached out to correct the girl's movements, those thin lips opening and closing around the girl's ear, the girl's ponytail swaying in the air as she moved, looking youthful and extraordinarily striking. Obviously there was no overly intimate action. Feng Sui was still overwhelmed by the sour water that kept bubbling out of her heart. The image Feng Sui saw, Luo Xinting also looked at the same in her eyes. TSK, I really didn't expect that this adopted daughter of the Ming family is not of ordinary means. Hearing her grumbling voice, Feng Sui's heart moved and she picked up the conversation. The Ming family's adopted daughter? The corner of Luo Xinting's lips hooked imperceptibly, and then, in a complaining tone, she gave Feng Sui a bit of Jiang Yining's background. She has only been in the Ming family for less than 2 months, bringing countless troubles to the Ming family, and recently, I don't know what means she used, but she coincidentally saved Elder Master Lai, and even let the second youngest Lai look at her differently, and this means, it's scary too. No, I'm just worried that I'm not understanding it the right way. Twilight Sinker laughed softly. Don't worry, with my brother, I'll be able to teach you. Aha! Come on, let's go to that little field over there. At this time, Feng Sui walked forward with a smile. Why don't you let me accompany Ms. Jiang to practice? Shin, your level is too high, it will put a lot of pressure on the beginners. Twilight sank to her feet, lifting her phoenix eyes to scan her, then turning her eyes back to the girl. Is there any pressure to fight against me? Jiang Yining shook his head, and not only did his bright eyes not flinch, a hint of fighting spirit vaguely flashed through them. Kurenai caught it and lost some of her smile. I didn't realize that the little kid who looked so nice and quiet was still a militant. No longer paying attention to Feng Sui, the two of them walked to the small court used by beginners, with Nirshin serving slow balls for Jiang Yining to get used to playing. On the first ball, Jiang Yining caught it in a bit of a panic and corrected his movements under Twilight Shin's guidance. The second ball, the third ball. Two people's speed gradually accelerated, the force increased, to the back, Jiang Yining even began to learn to counterattack. Several strikes earned praise from Twilight Sinker. Luo Xinting looked at it for a while and couldn't help but sneer, "Heh, beginner. Pretending to be quite decent. Men love to eat this, I didn't realize that even Master Twilight 3 is no exception." Jiang Yining's movements, looking a bit rusty, could tell that he didn't play tennis often. But to say it's a beginner is a joke. Feng Sui tightly pinched her palm, her face didn't show any expression, but her heart was in waves. Indeed. It's a brilliant way to get the right set of things that men will be subjected to. You're too young to learn, you're dirty and lowly, like a vixen. However, while loathing Jiang Yining, there is incomparable envy. Nirshin's long slender fingers held the racket, a simple swinging action, was done by him also looked handsome and noble, extremely elegant. The muscle lines of the body pulled under the running and swinging of the racket don't have that bloated rudeness, they're very pretty and very sexy. With his handsome, unearthly face. A woman who doesn't have a heartbeat probably doesn't exist. After finishing a ball, Nirshin brought Jiang Yining to the side to rest under the sun umbrella. He took out a bottle of cold mineral water from the small refrigerator under the table and unscrewed the cap and handed it to Jiang Yining. Thanks. Jiang Yining was not polite and took 2 sips. Ning has a good talent for playing tennis. Twilight Shin half leaned on the back of the chair and praised in a faint voice, her phoenix eyes carrying a few smiles. Jiang Yining blinked lightly, a little proud. My grandma always praises me for learning things quickly. Luo Xinting, who had just approached, happened to hear her say this, and her footsteps lurched. In this moment, she admired this Ning family's adopted daughter from the bottom of her heart. Such shameless words, but you can say them without blushing or gasping. For a while, she didn't even know what to say about Jiang Yining. No wonder she'd had a big dark loss with this adopted daughter and couldn't find any evidence. Luo Xinting took Feng Sudi on her arm and sat down in the seat next to her, smiling as she looked at Jiang Yining. Heh, I really can't see that Mr. Jiang is actually a beginner. Just looking at you like this, I thought you were an expert. Jiang Yining's expression was faint. Thanks for the compliment. Luo Xinting's face stiffened, her chest was blocked, and she secretly cursed shamelessly. Feng Sudi darted a glance at Nirshin, then, with a smile, said, I also think that Miss Zhang's fight is quite good, or maybe there's a chance in the future, to have a fight? Jiang Yining paused, the corners of his lips curving up into a faint arc, seemingly smiling. Could be. Feng Sudi glanced towards Niren again and said tentatively. Shin, just now I watched you play and I think you've gotten a lot better at the game again, can you give me some pointers as well? I'm busy with my doctoral dissertation abroad, I haven't touched a racket for half a year. The twilight sinking god was cold. Here's the coach. Feng Sudi blushed slightly. There are coaches here, so why are you teaching that foster daughter yourself? After meeting at this resort for the better part of an hour, it was surprising that the words she officially began to speak to her were a phrase like this. A wave of sourness surged up uncontrollably, and Feng Sudi's hand under the table pinched the bones white. She laughed, that's true, Shin, you're already busy and have less time to rest, I'm so out of line. Twilight didn't answer, and for a moment it was quiet. There was an awkwardness in the air. Feng Sui pursed her lips and was about to say something to break the deadlock. Li Baiting and Li Beiqing then returned. The two men argued a lot. Shame, shame, shame. I should have known better than to go over there. At least 100 people ran to my face just now and said your brother lost. Brother, if you can't do it, don't do it. With such poor skills, who on earth gave you the confidence to think you would win? Nonsense, there aren't even 100 people over there. Can I use hyperbole? No, is that the point? The point is you lost. 0 to 10 you can do it. Did you see that? I'm in tears. I'm just having a bad day. I really cried. Li Baiting choked on his own sister's lack of face. He also really lost a little bit just now, but he didn't admit that it was his poor skills. Returning to the chartered venue, he raised his eyes and saw that both Nirshin and Jiang Yining were sitting under sun umbrellas. He didn't carry on his shoulders with his own sister and walked straight over with big strides. How is little sister Jiang learning? Is tennis fun? Jiang Yining nodded. It was okay, it was fun. Then I'll give you this silly child so she can play with you, and you can lend me your brother Twilight, is that okay? Li Baiting reached out and pushed Li Beiqing over. Jiang Yining blinked and looked at him hesitantly, somewhat confused as to what he meant. You can only borrow it if brother Kurei himself wants to. Li Baiting turned his head and rushed at Niren Shin and folded his hands. Shin, help me take revenge, please. Chapter 138. Climbing up the ladder won't end well. Nirshin was unable to do anything about the noise from Li Beiting and coldly swept him a glance, but still stood up. Li Baiting wasn't afraid of his icy coldness, and when he agreed, he immediately urged him to go. Come. Nirshin waved at Jiang Yining, watch your brother play ball. Jiang Yining stood up obediently. Li Baiting was dumbfounded, this guy was afraid that he wanted to keep people on the waistband of his pants. In the next second, Feng Sudi, who was next to him, also stood up, looking like she was going to follow to the end, and instantly realized. With the element of danger in the vicinity, it would be natural to not dare to let the treasures out of sight. She had heard a lot of Feng Sudi's glorious deeds against those who approached Nirshin's women for any reason before. Feng Sui, this woman, was never a kind master, and with the Feng family as a backer, she had always been used to being high and mighty. She wouldn't easily give up just because little sister Jiang was young. Now you can still put on a smiley face, probably because you want to have a nice persona in front of Twilight Shin. After thinking about it, Li Baiting came to Li Beiqing's ear and whispered a few words. Li Beiqing nodded. The group had just arrived at the venue chartered by Li Baiting's friends, and when the people inside saw Li Baiting, they were in an uproar. Yo, second young Mr. Lai is making a comeback. Second young Master Lai has brought third Master Muir over for revenge. This time there's something to see. Hey, that's Master Twilight 3, yeah? I don't know if we'll give us color afterwards if we lose. Should we ask that pro to give up the match? This. Quickly report a message to Zhang Xiao, let him look at it. This side of the venue was different from the one chartered by Li Biting. This side of the venue was a bit bigger and had a small audience stage attached to it. Just as the crowd was surprised in discussing the appearance of the Twilight Third Master, a shocking scene came out. They watched as Twilight Sync led a girl towards the audience stage. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes written with shock and incredulity, Nirshin personally found Jiang Yining a location with the best view. Getting the man situated, Twilight paused for a moment. Give me your hand. Jiang Yining hesitated, but still extended his hand. A lollipop fell into the palm of his hand. Eat some candy if you're bored. Jiang Yining looked at the candy in his hand and held it in for a while, but he still couldn't hold it in. Brother Korei, why do you have weird things in your pockets? Rubber bands yes, lollipops yes. Not at all like something a man like Twilight Sync would carry. The favorites all came out of his pocket. The little girl sat obediently, tilting her little face. The voice was soft and gentle, like a kitten begging to be petted, and her heart was hit hard. Twilight sank into silence for a second, her thin lips slightly hooked, and she smiled lowly. When you've seen more, it won't seem strange. Jiang Yining blinked at his words, and his eyes couldn't help but glance towards Nirshin's pockets. Guess what other strange things were in there that weren't taken out? Her thoughts were practically written in her peach blossom eyes, and the smile on Twilight's lips grew even bigger as she reached out and gently rubbed her hair. Little fool. Jiang Yining wrinkled her nose and slapped his hand away, pointing in the direction of the tennis court. The guys over there are waiting for you. Waiting is waiting, who dares to rush Master Kurei-san? The little girl that was meant to be evicted. Kurenai didn't care about her little tantrum and rubbed her hair again. Well, I'll be right back. All the way down, already knew how much Nirshin favored Jiang Yining. Li Beiqing was used to it, and when he left, he quickly occupied Jiang Yining's left position. In passing, he also slipped Jiang Yining an applause clap. It was a prop for cheering her brother up, and it didn't work. The fact that Master Kurei-san is on the field shouldn't make her props pointless anymore, should it? The entire tennis court was dead silent. Everyone looked incredulously at the scene on the audience stage, unable to return to their senses for a long time. It was rumored that the 49 City's third Master Twilight had a cold face and a ruthless heart, and that he was determined to kill, and just looking at it that way, it seemed like the rumors were wrong. However, most of those present were not of low status and naturally knew how much of those rumors could be believed. That third Master Twilight was actually coaxing the little girl with candy, and it's words like that are the most untrustworthy to say out loud. Watching Twilight Sync walk down, the people on the tennis court gradually came back to their senses and subconsciously looked at the young girl on the spectator stand. There was a lot of speculation about who she was. However, no one dares to ask in front of the third Master of the Twilight, and then look at Li Biting, directly posing "do not ask me" posture. It's even more gripping to try and dig up the identity of that girl. Feng Suyi, who had been not far away from following Mu Xin, could see more clearly than the others, and her heart rippled again. Is this really just giving face to Elder Lai and second youngest Lai to take care of Jiang Yining? Need to go this far? She could hardly find a reason to convince herself that Twilight Sync wasn't special to that adopted daughter. On the tennis court, there was a quick uproar. Twilight Sync walked onto the court as his opponent tapped the tennis ball with his racket. Their eyes met and they nodded to each other as they prepared to start the match. Jiang Yining was about to wave his clap when a figure approached on his right. Feng Suyi sat down beside her and smiled. Miss Jiang, mind if I sit here? Jiang Yining looked at her and didn't say anything. It's a bit redundant to ask that question when you're all sitting down. Ask only when you sit down, it's all teared right up in your face. Li Beiqing, relying on the buzz underneath and not afraid of the other party hearing it, pressed his voice and spat in her ear in a low voice. Jiang Yining pursed her lips and held back. Feng Suyi looked sideways at Jiang Yining, her cold gaze like a fine needle. Miss Jiang is new here, probably don't know, in the big city, people-to-people interactions, the most important thing to look at the status, what status to make what kind of friends, high climbing will not have a good end after all. The smile at the corner of Jiang Yining's mouth deepened, eldest Miss Feng is right. Saying that, she pointed her head sideways to Li Beiqing gesturally to the seat next to her. Beiqing, move a seat to the side, so that people don't think I'm high on the list. Li Beiqing was so angry that she was thinking of summoning her brother over to save the day, but when she heard Jiang Yining's words, all her anger subsided. Okay. The words and actions flung out lightly caused Feng Suyi's face to stiffen violently, her beautiful eyes widened, and she gasped out red threads. This unknowing adopted daughter. But Miss Phoenix is also too stupid to waste her time on her. Anyone could see that Mürshin was only coaxing her as if she were a child. Lai Beiqing snorted, "Be confident and remove the probably." Except for the fact that she didn't say her love out loud, Feng Shui has expressed "I like Karinai" to the fullest. A blind man could see that. Unfortunately, the blind man could still see that Third Master Twilight had no feelings for Feng Shui. Feng Shui followed them for a whole hour, during which time she struck up a conversation countless times, and the Third Master of Twilight simply didn't pick up her words, completely treating her as a transparent person. Lai Beiqing consciously lowered his presence. Even so, Master Kurei-san would occasionally hitch a ride and a half yet. In contrast, taking care of Jiang Yining in every way, it would be strange for Miss Feng not to be anxious when looking at her. Thinking about it, Lai Beiqing frowned. "Enin, you have to be more careful. I've heard my brother say something about it, that Feng Shui doesn't have a good reputation in private. She'll definitely come after you." Jiang Yining shook his head, not afraid. The Feng family was in the end a big family, and even if they favored Feng Shui, they wouldn't allow her to do something that would damage the family's reputation. Secretly do it. Then we do not know who is the one who suffers. Oh. Lai Beiqing was relieved to hear that. She couldn't be blamed for having a big heart and believing Jiang Yining with a casual remark. It was really her table that was so great. First, she was a vigilante, fighting 5 without taking a breath, then she was the sister of her champion boyhood hero, and most recently, she had become a miracle healer. Is there anything her tablemates can't do? Feng Shui is just a low-end mini-boss. Next to the last cup of green tea, the air is suddenly a lot of fresh. Jiang Yining and Ming Beiqing can finally concentrate on watching Mürshin play, waving and clapping the clap-clap at the right time. I have to say, Twilight Sinks looks very handsome when he plays tennis. The stance is elegant and relaxed, yet every movement stripe is filled with a sense of masculine power. Pleasing to the eye. Just when the match was at its most intense, a figure suddenly blocked in front of the two. Jiang Yining, right? The man hugged his arms and towered over him, his chin slightly raised, his expression contemptuous. "I heard you're a beginner?" "It's just as well, so am I. Come over and practice with me." Jiang Yining was a little upset when her line of sight was blocked, and then when she heard the other party say so, she raised her eyes to look over. "A woman I don't know. Who are you?" The contemptuous expression on the man's face froze instantly. Obviously, Jiang Yining's ignorance came with a bit more powerful killing power. "Put." Lai Beiqing laughed out loud. She is Luo Xinting's cousin, Luo Xintian, who has been following Feng Shui and Luo Xinting just now. Hey, some people's sense of existence is too low, really don't blame you for not remembering. After she reminded him, Jiang Yining remembered that there was indeed such a person. Luo Xintian returned to his senses and sneered. "Ha, what's the point of pretending? How dare a foster daughter hold a cock in front of me? I've already looked down on you by letting you practice with me. Hurry up and come over here." Jiang Yining looked at her lightly, with little emotion on his face. "Please get out of the way, you're blocking my view." There was a lot of cheering, and it was obvious that the battle was very intense, and no one would be happy to be disturbed in such a situation. Luo Xintian's face became more and more ugly, a pair of eyes dipped in indignation and viciousness. This damned adopted daughter hadn't given her a second thought from start to finish. "I still can't make you move, right? The Ming family's adopted daughter has such a big stance, she doesn't even put my Luo family in her eyes." She said while taking out her cell phone, "I'm going to ask Mrs. Ming how the Ming family dares to let an adopted daughter step on our Luo family's head." When she finished speaking, she scratched the screen of her cell phone in a manner that made her ready to sue. Lai Beiqing was shocked by Luo Xintian's tawdry operation, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses, scolding, "You have a problem. So what if she's an adopted daughter? If her adopted daughter is not at her beck and call, she's stepping on the Luo family's toes? And sue? What kind of a problem has she gotten herself into? Thinks the world revolves around her? Hee, for the Ming family to climb to this position today, it's all because of my Luo family's generous handouts. Do you believe that as long as I call home, the Ming family's engagement with the Luo family will be over? When the culprit is you, do you think the Ming family will spare you, adopted daughter?" Lai Beiqing exploded with anger and stood up violently. "If you have a problem, get back on your meds. It was Ming Xincheng who had an engagement with the Luo family, it wasn't Yi Ning who had an engagement with the Luo family. surprisingly take Ming Qingqing's marriage contract to threaten Jiang Yining. This god logic, only Luo Xantian can think out. Yining, you don't need to mind her, this person has a pit in her brain. If you want to threaten someone, if you want to find someone to accompany you in ball practice, wouldn't you go to Ming Qingqing? Having to come in front of irrelevant people to brush off her presence, really convinced. Luo Xintian wrapped her arms around herself, ignoring Lai Beiqing's angry scolding, her eyes staring sinisterly at Jiang Yining. An adopted daughter trying to fight her? Ridiculous. Why do you want Qingqing? I'm very happy with Qingqing being my cousin's wife, I just hate some trash that doesn't know shame. Ms. Lai, haven't you heard that a rat can spoil a pot of congee? This adopted daughter can now disregard the affection of the Luo and Ming families in order to see a man, and in the future, she might even do something as disgusting as hooking up with her brother-in-law. I'm just doing it for the good of our Luo family. Lai Beiqing's entire body was furious and confused. What the hell? Excuse me, is what she's hearing human? But she finally realized one thing, as long as think, how many bones in the egg can be picked out? Jiang Yining slowly stood up and collected the lollipop in his hand into his pocket before handing over the clap-clap to Lai Beiqing's hand. Beiqing, hold this for me. Lai Beiqing was in a hurry and hastily pulled her arm. Anan, what do you care about this psychopath? She only dares to say this in front of you, if she says it outside, it won't take a day for her to become the laughingstock of Deep City. Luo Xinting is not bullying Jiang Yining in the Ming family, no one support. Jiang Yining looked indifferent, since Miss Luo wants to play ball, I'll accompany her. When trouble comes, it's always going to be solved. If she refused not to go, the man would probably keep getting in her way, making it impossible for her to properly watch Karina play. As it was, she needed to soothe the unpleasantness that trouble brought. Chapter 140. Who's the newbie? Hello? Xinting, she agreed, I'll take her towards the venue over there now. You can get ready to help me record a wonderful video, remember to make me look beautiful. Luo Xintian lagged a few steps behind, following behind Jiang Yining and Lai Beiqing, holding his cell phone, calling Luo Xinting. Cousin is really great. Luo Xinting laughed. Luo Xintian unimpressed lightly hummed, his voice was full of complacency. Isn't it just dealing with an adopted daughter, what's so awesome about it? I listened to you and thought how powerful she was, but in the end, after being casually threatened by me, she immediately obeyed. Hearing those words, that adopted daughter couldn't even think of not listening. Isn't it because she has the Ming family as her backing that she has the capital to hook up with men? An adopted daughter, after all, sounds much better than a country village girl. Besides, the fact that third Master Mu and second young Master Lai would look twice as high at her was more or less because the Luo family supported the Ming family. That's because you're better, cousin. I've suffered a big loss at her hands, however, cousin, you still need to be more careful. You just went to watch second youngest Li play, so you didn't see it. She's a bit rusty with that movement and maneuvering, but she's definitely not a novice, don't be fooled by her. Luo Xinting admonished. Luo Xintian snorted. Cousin, have you forgotten? I'm the champion of the College Tennis League of Country F. In our country of China, except for professional players, there is no one who is my opponent at all. Country F is the birthplace of tennis, with strong players all over the place, and she, of all strong players, is the strongest of the strong. A foster daughter, learned a little tennis, okay for hooking up with men, want to beat her? Dreaming. Then cousin, you must give her some bitterness. For sister Suyi's sake. Luo Xintian paused for a moment, Suyi really left? Yeah, was pissed off. That foster daughter throws her face at Sister Suyi's kind of status, and it's impossible for her to be as shameless as that foster daughter, alas. If you teach that foster daughter a lesson, Sister Suyi will surely be very happy. Luo Xintian sniffed and narrowed her eyes. Okay, you'll send the recorded video to Soy to watch in a while to make her happy. Leave it to me. By the way, cousin, you must fight quickly, if the third master of Twilight and the second young master of Lie's side find out. Probably will step in to protect her. Twilight third master's opponent is a professional, the match will take at least another 20 minutes, as for second young master Lai. Wasn't she sidetracked by someone you found? Don't worry, 20 minutes, I can get her dead 3 times. Luo Xintian hung up the phone, his eyes coalesced walking not far in front of Jiang Yining. It wasn't hard to blame Feng Sudi for getting angry, this adopted daughter was indeed a source of fire. She dominated the third master of Muir, and even the eyes of the second youngest Lai often circled around her. Isn't it because you have a vixen's face? Wait for it. Let's see her smash that vixen face. Without that face, the Ming family probably wouldn't want an obstructive and obtrusive adopted daughter, right? In front, Li Beiqing was a bit nervous. Yining, I always feel Luo Xiantian is digging a hole for you to jump into. She said so many brain-dead words, can't be just to find a chaperone, there must be a conspiracy. I guess. It's extremely likely that she's lying when she says she's a novice, yes. Absolutely. If that was true, then she would have a chance to hurt Jiang Yining. Also, if she hurts someone, she can still shirk her responsibility by blaming the race for an accident. Jiang Yining was a beginner, so he might really get hurt. In time. The more Li Beiqing thought about it, the more worried he became. Anin, why don't we stop comparing ourselves to him? She's not qualified to meddle in the marriage contract between the Luo and Ming families at all, she was just scaring you just now. Moreover, with the marriage contract gone, Ming Qingcheng is the one who is the most nervous. It's better to let them bite the dog. Don't worry. Jiang Yining smiled, I just watched Brother Twilight play and learned quite a bit, I was just about to try it when the chaperone came. She could have learned a lot more if this man hadn't been in the way. As he spoke, he arrived at the venue chartered by Luo Xintian. It was an indoor tennis court, a bit far from Twilight's side, and it would take some time to get here. From this it can be seen that Luo Xintian must be playing bad ideas in his heart. Anin, be careful. Li Beiqing whispered. Aha! Jiang Yining took the racket and walked to the side of the tennis court. Luo Xintian looked at Jiang Yining standing there so calmly and nearly laughed. Is it better to call her stupid, or naive? Deserves to have his face smashed in. Foster daughter of the Ming family, you have to be more careful, the ball doesn't have eyes, if you get hit, don't blame me. Luo Xintian reminded with a cold smile. It was time to warn, and she did. Then, if something happened next, it wouldn't be her problem. Jiang Yining's movement of moving his wrist gave a start, lifting his eyes to look at Luo Xintian on the other side of the net. Suddenly, she just hooked her lips and smiled. Yes, Ms. Ro, please be careful too. Ha! Luo Xintian also laughed at Jiang Yining, who still didn't know how to live when he was dead to the world. You serve first, or me first? The difference to her in who served was whether Jiang Yining's face sucked 2 seconds earlier or 2 seconds later. Ms. Law first. Okay. After Luo Xintian got the ball, she upended the ball with her racket and then glanced in Jiang Yining's direction as she had already set up a preparatory maneuver. However, the face was still bland and unperturbed, not seeing the slightest bit of tension. The calmness is off-putting. Luo Xiantian suddenly slapped the tennis ball to the ground with force. The tennis ball flew to the sky with a strong rebound force. The second it fell, she quickly clasped it with her racket, and then turned the racket in a circle with the force. The tennis ball then rests firmly on the racket. Next to him, Li Beiqing saw clearly and couldn't help but curse. This kind of fancy dunking wasn't hard to play, and Li Beiqing had practiced a little bit herself and knew some. Of course, the point is, she can see that Luo Xiantian is using this style to show that she is not a novice. Without waiting for Li Beiqing to step forward and stop it, a super fast topspin serve hit Jiang Yining. And in. So fast that Li Beiqing couldn't react in time, the ball smashed at Jiang Yining's face. In the snap of a finger, it looked like the tennis ball was about to hit Jiang Yining. Luo Xintian's lip smile has not yet fully hooked. The next second, the ball sped over, smashed in the tennis court outside the white line, and then bounced to the wall, which came to a stop. Surprisingly, it didn't hit. She didn't even see how Jiang Yining dodged. Luo Xintian stared blankly at the ball that rolled back to the tennis court, his head appeared briefly blank. How is that possible? Her serve should have been 180 kilometers per hour, there's no way that foster daughter could have dodged it. Miss Luo is really still a novice, she's hitting out of bounds, but it doesn't matter, more practice will always improve. Jiang Yining picked up the ball and smiled faintly. It's my turn, oh, Miss Luo. Hearing Jiang Yining's words, Luo Xintian's brain almost exploded. So who did the foster daughter say was a novice? Chapter 141, Don't play if you can't afford it. How dare this damned adopted daughter mock her? How could she have cared about where the ball landed when all that was on her mind the second she served was to smash that disgusting piece? How dare you mock her on that basis? Luo Xintian was so angry that she gritted her teeth, staring dead at Jiang Yining's face that was lightly smiling, biting her lower lip tightly and forcing herself to calm down. Ha! This can only be complacent for so long. Just got lucky and dodged a ball. Don't think you can always get so lucky. Luo Xintian assumed a welcoming stance and stared at Jiang Yining with narrowed eyes. Jiang Yining hooked Tatsu and threw the ball high, then swung and hit a ball. The ball speed compared to the previous Luo Xantian that ball is not very fast, but the angle is quite tricky, fly straight to the backfield. Luo Xintian ran over and hit the ball back. However, because of the angle, she was not able to put any force into it and merely managed to hit the ball back. Like counting on it, Jiang Yining had already stood in advance of Luo Xintian's retaliation. After coming back for a few rounds, Luo Xantian heart hidden rise up a wrong feeling. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. To say that Jiang Yining's batting, that absolutely can't be said to be powerful. The ball speed is obviously much weaker than the professional players, batting skills are not much, so a few back and forth, the bottom has been all mastered by her. However, her hitting was so messy that it was impossible to predict what her next shot would be and from what angle it would fly. If I must say, the biggest thing wrong should be that she could never find the time to smash the face that was dangling in front of her. How is that possible? After chipping the ball back, she finally realized with hindsight that she was in a passive position, and the rhythm of the court was completely mastered by Jiang Yining. She knew that Jiang Yining was not a beginner, but how could an adopted daughter from the countryside, who had been in Deep City for less than 2 months, fight her to a draw in such a small amount of time? The realization flustered her, and in a moment of disorientation, the tennis ball sailed flat and hit the bottom line of the court from her shoulder before flying off the court. Ms. Luo, you missed another shot. Jiang Yining's voice rang out with an anger-inducing accent. However, compared to just now, Miss Luo has improved quite a bit, so it's really something to be congratulated. Outside the field, Lai Beiqing waved 2 clapping claps vigorously. Ms. Luo, go for it, yo. We're all new at this, so don't get discouraged. Don't get slipped like a dog on the next ball. The off-court viewer's perspective sees it more intuitively, and the 2 back and forths show who's on top and who's getting skated on. Ri Beiqing looked colossal. Luo Xintian's face was so red that it was going to explode, and she glared at Li Beiqing with unbearable shame and indignation. It was the first time in her entire life that she had been humiliated like this. His cheeks were on fire and about to burn as if he had been rubbed against the ground. You shut up! Li Beiqing smashed his mouth in dissatisfaction. Good intentions to cheer you up, but still ungrateful, humph. Dog slipping is great. Jiang Yining returned her smile. Luo Xantian can't be angry, mouth to mouth. Li Beiqing, it's not easy for you to sit firmly in your Li family's 1,000 gold missy position. Don't cherish it, even like a foster daughter. Private daughter is private daughter, can't get on the stage of things, is not only worthy of playing with the adopted daughter. Li Beiqing put away his smile and his face was cold. Luo Xintian, this sentence, you have the guts to say it again. Luo Xintian dare not. The moment the words were out of her mouth, she already regretted them. Regretting the impulse to dislike Lai Beiqing. Li Beiqing wasn't much of a character in the Li family, but she was Li Beiting's own sister, and saying this about her was the same as saying this about Li Beiting. When it comes to Li Beiting, things won't be so simple to muddle through. And Lai Beiting is the man she will marry in the future. Gritting her teeth, Luo Xintian put all these faults on Jiang Yining. If it wasn't for this adopted daughter causing trouble, how could she and Li Beiqing have gotten to this point? Turning his eyes, he saw Jiang Yining's face with delicate features. How could he look at it? He couldn't pick out any flaws. Every look, every expression, all of them were permeated with a kind of self-confidence. It's disgusting to the core. In her heart she desperately wanted to destroy the adopted daughter. Go on. Luo Xintian got the tennis ball and shouted angrily. Don't think you can be complacent with a 1-goal win. The tennis serve itself is a huge advantage, allowing you to control the landing of the serve, its power, and even to score directly. Moreover, it is possible to roughly judge the return route and have a head start. It had been her walking into a blind spot and not realizing it earlier that she had been held back by this adopted daughter, and now she had come back to her senses. Luo Xintian threw a high ball, her eyes staring venomously at Jiang Yining's face, her arm swinging viciously. She thought that this time she would definitely be able to hit that vixen face, but she didn't realize that her racket had only just touched the tennis ball when Jiang Yining moved. She suddenly moved to a step, gripped the racket tightly in both hands, and swung forward with precision. The next second, the tennis ball flew back at an even faster speed. Bang! Luo Xintian instantly screamed, her brain buzzed, and a fiery pain came from her shoulder. With a thud, the racket fell to the floor, and he sat down with it. Jiang Yining straightened his body and glanced toward her. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't control the landing spot, I'm going to get you a doctor. The voice was light, not half as anxious or unexpected. Sharp pain made Luo Xantian's forehead break out in cold sweat, a face pale and unattractive. Except for an initial scream, her mouth was wide open and she had been in too much pain to make any sound. The Deep Bay Resort has all the amenities, most of the people who come to play are not poor, and the medical support is even better than outside hospitals. The medical team was notified, and in less than 5 minutes, doctors and nurses arrived with medication for common sports injuries. Jiang Yining and Lai Beiqing stood a few steps away, looking in Luo Xintian's direction while whispering something. After the doctor's treatment and analgesia, Luo Xintian finally came back from the pain, and also finally had room to notice the smiles on their faces. Especially Lai Beiqing, that smile almost cracked to the back of his head. "You hit the ball on me on purpose." Luo Xintian was so angry that her face turned white and her body trembled. She had actually been bullied and humiliated like this by Jiang Yining in public. By an adopted daughter. "I'm calling the police. I'm going to sue you for willful injury. I'll never let you go." Screaming invective filled the indoor tennis court. Lai Beiqing rubbed his ears and pulled Jiang Yining back several steps, looking at Luo Xintian sarcastically. "You have to call the police for a ball game, don't play if you can't afford it." She really didn't listen to Luo Xintian's threats. The indoor tennis court has surveillance, and Jiang Yining did not make a move to intentionally injure. This level of dispute, at most, is to pay some medical expenses. You might as well lose the band-aid money and be done with it. The anger and hatred in Luo Xintian's eyes grew deeper. "Jiang Yining, you're dead. I will never let you go." Chapter 142, Doesn't Your Conscience Hurt? Cursing to the back, Luo Xintian brought out the Luo family, bluntly saying that Jiang Yining should kneel down and apologize, or else she will have to look at her. Jiang Yining ignored her shouts and waited for the doctor to take care of her injuries before stepping forward. "Doctor, how is she hurt?" Luo Xintian quarrelsome, pointing at the girl from head to foot cursing, between the words are permeated with a hate to put her to death ruthlessness. As a native of Deep City, the doctor had certainly heard of the power of the Luo family, one of the 3 most powerful families in Deep City. Even though it is a society based on the rule of law, who dares to guarantee that these big families don't have some underhanded tactics? However, seeing that this girl had a calm demeanor from start to finish, she couldn't help but look at her a few more times. "It didn't break any bones, the pain will heal in a couple days." Doctors are stationed in the sports areas of the resort and you see several of these minor injuries every day. It's not even as bad as that Luo family is yelling about. Thanks. Over there, Luo Xintian had already taken out her cell phone and dialed the number, not knowing whether she wanted to sue or call the police. The nurse beside her tried to help her up and asked if she needed to go to the restroom for a break, but she was also pushed aside with force. There was a shouting match into the phone. The content was similar to the one that scolded Jiang Yining just now. Lai Beiqing looked straight-mouthed, heart more and more despised Luo Xintian. She's the one who said play ball, she's the one who sued and cried. That's really something. In the match just now, she saw clearly that Luo Xintian's 2 serves were aimed at Jiang Yining. If not for Jiang Yining's agility in dodging, it would have been Jiang Yining who was injured. So she's only allowed to hurt Jiang Yining, and when Jiang Yining hurts her, she goes around throwing tantrums and suing for justice? What the hell kind of logic is that? From the content of Luo Xintian speaking on the phone, probably judged that she was calling her parents. Probably won't be able to leave for a while, her mom might want to come over and tear us apart. Why don't we find a place to sit? Li Beiqing said with a beat, I also need to ventilate my brother. Twilight Third Master's side should be almost finished. I think you also need to give him a message, otherwise he might be worried. Jiang Yining nodded, taking out his cell phone and debating whether to send a message or just call. After a few seconds, it was still an option to call. Just after dialing Twilight Sync's number, a cell phone suddenly rang in the indoor tennis court. Jiang Yining looked over towards the direction of the ringtone in shock, and on the second-floor viewing platform, Li Beiqing was smiling and waving at her, and beside him, Nirshin had his cell phone in his hand and was looking at her. The distance was a bit far, she couldn't see Twilight Sync's expression too well, but she had a feeling that he wasn't happy. Li Beiqing also saw them, her eyes instantly glaring, completely forgetting to fear the third master of Twilight, pointing in their direction and cursing straight away. Holy! When did these 2 guys come over? Not coming down to help, watching the show from above by themselves. Are they still men? The 2 of them came down from the second floor, and Li Beiqing smiled. Just now I was betting with Ashan when little sister Jiang would call Ashan for help. Tisk, it's only after it's all over that she calls, hey, our Ashin is completely useless, real miserable. Li Beiqing and the others approached and immediately pounced on her brother. When did you guys come over? You're just going to watch Enin get bullied? Brother, let me tell you, if Grandpa finds out that you've done this kind of thing, you're dead. Grandpa will skin you. Ri biting dodged her punches. Just came in and saw Ms. Jiang dodge the ball with her hands. Handsome, he said, giving Jiang Yining a thumbs up. As for, after Mushin saw that the ball nearly smashed into Jiang Yining's face, it was as if a layer of eerie black mist lingered around his body. It was as if he was itching to swallow the field. Even though he had long been used to seeing Twilight Chen's cold face, it still startled him for a good bit. Well, this kind of thing, he will not say it, so as not to scare Jiang little sister, turned back to the Twilight sink to him cold face. And this Luo Xingtian, I'm afraid the good days are over. Li Beiqing was so excited that he jumped straight to his feet. Good wow. You came as soon as the show started, but you've been hiding to watch the show. Doesn't your conscience hurt, brother? No, do you still have a conscience? This is not to see that little sister Jiang can handle it. Li Biting laughed. The later matches are not even close to the professional matches, but Jiang Yining's skills can be a sight to behold. Moreover, her fighting style was very similar to Murshin's, especially in her footwork, which was almost exactly the same. It hadn't been long since he had learned it, and he was able to apply it to real combat, a talent that no ordinary person could achieve. Li Biting was becoming more and more interested in Jiang Yining. A few people are talking in the corner. Luo Xingtian scolded tired Jiang Yining, turned back to look. People froze. Second youngest Lai. You're here. Speaking was interrupted. Several people looked over in unison, only to see Luo Xingtian covering her shoulder and stumbling over. She took 2 sharp breaths and pointed at Jiang Yining's nose, saying angrily, Second young Master Lai, don't be fooled by this woman's appearance. She just loves to pretend to be soft in front of men. I don't know how fierce she looked when she hit me with the tennis ball just now. My wound is still hot and painful. Ri Biting glanced at her and didn't answer. Luo Xingtian thought he didn't believe it, and dragged out the words he had just scolded Jiang Yining and said them again. I've heard these words 3 times now, and surprisingly, they don't come with a change. Li Beiqing couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Yining, moreover, is she stupid? My brother and Master Mir-san they all watched the whole thing, and without knowing anything, they just came up to sue, not cannon fodder. She's a little embarrassed. At that moment, Twilight Sink took a step forward. Enough said? Jiang Yining looked at Murshin. This time she could be sure that he was just upset. There wasn't much expression on Twilight Chen's handsome face, but that cold, deep voice sent chills down one's spine for no reason. Only then did Luo Xingtian see the man whose figure was blocked by Li Biting. That handsome face was like frozen frost, with cold phoenix eyes and frowning brows. Being stared at by such a Twilight Third Master, Luo Xingtian's heart trembled. Having time to defend herself, her feet softened and she knelt on. Having practiced fighting for almost 3 years, she was confident in her reaction time, in her own right. However, seeing the look on Twilight's face, she didn't dare to say the words out loud. Chapter 143 Apologizing to Jiang Yining. Having been spoiled, the party had no interest in continuing the fun. It was nearing evening, so it was almost time to have dinner and send people back. Walking out of the tennis court, Jiang Yining looked back with some reluctance. In fact, it is quite fun, and the way that Twilight Chen plays ball is also quite handsome, and it also lets her learn a lot. It just kept getting interrupted and not giving her a chance to watch in peace. As she was thinking, a large hand pressed against the top of her hair. Next time you fight your brother, there's a reward for winning. Jiang Yining looked up, but saw that the man beside her was looking at her, his gaze carrying a few moments of doting. He took her hand, too warm to ignore. Good. Li Biting didn't follow the two out. Looking at sitting on the ground, face pale like lost soul Luo Xingtian, he just cold eyes swept through, heart did not have any fluctuation. For what she just did on the field, getting hit by a ball was a mild downfall. Noticing his line of sight, Luo Xingtian slowly raised his head, his eyes touched Li Biting, and his pale face was instantly filled with hope. Ri Ershao. Ri Biting opened his mouth to interrupt her. Within 3 days, personally go over to apologize to Miss Jiang and ask her to forgive you. Of course, it's up to you to listen or not, I'm just suggesting. Murshin looked like he was no longer pursuing the matter, but that was only in the way of Jiang Yining's presence. Besides, on the surface, Jiang Yining had already begged for himself, and there seemed to be no need to dwell on it. But that doesn't mean that Twilight will do nothing afterward. And he wouldn't just watch the girl get bullied and do nothing. Before Luo Xianting instructed the driver to give Jiang Yining trips, after Luo Xiantian blatantly bullied to Jiang Yining's head. This Luo family hadn't given the sisters the upbringing they deserved, and there was always some price to pay. Upon hearing this from Li Biting, Luo Xintian's face instantly changed drastically. I don't want to. Why am I the one apologizing to that shameless adopted daughter? I'm the one who's been injured now. She should be the one to apologize to me if she wants to apologize. Li Biting waved his hand impatiently. Don't give me reasons, I don't care to hear them. I said it's only a suggestion, it's up to you whether you listen or not, and you'll suffer the consequences. It was still because the Lai family and the Luo family had so little business dealings that he had kindly suggested it. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Luo Xintian struggled to get up, the anger on her face itching to tear Jiang Yining into pieces. Not only would she not apologize, she wanted Jiang Yining to kneel down and apologize to her. Yes, she had the idea of smashing Jiang Yining's face, but others didn't know what was going on in her head. What's out in the open now is that Jiang Yining injured her and ran off with a man without apologizing. Damn, really think you can run away? So what if Master Twilight 3 protects her? Can Master Twilight 3 still meddle in other people's family matters? Li Biting swept her a glance, and in that scowling face, he probably guessed what she was thinking. If he wanted someone to die, he couldn't stop them. That's all there is to it. Gone. At that moment, he greeted his foolish sister and turned to leave. Oh. Li Beiqing was in a good mood, took her brother's arm and headed out. Brother, can you ask the venue to pull up the surveillance? I want to enjoy Enin's heroic pose again. Well, I'll ask later. Li Biting answered. Tuning monitoring is a given. The outgoing teacher has to be known, whether it's used later or not. Shortly after the two had left, Luo Xinting walked in through another small door. Seeing Luo Xintian alone, standing frozen on the tennis court, he skimmed his mouth and cursed uselessness. And they say they're champions, but it turns out they can't even handle a countrywoman. Really stupid. Heart 10,000 dislikes, face pretends to know nothing, walks to Luo Xiantian's side, smiles and asks. Cousin, is it over already? When Luo Xintian saw her, she instantly remembered a more important thing. Delete the video for me. Definitely don't keep such a humiliating video. Why? Luo Xinting paused, then jawed her eyes wide and looked at her with some disbelief. Cousin. Did you lose? I didn't lose. Luo Xiantian retorted with chagrin, it was that who used dirty tricks to dig a hole for me to jump into. She even hit me with a ball. Long ago through the network to see the real-time situation, Luo Xinting heart to this useless cousin more and more contempt. Such a good opportunity, but it was still escaped by Jiang Yining. I don't know when the next opportunity will be. Cousin, I told you long ago, Jiang Yining is a very scheming person. Forget it, it is useless to talk about this now. Where are you hurt? Let me send you to the hospital? Saying that, Luo Xinting reached out her hand to help her. Luo Xintian, however, did not appreciate it and pushed her hand away. Not going to the hospital. After my mom comes over, I'm going to the Ming family. I want that lowly adopted daughter to kneel down and apologize to me. She had told her parents everything that had just happened. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a man to protect you? Once the house is closed, she'll see which man can save her. Luo Xinting was silent for a moment. Cousin, I think it's better to forget about it? Jiang Yining came over with third Master Mir and the Lai siblings this time, and with them backing her up, there's nothing we can do to take her down, and we might even suffer a loss. Luo Xintian snorted coldly as if she heard some joke. Are you kidding me? You're just going to let it go? I've never been bullied like this in my entire life. If I don't get rid of Jiang Yining, I won't be able to swallow my breath. As for Li Biting's warning, she completely threw it out of her mind. Luo Xinting did not persuade any further. She was also looking forward to Luo Xintian's success. Even if it doesn't work, the one who suffers is only Luo Xintian, and she just needs to stand back and watch the show. However, what did not expect is that the two did not wait for Luo Xiantian's mother, but instead came Luo Xiantian's father, Luo Xianting's uncle's phone call. Get your ass home immediately. That was all he said, and he hung up. Luo Xintian was confused. There was no time to ask any questions, and all that was left was a beep in my ear. The only thing we know is that her father was very angry. It was the first time he had spoken to her in such an angry voice. The voice of the phone was not outgoing, but Luo Xinting also clearly heard her eldest uncle's angry scolding. Looking at Luo Xintian's shocked and skeptical expression, Luo Xinting frowned. Cousin, could it be that third master Muir or second young master Lai said something to eldest uncle first? Did second young master Lai say anything to you just now? Luo Xintian didn't notice the subtle lurch in Luo Xinting's words, but Luo Xinting reminded her of the fact that Lai Biting wanted her to apologize to Jiang Yining. For a moment, her face became very ugly. Jiang Yining, in the end, what virtue and ability, actually let Li Biting for her to do this point. ING Vixen. Chapter 144. I like it a lot. After dinner, she parted ways with the Lai siblings, with Twilightshan sending her back to the Ming household. Twilight was probably busy, her cell phone had rung several times since dinner, and it hadn't been long since she got in the car before the call came again. In the carriage was his low, indifferent voice, speaking fluent German. Jiang Yining deliberately did not listen carefully, but he could still hear some work-related content. Perhaps it was inconvenient to talk for 2 or 3 minutes and then he hung up. After that, there was a silence in the carriage. With only 2 people in an excessively quiet space, the atmosphere rose up a couple of awkward moments. This is the legendary cold open, isn't it? In the past, when I stayed with my family, even if I didn't talk, I wouldn't feel this way, and now that I was in a room with Ming's family, I felt even less so. Jiang Yining was thinking about what to say when Murenshan suddenly spoke. Want some music? Jiang Yining was slightly stunned and hurriedly replied, good. Twilight reached out and turned on the player, and a soothing piece of music slowly flowed out. A familiar piano piece, especially for Jiang Yining. It was a tune she wrote not 2 years after she first learned music, and then her teacher secretly took it and published it. It was also the lead single from her first record under the name Aining. Surprisingly, Twilight had listened to it as well, and it was still in the car's player. The piece, as it stands, sounds very young, with several points of articulation that are a bit flawed. It made her inexplicably ashamed. Jiang Yining clenched the hand resting on his leg and spoke in as calm a voice as possible. Can we change the song? Twilight sank her head slightly sideways and swept her a glance without saying anything, reaching out to change the song. It's still by Aining, and it's still on that record. Jiang Yining. What if I'm so ashamed that I want to die a death? Do you want to change it again? What if the next song is still her debut? Just as she was hesitating, Twilight's low voice slowly sounded, you don't like him? The color of his voice rippled between them, but it sounded gentle. Jiang Yining's clear eyes flashed slightly, looking sideways out the car window to hide her embarrassment. No, I don't hate. Brother Corey, do you like her work a lot? She certainly didn't hate herself, she was just embarrassed and ashamed. These in particular are still her early works that exist, with many unsatisfactory places. If he knew. Jiang Yining's brain instantly floated 4 words, the scene of social death. So many years ago, why would Twilight still put the tune in the car player? Twilight Sing chuckled softly, I like it, especially these early ones, they're very soulful. Jiang Yining's ears inexplicably turned red. There was an illusion. As if Twilight Sing was saying that he liked horror. It was amazing that she had this shameful delusion. Peach Blossom flickered from side to side, finally choosing to change the subject to escape this strange atmosphere. Brother Corey, who won that game this afternoon? Karinai gave her a sideways glance and smiled. The way Ning was so shy, it almost made me think Ning was Ning. Jiang Yining's pair of peach blossom eyes rounded, nearly choking on the air he had inhaled. Subconsciously opened his mouth. Corey brother, could it be that you lost and that's why you're running away from the topic? When he finished, he was immediately distracted. Backwards and forwards, that's what she's like now, isn't it? It's too much, Jiang Yining spat at herself in her heart. Twilight raised an eyebrow. Ning, not a little bold, even daring to flirt with me? Jiang Yining straightened his back and pretended to be calm. Nope. I'm not. Twilightshan was not angry, her thin lips were slightly hooked in a smile. So, Ning is thinking I lost? Jiang Yining paused for a moment. At the time she followed Luo Xintian out of the spectator stand, Twilight Sinking was 1 goal behind her opponent. The first ball she and Luo Xintian started playing, Murenshan and Li Biting came over. That would be, he interrupted the game when he realized she had left. She pursed her lips and pondered for a moment, then took out her own cell phone, untied a somewhat aged cell phone cord hanging from it, and handed it over towards Muren. Brother Corey, for you. Twilight didn't pick it up, sweeping her face sideways before her eyes turned back to the front. What's with the sudden idea of getting me a present? Because Brother Kure competed with someone, winning was supposed to be a reward. Don't be discouraged if you lose, we'll just try harder next time. Twilight mute. He had said pretty much the same thing not long ago in order to give the little girl a present. I didn't expect the little girl to live and learn and give it all back to him. Ryoga burst out laughing with sudden pleasure. Why is Ning so cute? He said, glancing again toward the little girl's still outstretched palm. On it was a very plain 2-strand red cord strung with 2 thumb-sized, smoothly polished, ink-colored stones. It's not eye-catching, it's not even a trinket. Jiang Yining noticed his gaze and subconsciously explained. These 2 stones were picked up when I was a child, although they are not valuable, but they have accompanied me for some years. Why don't I'll turn around and pick out a gift for you. Why is she suddenly stupid? I can't believe you had a brain fart and gave something away? It's an important item to her, something meaningful, but it's not to anyone else. She was about to take her hand back when a black cell phone was placed in her hand. Help me, hang on. Jiang Yining froze, holding Murinshin's cell phone without making a move. What? Ning wants to back out of the delivery? Not at all. Jiang Yining retorted with some chagrin. Then, with his hands, he snapped the red string to Twilight's cell phone. Twilight Shin swept a glance and reached out to take back the phone. Thank you, Ning Ning, brother likes it a lot. Loved. Jiang Yining felt his heart moving badly. It was only after a long time that he answered, you're welcome. The soothing piano music was left in the compartment, and no one spoke, but it no longer felt awkward. It wasn't until the car drove into the villa area where the Ming family was located that Murinshin opened his mouth once more. Brother won the contest and Ning gave me a present. Jiang Yining didn't understand what he meant by saying this all of a sudden, and heard him continue again. Ning also won the contest, so brother should also give Ning a gift. Said Jiang Yining against Luo Xintian that, not really a match. It didn't even hit a few balls, and the goal wasn't to win or lose. Jiang Enin. You are happy. Twilight Sinker tilted her body slightly to the side, making a show of listening. Does Ning have something she wants? Looking at that handsome side face, Jiang Yining blinked and said softly. Brother Kore, I don't have anything I want right now, can I wait until I think of something before I tell you either? That was almost like asking him for a blank check. Twilight Shin smiled lowly, her thin lips slightly opened. Could be. Chapter 145. Why not? Jiang Yining refused to let Murinshin send her back, watching his car disappear into the darkness before she turned around and stepped onto the steps in front of the Ming family's villa. For the first time, I didn't get bored looking at the exquisitely carved solid wood door in front of me. Mood. And a little bit better. Ringing the doorbell and ignoring the maid's glare, she stepped inside. As she passed the living room, Ming Chenkong called out to her. Enin, back? Are you feeling better? Jiang Yining narrowed his peach blossom eyes and glanced in Yi Tang's direction. At this time in the Ming family's living room, a family of 3 was sitting there neatly. The 3 were dressed very formally, they should have just returned not long ago. Since she said that Ji Tong could make excuses, she didn't say anything, so she answered with a Your mom said you suffered too much in the countryside and your stomach couldn't accept the fine grains of the big city, that's why you're not used to it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some coarse grains for you. Jiang Yining managed her facial expression and smiled indifferently. It's okay, I'm used to it. Ming Chenkong looked amiable. I've asked the kitchen to make something suitable for you to eat starting tomorrow, so take your time with the transition. Well, I'm going to my room first. Jiang Yining responded and prepared to leave. Ming Chenkong called out to her. Don't yet, it's rare for the family to be all together, Enin, come and sit down, let's have a chat. Jiang Yining was silent for a moment, but still stepped into the living room and sat down in the corner of the sofa. Ming Chenkong actually didn't have anything to say to Jiang Yining, he just simply felt that since everyone was there, naturally he couldn't leave Jiang Yining out. It would also be good to talk to the strange daughter on a personal level once in a while to increase the sense of belonging in her home. When Jiang Yining sat down, he said something else about Ming Qingqing's master worship banquet. Speaking of this, Ming Chenkong looked very happy. Not only did Shin Songyin promise to organize a worship banquet in 49 City, he also promised to introduce his contacts in 49 City to the Ming family. This would be a great help for the Ming family to make friends with the powerful and influential people of 49 City and to advance into 49 City in the future. If it was Shang Merlin, he wouldn't necessarily have given such a promise. These were connections that the Luo family couldn't even give to him. The more Ming Chenkong looked at Ming Qingcheng, the more he felt that she was a good daughter of the Ming family. Yi Tang was also very happy and complimented Ming Qingcheng every now and then. Jiang Yining resisted the urge to yawn and blinked her eyes rapidly a few times, blinking back the tears that were about to be trapped. After a half day of walking around the resort's attractions in the afternoon, taking tennis lessons, and having a match with someone, she was actually a little tired now. Listening to all this chatter that had nothing to do with her, no doubt doubled this sleepiness. Around the time he had said enough, Ming Qingkong's excitement subsided a bit and he glanced in Jiang Yining's direction. The hospital where Enin went to get her health adjusted is Runha, right? Jiang Yining had been distracted, and when she heard Ming Chenkong call her name, she slowed down by half a beat before raising her head and casually answering. Right. It's said that Runha has a god doctor. Someone on Master Li's side has already confirmed that he was very sick that day, and when he was sent to the hospital, he was already dying, and it was all because of that god doctor that he saved him. Yining, you've been there so many times, have you ever seen the god doctor? Suddenly mentioning the topic of the hospital, Yi Tang sheepishly glared at Jiang Yining and snatched. And how can a divine doctor be seen casually? Ming Chenkong thought about it and felt that her words made sense, his tone full of regret. It's also true that I don't know how many people are now squeezing their heads to see that divine doctor, and they didn't get to see him, and that big young man of the Lai family searched for the hospital for so long, and in the end, he didn't see him either. Isn't it just a doctor who's a little bit better? Why do you suddenly want to see him? Yi Tang snapped, it's not like anyone in our family is sick. Ming Chenkong gave her a blank look, why not? Our mom has been convalescing in our country for 3 to 4 years, but she hasn't seen any results. If there is really a miracle doctor, I should invite him over to give our mom a look, right? Hey, look at my memory. Yi Tang gently slapped her forehead, yes, if that godly doctor from Runha can really cure it, then mom can go back to China. Some years ago, Ming's old lady's wine-induced migraines were very serious, and she had searched all the hospitals in her family and seen many famous doctors, but she did not see any relief. Instead, it became more and more serious, and she almost could not get out of bed a year before she left the country. Finally, on the advice of a doctor, it was eased by a trip to a country with a climate suitable for recuperation. But the old lady still suffered from headaches all these years. Ming Qingqing's eyes lit up with joy at his words. Grandma can go home? Ming Chenkong shook his head. It's still uncertain, we have to find out if that divine doctor really has that skill first, and there's no telling which of the rumors out there are true and which are false, they all have to be found out first. Your grandmother is too old to come back and run around. Ming Qingcheng immediately revealed a disappointed look. I didn't get to visit my grandma in this summer, and I'm busy with my senior year studies, so I probably won't be able to see my grandma until winter break, and I miss her a little. Ming Chenkong laughed happily. Your grandmother really didn't love you for nothing. Don't worry, I'm already investigating. Your uncle Luo's family is also investigating that godly doctor. I believe it won't take long to find out. If that godly doctor is really as godly as the rumors say, your grandma will be able to come home to live. That would be great. Ming Qingcheng once again revealed a sweet smile, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept towards Jiang Yining. By the way, sister hasn't met grandma yet. Our grandma is very nice and amiable. Oh. Especially to us, the younger generation, if you meet her, you will definitely like grandma as well. Jiang Yining raised her peach blossom eyes and let out an "oh" with a smile. So deliberately, saying this to her, did she believe it or not? However, what the truth really was, Jiang Yining didn't care. Maybe she left the Ming family before that old lady returned home. After a few more moments of talking about the divine doctor, the time was nearing 10 o'clock, and Ming Chenkong took the lead in stopping the conversation and stood up. It's also late, all of you go back and rest. Tomorrow Monday, Qingcheng and Enin still have classes. Ming Qingcheng responded obediently, but said, I'll practice the piano for another half hour. Well, okay, but don't tire yourself out. Ming Chenkong nodded his head with a pleased face, and after a pause, he added, Atone, you also go and find a piano teacher for Yining tomorrow, and cultivate her properly. He felt that Jiang Yining's talent shouldn't be low, just practicing for a few days and getting the certificate from the Tone Association back was enough to explain everything. A high level of talent might make up for a late start. Anyway, most of the resources invested in Ming Qingcheng before could be reused. Why not train a second Ming Qingcheng without spending a lot more money, perhaps? Chapter 146 Loop Play. Yi Tong opened his mouth, but in the end, he just let out a hum. She had seen Jiang Yining's zither skills last night, and she didn't know how much the Yi family had done behind her back in the past 2 years, so where did she need to worry about it? Ming Chenkong didn't notice the strange looks between his wife and daughter, and walked out of the living room with another admonition to rest early. Ah, right. Walking to the door of the living room, he suddenly stopped. Next Saturday is Elder Lai's birthday banquet. You guys have to prepare well. If you still lack any accessories, hurry up and prepare them. Don't procrastinate until the end of the day when your hands are full. Yi Tang answered, don't worry, it's all ready. Jiang Yining narrowed his peach blossom eyes, but was reminded by Ming Chunkang. Without having contacted Elder Lai before, she hadn't thought of sending a birthday gift, and since she had seen him, it was only right that she should prepare a birthday gift for the old man. She thought as she slowly got up and prepared to go to her room. Ming Qingcheng followed closely behind her. Sister, shall we go together? Jiang Yining ignored her. There was only one way back to the room, yet they deliberately said to walk together. Who knew what this Miss Ming family wanted to do again? Today, I talked to Mr. Shen about things, and Mr. Shen said a lot about the piano. It's a shame that my sister didn't come along. Ming Qingcheng said tentatively, however, sister's side should also be quite wonderful, right? Jiang Yining's footsteps slightly paused, and he gave her a sidelong glance. What do you want to ask? Ming Qingcheng sighed softly, sister, why do you have to do this? Mom and Dad really want us to love each other. Jiang Yining didn't want to talk. Who would fall in love with someone who steals from them? She's not stupid yet. I know how you feel, and after that night at the clubhouse, I've also been wanting to talk to you again. Ming Qingcheng suddenly grabbed a step and stopped Jiang Yining. Can I? About those 3 songs. Jiang Yining looked at her. Ming Qingcheng pushed open the door of the nearby piano room and made a gesture of invitation. Now that her worship had been finalized, and the relationship between the 3 compositions in Jiang Yining had to be resolved. It is an established fact, and an absolutely unshakable one, that 3 of the tunes are hers. From this moment on, she was already Shen Sonin's disciple. Her reputation in the music industry will grow and go higher. No matter how much Jiang Yining made a fuss, no one would believe her. Everyone would only think that it was because Jiang Yining was red in the eyes that she created rumors and slanders, pulling her down from the altar. However, Ming Qingcheng still hoped in her heart that she would not be tainted by half. Even if it's just a little rumor, it's best not to have one. It won't take up a lot of your time. Last night Yi Tang, tonight Ming Qingcheng, mother and daughter took turns. It was quite interesting. Jiang Yining walked in. Ming Qingcheng locked the door and walked straight to the piano, gently stroking it. Sister, this piano was customized by the most famous piano smith in MUSA after I showed my talent for piano, and it has my name engraved on it, and I've won countless big and small competitions with this piano in the past few years. Oh yeah, the attic on the 3rd floor is specially used to place my awards and trophies. Sister has been in the Ming family for so long, you haven't visited it yet, right? Tomorrow, I'll take you. Long-winded but unfocused, listening to Jiang Yining's headache, he spoke out to interrupt her. What the hell are you trying to say? Ming Qingcheng smiled somewhat helplessly. Sister, I want you to understand that those 3 songs became mine to own, the best place for them to go, and that only my talent is worthy of owning them. The implication is that in Jiang Yining's hands, the tune will only be spoiled. Jiang Yining. First reaction, should she laugh, or should she be angry? Second reaction, it's a good thing the teacher isn't here. I don't know how many state curses would be spit out if the teacher heard that. It was the third reaction that answered Ming Qingcheng. I still say, be nice and suffer the consequences. Ming Qingcheng's eyebrows moved slightly, her heart vaguely disturbed by the indifference on Jiang Yining's face. Every time she spoke to Jiang Yining and got feedback, it was a million miles away from what she expected. Surprisingly, she was somewhat unable to guess whether Jiang Yining's reaction was a stunt, or whether she had really left something behind. No, 9 times out of 10 it's a stunt. There was no way for Jiang Yining to take the score from her hands, and other than saying those words, there was nothing he could do at all. What's more, she already didn't know how many times she had investigated and confirmed that those 3 scores had never been released to the public, nor had they ever been registered. With 1,000 thoughts turning inside, Ming Qingcheng smiled sweetly, her eyes staring tightly at Jiang Yining. With that statement, sister, you agree with me? Jiang Yining shrugged his shoulders, as long as you're happy. There is no point in talking too much. Then I hope that you, sister, will promise me to forget the existence of those 3 scores from this moment now. Okay. Jiang Yining responded carelessly, can I go now? Receiving her accurate reply, Ming Qingcheng's mood instantly cleared up. Sure thing, sis, have a good dream. Jiang Yining turned around and left the piano room. The second before the door to the piano room closed, Ming Qingcheng quickly and swiftly said, Sister, I truly think of you as a sister. There was a click and the door to the room blocked the two from each other. Jiang Yining. It had to be said that having resisted so many things Ming Qingqing said, this last sentence still managed to disgust her. According to Ming Qingqing's approach and thoughts, the person who was her sister was probably having the bad luck of 800 lifetimes. Forget it. She had almost seen what would happen to Ming Qingqing, so why should she bother? Returned to the room, washed and changed into pajamas and got ready for bed. Her eyes fell to the desk, where she had casually put down her cell phone. What should have been a red string pendant is now a bare cell phone. Somewhat uncomfortable. Retracting his eyes, he lay down on the bed. Perhaps it was the amount of walking and exercise that made me tired but a bit exhilarated. As soon as I closed my eyes, my mind surprisingly started replaying some of the daytime scenes over and over again. For example, the way Twilight Sink helped her pick out her gym clothes, the way Twilight Sink squatted down to check her shoelaces, the way Twilight Sink held her hand and swung the racket, the way Twilight Sink promised her a blank check. Countless images intersected. Obviously catching up on sleep. More than a month at the same table, this is the first time to see Jiang Yining. Li Beiqing was a little surprised, but he didn't wake her up. Jiang Yining slept right through all of her morning classes. A few classes were about the test papers done last week, and a few classroom teachers didn't wake her up when they saw her, turning a blind eye and letting her sleep it off. It wasn't until the morning school bell rang that Li Beiqing woke her up. "Anan, school's over, oh? Let's go eat?" After a few seconds, Jiang Yining slowly straightened his body. The varsity jacket slid off, revealing her sleepy face, blinking in bewilderment. "What?" Li Beiqing laughed out with a pft. "Anan, why are you so cute?" Although he had known that Jiang Yining's nature was not as high and cold as it appeared, he would never show such a confused look in front of people. The strong contrast makes the girl look so cute that her heart will go soft. Jiang Yining was still in a bit of a trance, not knowing what she was laughing at. Li Beiqing resisted the urge to pounce on him and rub a meal, and cared. "Anan, didn't you get any rest yesterday? Even if it's a key class, it's still noisy as it should be, and it's amazing that you can sleep so much in the classroom." Upon closer inspection, one could also see a faint auburn color under her eyes. The look, probably stayed up all night. Is a bit. Li Beiqing came to her ear. "Could it be that after we parted ways, Master Twilight 3 gave you a hard time?" The 3 words Master Kure-san acted like a switch, instantly turning on a loop of memories that she had managed to suppress. "It's on the brain again." Jiang Yining. Seeing her expression, Li Beiqing thought he had guessed correctly and was a bit incredulous. "It can't be true, can it? Master Kure-san doesn't look like that kind of person, yeah, he's not quite." Jiang Yining hurriedly interrupted her. "Nah. I was just a little late brushing up. I brushed up on 2 sets of competition papers last night before I went to bed." Li Beiqing sniffed and looked at Jiang Yining with admiration. Talent and hard work go hand in hand with schoolboy. Really deserves to be on top. Jiang Yining lost his smile and looked at the electronic wall clock above the blackboard. It was already past 12. "Go eat." Before the words were finished, the cell phone she had thrown in the belly of the table suddenly vibrated. Glancing apologetically at Li Beiqing, she reached out and took out her cell phone, and the caller ID on it instantly made her body stiffen. "Mr. Twilight." Jiang Yining hesitated for 2 seconds, but still picked up. "Brother Kure? Awake?" Jiang Yining was shocked, as if he had been struck by lightning, and 5 words popped into his mind. "How does he know?" Hearing no answer, Twilight prodded. "Ning? Did you, Brother Kure, install a monitor in Cade?" She wanted to ask that, but reason told her that Kurenai wouldn't do something so boring. "Ha!" Twilight-chan laughed lowly, as if guessing her thoughts, and said, "Your homeroom teacher told me that you were a little off today, sleeping through 4 whole periods, so he asked me to come over here to talk about your situation. As Ning Ning knows, I'm your guardian at school." Jiang Yining. This suffocating operation. Mr. Han. She had never been to school before, but she knew that under normal circumstances, the homeroom teacher wouldn't just call the parents like that. Unexpectedly, the first time I went to school, I experienced the fear of inviting parents in a sensational way. "Kure brother. You still in school?" Twilight Sink responded. "Well, I just finished talking to your homeroom teacher about you and stopped by to see you for lunch. Is that convenient?" Seems to make sense. But on Mr. Han's side, it feels like it needs to be communicated. Jiang Yining. Convenient. Come down when you wake up, I'm in front of your school building. Oh. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yining didn't move to look over toward Lai Beiqing. "Enin, since you have something to do, I won't eat with you." Saying that, Li Beiqing waved his hand, not waiting for Zhang Yining to speak, grabbed the phone and ran. As soon as Zhang Yining picked up the phone and said the first word, Lai Beiqing knew who the caller was. Looking again at the way the girl looked over, no words were needed, fleeing was the right thing to do. Her brother wasn't there, she said nothing to accompany Zhang Yining. Can't blame her for not being righteous, it's really that the third master of Twilight always carries a scary feeling. Without her brother beside her to strengthen her courage, she wouldn't dare to eat with the third master of Twilight. Zhang Yining cried and laughed as she watched Li Beiqing run out of the classroom, and only resigned herself to meeting up with me. It just occurred to me last night before I went to bed that I hadn't done my homework for the weekend. Stayed up late to catch up on homework? Right. Looking at the little girl's shyness and full of emptiness, Nirshan's thin lips slightly hooked and did not break her down. "It's all my brother's fault, next time I will wait for you to finish your homework, then I will take you to play again." Twilightshan rubbed the girl's hair. "Let's go eat first." Oh. Zhang Yining followed his footsteps all the way out of the school entrance and turned toward the back street without stopping. This direction. She couldn't help but ask out, "Brother Twilight, where are we going for lunch?" She thought he'd go to a restaurant downtown. "Your teacher said that the back street of Jiada is the snack street, go there." Nirshan said carelessly. "To the tuck shop?" Perhaps Zhang Yining's tone was too surprised, and Nirshan raised his eyebrows. "What? You don't want to go there? Good boy, make do for now, it's closer there, you'll have more time at noon to sleep a little more." Chapter 148 The Greatest Luck. Zhang Yining wasn't disliking the small food street. In the past month or so since school started, she was taken by a few close classmates and ate lunch and dinner either in the school cafeteria or settled in the snack street. Rather, the small food street is a bit out of place with the atmosphere of the Twilight Sink. However, Twilight Sink looked like she had already made her decision, so she had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. The two of them walked for 5 minutes and came to the snack street. The street connects old residential neighborhoods where cars can't drive in, and the road isn't exactly spacious, with various snack bars opening up on both sides of the street. Students in Guardian uniforms can be seen everywhere on the street and the store is very busy at lunchtime. Occasionally, you can pass by one of the snack bars and smell the very tantalizing aroma of a meal. "What would you like to eat, Brother Kure?" Zhang Yining in this Jiada also stayed for more than a month, barely a native, naturally want to do some of the landlord. "Does Ning have a recommendation?" I have not eaten much, next to this Haiching cuisine taste good, also a little ahead, there is a seafood casserole kanji can be, by the way, the street that Guangfu dim sum, I also quite like. Zhang Yining's own tastes were picky, and he would hardly set foot in a store that was heavy. The students around her knew that she was there because of her health, and they were happy to accommodate her, and there were nearly 2/3 of the stores in the small food street that she had never been to. So which one would Ning prefer? Do I choose? Well. Zhang Yining turned his head to look around while pondering which one would be better to take Twilight Sink to eat. It's better to pick a home that looks like a better environment. Careful. Twilight suddenly spoke, and immediately afterward, the sound of a motorcycle's engine could be heard whistling. Zhang Yining was so full of thoughts about eating a family that she didn't have time to react before she felt her arms tighten, and the person had been pulled by a tensile force. Her head slammed into Twilight Sink's arms, and the light and refreshing scent of sinking water hit her. Zhang Yining was dazed by the impact, his brain buzzing. The sound of the engine came from far and near, and then from near and far, whistling all the way, drawing a lot of gasps and curses from passers-by. "Can you stand still?" A cold and deep voice rang in his ears, vaguely carrying a bit of coldness. Zhang Yining blushed slightly and nodded. "Can, sorry, just got carried away." Kurenai carefully let go of her and watched her stand firm before withdrawing her hand. "You go inside." Oh. Zhang Yining had just lost his face, how could he dare to say no, lowered his head and obediently walked to the inner side. After walking for a while, Nirshan pulled Zhang Yining back. "Just this one." It was the seafood casserole kanji that Zhang Yining had just mentioned. The environment was also nice, and with 2 tables of female students from Guardian sitting inside, it wasn't too noisy. Good. Zhang Yining nodded. The two walked in and found a corner seat by the window. The menu at the small store is simple, listing only a few types of casserole kanji and then dividing the choices into 3 different prices according to portion size. "Brother Kure, what would you like to eat?" "For the 2 of us, a medium pot with 2 snacks should be enough." Jiang Yining handed over the menu, speaking quite experiencedly. Twilight didn't pick it up, a smile on her lips. Ning to have some. Jiang Yining ordered a mixed seafood kanji, and 2 snacks that he had eaten before and felt good about, and after glancing towards Mukin to make sure he had no objections, he placed his order. The man across from her picked up the hot tea water and scalded the cups and cutlery, evened out the set and placed it in front of her, then poured her another glass of water. He lowered his eyes and moved very naturally. Even the rough cutlery seemed to become refined when it fell into his hands. He really doesn't mind eating at places like this. Jiang Yining was still in a bit of disbelief. That third master Kure, who she had stayed in the countryside and could hear about his rearing deeds, had such a down-to-earth side. What? Is there something on my brother's face? Jiang Yining then realized with a shock that she had been staring at his face for too long. Lifting his cup, he took a disguised sip. Nope. I just got a little carried away thinking about things. Twilight sighed softly, this way ah. I thought Ning liked to see her brother's face. Boom, Jiang Yining's face nearly exploded. Brother Kure, don't seek my pleasure. Saying this, only Jiang Yining herself knew that she was quite vain in her heart. Twilight Chen watched the little girl blow up in a pitiful and cute manner. If she teased the little girl again she would probably run away, so she smiled and changed the topic. It's dangerous to wander off on the road, you know? Speaking of what happened just now, she remembered that Twilight seemed to be a bit angry at the time. And indeed, it was her fault. Oh. Jiang Yining responded with some shame, I'll pay attention next time. As he spoke, the ordered casserole kanji and snacks were brought up. Jiang Yining was about to extend his hand when Miranchen took a step faster and picked up the spoon. Sit down. He quickly scooped up a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of her, be careful it's hot. And then, it's your turn to get your share. Jiang Yining watched his movements. How could there be such a perfect man, with such good looks, such a family, such a style, such a breeding, such a gentleness? As if the best words in the world could be embodied in his body. It's so perfect that it makes your heart tremble. Meeting him was the biggest blessing she'd had since coming to Deep City. Qingcheng, isn't that adopted daughter of yours? Who is the man sitting opposite her? Sun Xiaoya excitedly pulled on Ming Qingcheng's coat. How does this adopted daughter keep traitorous luck? Adopted by the Ming family, and through Ming Qingcheng's relationship, she was warmly entertained by Shang Meilin, and now she was even sitting at dinner with a big handsome guy who was a handsome mess. Needless to say, this big handsome guy must have been another one she had recognized using the Ming family's network of connections. She had known Ming Qingcheng for almost 6 years, how come she had never been treated like this? A country woman, TSK. Ming Qingcheng looked over in the direction she was pointing, and immediately her breath caught, almost unable to believe her eyes. How could Third Master Mir be in such a place, eating with Jiang Yining? A certain truth that cries out. It's not impossible to coax Master Kure-san to marry her, and I'll let her formally recognize her ancestor. What Ming Chenkong had said suddenly hit her brain. At this moment, Ming Qingcheng felt that she was about to be driven crazy by Jiang Yining. The anger and hatred in his heart frantically grew and overflowed. Every time, always, just when she thought she could stand taller and more securely, this woman would run out and deal her a fatal blow. Jiang Yining. Why don't you go to hell? Qingcheng? Why don't you say anything? Sun Xiaoya saw that Ming Qingcheng didn't have much of a reaction and felt bored. Hey! I say, Qingcheng, your family is too good to this adopted daughter. What kind of good resources and connections are you just letting her get away with? Master Shang's side is also, this man is also. He must be the son of a rich family, right? He's got such a great demeanor, it's such a waste to sit next to your adopted daughter. Chapter 149 Be careful when making friends. Ming Qingcheng's eyes flickered, but she finally pressed on. Let's go back to school. As long as calmly think about it, as far as Jiang Yining exhausted all means to climb the twilight sinking, in the end, at most, can only be a plaything. With the status of the Mir family, with Mirshan's status, how could he marry an adopted daughter? The day she was still the eldest lady of the Ming family, Jiang Yining would never be able to turn over a new leaf. Moreover, how could there be a lack of women around a character like Twilight Sink? To Jiang Yining, it was just a fresh picture. There's nothing to worry about. Sun Xiaoya was stunned. Going back just like that? That foster daughter. You do not care? In fact, she had some hope in her heart. She hoped that Ming Qingcheng would take her there, and then in the meantime, let her get to know the man. She looked over a little obsessively. From such a distance, all felt that the man was not only good-looking, but also very elegant. The simple act of eating is 100 times more elegant than the stars on TV. Even if you can't have anything with him, at least recognize it. What if? A flash of contempt and disgust flashed in the depths of Ming Qingqing's eyes, but on her face, she let out a light sigh. Although I am her sister, but in the end there is no blood relationship, there are many things. Not to say, let us go back. Sun Xiaoya reluctantly looked over in the direction of Jiang Yining and the handsome man. Halfway through the morning, still somewhat undeterred, he opened his mouth to ask. Qingcheng, which family is that man from? The ringtone of the cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Sun Xiaoya's words. Ming Qingcheng took her cell phone out of her pocket and looked at the screen. It's Luo Xinting's call. Hello? Xin Ting, you went back to school? On the other side of the cell phone, Luo Xinting didn't know what she said. Ming Qingqing's face was first slightly surprised, then she smiled faintly. Of course, I'll come over here, you guys wait for me there for 10 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Ming Qingqing apologized to Sun Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I have something to do, I have to leave first, you go back to school by yourself, is that okay? After asking, and without waiting for Sun Xiaoya to answer, he turned around and walked quickly in the direction of the street. Sun Xiaoya stood in place, looking at Ming Qingqing's back, and then at the man who made her heart flutter. I don't know when I'll see him again next time. Hesitating for a long time, Sun Xiaoya walked towards the casserole porridge store. After finishing the meal, Twilight Sink picked up the bill and got up to check out. Ha! Enin, you're eating here too. I should have known we'd be together. A voice of somewhat exaggerated surprise interjected. Jiang Yining raised her head to see the visitor, and for a moment she was somewhat speechless. Usually always adoptive daughter shouting, speak lofty people, suddenly become amiable, does she herself not feel strange? She wouldn't believe it herself if she said there were no attempts. Over there, Sun Xiaoya greeted Jiang Yining familiarly, and then, as if she had just seen someone sitting across from her, she let out a startled cry again. Enin, is this your friend? Jiang Yining looked at her and didn't say anything. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, and in her heart, she hated Jiang Yining a little. What's the point of answering? How can a mountain village girl have such a big face and want to monopolize a handsome man? After a few belly laughs, Sun Xiaoya had a brighter smile on her face and extended her hand towards Mukin. I'm Enin's classmate, sir, I haven't seen you before? Could it be that you're a teacher from the 3rd middle school next door? Nirshin didn't even give her a look, and went straight towards Jiang Yining to extend his palm. Ning, don't dawdle, let's go. Ha? Oh. Jiang Yining froze, subconsciously placing his hand on Twilight's palm. The man's warm and powerful palm easily wrapped her slender hand around it, and with a smooth pull, Jiang Yining stood up from the chair. With the bill in one hand, Twilight Shen led her with the other, heading for the cash register. Be careful when making friends, don't just talk to random people, you'll learn the hard way, okay? Jiang Yining retorted, I'm the one who didn't talk to messy people. The man came over to touch himself, so why should it be any of her business? Then be good. After walking several steps, Jiang Yining realized that the two were still holding hands. The moment it was discovered, all the sensations in the hand felt like they were suddenly magnified. The ironing temperature, different from the touch of a girl's skin, made her heart skip a beat. She jerked slightly harder, failing to pull her hand back. Twilight had no intention of letting go. Brother Kure, I can walk by myself. Twilight raised her eyebrows slightly, gripping her hand a little tighter and looking at her sideways. Ning has been wandering off and staring today, is she not feeling well? Shall I take it to you to see the doctor? Jiang Yining froze and immediately refused. No need. I'm a doctor myself. I'm fine. Twilight Sink leaned in a little closer, smirking. Well, isn't there a saying that a doctor can't help himself? The low, diffuse tone rose slightly because of the pleasantness, like a hook, hooking the heart and not letting go. Jiang Yining was dumbfounded, suddenly unable to find words to refute him, only feeling the tips of her ears rolling. A glance at Twilight's angle showed the white neck red and dripping with blood. Large swaths of light scarlet spread, reddening the girl's cheeks at the base of her ears. In the end, Jiang Yining still defended, that means a big illness. If you have a small cold, you can just take some cold medicine and drink some hot water and you'll be cured. So, in the end, Nirshin still didn't let go of her hand, holding her hand to settle the bill, walking out of the snack bar and sending her all the way back to school. Sun Xiaoya was pissed off at being ignored through and through. On the other hand, Ming Qingcheng came to the dessert store that he agreed with Luo Xinting. Once he went in, the first thing he saw was not Luo Xinting, but a mature and intellectual beauty. She looked much more flavorful compared to the youthful 17 or 18-year-old girls like them. Hair permed with delicate fluffy curls, deep V-necked beige dress with flattering lines, very revealing. Coming. Luo Xinting stood up and waved at her. Xin Ting. Ming Qingcheng smiled as she approached, her eyes falling on the flavorful beauty. Luo Xin Ting smiled and introduced, Qingcheng, let me introduce to you, this is the eldest miss of the Feng family of the 49 cities, Feng Sui. Sister Sui, this is the one I mentioned to you, my brother's betrothed, Ming Qingcheng. Feng Sui smiled amicably and extended her right hand. Ms. Ming, nice to meet you. Ming Qingcheng shook it up and said with a smile, Sister Sui. Can I follow Xin Ting and call you Sister Sui? Sure. Sister Sui, you can just call me Qingcheng. I've heard Xin Ting mention you a few times and know that you're a beautiful big sister. I didn't expect that Sister Sui is even better looking in real life than I imagined. People like to hear good words, and Feng Sui was no exception. Hearing Ming Qingcheng's compliments, the pleasure on her face intensified. Sweet mouth. Luo Xin Ting smiled, alright, let's sit down and talk. Qingcheng, I ordered your favorite Yang Jigan Luo for you. Chapter 150 not even qualified to be a plaything. Thank you Xin Ting, you know me best. Ming Qingcheng smiled and thanked her. The three of them sat down, casually chatted about common girl talk, and soon became acquainted. Luo Xin Ting gently pushed the barely drunk fruit tea away and glanced towards Ming Qingcheng. Qingcheng, I heard my father say that you have decided to take Shin Songyin as your teacher? When is the master worship banquet scheduled? Be sure to invite me then. Shin Songyin? Feng Sui slightly revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect Qingcheng to be able to worship Master Shin as a teacher. His fame in the 49 cities is second only to Master Shang, and he is a recognized music expert. She couldn't help but look at Ming Qingcheng a few more times. In normal times, she would never put a small local family like the Ming family in her eyes, much less waste her time on them. If it wasn't for that shameless adopted daughter, how could she have condescended to come here and befriend the daughter of a small family she couldn't see eye to eye with? However, Ming Qingcheng was Shin Songyin's disciple, then everything would have to be said differently. Most of the celebrities and powerful people like to attach themselves to elegance. Shin Songyin has won numerous domestic and international awards. In addition to Shang Meilin, he is undoubtedly the most sought-after artists of the celebrities and powerful people. Based on the fact that Ming Qingcheng was Shin Songyin's disciple alone, it was worth her friendship. It was worth the trip, no matter what. Yeah. Qingcheng's piano is amazing, or Master Shin took the initiative to put down his stature and come over to Qingcheng. Luo Xinting laughed. Feng Sui that sentence second only to deeply pierce the heart of Ming Qingcheng, face immovable smile angry Luo Xinting a glance. Xin Ting, I'm not that great la, you made me embarrassed. Alright, don't be modest, this is your strength. Luo Xin Ting urged, you haven't said anything about the arrangements for worshipping the master. Ming Qingcheng smiled and briefly gave her a word about the fact that he would go to 49 City to organize a worship banquet. To 49 City? Not only Luo Xinting, even Feng Sui was taken aback. From this, it could be seen how much Shin Songyin was attached to Ming Qingcheng as her disciple, and agreeing to hold a worship banquet in 49 City, that was a treatment that neither of Shin Songyin's two previous disciples had. Well, when the time comes, if Sister Sui is also in 49 City, please be sure to visit. Feng Sui smiled and nodded her head. Qingcheng is willing to invite me, that's a given. The three of them chatted some more about the master worship banquet, and Feng Sui recommended Ming Qingcheng the 7-star hotel under the Phoenix family. Originally, normal banquets had to be booked half a year in advance, but since you called me Sister Sui, I couldn't go without a little gesture. A flash of excitement flashed across Ming Qingcheng's eyes. This is undoubtedly the proof that she has made friends with Feng Sui. Her position in the Ming family had solidified another point. Thank you, Sui-san. Feng Sui picked up the cup and lightly sipped the tea. What's the point of being polite? I also didn't expect to meet such a talented friend in Deep City, but... Ming Qingcheng looked over with some confusion. I met that adopted sister of yours before I met you, expecting to come out of a family of her caliber that couldn't produce much talent. Luo Xin Ting sneered. My parents have been saying for a long time that they shouldn't let that adopted daughter in the house, and look. She's only been here for less than 2 months. And she's got the ability to ruin the Ming family's reputation, and even drag Qingcheng into it. Ming Qingcheng shook his head bitterly. I can't blame my mom and dad, they're helpless. My mom's been exhausted for the past 2 months over my sister, and she'd like to send her back to the country, but my grandmother sighed. As she said that, she realized that she had said something about her family that she shouldn't have, and she quickly stopped her mouth. With a light sigh, Ming Qingcheng pulled the topic back. Sorry to let you guys hear these boring things, just now Suyi's sister you said. Did my sister do something rude? I apologize to you on her behalf, Sister Suyi, she just came to the big city from the countryside, there are a lot of things she doesn't understand yet. Luo Xin Ting glared at her. You're going to apologize for her at a time like this? Do you know what disgusting things that adopted daughter of your family has done? Who in 49 City doesn't know that Sister Suyi and Master Mursan have known each other since childhood and are one of Master Mursan's few friends, so isn't it normal to see each other and catch up on old times? That adopted daughter of your family even went behind the back of the third Master of the Twilight, to Sui's sister said a lot of unpleasant words. I don't know who gave her the guts. This. Ming Qingcheng looked at Feng Suyi with a difficult face and saw that she did not deny it. Even, one could still see the love that more or less showed on Feng Suyi's face when he mentioned the third Master of Mu. Ming Qingcheng couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. Luo Xinting's words, Feng Suyi's performance, undoubtedly corroborated her thoughts. Just like the kind of thing she thought, Master Kure-san was surrounded by many admirers from noble families. Jiang Yining, who is she to compete with Feng Suyi? Still don't know how to die and offend Feng Suyi so hard that she doesn't even have the qualifications to be a plaything. Forget it, I already know that adopted daughter's behavior has nothing to do with the Ming family, and I shouldn't have magnified her arrogance to the family level. After all, your family has only adopted her for a short while. Feng Suyi said in a generous manner. Hearing this, Ming Qingcheng also roughly guessed Feng Suyi's purpose of finding her in front of her through Luo Xingting. After thinking about it, she spoke, no matter what, she is a member of our Ming family, and after doing this kind of thing, our family also has the responsibility to control her. I will mention this incident to my parents. It was also just the right time to use this incident to test Yi Tang. I don't know what the two actually talked about in private, but in the past 2 days Yi Tang's attitude towards Jiang Yining changed drastically. Not only did she let Jiang Yining fool around outside, but she also helped her find an excuse to hide from Ming Qingkang. This ungraspable unknown made her uneasy. It's best if your parents can manage, it's okay if they can't, I'll just discipline for them. Feng Suyi sneered. Luo Xianting nodded her head in agreement, her eyes turned around twice, and she proposed with a bad smile. It just so happens that the weekend is Elder Lai's birthday banquet, when all the celebrities in Deep City will attend. Wouldn't that be a great opportunity to let that adopted daughter feel what a true gentry is? Meh. Feng Wangi laughed and didn't answer. However, both Ming Qingcheng and Luo Xinting could see that she already had an idea. The three of them sat in the dessert store until it was time for guards' afternoon classes, and then they dispersed. On the way back to the classroom, Ming Qingcheng called Yi Tang and mentioned what Jiang Yining did to Feng Suyi. Yi Tang's side was silent for almost a minute. I know, I'll talk to Enin. There was some anger in the tone, but not at all to the extent she had expected. No, not even a tenth of that. Ming Qingcheng frowned and added, Mom, don't be angry, sister, she should just not know the identity of Miss Feng. Qingcheng, you have a good class, don't worry about Enin, Mom will take care of it. Chapter 151, Finding Dr. 1. The first class in the afternoon was Han Xuanzhi's physics. Seeing him walk into the classroom, for the first time, Jiang Yining had a feeling that she couldn't look directly at him. Han Frostbite, presumably sensing the sight of her, grinned at her as he came in and put down his textbook. Then, sweeping his gaze around the classroom, he spoke in a lofty tone. I've got good news and bad news here, which one do you want to hear first? The following group of students looked at each other for a moment, and then listened to the good news first, listened to the bad news, listened to a piece. Han Shuangdia waited for everyone to yell for a while before hanging his tone and saying, let me say the good news first, so that you guys can have fun for a while. This year's October mini holiday, we don't make up any classes, we take 7 days off. As soon as the words left his mouth, the class exploded with a loud wow. A miracle from heaven. I remember we didn't have 7 days of vacation in our first year of high school either. I didn't realize the school had done one. I think it's something to do with the education policy of the other day, definitely not conscience. Han Frostbite listened to the wind and touched his nose and coughed lightly, interrupting everyone. Well, there's bad news, not really news, it's bound to come around this time of year. Yes, it's the monthly exams, set for Thursday and Friday of this week, and I purposely didn't tell you guys until after the weekend. Isn't that nice of me to do that to you? The focus class crowd, frustrated with how happy they were just now, was pouring out cheers at Han Frostbite. Hate exams and hate the rankings after them even more. Because rankings determine their quality of life for the month ahead. Han Frostbite laughed abominably. The results will be announced after the vacation. You can still enjoy the vacation. Well, now I'll give you the key points of this exam. 90% of the questions will be this range, all grasp it, the results will not be bad. Soon the focus group crowd was engaged in learning. At the end of a lesson, Han Shuangdiao called Meng Jingqing up before leaving the classroom. Meng and I will go get the test papers for the competition improvement class. As soon as Han Frostbite walked out of the classroom, the class was a mass of complaints. The scope of this monthly exam is so damn anticlimactic. Why didn't Han scratch in all 3 years of physics? Is it fun to leave out that little bit of content? It is said that this monthly exam is held according to the standard of last year's high school exam questions, which is also considered our first high school mapping. Panic. Concentric panic +1. 3 days to go, can we hold some of this? Your clasp is not as thick as the 2 big men in our class. Everyone, except for a few people who were usually at the top of their studies, were crying and clutching their books and chewing on them. Even Lai Beiqing, who has always disliked doing homework and reading books, also collected his heart and resigned himself to reading books with great diligence, and occasionally encountered what he did not know and directly asked Zhang Yining next to him. Zhang Yining had just finished teaching her a question when a test paper densely filled with questions was placed in front of her. As soon as he looked up, he saw Meng Jingqing standing in the aisle with a cool demeanor. Mr. Han told you to do it before school. The corners of Zhang Yining's mouth twitched, and she had the urge to crumple the test paper into a ball and smash it into Han Shuangshi's face. We haven't even settled the call the parents score yet. After enduring and enduring, I finally thought it was time to be generous and let it go. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. The boy on the other side of the aisle, also a member of the improvement class, let out a strange cry when he heard Meng Jingqing's words. Han has gone too far. The questions in this paper all require a lot of calculations, and it's impossible to finish them in 2 periods of self-study. There's other general coursework too. Meng Jingqing turned sideways and looked at the boy. Everyone else just do the first 2 questions. The boy let out a huge sigh of relief. Oh. Scared the hell out of me. Big brother Jiang and big brother Meng, you guys go for it. Those who can do more will do more. You're the hope of our competition team. The corners of Zhang Yining's mouth twitched again, deeply feeling the difference in treatment. The questions on the paper didn't look too hard, and could be done in 1 session, so for the sake of honoring her teacher, she obliged. Well, I'll turn it in before school. Aha! Ming Qingcheng in the front row also got the test paper, looked at the questions, and was in a terrible mood. The first question covered a lot of points that she hadn't had time to assimilate, and was more than a little more difficult than the preliminary round. She didn't even want to look at those titles going forward. With the monthly exams coming up and the competition classes raising the bar at a time like this, she didn't have the time to do both if she wanted to. The idea of retreating had just sprung to life when a movement came from behind her, causing her to feel a hard pang in her heart. It can't be returned. It didn't make sense that Zhang Yining would be able to do it while she couldn't. In the next few days, the atmosphere of learning was obviously much stronger, and everyone's attitude towards the monthly exam was much more positive than the last quiz. Later, Zhang Yining heard from Lai Beiqing that the monthly exams were to be counted in the usual grades and then converted into credits at the end of the semester, and the credits would affect the evaluation on the graduation certificate. She was attending school for the first time and expressed quite a bit of interest in the bending of the rules. The monthly exams are coming up on Thursday, and the Wednesday night enhancement class is still on time. Then, on Thursday morning, Guardian's monthly exams officially began. Lai family residence, a corner of the side hall. Lai Zhenyu was half lying on the sofa chair with a lack of interest. Say, what's the news? Underling Chen hired him, young master, we've found out the true nature of Dr. Irwin. What? Lai Zhenyu sat up violently, who is it? Bring her here. Chen Hai looked hesitant and squeaked, this. Are you dumb? Hurry up and go bring me someone. Impatient, Lai Zhenyu reached out and kicked him. There are only 2 days left before the dead old man's birthday banquet, time is running out, and he still dares to give him a drag, looking for death. Youngest, why don't you watch a video first? Chen Hai narrowly stabilized himself, took out his cell phone, and cupped his hands over to Lai Jinyu. What are you looking at? The video was already playing on his phone screen, and he cursed, still looking over with downcast eyes. On the video, it was a young red-haired man straddling a motorcycle, talking to a teenage girl, filmed a little too far away to record the two talking. A dozen seconds later, the young girl sat behind the red-haired young man and the motorcycle went on its way. End of video. What are you showing me this for? Ri Jinyu finished the video but had no idea what the video was trying to say. Chen Hai gave him a cautious look. That young girl up there, maybe she's Dr. . What? Lai Jinyu froze, then snatched his phone and tapped the replay button on the screen to re-watch the video. This time, he didn't take his eyes off the young girl's face in the video the entire time. Chapter 152 Growing Up as He Wishes. In the middle of the day, Lai Jinyu threw away his cell phone. I don't have a lot of time left, don't just take any random person and put me off. The young girl on the video, still in her school uniform. That school uniform, he recognized it too. Isn't Li Beiqing wearing that school uniform in front of Master Li every day? A high school student, a miracle healer? Lai Jinyu was desperate and crazy to find out Dr. Wen, but he wasn't really crazy enough to think that a high school student was capable of much. Chen Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The thoughts of everyone who participated in the survey were the same as Lai Jinyu's. Almost no one dared to believe that the girl in the video was the Dr. Wen they had been looking for half a month. That young girl is too young. With any more medical talent, healing takes experience. Young master, we confirmed with Dr. Li, and he flatly confirmed that the young girl was the Dr. When he had met, and we also checked that the young girl's last name was Zhang, which matched his initial statement, so he should not have lied to us. Lai Jinyu's brows were furrowed to death, and after a long time, he extended his hand. Show me her profile. Chen Hai hurriedly handed over the information he had prepared long ago. There is only one sheet of A4 paper and the content space is only 1/3 of the A4 paper. Before Lai Jinyu could look at it, his anger rushed up first. Such a little thing, what are you asking me to look at? Where did you study medicine? What are your accomplishments? What people have you treated? Won't you check? With only a few lines of information, what can be discerned? Check, can't check. Chen Hai took a half step back with a terrified look on his face. Lai Jinyu exploded with anger. What are you doing? You're of no use at all. A dog can watch my door, what can you do? Chen Hai lowered his head and dared to speak. After a few curses, Lai Jinyu ground his teeth and focused his attention on the piece of A4 paper. Very simple profile, just name, age, and family. The Ming family? Lai Jinyu froze for a moment. She's the foster daughter of the Ming family who just adopted back? He had also heard a little about the Ming family's fanfare and banquet to publicly announce the adoption of a girl from the countryside the other day. It's a joke talk in celebrity circles. Clans with a little bit of brains will not do this kind of thankless thing, or even get into a mess. Chen Hai hurriedly responded, yes. It's her. If we know who it is, how come the information is so little? Lai Jinyu slapped down the A4 paper with force. We all know which family she's from, and we can't find anything out here? Does he raise losers? Then again, no wonder the Ming family had adopted her despite all the ridicule. Who wouldn't want to hold such a treasure in their hands in a hurry? Chen Hai looked at his face and probably guessed what he was thinking, so he said. The Ming family's side hid the girl's matter very tightly, biting the bullet and saying to the outside world that they had a destiny with the girl before adopting her. Other than that, it was impossible to ask anything, and we didn't dare to pursue the matter too closely. Lai Jinyu fell silent, staring down at the few lines on the A4 paper and fell into deep thought. Chen Hai waited for a while, but didn't see him giving orders. Big young man, so now? Still want to invite her over? It is still too arbitrary to conclude that she is Dr. Wen based on the empty words of an incompetent doctor and the fact that the girl had a little contact with the Sunrise crew. It would be bad if he married her and the real Dr. Wen showed up. That adopted daughter is a good deal. Just pay some money and leave. However, when the time comes, the real Dr. Wen dislikes his second marriage, it will be a problem. He will probably still be ridiculed by the group of people in the circle of celebrities for marrying an adopted daughter. This is a risk he cannot afford to take. Had to make sure she was authentic first. Continue the investigation first. Also, send someone to keep an eye on that adopted daughter, and report any movement to me immediately. Yes, Major. Chen Hai led the way. Li Jianyu slowly reclined back into the sofa chair and held up the A4 sheet of paper. On it, a picture of that adopted daughter is printed, a little clearer than the videos. The young girl had a very beautiful face, her eyebrows and features were beautiful and delicate beyond words, her face had little expression and was peaceful and quiet. The glistening white skin and black hair, left out of the world, gave a unique and lonely charm. Quite good looking. Li Jianyu muttered, with this look, even if it's not DR1, it's still possible to have some fun with her. Having just conveyed Li Jianyu's order, Chen Hai came back to hear him muttering to himself. He thought for a moment, stepped forward, and suggested in a low voice. Young master, the day after tomorrow's birthday banquet, the Ming family also has an invitation. This adopted daughter should attend along with her. Perhaps you can try to make contact first, and also personally try to find out if she is DR1 or not. Li Jianyu puffed and laughed out loud, reaching out and pointing at Chen Hai. Chen Hai, you finally said something human. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Li Jianyu's line of sight tuned back to the A4 paper photo, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the girl's looks were grown according to his heart. If she was Dr. Wine, he would have married her more willingly. On Friday afternoon, a cheer erupted from the ringing cadet as the 2-day monthly exams came to an end, followed by, well, a full 7-day mini vacation. The whole school is indulging in the joy of vacation. Turning in your papers means the start of your vacation. As for grades, whatever. Let's play through the 7 days first. Enan, I'll have my brother pick you up tomorrow? Lai Beiqing emptied his school bag as usual, not even bringing home a single pen. No need. Jiang Yining refused. Having Ri Biting specially come over to pick her up, not to mention what kind of storm it would cause in the Ming family, the people outside would probably throw their attention on her as well. It's too high profile. She doesn't like it. Fine. Ri Beiqing was a little disappointed. Jiang Yining watched her pack her book bag in 3 tries, hesitated, but still said, at the rate you're catching up on your homework, you probably won't be able to finish your small vacation homework all day. Lai Beiqing's face twisted as he moved. Enan, you're reminding me of some not-so-pleasant past. I guess so. In the middle of the day, Lai Beiqing resolutely picked up his empty school bag. No, I'd rather not bring it, the last 3 days of vacation are going to my family's boys' showcase, remember? With the first few days of vacation sure to be fun and the last 3 days scheduled, where would she find the time to do her homework? Jiang Yining. Okay, as long as you're happy. Because the vacation was approaching, Han Shuangshi was also sensible, and after a few long words of safety during the vacation, he announced the dismissal of the school. The anxious boys instantly dispersed, most of them in a flurry, but the girls were not in a hurry, and walked slowly, in pairs, out of the room. Jiang San. As she passed the podium, Han Frostbite called out to her. Jiang Yining stopped and looked over. Then, a stack of rolls was handed to her. This is a set of questions, take some time during your vacation to work on it, and if you can, use the easiest and most understandable solution. Chapter 153, Staying in the Top 5. His purpose was so clear that Jiang Yining couldn't fool herself even if she wanted to pretend to be confused. Mr. Han, you. Han Shuangshi waved her hand repeatedly. Student Jiang, don't misunderstand, the teacher is definitely not letting you do the problem because your solution is simple and clear for everyone to see and understand, in order to save time. Teacher is optimistic about you, thinks you're a good seedling, and wants to focus on cultivating you. Jiang Yining looked at him speechlessly, which said that he was too weak to fight himself. Mr. Han, I haven't said anything yet. Han Shuangdo laughed twice and waved at her. Teacher is afraid you'll misunderstand. Alright, take the rolls and hurry home. Happy vacation. Jiang Yining didn't move, looking at him with rounded peach blossom eyes. So what? Jiang student, just this once? It's not easy for the teacher to guess and dismantle the questions. Come back after vacation and treat you to a big meal, okay? Han Shuangdio said, and spread his hands again. Anyway, how the paper has to be done, Jiang student, just do it a little bit in advance. Jiang Yining and didn't know whether to laugh or. Oh, you're asking me? Jiang Yining slightly sideways, I don't know. You. Yi Tong suppressed his anger, forget it. The carriage was silent for a while. Yi Tang looked at the girl sitting quietly in front of him, unable to see her face. Just looking at it, seemingly well behaved, but when he opened his mouth he looked like a hedgehog full of thorns, unable to communicate at all. But, there weren't many chances for the two to sit alone together like this, and there were some things that she had to talk to Jiang Yining about. After brewing in his heart for a while, Yi Tong took a deep breath and instructed the driver to get off the car and go to see Missy. Annan, you met the eldest Miss Foam from 49 City last weekend, didn't you? Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Not surprised that she would know, but surprised that she would hold off asking until now. With Luo Xingting and Ming Qingqing's relationship, it was only right to think that she should have complained to Yi Tang on that day. Yes. Yi Tang gritted his teeth. You do remember what you promised me that night, don't you? It wasn't hard to hear the hidden warning in her voice. Jiang Yining let out a light laugh. Has Miss Feng ever found her way in front of Mrs. Ming or Mr. Ming to say that I'm not? Yedong pursed his lips. Of course Feng Suyi hadn't found her before, otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until now to open this mouth with Jiang Yining. Or, the Feng family has shown their dissatisfaction to the Ming family and made a move against them? Yi Tong still could only remain silent. Jiang Yining's voice was flat and waveless, since none of. You want to say anything? Yi Tang Xin was furious, but there was nothing he could do about her. At this time, the door of the trunk was pulled open, and Ming Qingqing drilled in. Mom! When Yi Tang saw Ming Qingqing's face, his heart inexplicably relaxed. That's her daughter. She reached out and ruffled the wind-blown hair on Ming Qingqing's cheeks and asked with a smile. School's over. How was the test? As the words fell, the expression on Ming Qingqing's face faded a bit. It felt about the same as usual, but I didn't get the answers right, so I don't know how the test went yet. Yi Tong nodded, then it should be the same as usual, and Mom would be happy to stay in the top 5. Although Guardian is a private school and the teaching content tends to be internationalized, the teaching facilities and quality of teaching are not inferior to that of City No. 1 middle school at all, and the promotion rate is very high every year. Staying in the top 5 in Guardian's key classes gives you a choice of almost every major college in the country. Aha! The car went quiet. Half an hour later, the group returned to the Ming household. Ming Chenkong arrives home unexpectedly early and makes quite a bit of noise on the living room. On the living room, unpacking a floor of boxes and crash foam, 2 servants stood in the middle of the center living room, one holding a carved stone ink stone screen, the other holding up an ink painting. Ming Chenkong stood in front of the 2 men, stroking his chin and observing the artwork on the hands of the 2 servants. When he saw the 3 return, he waved. All come over to see, which one do you think is better? Ming Chenkong pointed to the carved stone ink stone screen. This is the work of the sculptor Tang Qishan old gentleman. The ink stone screen is engraved on the screen is exactly the cypress tree standing crane picture. There is a wish for longevity. Next to the painting is Yao Shuigan Yao's old gentleman's early works. The 8 immortals hold longevity. The symbolism is also good. Although neither Tang Qishan nor Yao Shuigan were the most top-notch and famous art masters, it was enough according to the not-so-sparing relationship between the Ming and Lai families. How did you get 2? Yi Tang walked over and asked casually. Ming Chenkong smiled, isn't it our mom's birthday soon? Her old man also loves to play with some ancient paintings and curiosities, so I simply asked someone to get 2 pieces, one for elderly, and one for our mom to keep. Mom, leave the painting for Grandma. Ming Qingcheng spoke up. I remember that she had already collected a small screen the year before and was loving it. She probably couldn't look at any other works. This way. Ming Chenkong got a measure of it as soon as he heard it. Alright, I know what to do. Afterward, the crowd was directed to clean up the living room. Be careful, don't break the painting or the ink screen, and put the painting away in the collection room for now. Jiang Yining just glanced at the living room before going up to the 2nd floor and returning to his room. I had just closed the door to my room when my cell phone vibrated. She paused and tapped to connect. Twilight's low voice came over. How did Ning do on her exams? The immediacy of being watched closely by parents for grades. The corners of Jiang Yining's lips rose slightly. Not bad. That's good. Twilight laughed lowly. What is Ning Ning going to arrange for her vacation? Chapter 154. There's no such thing as the wrong person. Tomorrow, I have to go to attend the birthday banquet of Elder Lai. There is no arrangement for these latter days, and then the last 3 days of the vacation. May go to a trip to sea country. To country sea? Twilight gave a start, then asked back, to watch your brother compete? Jiang Yining was a bit surprised that he knew just by saying a location. Brother Kure. Likes motorcycles too? Twilight sank with a hum. No wonder. How can you possibly pay attention to when and where motorcycles race if you don't like it? Jiang Yining thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Brother Kure, do you want to come along? I have extra tickets. Although the roll of tickets were all given to the three of them, Lai Beiqing, however, there should still be extra on Jiang Yishuan's side. Twilight Shen laughed, his voice low and lazy. Yeah. The two of them chatted for a while before someone outside the door knocked on Jiang Yining's door, asking her to go down for dinner. Twilight heard the commotion. Time for dinner? Aha! Hang on then. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yining squeezed her cell phone, pulled up Jiang Yishuan's number, and sent him a message. Brother 5, I'm going over to watch your final and exhibition matches. Without waiting for Jiang Yishuan's reply, she threw down her cell phone and went downstairs. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat lively. Those who were honored to be invited to Elder Li's birthday banquet were all well-known figures in Deep City. On top of that, there will be no shortage of big names coming from out of town. After all, before Elder Li retired, not to mention Deep City, even in the entire country of China, he had a voice. Even after retiring for more than 10 years, his prestige and connections have not diminished by half. With Elder Li, the Li family was able to sit firmly at the top of the powerful families in Deep City, and the Luo family, and the weaker Zhang family, were unable to shake the Li family by half a point. Although the Ming family has been in the ascendancy for the past 2 or 3 years, this is the first time that they have been invited by the Li family. Ming Chengkong attaches great importance to it. This was the first step for the Li family to recognize the strength of the Ming family, and there was absolutely no room for error. After instructing a few things to pay attention to, Ming Chengkong's gaze fell on Jiang Yining, who was quietly and obediently eating her meal. Enin, follow your mom and sister tomorrow, don't go off on your own without permission, okay? He still remembered the family banquet where he had just picked up Jiang Yining and returned, but he had just walked away for a few minutes and made such a big commotion. He could only consider himself unlucky for smashing his lapidary vase. These must never be played out again in the Lai household. He could only hope that Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng would keep an eye on him and not let Jiang Yining lose her face to someone else's house. Jiang Yining's hand holding the chopsticks lurched, lifting his peach blossom eyes and letting out a vague syllable. Ming Chengkong didn't hear whether it was a hum or a humph, but he assumed that Jiang Yining had already heard the words. I've got an appointment with a stylist to come to your door tomorrow, so get yourselves ready. The conversation continued until the end of the meal, and Jiang Yining put down her dishes, not really interested in what they were saying, so she said so and got up to go back to her room. Just in time, her cell phone, which she had casually tossed on the bed, rang. Should Jiang Yishuan's reply? Walking over and picking it up, there was a red dot labeled on the top left corner of the messaging app showing 99 plus unread messages. Jiang Yining. She knew that with her fifth brother's character, how could he give her only one reply? Clicked on it and browsed it at random. The first dozens of messages are all tone-deaf expressions of how excited he is, with no real meaning. After the excitement, he sent a string of questions about when he was leaving, had he booked his flight and wine, was he alone, etc. Finally her eyes rested on the latest message. Fifth brother, tell me about the departure time, I'll arrange it for you, the hotel is one with our fleet, and I'll buy the airfare for you. Jiang Yining sighed softly. No, I'll just get it myself, I'm going with a friend. After a pause, he added. Brother 5, give me the name of the hotel. Although Jiang Yishuan was a bit dissatisfied that his own sister wouldn't let him help, basically he wouldn't refuse Jiang Yining's request. Sent the name of the hotel and a solemn voice. When the time comes, I'll pick you up. Jiang Yining could only respond. The siblings then chatted about a few family matters, and when she learned that Jiang Yishuan still had to train, she took the initiative to end the chat. Fifth brother, train well, I'll stop by in a few days and bring you some homemade injury medicine. Ning. You really do love fifth brother the most in your heart. Those other assholes could only come in behind him. Jiang Yining was helpless and didn't bother to pick up his childish words, and threw the phone away straight away. Of course, she wouldn't tell him that those injury pills were actually made in passing when she was preparing the chi-nourishing pill for Elder Li as a birthday gift. Grabbed his clothes and walked into the bathroom. Took a shower and walked out in his pajamas, rubbing his wet hair as he did so. Gathering up her hair, she took out the pills of nourishing energy that she had made and put in a bottle 2 days ago, found a suitable box for them, and put them on the table. Without much fancy packaging, as long as Master Li believed in her, this was the best gift she could give. With that she turned and walked over to the closet and pulled open the door. It was quite a bit more voluminous than when she first came to the Ming household, and it was full of clothes that she liked and that were appropriate for her to wear. Her eyes swept over the dresses, and in the next instant, the focus of her eyes snapped to a couple of Combs' homecoming collection gowns. She didn't even need to take the gowns down to inspect them to see that one of them had an obvious tear at the shoulder, half hanging in the closet. Several other sets have visible damage. Jiang Yining took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. This is the second time. The room was unlocked and a maid came in every day to clean it. After the last time Zhao Shuoxian rummaged through her personal belongings, she kept her important things with her. There wasn't a lot of stuff, and the important items she'd brought over to this house had gone from 3 to 2. She could never have imagined that the Ming family could still go after clothes. How much does this hate her? Her eyes swept over the ruined gowns once more and she sneered. Hanging gowns this side of the closet, which she normally wouldn't open. Didn't use on her either. Destroying the gown so obviously was probably just an attempt to make it impossible for her to find a suitable gown temporarily and thus not be able to attend Elder Lai's birthday banquet, right? Childish. But it also showed her who the people who would do it were. Jiang Yining took the gown down and went straight out of the room, walking over to Ming Chenkang and Yi Tang's room and lifting her hand to knock on the door. A moment later, the door to the room was opened and a slightly concerned voice came through. Why don't you take a break in? Yi Tang did not expect that the one who came over to knock on the door would be Jiang Yining, and was immediately stunned. Seeing her icy face, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Before the question could leave her mouth, she noticed the clothes the girl was clutching in her hands. Clothes with signs of damage. Yi Tang's face went white. Jiang Yining's eyes had been watching her closely, taking in the subtle changes in the expression on her face. It seems that you know, then I have not found the wrong person. Chapter 155. Let's leave it at that. At those words, Yi Tang's already pale face became even paler. Yes, she had the dress broken. At that time, the idea was also simple, for fear that Jiang Yining would embarrass her, so she did not want Jiang Yining to get involved with the celebrity circle. But at that time, she didn't know that Jiang Yining had been secretly groomed by the Yi family, much less that this biological daughter would have the guts to threaten her. If Jiang Yining makes a scene now. What happened? At that moment, Ming Chenkang's voice came from behind him, and immediately afterward, he was seen walking out wrapped in his robe. Things were operated by Yi Tang behind the scenes, she certainly wouldn't be unprepared for anything. Flustered for a moment, she responded, adjusting the expression on her face quickly and speaking in a slightly anxious tone. Enin, what are you talking about? What's going on with these clothes? Are they all ruined? What's broken? Ming Chenkang squeezed his way to the door, his eyes falling to the clothes in Jiang Yining's arms. Your gown is broken? Who did this? His brow furrowed and a very strong sense of anger surfaced. It was now after 11 o'clock at night, and the gown was broken, so even if I went to buy ready-to-wear clothes to make do tomorrow as soon as the mall opened, I might not be able to get the right one right away. Jiang Yining snorted, his peach blossom eyes looking at Yi Tang with a smirk. Yeah, who did it? Ming Chenkang drank low, check. He sidled out of the room and called the butler over. Jiang Yining didn't follow him over, but swept a glance at Yi Tang. At this time, Yi Tang had already put away all those panics and replaced them with an anxious and angry look. Looking for a scapegoat? Mrs. Ming, it seems you've made a lot of preparations as well. Yi Tang pursed her lips and didn't answer. Jiang Yining didn't bother to dwell on it. Mrs. Ming, there is a limit to human tolerance, and I guess you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? Yi Tang thought Jiang Yining was threatening her and subconsciously retorted, no, that was before the agreement was made. Then he realized he'd said something he shouldn't have and jerked his mouth shut. However, it was enough for Jiang Yining to hear what it meant. She suddenly laughed a little, the corner of her lips picking up an extremely cold and faint arc. Is Mrs. Ming saying this to ask me to leave it alone this time? The situation that was out of her control made Yi Tang's face a bit ugly. Jiang Yining, stop right there. Apologize. Jiang Yining ignored her and continued, since it was before the agreement, I can also step back. Yi Tang stared incredulously, subconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes. What did you say? Having your own mother apologize to your daughter? She, Jiang Yining, wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. Jiang Yining could more or less guess what she was thinking by looking at her expression, and smiled at that moment. I'm not afraid of heaven's thunder. Oh, you didn't raise me to teach me to nurture me. Come back to the Ming family these days. I tolerate you. It's kind of affordable to this point of birth grace, but everything has a degree, right, Mrs. Ming? Tolerance. Yi Tang's chest felt like it was blocked with a ball of cotton, and the whole person couldn't breathe. His ears were buzzing and he couldn't get half a word out. It was clearly her who was tolerating Jiang Yining. From the time Jiang Yining returned to the Ming family, she had had one disaster after another, and even Ming Qingcheng had suffered a lot. All of this she put up with. At this moment, Jiang Yining dares to say tolerance. Where's the face? However, the girl had her arms around her chest and had no intention of giving in at all. If she refuses to apologize, she has to make a big deal out of it? Anger raged and stormed through her body, giving her a sense of remorse as to why she had given birth to this sinner back then. Yi Tong gritted his teeth, spit out the 3 words "I'm sorry" in a thin mosquito voice, no longer have the face to face her, turned around and hurried downstairs. Downstairs, living room. In a short while, all the servants living in the Ming family were called to the living room, and Ming Chenkong sat on the sofa, watching the housekeeper interrogate them one by one. The movement was so loud, and Ming Chenkong was even more furious, causing those servants who were suddenly called over and were unsure of what was going on to be scared and overwhelmed as they stood there to be questioned by the housekeeper. Jiang Yining's sets of gowns, at a glance, knew that they were not cheap, and a group of servants were afraid that this crossroads would fall on their heads. No matter who was asked, the servants denied it repeatedly. After listening to a few rounds, Ming Chenkong's patience was pretty much worn out. If no one admits it, then let the ones in charge of cleaning the second young lady's room take the blame. Even if several people were to share the responsibility for destroying the gown, it would still be beyond their ability to afford. The few people who were named out by the butler panicked. A middle-aged woman suddenly followed her, pointing at the woman beside her and calling out, "Sir, I know who it is. It's Mrs. Lin. I'm in the same dormitory as her, and just a few days ago, I saw her purposely pocket the scissors before she left for work, and I asked her about it at the time, and she squeaked out a perfunctory answer and didn't say a word of truth. I thought it was strange then. It's her." The woman who was identified looked unusually calm and did not panic in the face of the identification. Someone started it, and soon one after another people testified against her. Right. Sister Lin has been mysteriously telling us for the past few days that something embarrassing to second miss will happen soon, so let's get ready to watch the show. Yeah. I hear that kind of talk too. Me too. Ming Chenkong also saw Sister Lin's abnormality and shouted angrily, "Sister Lin, is this what you've done?" This drink finally scared Sister Lin's face into a panicked look. "It's me, sir. You've been working for the Ming family for almost 20 years, thanks to how much Tong and I trust you, and you're still capable of doing something like this?" Just as Jiang Yining walked down from the second floor and stood in the doorway of the living room, Lin's sister-in-law secretly glared at her fiercely, then cried and bowed her head in apology to Ming Chenkong. "I'm sorry, sir, I was confused and did this kind of thing. I don't dare to ask for forgiveness. I will voluntarily resign, and I will find a way to pay for these dresses. I'm sorry." With this attitude, her voluntary resignation, and her offer of compensation, Ming Chenkong was holding a bellyful of fire and had nowhere to vent it. But whenever she had a bad attitude, he had a way and an excuse to fix her. "What's wrong with that? Why did you cut up Miss Tu's gown?" Sister Lin shrunk her shoulders and bowed her head without speaking. Ming Chenkong chided, "Speak." Sister-in-law Lin raised her head and glared at Jiang Yining again before saying, "Sir, I know that private discussion about the master's family is a taboo in our housekeeping, but second young miss is overbearing and arrogant, and I was momentarily furious. Sir, anything I say now is an excuse, I'm sorry. I'll compensate second miss at the price and leave the Ming household." Ming Chenkong frowned, "Yining she did. Calm, things have happened. Mrs. Lin has worked in our family for almost 20 years and is willing to pay compensation. We can't force people to like everyone in our family, so let's just leave it at that." Yi Tang walked to Ming Chenkong's side. Chapter 156, Raising Jiang Yining's Status. "Thank you, ma'am." Sister-in-law Lin gratefully bent 90 degrees at Yi Tang. "I'm sorry, ma'am, I failed the trust you and Mr. have placed in me. I'll pack up and leave the Ming household. I'll also make up the money for the gown as soon as possible." A cold voice interrupted her. "Did I say you could go?" Jiang Yining stood in the doorway of the living room, gently leaning against the doorframe and looking coldly at Sister Lin. Sister Lin's face sank violently, then she looked at Jiang Yining with contempt. "This is the Ming family. Mr. and Mrs. have agreed. It's not like I'm reneging on my debt, so of course I can go, second miss." In front of the two host families, Mrs. Lin stiffly swallowed the word adopted daughter. A little adopted daughter who dares to come out and tell people what to do. Jiang Yining walked over slowly, sweeping the gown thrown on the sofa, his gaze slowly turning to Sister Lin's face. "These gowns, do you know the price?" Sister Lin skimmed her lips. "Don't worry, second miss, No matter how expensive these gowns are, I won't eat or drink and I'll compensate the Ming family without owing a single cent. Jiang Yining laughed softly. Being paved over and the money not needing to come out of her pocket, it's natural to speak up. Feeling a little bad about just letting her go. These gifts, do you know the price? Jiang Yining asked repeatedly. Sister-in-law Lin also came to be angry. Second miss, just say it straight. Sister-in-law Lin, I've resigned and won't tolerate and spoil you anymore. Jiang Yining raised her peach blossom eyes, seemingly smiling. The dresses aren't expensive, the 4 sets add up to less than 2 million, but... Sister-in-law Lin looked at her like this and intuited that she had a bad feeling. Shady and trying to scare anyone. At that moment, he swallowed a mouthful of water with forced composure and said angrily, $2 million is a lot, I'll borrow it to pay you back. What the hell else do you want to say? According to the criminal law, willfully destroying public or private property in a huge amount or under serious circumstances can be sentenced to 3 to 7 years. Sister Lin, do you think $2 million is considered a huge amount? Do you think you will be sentenced to 3 years or 7 years? Jiang Yining's tone was flat, but it made Lin's sister-in-law panic all of a sudden, and she looked at Yi Tang several times in a row. What's with the sudden move to sentencing? She didn't want to be sentenced for a single day. Yi Tang looked at Jiang Yining with a warning look. Yining, settle the matter, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Hearing Yi Tang vocalize, Lin's sister-in-law calmed down a bit. At the same time, she cursed herself for being foolish enough to be intimidated by a few words from a country village girl. In the Ming family, Jiang Yining couldn't say anything at all, so what was she afraid of? Yi Tong would help her get out in one piece. Second miss, I've taken the initiative to admit my mistake and take responsibility, so why are you taking every penny and biting me? If word gets out, others will think that the Ming family is so petty that they have to be calculating with a domestic helper. Besides, both Mr. and Mrs. have agreed to my handling of the situation. Are you having a problem with Mr. and Mrs. by continuing to pester them? Have you forgotten that this is the Ming family, and Mr. and Mrs. are the masters here? The more Mrs. Lin talked, the more bold she became. Speaking later, she explicitly hinted to Jiang Yining that this family could not be headed by an adopted daughter. Yining, our Ming family has a reputation in Deep City, we can't do anything to oppress others. It's better for you to stay out of Sister Lin's business, go back to your room and rest first. Dad and I will just handle. Sister Lin's words nearly made her heart stop. Jiang Yining, these clothes are not bought with money from the Ming family. If we say more, it's going to be a mess. What's more, Ming Chengkong was still listening. Sister-in-law Lin was unsure, but obediently kept her mouth shut. Nen, you. Yi Tang was about to open his mouth to say something. Ming Chengkong was listening to a few women arguing. His complexion had long been a little impatient, when he waved his hand, signaling the crowd to listen to him. Sister-in-law Lin's words carried a strong dislike for Jiang Yining. It wasn't as if he hadn't heard it and could understand Jiang Yining's reluctance to give in. Tomorrow was Elder Lai's birthday banquet, and he also intended to raise Jiang Yining's status, so that after she climbed up to third master Muir or second youngest Lai, she would properly work for the Ming family. Moreover, he had just held his anger by Sister Lin's attitude and had nowhere to vent it. This matter will be handled according to Nnen's wishes. It doesn't make sense that my Ming Chengkong's daughter would even have to look ahead when dealing with a prisoner. Khan. Sir. Yi Tang and Sister Lin exclaimed in shock at the same time. Ming Chengkong orders the butler to bring someone over, drag the person out, and call the police to deal with the situation. The others, who were not related, were told to go back to their dormitories and rest. Sister Lin is really scared. It's not even clear why she, who was in a dominant position 1 second, would suddenly be facing jail time because of a disfavored adopted daughter. This is nothing like what was agreed upon beforehand. Mrs. You. Yi Tong was startled. Butler, hurry up and drag her down. It's the middle of the night, don't let her yell and scare people. Yes. Without the butler's command, the person dragging Sister Lin reached out to cover her mouth and dragged the person down. Yi Tang looked at the way Sister Lin struggled and was dragged out. Her heart stirred up a big wave, so flustered that she couldn't even tell herself what she was thinking at the moment. Sister Lin surely can't just let it go, she must. Tone. Ming Chengkong suddenly called out, startling Yi Tang. What? Didn't you hear a single word I said to you? What are you thinking about? Ming Chengkong frowned as he looked at her. I asked you to go to Ching Ching's to see if there's any suitable dresses and get a set for Nnen. I don't see much difference between the two children's figures. Chapter 157, No Pampering. The two men's figures are, in fact, still very different from each other. Jiang Yining belonged to the tall and slender type, and her height was considered to be a crane among the deep city girls, while Ming Qingcheng was a bit more petite and plump. But, if you force it, the dress will still fit, it will just look like it doesn't quite fit. The dress that was going to be used tomorrow happened to be broken at such a time. Even if he rushed to buy ready-made clothes, the probability was that it would not be any better than directly using Ming Qingcheng's clothes. So, Ming Chengkang then thought that he should at least get an insurance policy with Ming Qingcheng. Yi Tang spoke hesitantly, This is not good, right? Many of Qingcheng's dresses have already been worn. It wasn't seen by anyone else, and that's okay. If people saw that Jiang Yining was wearing a gown worn by Ming Qingcheng, it would definitely lead to gossip. More importantly, Yi Tang still hoped that Jiang Yining would not attend Elder Li's birthday banquet. Ming Chengkang said in disbelief, What's wrong with that? They are sisters, wearing each other's clothes, that's a symbol of good feelings. Just find a chance to arrange for Qingcheng to wear Yining's clothes once in the future. Jiang Yining suddenly spoke, No need. Ming Chengkang thought she was having a childish tantrum and pinched his eyebrows and raised his voice. Enin, you're not allowed to be capricious at a time like this. God knows how much hope he had pinned on this party. Jiang Yining didn't bother wasting her words and directly said, There's another set that hasn't been broken, I'll just wear that one. Yi Tang looked over toward her, his eyes probing with suspicion. After completing her task, Lin's sister-in-law reported to her very clearly that she had already destroyed all the dresses in Jiang Yining's cabinet. Mrs. Lin had worked for the Ming family for almost 20 years, not so much that she couldn't tell the difference between a gown and ordinary clothes. How could we have missed one? But, Yi Tang didn't dare to overthink things, and his heart was even more depressed. After all this farce, in the end, everything is still following its original trajectory. Jiang Yining looked back at her faintly and didn't say anything. There's another set? Ming Chengkang froze, then revealed a surprised expression, Hey! That would be great. A false alarm. Yeah, a false alarm. Jiang Yining curved her peach blossom eyes and intentionally mentioned, I really hope that person gets the lesson he deserves. Ming Chengkang nodded, Don't worry, Dad won't let her go. Originally, he was all set to go to sleep, but it turned out to be a big mess in the middle of the night that made his heart beat faster, and his displeasure was not lost to Jiang Yining at all. After a pause, he added, Don't be too mad at Enin, after the birthday banquet is over, Dad will buy you more new dresses. If he could achieve his goal, he could buy Jiang Yining more or less. Jiang Yining gave a careless I'm going to my room to rest. Ming Chengkang waved his hand, Go go go. Have a good rest. Jiang Yining turned around and went upstairs. Without the slightest surprise, the second before she entered the room, Yi Tong chased after her and stopped her. Jiang Enin. You said you would step back. For this reason, the biological mother was forced to apologize to her. How much more treacherous does she want to be? I've let it go. Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes were clear and translucent, just quietly looking at her, and his voice tone became clear and cold. The two of them leaned close enough for Yi Tang to see the intimidation bursting out of the girl's eyes, causing her to take a step back. It was the first time she had ever looked so clearly straight into the girl's eyes, and the first time she had ever felt so clearly that one more step and she would have run into Jiang Enin's bottom line. And now she was afraid to take that step. All the words she had prepared, not a single one came out, and she watched the girl go into her room, the door of which closed with a bang in front of her. Jiang Yining, completely out of her control. Yi Tong bit her lower lip. Perhaps, she never held the biological daughter. Jiang Yining returned to his room and sank in silence for a long time before taking out his cell phone and dialing a number. It rang twice and was picked up. Ning? The steady baritone voice carried some anxiety. It's so late, did something happen? Hearing this voice, Jiang Yining's heart inexplicably warmed up. She whispered soothingly, Don't worry, third brother, nothing important has happened. Johnny Huang was instantly relieved. You usually go to bed at 11 o'clock, can I not be in a hurry when I get a call from you at this hour? Jiang Yining smiled and asked, Then, third brother, I won't call you at this time from now on? As soon as Jiang Huang heard this, he became anxious again. No way. You can call whenever you want. Sango will be the first to take your call. Jiang Yining stopped teasing him, I'm just joking with you. Whether something happens or not, I'm definitely looking for our third brother. This sentence into the ears of Jiang Huang, very popular, all the body comfort. Well, that's right. Jiang Yining obediently blew another rainbow fart, smoothing Jiang Yuan's fur into submission. Almost, save the rest of the good words for another time. Jiang Yihuan knew that if Jiang Yining called him at this point, there must be an emergency, and even if it wasn't an important matter, solving his sister's problem was a top priority. Say, what is it that you need your brother to fix? Jiang Yining pursed her lips, but still opened her mouth. Third brother, I'm in a hurry to use a dress, can you send me a set over? Jiang Yihuan fell silent and did not respond immediately. Jiang Yining sighed softly in his heart. Third brother was much more shrewd and attentive than fifth brother, and could spot something was wrong with just a few words. When he opened his mouth again, Jiang Yihuan's voice was much deeper and colder. Are you being bullied? Tell me the truth. Jiang Yining laughed softly. No. Third brother, I'm just in a hurry, there's an old grandpa's birthday tomorrow, he's quite nice. If you won't say, then I'll guess? Jiang Yihuan interrupted her and sank his voice. Someone in the Ming family broke your clothes? They cut up all your dresses, right? Just because they don't want you to go to that old grandpa's birthday? They bullied you into solving your own problems because you're an orphan girl with no one to back you up? Jiang Yining held his forehead, somewhat helpless. He was right about all but the last sentence. Sango, it's not as serious as you make it out to be, I fixed it. Jiang Yihuan, however, did not listen to her and talked to himself. Those people from the Ming family really don't have small dog guts. The people that the Jiang family holds in the palm of their hands can also be bullied, thinking that we're sending people over there just to be aggravated. I don't know what to do. Sango. No pampering. Jiang Yuan's voice was incredibly stern. You fool, how did you promise us in the first place? Saying that you would take care of yourself and immediately look for us if you were bullied. If you didn't promise so loudly, how could we agree with grandma's wishes? Look, how are you taking care of yourself now? Jiang Yining. Are you trying to piss me off? Tomorrow I'll go to Deep City to pick you up and bring you home. Chapter 158, I'm so powerful. Sango. I'm not leaving. Jiang Yining was anxious. I wasn't bullied. The people who cut my clothes are in the police station. Jiang Yihuan sneered. It's the scapegoat that goes in, isn't it? At a time like this, you're still playing word games with me? No need to say anymore, I'll go over with Big Brother tomorrow to pick you up. The older brother in the family is too smart for her. It's too hard. Jiang Yining cried and laughed a little, and simply stopped being reasonable. I'm not leaving. I'm just not being bullied anyway. I don't care, just send me a gown. If you dare to come with Big Brother, I'll run. See if you can find me. Jiang Yihuan gritted his teeth in anger. Jiang Yining, how dare you? I can hear that he's really pissed off. How could Jiang Yining really fight him hard? His heart instantly softened. Sango, I didn't get bullied for nothing, that guy's probably too anxious to sleep tonight, really. And I'll be going home. At that time, if you guys just want to kick me out, I definitely won't go. Whoever dares to drive you away, I'll kill him. Jiang Yihuan subconsciously retorted. Jiang Yining smiled. I'm not leaving. Jiang Yihuan then realized that the little ninny had him wrapped in a trap and growled in annoyance. I'm so pissed off at you. How could I? I wouldn't be mad at anyone but my third brother. I love my third brother the most. This time, she had said good things, but she hadn't been able to make Jiang Yihuan happy. He was silent for a long time before he said, Is it because of Grandma? You want her to go and get well in peace, don't you? Grandma Jiang was old and had consumed a lot of effort for Jiang Yining in the past 10 years, and her health had been deteriorating in the last few years. They are all irreversible old people's diseases, and even if the medical skills are high, it is impossible to stop the body from aging and failing, so they can only be nurtured and slow down the aging rate. It just so happened that someone had found a suitable retreat for Grandma Jiang, and Jiang Yining's family came to the door. At that time, everyone was too shocked to react, and now when you think about it carefully, isn't it just that Jiang Yining pushed a hand in the process? Jiang Yining retorted in a small voice, No, third brother. You're thinking that it's only when you're not around Grandma that she can be quiet and recuperate, aren't you? No. Jiang Yihuan scolded, Fool. It's only harder for her to be still when you're not by her side. Remember, you're not a burden to Grandma. A decade of worrying had long since become a habit, and that was no longer worrying. It's the sudden separation that really starts the worrying and worrying. How could his family's only 2 babies be so stupid? Sango. I really didn't think so. The small mind that only she herself knew, in a few words it was all dug out by her own brother. Jiang Yining let out a dark sigh. Thought about it and tried to save myself as best I could. Grandma thought I should get a taste of what it's like to have a full family, and I thought I wanted to, yeah. That's why I said yes so quickly in the first place. I said yes myself, I couldn't do it halfway, could I? Jiang Yihuan listened to her sophistry but understood what she meant. If you go home at such a time, Grandma Jiang will surely pursue the cause and effect, and at that moment, it's strange if you don't get angry and break your body. Row. I won't bother with you this time. Next time you're bullied and dare to hide it from me again, I'll set off the Ming family. His own sister couldn't spare a lecture, so he took it out on the Ming family. Third brother, you have to trust me. I'm so powerful, how could I just let them bully me away? Jiang Yihuan was furious at the thought of the girl's clothes being cut up. When has the Jiang family's baby ever been bullied like this? It was only because of the time constraints that she had found her way to him, and what else she had endured the rest of the time, he couldn't even begin to imagine. How did he get so easily fooled by the girl on the last call? Angry at the girl and his own stupidity, Jiang Yihuan cursed. Awesome my ass. Jiang Yining. I should have known to get help from someone else. However, the people around her, except for fifth brother, who was good at fooling around, were shrewd as hell. Probably that would be the result of looking for anyone. It was also fortunate that her family's third brother looked angry, but he was also easy to soften his heart and coax it. Jiang Yining pitifully spoke, third brother, my dress. After holding his tongue for a few seconds, Jiang Yihuang still relented and gave in. I'll have it delivered to you tomorrow. Third brother, you're the best. Jiang Yining sweetly pouted. Jiang Yihuan, however, didn't love listening to these rainbow farts anymore. Make sure you tell me if there's anything in the future, or I'll go pick you up right away. Oh. 1,000 times, seeing that the time is getting late, Jiang Yihuang is not good to take up his sister's rest time, and finally added a sentence. From now on, call me regularly to report how you're doing. Don't hide anything from me. And don't pick the good ones. Jiang Yining agreed with his mouth full, good. After hanging up, she let out a long breath. The next morning, Jiang Yining was called up. The styling team Ming Chengkang hired arrived. When she came down, Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng had already started first. Starting with the beauty and skincare treatments and ending with the styling, the whole process takes almost 7 or 8 hours. Then, just in time for the evening birthday dinner, Jiang Yining refused without hesitation. The styling team and the beautician was originally a little contemptuous of this Ming family foster daughter stupid. However, when she looked at Jiang Yining's skin texture, she completely lost her words. Not having to do maintenance saved at least half the time, and Jiang Yining wasn't going to waste time watching. After eating breakfast, he was ready to go back to his room and finish the test papers given by Han Xuanshi. Second Miss Ming, please wait. The stylist chased after her and called out to her, can you show me your dress first? So that I can match the dress and design your hair and makeup. Jiang Yining paused. Afternoon, okay? Sango had said that the dresses wouldn't be delivered to Deep City until about noon. Ha? The stylist froze and nodded, yes. Over there, Ming Qingcheng looked at Jiang Yining's back, her heart both unwilling and jealous. Why should a country bumpkin's skin be better than that of a 1,000-year-old lady she'd grown up taking care of? That feeling of defiance at the bottom of his heart welled up once more. She recalled that she had found someone to investigate Jiang Yining the other day, and after so many days, she hadn't heard back at all. Taking out his cell phone slightly, he sent the man a reminder message. Just after ordering the send, Yi Tang walked over with a mask on and sat down next to her. Ming Qingcheng put away her cell phone, turned her head sideways, and sweetly called out Mom. Even with the mask on, it was still easy to see the haggardness from the light green color around Yi Tang's eyes. She stayed in the piano room last night and didn't hear the commotion downstairs, and woke up early this morning only to realize that she heard what happened last night. Other than Sister Lin being captured, the results were unchanged, and she was no longer interested in exploring last night's events. Mom, didn't you sleep well last night? Chapter 159 Piracy. More than not sleeping well, she had gone to great lengths and expense to pacify her sister-in-law Lin. Thinking that in the future, maybe Sister Lin's family would all fall on her head for food and drink, Yi Tang felt like she was going crazy. Picking Jiang Yining back up was really the biggest mistake she had done in her life. What's the point of her coming back? It's just debt collection. Ming Qingcheng knew the answer when she watched Yi Tang's breathing begin to catch and her eyes store up anger. Without moving, he squeezed his palm, a worried look on his face, and in his heart, he was happy to smile. Mom, don't blame your sister, it's only natural that she would be upset when her clothes are ruined. Yitong certainly wasn't angry because of that. She was angry that Jiang Yining had forced her to apologize and promise concessions in exchange, yet she was still dead set on it, bringing her huge trouble. She's not happy that she can ruin someone's life because of a few pieces of clothing? Yitong, don't have such a vicious daughter. Mom! Ming Qingqing sighed softly. I just heard the stylist say that she wanted to see her sister's gown, but it seems like her sister can't take it out, is she? Why don't I lend her my gown? I have so many gowns that I haven't worn. Yetang raised his hand in annoyance. If she says she doesn't need it, let's leave her alone. Alright, let's not talk about her, focus, let's get our skin better, we can't lose face in front of the other clans. Ming Qingqing let out a good-natured "oh." After doing a skincare step, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. A sudden, strange flicker of agitation crossed her mind. Take a deep breath and pull out your cell phone. However, what was on it disappointed her to no end. Still under investigation. Holding back her displeasure, she raised her hand to reply to the other. Give me the information you found out first. Any amount will do. 10 seconds later, the other party replied. Nothing has been found out. Probably feeling ashamed to give such a one-sentence response, he added additional clarification. I've sent someone to that mountain village, I believe I'll have news soon, and I've got something on the other side, so give me some more time. Ming Qingqing thought for a moment and turned her head to Yitang. Mom, I have a classmate who came to ask me about the topic, I'm going to return a call. Yitang closed his eyes, half lying on the sofa next to him, enjoying the massage therapist's rubbing, and when he heard Ming Qingqing's words, he didn't open his eyes, and let out a hum to indicate that he knew. Ming Qingqing took her cell phone and walked outside the courtyard, dialing the man over. What are you talking about eyebrows? No matter how many, you tell me that first. The man's voice was somewhat helpless, but still he gave Ming Tran a brief explanation of what he had found out. That video you provided, the man in it, we've already found out that it's the core of the Sunrise team, called Xin Jiang, the third consecutive champion of the GP race, and one of the hot favorites to win this year's GP, but he doesn't have anything to do with Jiang Yining on the surface, and I'm still checking it out in depth. The man then explained to her about the GP tournament, so that she could understand what kind of character Jiang Xian really was. Ming Qingqing listened absent-mindedly, but her heart was not calm at all. Xian Jiang, also known as Jiang. It seemed that Jiang Yining's claim that he was her brother was true. It's amazing that that kind of village, that kind of family, can produce a world champion. And all kinds of abnormalities in Jiang Yining. At noon, Jiang Yining's gown was delivered to her. In addition to the dress, it comes with jewelry and shoes that are just right for the dress. Jiang Yining handed it over to the stylist together. The stylist took the gown box and politely asked, "May I open it?" "Could be." With just a glance, the stylist's face changed slightly, and his gaze towards Jiang Yining brought a hint of dissimilarity. "Second Miss Ming, are you sure you want to use this gown?" Jiang Yining looked at her faintly. "Yes, what's the problem?" The stylist shoved the gown, along with the box, back into Jiang Yining's arms and lifted his chin in cold arrogance. "I'm sorry to say that I'm not going to be able to help you with your styling." She had thought that if she said that, she would see the girl crying or getting angry, and she would then go along with the refusal, so that this second young lady of the Ming family would know how humiliated she was. Who knew that the other party just and turned around and went up the stairs with their own things. Not even a spare word for her. Rather like she was rejected. Inexplicably, he was holding his breath and had no place to vent it. Stomping heavily back to the lounge Ming's family had set aside for their team, the stylist sat down hard on the couch. The person who was resting next to her was startled and hurriedly asked, "Sister Ling, what's wrong with you?" "Angered by that adopted daughters. I heard about the Ming family's adopted daughter before I came here, and I thought that the rumors were exaggerated by the people outside. Who knew that after seeing the real person, I felt she was even worse." The man was startled and made a gesture of silence. "Shoo! Sister Ling, we're still in Ming's house. If you talk like that, if someone hears you, the boss will definitely scold you to death." There were others in the lounge, and when they heard the commotion, they gathered around in curiosity. "What's wrong with Sister Ling?" The beautician came up next to the stylist. "I'd say that girl really doesn't look like an adopted daughter. Her skin, it's even better than Miss Ming's, and with that temperament, I dare to believe it when she says she's a proper miss." The stylist sneered. "She's a proper missy? Don't laugh me to death. Do you know what kind of gown she just brought me over? The contempt in her tone was somewhat exaggerated, leading the others to resist following her lead and asking what kind of gown it was. It wasn't until everyone was so curious that she sneered and announced the answer. That gown of hers, it's a bootleg, with a lot of details altered, but it's definitely more than a knockoff of the main gown in Combs' latest collection. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a small wow in the lounge. Sister Ling, do you see? This is not a small matter. A famous girl wearing a pirated gown to an important party will not only be nailed to a pillar of shame and laughed at for the rest of her life. The fashion world would also just classify her as blacklisted, and designers with a bit of a reputation would never let her touch their work again. Of course I see it clearly. The stylist went over what had just happened. Hearing the crowd TSK 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 TSK. It's true, people can't just look at appearances. Actually, it's nothing to think about. People are originally a country bumpkin. How do they know what's the difference between a licensed copy and a pirated copy? So her noble and cold look is all an act. Not to mention, I almost believed it. Yeah. Pretending too much. The beautician said, Sister Ling, this is something that you'd better go talk to Mrs. Ming about. Che, I'm not going. The stylist bristled. The more she thought about it now, the more she felt that Jiang Yining's mouth was disgusting to the extreme. Chapter 160 Prepared Gifts. It's obvious that you don't know anything and you're acting like you're on top of the world, disgusting whoever you're talking to. She'd just sit back and wait for that adopted daughter to lose her face. Sister Ling, don't forget that you're a stylist. If this happens, your reputation will be dragged down with it, and people will say that you couldn't tell that it was pirated goods. The beautician advised, and, maybe if you point it out, Mrs. Ming will be grateful. The esthetician had a point, and the stylist contemplated it for a moment and stood up. All right, I'll do it for Mrs. Ming's sake. However, she didn't see Yi Tang even after searching around the villa. Instead, Ming Qingcheng came over to ask after seeing how she looked like she was looking for something. I have wanted to speak to Mrs. Ming. Miss Ming, do you know where Mrs. Ming is? My mom's in the bathroom getting a full body wrap. Is it some kind of emergency? Or can you talk to me first and see if I can fix it? The stylist glanced at her and smiled. It's the same thing to tell Miss Ming. It's this. Ming Qingcheng was surprised. Piracy? Yeah, I refused to design her look, but thought, it's always bad for a $1,000 lady to wear a pirated version, and I don't want people to misunderstand that I came up with her outfit, so I thought I'd give Mrs. Ming a heads up. The stylist spoke in a manner that didn't put the slight away in the slightest. Since he dared to commit this most disgraceful act in the fashion world, he was destined to be ridiculed and looked down upon. Moreover, the attitude of the Ming family's eldest miss, after listening to her words, after the surprise is a contemplative expression. Obviously, the position of that adopted daughter in the Ming family is very ambiguous. But come to think of it, how could an outsider who came from a lower class, possibly melt into such a powerful family? In the middle of the day, Ming Qingcheng raised her head and revealed a polite smile. Thank you, I know, I'll tell my mom. The latter half of the sentence was deliberately intonated. The stylist instantly realized that this Miss Ming family meant to tell her to shut up. Good, then I'll go and continue making designs for you and Mrs. Ming. Ming Qingcheng nodded. Well, hard work, I'll have the kitchen bring you some dessert later. Oh, Miss Ming is so considerate, then I'll thank you in advance. Stylists have been in the business for so long that they naturally know that there are some things to say, that don't need to be laid out in plain sight. She didn't sympathize with the adopted daughter at all, and in her heart she even held the mood to watch the show. 7 o'clock in the evening, the main residence of the Lai family. Elder Lai's birthday banquet is actually not high profile. Set up a banquet in the Lai family, meaning that the main focus is on family life. The main residence of the Lai family was located in the suburbs of Deep City, covering a wide area, with mountains and water. The air was extremely good, and it was not too far away from the city. It's a good place to raise people. As soon as the Ming family's car stopped, someone immediately greeted them. Is it Mr. and Mrs. Ming, and Miss Ming? The visitor was somewhat older, dressed in very formal butler's garb, and had a smile on his face. Ming Chungkong was somewhat flattered. Yes. Elderly is still waiting for guests in the house, and couldn't get out of his way to come over to greet them, so he specially asked me to wait here for a few of you. Ming Chengkong certainly never expected Elder Lai to personally come out to greet him. Having the butler come over was already an extremely high level of treatment that only a few clans could enjoy. I didn't expect that there would be a share of the Ming family. It was probably still Jiang Yining's fault for accidentally helping Elder Lai before the birthday banquet. Ming Chungkong glanced toward Jiang Yining, a smile swirling on his face. Where? Elder Ri has treated me generously. Butler Lai guided them inside. At this moment, the hall of the Lai family was luxurious and brilliant, and romantic and cheerful music wandered in the air. The crowds were all together and it was very lively. Wherever the Ming family passed, the passing guests cast their eyes over, with inquisitiveness and doubt. In the past 2 years, the Ming family was in full swing, and there were quite a few people who recognized the Ming Chengkong couple and their daughter. However, the wind has not yet reached its peak. How come it was brought in by Butler Lai himself? When they got a good look at the young girl who followed Butler Lai, the one who was as colorful as a peach blossom. In an instant, the crowd unanimously revealed expressions of amazement. Long black hair hanging down softly, not powdered face white and tender, looking around with the youthfulness of a young girl. The champagne gossamer gown is understated in color, but as feminine as possible. As she stepped lightly, her black length rose slightly, and the glittering starlight echoed around her like ripples. It's as colorful as a peach, and it's as beautiful as a country. It was as if those 8 words were made for her. Who is that girl? Following the Ming family. Wouldn't be that adopted daughter, would it? With this appearance and this temperament, it wouldn't be too much to say she's a deep city celebrity, would it? Vaguely thin whispers came over from the surroundings, all of them praising Jiang Yining's appearance and speculating about her identity. Ming Qingcheng's chest was clogged, such a level of attention she had never gotten. She also manages to stand out as the center of attention in Guardian's oligarchic circle of students. But, the celebrity world is never short of dignified, well-dressed celebrities. With 100 flowers, she becomes somewhat inconspicuous. However, Jiang Yining. The 4 members of the Ming family followed Butler Li to the small hall of the guest banquet where Elder Li was. After a period of recuperation, Elder Li's face had gotten a lot better. Looking at him like this, except for those who knew the inside story, no one could have imagined that not long ago, this old man had struggled on the line of life and death. Yo, here it comes. Elder Li saw Jiang Yining and walked straight over. This action of the old man instantly shook the hearts of countless people. Just now, when the Luo sisters came over to wish them a happy birthday, Elder Li only smiled and nodded. How come you're more familiar with the Ming family? The gazes around him made Ming Chingkong's body soothe, and he smiled without moving his face. Elder Lai, I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain, he said, handing over the exquisite gift box he had prepared. Elder Lai glanced at it, smiled and asked the butler to take the gift, and after exchanging pleasantries with Ming Chungkong, his gaze fell on Jiang Yining. Little girl, have fun at Grandpa's house, no need to be formal, okay? Jiang Yining nodded. Okay, thanks Grandpa Lai. There was a pause, and then, handing over the small bag that he had been carrying in his hand. Happy birthday. Elder Lai froze. The Ming family was also stunned. Jiang Yining even prepared his own gift? The etiquette of Shamcheng, in general, birthday gifts are given on a family basis, with the head of the family serving as the representative to deliver the gift, and the juniors saying some auspicious words, and that's it. This action of hers caused an unspeakable taste to well up in the hearts of Ming Chengkong and Yi Tang. Before they could savor the taste, however, they had something more worrisome. What's in this bag, Jiang Yining? It can't be anything embarrassing. Chapter 161, Playing a Piano Piece for a Cause. For such a grand occasion, the Lai family is not an ordinary family, and gift-giving is very delicate. The price, the meaning of the gift, the taboos of the recipient, all need to be taken into account. One wrong step and the gift is not given and there is the possibility of a feud. But Jiang Yining had already handed it out, and neither Ming Chungkong nor Yi Tang had time to stop her. Elder Lai, however, was a bit surprised, looking at the small bag handed over and couldn't wait to confirm. Is this a gift for me? Yi Tang, who was beside Jiang Yining, clasped her wrist and pulled her back. Enin, no fooling around on this occasion. Yi Tang lowered his voice and shot a quick glare at Jiang Yining, a warning in his eyes. Over here, Ming Chengkong smiled at Elder Lai with an apologetic smile. Elderly, I'm really sorry, this child doesn't know much about manners, we'll educate her properly later. Elderly looked at the 2 men's expressions in his eyes and instantly had a bottom. Beiqing, that girl in his place, chattered about those things in the Ming family, he did not pay attention to it, after all, that girl from time to time become crazy, say things subjective is very strong. Now it seemed that he had blamed the girl wrongly. How is it rude for a child to specially prepare a birthday gift for old man me? The expression on Elder Li's face was much colder compared to a moment ago. This Ming Chung Kong choked. If Jiang Yining was a child of the Lai family and privately gave his grandfather some gifts that couldn't rise to the occasion, that wouldn't be the case. But Jiang Yining is not. Heavy gifts and light gifts can cause a lot of problems. Thoughts lurching, Ming Chung Kong reacted furiously. Could it be that Elder Lai had taken Jiang Yining as his own family's child? Elder Li glanced at him, and his gaze turned to Jiang Yining, instantly bringing on the anticipation again. Is the gift meant for the old man me? Jiang Yining smiled. Yes, this is something I specially prepared, a gift for you. Pulling his arm back from Yetong's hand, he took 2 steps forward and sent the small bag over with both hands. What is it? Can I take it apart and see? Elder Lai was as happy as a child, touching the bag with an expression of eagerness. It really startled a lot of people in the neighborhood. There was something less and something more in everyone's eyes when they looked at Jiang. The fact that she said that didn't make the people around her feel one bit better. Elder Li covered up for Jiang Yining. Wouldn't that be more of an indication of how much Elder Li valued Jiang Yining? This is not good. Luo Xe and Tian Hart hold his breath. That day from the Deep Bay Resort back, by the family severely scolded. After that the atmosphere of the family more and more taut. Especially in the last few days, her dad was in a state of being unapproachable all day because of the company, and she didn't even dare to ask for money, and life was tight. She vaguely felt that this was the consequence of her not apologizing within 3 days, as Li Biting had said. What happened in Deep Bay, she didn't even dare to go into detail with her family for fear that if she did, she would be pressed on the head to apologize to that lowly adopted daughter. Isn't it because Master Lai is backing you up? She would see who would be willing to back her up if she lost her big face on such occasions. Over there, Elder Li collected the gifts and pulled Jiang Yining to say a few more words before he was ready to let her go outside to the hall to play with the Li siblings. Young people, by and large, do not like to be confined to their elders. Happy birthday, Grandpa Lai. Suddenly, a soft voice came out with a few soft and respectful words. Elder Li stopped talking and raised his eyes to look over. Hey, Sui is here too? Feng Sudi walked straight to Elder Li as if she didn't see Jiang Yining, who had been pulled to speak by Elder Li. Grandpa Lai's birthday, of course I have to come over early to congratulate him. Saying that, she handed over the gift box in her hand. Grandpa Lai, wishing you blessings like the East Sea. This is the birthday gift my grandfather specially instructed me to bring you. Hey, it's good enough that your grandfather asked you to come over from 49th City to celebrate the old man's birthday. What other gifts are you bringing? Elder Lai smiled, still accepting the gift. In the turn of a hand, the gift was handed over to Butler Lai, and then it was placed on the already stacked gift rack, drowning in a pile of fancy wrapped gifts. Feng Sui still had a smile on her face, and her eyes unconsciously swept towards the small bag that was being carried by the Li family without leaving her hand. Grandpa Lai, originally I wanted to offer to play a piano piece for you, but I realized that Master Shin's favored disciple is right here, so I don't dare to make a fool of myself. The surrounding crowd froze. Then immediately remembered, Ming Qingcheng is not the favorite disciple that Master Shin begged to take in. Just now, everyone's attention was drawn to that adopted daughter of the Ming family, and they forgot about this. Ming Qingcheng felt that the eyes were focused on her, and the confidence returned to her once more. Sister Suyi, you flatter me. Feng Sudi laughed. How about, let Qingcheng offer a song to Grandpa Li to celebrate his birthday, how about that? As soon as the words fell, someone immediately spoke out in agreement. Yes, I've long wanted to hear Miss Ming's piano music that charmed Master Shang and Master Shin. That's what almost everyone is saying. People want to know what kind of piano music it took to impress a Hall of Fame master to even put his foot down and come and take her on as a student. There were more and more voices around, and at that moment, Ming Qingcheng slowly walked out and softly said, Actually, I don't have much skill, so it would be an honor if I could offer a song to Grandpa Lai. Ming Qingcheng spoke decently and humbly, winning the favor of many people. Elder Lai's face was as usual, but he still nodded. Chapter 162 Charming Double Standard. There is no piano in the small hall, so you have to go outside the hall to play. Butler Li supported Elder Li, and the crowd followed behind Elder Li, walking out in great numbers. The people who had been talking outside the hall were unsure of what was going on, and as they watched a group of people heading out, they were all startled, and their talking all stopped. Ming Qingcheng lifted her draped skirt and walked towards the piano. Soon, the rumor spread that Master Shin Soninshin's favorite disciple was going to offer a bomb to Master Li to celebrate his birthday. The crowd gathered around. Eldest Miss Ming has also grown up over the years, sweet and lovely, and looks talented. Some people are just gaudy and vulgar in appearance, but in reality, they are just a big straw bag. It's better for Miss Ming to be like this, with a clear and durable look and a lot of talent, so that she can be called a famous lady. No? It's just a face, and even if it's beautiful, you'll always get tired of looking at it someday. I've heard that Missy's worship banquet is being held in the 49 cities, which shows the importance that Master Shin attaches to her, and in the future, her musical status definitely won't be low. Li Beiqing squeezed his way to Jiang Yining's side amidst the crowd's murmurs. What does that green tea want? She asked, squeezing her voice. Just now, she and her brother had been outside to greet the guests, and were unaware of what was going on in the small hall. Suddenly she was shocked to see Elder Lai come out as well, looking like he wanted to listen to that green tea play the piano. The Ming family came in and she saw them, but she just couldn't get out of the way to say hello to Jiang Yining. But, how long has it been? You've been in the door less than 15 minutes and you're rushing to show yourself? The scary thing was that her grandfather was still willing to listen. Jiang Yining thought for a moment, playing the piano? Li Beiqing sniffed and cried a little. Wasn't her tablemate's heart a little big? The first note rang out, all the talking instantly disappeared, and Li Beiqing could only press on and be quiet. Softly curling notes leap out one after another, and a magnificent scene woven of notes begins to emerge. What Ming Qingcheng played was still one of the 3 tunes on Jiang Yining's score. This was also the second time Jiang Yining had heard her play. However, the articulation between the small chapters of the piece is closer to the original than the last time, and the details that were made to be bland and unremarkable have been revised again, and the whole tends to be perfect. Sounds like a lot of practice these days. Jiang Yining looked at her with cold eyes, somewhat unable to understand why there was such a person. After being warned so many times, you still have to go down the path of death. The last note falls. After the song was finished, the whole place was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of silence, the applause began to ring out, from a scattered 1, 2, to a thunderous applause that resounded throughout the banquet hall. Li Beiqing was dumbfounded. No matter how much he disliked Ming Qingcheng in his heart, he had to admit that she played this piano piece very well. All she could do was dwell on how even green tea could play such beautiful music. It really sounds good. Even I, an amateur, can feel that Miss Ming has great attainments. Miss Ming is still only in her teens, and her future is limitless. No wonder masters are grabbing for Miss Ming. Is this an original tune? It's not at all inferior to those heirloom masterpieces. Ming Qingcheng smiled, stood up, turned to the crowd, made a curtain call salute, and said softly, "Dedication." A noblewoman beside Yi Tang clapped her hands hard while sighing. "Mrs. Ming, this daughter of yours, she is truly talented. Can give birth and raise a child, Mrs. Ming, you're just a born winner." "Right. I'm thankful that my daughter is 1 point better than your family." Surrounded by compliments, Yi Tang listened to them in a blissful manner, and the smile on her face kept increasing. Dumpster is her baby. The baby that will bring her immense honor. Luo Xintian, who was standing not far away, suddenly opened his mouth. "Doesn't Qingcheng have a sister?" "The sister performed a piece for Grandpa Lai, so if you're the younger sister, you can't just stand by and watch without showing anything, right? At least play a piece for Grandpa Li too." The crowd was silent for a split second, looking at each other darkly. What kind of piano does a newly adopted country girl play? I'm afraid I haven't even learned the simplest ode to joy yet. This Luo family's young lady was clearly doing it on purpose, wanting Jiang Yining to make a fool of herself at the banquet. Jiang Yining lifted his peach eyes and looked at Luo Xintian. This Luo Xintian really don't know what to do. The lesson of the last ball is not enough. Li Beiqing was furious and just wanted to jump out and speak. Jiang Yining suddenly tilted his head slightly sideways and smiled faintly. "Miss Luo, if by indicating, you mean wishing Grandpa Lai a happy birthday, I've already indicated that Grandpa Lai is the birthday boy. I know I can't steal the limelight over and over again, so how about Miss Luo playing a song for Grandpa Lai, how about it?" Luo Xintian's complexion slightly stiffened, subconsciously retorted. "I don't know how to play the piano. You're purposely making it hard for me." "But..." Li Beiqing immediately laughed. "Ms. Luo didn't ask my family if Enin knows how to play the piano either. Are you a chi double standard?" A low cackle of laughter exploded around them. Anyone present who wasn't blind could see that the elderly, who had been watching from the wall, swept a glance at Li Beiqing. "Xiaoqing, don't be rude to the guests." The voice was not salty, and it was obvious that elderly was not really angry. "Oh." Li Beiqing scrunched his head and spat out his tongue to make a face. Miss Lai, as far as I know, Miss Jiang got the admission certificate of the Tone Association. She does play the piano, so my cousin didn't intentionally make things difficult for her. Luo Xianting slowly took a step out, softly and elegantly opened her mouth. The entry standard of the Tone Association is not low. Being able to get the certificate proves that Miss Jiang's piano skill level is not low. Luo Xintian sniffed and straightened her back. That's it. After Luo Xianting said that the Music Association membership certificate, if Jiang Yining refused, it is the same as in front of so many people here to admit that their own membership certificate is from an unknown source. Falsehoods were made, or some dirty dealings were done, and unpleasant gossip arose about it. If word got out, Jiang Yining would never want to be able to gain a foothold in Deep City's music and celebrity circles. Jiang Yining swept a glance at Ming Qingcheng with a smile, while also noticing several lines of sight around Ming Qingcheng that were not too friendly towards her. Not many people, other than Ming's family and teachers, knew she had a certificate of membership. Can't wait to join forces and watch her make a fool of herself? The party hasn't even started for half an hour. The scene at hand didn't need to think about it to probably know what was going on. Elderly frowned and was just about to speak. Jiang Yining suddenly walked over and bent down slightly in front of Elder Lai. Grandpa Lai, what tune would you like to hear? I'll play one for you. Elderly looked at the girl's generous appearance, without the slightest bit of difficulty on his face. The heart's love for this multi-talented child grew stronger. He laughed, just a random song for the old man. Chapter 163, a little bit of music. Regardless of what Jiang Yining played, he knew that this child would never just perfume him. Then I'll give you. Luo Xintian took a look at her approaching Elder Lai and guessed that she was trying to ask Elder Lai for help. A random song? Then Jiang Yining would play something randomly, and then push that it was what Master Li wanted to hear. If Master Li had the intention to protect her, he wouldn't have let her escape? That's not good. Luo Xintian hurriedly interjected, it seems that Ms. Jiang's zither skills are not bad, and she can even let people casually order songs. Jiang Yining gave a slight lurch. Luo Xintian did not give her a chance to argue and struggle, suddenly raised his voice and said, since Grandpa Lai said whatever, why don't we give everyone this chance to order a song? I think everyone still wants to hear that song of Miss Ming's just now once more, right? This is already obvious, just want Jiang Yining to make a fool of himself. Miss Luo's face, in the end, there were still people who would give it. As soon as she spoke, someone in the crowd responded. Right. I'd love to hear it again too. That song of Miss Ming's can really bring back memories. Just that one. Ms. Jiang should have heard it quite a few times, and with Ms. Ming guiding her, she can always play one or two of them. Luo Xintian swept those who opened their mouths with satisfaction, then turned sideways and raised his eyebrows provocatively at Jiang Yining. Load. Let's see how you're going to fake it. Jiang Yining straightened his body, gave her a fixed look, and nodded. Could be. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Jiang Yining with different expressions. Surprisingly, I actually answered it. Is Jiang Yining crazy? With the same instrument, the same piece of music, how can you not avoid being compared? Isn't she doing this just giving the opportunity for someone else to step on her a little more? The eyes of the crowd were glued to her as they watched her slowly make her way to the piano. At the top, the bright orange light of the ballroom hit her, exposing her beauty even more clearly for all to see. With the reflection of the sequins hidden in her tulle dress, she seemed to be surrounded by starlight, dazzling and intimidating. Ming Qingcheng clenched the grooves of her back teeth and stared at the woman who had obviously become the center of attention. She has an aura and beauty that cannot be duplicated. The woman of the world. Makes you so jealous you're going to die. Soon, she remembered something more important, and her face instantly changed into a worried expression as she quickly walked to Yi Tang's side. Looking at Yi Tang, whose face didn't look too good but wasn't about to get angry, he tentatively opened his mouth. Mom, I didn't bring the sheet music with me, so my sister might not be able to play it? Why don't I go over and help her? Yi Tang pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yining, who stood in the spotlighted position of the lights. Since she's walking over there on her own, she should be able to handle it, we'll just watch from here. She couldn't control it even if she wanted to. With so many celebrities in attendance, she wasn't going to embarrass herself in front of Jiang Yining. Ming Qingcheng's heart fluttered in vain, and his face twisted up with an expression that lost its management for a moment. What do you mean? Can Jiang Yining handle it? Without waiting for her to clear her confused thoughts, Jiang Yining over there had already sat down and stroked his hands on the keys. The notes flowed out from between her fingers, nothing could be heard in the first 10 seconds or so, but everyone present could hear that it wasn't the same as the tune Ming Qingqing played. "Didn't you say you were going to play that piece of music by Ms. Akira-sama? It's not the same at all. Casual performance, are you polite?" I really thought she could play it when I heard her promise so quickly. Ming Qingqing's stiff heart also relaxed slightly. Jiang Yining's confidence, and Yi Tang's indulgence, caused her to almost scare herself to death. That piece, she practiced it for almost a month and couldn't. However, just then, the tune seemed to access the track and the music cleared. It was even more intense than the auditory impact Ming Qingqing had brought to them just now, the notes directly impacting their eardrums and constructing a cozy yet grandiose feeling in their minds. A similar piece of music, but the feelings of conflict are heightened by the stark contrasts. The crowd indulged in the magnificent mood that Jiang Yining had brought them. No one even noticed when she was finished. The whole hall was terribly quiet. It wasn't until the lone applause rang out that Jiang Yining withdrew his arms, opened his peach blossom eyes, and looked toward the applause. Shay's smile froze on her lips before it could unfold. She saw the long, upright, cool and reserved figure. A suit of rich black color brought out his depth and solemnity, making his presence visible at a glance, and it was hard to take your eyes off of him any longer. Jiang Yining blinked his peach blossom eyes. Nirshin slightly lifted his chin, and on his clear and elegant features, he held a few points of faint appreciation. "Ning, nice playing." The low voice with a smile pulled the people around him back to reality, subconsciously clapping along with his rhythm. The crowd's heads were still a little wooden and their minds were all slow. It was halfway through the clapping that I reacted to what kind of music I was hearing. "Is this the same piece of music? I'm getting goosebumps just listening to it." "There are some similarities, not all the same," the adopted daughter, Ms. Jiang, played. "A little more like the full version? Anyway, I don't think it's in the same class. Miss Ming Daisuke is much inferior. It couldn't have been an impromptu adaptation by her, could it? Geez. What kind of monster is this?" Ming Qingqing tightly pinched the hem of her skirt, her face was pale, her head was lowered, and at this moment, she had an urge to run away. Everything in front of her was completely out of her expectation. Jiang Yining played the music from the sheet music, without the slightest alteration, complete and perfect. Luo Xintian wrinkled her eyebrows and lowered her voice. "Xingcheng, what's going on? Why does she play the piano? And, even played your song?" Ming Qingqing's breathing was a little short, his mind was in chaos, and there was no way to answer her question. Had she known that Jiang Yining would be more skillful than her in playing out the tune, she would not have said anything to go on the stage herself, much less let Jiang Yining go on the stage. Now, what to do? She had the feeling that the world she'd managed to build was crumbling at a rapid pace. It's going to be over. Luo Xianting's face was not too good either. "Qingcheng, I heard Xue Xin mention a little bit before that foster daughter stole your zither sheet. Could it be that what you guys are playing is the music above that sheet?" Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips and did not speak. That? Stealing someone else's stuff and still bringing it to show off in front of people? Luo Xintian let out a low curse. Jiang Yining retracted her gaze and forced herself to stand up from her seat, bending slightly toward Elder Li. "I wish Grandpa Lai good health and happiness again." Elder Lai was still applauding excitedly, nodding his head repeatedly. Good, good, good. Child, you have heart. Have a heart." Li Beiqing rushed forward to support him. "Grandpa, don't get too excited. Remember what Dr. Wen told you. If you don't listen, she will scold you." Chapter 164 may not be able to suppress her. Well, I'm not excited or excited." Elder Li cheerfully smiled straight. Can he not be happy? A favorite child played him a piano piece of such high quality on his birthday, not in any way inferior to those of the hallowed masters. Li Beiqing waited for Master Li to calm down a bit, and directly rushed to Jiang Yining's side with his skirt, clapping repeatedly. "Enin, you're awesome. Is there anything else you don't know how to do?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. From now on I'm going to make you my goddess." "You are my goddess." Jiang Yining lost his smile. "You're exaggerating." "Never exaggerate." Li Beiqing's smile suddenly withdrew, and with a suppressed voice, he approached Jiang Yining's ear. "You didn't see just now, Ming Qingcheng was so frightened by your zither skills that her face was bloodless and her soul flew away. Those stinky women just now, singing in unison, didn't they just want to make her family goddess lose face? What a laugh at her expense. Instead of losing face to the goddesses, they surprised themselves. It really doesn't feel too good to watch them eat turtle." Jiang Yining sniffed and swept a glance in Ming Qingqing's direction, the corners of his lips curving up slightly. Ming Qingqing was scared out of her mind by what she knew. As for what Ming Qingqing would do after today, let her wait and see. Jiang Yining's song directly pushed the birthday banquet to a high tide, and no one dared to sit in front of that piano anymore. Elderly waved his hand, young people continue to play. Your little ancestor really brings a surprise every time we meet, Shin. Why do I feel that even you may not be able to suppress her? Li Biting handed over a glass of champagne to Muirshin, while looking far away in Jiang Yining's direction. Watching her with her own sister who had a 200% smile on her face was emotional. Twilight Shin's cold white slender hand took the wine glass and snorted lightly when she heard his words. Why should I hold her down? Little girls are supposed to be free and uninhibited. He wouldn't allow anyone or anything that would overpower her, even himself. Li Biting coughed lightly and shrugged his shoulders. Fine, as long as you're happy. This guy is kind of desperate, spoiling people to this extent. He's not afraid of people running too fast for him to catch up? This seems unlikely as well. Presumably, as long as the little girl didn't run off the planet, there was still a way for Kurenai, the cunning fellow, to catch up. Li Biting was about to ask him why he didn't go over to talk to his little ancestor, and before this could be spat out, a delicate voice rang out from the side. Shin, you're here. Muirshin carelessly and then the hand did not drink a glass of wine, stuffed back into the hands of Li Biting. I'm going to wish Grandpa Lai a happy birthday. Li Biting gave Feng Sudi a pitying look. Looks quite good, 1,000 gold lady, the conditions are not bad, how can you just stare at the twilight sinking this heartless guy? How many closed doors have been eaten in just a few days? Repeated failures. Okay, go ahead. Twilight turned around and headed towards the small hall. Feng Sudi bit her lower lip and looked at Muirshin's back with a reluctant heart. Somewhere in the corner of the banquet hall, Yi Tang was pulled by several elegantly dressed ladies to talk. Mrs. Ming, what a surprise, this daughter you've adopted is no worse at all at the piano than her biological one, just tell us the truth, did you deliberately cultivate her for a long time before you officially adopted her recently? Yeah, I think Mrs. Ming didn't take a lot of trouble on that child, and the Ming family didn't let her change her last name, is it really that? Your family Qinghan. We'll be back soon too, right? Several of the women smiled ambiguously, exchanging knowing glances with each other. Back when the Ming family first adopted Jiang Yining, there were some unpleasant rumors, and now the more they look at it, the more it looks like the same thing. The smile on Yi Tang's face stiffened, and there was no way to refute these women's difficult flirtations across the street. How? That Jiang Yining is her real son? Saying that Jiang Yining himself doesn't want to change his last name? That Jiang Yining was raised by her mother's family to deliberately block her heart? Can't say either one. Several women warmly discussed a few sentences. The person concerned, Yi Tang, did not see a word of conversation, but also knowingly changed the topic. By the way, this adopted daughter of your family seems to be very much liked by Lai Lao, and she is also very familiar with the Lai family's eldest miss. In Deep City, who doesn't want to be in Master Lai's eyes? If this adopted daughter of the Ming family could really climb over Master Li, then they could not mind her status and let their own children interact with her for a while. Yi Tang exhaled slightly. Well, Enin had the honor of giving Elder Lai a lift and a little help. A few of the women's eyes lit up a few times. Turns out there's a real story behind it. So it seems that this adopted daughter of your family is quite a bundle of blessings. No? Blessed with a long face. If you have the chance, let her take my kids too. Yi Tang maintained a polite smile, not agreeing or outright refusing. While perfunctorily talking to these celebrity circle ladies, he quietly raised his eyes to Jiang Yining. The girl's peach blossom eyes, looking, is really quite like her. Somewhere in the back of his mind it seemed to loosen. Perhaps she had been too paranoid in the past, and in the end, Jiang Yining was her own daughter. There was no excuse for the Yi family to secretly cultivate her. After the birthday party, let's get the family's numbers off the blacklist. After being struck down by Jiang Yining, the Luo sisters and Ming Qingqing didn't dare to move in front of her again. The rest of the banquet, although being watched by countless gazes, openly and secretly, was still quite quiet after all. Those people saw with their own eyes how much Elder Lai valued this girl, and no one dared to disturb her at will on the birthday boy's turf. Li Beiqing accompanied Jiang Yining and logically escaped the responsibility of greeting the guests. After all, there was no guest present whose identity was more important than Jiang Yining's. Well, except for Master Kure-san, I guess. As she sat and laughed, she suddenly stopped and frowned. Jiang Yining looked up strangely. What? Luo Xintian took a cell phone to shoot our side. I saw her camera flash. TSK. How come this woman just can't be stopped? I just thought they've finally settled down. Li Beiqing ground his teeth, thinking about whether to go over and ask her to delete the photos. Anyway, she had been preoccupied with the idea that nothing those women over there did could be good. When Jiang Yining followed her line of sight to look over, Luo Xintian had already put away her cell phone and was talking to a friend beside her as if nothing had happened. The more Li Beiqing thought about it, the more uneasy she became. I'll go over and ask her to delete the photos. Forget it, you have no proof, she won't admit it. I have experienced Luo Xiantian's mouth of crooked reasoning, unless with her is unreasonable, otherwise, it is impossible to say over her. Chapter 165. Do you want someone? Jiang Yining's words made her think of what Luo Xintian had done in Deep Bay. Li Beiqing self-confessed not as shameless as Luo Xintian. Solely pulling Jiang Yining, he turned around and turned his back to those disgusting women. Next to the two of them was the buffet-style dining area, and in the face of good food, Li Beiqing's bad mood came and went quickly. By the way, Enin, your gown looks so good, I seem to have seen it somewhere and I don't seem to have seen it. Is it a private order? Jiang Yining nodded. Sort of, my brother made it for me. At that, Li Beiqing's eyelids jumped. Isn't your brother? My male god a first-class racer? The image instantly came to mind of a valiant red-haired young man in a racing suit, holding fabric in his hands, sitting under a light bulb, sewing his sister's clothes with a single stitch, and stifling the occasional yawn of sleepiness. Touching and thunderous. Li Beiqing couldn't help but shake his body hard. Jiang Yining glanced at her silently, not sure what she was thinking, but it shouldn't be anything serious. My other brother. Oh. Li Beiqing was instantly relieved. Scared me to death. Jiang Yining. The two of them chatted and ate something, and the atmosphere was just right when a figure walked over. Surprisingly, it was Ming Chenkong. Enin, come with me, there are several of Dad's friends and partners here, I'll take you to recognize them. Ming Chenkong smiled amiably and waved at Jiang Yining. Li Beiqing looked at Jiang Yining and then at Ming Chenkong, and was a little confused for a moment. Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed as he indifferently nodded his head. She put the dinner plate in her hand down, wiped her lips on a napkin, and stood up self-consciously. I'll step away for a moment. Before taking a step, she whispered to Li Beiqing. Ming Chenkong laughed. Miss Lai, excuse me. Walking out of the dining area, Ming Chenkong slightly tilted his head sideways and swept his eyes in the direction of Li Beiqing. You do talk to the first lady of the Lai family. Jiang Yining's tone of voice didn't have much rise and fall. She's my deskmate. Ming Chenkong froze and stopped in his tracks. Same table? He had assumed from just now that it was because Elder Lai liked Jiang Yining that he had allowed the Lai family's eldest miss to receive her personally. But I never thought that Jiang Yining and Li Beiqing had known each other for a long time, and they were still at the same table. Jiang Yining took a few steps forward before following suit and stopping, half turning to look at him. What's the problem? Ming Chenkong wrinkled his eyebrows in displeasure. Why didn't you tell me? Being at the same table with the Lai family's eldest daughter, such a big deal, he only found out about it now. You didn't ask. Ming Chenkong choked. You can't blame Jiang Yining for that. She had just arrived at the Ming family not long ago and didn't yet know the importance of having a good relationship with those famous girls. The trivial matters at home and the children's matters at school were all managed by Yi Tang. There was no situation, he simply didn't have that time to ask about it, and the company's matters were enough to keep him busy. He was in charge of the outside, and Yi Tang was in charge of the inside. Having been married for more than 20 years, he had always defaulted to this division of labor. But, after a pause, Ming Chenkong asked again, does your mom know? Maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't. Jiang Yining rambled, she came to school a few times. Ming Chenkong's brows were knitted tightly. Even if Yi Tang hadn't been to the school, Ming Qingcheng and Jiang Yining were in the same class and should have known that Jiang Yining and Li Beiqing had become deskmates. It was such an important thing, and the two hadn't mentioned a word of it to him. It seems that after the birthday banquet is over, it is very necessary for him to talk to Yi Tang. Never mind, we'll talk about this at home. In the end is still in the important banquet, Ming Chenkong is quite calm, full of smiles with Jiang Yining in the hall around a few rounds, recognized a number of important people with Ming's cooperation relationship. It was surprising that he came to Twilight sinking in the middle of the role. Third Master Kure, second young Master Lai, you're here too? Ming Chungkan was a bit surprised, not realizing that his target happened to be talking to one of Ming's important clients. It also saved him from thinking of excuses on how to get Jiang Yining to move towards the two. After saying hello, he hurriedly pushed the girl forward. "Oh, this is my daughter, I'm taking her around to recognize people. Yining, hurry over and say hello to the third master of Mure and the second youngest of Lai, you've met before, remember?" Jiang Yining raised her eyes, the bottom of her clear peach blossom eyes reflecting the starry light, beautiful and well-behaved. "Twilight, third master, second young Ri." Twilight Shen sniffed and raised her eyebrows in a smirk. "Oh? We've met before? In that case, it does look somewhat familiar." Jiang Yining blinked. "Little sister Jiang surely remembers me. I rode in my car not too long ago." Li Baiting laughed harshly and was about to reach out to touch Jiang Yining's head. This hand was only halfway outstretched when he suddenly felt a cold chill come over the back of his neck. The desire for survival erupted, and Li Baiting's hand flipped hard in the air and touched the back of his head up. Dark rubbing eyes glared at the Twilight, sinking a glance. "The Heartslander, baby like what, that is not someone else's daughter?" "I remember." Jiang Yining looked at the interaction between the two and found it funny. "Both brothers, I remember." Korinai gave a hymn of satisfaction. Ming Chungkong heart bottom a happy, see two people this reaction. Should be quite satisfied with Jiang Yining only. Joyful and troubled, why didn't Jiang Yining have an extra twin sister? You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. His full attention was on Korinai. On the Li family's side, Jiang Yining first gained Elder Li's favor as soon as he came up, so there's no rush, so he can let it go for a while. Twilight was different, no one knew how long he would stay in Deep City and how many future opportunities he would have. Why not take advantage of the fact that he still had some interest in Jiang Yining? However, he wasn't given much time to fight for more attention from Murshin. There were constantly people behind him who held the same mindset as him, squeezing over to try to get close to Murshin. Ming Chengkon was pushed out of the circle. "These people." He let out a low curse. Third Master Mu didn't even look a few eyes higher than the Ming family, and these people's family lineage didn't know how much worse than the Ming family. "Think you've got a chance just by squeezing in? It's ridiculous." After glaring hatefully for a few moments, he turned his head, only to see that Jiang Yining had already stood 3 or 4 paces away at some unknown time, and fell in a dignified and upright manner, not giving anyone else a chance to squeeze into himself at all. Jiang Yining asked, "Do you want to continue recognizing people?" Ming Chengkong was choked for a while, and seemed to somewhat realize how Yi Tang usually felt when she complained about her children being disturbed. "Forget it, you go and continue chatting with the Lai family's first lady." He waved his hand to signal that she was free to go. Anyway, Jiang Yining had already dangled her face in front of Murshin, so she would find another opportunity later to try to find out if Third Master Mure wanted someone or not. Oh. Jiang Yining walked without any mental burden. Chapter 166. There's nothing to talk about. I probably understand why you don't go to your family's little ancestor to talk. Li Baiting retracted his gaze, snorted, "The little girl's family is all bad goods, the pro-mother bias pro-raised children, this is still a little bit of reason, after all, more than 10 years of feelings, barely can be said to be past, but this pro-father, it is really unreliable, look at him just now that way, almost asked you do you want to accept a mistress? I can't believe it. The little girl is not yet an adult, her father has a hole in his head?" Rao Baiting had seen a lot of things, but he had seldom encountered such a superb product. Her own mother didn't love her, and her own father tried to sell her. And then he was heartbroken when he thought about how good and cute that little girl was. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he even had the urge to grab Ming Chengkong over and beat him severely. Twilight Sink gave him a cold, sidelong glance. "You could have cursed louder so the bystanders could have heard." Ri Baiting's liver ached from his choking, but he still had the sense to suppress his voice. "You don't get mad when someone trashes your little ancestor like that?" He was furious to hear it, not to mention, Jiang Yining was the treasure that Murshin put on the tip of his heart. Twilight was not a generous person. "Can you stand by and just watch your baby being missed and not do anything about it? This is still Master Kure-san." Twilight Shen converged her phoenix eyes and her expression was extremely light. "What do you think?" Li Baiting. "Okay, no need to say anything, I can see that the third master of the Twilight has already exploded with anger. Mentally, I give the Ming family a second of silence." Immediately afterward, Ri Baiting reacted that something was wrong. "Wrong, huh? How did you know he was trying to sell you his daughter?" It was only when he looked at Ming Chengkong's face just now that he realized that dirty mind, couldn't it be that Ming Chenkang had gone to show off in front of Murshin before today? It was then that I heard Twilight Shin say in a cold voice, he had someone probe my preference for women. Sure enough. The person who would pry into Twilight Sing's preferences was certainly not just Ming Chenkang. This kind of thing was happening all over the place during the time that Twilight Sing stayed in Deep City. There were even people poking around his place, so many that he didn't bother to perfume them and just drove them away. However, it was because the person who was prying was Ming Chenkang that Murshin treated him specially and wrote him down. Re-biting let out a dark sigh. People who want to die always have a way to die faster. Hurry up and get the person out of the Ming family, or else when that real father of hers realizes that you're not willing to buy them one day, he'll find another buyer. Before the words were finished, he saw that Murshin's complexion was cold, and Li Biting immediately closed his mouth, where he still dared to add fuel to the fire. He was really afraid that Twilight Sink would just go crazy here. Hee, just kidding, just with little sister John's ability, that family of Ming Chenkang, it's considered impressive to be able to move her for a single point. Besides, the little girl should have seen her own father's mind. Just now, she and Twilight Shin coincidentally pretended not to know each other, that tacit, understanding forget it, don't mention it. Jiang Yining walked to the rest area and sat down. A large open space was set aside next to it and set up as a dance floor, where a group of young people were dancing themselves to the music, dancing and buzzing. Li Beiqing was among them, pulling a 12 or 13-year-old girl. The two of them were playing like crazy. As one of the focal points of tonight's party, she had just sat down and the eyes around her kept glancing towards her. That piano piece from not too long ago was arguably the most skillful and unrivaled. Didn't you see Ming Qingqing hiding somewhere after that song? Moreover, elderly treated Jiang Yining with the same cordiality as if she were his own granddaughter. Some people even felt that Elder Lai showed not only cordiality, but also a vague feeling of being obedient. But the feeling was all scratched as an illusion. After all, a person of Elder Li's status didn't need to be subservient to anyone at all. Originally, such a character should have been the object of everyone's rivalry. However, Jiang Yining was sitting right there, but none of them dared to come forward. A combination of beauty, ability, and favor, with the status of the most despised adopted daughter. Together with the previous rumors, who knows how many unseen tactics have been used behind her being loved by Elder Lai. How long will this favorite last? So there is a vacuum band around the girl. Jiang Yining took a glass of juice from the waiter's hand as if nothing had happened and took a light sip. Relaxed. Ms. Jiang. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded at her side. Jiang Yining frowned slightly and looked up. The man was tall, with a suit of great value, and a handsome appearance, just like a dignified gentleman, with an extraordinary aura. He stood at the edge of the couch with a polite smile on his face. A couple of the girls next to him thought they were staring at him quietly, blushing slightly with some excitement. It's the Lai family's young master. Is that girl trying to take in the entire Li family? Elder Li, Miss Li. And now even youngest Li has come over. I wouldn't be surprised if second young Mr. Lai came over to look for her too later. Is she really just a foster daughter? It couldn't be that some powerful family is temporarily fostering someone in the Ming family? All around them was an overwhelming murmur of voices. Jiang Yining sat on the sofa with a bland expression, unmoved by the man's kind smile. Lai Chunyu. This young master, who was searching for Dr. Wen at Runha Hospital, suddenly stood in front of her in a friendly manner. Probably wouldn't be a coincidence. Lai Jinyu stood in front of her for a few seconds, and did not see the girl get up to greet her. His heart immediately had some annoyance. For the sake of that slight possibility, he forced himself to gather up the displeasure and not show it. There was a pause before he added. Miss Jiang, hello, I'm Lai Jinyu. He said, extending his right hand in an attitude of friendly friendship. Jiang Yining lowered her eyes and glanced at the hand that came to her. After a quick glance, he withdrew his eyes and didn't shake on it. It was half a moment before he returned absently. Hello. Lai Jinyu's eyebrows throbbed, and that displeasure in his heart grew thicker and thicker. With some embarrassment, he withdrew his hand and stood up straight again. The woman was good looking to his liking, but... It's so rude. After he identified himself, this is the attitude? Just an adopted daughter of a small family, what's the point of posing in front of him? Unless... His eyes flashed and he eventually suppressed his anger, his gaze sweeping to the dance floor not far away, a smile returning to his face. I wonder if I could invite Ms. Jiang for a dance. I can't dance. In that case, Lai Jinyu nodded, then smiled, and sat down in the seat beside Jiang Yining, then it's just right. I have some words I want to talk to Ms. Jiang. Do you mind if I sit down? This situation, in the words of Li Beiqing, is another green tea that asks on the mouth whether he minds or not, but his body acts first. Jiang Yining coldly lowered his face and stood up. I'm sorry, I mind. I don't know Mr. Ri well enough that I shouldn't have much to talk about. Chapter 167, Hurry up and apologize. From the moment Lai Zhenyu appeared in the rest area, the people around him had been looking this way. The crowd could not help but let out a small clamor as they watched Jiang Yining repeatedly refuse, and even get up and leave very facelessly. This adopted daughter is a bit too bold, isn't she? Even if he was loved by elder Lai, how could he say that the eldest son of the Lai family was the old man's proper grandson? Jiang Yining's face was so shaken, not only did it offend the Lai family's youngest, but it would also cause Master Lai's displeasure, wouldn't it? Does she really think she can do whatever she wants based on that little favorite? Lai Zhenyu's face alternated between green and white, not expecting Jiang Yining to disregard the occasion and embarrass him so much here. What with liking her face and latching onto her words, everything was thrown out the window. He roared at Jiang Yining's departing figure, Jiang Yining, you're a little adopted daughter, don't give your face away. I've already lifted you up by talking to you. On my Li family's turf, it's not your turn to be reckless. If you don't know what's good for you and give me any more petty behavior, don't blame me for not being polite. Jiang Yining stopped in his tracks. Lai Zhenyu laughed contemptuously. People are just born cheap. Play a song, get bragged about a few times, and really take yourself seriously? She probably couldn't even remember that she was just a lowly adopted daughter if he didn't put it bluntly. Get your ass over here and sit down. Jiang Yining stood still and didn't move. Lai Zhenyu raised his voice. What? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? I'm telling you to come here. Don't make me say it a third time. The people have turned their eyes to Jiang Yining, sympathizing, ridiculing, and a lot of gloating. Actually, young Master Lai is quite right. He doesn't look at what kind of place this is. How dare he go wild on the master's family's head? He really doesn't know how to die. And don't you ask anything of an adopted daughter. Down in the people's hometown. I can't stand to see that adopted daughter's face from just now. Isn't she just a bit better looking and can play some piano? Does she really think she's the little princess that everyone holds up? Hey, in fact, there is no need to talk like this. How to say is also a girl, make a scene, no one will look good. You didn't see the front, you don't know, Mr. Lai has been talking to that foster daughter in a pleasant manner. His attitude is too good to be true, but that foster daughter is good. She has set up her position twice and thrice, throwing her face in the face, and she is super impolite. Lai Zhenyu didn't pay attention to the tone of his voice anymore after he became furious, and that yelling attracted everyone around him. After the previous person about of science, the crowd quickly understood the whole story, looking at Jiang Yining's expression a few more points of contempt, while whispering and pointing. Li Beiqing on the dance floor realized afterward that the center of the tumultuous crowd over there was actually Jiang Yining. Opposite Jiang Yining stood a Lai Zhenyu, and his look, which could not be the same, was clearly bullying. She hurriedly handed her relative's child to the person next to her, ready to rush over and save the day. The man pulled her back. What are you getting involved in young Mr. Lai's business? Of course she doesn't care about that Lai Zhenyu dude. But, Jiang Yining, she wasn't going to let anyone bully her. At this time, Yi Tang also rushed over at the sound of the noise, and when she heard the murmurs around her, her face was green with iron. After struggling in his heart for a moment, he finally walked over to Jiang Yining. Yining, hurry up and apologize to young Master Li. She urged in a low voice, then replaced it with an apologetic face. Young Master Li, my daughter is young and unintelligent. She bumped into you. I'm really sorry. Please make sure you forgive her this time. Saying that, he lowered his head deeply, while still not forgetting to tug at Jiang Yining's hand, signaling her to hurry up and bow her head to apologize. Jiang Yining gave her a cold look. Lai Zhenyu was very satisfied with Yi Tang's attitude and laughed. Originally or not, that depends on your daughter's attitude. Yi Tang forced herself to hold back her embarrassment. Yining, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to young Master Li? Apologize for what? Jiang Yining lifted his eyes. It wasn't easy for her to make up her mind to try and be a real mother and daughter with Jiang Yining. In such a humiliating scene, she also stood by Jiang Yining's side and helped her apologize to people. But what about Jiang Yining? At this point in time, you still have this annoying attitude. The anger in Yi Tang's heart instantly surged up. What kind of attitude is that? Shouldn't you apologize for doing something wrong? The corner of Jiang Yining's lips picked up a very faint arc. So, I'm asking, What have I done that I need to apologize for? Yet Ang froze. In fact, she didn't know exactly what had happened. She heard the commotion and hurried over, and heard the people around her talking about how arrogant and rude Jiang Yining was, how arrogant and domineering she was, and how she was presumptuous enough to climb over the head of her master's family to spread her wildness. But everyone says so what could possibly be wrong? Yining, this is the Li family. It's not a place for you to be capricious and arrogant. I can turn a blind eye to what you do at home, but if you offend the Li family here, your father and I can't protect you. Jiang Yining looked at her with a cold expression. I don't need you to nurse. Yi Tang immediately turned white with anger, and her body shook uncontrollably. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that not only did she not give face to the Lai family's great young man, she didn't even give face to her own mother. That's too much of a white knight, isn't it? No. Adopting someone back with good intentions, not to mention not being grateful, but also causing so much trouble for the family, without any sense of guilt at all, it's really absolute. It seems that everyone who says she's arrogant and bossy is really not wrong at all, and they don't look at what kind of occasion this is. Country bumpkins, they think they're invincible just because they're the Ming family's adopted daughter. When are such people going to learn that there is a world outside of people? Yi Tang was angry and anxious, holding back his anger, whispering and urging Jiang Yining for a few moments, and not seeing her move. The words of severing the relationship were about to reach her mouth. Jiang Yining, you're being capricious again. At this time, Elderly and the others over in the small hall also noticed the commotion over here and had someone help them walk over. The old man's shrewd gaze swept back over Jiang Yining and Lai Zhenyu. A guess was made in an instant. The most likely reason is that his grandson has found out something about Dr. Wen and has come to Jiang Yining. Otherwise, with his low-eye nature, it is unlikely that he would pay attention to a girl with the status of adopted daughter. What's going on here? When Yi Tang saw Elderly, his heart thumped, and cold sweat instantly came down. She couldn't care less and tugged on Jiang Yining's hand, immediately bending down to the old man and apologizing repeatedly. Elderly, I'm really sorry, it's because I'm not teaching my daughter well, I was not paying attention and let her run over Grand Duke Li, please give her a chance, I'll definitely discipline her well. Lai Zhenyu walked over to Elder Lai and came to him, his eyes sweeping Jiang Yining intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing her isolated and pitiful appearance, her heart ached, and her anger followed, and her reason returned to her head. He really did not want to force this beautiful girl to lower her head, but was just used to being flattered. Adding to the fact that no one had ever dared to reject him so directly, he had just gotten mad and wanted to teach this girl a little lesson. He wouldn't embarrass a pretty woman as long as she behaved herself. Moreover, this girl may also be Dr. Wen herself, so it is not impossible for him to give in at the right time. It's not a big deal, Miss Jiang, apologize to me and let's pretend this never happened. Lai Zhenyu waved his hand and made a magnanimous gesture. Jiang Yining gave him a breathless sidelong glance, you might as well pretend it happened. You! Lai Zhenyu was furious. All given such an obvious ladder and this woman doesn't even know how to climb down. Does she have no eyes or is she just stupid in the first place? Luo Xintian coldly said. This Ming family's second miss, her temper is quite strong. But this is not the countryside, you can do whatever you want, in the big city, no one will spoil you. Persuasive voices were all around. Hurry up and apologize. Young Mr. Lai has been generous enough not to bother with you, but don't be ungrateful. They gave you face before inviting you to the birthday banquet, so an apology is in order. Thud, a heavy, muffled thud, instantly silenced those sounds. Elder Lai's cold eyes swept, his voice carrying a stern intent. I'm asking you, old man, what's going on here? No one's got me in their sights anymore, do they? Lai Zhenyu's heart followed, Grandpa, it's not a big deal, you don't have to. I gave you the chance to say it, and you're not saying it, so let the little girl say it. Elder Li chided. In the face of Elder Li's sudden anger, the entire banquet hall was dead silent, and the crowd didn't dare to take a breath. Lai Zhenyu was even more secretly shocked, somewhat confused as to what Elder Li's point of anger was. Say. I said. Grandpa, don't be angry. Lai Zhenyu hurriedly said, actually, it's really not a big deal, I, as the host family, greet the guests, this Miss Jiang. At that point, he paused. What about Jiang Yining? She wasn't what, she was just being overly aloof and not giving him the response he wanted at all. What happened to her? Elder Lai pursued in a cold voice. Cold sweat began to break out on Lai Zhenyu's forehead as he realized that Elder Lai might not be helping him. She's a little rude. How was she rude? Speak more clearly. Master Li's walking stick once again struck the floor, and the thud sound seemed to knock on the human heart. Everyone stiffened their necks and tried to back away. The first time I ate melon, I ate it so horribly. I greeted her in a friendly way, asked her to dance in good faith, and she refused with indifference. I wanted to sit down and chat with her, and she threw me a bone and wanted to leave. Elder Li sneered. What are you? The king of heaven? Others don't even have the right to reject you? When others reject you, you still have to sit down with a stiff upper lip? Chatting with her? Who gave you the guts to do such a thing? The whole place was dead silent. The crowd didn't even dare to move a bit, watching the events go in an unexpected direction. Chapter 168. Speaking without a subject. Li Jianyu's face went black, but he didn't dare to retort a word in the slightest, and could only plead for mercy with a low cry. Grandpa! Elder Li had no intention of stopping there. Answer me. Because she refused to talk to you, you felt she was rude, so you called her ungrateful and tried to hold someone's head down to apologize to you, is that right? This was a question that, if he dared to answer yes, Elder Li would probably hit him on the head with a cane on the spot. However, with so many people around watching, the situation didn't allow him to be sophomoric. Li Jianyu could only be silent and play dead. Elder Li saw that he didn't answer. Directly he acquiesced. You're really something, aren't you? Bullying little girls with your status as the youngest master of the Li family? Chatting with her? What a big face you have. Elder Li became more and more angry as he spoke, directly lifting his cane and knocking it down on Li Jianyu. You're older than a human little girl by almost a round. What are you thinking? Going to block a minor child? Do you still want to be shameless? Do you want to make a mistake? Do you want to drag me down to my old age? With such a big hat to snap down, Li Jianyu's face turned white with fear. Grandpa, I didn't. I just wanted to say a few words to her. I didn't even touch the corner of her coat. Wanted to talk to her, so did you ask if they wanted to talk to you? And you want to touch the corner of the coat, I touch. I'll touch it. Although Elder Li was old, his aura did not lose to the young at all. A cane knocked down, nearly breaking Li Jianyu's bones. He covered his small foot bone that was knocked painfully, his face blanched in pain, and he scurried away in a mess, knocking over many tables and chairs, and spilling wine and pastries all over the place. Grandpa! At this time, Li Jianyu's parents also rushed over and rushed forward, trying to stop Elder Li. Elder Ri, however, knocked on whoever was in the way, hitting several people and causing them to cry out in pain. Dad! Don't you hit me! Who to beat if not you? Who taught a good son? Instead of letting him make a big irreversible mistake, let me beat him to death first. Mr. and Mrs. Li were beaten and scolded by the splitting of their heads, and they were all a bit confused. Grandpa Li. A plain hand suddenly caught the cane that was going to hit downward, and the clear and pleasant voice was like a spring breeze and rain, easily calling back everyone's sanity. Master Li gasped and paused. Calm down, you can't have too many emotional ups and downs. Jiang Yining slowly placed his cane back on the ground and raised his head in a sweeping motion. Beiqing, bring a cup of fresh water. Ha? Oh. Good. Ri Beiqing, who had opened a step away, turned around in a hurry to get water. Grandpa Butler, give me that bag. Jiang Yining pointed to the bag that Butler Li had been carrying in his hand. Butler Li was also in a cold sweat plus confused at this time. The plot turned too quickly, he was somewhat unable to keep up with Elder Li's thoughts. Hearing Jiang Yining's words, he subconsciously complied. Jiang Yining took the bag, took out the pills she had packed from inside, and poured out one. At that moment, Li Beiqing then rushed over with water in his hands. Feeding Elder Li the pills, he helped him to sit down on the sofa to the side again. A sea of people around them still hadn't recovered from the shock and confusion. Ever feel a tightness in your chest? Master Li took the medicine, drank the water, and smoothed his breath, and his person was much more comfortable. Hearing the little girl's question, the good-natured girl shook her head and replied. No, it's quite comfortable. That look was a million miles away from the way he had just knocked Li Jianyu around. The crowd looked at him, already feeling very speechless, but now they were even more speechless. Jiang Yining held his forehead and lost his smile. Don't get so angry in the future. Elder Li sniffed and raised both eyebrows. Do you think I want to be angry? If it wasn't for someone pissing me off, I wouldn't bother getting angry. Dad. Li's father was a bit unhappy. He just wanted to say a few words to her. Isn't this a bit too much for you? He had rationalized the whole thing while he was catching his breath. He only felt that Elder Lai was really making a bit of a big deal out of it, and he even made Lai Jinyu lose face in front of so many guests for nothing. Wasn't it just two young people walking up to each other and saying a few words? With another hatchet and a hammering, Lai Jinyu will not be able to walk out of the house tomorrow by designation. You have to be laughed at everywhere you go. What? You think I'm wrong? Then point it out, and I'll break it to you properly? Lai's father choked. There were millions of disagreements in his heart, but how could he dare to really break it off with Elder Lai? Really break it off, it's not pulling reasoning, it's becoming the next person to be hunted down and hammered. With nowhere to vent his chagrin, he raised his head and glared angrily at Jiang Yining, and only then did he get a good look at the girl. Instantly, he somewhat understood why his son had gotten tangled up with her. Growing into this. Before the anger could be fully relocated to the girl, Elder Li's rather imposing voice slammed down first. What are you staring at? Want to retaliate? How could I? Lai's father vomited in his heart. Dad, let's rush Ayu to the hospital, you've all but knocked his feet swollen. Knocked off is better. Saves from making mischief. Anyway, it's not like I can't afford him. At this time, Feng Sui walked forward and gently advised. Grandpa Lai, today is your birthday, it's a great day, why don't you calm down? You wouldn't be happy if young Mr. Li really got hurt, right? Elder Li raised his eyelids, but he didn't dislike him anymore, which was considered to give Feng Sui some face. Several people saw that he had loosened up and hurriedly took turns persuading him some more. After a good deal of persuasion, it was finally possible for Master Li to make a concession. Father Lai and a close relative of the Lai family went over to help Lai Jinyu up and to take him to the hospital. Slow down. Elder Lai suddenly spoke. A few bodies stiffened. You did something wrong and want to leave without apologizing? Is this the way my Lai family is taught? Lai Jinyu's pale face was nearly twisted and deformed. He's all beat up and he has to apologize to that little. What? You don't feel good about being pressed on the head to apologize? When you were holding someone's head down to apologize just now, you were having a great time, weren't you? It's hard when it's on you? Lai Jinyu's face was blue and he was breathing heavily, obviously furious. However, Elder Li had made his attitude clear that he wanted to protect Jiang Yining. Apologize first, we'll talk about what's going on later. Ri's father whispered in his ear. More on that later. Lai Jinyu gritted his teeth and one word after another popped out from between his teeth. I'm sorry. Master Li was dissatisfied. What did your language teacher teach you? Speak without a subject? Who apologized to whom? Say it clearly. For a moment, Lai Jinyu felt like he lost 2 seconds of consciousness and was exasperated. It was hard to slow down, and he took a deep breath. Lai Jinyu apologized to Miss Jiang Yining, I'm sorry. Elder Li didn't immediately let go, but turned his head to look at Jiang Yining, and was satisfied when he saw her nod slightly. Come on, don't embarrass yourself here, hurry to the hospital. Chapter 169. Take the little girl for a while. In the end, Lai Jinyu was unable to control the impact of the qi and blood overturning, both eyes rolled over, fainted, and was carried out on a frame. A group of watchers around them were left watching in awe, unable to stop sizing up Jiang Yining. Without saying a word and with 2 sleeves, he held down the head of the Lai family's youngest master and rubbed it on the ground to start a fire. And no one could see what she used. Before they could see what was going on, they heard Elder Lai throw down another shocking thunderbolt. Drove a crowd of people's jaws off the floor. Oh child, old man, I am sorry for you, not purging the family house style, out of the bad ingredients, let you be humiliated for no reason. What did they hear? Elder Lai was apologizing to Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining smiled faintly. It's fine, Grandpa Lai, no one can force me to apologize for a mistake I didn't admit. Right. This is how to be a human being. Elder Li slapped his palm hard on his knee. You can't lower your head if you're not at fault. Once you lower your head, the fault will be all on you. Those who follow the wind and advise you to apologize are either stupid or bad, never listen, understand? Many of the people who had just opened their mouths to let Jiang Yining apologize either to sell young Master Li a good deal, or couldn't stand to see Jiang Yining stealing too much of the limelight, or for various reasons, changed their faces when they heard Elder Li's words. Yi Tang clenched his fists tightly and stood there dry, his body trembling slightly from the embarrassment that kept pouring out. When Elder Li said that, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced her way, clearly saying it was meant for her to hear. However, she hadn't been wrong at all in urging Jiang Yining to apologize. The Lai family isn't something that just anyone can offend. So what if it's not wrong? It would be a real mistake to drag your family and company down with you for that breath. How? Did she know that elderly would come forward and back up Jiang Yining? What if it doesn't? Pulling the Ming family to Jiang Yining's funeral. The place that had been messed up and soiled by Li Jinyu was quickly cleaned up again, and the banquet continued as if the chaos from earlier had never happened. Once again, the young man was dancing on the dance floor. Banquet corner. Let go. Twilight ordered coldly. Cough. Li Baiting let go of his hand and touched his nose in embarrassment. Shin, on Li Jinyu's side, leave it to me, please, I will definitely give little sister Jiang a satisfactory result. He didn't dare to say that he gave Twilight Sinker the satisfaction. That would only result in the complete disappearance of Li Jinyu as a person. If Master Li hadn't appeared in time just now, how could Li Jinyu be so lucky to go to the hospital after being knocked around a few times? Ri Baiting had a headache, it was unlucky to have that kind of blood relatives. You better keep an eye on him. Twilight Shin's voice was so cold that it didn't have the slightest bit of temperature, carrying an indescribable violence. This kind of thing will definitely not happen a second time. Ri Baiting thought for a moment and added, if it does happen a second time, I will also personally clean him up. Without another word, Twilight Sink didn't say anything else, and with a stride of his long legs, he directly walked towards the rest area next to the dance floor. Ri Baiting froze. You're not pretending to be a stranger anymore? The Twilight Sinking figure didn't pause for a second. Li Baiting stared blankly at his figure as he disappeared into the crowd and muttered, still saying that he's afraid of causing trouble for little ancestor? Isn't it still too much to sit still and personally come down to protect it? When he walked away, Ri Baiting suddenly hissed again. Li Jinyu, that fool just now nearly got his leg knocked off by Grandpa making a mistake. Shin, this guy even dared to come over at this time. Forget it, I'll treat it as if I don't know anything. Over there, in the rest area, Jiang Yining chatted with elderly, and Li Beiqing didn't have the good sense to run off and play, eating and accompanying from the side. Feng Suyi didn't leave either and sat in front of elderly. Seeing that elderly didn't have any semblance of a barrier and was full of pleasantries as he spoke to Jiang Yining, she took advantage of the gap between the two, stopping and interjected with a smile. Grandpa Lai, you're really good to your juniors. Oh, who doesn't like a well-behaved junior? Yining is a good kid. She's smart and pretty, how delightful is she? Of course, Sui is also a good kid, I like them all. Feng Suyi narrowed her eyes slightly and asked tentatively, how did Grandpa Lai and Miss Jiang recognize? Li Beiqing swallowed the cake in her mouth and pampered herself by hugging Master Li's arm and shaking it a few times. Grandpa, aren't I good? Aren't I pretty and smart? Why don't you like me? Master Li was afraid of her. Like. Stop shaking me. Stinky girl is shaking the old man's bones apart. Hey! Li Beiqing let go of his hand and spat his tongue out at elderly, making a face. You little naughty boy. Go. Elder Li drove her to the single sand next to him before he turned back. Sudi, what did you just say? Feng Suyi smiled softly. It's nothing, it's just that I'm a little envious of Miss Li and Miss Jiang who are loved by Grandpa Li. Elder Li laughed with joy. What's there to envy? Old Feng, that old man, he loves you very much, used to bring you to me to show off, egu, make me envious Thinking of that year, elderly revealed a face of nostalgia. Feng Suyi nodded. Well, Grandpa does love me. As she was telling Elder Li something about her grandfather's recent situation, Feng Suyi unintentionally raised her eyes and saw Mirshin walking towards her with his long and slender legs, and her heart immediately missed a beat. She forgot that she was still talking to Mr. Li and gazed in fascination at the man's approaching, stunningly handsome face. The closer he got, the faster her heart beat, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Feng Suyi subconsciously stood up, her face slightly red. Shin, you're here? However, the man's figure swept past indifferently and walked straight to Elder Li. Grandpa Li, I want to borrow someone from you. Elder Li froze. Borrowing from what? Mirshin turned his head sideways and looked at the girl beside Elder Li with downcast eyes, right into the girl's clear and translucent eyes. A pair of peach blossom eyes slightly curved up, as if with a smile. The autumn water was full, deep and charming, looking at him with a somewhat bewildered look, appearing particularly lovely. Without waiting for a response from those present, the man's low mellow voice was heard saying, Ms. Jiang, may I invite you to dance? Jiang Yining blinked and looked at the palm that came to her. Shocked by this sudden invitation, the bland little face remained flat. No? The voice was tinted with a slight loss. Jiang Yining snapped back to her senses, her small face revealing a slight blush of a few moments of panic. But, yes. I didn't say no. Saying that, the white tender hand rested on Twilight Shen's warm palm. Let's go then. Twilight's arm made a slight effort to pull the girl up from the couch. Grandpa I'll take the little girl for a while. Elder Ri nodded. Go on, young people have fun on your own, don't worry about the old man. Chapter 170 Not Getting Close to Women. Feng Suti's complexion stiffened slightly as she stood up to block the way of the two. That's not good, is it? Dancing with Ms. Zhang will easily lead to misunderstandings, and it won't be good if something like what happened to young Master Lai just now happens. Right, Grandpa Lai? She bit down on the word Mr. Li in an attempt to remind Master Li of something that would stop the two from going to the dance. Elder Lai's reply instantly shattered her hopes. How come? I've watched Shin grow up since he was a child, I know he's a good boy. He knew that Murshin wouldn't make this kind of mistake, so he was relieved to let Jiang Yining follow Murshin to have fun. And he knew very well what kind of mind Lai Zhenyu held to approach Jiang Yining, which was why he didn't hesitate to knock Lai Zhenyu. Inside Feng Suti's chest cavity, the blood and chi flipped so much that she could barely stand. Seeing that the two were about to leave the rest area, she couldn't pay attention to anything but trying to stop them. Just now. Didn't Miss Zhang say just now that she doesn't know how to dance? Jiang Yining raised his eyes in some surprise and swept a glance at Feng Suti. Yes, she did. At that moment, Lai Zhenyu hadn't made a scene yet, and his attitude hadn't begun to be bad, so the only people who could hear this were those near the rest area. So? Feng Sui was already staring at her in the dark at that moment? Miss Feng, that's just a kind of rhetoric to make it less awkward for both sides, for rejection, and it's generally understandable, right? Feng Sui sneered, laughing at Jiang Yining for being too greedy. Can't you see Ri Jinyu because you have Murshin as a target? It's better said than sung. Delusional. Miss Jiang, is this a glorification of your own lying? Jiang Yining. Forget it, as long as you're happy. Korinai pulled the girl's hand slightly. Gone. Oh. Jiang Yining was obediently led by him, circling past Feng Sui. Murshin coldly swept a glance at Feng Sui as he passed her. Just one glance made her heart steeply clenched, and her whole body was as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. That was a warning to her. Just for an adopted daughter under. Murshin led Jiang Yining to the edge of the dance floor, then let go of her hand and took 2 steps back. With that, the man bent over slightly and made a very formal gesture of inviting Jiang Yining to dance. Dead silence. The dance floor, which had been so lively a few seconds before, was instantly and horribly quiet. Everyone stared at the man and woman in stagnation, actually a little confused. They actually see the real, or people are dreaming? Then, Jiang Yining reached out her hand and gently placed it in the man's hand. Wrapping their large palms around their small hands, the two glided onto the dance floor. It was only after a few moments that the crowd remembered to marvel. The young men on the dance floor had the good sense to make enough room for the pair to dance freely on the dance floor. I've finally discovered Miss Zhang's true colors. What? Quickly say. Isn't she the adopted daughter of the Ming family? What other true colors are there? She's the group favorite for tonight's birthday dinner. It's still true. I'm so jealous. Isn't Jiang Yining the group's favorite? Being escorted by Elder Lai and invited to dance by Third Master Twilight. The two most honorable people at tonight's banquet. Jiang Yining was treated like never before. Feng Sui stood at the edge of the dance floor, staring deathly at the two men and women who were close together. It was a distance she could only dream of. And a distance she had never reached. On the dance floor. Jiang Yining carefully followed Twilight Sinker and took the steps of the dance. In her heart, she was a little glad that she hadn't been lazy when she was led by her several brothers to learn the social dance, or else stepping on Master Twilight 3 would be a great sin. Anon, it's beautiful tonight. Above her head came the distinctive and uniquely mellow voice of Twilight Sink, praising her unapologetically. Thanks. After thanking him, Jiang Yining reacted with hindsight that Murshin had used on Ning instead of the usual Ning Ning. She looked up and saw him staring at her intently, his gaze holding a few moments of deep meaning and pleasure. This. Is it? What? Twilight dropped her eyes, a smile on her lips. Jiang Yining bit her lip and slightly averted her face, somewhat embarrassed. To ask, or not to ask? Forget it. Or don't ask. Pretend you didn't get it, then the vest will hold steady. One of Twilight's hands gently pressed against her waist, taking her around twice and pulling her into an embrace. Jiang Yining's heart trembled, subconsciously squeezing his hand tightly. Ning is being shy, huh? I didn't. It wasn't originally something that couldn't be made known. However, she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed that day in the car, knowing that Kurenai often listened to the immature tunes she had initially written. So, what is it? Jiang Yining choked slightly and couldn't help but mouth back. I just find it strange that the legendary third master Kure, who has never been close to women, would take the initiative to do a social dance with a girl. After speaking, Jiang Yining regretted it. She even somewhat wanted to bite off her tongue. What is she babbling about, making the atmosphere even weirder? A low chuckle suddenly spilled out of Twilight. That clear and beautiful face had a little more smoke and fire, and it was a different kind of seduction. Jiang Yining's ears burned, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in and hide. What's so funny? Nirshin's long and slender fingers tightened abruptly, gathering Jiang Yining's uncharacteristically soft hand in his palm. The phoenix eyes raised, his voice low and containing pleasure. Ning Ning is with me, and it will be at least another year or two before she can get involved with the female color. Boom! Jiang Yining's head was as if a bomb had been dropped on it, and his entire face instantly turned red. She had no idea how to pick up on such a topic. Twilight Sink's compelling voice sounded again. Also, I want to clarify one point. Clarify what? Jiang Yining looked at him suspiciously. Twilight looked down at the girl in her arms, her eyes even deeper. The so-called legends and rumors, most of them are blackmail, the credibility is very low. Ning Ning, remember, I'm not close to women, I just haven't met any women that I want to get close to. Looking at the girl's bland and beautiful face in a rare out of embarrassment and panic, the corner of his lips slightly hooked up a pleasant arc. Jiang Yining bit her lower lip and didn't make a sound. She also now felt that all those rumors about Master Kure-san were false. The people who spread these rumors must have taken the liberty of making guesses just by looking at Nirshin's somewhat indifferent appearance. It used to be common for some people who didn't know her well to say that she was cold in nature. But she definitely wasn't. Just as she was bellyaching about those who had spread the rumor about Nirshin so excessively, Jiang Yining was suddenly carried by Nirshin and spun around for a week, crashing into the sturdy chest without defense. Ning, do you remember? Jiang Yining looked up blankly. What? Twilight Shen looked at the girl's peach blossom eyes, his thin lips slightly opened, slowly and clearly repeating, it's not that I don't get close to women, it's just that I haven't met any that I want to get close to. Chapter 171. Do you still think Jiang Yining is beautiful? Jiang Yining was so flustered. I know. You said it just now. Why do you have to repeat yourself when you say things like that? What if she thinks the wrong way, or thinks too much? Twilight Shen paused. Since we're on the topic, there's something I must emphasize. The man's voice was like a melodious and slow tune, hooking one's heart without realizing it. Jiang Yining looked at him somewhat nervously. Ning is still young, in school, no early love, do you hear me? Unexpectedly, he was talking about this, and Jiang Yining's face reddened some more. Out of shyness and out of chagrin. Why did you bring her into this all of a sudden? I won't. That's a good boy. Jiang Yining was so frustrated by his attitude that she lost her temper and let out a soft hump to show her dissatisfaction. The petulance is playful and adorable. Twilight Sink didn't tease her anymore, the little girl was still young, everything was appropriate. Looked at the girl's red, blood-dripping ears. Besides, after he had to coax. On the dance floor, the man is handsome, the girl is beautiful, with the dance steps of the two people in time, the posture is beautiful, and it is very pleasing to the eyes. The song ended with a round of applause. Hiss. What if I suddenly feel that Third Master Muir and Miss Jiang are a good match? The height is suitable and the two stand together like an oil painting. Just shut up. Have you forgotten why Elder Lai hit young Master Lai just now? Match? Are you kidding? Just talk about status, that Miss Jiang don't even think about it. How dare you guys talk nonsense about Master Kure-san? Watch well. Think of anyone out there who's lucky enough to see Master Kure-san's social dancing body? A murmur of whispers did not affect the two men on the dance floor in the least. The two paused and curtsied to each other, thanking their partners before they both stepped out onto the dance floor. Twilight Sink's hold on her hand didn't let go. Tired? Jiang Yining shook his head, not tired. The dance song just now was a slow-paced tune that wouldn't be a lot of work to dance to. Moreover, she was led to jump by Twilight Sink, so it could be said that it was very easy. Nirshin sent Jiang Yining back to the rest area, where Elder Li and Li Beiqing had already left. Although Elder Li was the protagonist of this birthday banquet, but in the end, he was old, plus he had recovered from a serious illness, so it was almost time for him to rest. Sit here and I'll go get you a glass of juice. Thanks. Jiang Yining nodded and casually found a seat. Twilight took long strides towards the dining area. Compared to the lively atmosphere in the banquet hall, the atmosphere in the corner of the balcony seemed a bit depressing. Ming Qingcheng held a cup of juice with both hands and sat there with her head lowered, not moving a bit for half a day, not knowing what she was thinking. The Luo sisters actually understood her feelings somewhat. His own masterpiece is stolen and then interpreted with even greater skill. It was the stomach-churning sisterhood that she couldn't point out anything on the spot. Jiang Yining's underhanded behavior of hiding his skills and waiting until such a time to deliberately show them off was also disgusting to the core. Luo Xintian gritted his teeth and tore the potted plants placed on the terrace. The more I see, the angrier I get. How can that lowly person be so virtuous as to be the center of attention at the banquet? Are those people blind? Paying attention to a lowly adopted daughter in this banquet full of celebrities. They're all crazy. So did Master Lai. Other people also said that he was old and strong, and that he was determined to do things, not in the least inferior to what he did back then. Listening to the mindless compliments made her want to laugh. According to her, Master Li was a useless old man, old and dim-eyed, treating grass as a treasure. Just look at how he protected Jiang Yining like an eyeball and beat his own grandson into the hospital. Dim-witted, dead old man. A pot of ornamental cypress was ripped by her to the point that not a single green leaf was left, and only then did she throw away the remnants of the leaf in her hand in anger, turning around and sitting down hard on the chair. Luo Xinting's eyes flashed with contempt, but her face was still smiling. What's there to be angry about? Didn't you send the photo to the Fashion V just now? Wait, well, tomorrow you can see her being ridiculed to the point of not daring to go out. Luo Xintian smacked his mouth, thinking of that scene. The mood is better. Can't it go any faster? I want to see her people laughing at her now. She somewhat couldn't wait to see how those who praised Jiang Yining would react when they realized that the person they were praising was a lowlife who could wear pirated goods. Will those people still find Jiang Yining beautiful? Shame on you, too. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she should have revealed Jiang Yining's act of wearing a pirated version on the spot at the banquet. Maybe people would not only despise her, but even, possibly, make a move on the spot, stripping her of her clothes, leaving her naked and open to scorn. That scene. Luo Xintian felt his blood boiling up. She wants to watch. Cousin, I understand your feelings, but at this time, you must endure. Luo Xinting only wanted to roll her eyes at this brainless cousin. Revealing it on the spot might make Jiang Yining lose face, but after that incident with the Lai family's youngest master, if you pick a fight in the Lai family again, I'm not sure if you'll be grudged by the Lai family, and I don't know if the eldest uncle's side will be critical of you. As soon as thought of these days, the atmosphere of her own home has already pressed her almost breathless. Luo Xiantian that can't wait for the heart suddenly extinguished half. She bristled, a little disgruntled. Don't you have quite a few friends? Let them help. Luo Xianting mentally rolled her eyes. She's a cutie herself. And just pretend that everyone else is a cutie too. What? At times like this, anyone with a bit of intelligence knows that whoever screws up suffers. She's so smart, why doesn't she let her friends go? Cousin, it's not mainly about that. Luo Xinting gathered her contempt and patiently explained, didn't I tell you before? It's not enough to just make her lose face at the birthday banquet, we need to nail her to the pillar of shame in the fashion industry and never come down. Luo Xintian frowned, feeling that Luo Xinting did too much bending and winding. She likes to be more direct. What's all this talk about forever? It's just an adopted daughter. Once was enough to keep her from turning over. What a pain in the ass. Luo Xianting no longer paid attention to this straw cousin. Obviously, she had already suffered a great loss at the hands of the other party, and she still didn't know to be vigilant. If this wasn't her cousin, who still had some use for her, she wouldn't bother to perfume this kind of person. His eyes turned to Ming Qingcheng, who had been sitting there motionless since a moment ago, with a look of great shock. Leaning, do you want something to eat? She shouted several times in a row before Ming Qingcheng raised her head from her stupor. No, I'm not hungry. Luo Xinting frowned slightly. Why don't we go over to young Master Zheng's side? Second young Master Lai is there too. The Lai family was the first of the three most powerful families in Deep City, the Zhang family was second, and lastly, the Luo family. The main people they would be dealing with in the future would be the Li and Zhang families, so there was no harm in being prepared early. Go on. Before Ming Qingcheng could say anything, Luo Xintian screamed first. Chapter 172 She Can't Run Away. Next time. Ming Qingcheng shook her head. She was so humiliated that she didn't even want to hang around. After seeing Jiang Yining's zither skills, she had a groundless feeling. Now that she thought back, she reacted to the fact that every time she had said she was practicing the piano in the past, Jiang Yining had looked at her with contempt. Jiang Yining. She has been waiting for this moment, right? Waiting for this moment that would hit her the hardest. Ming Qingcheng tightly gripped the cup, desperately trying to suppress the terrifying trembling intent that was almost uncontrollable and was about to explode out of her body. Learning is even better than Meng Jingcheng, her zither skills don't lose to her at all, she has elderly to protect her, and third master Mu is so special to her. Even the likeness is extremely impressive. Could those three tunes be her own compositions? Ming Qingcheng didn't dare to imagine. What else can she do to beat Jiang Yining? It was as if Jiang Yining could get everything in the world just by moving his fingers. That's why she's all over the place about everything. Before, it was possible to think she was faking it and waiting for an opportunity, but now what? Can the identity of the Ming family's eldest young lady still be kept? She couldn't just sit back and wait, she had to prepare herself for the aftermath. The Jiang family, we must find out something. Xingcheng. Luo Xianting glared at her unhappily, slapping her hands hard against the tabletop and bracing herself to stand up. Isn't that adopted daughter just a little better at the zither? Don't forget, you are Xin Songnin's disciple, you still have unlimited room for improvement. Ming Qingcheng bit her lower lip and did not make a sound. Don't worry, I will always be on your side. Luo Xianting collected her anger and reached out to pat her shoulder. Right now, what we should do is to enjoy the banquet, the rest, worry about it tomorrow. Luo Xintian was anxious to go to finally biting and also urged a word of advice. That's right. If that adopted daughter doesn't make it through tomorrow, aren't you worrying for nothing now? Why don't we hurry inside now? There's not much time left for the party. She hadn't been able to speak to Li Biting tonight. If at the end of the day, there's still not a word spoken, then hasn't she come for nothing? Luo Xianting looked at that strawbag cousin with some admiration, not expecting to be able to say a human sentence in the end. Cousin is right. Ming Qingcheng was pulled up by the two men and returned to the bustling hall. Hospital, VIP ward. That damned adopted daughter of the Ming family. Giving face. I don't know what's good for me. It's her good fortune that I can look at her, how dare she harm me to this state, if I give her some color, I won't be surnamed Li. A smashing sound ensued. Motherly stood guard next to Lai Zhenyu, afraid that he would accidentally smash himself, or that he would be unsteady and drop himself. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Lai's father walked in with a few slips. A dark shadow flew head-on, and he subconsciously tilted his head. Pop! The porcelain exploded behind him, splattering him. Father Lai cursed in anger. Have you had enough? You're in the hospital and you still don't know how to behave. Do you want to break your other leg too? If not, I'll break it for you right now. Dad, who exactly are you helping? Lai Zhenyu glared at his father in exasperation. Li's father slapped the person back down on the hospital bed, looking at his legs wrapped into dumplings, in the end did not have the heart to beat him. Who am I helping, you ask? You asshole. Let me tell you, you still have to thank Jiang Yining. Lai Zhenyu exclaimed, thank her? Yes, I want to thank her 18 generations of ancestors. Waiting. When he is discharged from the hospital, the face he has lost, the suffering he has endured, and the pain he has endured, all of it will be returned to that little man. If he doesn't play her to death, not only will his name not be Lai, but his name will also be spelled backwards. Underage? Ha! Father Ri swept him a glance, his own son, what he was thinking, he still knew very well. Of course, he wouldn't stop it. That adopted daughter is going to have to learn a lesson. If you hadn't been knocked into the hospital, your grandfather would have already announced the next heir to the Lai clan, and you could still be in the mood to scold that adopted daughter here? It didn't change the outcome, but at least it delayed the announcement and bought them some time. Lai Zhenyu gave a beat, finally resting some fire. What the hell was that dad of yours thinking? First he beats up A like this, and then he thinks of leaving the company to a bastard. Is he still recovering from his stroke and cerebral palsy? Mother Lee couldn't help but complain. Father Lee glared, "Don't talk nonsense." Mother Lee bristled and didn't say anything else, only the expression on her face wasn't much better. "Alright, stop complaining." Father Lee shoved the slip into Mother Lee's hand and pulled a chair over the side of the hospital bed. "How's the investigation going on your end? Didn't you tell me 2 days ago that there was news about Dr. Lee Zhenyu opened his mouth but didn't speak. Jiang Yining could be Dr. Wen, and he'd probably have to be punched in the face for saying that. I was out of my mind, so I didn't care so much. I just thought that I had to let out my anger before I said anything. Now there is time to calm down, but Jiang Yining sighed. It seems a little hard to pull people over to their side after all this. Lai's father raised an eyebrow and impatiently pursued, "What? You know who it is?" "Jiang Enan." Mother Lai snapped. "Your father is asking you about Dr. Why are you still biting on that adopted daughter? The foster daughter is in the Ming family, she can't run away for sure. Let's get down to business." Ri Zhenyu raked his hair in annoyance. "Dr. is most likely Jiang Yining." "What? What did you say?" Father and Mother Lai were so shocked that they both screamed at the same time. "It's just possible. It's not certain." Lee Zhenyu hurriedly added, "It's because she might be Dr. that I went over to talk to her. Who knew that an adopted daughter would dare to be arrogant like that?" I was momentarily angry. Lai's father hated him and slapped him on the back of the head. "Are you a pig? If she is Dr. then naturally she has the capital to be arrogant. How dare you ask her to apologize in public? You really want to piss me off. It's their only bargaining chip to fight back, and it's just going to be destroyed? It's not enough to make things happen, it's more than enough to make." Lai's father sneered. "By your say-so, your son can still be beaten like this?" Mother Lee was angry, but she couldn't find any words to retort. The young woman listened to the conversation between the two men and pondered for a long time, then raised her head and looked at her aunt and uncle. That Jiang Yining should be Dr. The still sulking couple and Lee Zhenyu, who was lying on the bed, turned their heads violently and glared at her. "Xiang Tong, do you know something?" Xiang Tong nodded, "Aha. Hurry up." Mother Ri was so anxious that she pushed her straight. "Auntie, don't worry, I'll tell you." Xiang Tong held onto Mother Li's hand. "Auntie, do you still remember when Jiang Yining gave Grandpa Li a gift when he celebrated his birthday?" Li's mother nodded repeatedly. "Remember, it was a gift of I don't know what." "It's medicine." Xiang Tong said with certainty. "Cousin was being beaten, Jiang Yining came out to stop it, then she took medicine out of that bag and gave it to Grandpa Li. I saw it clearly, it was medicine." The three members of the Lai family had been knocked upside down by Master Lai at the time, so how could they pay attention to anything else? But, hearing Xiang Tong say that, it seemed like there was such a thing. Lai's mother frowned, rather unimpressed. "So what if it's medicine? Where does it show that Jiang Yining is Dr. Xiang Tong explained. "Auntie, you still don't know what kind of person Grandpa Li is? Who would dare to give him medicine of unknown origin? Even if it was cold medicine, Grandpa Li would take the best, right? Jiang Yining casually gave him medicine without even knowing what it was, and Grandpa Li ate it, so he must have taken it because he believed it was good medicine." As soon as she said that, Ri's mother reacted. Yes, that old man must have known that Jiang Yining was Dr. So he was convinced by the medicine she sent. And it also explained why the dead old man would favor Jiang Yining so much. Wouldn't he spoil the divine doctor who could save his life at any time? The Lai family was not very happy to find out the identity of Dr. After a few moments of silence, Mother Li turned her head to look at her husband and son. "So what now?" Lee Zhenyu feel very complicated. Dr. want, also still like Jiang Yining that face, but Jiang Yining this person. First time in my life I've suffered such a big loss. He couldn't swallow it if he had to let it go like that. Don't act rashly these days for now. Li's father spoke in a deep voice. When the old master has made this move, I'll look for an opportunity to propose a marriage to the Ming family, and Ming Chenkong definitely won't miss the chance to tie the knot with the Li family. Holding on to the Luo family and then climbing up to the Li family, this was a good opportunity for the Ming family to come out on top, and as long as Ming Chenkong was a smart man, he wouldn't miss it. So what if you're a good doctor? In the end, it's just a pawn. Without leverage, with her medical skills alone, she would only be reduced to meat to be coaxed by wild beasts. Isn't that why the Ming family didn't dare to make her identity public and only dared to secretly climb up to Elder Lai? Mother Ri nodded her head in agreement. After all, there was nothing better to do than that. You want to teach Jiang Yining a lesson, fine, but not now, okay? Don't spoil the big event again. Father Li rushed Li Zhenyu in warning. Li Zhenyu didn't make a sound, but resignation was clearly written on his face. Ayu, when you marry that woman, you'll be able to teach her a lesson in a fair and square manner. Even if you beat her into the hospital, no one will dare to meddle in your family affairs. Mother Li advised. Li Zhenyu sniffed, which made him a little happier. Okay, I'll hold off. A lot of things happened in the birthday banquet, but it was finally finished. Ming Chenkang came out of the Lai residence with a bellyful of regret. The banquet basically did not have much acquaintance with Nirshin, so he did not inquire about much of his preferences, and in the end, Jiang Yining was not able to send it out. As for Lai Ershao's side, he tried to find a chance to get close several times, and somehow, after going around in a circle, he couldn't even say a word. Ugh. Ming Chenkang sighed and looked up at his side. Why hasn't Nen come out yet? Yi Tang and Ming Qingcheng stood to the side absent-mindedly, not even listening to what he said. Ming Chenkang frowned, a little displeased. What are you guys? Just at this time, Jiang Yining appeared at the door of the Li residence, and accompanying her out was Nirshin. The two were walking slowly, as if they were talking about something. But, whatever was being said, the image was enough to turn him on. Nirshin accompanied Jiang Yining to the courtyard and stopped, glancing in the direction of Ming Chenkang's family, his eyes falling back to the girl beside him. The girl's head was slightly bowed, and at his angle he could see at a glance the top of her hair, the tiny swirls. Downward, the bare forehead, the thick, slender lashes fluttered gently. Behave yourself. Twilight stepped back a small step. Go over there yourself. Jiang Yining let out a brother Twilight, I'll be going then, bye. See you soon. Jiang Yining continued to step forward, and had just taken 2 steps when the man behind her suddenly called out to her. Ning. Jiang Yining stopped walking and turned around with some confusion. It was just enough to catch a deep touch of helplessness crossing Twilight Sink's somewhat stern phoenix eyes. There is also some unhappiness. Jiang Yining, ? Why did she suddenly seem to be desperate for her when she was fine a few seconds ago? She didn't do anything? Brother hopes that Ning will take the initiative to talk to brother when she's bullied. Nirshin paused, lifting his phoenix eyes towards Jiang Yining's back and sweeping, as long as Ning wants, I'll make those people disappear. Jiang Yining was still a bit confused and subconsciously followed his line of sight. Over there, there's only the Ming family. To be bullied by those 3, last night's farce would be considered bullying. However, for last night's incident, Ming Chenkang had long ago ordered those working in the Ming family to keep their mouths shut, so apart from the people in the Ming family, there should be no outsiders who know about it. Twilight sinking. How did he see it? Probably seeing her question, Twilight lifted her chin. Your dress skirt, it's not the one you went shopping with me, but it's very similar. So he made a judgment call? But what really surprised her was that Twilight 3 masters would even bother to pay attention to these details. Chapter 174 A Bowl of Water. In the middle of the day, Jiang Yining smiled. Brother Kore, if I'm really bullied and don't have the means to cope, I'll ask for help. The little girl meant to take care of these people herself. It's not impossible. Twilight sank into silence for a moment and nodded. Okay. Jiang Yining turned toward the 3 members of the Ming family. Over there, Ming Chenkang returned to his senses and wanted to take the opportunity to climb a few words with Nirshin, but in the next second, the man had already turned around and left in another direction. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Twilight Sink meant by this. Although he was close to Jiang Yining, he didn't make any intimate gestures, his expression was bland and detached, and he even deliberately kept his distance. Jiang Yining pulled open the passenger seat door and was about to sit in it. Enen, sit in the back. Ming Chenkang's words instantly pulled Yi Tang and Ming Qingqing's attention back. Under the incredulous gazes of the 2 men, he continued. Xincheng, this time you sit in the front. As if it was just a casual and not worth mentioning remark, it set off huge waves in the hearts of the 2 men. According to the etiquette point of view, in a car with a chauffeur, people of high status will sit in the back seat and only people of low status will sit next to the chauffeur. When he came, Jiang Yining was in the passenger seat. It's par for the course. In the entire Ming family, other than the chauffeur, she had the lowest status. But, now they want Ming Qingqing to ride in the passenger seat? What does that tell you? Ming Qingqing's heart was clogged for no reason. Jiang Yining's status is higher than hers? On the basis of what? Resentful, but not surprised. Her good father, who had always been such a man. In that moment when Nurshin and Jiang Yining appeared together, this outcome was destined to occur. Ah Kong! How can you let Qingqing sit in the front? Yi Tang objected with a disapproving voice. Ming Chengkang, however, was not impressed. Why can't I? Qingqing and Yining are both my daughters. When we come here Yining sits in the front, when we go back Qingqing sits in the front. Is this only fair? We, as parents, have to level the playing field. Yi Tong trembled slightly in anger. Didn't we agree in the beginning that we couldn't do anything that would make tilting feel uneasy? You. Ming Chengkang waved his hand impatiently, interrupting her. Isn't it your job as a mother to properly calm your daughters and properly guide them to understand what adults do and how difficult it is? If you think you can't do it, I can find someone to help you. Saying that, he took the lead in pulling open the car door and sat in, not giving his wife and daughter the slightest chance to retort. Yi Tang was struck by lightning. Getting help for her? What does that mean? Was it to have another woman take her place as the head mother of the Ming family, or was it just literally? You make it clear. Yi Tong subconsciously wanted to pursue the question. Mom, I'm fine. Ming Qingqing smiled and pulled Yi Tang. I can understand what Dad means. When I came here my sister sat in the front. When I went back of course I had to change to sit in the front. It's fair. Yi Tang tightly wrinkled his brows, heartbroken by Ming Qingqing's condescension. Ming Qingqing knew what she wanted to say and snatched her up, pushing her toward the rear door. Mom, Dad was right. The fact that you guys can be even-handed is the warmest love to me. Let's hurry home. Sis, you get in the car too. Yi Tang sighed softly, looking at Ming Qingqing who forced a smile. The anger in her heart couldn't burn up, the rest was full of heartache. Go back and make it up to her. It'll have to do. Without surprise, on the way back, Ming Chengkang kept knocking from the side, trying to inquire about her relationship with Nurshin, but all of them were lightly blocked by Jiang Yining. Until he returned to the Ming family, Ming Chengkang could only make the statement that Nurshin was looking at elder Lai Sake to treat Jiang Yining in a special way. He saw what happened to Lai Jinyu. At least until Jiang Yining came of age, he couldn't blatantly shove people out. Before Jiang Yining went back to his room, he urged him 1,000 times. Yining, Third Master Twilight is different from ordinary people. If you have the opportunity, you have to make friends with him properly. It will be good for you, okay? The next morning, Jiang Yining had just finished washing up when the door to his room was knocked on. Knock knock. Enin, are you up? Yi Tong knocked on the door outside. Jiang Yining changed his clothes and walked over to open the door. Yi Tang outside the door was dressed in a plain white and elegant outfit, with a small bag in her hand, looking like she was ready to go out. She swept Jiang Yining up and down. The girl looked youthful in a simple beige t-shirt and light blue jeans. Apart from being prettier and more refined, she was no different from any other ordinary girl. Frowning slightly, Yi Tong opened his mouth. Go change out of these clothes and into a plainer dress and come with me to the hospital. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. After notifying in general, Yi Tang turned around and left. Jiang Yining's peach blossom eyes picked up and called out to her. What's the point of going to the hospital? Yi Tong stopped and turned around incredulously. Do what? Have you forgotten that you caused the Lai family's youngest master to be hospitalized last night? Shouldn't you go and visit? The air was quiet for a split second as the words left his mouth. Jiang Yining looked at her with a cold expression. I can't think of anything that should. The way the girl resisted, Yi Tang could actually somewhat anticipate it, so that's why she wanted to make it quick. Taking a deep breath, he explained to Jiang Yining with the utmost patience. Yining, interactions between people can't be measured by simple right and wrong. Yes, this time it's because Elder Lai stepped in that you're safe and sound, but have you ever thought about the fact that Elder Lai is Elder Lai's own grandson, and that there is a blood relationship between them that cannot be severed? At such a time, you should be more generous, take the initiative to give a step, on the one hand, will not make Master Li embarrassed and difficult to do, and on the other hand, you can also play a good relationship with the Li family. Or, if you think about it from another angle, Master Lai helped you, and as a matter of reason, shouldn't you visit his grandson? Jiang Yining fell into a moment of silence, obviously shocked by Yi Tang's crooked reasoning. Yi Tong looked at her, hesitated, and added. Enin, in the past on some things, I admit that I didn't handle it too well, but I won't after that. I'll adjust my mindset as soon as possible, and you also give me more trust, okay? I'm your mother, I won't harm you. Jiang Yining suddenly laughed. Grandpa Lai did help me, but I don't know young Master Lai well, so a visit is not necessary, so you can go by yourself if you want to. Yi Tang's face changed. Why are you so capricious? If you think it's capricious, then it's capricious alright, and that's the end of the matter, if you don't want to make any more trouble. Jiang Yining finished and very dryly closed the door. Yi Tang was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped the door. You come out here. Chapter 175 Heart is higher than the sky. After tapping on the door for a while, just when Yi Tang thought she wouldn't come out, the door suddenly opened again. Jiang Yining showed his face from behind the door. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. I'm going out in a couple of days and won't be back until the last day of my vacation. Yi Tang froze. Going out? Where are you going? Jiang Yining didn't hide it either. Go to sea. Yi Tang didn't even think about it and directly ordered. Don't go. For no reason at all, what are you doing running off to country sea all by yourself? This is not negotiable. I won't give you any money. Jiang Yining looked at her expressionlessly. Mrs. Ming, I'm not discussing with you. She paused for a moment and gave a very light, faint laugh, her tone so indifferent as to be devoid of the slightest warmth, and tinged with a sense of indescribable pleasure. Have you ever spent money for me or given me any money, except for the school and classes I was given when I first came back to the Ming family? Even $1? Yi Tang was inexplicably flustered in his heart. You. Jiang Yining lightly tapped his forehead. Sorry, I missed counting the gift you gave me for passing the preliminary rounds of the contest. Yi Tang heard these words from her and only felt that his heart was not willing and his mind was not satisfied. Why I didn't spend any money on you? I bought you a closet full of clothes before you arrived home. Isn't it enough that the family feeds you and transports you to and from school every day? Do you have to see money to call it money? Jiang Yining fell silent and didn't say anything. Yi Tang's heart then balanced a bit, took a deep breath, ready to say some soft words to ease the stiff atmosphere, but saw the girl nodded. Also, how can I expect anything from you? An adopted daughter from the countryside, a handout of food is a gift, and to presume to have, even if it's only a tenth of the treatment of the Ming family's eldest lady, isn't it a joke? She didn't care about the pocket money or the material things, but every time she faced Yi Tang, it always made her feel uncomfortable. It was nothing like what she had seen in the Jiang family, the feeling between parents and children. She didn't even feel a hint of the so-called blood tie. When she first arrived at the Ming family, she examined herself to see if she was too cold to fit into this blood family. Time and time again, eyewitness facts told her otherwise. The contempt and disbelief of the other party was what prevented her from thinking of herself as a member of the Ming family. But it doesn't matter. Yi Tang was dumbfounded. Mom, sister, Ming Qingqing walked over from the back at this time, reaching out and holding Yi Tang's hand. Don't you guys fight anymore, okay? Jiang Yining glanced at her and hooked his lips. Where did you see that I was arguing with Mrs. Ming? Ming Qingqing choked, took a deep breath, smiled reluctantly, and brought the topic to a close. Mom, my sister wants to go to country sea. Let me accompany her? I still have some pocket money on me, consider it for both of us. Jiang Yining coldly interrupted her. You eavesdropped on me? I didn't. Ming Qingqing's face stiffened and denied. I had to accompany my mom to the hospital to visit. I waited in my room for a bit too long and thought about coming out to look for her, but when I heard her talking to you, I thought that you probably wouldn't want to see me at this time, that's why I didn't come over. Jiang Yining nodded and gave her a careless glance. I don't want to see you now either. The air froze for a moment. Ming Qingqing's face flushed red for a while. Yi Tang's face didn't look good either, and the corners of his eyes jumped in anger. Jiang Yining. Your sister thinks of you in every way, why do you always have to speculate about her with malice? Jiang Yining snorted lightly. I can't speculate about her with malice, so is it possible to speculate about you with malice? Yi Tang's eyes went black and his body swayed uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Ming Qingqing hurriedly held her tightly. Sister! And why do you have to be a thorn in every side? I know you don't like me, but Mom's intentions are for your own good, so please don't hurt her. Jiang Yining looked at Ming Qingqing with a smirk. If you've made enough of a scene, please leave on your own. The door closed heavily in front of the two men. The aftershock of the bang was like a slap on the cheek, and the impact was deafening to both ears. It's not an illusion. Yi Tang could clearly feel that Jiang Yining was increasingly not putting her in her eyes, and had never treated her as a mother. With spikes everywhere, just for not giving her an allowance? However, it's not that she doesn't give Jiang Yining pocket money, she is just worried that in the end, she is not raised by her side, and of course she will be afraid of the bad character of the person she receives back. Give money to someone of bad character and who knows what she might do with it. And with this look, Jiang Yining was just proving that she was right. How long have you been in the big city? You can't stay and you want money to leave the country? And what will happen after some more time? Ming Qingchang wrapped his arms around her, his head resting gently on her shoulder. Mom, why don't I just turn around and give my sister my bank card? We really can't blame my sister. If I were my sister, I probably wouldn't have done any better. Yi Tong sighed softly and patted her hand. Xincheng, you just know too much. But you don't have to give her what you have. I intentionally restricted her in the beginning because I was afraid that she would learn bad things in the big city. Look, she doesn't know who she learned it from, she's clamoring to go to country C for no reason. In fact, there is no need to ask. Jiang Yining recently with the Li family siblings, the three masters of the twilight contact a lot, probably from the mouth of those who heard some of the matter of going abroad to play, she would also want to go out to play. Rushing to integrate into the upper class circle, and not looking at whether they have the life and the ability to do so. This was one of the reasons why she didn't want Jiang Yining to come into contact with the celebrity circle. The heart is higher than the sky, and in the future, you will even forget which family you are from. Ming Qingcheng smiled. Why don't I talk to my sister again tonight? Mom, don't be too restrictive on your sister, she wants to go to sea and has no money, so it's only right that I, as the older sister, take her. Later on, when the internet broke the story of the adopted daughter of a wealthy family wearing a pirated dress, Yi Tong would probably agree to Jiang Yining going abroad for a while to hide from the wind, right? She obediently acted as a good sister, accompanying Jiang Yining out, and maybe she could even find out some things about the Jiang family. The Jiang family. That was her goal in following Jiang Yining. Yi Tang paused, and in the end didn't object to Ming Qingcheng's statement anymore, only saying, if she keeps being ungrateful, you don't have to serve her. You're the eldest miss of the Ming family, not a sufferer, understand? Ming Qingcheng held her arm and gently shook it a few times. Mom, I know the score. Room. Thinking that she would be going out in a few days, Jiang Yining also stopped using her mind on worrying about the Ming family's trivial family matters, and honestly took out her vacation test papers and filled in the answers one by one. Try to get all your homework done in one day. Chapter 176. Suddenly feeling excited. After disliking Yi Tong back, the morning passed uneventfully. At lunch, she was the only one in the large Ming household. Happy to eat lunch and brush up on 2 more test papers before Jiang Yining put down his pen and walked out onto the balcony. Stretching slowly, he looked outside at the perfect weather and the lush greenery of the Ming family's villa neighborhood, and contemplated going down for a walk before continuing back to finish those assignments. At that moment, her cell phone, which she had left on her desk, dinged several times. The sender was in a hurry. Jiang Yining paused and walked over to pick up the phone to scratch the lock screen. It was a message from an unknown number. 2 pictures sent over, followed by a paragraph below. After casually scanning and seeing the title at the beginning of the text, Jiang Yining slightly narrowed his peach blossom eyes. This was probably the message Ming Qingcheng had sent her. Strange number, sister, you should be clear about the provenance of the source of your dress, right? We are on our way home now, Mom is a bit angry right now, why don't you explain it to her later? I think there must be some misunderstanding here, explain it away properly and there won't be any problem. The first one, only so see not unfolded, some blurred picture, also can easily recognize the picture is her, and the background of the picture is last night's live family banquet. The second is a screenshot of a tweet. Jiang Yining didn't expand the picture, but replied directly to Ming Qingcheng. It's alright if you say something teary in the open, but in private please don't just come over and disgust me. Clicking send throws the set of unfamiliar numbers into a blacklist. The screenshot is a long tweet from a yellow V blogger, with 2 pictures underneath a large block of text. The textual content is listed in a dozen points, one by one listing the similarities and differences between the 2 gown dresses pictured. It also indicates the provenance of the 2 dress skirts. One is the main high-fashion dress of Calm's homing collection, and the other reads, worn by the daughter of a wealthy family in the deep city at a top party. After thinking about it, Jiang Yining still hit Weibo and instantly saw the original blog on top of the popular Weibo. The comments are hilarious, and almost every comment on the hot topic carries in it Calm. Suggest taking the legal route. It's everyone's responsibility to fight piracy. At Calm. Pheasant rich girl, isn't it? No human thousandaire with any sense of honor could do such a thing. Support calm to get justice. Add calm. This pheasant 1,000 gold quite discerning well, but also no comment? However, the swollen face behavior, is really embarrassing to be broken up. Clarify, the photo of the 1,000 gold is not a real 1,000 gold, is said to be a very ambitious countryside village girl, first do not know what way to become a wealthy family's adopted daughter, and then borrowed the relationship of this wealthy family, embracing a lot of real gold thighs, but the tactics are very powerful, but in the end, it is still a car. However, the means is even more powerful, but in the end, it is still overturned. A bunch of people below this comment are yelling for ways to become the adopted daughter of a wealthy family. After a few glances, Zhang Yining lost interest. It's so boring. Zhang Yining put down his cell phone and was not in the mood to go for a walk, sitting back at his desk and unfolding a new test paper in preparation for continuing to do his vacation homework. Ding! The phone beeped 2 more times with another message. Northern goodness, Ning, don't pay attention to those remarks on the internet. It's best to take a nap, and when you wake up, everything will be fine. North Jiaran, it's all the water army bought by the 2 stinky green teas of his XX Luo's family who are hacking you, you don't have to pay attention to it at all. Zhang Yining paused for a moment, his eyes stopping for 2 seconds on wake up and nothing will happen. Beiqing, tell brother Lai not to do anything. Northern beauties, let those brainless water army hack you. How can you not care when you know it's the Luo family's disgusting pair of green tea hacking you? Zhang Yining looked at the line of text filled with uneven emotions, and for some reason, she wanted to laugh a little. Again, they had both known each other for 2 months, one was a blood relative and the other was a regular classmate who treated her with very different feelings. How come there's such a big difference? It's okay to leave it alone, my brother. Is a designer at com. A simple sentence explains the origin of the dress. On the other side of the cell phone, Lai Beiqing was silent for a split second, then sent over a string of exclamation points. Northern Belle, no, why are all your brothers so great? There is a motorcycle world champion in front of him and a famous high-luxury brand designer behind him. After sending it, Lai Beiqing realized that he had asked this sentence in a very wrong way. Who is Zhang Yining? She's an awesome person in her own right, okay? It's normal to have 2, no, even 3 or 5 more awesome brothers. Northern Delight, Enin, please let me hug your golden thigh. Zhang Yining laughed. He chatted back and forth with Lai Beiqing for a while longer before putting down his cell phone, picking up his pen, and brushing up on his physics problems in a happy mood. The pleasure only lasted half an hour, however, when a heavy knock at the door broke up the good mood once more. Looking at the physics problem that was half done, Zhang Yining put down his pen, his body didn't move, still sitting on the chair, half the meaning of getting up to open the door didn't exist. Through the door panel, Yi Tang's voice with thick anger came in. Enin, open the door for me. I know you're in there. You think you're okay just because you're hiding in there. It's so annoying. Zhang Yining pursed her lips, somewhat unable to understand the significance of Yi Tang's actions at this moment. What can she do if she goes out? Is anyone in this family listening to her explanation? No. Kick her out of the Ming family? 9 times out of 10 they won't, or won't dare. Argue with her? Or, just hit her. That makes even less sense. She wouldn't give way to Yedong anymore, and Yedong couldn't beat her. Ding! The beep of her cell phone pulled her back to reality. The good people of the North, Enin. Quickly look at the microblog. Feng Sui retweeted that Fashion V's microblog ah. She's directly spreading the fire to the celebrity circle in 49 City. Several famous celebrities in the city have followed her retweets and are cursing you. Northern Belle, why do I feel so excited all of a sudden? Wow, ah. Even through the screen, he could feel Lai Beiqing's smirk, and Zhang Yining couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips as well. The more I think of the girl, the cuter she is. My brother is busy at this time of the day, why don't I go and talk to him? The smack in the face comes quicker and makes the girl happier. Northern Belle, don't. It's not fun to end it too soon. Let them talk a little more, I want screenshots. If Feng Sui dares to come here again, I'll paste the picture on her face. Zhang Yining was amused by Li Beiqing's playfulness. Tapped the input button, only to reply to 2 words. The room door was suddenly opened by someone outside, the doorplate hit the wall heavily, making a bang sound. It was as if there were aftershocks reverberating in the air. Zhang Yining's hand shook, squeezing the phone tightly as he slowly raised his head and looked toward the door. Yi Tang held the key with a furious look and glared at her fiercely. Chapter 177. A good start. Do you have any idea what people are saying about you out there? Wearing bootlegs. No quality. Lowly. Shameful. You're still in the mood to laugh after being scolded like this? Jiang Yining, do you have a sense of shame or not? How thick your skin is. Yi Tong broke down, yelled. Jiang Yining lost his smile at his words. Ming Qingcheng, must you disgust me twice in one day? Yi Tang suddenly pushed Ming Qingcheng away with force and rushed up with an arrow step, raising his palm high and slapping it straight down towards Jiang Yining's cheek. Just at the moment the palm fell, Jiang Yining suddenly raised his hand, clasped Yi Tang's wrist, and then pushed it. Yi Tang was pushed so hard that his entire body stumbled back 3 or 4 steps and hit the wall of the corridor at once. There was a muffled thud, and Yi Tang's face went white for a minute. Ming Qingcheng came back to her senses and hurriedly ran to Yi Tang's side, reaching out to support her. Mom! How are you doing? You didn't hit your head? Are you okay? The few steps of retreat had actually dislodged almost all of the force, but where had Yi Tang received such treatment? For a moment the tears fell more fiercely. Ming Qingcheng glared up at Jiang Yining, accusing. Sister! The cause of this matter lies with you. No matter who's right and who's wrong, how can you start a fight with Mom? How can you be so cruel? Jiang Yining looked cold and glanced at Yi Tang. What? Someone's going to beat me up and I'm not allowed to act in self-defense? Yi Tang came back to her senses from the impact, and when she heard Jiang Yining's words, her face turned a shade of iron, and her tears fell like broken pearls. Jiang Yining. You're good. You're marvelous. Yes. I forgot I can't control you. I have no power over you. But haven't you forgotten what you promised me? You've made me lose face. Do you know how many people called me on the way back to laugh at me? Reminding me again and again what a shameful daughter I have. You didn't keep your promise, so I can beat you up. What's wrong with that? Yi Tang roared like a madman, her crimson, tearful eyes glaring at Jiang Yining, with a look that she was itching to rush over and tear her apart. Jiang Yining pursed her lips and spoke only after a long time. I'll give you an account. Although in the whole thing, she didn't think she had done anything wrong, however, since it was an agreement. Yi Tang wiped her tears and laughed coldly. How are you going to give me an account? Can you still go back to last night and strip down that pirated gown? My face has been disgraced by you. Jiang Yining's patience was being consumed bit by bit, and by this time it was nearing the bottom. She looked at Yi Tang with a cold expression, then her gaze fell on Ming Qingcheng. Who said that gown was a bootleg, com? Or did you hear someone else say that and think so? The cold gaze caused Ming Qingcheng's heart to inexplicably jump sharply, as if everything had been seen through by Jiang Yining. Accompanying this is a sense of unease that the advantage is about to turn. When Yi Tang heard this, she froze, even forgetting to drop her tears, and subconsciously picked up the sentence. That's what everyone says. Everyone says I'm an adopted daughter. Jiang Yining sneered. Of course, the truth is that I'm also just an adopted daughter. Yi Tang choked and opened his mouth to say something. Jiang Yining, however, didn't give her that chance. There's no one to say anything for me about my identity, but with this outfit, there are more than enough people who are willing to help put it right. Mrs. Ming, you can rest assured. Tears hung on Yi Tang's face, his eyes crimson still, his hideous hatred replaced by dismay and overwhelm. It looks like a very funny-looking model. Sister, don't you do this. Jiang Yining swept over with a glance. Shut up, I don't want to hear your voice. How does this man have the face to keep on pretending when he's clearly at the point of tearing his face off? Don't you feel sick? Ming Qingcheng gritted her teeth, holding back the apprehension and displeasure in her chest. Sister, I know you don't like me, but Mom is your mom too. How can you say such things to her? Jiang Yining didn't bother with her and looked straight at Yi Tang. The rumors on the internet, I'll deal with, and whoever caused the storm, I'll make her stand up and take all the blame. Yi Tang wrinkled his brows. What can you do about it? You don't need to know this. In short, you won't lose face because of me. Jiang Yining paused for a moment. In addition, I hope that this kind of thing will not occur a third time. Referring to the fact that Yi Tang rushed to her with rumors and cried uncontrollably in pain, accusing for no reason. Jiang Yining went back to his room, and Yi Tang, assisted by Ming Qingcheng, went back to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. It was only after a while that the two of them reacted to the fact that they had been controlled emotionally by Jiang Yining's aura without even realizing it, and surprisingly, they just believed her words and immediately returned to their own places to wait for the so-called handover. "Mom," Ming Qingcheng drew a tissue and gave it to Yi Tang. "You wipe it first, I'll go get you an ice pack." Yi Tang looked up at her, and his heart suddenly surged with warmth. Aha! Reaching for a tissue, he wiped the tears from his cheeks. "Or the daughter you raised with your own hands." She had already tried hard to accept Jiang Yining. The fact that it would be pissed off like that is a testament to that. There was no need to feel ashamed at all if one didn't treat Jiang Yining as one's own daughter. But whenever she makes up her mind, there are always surprises. Jiang Yining was all anti-bone. No matter how gifted and talented he was, no matter how much he gave her face, in the end, he was still a time bomb to her. This time, does Jiang Yining still have what it takes to get calm to recognize the pirated version back? Not to mention a small rural girl. Even if the Ming and Yi families joined forces, they couldn't do it. Yi Tong pursed his lips. Over there, Ming Qingcheng walked out of the master bedroom, took out her cell phone, edited a text message, and simply sent the matter of Jiang Yining's dealing with the pirated dress to Luo Xinting, so that she could go and give Luo Xintian a reminder. If, this time, Jiang Yining can still get out in one piece, then, even if there was no investigation, it could be concluded that the Jiang family was not an ordinary rural family. At that time, without the Ming family, she can still be a dignified young lady. At this moment, Ming Qingqing's heart was hanging by a thread, since it was leaping and nervous, and there was a hint of anticipation in the bottom of her heart. Whatever the outcome of the pirated dresses, it was a good start for her. Chapter 178. I'm here. Downtown Deep City, inside a private cafe. Feng City stared and waited for the phone for half a day, but did not wait for the desired reply, secretly gritted her teeth, edited another content and sent it out. Still stoned. The old Twilight sinker was also cold and wouldn't respond to irrelevant messages. However, it wasn't as bad as now, when she didn't reply to a single word of whatever she sent over. He's gotten colder since he came to Deep City. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Feng Sudi finally couldn't sit still. Shin, have you seen the latest trending news? I heard that the adopted young lady of the family was scolded up for wearing a pirated gown. Click send. The message was sent successfully, but Feng Sudi's heart became more apprehensive. Twilight should be too busy to reply to her, definitely not because of that adopted daughter. Ding! The cell phone rang. Feng Sudi's heart tightened and she held her breath as she looked at the screen. It was Twilight Sink's reply. Thank you. His pupils snapped, and half of his strength was instantly drained from his body. He said thanks. For what? For telling him about it? How is that possible? Absolutely not. Feng Sudi trembled her fingers and opened the message log, carefully reading through all the content she had sent. No matter how much she tried to convince herself otherwise, in the end it was the only possibility. Thinking about the age of that adopted daughter. She knows very well that Murshin is a very principled person. Things outside the bottom line of principles, even if it is a playful game, he will never touch it. It's probably still because of Mr. Lai, isn't it? Last night at the birthday banquet, Elderly favored Jiang Yining in such a way that anyone who wasn't blind could see it. There was no excuse for Murshin to protect that adopted daughter a bit for Elderly's sake. Thinking that made it easier. Feng Sudi raised her eyes and saw Luo Xinting sitting across from her, wrinkling her eyebrows as she looked at her cell phone. What's going on? Something wrong with the news on the internet? Luo Xinting gave a beat, her eyes moved away from the cell phone screen and hesitated. It's not the internet. Xincheng sent me a message saying that Jiang Yining is going to make a move to clear his name. Feng Suyi let out a soft pft and laughed lightly as if she had heard some great joke. Whitewash? How can she clear her name? With the premise that Jiang Yining's gown is so similar to Calm's main high fashion, unless Calm comes out and admits that Jiang Yining's gown is also from Calm's hand. Or, the designer produces evidence that that gown design preceded Calm and pushes Calm to the infringing party. But, how could Calm harbor piracy that infringes on his rights? It's even less likely that Calm is an infringing party. Calm's chief designer and owner, in the world of fashion, is a well-known ghost talent. This brand stands in the cutting edge of fashion for 10 years, half of the stain does not stain, strength and ability are indispensable. The possibility of such infringement would only be nipped in the bud. Compared to Feng Sudi's optimism, Luo Xinting had suffered losses at the hands of Jiang Yining. Not only her, Ming Qingcheng, Jia Shuoxian, Luo Xintian all ate Jiang Yining's loss. Luo Xinting didn't dare to relax too much. And there's no need to wash your hands of it, clear out the internet and leave Deep City for a while, she'll come back and no one will remember her blackness. Feng Sui smiled even more easily at his words. She reached for the coffee in front of her and took a gentle sip. That's something you have even less to worry about, with me. The Lai family might have stepped in to protect Jiang Yining, but her Feng family wasn't a vegetarian either. With the two families fighting against each other, Jiang Yining's due to be exposed would still be exposed to all eyes. Luo Xinting glanced at her and smiled. Also, there's Sister Sui. How can we let bad people hide? Those who have done bad things should be judged by all. Feng Sui hooked her lips, enjoying Luo Xinting's flattery. By the way, a little later, you tell your cousin to arrange for a water army to control public opinion, push in the direction of patent infringement, and be ready to get her out of the ring. Luo Xinting nodded her head. Well, I told my cousin before I came out. Feng Sui somewhat uneasily urged, and don't let public opinion develop too quickly, it will look deliberate, we'll just take our time. Actually, it wouldn't be deliberate. With Sister Sui's retweet, this matter has already burned over to 49 City, and now even Hai Cheng's celebrity circle knows about it. Feng Sui smiled, the depths of her eyes all smug. The two of them chatted for a while longer and looked at the time. Luo Xinting picked up the bill and stood up. Sister Sui, why don't we go to the mall next door for a while and then have dinner together? Feng Sui nodded with a pale expression. It's okay. Luo Xinting laughed, then wait for me here for a while, I'll go check out. Aha! Luo Xinting took the bill and went to the cashier. Feng Sui pondered for 2 seconds and took out her cell phone to send another message to Muirshin. Shin, we haven't eaten together for a long time, why don't we have dinner together tonight, okay? Until Luo Xinting came back, the cell phone did not have the slightest movement. If she hadn't received that thank you from him just now, she could have lied to herself that Karinai was busy and only looked to see if there was a reply from her. But now. Sister Sui, shall we go? Feng Sui pursed her lips and stood up. At this time, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Luo Xinting glanced apologetically at Feng Sui and pressed the answer button. Hello? Do not know what was said on the other side of the phone. Luo Xinting suddenly changed her face greatly, hurriedly returned an I know, and hung up the phone. Even Feng Sui on one side couldn't care less, she directly took her cell phone and swiped it. Feng Sui lightly furrowed her brows, somewhat displeased. What's wrong? Luo Xinting didn't look up, but still returned her sentence. My cousin gave me a call, saying that all the news about Jiang Yining on the internet was suddenly wiped out, and many of the water armies she bought to try and re-push public opinion were blocked. Sorry, Sister Sui, I'll check the situation first. How come? Feng Sui also took out her cell phone and dialed a call. Hello? It's me. I asked you to keep an eye on the Lai family's movements and notify me if there's any news. What are you doing? The tone of the person on the other side of the cell phone was both careful and respectful. Missy, the Lai family has not moved, and the person who deleted those messages online is the third master of the Twilight. Feng Sui's eyes instantly widened. What did you say? The man swallowed his saliva, lowered his voice and repeated, the person who deleted those messages on the internet is the third master of the Twilight. Miss. Company side also received a warning from the people of the three masters of the Twilight, and then send something related to Jiang Yining, will be out to deal with US. Miss, we still want to continue? Feng Sui's entire body was shivering with cold as if she had been thrown on a snowy mountain. That thank you. Head just now. Chapter 179 Making a Statement. Would Master Twilight 3 mercifully give his opponents a warning before striking? It won't. The reason why she'd given her a warning in the first place was to thank her for it. Twilight sinks. Know that the push behind it has a stroke of her. Feng Sui's mind went blank. She had thought that the Ming family would make a move, the Li family would make a move, only she hadn't thought that Muirshin would also intervene. If it is only for the sake of Mr. Lai. Need to do this extent? Twilight, what was he thinking? What the hell does he think of that adopted daughter? Missy? Missy? Are you still listening? The continuous call from her cell phone brought her back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, Feng Sui ordered, continue. No stopping. She was merely trying to get the truth out in front of all, and there was nothing wrong with what she was doing. The wrong one is the adopted daughter. The person on the other side of the cell phone mistakenly froze for a split second. This. Missy, do you want to talk to the master first? No need. Feng Sui paused and emphasized, no talking. But what but? When I say go on, go on. As much as Twilight Sync presses down, you reissue me double the amount. Feng Sui roared and directly hung up the phone. Luo Xinting was listening on the side, although she didn't hear what the person on the other side of Feng Sui's cell phone said, but from the few words that Feng Sui said, she also heard a general idea. Someone was helping Jiang Yining, and that person, Feng Sui, was also incredibly jealous. Without much thought, a distinct image appeared in her mind. Twilight sinking. Luo Xianting secretly gritted her teeth, her face revealed doubt. Sister Sui, is there someone helping that foster daughter? Feng Sui curbed the gloominess in her eyes. No matter who's helping her, something done is done and no one can erase it. Luo Xinting glanced at her, knowing that this time Jiang Yining had probably escaped again. The good thing is that this time is Jiang Yining's own deathwear pirated dress, and Luo Xiantian just faxed to the internet, and then slightly behind the scenes to promote some public opinion. If Master Twilight 3 wanted to settle the score, he shouldn't settle it on anyone else's head. Because of Feng Sui's face, she finally said you're right. But in the end, there wasn't much hope left. Being muddled by Jiang Yining, the two of them were not in the mood to go shopping at the mall, and after exiting the private cafe, they directly got into the car for the return trip. Sister Sui, why don't I have the driver take you back to the hotel first? Aha! Watching the scenery outside the car window speeding backwards, Feng Sui's fingers rubbed the screen of her cell phone while she pondered. All sorts of speculations keep surfacing and annihilating. Finally not getting an accurate answer. I don't know how long, sitting in her body Luo Xinting suddenly violently She straightened her back and held her cell phone up in her hand, staring at the screen with a jaw-dropping look on her face, as if she'd seen something that startled her. Soy-san. Calm made a statement. Feng Sui was delighted at her words and leaned her body sideways, looking towards her cell phone. Pull up the statement and let me see it. She'd done so much waiting for this moment. As soon as Calm takes a stand to defend its rights, then Elaine Jiang is doomed to be kicked out of the fashion industry forever. It also meant that from now on, no designer would want to dress her in a gown of her own design. Jiang Yining's path to climbing the ranks of the rich and powerful will be cut off forever. What magnate would want to take in a woman who doesn't have a proper dress for any occasion? She would see if that adopted daughter would dare to be arrogant in front of her in the future. Luo Xinting looked at her in a word, and did not say much, directly called up the statement and handed her the cell phone. Feng Sui had the joy on her face, then her gaze swept downward, while gradually disappearing, replaced by shock, disbelief. How? The statement is long, but only says two things in total. One is, emphasize the dress on the girl, a needle and thread, each fragment of small accessories, all the concepts and designs are from the hands of Calm's chief designer H, for the homing series of the main high fashion dresses for the first edition, not for sale, the world is only this one, the right of attribution belongs only to the H, is the H's private dresses. The statement also reveals that every line of clothing that Calm has publicly displayed and offered for sale since its inception has had both a first edition and a revamped version. Secondly, the first edition dress on the girl was given by the designer H himself. There is no such thing as piracy, and the netizens are called upon to stop the personal attacks on the girl, otherwise legal action will be taken. Luo Xinting also felt incredible. What's going on? Jiang Yining actually knew Calm's designer and was able to get a private gown from him? Isn't she a village girl picked up from the countryside? For a moment, a dead silence fell over the carriage. After a long time, Feng Sui suddenly laughed out in a low voice. Sister Soy? Do you know something? Luo Xinting looked at her in shock. How can you laugh at a situation like this? Feng Sui stopped laughing and coldly said, it's just pity for her. When he finished, he turned his head to look out the car window and stopped talking. Without a clue, Luo Xinting pondered for a few seconds before understanding her meaning. Master Kure-san took pity on that adopted daughter, so he used the power of the Kure family to persuade Calm's designer to swallow that bootleg? If it's true, it's just not as simple as being pathetic. Luo Xinting clicked on the comments section below the statement. The wind direction had completely changed, no one spoke out to attack Jiang Yining. There were even quite a few people who took it upon themselves to apologize to Jiang Yining in the comments. Even if there was skepticism, it was quickly called out. Anyway, totally reversed it. There is no stain on Jiang Yining. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a series of uninterrupted beeps kept coming from the cell phone in Feng Sui's bag. In an irritable mood, and being disturbed by this kind of noise, Feng Sui's irritation was even greater. Moving grumpily, he pulled out his cell phone. Looking at the screen, Fong Suyi's expression finally shattered, and her face was one of uncontrollable horror. Messages are constantly refreshed alternately from a variety of different social media programs, from acquaintances, and from strangers who are private and innate. Acquaintances, and strangers alike, were clear to taunt and abuse her. Miss Fong, it's not nice to just comment on someone's clothes without getting it right, is it? I didn't realize that Miss Feng's fashion sense was just like any other person's. You didn't even see that it was H's design? They say you're the top celebrity in the city? Are all the celebrities in my country dead? Put, that's a laugh. The Phoenix family's first lady is actually a black-hearted lotus? How dare she take the lead in bullying a little girl? Isn't it a shame? Delete your tweets, and apologize to the girls for the first time. From now on, don't say anything without evidence, and don't stand on the wrong side of the line. If I were you, I'd dig a hole and bury myself for good. Chapter 180 Love and Hate. With trembling fingers, he cut off the network, and the dreaded ding-dong sound finally stopped. Fong Suyi also remembered at this time that in the afternoon, in order to spread the event, she used her own account and retweeted that fashion blogger's microblog. It has also managed to attract the attention of the celebrity circle in 49 City. Those celebrities who had befriended her had followed her, siding with the side that condemned Jiang Yining's piracy, and had followed along and scolded Jiang Yining. Now that things are reversed, those who do not deal with her, of course, will not miss the opportunity. How to be sarcastic. Fong Suyi deleted the microblog with a black face and set it to disable comments again. Only then did she turn the internet on, ignoring the explicit taunts, take a deep breath, and reply one by one to her celebrity friends who believed in her and spoke up for her, and spoke softly to them. That's as far as she'll go. For the first time in his life, he had bowed down to someone else, and for the first time he had been humiliated in this way. Apologize? Absolutely not. The situation of Luo Xinting next to her was much more serious than Fong Suyi. Fong Suyi had to maintain her high cool goddess persona and just retweeted that fashion blogger's microblog and said a not so gentle word against piracy, whereas she was directly writing her mockery on the public screen. As a result, the taunts all came back to her. While deleting her tweets, she inadvertently swiped to one of the latest tweets posted by Lai Beiqing. Taking a closer look, Luo Xinting nearly fainted. Half of the 9 frames above are screenshots of tweets she just deleted. With a few simple words, the internet has a memory. She squeezed her cell phone tightly, her knuckles white with exertion, her whole body shaking with anger. This Lai Beiqing. It was clearly against her. Meanwhile, the Ming family villa. Ming Qingchang had a complicated look on her face and came out of her room with her cell phone, finding Yi Tang who was practicing her calligraphy in the side hall. She approached the table. On the desktop was a large piece of rice paper, on which were written several messy Ning characters, unusually harsh. What Yi Tang was writing was still the word Ning. It also showed that what Yi Tang was thinking about at the moment was all about Jiang Yining. Ming Qingchang forced herself to pull back her eyes from those Ning characters and turned to Yi Tang. Mom, Calm released a statement. They said that the gown that my sister had was the work of Calm's chief designer, H. When Yi Tang's pen tip was stuttering, the ink instantly melted away in one piece, making the messy rice paper look even messier, dirtier, and more unpleasant to look at. In the middle of the day, Yi Tang put the pen on the pen rest and rubbed it with both hands, and the whole large rice paper was kneaded into a ball, squeezed and kneaded with force, and finally turned into a fist-sized tight paper ball. As if doing that would vent the complex emotions in her mind. I know, your Auntie Cho just called me about this and told me. The word apologize stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it. Not only Mrs. Zhou, the circle she often socialized with, those noble women almost all sent her messages, coming over to inquire whether the Ming family knew Calm's chief designer. At that moment, Yi Tang didn't know what the hell he was thinking. For the first time in 40 long years of life, I was so lost. Love and hate. What should she do with Jiang Yining? Wouldn't it be nice if we could go back to the day we first picked the girl up? When Ming Qingcheng heard this, she instantly understood the meaning of these words, and immediately pursed her lips. Mom, how did my sister meet Calm's chief designer and give her the first edition dress? Saying that, she lifted her eyes and watched the change of emotions on Yi Tang's face for an instant. Yi Tang didn't think that Jiang Yining would know Calm's chief designer. When she wrote, she thought a lot. Calm is headquartered in 49 City, and the Twilight family has its roots in 49 City. It wasn't surprising at all that Master Twilight III would know Calm's chief designer. After all, they were all upper-class people in a city with more than enough opportunities to share an occasion. It was just that third master Muir's attitude towards Jiang Yining had far exceeded her imagination. Surprisingly, he even asked Calm's designer to give Jiang Yining the gown that was not on sale. This is a treatment that none of those Chen Jin Yuan in 49 City have ever had. Maybe Ming Chung Kong is right. Maybe Jiang Yining really has a chance to marry into the Muir family is also possible. Maybe. Yi Tang absent-mindedly replied, probably Master Twilight San helped her get it? Saying that, he couldn't help but resent Jiang Yining a little in his heart. The gown came from such a great source, but not a word was said to her, and it had to make the relationship between mother and daughter so hard. The thought of crying in front of Jiang Yining for the second time to that extent is really humiliating. Ming Qingcheng frowned slightly, a flash of disapproval in her eyes. If the gown was something that Master Twilight San had helped her get, Jiang Yining could have just said so. Moving out the name of Master Kurei San made everything much simpler. Jiang Yining, however, didn't do that. Obviously, the gown was not from the hands of Master Kurei San. Mom, does my sister have something difficult to hide from us so much? Ming Qingcheng intentionally hinted and egged Yi Tang on, hoping that she would ask Jiang Yining. However, after she cornered and mentioned it several times in a row, Yi Tang had no intention to act, but instead showed some signs of impatience. Qingcheng, I've told you many times, don't worry about NN's side of things, you just have to do a good job on your own. Yi Tang's voice carried 2 points of sternness. Think she didn't want to ask. She had just lost so much face in front of Jiang Yining, and it had only been a short while before she licked her face and went over to ask about this and that. Wasn't she giving the girl a chance to mock her? No rush. No rush. Yi Tong took a deep breath, took out a new piece of rice paper from the drawer, spread it out on the desktop, picked up the pen again, and began to write the character Ning stroke by stroke. Jiang Yining is her daughter. After a couple days of reprieve, what else is there to ask or say? The girl came back to the Ming family, and it's only been less than 2 months. It's just beginning. Her mother-daughter bond with Jiang Yining was also just getting started. I'm sorry, Mom, I know. Ming Qingcheng bit her lip and had a resigned look on her face, but her heart couldn't stop sinking. After more than 10 years of mother-daughter relationship, could she not understand what Yi Tang was thinking? Yi Tang's pen tip lurched, realizing that his attitude was a bit too serious. He hurriedly put down his pen and reached out to pull Ming Qingcheng into his arms. Qingcheng, don't be too much, Mom doesn't mean anything else, Mom expects different things from you. Your task now is to study in piano and steel, both of which should never be slacked off, okay? Ming Qingcheng's voice was muffled, I know. Your sister. You're right, she just came back to our family. A lot of places need to be rubbed together, all these need time. Mom will try to do well, don't worry, just study in peace though. Chapter 181, Can I go with you? Yi Tang was unwilling to pry open Jiang Yining's mouth and extract information about the Jiang family, and Ming Qingcheng was not able to do anything at all. These days, Jiang Yining had already put his hatred for her in the open, and he didn't leave any room for error in his words. There was no need to try, she knew that Jiang Yining would hide it to death. Although Jiang Yining's attitude towards Yi Tang wasn't particularly good, but, in the end, it was the elders. Jiang Yining didn't dare to be too unbridled. Yi Tong won't go, she can't ask anything if she goes. Ming Qingcheng pinched her cell phone and walked back and forth in her room, annoyance and anxiety written all over her face. After going through her phone's address book several times, she couldn't find anyone who could help her. She needs to find a break. Absent-mindedly scrolling through the various social media apps on my phone, when an unassuming word, unobtrusively, swept across my eyes. Ming Qingcheng paused violently, her eyes focusing on her cell phone. In the class group she had inadvertently clicked into, several students were chatting about their vacation activities. The latest message was sent by Shi Yuan a minute ago. Shi Yuan and Yoldsu, you should have been punched for 5 minutes too, right? You were bragging to me about going to see country to watch the game before vacation? Ming Qingcheng stared at the country C in Shi Yuan's sentence. Scanning up the page a few times, several people tweeted about the living hell of traveling out on a mini vacation, complete with pictures of. Although he was in the same class, he had barely said 2 words to Ming Qingcheng, let alone like this, chatting with social software. Ming Qingcheng has been the school beauty of Jiada since junior high school. Not only does she have outstanding looks, but she also has a good personality, is talented, and loves to laugh, so she is very popular among the students, and is well received by everyone. Such a person was surrounded by people everywhere he went, and a small person like him couldn't squeeze into that circle. Ming Qingcheng actually took the initiative to chat privately with him. Cannot be surprised. He switched his phone to his computer, and the message still lay on his list, which made sure that, well, his phone wasn't broken. Suji, Ming student? You're looking for me? Ming Qingcheng skimmed her mouth, somewhat disdainful. I saw you say GP in the group. In fact, I like motorcycles, just have never had the opportunity to go to the scene to see the race. This vacation happens to be free. I can go with you? The words were followed by a smiling emoticon. When Suji saw Ming Qingcheng's words, he didn't reply to them headlong. Instead, he slowly calmed down and began to think. Zhang Yining has been in the focus class for more than a month. He can more or less see some doorway. Ming Qingcheng might have had the intention of trying to improve the relationship between the two sisters, and had tried several times to get along with Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining, however, clearly disliked Ming Qingcheng. After all, it was someone else's family matter, and he wouldn't say anything more about it, much less demand that the two must be a good pair of sisters who loved each other. Plus these days, having chatted with Zhang Yining, he knew that the girl was not as high and cold as she appeared to be, and was a very good girl to get along with. 6 years of classmates with Ming Qingcheng was not as familiar as 1 month of classmates with Zhang Yining. Suji is selfishly biased in favor of Zhang Yining. What's more, the tickets were still given by Zhang Yining, and they were infield tickets. He would never betray Papa Goldthigh. Within seconds, Suji had his answer. Suji, I'm sorry, Akira-san, I'm going with someone else, the machine and wine are all booked, and besides, it's not easy to get tickets for the game, and we don't have more than one, so I'm really sorry. Ming Qingcheng bit her lip, somewhat unwillingly, but there was nothing she could do. It's okay. It's okay. Would ask Suji because he is a convenient conduit. But I didn't expect to get a rejection. With 2 days to go, she had the means and the money to get the tickets in her hands. The online dress piracy incident had completely calmed down by the end of the night. That fashion blogger deleted the tweet not long after the statement came out, topping it with an apology. Many people who had scolded Zhang Yining flocked to the bottom of that microblog and scrambled to apologize to Zhang Yining. There were also people watching who came over to clock in. This incident also didn't fail to create a storm in the Ming family, at least, not in front of Ming Chenkang. The family continued to have dinner that night as if nothing had happened. Must name one change, probably Myung Sungkong. During the meeting, he shushed Zhang Yining and asked her many questions about her taste, promising her that he would make more dishes that she liked to eat in the future. Zhang Yining reacted flatly and didn't show how happy he was. Ming Chenkang was a bit displeased in his heart, but he endured it all. When it comes to anything, you must say it, we are a family, there are not so many twists and turns, understand? Oh. After the meal, the family discussed about Ming Qingcheng's worship banquet. After Elder Lai's birthday banquet was over, the worship banquet was also on the agenda. Zhang Yining had no interest in this and prepared to go back to his room. Ming Chenkang, however, called out to her and asked her to sit next to him for a discussion, reasoning that family matters should be discussed by all of them. Zhang Yining was speechless and didn't bother to argue, so he sat down on the sofa in the corner to play with his cell phone. In a few days, Ton, why don't you personally go to 49 City? I don't feel at ease if I don't personally go over to take a look at the banquet in these. Well, don't worry, that's how I prepared for it. The Sound Association's selection of members in Deep City is also almost over. While Master Shin is still in Deep City, the details of the worship should also be discussed more with him, so as not to let him feel that we are slacking off. Chapter 182 Don't Frame Me. Yi Tang smiled and promised again and again that he would properly discuss with Shin Songin and try to do as much as possible with Shin Songin's requirements. Ming Chenkang was then satisfied. Remember to send me a copy of the banquet list when it's finalized. After talking about a few issues that need attention one after another, and seeing the discussion ready to end, Ming Chenkang suddenly cued Zhang Yining a bit and threw a bomb at the 3 women present. Yining, why don't you play a piece for Master Shin at the Master Worship Banquet then? Your performance at the birthday banquet last night was great, and after you played that piece, how many people came running to me to praise you, saying that you're gifted, highly skilled at the zither, and that you're a good seedling. The more he said, the more pride on Ming Chenkang's face. Ming Chenkang was not impressed. How is it bad? You saw how Enin behaved last night, and Master Shin will definitely like Enin. Yi Tang glanced towards Ming Qingcheng. The girl hung her head slightly, unable to read the expression on her face, and offered no words of objection. But being a mother, you can just sense her reluctance. No one would be happy if they had to divide their stage in half. Yi Tang straightened his face and opened his mouth. The main character of the Master Worship Banquet is Qingcheng. If you let Enin perform, wouldn't that be a lack of priority? Will the guests think that there is discord within our Ming family, and that Enin is intentionally stealing her sister's thunder? This is not good for our family's reputation, nor for Qingcheng or Enin. There were a few truths in Yi Tong's words. Ming Chenkong frowned slightly. He hadn't really thought about it in this regard. Half-heartedly, he still nodded. That's right, then let's follow the original plan. Qingcheng has worshipped Master Shen as her teacher. There will be more opportunities to bring her sister in the future. Yining, we're not in a hurry. Zhang Yining raised her eyes and swept a glance without saying anything, then returned her attention to her cell phone. The little motorcycle group is making a lot of noise over the words on the banner. I don't know who started it, but they said they were going to make a support banner to cheer the man of the hour and help him get the title. The proposal was immediately endorsed, and then discussions began about what slogan to put on the banner. After chatting for a few moments, Li Beiqing and Zhang Miaoxing agreed to write Zhang Xian, I want to give you a monkey on the banner. And the only boy in the group, Soji, is fighting back desperately, 1 against 2. Zhang Yining was watching happily, and when Ming Chenkong made such a mess, his good mood dispersed a bit. Raising his hand to tap the words, he sent a sentence to the group, Zhang Xian is my brother. Things like having monkeys, she just doesn't get along. I can still salvage, Ning Dad. I love you. Thank you for saving my life. Dry rice cat, right-o. How about we make 2 banners for this? Northern Belle, this one can be had. There are 4 of us. 2 of us can pull one. Dry rice cat, ha 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 good. The 4 of us can give off the vibe of 100 or so people. Looking at the messages bristling merrily in the group, Zhang Yining suddenly remembered that she hadn't yet told her 3 little friends that she'd be bringing an extra person with her. I have friends who will come along, is that okay? Northern Goodman, it's okay. Whoever dares to say no, I'll knock his dog's head. Dry rice cat, as long as Ning's dad's friends don't mind us, we certainly won't object. I can still salvage? I can still salvage, it's not going to take Ming Qingcheng, is it? I just turned her down, it's so embarrassing. He also said he was going with a friend and didn't have any extra tickets. This is not a self-slap in the face. There was an instant silence in the group. Northern Belle, Ming Qingcheng? She's looking for you? To go with you? No, does that green tea know where you're going? Suddenly sticking to me for no reason and looking like she knows you well, what does she want? It's scary. Northern Belle, and Su Ji, are you stupid? Enin is saying to bring a friend. Can that green tea be considered a friend? Li Beiqing is straight and never hides his distaste for people he doesn't like, and he doesn't speak politely. Green tea can only be green tea, it can never be a friend. I can still salvage, yao. I forgot to recharge my IQ. The main thing is that she only approached me more than 2 hours ago, telling me she liked motorcycles and wanted to see the GP race. I said I didn't have tickets, and when I mentioned it now, I assumed that she had gone to see Ning's dad. Afterward, Li Beiqing grabbed Su Ji and gave him a flurry of education. Zhang Yining raised his eyes and glanced in Ming Qingcheng's direction. Like motorcycles? Why did this sound a bit funny coming from Ming Qingcheng's mouth? He had once so fiercely set aside his relationship with the Jiang family, but now he suddenly took the initiative to come forward. What is it for? Getting hit one after another, so you want to stay with a different family? Not quite. The fact that the worship banquet had not been cancelled meant that Ming Qingcheng had not given up on her intention to utilize her zither score. Besides, if Ming Qingcheng wanted to return to her original family, she could simply bring it up. There was no need to go around so many corners. Zhang Yining hooked her lips, a few moments of playfulness flowing from her pretty little face. Over there, Ming Qingcheng noticed Zhang Yining's line of sight and looked up. After locking eyes with her, Zhang Yining faintly averted his gaze. Turn your attention back to your cell phone. Ming Qingcheng frowned slightly, somewhat concerned about Zhang Yining's strange smile. It caused some uneasiness to creep into her heart. However, she didn't have time to ask questions before Ming Chenkong asked her a few more questions, so she had to bring her attention back. We talked until nearly 10 o'clock, when the worship banquet came to an end. Zhang Yining got up and left the living room. I had just returned to my room when my cell phone rang as if it had picked the right time to do so. She looked at it and it was Jiang Yihuang calling. It was a bit of a headache. It was impossible not to answer. Her third brother could fly over from 49 City immediately, and maybe even pull in her big brother. Although Zhang Yining didn't have parents, he hadn't lacked love since he was a child. Several older siblings, uncles and aunts regarded her as their own. As for the Jiang family's big brother, besides his grandmother, Jiang Yining listens to him the most. It was probably because of the feeling of elder brother being like a father that was at work. She had always been respectful and afraid of her elder brother. She really didn't want to see her big brother angry. She saw that the phone was about to hang up automatically, so she had to pick it up in a hurry. Before he could speak, the other side roared over. Jiang Yining. How did you promise me? You hung up the phone and lost it, didn't you? You think my words are a song, don't you? You think I don't dare to disobey grandma, right? A series of 3 rights smashed Jiang Yining's head for a while. No. I did listen to third brother. Don't you accuse me wrongly. Chapter 183. What's the panic? Jiang Yihuang over there laughed in anger. I've wronged you? Didn't you promise to call me if you were bullied? Where's the phone? Can you still think of me if I don't call you? It was surprising that he was the last to know about this, and, moreover, he had purposely left time for Jiang Yining. As a result, it was almost the girl's usual bedtime, and there was no call. Jiang Yining pressed his brow, his face full of helplessness. Aren't you busy? It's just as well I talked to your assistant. Besides, it's not all settled. It's all worked out. Wouldn't it seem pretentious for her to say it again? Jiang Yihuang, who was already angry, heard her words and his anger burned even hotter. How can I be the same as an assistant? I'm your brother. The assistant is just a part-timer. Jiang Yining. Jiang Yihuang continued, also, who says the matter is resolved? One statement and it's nothing? I'm going to sue all those who talk tough. Jiang Yining held his forehead, third brother. How much work is that? Also, it's too much of a hassle to be necessary. Most of them are people who follow the trend and come here to scold. The time it takes to find out all these people is enough for Jiang Yihuang to prepare for several shows. Okay, I've already decided. I'll leave this matter to the lawyers. You don't have to worry about it. Jiang Yihuang said and asked, honestly, give me an account. Behind this, is there anyone from the Ming family doing the pushing? Jiang Yining gave a beat. 9 times out of 10, there was encouragement from Ming Qingcheng, but probably no trace of her involvement could be found. Luo Xintian, that person, she only contacted twice, also can see, is a very easy to be used. As soon as she paused like that, Jiang Yihuang got the idea in his mind. That's a yes, very well, I'll make a note of it and settle with them later, one by one. Jiang Yining was helpless. Sango. Jiang Yihuang ignored her and talked to himself. I heard that fool old Five bragging the other day that you were going to see him play? There was no need to hide this from her brothers, and she was happy that Jiang Yihuang could take the initiative to change the subject. Yeah, with a couple of classmates. Jiang Yihuang remembered the girl saying she liked school. Hearing her voice with a note of delight, at last not everything was bad. That's the only consolation. Go out to play to pay attention to safety, well. I'll arrange a few bodyguards for you, alright, when you run errands for you as a driver or something, it's also convenient. Jiang Yining's heart skipped a beat. Among these friends, there was also a Twilight Sinker. Obviously it was just a normal pairing to watch the game, but she was somehow inexplicably weak-minded and subconsciously wanted to hide it from her brother, not letting him know that there was such a character on the team. No need. Third brother. I'm just going to watch a game with my friends, it's weird to bring bodyguards. Jiang Yihuang was suspicious. Then you can have a bodyguard secretly accompany you, why are you panicking? Jiang Yining choked. How did she know what she was panicking about? I don't want a bodyguard. Jiang Yihuang's side was silent for a long time, and his deep low voice sounded a bit dangerous. Jiang Yining, you're suspicious, are you hiding something again? You're the suspicious one. I'm just going to watch a match, it's not like anything will happen. Besides, that's fifth brother's turf, with him there, and you still have bodyguards following me, am I that unreliable in your mind? Jiang Yining feigned dissatisfaction. There was another silence. Jiang Yining was nervous, squeezing her cell phone tightly, listening to her heart beating like a drum, loud and heavy. Luckily, in the end, Jiang Yihuang gave in. Remember to always call my number if you need anything. It's my phone. Not the assistant's phone, do you understand? Anyway, if Jiang Yining lost a single hair, he would settle the score with Jiang Yishuan. Jiang Yining was instantly relieved. Got it. The next 2 days passed peacefully and calmly. Jiang Yining had already finished all her homework and had also agreed with Mir Shin on a good meeting time at the airport. The atmosphere in the small group of motorcycles is also getting more and more heated. The trio was so efficient that the day after they decided to make the banners, 2 pairs of banners were already made. Lai Beiqing took photos on the spot and sent them to the group. Jiang Yining. One is quite normal, Zhang Xian is like a god, and the battle is invincible, and the other is the one that gives birth to monkeys? She decided that she had to stay away from the banner when she watched the game. The day before departure, Lai Beiqing remembered with hindsight a very serious matter. Jiang Yining came to the deep city is only 2 months' time, usually 2 points 1 line, homeschool 2 runs, talking about friends. Seems to have only one candidate. Northern goodness, Yi Ning, the friend you said you were going with. Wouldn't be Master Twilight San, would it? When the message went out, she was very much hoping for a denial. Maybe it's an old friend of Jiang Yinen's? Jiang Yining quickly replied. Yeah, Kurei's brother said he likes motorcycle races and the Sunrise team, so I invited him along. Lai Beiqing looked at Jiang Yining's reply out of the corner of his eye. It always felt like something wasn't right. And a little scary. Turning his head to look at the suitcase that had already been packed, for a long time, Lai Beiqing resignedly opened it, took out one of the well-rolled banners inside, and threw it into the trash can. How dare she take out such things? In case she tainted Master Kurei-san's eyes, she'd have to walk away even if she couldn't finish eating. On the other hand, Ming Qingqing spent 2 days and paid out 10 times the original ticket price, but still didn't get a ticket for the GP final match. Underneath her bounty, no one made a ticket, but there were a lot of replies. The GP final race is the big hot race, the motorcycle race of the year depends on it, and it's unlikely that there will be any tickets out there. Those who choose to fly to sea to watch the game are not poor masters. It is suggested to raise the price again, maybe 100 times, and someone will pay. You're right. I'll think about it 100 times. Ha 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 200,000 plus for a ticket, you guys are tougher than scalpers. Look at the profile, it's a woman. How about this? Have some fun with me and I'll give you one? Ming Qingqing didn't know how many times she had refreshed her bounty, and there was no good news except for some nutrient-less replies. Seeing that the time was getting closer and closer and she hadn't been able to get her hands on the tickets, she couldn't help but feel anxious. 100 times more than $200,000 a ticket. Although the Ming family is a wealthy family, but not yet to the extent that she can spend money at will, food and drink will not be missing her, but there is still a limit to the pocket money. Besides, she socialized with other families' daughters, and there was money everywhere. Usually she had to save her allowance, and so suddenly, she couldn't really afford to take so much money. Ask Yiptong for it? Or just follow Jiang Yining directly? It's best to make Jiang Yining willingly take her. Ming Qingqing converged the light in her eyes and quickly came to a decision. Chapter 180 for the calculator is so loud. Dinner time at the Ming family's table. The 4 of them sat in their seats and ate their meals quietly, occasionally conversing a few sentences, in a fairly harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Yining finished his meal slowly and methodically, put down his dishes, wiped and prepared to get up and go back to his room. At this time, Ming Qingqing suddenly spoke. Dad, there's a concert the day after tomorrow in C. It's a concert by a very famous music master, and I'd like to go see it, is that okay? Jiang Yining's movement to get up was lurched, and the tail of his eyes swept in Ming Qingqing's direction. Then he just ignored it and continued to move. Ming Qingqing nodded. It's good for you to see more at this stage of your life, and it's just as well that you're on vacation, so if you want to see it, go ahead. Ming Qingqing glanced at Jiang Yining and laughed. Why don't you let your sister come along? My sister plays the piano very well, so if she sees more concerts, she might be able to get better. Ming Qingqing happened to think of Jiang Yining's piano talent as well. This daughter had been picked up from the countryside, but she hadn't let him down in all the time she had been back. No, I shouldn't say there hadn't been any disappointment, but rather a big surprise for him every time. It was insight that Jiang Yining lacked. Ming Qingqing's words were just what he wanted. Let's go together. Qingqing, bring your sister more. After Ming Qingqing finished speaking, he turned his head to urge Xitang to get his 2 daughters ready. After all, the concert the day after tomorrow, he had to leave tomorrow, so he couldn't let time constraints cause his children to suffer. Jiang Yining's face was flat, ignoring Ming Qingqing's words and walking straight out of the restaurant. Ming Qingqing quickly chased after him. Sister, wait for me, let me tell you what to prepare for a concert abroad. Ming Qingqing happily looked at the backs of the 2 and sighed softly. These 2 sisters are getting better and better. Xinqiang has the temperament of an elder sister, which is very good. It's just that Yining's nature is a bit too cold. I hope that she can be more lively in the future. Nowadays, if a girl is too quiet, she will suffer instead. Yi Tang responded with a stiff face, then used the excuse of packing his bags and left the restaurant as well. Ming Qingqing caught up with Jiang Yining at the stairway, a fervent smile on her face. What time did you book your flight for tomorrow, sis? We'd better leave together and stay in the same hotel or Dad will definitely ask. Jiang Yining stopped and turned slightly sideways. The stairway lights dimmed slightly, curbing the aggressiveness of her pretty peach eyes and the temperature within. What do you want? I don't know if it was the effect of the light, but Jiang Yining's voice sounded a bit inscrutable. Ming Qingqing subconsciously swallowed and smiled calmly. Sister, I know you're going to Country C to see your brother on the Jiang side of the family, right? Jiang Yining looked at her. When you first arrived home, Dad said that you were not allowed to have contact with the Jiang family. He spent so much money to buy you off with the Jiang family, you shouldn't want him to know, right? Ming Haiqing took a step closer to Jiang Yining, the smile on his face deepened. I'm only doing this because I'm kindly trying to cover for you. Jiang Yining is sick? She never worried about what Ming Qingkong knew, and chose to keep quiet in front of him just because she didn't want to make too much of a fuss about it and get in front of her grandmother. So, Ming Qingchang is misunderstanding? Trying to use Ming Qingkong to hold her back? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Ming Qingqing softly said, Sister, in the next 3 days, let's get along, okay? You really have nothing better to do. Jiang Yining snorted lightly and ignored her, walking directly towards the second floor. Ming Qingqing's fingertips pinched into her palms in a deadly manner, looking at Jiang Yining's back, her eyes abandoned with hatred. Would she be bored if no one came into her world and messed up her life? As the culprit, who is qualified to talk about her? The next day, Ming Qingkong sent his driver to take his 2 daughters to the airport, accompanied by one of Ming Qingkong's female assistants. The 2 daughters are still young, so it's always easier to send someone to follow them. Ming Qingkong instructed the servants to stow his daughter's luggage in the trunk of the car as he barked. It's a bit rushed, so if you missed anything you didn't pack, you can buy it again when you get there, and if you need anything, just talk to Assistant Lee directly, she'll find a way to help you guys out, okay? Ming Qingcheng went forward and hugged Ming Qingkong, pampering him. We know, Dad, don't worry. We're just going to see a concert, we'll be back in a couple days, we'll be fine. Aha! Ming Qingkong also hugged her back vainly, looked up at Jiang Yining, and added, Take care of your sister, she may not be accustomed to going abroad for the first time. Ming Qingqing nodded solemnly, Yes, I will. Jiang Yining hung her hand down and stood by the side coldly watching this scene of father-daughter love. By the time he got in the car, it was 10 minutes later. The car drove out of the garden of the Ming family's villa, only then did Ming Qingqing stretch her head back and raise the window. Sister, last night Dad reserved seats for both of us attached to one another, first class, and when the time comes. As Ming Qingcheng was speaking, she saw Jiang Yining beside her coldly looking over. A pair of peach blossom eyes were dark and bright, but the sight was terribly cold. The sunlight outside the window, spattered with stars, set off her delicate features in a brighter light. I'm not going to care what you want to do, so don't you dare try to interfere with me about anything. The assistant sitting in the front seat subconsciously turned his head to look at the 2 behind him. For a moment, she thought that the one who said this was the eldest Miss Ming family. Where would I have thought that the second young lady from the countryside would dare to say such treacherous words? Ming Qingqing noticed Assistant Li's gaze and her eyelids couldn't help but jump violently twice. Jiang Yining, she dares to talk nonsense when someone is watching? Sister, I didn't mean to interfere with you. That's for the best. Ming Qingcheng bit her lower lip and reached out to press down, raising the flap between the front and back seats, blocking the driver and assistant on the other side. After making sure that she wouldn't see anything in front of her, she came closer to Jiang Yining and lowered her voice. Sister, I want to see my brother. Jiang Yining turned his head, his expression still flat and without a hint of surprise. After silently looking at her for a few seconds, Jiang Yining hooked his lips. See, brother. You mean you want to recognize the blood relatives of your original family? Ming Qingcheng pursed her lips, and only after a long time did she slowly open her mouth. Sister, I've told you before, I can't live up to my mom's love for me. I've been in the Ming family for 17 years, I'm already a member of the Ming family. I can't go back. But in the end, that side is also the family that gave me life, at least. At least I can look at it from afar. Jiang Yining drifted off. So that's what it's all about. That's a nice thing to say. Take a look from afar first, and if the situation is not right, then pull out and leave in time, without losing the identity of the Ming family's $1,000 young lady. Abacus, well played. Jiang Yining heartily admired Ming Qingcheng. Chapter 185. Don't follow me. The girl just sat there, slender, elbows propped up on the side of the car window, head half propped up, looking over faintly. A pair of peach blossom eyes, black and white, cold and clear, no temperature, no emotions. Being looked at in such a way, there was an instant feeling of being stripped naked. It was as if the most private thoughts hidden within her were being pried into clearly and unreservedly. Ming Qingcheng was looked at with apprehension in her heart and was a bit wretched. It was a long time before the girl gave a long, slow, drawn-out "oh." Sister. Ming Qingcheng had chagrin. I know what you're thinking, but I won't make a defense. You can think whatever you want. From the very beginning, my thoughts have never changed. It won't change in the future either. Jiang Yining still had that smirking expression and didn't say anything. Ming Qingcheng knew that in this situation, it was useless to explain anymore, and she didn't think that she could convince Jiang Yining with a few simple words. Anyway, Jiang Yining didn't have the face to say it directly. In the Ming family, there was a bloodline connection, and she hadn't been able to get her biological parents to like her. In the Jiang family, without the bloodline connection, she was an outsider, much less qualified to say anything. All she could do was keep her mouth shut and watch in peace. The ride was uneventful and the car arrived at the airport an hour later. Jiang Yining stood on the side of the road and took out his cell phone to send a message to his buddies. Assistantly helped the driver carry out the luggage one by one, and Jiang Yining's suitcase was also lifted out and placed at her feet. There are still benefits to being sent over, too. Li Beiqing and Su Ji were already waiting at the agreed location. Zhang Miaoxing's house was far away and was still on the way. Twilight. She looked through her cell phone messages when a call came in. The caller ID says, Mr. Corey. Hello? The man's low voice hit his eardrums directly. Ning Ning has arrived? At which entrance, I'll go pick you up. Jiang Yining had a moment of dawning realization. Suddenly remembered, halfway through the vacation, except for the first day of the old man Lai's birthday banquet that night, this voice has been a long time. Have a little miss? Ning? Jiang Yining hurriedly came back to his senses and replied in a somewhat flustered manner. Ah. No need. I'll just go in by myself. See you in 5 minutes. She's crazy. What are you thinking about at a time like this? It must be Sango. She was intimidated by that phone call from Jiang Yihuang, so she couldn't help but panic when she thought of Murshin. Right. It's all Sango's fault. Jiang Yihuang, who was far away in 49 City, inexplicably sneezed and then inexplicably continued the work at hand. Jiang Yining dragged her own suitcase, not caring about Ming Qingcheng and assistantly behind her, and walked straight into the airport. Sister, wait. Assistantly didn't question Ming Qingcheng's words, and it was clear that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Aha! Ming Qingcheng said no more, dragging her own luggage after Jiang Yining's figure. Originally, on this trip, she hadn't planned to have Ming Qingcheng's people follow. Jiang Yining arrived at the appointed place and saw at a glance the man sitting on a chair on the phone. Twilightshan was wearing a casual suit, leaning back in his seat, elegantly folding his long legs, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, his focus resting on a certain place, his demeanor indifferent. His facial features are handsome, and every line is like a masterpiece from God, outlining the most perfect man in the world. He was permeated with an aura of superiority, and his obviously unperturbed expression made the people around him consciously leave a vacuum belt for him. Jiang Yining took a deep breath and dragged her luggage towards him. Li Beiqing was cowering in the corner, and when she saw her looking over, she immediately waved excitedly, signaling her to go over. Suji was hugging his backpack and sitting next to her on his cell phone. Jiang Yining walked over and asked curiously, "Why are you hiding here?" "Nonsense. Do I dare stay with Master Kurei-san?" Li Beiqing crossed his waist and stared with a look of "I'm just scared, what can you do with me?" Jiang Yining wouldn't think that everyone was as bold as her, facing Third Master Twilight without fear, right? Sheesh. It was all spoiled by Master Kurei-san himself. Jiang Yining. Ah. Papa Ning, you're here. Su Ji unintentionally raised his head and realized that Jiang Yining had already arrived, immediately putting away his cell phone and standing up. Jiang Yining was a bit helpless, making the correction for I don't know how many times, "Call me by my name." "Oh." Su Ji responded. Jiang Yining pointed in Twilight's direction, "Go over there, my friend is there." Wow. So that big guy is your friend, Papa Ning? Suji marveled. Just now I saw a woman trying to go over to talk to him, and when he took one look at her, the woman fled in fear and pissed herself. The statement is a bit exaggerated, but the picture comes up immediately. Jiang Yining laughed out loud. He's a couple years older than us and looks a little cool, but he's nice and caring. From the first time they met, she had always been taken care of by Karinai. Li Beiqing glanced at Jiang Yining and decided to wait until she couldn't hear before giving Suji a reminder. Lest you step on a mine and wipe out a small group of motorcycles. Jiang Yining walked near Murshin and had planned to wait for him to finish talking on the phone before opening his mouth to greet him. Who knew that just as she approached, Twilight Chen's slightly stern phoenix eyes swept over. Jiang Yining froze, then heard him coldly say hang up, put away his cell phone, and stood up.